Chapter 1. Alger, I love you, have always loved you, and never changed. Ah, murder. Run. As Alger fell in a pool of blood, the guests scattered in panic. In the once bustling wedding banquet hall, only 4 people remained. Alger, his bride, the bride's ex-boyfriend, and the bridesmaid Sylvia. Just moments ago, during the ring exchange, the bride's ex-boyfriend suddenly rushed onto the stage and stabbed Alger to death. Alger's spirit had already left his body and was floating in midair. He watched the blood-soaked Alger, unable to believe that he was dead, and on his own wedding day. Sue. Alger. Don't die. I don't want you to die. Sylvia clung tightly to Alger's body, covered in blood, her face streaked with tears, utterly devastated. Stuttering girl, it's just a cripple who died. What's there to cry about? The bride, Marta, rolled her eyes disdainfully. Her calmness, without any sign of panic or sadness, made Alger disbelieving. The most heartbroken one wasn't the bride but the bridesmaid. His bride didn't seem sorrowful. Instead, she looked somewhat relieved. It seemed like everything was under her control, which chilled Alger to the bone. Look, Beatrix, I killed Alger. You said if I killed him, you would be with me. The ex-boyfriend hugged Marta excitedly, his hands still drenched in blood. Marta inwardly despised him but kept a straight face, smiling at him. You did well. We will certainly be together. The ring fell off the stage. Quickly go pick it up. After we get the ring, we can run away together. The ex-boyfriend obediently went. Alger was shocked. He never imagined that the real murderer was his own bride. This school beauty whom he started loving from his freshman year of high school. This woman he pursued for 16 years and gave his all to. On their wedding day, she incited her mentally unstable ex-boyfriend to kill him. It was you who killed Alger. Why? Sylvia asked through her tears, grief-stricken. Humph, if it weren't for his money, who would marry a cripple like him with a broken leg? Stuttering girl, you didn't think I married him out of love, did you? Let me tell you, I never loved him. He was a dropout in high school, never went to college, and became rich by trading his leg for some cash. A talented beauty like me, fall in love with a nouveau riche? How ridiculous. Marta's face was full of contempt. Alger felt as if his heart was being ripped apart. So, she never loved him, not even respected him. She only agreed to marry him for the money. For these past dozen years, he treated her like a loyal dog, skimping on himself to buy her things and even covering her university expenses. Later when she agreed to marry him, he thought he finally moved her. In fact, it was all for his money. All these years of devotion were wasted. He truly was the biggest fool in the world. Marta bent down and whispered to Sylvia, stuttering girl, you're so stupid. Let me teach you today. With Alger dead, all his money is mine, and this madman who killed him will be taken away by the police. She made her ex-boyfriend retrieve the ring to delay time until the police arrived. See, I got rid of 2 men at once and inherited all of Alger's money. Isn't that brilliant? Ha ha ha. She laughed triumphantly. In the next moment, her laughter abruptly stopped. Stuttering girl, you? Marta stared wide-eyed at the fruit knife sticking out of her abdomen. She couldn't believe that the usually timid Sylvia would stab her. I will avenge Alger. Sylvia's eyes were bloodshot, and she shoved the fruit knife deeper into Marta's belly until the handle was embedded. Clenching her teeth, she pulled the knife out forcefully, splattering herself with blood. Marta's abdomen ached excruciatingly, her complexion visibly paling. She collapsed on the ground, motionless, her wide eyes filled with resentment. Alger was stunned, never expecting the timid and gentle Sylvia to kill for him. Beatrix. Only after Marta died did her ex-boyfriend crawl back up from under the stage. Beatrix, why are you dead? You can't die. We're supposed to get married. Get up. He tried to cover the bloody hole in her stomach with his hands, but the blood gushed out uncontrollably. He slapped her face frantically, not knowing what to do. Marta lay there with open eyes and a blood-covered face, looking terrifying. Ah. Suddenly, her ex-boyfriend let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his neck that was bleeding profusely as he fell to the ground and convulsed. Within seconds, he was dead. Sylvia tightly gripped the fruit knife, still dripping with blood, her bloodshot eyes fixed on this man. Alger looked at her in shock, hardly able to believe it. This girl who grew up with Alger, who had a bit of a stutter, whose brain was injured from drowning, and whose reactions were always a beat slower than others, had killed 2 people for him. One was stabbed by her, and one had his throat slashed, swift and brutal. What shocked him even more was that the next moment, Sylvia resolutely plunged the fruit knife into her own heart, the intense pain making her body tremble uncontrollably. She endured the agony, moved her body, and slowly lay down beside Alger's corpse. Sue. Alger, I will accompany you. She used her last ounce of strength to hold his hand tightly, intertwining their fingers, and slowly closed her eyes, her beautiful face adorned with a tragically exquisite smile. Alger, I love you, have always loved you, and never changed. These were her last words, spoken softly like a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek. In that sentence, she did not stutter. It was her declaration of love to him. No, Rachel. I don't deserve this. Don't do this. Alger screamed in anguish, tears streaming down his face, heart writhing in pain, clutching his chest, and fainted from the agony. Gradually regaining consciousness, his ears were filled with a cacophony of voices. Wow, is this a confession? So romantic. This must be Alger from class 9 of senior high, confessing to Marta, the school beauty, right? He's been chasing her for 2 years. How passionate. Ha, even if he chased her for 10 years, it wouldn't work. He's just a poor underachiever. Our kind-hearted top student wouldn't look at him. Hongzi, your sister-in-law is here. Hurry up and confess. Someone tugged at Alger's sleeve. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the boy standing before him. Wasn't this Demetrius, his best friend? Why did he look so young now? And hadn't he died in the rented apartment? Hongzi, what are you spacing out for? Demetrius picked up the bouquet of roses on the ground and shoved them into Alger's hands. Alger looked down at the roses in his hands, then around him. In front of him was the girls' dormitory building. The girls pointed at him, whispering excitedly and gossiping. He stood within a circle formed by candles arranged in the shape of a heart. This scene felt so familiar. Could it be? He had been reborn? Chapter 2. Declaration? Beatrix, Alger is about to make a big move and declare his love for you in front of all the girls. What nonsense. The school prohibits dating. They'll be expelled if caught by the school leaders. I'd better go talk some sense into him. Marta said this, but inside she felt elated, enjoying the feeling of being pursued. Alger had always confessed to her in private before. This was the first time he was declaring his love publicly, which made her very excited and eager. She linked arms with her best friend and walked up to Alger. Just moments ago, Alger had confirmed that he had been reborn. In his previous life on this day, imitating a scene from a TV drama, he had declared his love for Marta under the female dormitory building, only to be caught on the spot by the guidance counselor who had arrived at the wind's call. At the opening ceremony, the new principal had made it crystal clear that dating among students was strictly prohibited, and any couple found would be expelled. Though there were many students who dated in the school, they did so in secret. Alger, however, dared to defy the ban, perfectly fitting the new principal's intention to set an example. As a result, the academically poor Alger was expelled from school, while Marta was not. Because she had not accepted his confession, it counted as unrequited love. After being expelled, Alger went to work in a factory tightening screws. But he frequently visited Marta, spending all his meager salary on her. Even when she refused, he simply left what he bought for her behind. How foolish he was. Over the years of working in the factory, Alger spent all his money on Marta without saving a single penny. Later, he went to work in a remote mine. During one cave-in incident, he saved the coal mine owner but lost a leg as a result. Grateful for his rescue, the coal mine owner became sworn brothers with him. From then on, Alger became the second in command of the mine and no longer worried about money. Seeing that he now had money, Marta broke up with her boyfriend and married Alger. Yet deep down, she looked down on Alger for his lack of education and the stench of wealth, and most of all for his disability. She just wanted his money. Alger, don't confess. It's inappropriate, and I won't agree to your pursuit. We should focus on studying next year for the college entrance exam. Marta's words snapped Alger back to reality. Looking at the youthful girl before him, Alger felt nothing but disgust. Beneath her beautiful appearance and kind facade lay a filthy and vicious heart. I'll take the flowers first so you don't feel upset. Marta extended her hand toward Alger, putting on an act of reluctant acceptance. However, Alger ignored her completely, put another earbud in his ear, threw away the flowers, and squatted down, blowing out the candles, puff puff. Xiangzi, what are you doing? You haven't even confessed yet. His best friend was confused. Alger, you? Marta frowned, retracting her hand awkwardly, unable to understand what he was up to. In the middle of the night, who has the guts to confess in public? The voice of guidance counselor Alec came before he did. Several school leaders followed behind him. Every night, these leaders patrolled the campus looking for students who were dating. Alger quickly blew out the last candle. Alger, it's you. Caught you red-handed. Guidance counselor Alec looked triumphant. He had long despised Alger. A model of delinquency, skipping school, fighting, staying up all night playing online games. TSK, hearts, roses, copying TV dramas. Alec glanced at the candles and flowers on the ground and turned to Marta. Marta, Alger is confessing to you? Marta's face turned pale, shaking her head instinctively. She didn't want to get expelled. Selling candles here. 5 for $1. $1 can't hurt you, nor can it deceive you. Come take a look. Just then, Alger suddenly began loudly peddling candles, startling everyone and leaving them bewildered. Alger, what are you doing? Are you going to confess to Marta? Alec frowned at him. Alger remained silent, continuing to hawk his candles. Only when his best friend tugged at his sleeve did he take out the earbuds. Cheerful tunes emerged from the earphones. Pay me back what you owe me. Hip-sha-sha, oh. The volume was so loud that Alger hadn't heard anything anyone else said. Director Ma, do you want to buy some candles too? How about $2 worth? Alger laughed and handed Alec a bunch of candles. Alec stared dumbfounded, his eyes wide behind his glasses. You're selling candles here? He couldn't quite believe it. Sure am. Cyrank's out in the dorms at curfew, and many students still want to study late into the night. Alger replied matter-of-factly. Alger, I'll take $1 worth of candles. Marta cleverly played along with Alger, handing over $1. Me too, I'll take $1 worth. Her best friend also bought several candles. Seeing this, other students began buying candles too. Then what about these flowers? Alec pointed to the bouquet of roses on the ground. I found them on the road, Director Ma. Isn't Madame Ma fond of flowers? You can give these to her as an offering. She'll surely be happy. Alger picked up the bouquet and smiled as he handed it to Alec. His best friend's face twitched painfully. Those flowers were expensive. Finally, Alec left happily with the flowers to please his wife. Marta breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly praising Alger for finally showing some intelligence. Alger, don't do this again. If you get caught, you'll really be expelled. Let's talk about our relationship after graduation. She slightly twisted her body in a coquettish manner, feigning reluctance. In his previous life, Alger thought she was being coy and cute, but now he only felt that she was too artificial and vulgar. And when she was unhappy, she would put on a condescending attitude, making you look up to her, believing herself to be superior. Alger didn't want to deal with her at all, not even deigning to speak a single word to her. He put on his earphones and turned to leave but was stopped when Marta grabbed his arm. Alger, is this the new MP3 you just bought? If it had been his past life, Marta's question would have prompted Alger to immediately give her the MP3 and the headphones. But now, he found this woman extremely annoying. He pulled his arm free from her grasp, walked away, and even brushed the area where she touched him disdainfully. Marta froze in shock. Yesterday, when Marta asked Alger to buy her an MP3, he said he didn't have enough money but didn't refuse outright. So, Marta had gotten angry and called him a pauper. You're so stingy. It's just one comment about being poor. Is it really worth getting so upset over? Humph, I don't want to talk to you, Mr. Stingy, ever again. She muttered unhappily, dragging her girlfriend back to the dormitory. Xiangzi, why are you walking so fast? That was close, almost got caught by old Ma. Luckily you were quick-witted. Demetrius caught up with Alger, panting heavily. Alger removed his earphones and stared at his friend before suddenly hugging him tightly. Gordizi, in my previous life, you died so tragically. At 17 or 18, from lack of sleep and irregular eating habits, you looked hollow and frail, as if a breeze could knock you over. Of course, Alger wasn't much better. Both of them were worn out. Though Demetrius now appeared frail, after a few years of binge eating due to a broken heart, his weight ballooned to nearly 190 pounds, and he struggled to walk without wheezing. Later, he developed 3 high conditions and ultimately died of a heart attack in a rented apartment, only discovered when the body started to stink. He was less than 30 years old. In this life, Alger hoped to change Demetrius's fate. Xiangzi, did you quarrel with your future sister-in-law? It's fine. Every married couple has arguments. Give it a few days, and everything will be back to normal. Demetrius patted Alger's back comfortingly. My shoulders are always here for you to lean on. To hell with you. So cheesy. Alger awkwardly pushed him away. Don't call Marta your sister-in-law ever again. But you told us to call her that, and said you would only marry her. Even if she were the last woman on earth, I wouldn't marry her. Alger's face was filled with disgust. Hee, you're really angry, huh? Demetrius didn't take it seriously. They returned to their 8-person dormitory. After the dorm supervisor finished checking in, Demetrius went over the wall with a few other boys to go to the internet cafe. Alger didn't join them. He longed to see Sylvia and eagerly anticipated the next day. Early in the morning, Alger bought breakfast and waited at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. But he waited, and still didn't see Sylvia. Marta and her best friend came out, arms linked. Beatrix, Alger bought hamburgers. The burger shop just opened today, so this might be the first hamburger in Binjo County. Buying a hamburger to win me over? That's way too easy. Marta curled her lips, thinking smugly that he was indeed pathetic, trying all sorts of ways to please her. Every morning in the past, Alger would buy Marta breakfast and wait for her outside the dormitory. Come rain or shine, he was always punctual. Alger, don't think buying me a hamburger will make me forgive you after last night's sour face. Marta glared at Alger and reached for the hamburger. Alger stepped back, frowned, and looked displeased. This woman still thinks the hamburger is for her, grabbing it so shamelessly. Suddenly, Alger remembered something and ran toward the classroom. Why is Alger acting weird again? Why did he run off with the hamburgers? Her best friend was confused. Marta sneered, he's probably copying another scene from a TV drama. Alger read romance novels and watched idol dramas, imitating their plots to pursue Marta, going to great lengths. Marta rolled her eyes disdainfully, thinking he was teasing her, wondering how long he could ignore her. Alger hurriedly ran towards the classroom because Sylvia should have been there already. Ever since the incident of falling into the water a year ago, her brain was damaged, making her responses slower than those of an average person. She needed to put in several times more effort to catch up with others. Every morning, she was always the first one to arrive at the classroom, quietly studying. Alger panted as he rushed to the classroom and finally saw Sylvia. Chapter 3. Period. Sylvia had shoulder-length hair, with heavy bangs covering most of her face. Her small frame was tucked away at her desk, head down as she studied silently. Her cherry lips moved occasionally, but not a sound escaped, so quiet and obedient. Alger burst into the classroom in a hurry. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes meeting Alger's for a brief moment before she recoiled as if startled, slowly lowering her head after several seconds. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Alger curled his lips subtly, finding her delayed reaction endearing. Sylvia sat by the wall, her petite stature placing her in the first row. On the other hand, the tall Alger, who wasn't good at studies, sat in the last row. Besides Sylvia, there were only a few other students in the classroom. Xuanhuan High School was a private school where those who arrived early to study aimed for university entrance. Students like Alger, who slept in class and spent nights at internet cafes, were just here for a diploma. Alger kept his eyes on Sylvia. This was the girl he missed out on in his previous life. This time around, he vowed to hold her hand tightly and never let go. Feeling his intense gaze, Sylvia lacked the courage to lift her head again. Sylvia, Heather's dumplings were so delicious last week. I want to eat them again this week. I'll ask her to make more. Alger placed the hamburger on her desk effortlessly. Here, I bought this specially for you, along with soy milk. Without waiting for Sylvia to react, Alger returned to his seat. A few classmates in the room glanced up curiously. Their interest, however, was solely in the hamburger. Back then, hamburgers were as novel as MP3 players, a rarity that had just started gaining popularity. Alger and Sylvia were neighbors, so exchanging items wasn't unusual. Last Sunday, Sylvia even brought Alger his school uniform. Though she said it was washed by Heather, Alger now felt it was definitely done by Sylvia herself. Alger remembered how she carried her backpack, moving slowly toward his seat. She slowly unzipped her bag, carefully took out the clean uniform, and gently placed it on his desk. Washed it. Her voice was barely audible. Finally, clutching her backpack, she slowly returned to her own seat. A classmate accidentally bumped into her while walking by, causing her male desk mate to yell at the classmate. The male desk mate treated Sylvia well, always standing up to let her pass whenever she needed to return to her seat. Alger lay on his desk, staring dazedly at Sylvia. After a long while, the little peach slowly picked up the hamburger, nibbling at it delicately, her cheeks moving slowly, reminding him of a camel eating. Alger smiled broadly, happily munching on his own hamburger, finishing it in a few bites. Meanwhile, the little peach continued eating slowly. Alger watched her quietly, longing to sit beside her and gently wipe away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. She would blush and smile shyly at him. But only the top 10 students in the class had the privilege to choose their seats. Alger felt a bit dejected. How could someone at the bottom of the class rank make it to the top 10? Sylvia, I finally got a hamburger today, after queuing at the new hamburger shop. Augustin, Sylvia's male desk mate, came in smiling brightly and proudly handed her a hamburger. Seeing the hamburger already in her hand, his smile froze. Sylvia, who bought you that hamburger? He asked in surprise. Sylvia lived with her grandmother, and their financial condition wasn't good. Sylvia wouldn't even buy a meat bun that cost 50 cents, let alone a hamburger costing over 10 yuan. So, the hamburger must have been bought by someone else. However, Sylvia didn't have many friends, and Augustin couldn't guess who bought it for her. Sylvia looked up dazedly, with crumbs still clinging to her lips, blinking her large eyes slowly, looking both silly and cute. Augustin couldn't help but be captivated. I bought it for Rachel, what's wrong with that? Alger, seated at his desk, crossed his arms, glaring provocatively at Augustin. Augustin's gaze on Sylvia irked him. How dare another man eye his future wife? Not a single glance was acceptable. And Alger's menacing look also gave Augustin a sense of danger. Apparently, Alger had noticed Sylvia's beauty too. The classroom was unusually quiet, the atmosphere tense, and the other students watched the two strangely. It's nothing, just asking. Augustin laughed awkwardly, sitting down and eating breakfast in a sullen mood. Sylvia continued to nibble on the hamburger slowly, her eyes beneath the heavy bangs filled with joy. It was Alger who bought it for her. How happy she was. After finishing the hamburger, she carefully wiped the grease from the wrapper, then neatly folded it and placed it in her backpack. Inside her backpack were beautiful candy wrappers and yellowed cards. She cherished them as if they were treasures. Whenever she felt down, taking them out to look at would make her very happy. Sylvia wanted to wash her hands. As soon as she stood up, Augustin quickly rose to let her out. Teach, thank you. Sylvia bowed her head, softly thanking him. Why are you so formal with me? Augustin smiled, showing 8 white teeth. His smug smile was really annoying. Alger gritted his back molars, itching to beat up Augustin. He got up and went to the restroom to wash his hands as well. Sylvia walked slowly ahead, and he followed closely behind. The blue and white school uniform on the petite Sylvia looked like a loose nightgown on her slender frame. She was really too skinny. This made Alger's heart ache. Suddenly, Sylvia stopped walking, holding the wall with one hand and clutching her stomach with the other, bending over in pain. A red stain spread on her blue school trousers. Alger instantly understood what was happening. Periods could be unpredictable like this, catching girls off guard. Alger quickly took off his school jacket and tied it around Sylvia's waist, covering the stain. Her waist was so tiny that one hand could encircle it. A phrase popped into Alger's mind, willowy waist, too slender to grasp. They stood very close, able to feel each other's breath. Sylvia's face was bright red, like a ripe persimmon. Her lips were pink and tender, her nose small and cute, her watery eyes looking down. Alger suddenly remembered little Sylvia, with her big eyes and chubby cheeks, incredibly adorable. Now, the little darling had grown up, but standing next to tall Alger, she only reached his chest, making her look even more petite and lovely. Alger really wanted to pinch Sylvia's cheeks, wondering if they were still as soft and elastic as when she was little. Chapter 4. Touched Rachel's face. By the time Sylvia regained her composure, Alger had already fastened his school uniform around her waist. It'll get dirty. It would soil Alger's school uniform. Her face flushed. She tried to undo the uniform. It doesn't matter if it gets dirty. You can just wash it for me. Alger curled his lips into a smile, placing one hand on her shoulder and looking down at her. Sylvia's body stiffened, her head drooping even lower. Do you have a sanitary pad? Alger bent down, tilting his head to ask. His warm breath blew onto Sylvia's scalp, making her feel as though her face was burning hot. She tightly twisted the corner of her shirt, her mind filled with thoughts of Alger's hand on her shoulder. The warmth from his palm transmitted through the school uniform to her shoulder, feeling warm and cozy. She didn't hear what Alger asked at all. Rachel, you should change clothes in the dormitory. Alger gently patted her shoulder, smiling at her blushing face. Only when his hand left her shoulder did she come back to her senses. At the same time, she felt a tiny bit disappointed. Alger leaned on the corridor railing, watching as Sylvia slowly left the teaching building toward the dormitory. He could still feel the warmth of her shoulder on his palm. He stared at his palm blankly and giggled softly. Why did his heart feel so sweet? Hey, Hongzi, what good thing are you thinking about? Laughing so happily? Someone patted his shoulder. Alger turned his head and saw Demetrius, who had dark circles under his eyes, grinning at him. I said you wouldn't understand. Alger continued leaning on the railing, searching for Sylvia. Demetrius peeked and saw Marta walking by with her best friend. He nodded knowingly. Oh, watching your sister-in-law. Alger also saw Marta and immediately changed expression. Gordizi, didn't I tell you not to call Marta my sister-in-law? She hasn't cooled off yet. If Xiaoxi gets angry, your sister-in-law might not be soothed back, and you'll end up crying. Demetrius yawned, patted Alger on the shoulder, and walked towards the classroom. I'm so sleepy, going to take a nap first. Marta and her best friend Lauren came downstairs. Beatrix, look quickly, Alger is peeking at you. Lauren lifted her head and saw Alger. Marta glanced at Alger, snubbing him with a scoff. Humph. Only knows how to sneak peeks at me, such a loser. Alger still stood there, waiting for Sylvia. Marta and Lauren passed by him. Beatrix, the small shop we often go to has released new shades of lipstick. There's this tomato red, super pretty. I've heard that too, but I usually have to review. Let's go check it out next Sunday. Marta intentionally paused near Alger, ensuring he heard what she just said. As expected, by noon, she would receive a new lipstick. Alger always catered to her demands. Whatever she wanted, he would buy for her. However, Alger wasn't paying attention to them. He stretched his neck toward the dormitory direction. Morning reading time was about to start, and if Sylvia was late, she would be punished by the homeroom teacher to stand outside. They were in a private school, which used to be very lax. Unlike public schools now, this private school had stricter management than public ones. This year they got a new principal who made a bunch of new rules, determined to boost the school's admission rate and make Xuanhuan High School one of the top high schools in the county. Both teachers and students faced strict requirements, no slacking allowed. He firmly believed there were no unteachable students, only incapable teachers. And he was even more convinced that with hard work, anything could be achieved. Moreover, he rehired several retired old teachers specifically for graduating classes. Alger's homeroom teacher was particularly fierce Braden, who never showed any mercy. Speaking of the devil, Braden appeared. Wearing black-framed glasses and striding briskly, he headed towards the teaching building. His sharp eyes scanned upwards. Alger hurriedly crouched down, ducking into the restroom. Braden arrived at the classroom. Haven't eaten breakfast? All of you read louder. You look so listless, no youthful vigor at all. Braden tapped the lectern with a ruler, clang clang. Despite his slim figure, his voice was powerful enough to echo throughout the building. Sylvia was running upstairs when she heard his voice, shivering with fear and quickening her pace. By the time she reached the classroom door, she was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Our report. She reported while breathing heavily. Get the book and stand outside as punishment. Braden didn't care about the reason. Whoever it was must follow the rules. But looking at the frail Sylvia, his tone softened slightly. Hearing the punishment of standing outside, Sylvia's nose tingled, and her eyes welled up with tears that pattered down. She hung her head low, not wanting anyone to see her tear-streaked face. It had been a month since school started, and this was the first time she was punished with standing outside. Besides, she was a girl. Being punished by standing outside was embarrassing. Augustin, her desk mate, promptly handed over the English book to Sylvia. Seeing her pitiful look, he couldn't help feeling sorry for her. Report. Alger stood behind Sylvia to report, deliberately making his voice higher and dragging it out long, which caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Hearing his high-pitched voice, Sylvia couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Demetrius, who had been dozing off, was startled awake by the laughter. What's going on? Why are you all laughing? Humph, drawing attention. Go stand outside. Braden roared fiercely, hitting the ruler hard against the lectern. Demetrius hurriedly grabbed Alger's book and threw it directly from his seat to Alger. The English book traced an elegant arc in the classroom, landing perfectly into Alger's waiting hands. Brilliant. Truly moachi, coordinated. Demetrius cheered loudly from his seat. The classmates also marveled and praised Alger for his coolness. Humph, really acting. Do you think this will draw my attention? Marta curled her lip disdainfully. Silence, silence, read your books. Braden angrily slapped the desk, glaring sharply at Demetrius through his glasses. Was it supposed to be silent, or were they supposed to read? Alger and Sylvia went out to the corridor and stood against the wall. Sylvia clutched her English book, still feeling wronged as tears trickled down her cheeks. If it weren't for Alger's company, she would have cried even harder. Alger felt extremely sympathetic and rummaged through his pocket, finding a crumpled tissue. Your little face is all smudged like a cat's. Wipe it. He gently wiped her tears with the tissue, inadvertently covering her face with paper scraps. Damn, what rough tissue. Alger hurriedly tried to remove the paper scraps from her face. Sylvia's delicate skin turned bright red from Alger's jertung, fussing. What a lousy tissue. Alger angrily tossed the tissue on the ground and stomped on it forcefully. His childish action succeeded in amusing Sylvia, but she bit her lip to stop herself from laughing aloud. Seeing that she wasn't crying anymore, Alger scratched his head and smiled foolishly. As long as he could make her happy, being silly was no big deal. Sylvia sneakily glanced at Alger, feeling he seemed different from before. No, it was more like the original Alger had returned. Ever since that incident happened in his family, he had become cold. The initial Alger used to take her along to play around the village, causing small mischief. Those beautiful days were truly memorable. Demetrius, who was nodding off, swayed back and forth. You, and you, all stand outside. Braden marched over and picked out several students who were dozing off. Demetrius joined them outside. Without a chance to sleep, the boys began to whisper and tease each other quietly. In the midst of pushing and shoving, one boy bumped into Sylvia. Chapter 5 Wall Press. Sylvia was engrossed in a book, her head bent over the pages, when suddenly a tall figure loomed over her. She was snugly protected in Alger's arms. Behind her was the cold wall, and before her was his warm embrace. This was a wall press. The boy's warm breath sprayed onto her forehead. Sire-lifting her gaze slightly, she saw the boy's protruding Adam's apple. Her eyes moved upward, taking in the boy's smooth jawline, the slight upturn of his lips, his high bridge nose, and his deep eyes. Their eyes met, and the boy's fiery gaze almost set Sylvia ablaze. The young girl's face flushed red. Alger stared into her clear eyes, seeing a tiny version of himself reflected there. In her eyes, there was him, and in her heart, too. Her lips resembled roses blooming in the early morning, moist, beautiful, just begging to be tasted. They must taste sweet. Her heart pounded, inexplicably accelerating. Oh no, it was a heart throb. Having been reborn, Alger finally understood what it felt like to have a heart throb. His infatuation with Marta in his previous life was nothing but a joke. Why are you making such a fuss? A day's plan is made in the morning, and you waste such precious time not studying. How can you face your parents who pay for your tuition? Young people who don't work hard will only regret it when they grow old. Braden came out, furious, scolding them. The boys temporarily reined in their behavior, holding books as if reading diligently. Alger also held a book, casting side glances at Sylvia beside him. Her face was still flushed, her mouth slightly open, breathing seemingly a bit labored. Had he frightened her with that? How he wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her properly. Read louder, boys. Stand straight. Don't slouch and hunchbacked even at this young age. You look like little Bradens. Braden couldn't help feeling disheartened, muttering more before storming back to the classroom. In truth, Braden genuinely wished them well, but in their youth, they couldn't understand it then. At this moment, Alger received 2 tasks from the system. Just last night, he discovered that he was bound to an overachiever system. Not everyone could be reborn, and even fewer had a system like a golden finger after being reborn. He had it because of Sylvia. In his past life, she donated under his name, sponsored poor students, did good deeds, and accumulated virtue for him, giving him the chance to be reborn and possess this golden finger. What else had this silly girl done silently for him? He must have been insane in his past life to ignore a treasure like Yaki and remain hopelessly infatuated with Marta, a vain and materialistic schemer. After carefully reading the user manual, Alger became even more excited. Completing system tasks would earn him corresponding rewards, superpowers, and points, which could be used to purchase desired items from the point mall. Sylvia's speech impediment and brain injury could be cured using superpowers. He carefully examined the 2 tasks released by the system. Task 1. Read English passages aloud in front of 200 people for 30 minutes daily, accumulating 300 minutes. Reward, super memory. This task wasn't difficult. During break time, he would stand beneath the teaching building to read, for exactly 30 minutes. The whole school would gather to watch, certainly more than 200 people. To accumulate 300 minutes, it would take 10 days. Task 2. Focus on classes continuously for 4 periods. Reward, super concentration. This task posed some difficulty for Alger now. For 2 years, he never paid attention in class, either sleeping or reading novels. Of course, sometimes skipping class altogether. Each period lasted 45 minutes, so 4 periods wouldn't be too challenging if he put in some effort. Both tasks had a progress value of 10, starting at 0. As the progress values increased, his abilities would improve accordingly until completion. Morning study ended, and the students who stood as punishment finally returned to the classroom. Sylvia followed behind the boys, slowly walking into the classroom. Alger took Sylvia's cup to the teacher's office and asked a female teacher for 2 pieces of brown sugar. Marta and Lauren emerged from the restroom. Marta clutched her stomach with one hand, her face pale. She deeply regretted eating ice cream yesterday, knowing her period was coming, causing severe abdominal pain today. She hated the boy who bought her the ice cream. Beatrix, Alger made you brown sugar water. He actually remembered your period date, quite thoughtful. Lauren pointed at Alger coming out of the teacher's office, her eyes full of admiration. I won't forgive him anyway. I'm really angry this time. Inside, Marta felt somewhat smug, but she didn't show it on her face. Alger gently shook the cup, but the 2 pieces of brown sugar had yet to completely dissolve. At this moment, his heart felt as sweet as the brown sugar water in the cup. Warming up the girl he loved truly was a joyous deed. In the next second, however, the smile vanished from his eyes as he looked coldly at Marta standing in front of him. She stared down at Alger with a haughty demeanor. I won't eat the burger you bought for me. I have an upset stomach and don't want it. And next time you make brown sugar water, 1 piece of sugar is enough. I don't like it too sweet. With that said, she reached out to grab the cup. Alger quickly sidestepped, dashing away before she could get it. What's wrong with this girl? She's trying to snatch the cup meant for his childhood sweetheart. Besides, when did he ever buy her a burger? What a presumptuous thought. His little Qingmei, childhood sweetheart, liked it sweet, and he felt 2 pieces were even insufficient. It was none of his concern what Marta preferred. Now, he didn't even want to see her, let alone speak to her. Lauren, Alger has really gone too far. What's he up to now? This has got to stop. Marta retorted, humph. This time, even if he kneels down and begs for my forgiveness, I won't give it to him. Marta was genuinely furious. During her period, her emotions were already low. She just had to see what trick Alger was playing. When she saw Alger pass the cup to Sylvia, she felt more disdainful inside. Was he trying to make her jealous by showing kindness to another girl? That's so immature. It was obvious what he was doing right from the start. Just as Sylvia returned to her seat, Alger handed her a cup of brown sugar water. Her eyes flickered nervously, head hanging low, not daring to meet Alger's gaze. A boy getting a drink for a girl, and brown sugar water at that. Wasn't this a bit too flirtatious? Augustin paused, then laughed and said, Alger, isn't Sylvia's grandma the one who asked you to take care of her? What a good neighbor you are. He tried to comfort himself this way. Brown sugar water was essential during a girl's period. Sylvia was on her period, and he, her desk mate, hadn't known about it while Alger did from where he sat. He only noticed then that Sylvia had changed into black pants instead of the blue-white school uniform pants. No wonder she was late for morning study. She had gone back to the dormitory to change. It's not like that. I just wanted to be nice to Rachel, Alger responded blandly, casting a warning glance at Augustin, as if to say, hands off my childhood sweetheart. Augustin was taken aback. You, aren't you still into Marta? Brother, spreading rumors is against the law, you know? Alger curled his lips into a smirk, then spoke softly to Sylvia, Rachel, it's a bit hot, drink slowly. When Alger left, Sylvia still hadn't reacted. He called her Rachel. She hadn't heard him call her that for 2 years. The old Alger was back. Rachel, look, there's a bird's nest at the top of the tree. I can climb up and fetch some eggs for you to play with. Rachel, my mom sent me a bag of fruit candy, sour and sweet. I bet you'll love it. Rachel, run fast. The big yellow dog is chasing us. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. Images of their childhood flashed before her eyes. Sylvia rested her head on her desk, letting tears of excitement dampen her sleeves. Neither Alger nor Augustin realized others hadn't heard them, but they all saw Alger make the brown sugar water for Sylvia. Sirank Augustin, they assumed the two families were neighbors who took care of each other. Marta inwardly rolled her eyes dramatically. To think Alger would pick such a stuttering girl to try and upset her. Her hair covered most of her face, afraid to show herself, probably hiding her ugly features. And her body, skinny like a bean sprout, could easily be blown over by the wind. Her grades weren't as good as Marta's either, and her nature slow like a turtle. Nothing about her could match Marta. Would she actually be jealous of such a girl? Marta snorted in disdain, tossed her long hair over her shoulder, pushed her chest forward, and strutted confidently to her seat. Next came Braden's math class for the entire morning. Sirental Gordison lectured enthusiastically, speaking passionately, his face flushed red. He occasionally rapped the lectern with his ruler, shaking the students who were half asleep. While Braden turned to write on the board, several students sprawled on their desks. Alger's eyelids kept drooping. Habits formed over years were hard to break. How could he complete his system tasks like this in the first class? Chapter 6 Alger, Successful Confession. Alger looked at Sylvia in the front row. Her small figure sat up straight and was busy writing something in her book, occasionally glancing up at the blackboard, looking extremely focused. From a young age, Sylvia had always been an excellent student, a genuine overachiever. During the middle school entrance exam, Sylvia topped the city. She could have gone to the best high school in town. Back then, many schools tried to recruit her, offering all sorts of attractive conditions like free tuition and scholarships. But Sylvia chose xuanhuan High School, a loosely managed private school, just because Alger was here. In freshman year, Sylvia consistently topped the grade, far ahead of the second best student, making her a legendary figure. But that incident in sophomore year brought the once proud daughter down into the dust. Now, it took great effort for her just to maintain a top 10 ranking in her class. The god who was once admired by all students now seemed to have lost all presence. Alger gazed at Sylvia with pity. He would definitely work hard for his childhood sweetheart. He stared intently at the blackboard, listening carefully to Braden's every word. Whenever he felt sleepy, he pinched his thigh forcefully until tears welled up in his eyes. Demetrius slept soundly beside him, smacking his lips now and then, drool dripping from the desk to the floor. Braden looked at the few students lying down, feeling both distressed and somewhat comforted. At least it had progressed from many students lying down to just a few. This was progress. He knew it needed time and couldn't be rushed. After class, Braden specially praised Alger. Alger did well in this class, paying attention throughout. Keep it up. Nobody paid much attention except for Sylvia, who glanced back at him, only to meet his gaze. He flashed her a smile. Sylvia blushed immediately, lowering her lashes, unable to look at him again. Alger smiled even more broadly. In the second class, Alger endured by pinching his thigh again. As soon as class ended, Alger grabbed his English book and rushed out of the classroom. Braden was packing away teaching materials when he saw a blue shadow flash past him, and one student disappeared from the room. Everyone thought Alger had a stomachache and went to the bathroom with his textbook as toilet paper. Until they heard Alger's reading voice from under the teaching building, they knew what he was up to. It was the big break, and all the students were outside their classrooms, curiously watching Alger downstairs. Isn't this Alger from Senior 3? Why is he reading aloud downstairs? Maybe he's secretly confessing to Zhao Deo. He's reciting an English poem. Pay attention. Maybe there's I love you hidden in the text. Students crowded the railing in the hallway. Some shouted, Alger, go for it. Thinking he was confessing to Marta. Even the teachers were alerted. Braden was furious. He had just praised Alger for paying attention, and now he was causing trouble again. He narrowly escaped punishment last night from the Dean of Studies, but started acting up again today. This time, it was in front of the entire school. Dean Alec waited for Alger to say his confession, so he could expel him on the spot. Beatrix, isn't Alger crazy? He'll get expelled if he confesses publicly. He must really like you. Lauren sighed, thinking how devoted Alger was. For Marta, he risked being expelled and wouldn't even finish high school. Marta didn't speak. She thought Alger had no choice. He might use this as an excuse to force her to be his girlfriend, saying he was expelled for her. But that would make it even less possible for them. She was going to college. How could she be with a street punk? Demetrius was sleeping soundly, woken up by the commotion. Seeing no one in the classroom, he ran out to join in. Hearing that Alger would confess to Marta publicly, he got excited and cheered, Alger, successful confession? Alger looked up, his eyes shooting daggers at Demetrius. Seeing the tiny figure next to him, others leaned over the railing from the chest up, but Sylvia only showed her black hair. Trying to see clearly, she stood on tiptoe, then fell back down after getting tired. Up and down, like playing hide and seek with him. So adorable. Alger couldn't help but smile. Beatrix, Alger is smiling at you. So handsome. Lauren tugged at Marta's arm, excited. Though Alger was an underachiever, he was tall and handsome, especially with that sunny smile just now. Next to Sylvia stood Marta, and everyone thought Alger was smiling at Marta. So what? He smiles at me every day. It's so annoying. Marta pouted, looking disdainful. In her heart, she thought that considering how devoted he was, she would have lunch with him at noon. If he really got expelled, she would treat it as a farewell to him. When Alger looked at Sylvia, he paused for a moment. Everyone pricked up their ears, listening intently, thinking he was about to confess. But he continued reading the text, and not a single word was related to Marta. Marta felt a little disappointed. The school leaders were also disappointed. Although they thought of making an example out of him, this chicken was too cunning, and they couldn't catch him red-handed. It seemed like he was truly just reading the text. However, was it necessary to read the text in front of the entire school? Sire answering further. Half an hour passed, the big break ended, and Alger finished his reading. All the English teachers stated that Alger had been reading the text. Though not perfectly pronounced, he followed the textbook without any extra words. TCH, I thought he was a hero. In the end, he's still a coward. If you're not brave enough to confess publicly, don't create such a scene. Marta was both angry and disappointed, muttering curses at Alger under her breath. She thought he would finally confess, but retreated for a graduation certificate. What a wimp. The bell rang, and the students went back to their classrooms. Alger returned to the classroom as well. Hongzi, what happened? They said you didn't confess. Did you or not? Demetrius didn't understand English and only knew to cheer him on. Alger choked him angrily. Who told you I was going to confess? I was clearly reading the text. Demetrius exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and twitched. At this moment, Alger heard a ding in his mind, a system prompt indicating that his super memory progress value was 1 point. He hurriedly released Demetrius and grabbed a book randomly to read. He flipped through the brand new Chinese textbook, hastily scanning 2 pages. Then he closed his eyes, recalling the content he just read. Surprisingly, he remembered everything. Excited inside, he continued flipping through the Chinese textbook quickly, finishing soon. Closing his eyes again, he could recite even which lesson was on which page. Damn, this superpower is awesome. Hongzi, what's wrong with you? You're grinning like your girlfriend already agreed to your confession? Demetrius touched his neck, looking at him oddly. If you call Marta my sister-in-law again, I won't sit next to you anymore. Alger glared at him fiercely. Demetrius chuckled nonchalantly. Then who do you want to sit next to? Alger looked at Sylvia in front, his lips unconsciously curling. His laughing and fierce expressions made Demetrius feel uneasy. He wouldn't have really been driven crazy, would he? Alger ignored him and took out another book to test his superpower, but he could barely remember some of the content. It turned out that 1 point of progress only allowed him to super remember 1 book. Only reaching full progress points could unlock super memory, remembering everything he saw. At this moment, a note was passed over from the student in front of Alger. Alger opened it and immediately changed expression. Chapter 7. I don't rank Marta. The note was written by Marta. She said she was very hungry and asked Alger to skip class and climb over the wall to buy her something to eat. Alger used to be like this, always responding to Marta's requests. Even if he was in the middle of a class, if Marta told him to do something, he would immediately rush off to do it. This woman is really sick. I'm not her servant. Alger angrily crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it behind him. Hongzi, what did sister-in-law say that made you so angry? Demetrius seriously suspected that Alger had lost his mind. Previously, he treasured everything belonging to Marta as if they were treasures, carefully preserving all the notes she wrote. Now, he just threw them away without hesitation. Gordizi, let me tell you one last time. Stop calling Marta my sister. Sierenston, I don't like her at all, okay? Alger said with great patience. Time would prove everything. No matter how much he explained, Demetrius wouldn't understand. Just because he used to care too much about Marta. Hongzi, your attitude worries me. As an old saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the pain. Demetrius was even more convinced that Alger deeply loved Marta. This left Alger speechless. He rummaged through his desk and found a book. Inside, there were notes Marta had written to him before. Alger, buy me a pack of sanitary napkins, the kind with wings like the ones we bought last time. Hey, it's raining. I didn't bring an umbrella. Go buy one for me. This cup of soy milk is too sweet. I don't like it. Go get a plain one. She made him buy shampoo, soap, toilet paper, whenever she ran out of anything. Fuck, did she think his house was a supermarket? Alger was so angry he wanted to slap himself. He had been such a fool back then. He thought about throwing away all these notes. Suddenly, he remembered a video he saw online from his previous life. A girl wanted to break up with a boy, and the boy asked her to return everything he had bought for her. If she couldn't return the items, she should pay him back instead. The boy had meticulously recorded every expense during their relationship. At the time, Alger had mocked the boy for being petty. Now he realized, dealing with such a shameless woman required a similarly shameless approach. These notes were the perfect record-keeping tool. 2 years' worth, a thick stack. He would have to settle this account with Marta properly. Seeing Alger stroking those notes, Demetrius sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for his brother who had been trapped in love, now mentally deranged. Marta was suffering from stomach cramps due to hunger. Yet by the time Braden came to teach the class, Alger still hadn't left the classroom to buy her food. She turned back angrily, glaring at Alger with displeasure. They were both in group 2. Alger was in the 3rd group, while Marta was in the 4th group on the 3rd row. The boys sitting behind Marta thought she was looking at them and shyly lowered their heads. Only Alger ignored her gaze. Marta gritted her teeth in anger. Fine, Alger. Even if you kneel and beg, I won't acknowledge you anymore. Alger listened to Braden's lecture very seriously. Every word Braden said, Alger effortlessly noted down. But after a while, he started to feel drowsy. The habit he had developed over a long time made him treat the teacher's voice as a lullaby. Nothing put him to sleep faster than listening to a teacher. With no other choice, he pinched his thigh. In a flood of tears, Alger managed to endure 2 more classes, successfully completing his task. When the system informed him that he had unlocked super concentration, he smiled happily. Rubbing his sore thigh, he sighed, feeling how hard it had been. School was dismissed, and Braden called Alger to the office. Head of guidance Alec was also there. Alger, has something happened at home? Look at you, crying for 4 classes. Your eyes are all red. Braden asked with concern. Privately, he was quite friendly with his students. Crying for 4 classes? That must be because his confession was rejected. Alec took a sip of tea, savoring it, glancing sideways at Alger. Tell me, did you plan to confess to Marta in front of everyone under the teaching building? Leaning back comfortably in his chair with his legs crossed, Alec awaited Alger's response. Alger looked serious. Director Ma, spreading rumors is illegal. I don't like Marta at all. Why would I confess to her? Alec chuckled. Do you think I'm stupid? For 2 years, you followed Marta around like a dog, buying whatever she wanted. If you didn't like her, why did you buy things for her? Alger gave a dry laugh. I almost forgot, Director Ma. You were once a gold medal tan dog, licking dog, yourself, sending flowers daily. You know the behavior of licking dogs best. Alec immediately turned red with anger and slammed the table, shouting, You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? I managed to marry the school beauty back then. Can you do that? You're just a poor devil. I don't want to pursue Marta, nor do I want to marry her. Alger did not dig up Alec's dark history any further. Although Alec used unconventional methods to pursue the school beauty, he truly treated his wife well for decades. Alger was so confrontational to let Alec know that they students were not easy to bully, especially for someone like him, a student who struggled academically. Alec looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. Alger, no matter what, Director Ma is an elder. Your behavior is very impolite. Apologize to Director Ma right now. Brayden looked at Alger seriously. Alger obediently apologized to Alec. This made Alec quite surprised. Brayden was satisfied with Alger's attitude and nodded, saying, Good children acknowledge their mistakes and correct them. Alger, actually, you are quite smart. If you put your intelligence into studies, you can get into college. Alec sneered, He's just a slacker, dreaming of getting into college. Alger ignored him, looking sincerely at Brayden. Teacher Benny, to be honest, I cried in class not because of anything else, but because I had an epiphany. I feel so regretful for wasting so much good time before. From now on, I will definitely study hard. I believe in myself that I can definitely get into a good university. Touched by these words, Brayden's eyes moistened. He gripped Alger's shoulder forcefully. Well said. I believe you can make it. As Alger left, Alec shook his head mockingly. Teacher Benny, you can't really believe this kid will get into college, right? He has 2 years of missed classes. Can he catch up? These cases do exist. If he can't get into a first-tier university, maybe a second-tier, or even a vocational college. As teachers, we should never give up on any student easily. Brayden felt that Alger truly had an epiphany. His eyes today were clearly different from yesterday. Alger walked happily towards the canteen. It felt so good to be trusted by others. As soon as Alger entered the canteen, Demetrius waved at him. Hongzi, over here. He had already gotten lunch for Alger. Alger didn't go over immediately, but looked around, searching for Sylvia. There she sat alone in the corner, almost burying her small face in her plate, diligently eating. Seeing only one dish of vegetables on her plate, Alger frowned deeply. He walked to the serving window and ordered 2 meat dishes. Just as he turned, he was stopped by Marta. Chapter 8. Alger, aren't you too nice to the neighbor's sirental sister? Alger, why did you come so late? I'm starving. Why didn't you go buy things this morning when I told you? What were you doing? Why are you buying chicken legs again? I'm sick of eating them. Braised pork looks tiring too. The fried fish today looks nice. Buy some fried fish and remember to remove the bones well. I'll wait for you over there. Marta said a lot of things in a rush, then walked away with Lauren's arm. She acted like a princess, treating Alger as if he were her servant. This woman was quite ill, thinking she was a princess from a royal family. Alger ignored her completely, but it seemed that girls should eat more fried fish. It's good for their health. So Alger bought another serving of fried fish. He sat opposite Sylvia with his tray, and waved at Demetrius who had been waiting for him. Demetrius was confused seeing him sitting with Sylvia. Sylvia also looked confused at Alger sitting across from her. Didn't he usually eat with Marta every day? Hongzi, you've got so many dishes, shall I take some to your wife? Demetrius held 2 trays, looking at the 3 meat dishes, his mouth watering. He thought Alger might be having a spat with Marta and felt awkward sending the food to her himself, so he offered to do it. Hearing the word wife, Sylvia was startled, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Alger tapped Demetrius on the head with his chopsticks, slightly annoyed. Gordizi, how many times have I told you? I don't like Marta. Don't call her my wife. Why can't you remember? Sylvia was shocked. Did Alger say he doesn't like Marta? It couldn't be possible. He must have just quarreled with Marta. Thinking about this, Sylvia felt another wave of disappointment. Demetrius rubbed his head, grinning. All right, I got it. He inwardly laughed at Alger's stubborn denial. Sitting with 2 boys made Sylvia feel a bit uncomfortable. She was used to being alone. Alger picked up a chicken leg, chose some lean pieces of braised pork, and placed them on Sylvia's tray. Sylvia was momentarily stunned. She thought Alger would just sit here to eat, not expecting him to serve her food. To make Sylvia feel at ease, Alger quickly said, I bought enough for 3 people. Yaki, there's a portion for you too. Remember to pack more dumplings next Sunday. I eat a lot. With this explanation, Sylvia didn't refuse. Demetrius didn't notice anything unusual either. Their families were neighbors. They often exchanged food. It was normal. He took a chicken leg and started munching, getting oil all over his face. Taking a big bite of chicken, followed by a scoop of rice, his cheeks bulged. Delicious. As he spoke, he almost sprayed out his food. Sylvia glanced at him, a slight smile curving her lips. She found Demetrius rather cute. Looking down, she saw a piece of fried fish with all the bones removed on her plate. Alger smiled at her. Girls should eat more fish. It's good for you. Hongzi, you're too nice to the neighbor's little sister. I want boneless fish too. Demetrius pouted with an oily mouth, twisting his body in a playful manner. How annoying. Alger moved away, finding him disgusting. Originally blushing and unsure of what to say, Sylvia relaxed due to Demetrius's distraction and ate the fish comfortably. Yet, why did her nose feel stuffy? Alger's kindness made her feel somewhat unaccustomed. Marta waited for a long time but still didn't see Alger send any food over. She hadn't eaten breakfast and was already starving. Seeing Alger enjoying his meal happily with the others, she was practically fuming. Lauren hurriedly bought a dish of stir-fried cabbage. See Yao, there's no more fried fish left, only stir-fried cabbage. Eat quickly, you haven't eaten since morning, you must be hungry. Marta gave the cabbage a disdainful look. I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. You eat it. Lauren secretly curled her lips. The princess temper had returned. Just now, Marta complained of hunger. Now she wasn't hungry anymore? And right at this moment, Marta's stomach growled embarrassingly. Her face turned red in embarrassment. Lauren pretended not to hear or see, focusing on her own meal. Following Marta around every day, eating delicious meals, she benefited a lot. Suddenly eating bland stir-fried cabbage, she found it hard to swallow too. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury but difficult to return. Though Alger came from a poor family, he was indeed generous to Marta. After the meal, Sylvia went back to the dorm to wash clothes. Alger and Demetrius went to the internet cafe to play games. Most of their living expenses came from playing games. Alger was extremely skilled, managing multiple game accounts, earning considerable money from selling equipment and items. But most of this money was spent on Marta. It wasn't just because he liked her, but also because she had saved his life before, and he wanted to repay her. In reality, the person who saved him back then wasn't her at all. He had been deceived by her for so many years in his previous life. How foolish he had been. When it was almost time for class, the two of them returned to school. The new principal enforced strict rules. Missing class 3 times would result in immediate expulsion. Unlike before, where attendance didn't matter much and no one cared. Passing by a small store that specialized in women's items like accessories, scarves, lipstick, and mascara, Alger walked in and bought a brand new lipstick. Hee, buying another one for your sister-in-law? Hongzi, you're such a hypocrite. If you don't like her, why are you still buying lipstick for her? Faced with Demetrius's teasing, Alger didn't want to explain any further. Even if he did, Demetrius wouldn't believe him. Back in the classroom, Alger didn't see Sylvia, so he turned to go to the bathroom. Marta came face to face with him. Alger. Marta stood tall in front of him, her back straight as an arrow. I knew you'd buy me lipstick, hand it over. She extended her hand towards Alger, giving an order. Just now in the restroom, a girl from the neighboring class told her that she saw Alger buying lipstick at the little shop. Marta felt very smug. She had known Alger would find a way to appease her. This morning she mentioned wanting new lipstick, and by noon, he had already bought it for her. Why are you just standing there dumbly? Give it to me now. Considering the lipstick, I won't be mad at you for now, but in the future, you'd better perform well, or I'll really ignore you. Marta glared at him, extending her right hand closer. Big sister, begging here. Give my ass. Alger curled his lip disdainfully and went straight to the restroom, bypassing her. Asking for lipstick like that, what a sickness. Alger, have you taken the wrong medicine? What's wrong with you? Marta stormed off to the classroom angrily. So stupid, learning bad habits from TV shows, giving him an easy out yet he doesn't know how to take it. This would only make her annoyed with him. Sitting down, her stomach growled loudly. Everyone looked at her curiously. Lauren asked with concern, "Si Yao, you haven't eaten for 2 meals, must be starving." Marta glanced at the classmates and smiled awkwardly. No problem, I'm just on a diet. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at how disciplined the school belle was, skipping 2 meals just to maintain her figure. When Alger returned to the classroom, he still didn't see Sylvia, and he became worried. Sylvia finally arrived just as the bell rang. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathing slightly heavily. Her thick bangs were pushed aside, revealing her smooth forehead. Augustin was playing with a pin, turning his head, and the pin slipped from his hand, clattering onto the desk. Chapter 9. Augustin discovered Sylvia's breathtaking beauty. Sylvia was startled and turned her head to look at him. Augustin was completely stunned. Damn, what kind of breathtaking beauty is this? Her curled eyelashes resembled a pair of butterflies ready to take flight. Her lively large eyes shone like the brilliant stars in the sky, so dazzling and alluring. With a light blink, an air of purity and coy charm would emanate from her. A ray of sunshine fell upon her, and Augustin noticed that her pupils were actually light blue. She usually kept her head lowered, with thick bangs covering her face. He only discovered this now. Feeling uncomfortable under Augustin's die-die stare, Sylvia lowered her head and flipped through her textbook. Augustin felt as if he had discovered a new continent, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. The two of them were desk mates, and being in close contact, Augustin knew she was beautiful. But he didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Compared to Sylvia, Marta had no advantage in looks at all. Sylvia could compete not just with the county flower, but even with the city flower. Alger had been keeping an eye on Sylvia's every move and naturally saw Augustin staring at her like a lovesick fool. This wouldn't do. He must get into the top 10 of the class and choose Sylvia as his desk mate. The 3 afternoon classes were originally biology classes. However, the biology teacher had taken a leave, and Braden came to teach instead. The students groaned. They had just had math classes all morning, and now they had more in the afternoon. This class will be a short quiz to review the content covered this morning. During the second period, I'll grade the papers while you study on your own. The third period will be for discussing the answers. Braden announced his plan. The quiz began. Difficult questions were beyond reach, easy ones within grasp. Some buried their heads to answer questions, some looked around aimlessly, and some lay down to sleep. No one cheated. Those who knew did well, those who didn't, simply couldn't do it. Everyone thought cheating beneath them. Alger glanced at the paper and found he could do most of the questions. His super memory unlocked a point during the break, and after 2 math classes, he remembered everything taught. As long as the test questions covered these 2 classes, he could handle them. As for the earlier 2 lessons, though he listened attentively, they seemed like gibberish to him. Demetrius wrote his name on the paper and promptly fell asleep on the desk. Alger focused on the test paper, occasionally looking up at Sylvia. Just having her there made him feel at ease. Actually, given enough time, Sylvia could solve all the questions in any exam. But due to her slow reaction, she almost never finished the test on time. Standing before the blackboard, Braden sighed inwardly at the sight of a cluster of students sleeping in the back row. He felt helpless with these students who were difficult to motivate. Only Alger and class president Hamilton in the back row were doing the paper. Hamilton's academic performance was also among the top. He chose the rear seat himself, saying that sitting at the back allowed him to see what everyone else was doing and manage the class better. However, Braden didn't have much hope for Alger, given his history of turning in blank papers. After the exam, Braden didn't return to the office and started grading the papers during the break. many-handed in blank papers, causing him to shake his head with a bitter smile. The good grades still belonged to the same few people. When he came to Alger's paper, he was greatly surprised. Looking toward Alger's seat, he saw that the boy wasn't sleeping or leaving but was engrossed in reading a book. Had he really undergone an epiphany? Alger read through his Chinese textbook again, feeling his brain filled with knowledge. And with his super focus ability, he concentrated entirely on what he was doing without being disturbed by others. Even when Demetrius called him to go to the restroom, he declined. Marta was famished and could only drink water to quell her hunger. Passing by the corridor, she resentfully glanced at Alger through the window. Marta. Hamilton stopped her and smilingly handed her a chocolate bar. This chocolate was given to me by a friend just now. I don't like sweet things, so why don't you have it? Marta gave a slight smile and said, thank you, class president. But since it's from a girl, and I don't like sweet things either. Straightening her back, she walked away, giving away something she disliked as if treating her as a trash bin. She'd rather starve than eat it. But to maintain her image as pretty and kind-hearted, she wouldn't show displeasure. Except with Alger and Helen, she hadn't shown anger in front of any other classmates. Hamilton frowned and squeezed the chocolate bar hard. Had he known, he wouldn't have said it was from a friend, leading her to refuse it thinking it was from another girl. This chocolate was bought by him anyway. Moreover, being rejected directly like this was embarrassing for him. After all, he was the school's top student, always ranking first in grade exams. Not only was he handsome, but countless girls fell for him. A single glance from him could mesmerize a group of girls. And Marta actually refused his chocolate. He wouldn't give up. Demetrius felt refreshed after sleeping through the class and was playing around with his male classmates, feeling very happy. At this moment, Demetrius seemed carefree, but in the future, he would become self-destructive due to heartbreak and eventually die tragically. He could be considered a man tormented by love as well. During the self-study class, Demetrius was reading a novel. When he got tired, he would sleep. Alger received a random task issued by the system. To accumulate solving 1,000 math problems correctly, he could gain the super mathematician ability. 1,000 problems. If he solved 100 problems a day, it would take 10 days. He carefully read the task rules. Each problem had to be 100% correct. Copying answers did not count towards progress, nor did repeating overly simple problems. This meant that these 1,000 problems had to be genuinely solved by him, and they must vary in difficulty. Whether he truly knew how to solve them or just pretended, the system would naturally discern. Why not 100 problems? No wonder it's called the super overachiever system. It intended to push him into becoming an overachiever. There was no super ability that could be unlocked easily. Even the fastest unlocked super focus ability required him to pinch and swell his thighs. Solve 1,000 problems if it has to be 1,000. For little Sylvia, he would do anything. But, could he unlock this super ability within 10 days? There was only half a month left until the monthly exam. He must enter the top 10 in class and become desk mates with little Sylvia. Alger silently encouraged himself and took out the math test paper. Goodness. He recognized the problems but didn't recognize their solutions. Tears welled up inside him as he started crying and turned to the textbook from the beginning to learn. With the super focus ability, he focused solely on doing the problems, ignoring everything else. For example, Marta's stomach was continuously growling loudly, reverberating throughout the classroom. Even with dieting as an excuse, she was still extremely embarrassed, her face red and unable to lift her head. It felt no different from farting in public. Several students were already secretly laughing. This prompted Braden to occasionally tap the podium with his ruler, urging them to be quiet. His black-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, his sharp eyes scanning the entire class. His gaze couldn't help but land on Alger. This guy was actually solving problems. The adjacent Demetrius wanted to share an interesting part of the novel with Alger, but he ignored him. By the end of the class, Alger had only completed 5 problems. No way, his foundation was too poor. He stood up, stretched, and saw Sylvia walking out with an empty cup. He quickly chased after her and swiftly took the cup from her hand. Sylvia walked slowly forward, looking down at her hands. Where was the cup? Did she forget to take it? She turned back to the classroom. Suddenly, a warm cup was shoved into her hands. It was filled with red sugar water. Sirental Shisi is burning hot. Alger bent his lips in a smile and reached out to ruffle her hair. Your hair seems a bit messy. Her hair was soft and delicate, like touching cotton, providing an excellent texture. Sylvia stood stiffly, staring dumbfounded at Alger's back. He touched her head just now, holding the warm cup to her chest. A sweet smile spread across Sylvia's eyes. Braden handed out papers while announcing scores from highest to lowest. Since it was a short quiz, the full score was 100, not 150. Hamilton 100, Marta 98, Sylvia 90, Augustin 82, Lauren 73, Kai Shanshan 55. Alger was somewhat puzzled why his name hadn't been called yet. He should have solved most of the problems. There was no way he scored 0. Patricia Xiaobing 0, Demetrius 0. Braden recited several zeros. Chapter 10. You promised to submit blank papers together, but, however, until Braden finished calling names, Alger did not hear his own. Demetrius tugged at Alger's sleeve and whispered with a sneer, Hongzi, you didn't even submit your paper. Did you use it to wipe your butt? Alger shot him a glare. I did submit it. Alger. At this moment, Braden suddenly called out Alger's name. Stand up. Demetrius laughed maliciously. Hongzi, you're done for. Not submitting the test paper. Old Benny will spank you with the ruler. Looking bewildered, Alger stood up. He had submitted the paper after all. Braden looked at him and smiled. Let's give special commendation to classmate Alger. He scored 62 points in this exam. The whole class couldn't believe it. Alger, who always submitted blank papers in math, actually passed. How could he pass? He must have cheated. That's right. Too lazy to even write his name on the paper, and he did the problems? Quiet. Quiet down. Braden tapped the lectern with a ruler. He reined in his smile, looking at everyone seriously. Alger's score is indeed genuine. He did not cheat. I've seen his change and efforts, so I'm not surprised that he can pass. I hope classmate Alger keeps trying and continues to work hard, striving to pass again next time. I hope other classmates learn from Alger. If he can do it, I believe everyone else can too. Braden wanted to encourage everyone using Alger's example. He made Alger sit back down. These encouraging words from Braden moved Alger deeply. Unlike Alec, who only belittled and criticized poor students, degrading them into nothingness. During the more than a month since the start of senior year, Braden talked to many poorly performing students, persuading them emotionally and rationally to study well instead of wasting time. However, it was hardly effective. Braden also talked to Alger, but at that time, Alger was devoted to chasing Marta and didn't take Braden's words seriously. Later, after Alger was expelled, he never saw Braden again. In this life, he would certainly not disappoint Braden's expectations. Hongzi, you really aren't loyal. We agreed to submit blank papers together, yet you passed. Demetrius, seething inside, kept flipping through Alger's paper, but couldn't find anything wrong, just feeling frustrated. Alger said calmly, Gordizi, you can do it too. This exam isn't difficult. Have confidence in yourself and don't think you're an idiot. Demetrius burst into laughter instead of getting angry. Right, I am an idiot. And being friends with an idiot like me, you are an idiot too. So hopeless. Frustrated, Alger turned away, no longer paying attention to him. Instead, he focused on the lesson, glancing at Sylvia from time to time. As soon as school ended, Alger and Demetrius rushed to the cafeteria. Since the lunch break was long, many students left campus for meals, some going home or eating at nearby diners. But before evening self-study, there was a short break, so almost everyone had dinner in the cafeteria. Arriving late meant queuing and possibly missing food or seats. Alger took 2 portions of food. Demetrius thought he was getting some for Marta. Seeing he picked sweet and sour pork ribs, Demetrius reminded him, Hongzi, didn't sister-in-law dislike sweets? There were spicy chicken wings she liked. Didn't you get those? Alger always prioritized Marta's preferences when choosing dishes. Over time, Demetrius remembered them too. With all the noise in the cafeteria, Alger only heard Demetrius say something about spicy chicken wings. Let's talk about it in a few days. Sylvia has her period and shouldn't eat overly stimulating foods. Carrying 2 trays, Alger led the way while Demetrius followed carrying his own, looking for seats. Alger, over here. Marta occupied 4 seats and was waving Alger over. Previously, Marta would hold seats while Alger fetched food. Just as Demetrius was about to go over, Alger stopped him. Gordizi, don't go. There are empty seats over there. Let's go there. But sister-in-law. Baffled, Demetrius dumbly followed Alger to the other seats. They hadn't reconciled yet. Marta froze, confused why Alger wasn't coming to her. Alger kept his eyes on the entrance, and when he spotted Sylvia, his eyes lit up, rushing over and pulling her towards the table. Rachel, don't just stand there. Come and sit and eat. Smiling, Alger pulled Sylvia to a seat. Sylvia stared dumbfounded at the meal set before her. I'll go, fetch my own. Trying to stand, Sylvia was held down by Alger's hand on her shoulder. Her body stiffened. Her face flushed red as she looked at the hand resting on her shoulder. Rachel, I need your help with something. Eat first. We'll talk afterward. He patted Sylvia's shoulder, urging her to pick up her spoon and start eating. Always buying her meals, she definitely wouldn't want to eat them anymore. It wouldn't do to keep making excuses every time. He had to find a way for her to eat the meals he bought without feeling guilty. What's the matter? Sylvia still didn't pick up her spoon. She felt embarrassed about eating another meal that Alger had bought. She could tolerate it once or twice, but doing this too often would make her feel shameless, and she wasn't the type of person who enjoyed taking advantage of others. An extremely important thing. Let's talk when we get back to the classroom, Rachel. Eat first. Alger nudged the dazed Demetrius beside him. Startled for a moment, Demetrius immediately cooperated in unison. Yes, Sylvia, eat first. Alger has a very important matter that requires your help. He's afraid you might refuse. Alger secretly praised him. No wonder they were best friends. With such an excuse, if Sylvia refused to eat now, it would seem overly sensitive. She picked up the spoon and started to eat. She ate delicately with small bites and chewed slowly. Her dining manners refined. Unlike Demetrius, who devoured his food like someone who hadn't eaten for days. Usually, Alger also ate quickly, but he deliberately slowed down to accompany Sylvia. Seeing Alger start to eat, Marta stomped her feet angrily. He was intentionally being nice to other girls to upset her. Marta, is this seat taken? Hamilton approached with his tray. Marta forced a smile. No one, sit down. Hamilton sat opposite her. Lauren returned with her meal and saw Alger and Sylvia eating together. Fuming, she muttered, how can Alger be so calm? Still using that tactic. Marta interrupted her quickly. Cyranian, what dishes do you still want? I'll fetch some for you. She gave Hamilton a meaningful look. Only then did Lauren notice him, her face instantly turning red. She put down her tray and sat shyly. She smiled at Marta. I have enough dishes. Beatrix, shall I fetch some more for you? I'll go. Hamilton stood up. No need. I'll go myself. Marta waved her hand, refusing, and went to fetch food. But there were hardly any dishes left, only some vegetable soup. In the end, Marta told Lauren that she suddenly had a stomachache and didn't feel like eating, going back to the classroom to drink water for hunger. Before leaving, she glared at Alger hatefully. Seeing her leave, Hamilton felt a bit disheartened. That isn't top student Hamilton? So handsome. Yes, he's the genius who recited the entire book last year. He's amazing, he glanced at me just now. Hearing the compliments from the girls around him, Hamilton's mood instantly improved. Demetrius finished his meal and looked strangely at Alger slowly chewing. Alger usually ate even faster than him. Hongzi, do you have blisters in your mouth? Shall I find a needle to pop them? Alger frowned. No, finish and go already. Don't you know you're a third wheel? After Demetrius left, Sylvia asked Alger again what he needed help with. Alger still didn't tell her. After finishing their meal, the two walked back to the classroom one after the other. Alger deliberately slowed down to walk alongside Sylvia, but Sylvia kept her distance from him on purpose. Sitting in her seat, Marta miserably drank water to quench her hunger. The sensation of hunger was so torturous. She hated Alger for making her starve all day. Seeing Alger and Sylvia enter the classroom one after the other, she sneered disdainfully. Did he think she'd be jealous of that? Back at his seat, Alger hurriedly worked on his problems. Wanting to talk to him, Demetrius saw how serious Alger was and decided not to disturb him. Sylvia waited at her desk for Alger to come for help, but after waiting for a while, he didn't come. Feeling uneasy, she finally went to find Alger herself. If this matter wasn't resolved, she wouldn't be able to digest her meal. Chapter 11. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Alger was deeply engrossed in solving problems when a small, delicate hand was placed on his desk. So adorable, so tiny. Alger's hand could completely cover it. He looked up and Sylvia stood right before him, biting her lower lip and looking anxiously at her own hand. His face lit up. Rachel. What can I do for you? Sylvia asked in a low voice, glancing uneasily at the classmates nearby. She did not want to be noticed and was afraid of being noticed. Go back first. I'll come to find you right away. Alger smiled slightly at her. It took her much courage to come to him. After Sylvia returned to her seat, Alger then went over with his exercise book. Only at her own seat would she feel more at ease. Since Augustin hadn't arrived yet, Alger sat at his place. There were still unfinished test papers on Sylvia's desk with some unsolved questions. Not that she couldn't do them, but she ran out of time. Rachel, I can't solve these problems. Can you teach me? Alger handed the problem book to Sylvia. Sylvia widened her eyes in surprise. Why would he ask her? She stuttered, reacted slowly, and her grades weren't very good either. He should have asked Hamilton and Marta, who ranked among the top few. Sylvia wanted to refuse, but having eaten the meal he bought, how could she say no? Also, tutoring on math problems didn't need her to have dinner with him, did it? Maybe Alger would find her stuttering annoying and stop her from teaching voluntarily later. She picked up the pen and started explaining to Alger. They were so close that Alger could smell the faint scent of her youth. He unconsciously leaned in even closer. Thinking that Alger couldn't hear her clearly because her voice was too soft, Sylvia didn't mind this. Slightly raising his eyes, Alger could even see the fine down on her face. Her lips were small and pink, just like cherries. Her nose tip was cute and tiny, making him want to pinch it. The long eyelashes under her lower eyelid looked like a line drawn around her eyes. Looking at her rosy little face, he had an urge to kiss her. Surely, it would be so bouncy. All Alger's attention was on Sylvia's face. He didn't even hear what she said. Do you understand? She turned to ask him, nearly bumping her forehead into his lips. Her face flushed red instantly. The girl was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. How cute she is when she blushes. Alger smiled foolishly, his mouth stretching all the way to his ears. This problem. Seeing he remained silent, Sylvia thought he didn't understand and explained again. Rachel, your voice is so soft, gentle, and beautiful. Alger suddenly complimented. It was his honest feeling. Everything about his sweetheart was perfect. Sylvia tightened her grip on the pen, not knowing how to respond to compliments from boys. She had always been self-conscious because of her stammer, so she wouldn't speak unless necessary. Now, someone actually praised her voice as beautiful. Doesn't he think her stammer annoying? She suddenly felt like crying. Alger, why are you sitting in my seat? Augustin came and stared at Alger with furrowed brows. I'm asking Rachel for help. Go sit at my seat for now. Alger didn't even bother to look up at him, but Sylvia looked up at Augustin, making him swallow the no that was about to slip out of his mouth. How annoying. What's so impressive about a bad student? But he couldn't let the girl think he was petty and unwilling to switch seats. Augustin could only take his books and move to the last row. Hey, handsome. Demetrius greeted him playfully. Seeing he was reading a naughty novel, Augustin immediately disliked him and wasn't willing to talk to him. Demetrius didn't care. Anyway, those top-ranking students were too lazy to pay attention to them bad students. Alger envied Augustin to death. Every day, he could not only admire Sylvia closely but also talk to her about questions. How envious. In the monthly exam after half a month, he must get into the top 10 of the class. Marta glanced coldly at Alger. Did she envy them talking so closely? What she hated most was jealousy. Evening study began. Alger reluctantly returned to his seat and continued working on the problems. Braden saw him working so diligently on the problems and performed well all day today. He began to pay attention to him seriously. Her mind was in chaos, unable to react quickly enough. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Great. Rachel is willing too. Rachel, remember to choose me as your desk mate. Alger happily shook Sylvia's arm. He had two plans ready. If he didn't make it into the top 10, he could have Sylvia choose him as her desk mate. Sylvia didn't know how she managed to return to her seat. Why did Alger suddenly get so close to her, even wanting to be her desk mate? Braden didn't want to disturb Alger while he was working on problems, so he waited until the end of the evening self-study session to call him to the office, telling him to come to him if he had any difficulties. Alec added sarcastically from the side. What difficulty can he have? Either sleeping and reading pornographic novels, or surfing the internet and playing games. Oh yes, his biggest difficulty is not getting girls. Just a troublemaker. Braden sternly said. Director Ma, judging a student like this is wrong. And this time is different. His past doesn't represent now or the future. As long as he is willing to study, we should give him the chance. Alger didn't care much about Alec's words. After all, he didn't need Alec's approval. Alec wanted to say more derogatory things about Alger. Alger cut him off and directly asked Braden a math problem. Braden felt delighted that Alger was willing to learn and immediately explained it to him. Alec found it boring and left the office to patrol the school with a few other school leaders. After asking several questions, seeing it was very late and Braden still had to go home, Alger stopped asking. Finally, he borrowed Braden's flashlight, planning to continue solving problems using its light after the dorm lights went out. Watching Alger leave, Braden felt greatly comforted. If this kid keeps up the pace, he should have no problem getting into a second-tier university. After checking the dorms, Demetrius went to the internet cafe again. Alger didn't go. He solved problems until midnight and only went to sleep when he was extremely tired. The next morning, he woke up very early. After washing up, he headed straight for the classroom. Halfway there, a small figure caught up with him from behind. Chapter 12 How much I want to be close to my childhood sweetheart. Alger turned around, and his face immediately lit up with a smile as he hurried over. Rachel, you're up so early. Sylvia was breathing heavily and handed the school uniform jacket in her hand to Alger. Why yours? The school uniform he had lent her yesterday was already dry. Early autumn mornings and evenings were still a bit chilly. Thank you, Rachel. Alger happily took it back and put it on right away. It smelled faintly fragrant, carrying Sylvia's scent. And this? Sylvia passed an MP3 player to Alger. It was found in his school uniform pocket. Rachel, would you like me to give this to you? You can listen to it. Alger wanted to give all good things to Sylvia. Sylvia shook her head, refusing firmly. Alger could only take it back, then gave her a naughty smile as he suddenly grasped her hand. Just as he had predicted, his hand could completely envelop Sylvia's delicate one. Sylvia looked at him in shock, trying to pull her hand away. Such a small and tender hand made Alger reluctant to let go. He knew it was okay to tease her a little, but not too much. Otherwise, he might be behaving like a ruffian. When he released her hand, he took the opportunity to pinch her fingertips lightly. Sylvia's fingertips trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt an electric current run from her fingertips to her heart, making it beat rapidly. Her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, unwilling to look at Alger any longer. Alger chuckled softly and tilted his head to observe her blushing face. How easily my childhood sweetheart blushes, such a shy girl. Suddenly, he remembered there was still a lipstick in his pants pocket that he originally intended to give to Sylvia yesterday, but never found the right moment. He took out the lipstick from his pocket and handed it to Sylvia with a smile. Rachel, thank you for washing my clothes. Here, this lipstick is for you. Afraid that she might refuse, he grabbed her tiny hand, quickly placed the lipstick into it, and then ran off. Holding the lipstick, Sylvia stood there dazedly. Her heart was still pounding wildly. What just happened? It seemed like Alger held her hand twice. She could still feel the warmth of Alger's hands on her fingertips. Clutching the lipstick tightly, a sweet smile spread across her lips. Feeling incredibly excited, Alger sprinted all the way to the classroom. He actually got to hold Sylvia's hand. Such soft, small, delicate fingers. How much he wanted to place her tiny hand against his cheek. In his previous life, he had been an innocent old boy until the end, having never even touched a girl's hand. He only ever liked Marta and pursued her for years without even holding her hand once. Holding Sylvia's hand today brought him joy for the rest of the day. In this lifetime, he wanted to have a sweet and lovely romance with his beloved childhood sweetheart. Upon reaching the classroom, he eagerly started solving math problems, continuing until morning reading time. Demetrius brought breakfast for him as planned since the night before. It was Friday, and they would leave school after afternoon classes, no evening self-study, so he could eat simply for breakfast and lunch. When Marta came to the classroom and saw that Alger hadn't bought her breakfast again, she had to go to the cafeteria herself. Yesterday's hunger had really scared her. She became more and more displeased with Alger. In the morning, they had Chinese class. At Xuanhuan Middle School, students would study the same subject for half a day to ensure thorough learning, requiring minimal review afterward. Alger had memorized the entire Chinese textbook and had super focus, so listening to Chinese class was very easy for him now. Finding it too simple, he started working on math problems instead. Callan, the chubby and greasy middle-aged Chinese teacher, had obviously drunk a lot of alcohol judging by his belly. With thick gel applied on his pompadour hairstyle, he looked even more greasy. While Callan spoke fluently about classical Chinese on the podium, the students below dozed off. Alger, stand up and recite the passage I just taught. If you can't, stand outside. Callan intentionally called out Alger. He allowed students to sleep or read novels during his classes, but solving problems of other subjects was disrespectful not only to him but also to the Chinese subject. Making students recite what he just taught was obviously meant to provoke Alger, without explicitly saying so. Not knowing which part Callan had covered, Alger began reciting from the first paragraph. After he finished the first paragraph, Callan frowned and said, "Only 10 words in the first paragraph. A dog can do that. I asked you to recite the second paragraph." "Persia, I know the second paragraph." At this moment, Hamilton raised his hand. Callan then asked him to recite. Hamilton managed to recite the second paragraph with some stumbles. Callan praised him highly. That was recited very well and fluently. "Alger, look at Hamilton. He managed to recite such a difficult passage. How come you can't?" Hamilton modestly replied, "Teacher, I previewed it last night and spent an entire morning reading class to memorize it." Callan said approvingly, "Top students are always top students. Such a difficult piece of classical Chinese text. You managed to recite it in just one morning, truly impressive." The classmates turned around to look at him, full of admiration. Some even applauded. After all, as the class president, many wanted to flatter him. Demetrius, who had been daydreaming, was woken up by the noise, looking dazedly at everyone, not knowing what had happened. Hamilton stood straight with pride, his gaze sweeping towards Marta, but she didn't turn back to look at him. He immediately felt a bit disheartened. "Alger, still haven't gone outside yet?" Callan snapped at Alger irritably. Alger asked casually, "Class president, can you recite the whole piece of classical Chinese text?" Hamilton lazily answered, "Maybe after 2 more days." In a tone indicating he didn't care much. 8 paragraphs, he could memorize them over the weekend. You, on the other hand, might take a month to recite it completely. Hamilton challenged him with a look. Alger chuckled lightly. "I can recite the whole piece now." Hamilton snorted. "If you can recite it now, I'll kneel and call you Dad." "Oh, my son, be good." Alger responded quickly. The entire class burst into laughter. Hamilton angrily said, "Alger, you bastard, taking advantage of me like that?" Alger raised an eyebrow. "I'm just getting ahead. Anyway, if I win, you won't keep your promise to call me Dad." Himph, all talk, just start reciting. Hamilton's eyes were red with anger, eager to see Alger fail miserably. Callan watched the two with a smiling face, not stopping them at all. He loved watching the show. Alger coughed lightly, Sierenston carefully, and he began reciting. By the time he finished the second paragraph, Callan was a little surprised, as were the classmates. After the third paragraph, Callan was quite shocked, as were the classmates. When Alger finished reciting the entire text, Callan was thoroughly stunned, and the classmates were dumbstruck. This classical Chinese text was difficult and awkward to read aloud, let alone recite. Yet Alger recited the whole thing effortlessly without faltering once. Hamilton's face turned bright red, feeling like he had been caught naked. He never thought that this academic failure would recite the entire text, while he, the top student, couldn't. It was too embarrassing. Alger, did you preview this in advance? Callan asked stammeringly. Yes, twice through. Alger said coolly. Sylvia turned to look at him, full of admiration. Feeling her gaze, Alger looked at her and winked. Sylvia blushed again immediately. Hongzi, when did you preview? Why didn't I know? Demetrius's eyes were shining brightly. How impressive his buddy Alger was. Hamilton, hurry up and kneel and call me Dad. He excitedly stood up and cheered. Hamilton's face was grim, unable to say a word. TSK, what skill is this? Memorizing the entire textbook, that's real skill. Hamilton's seatmate Ezra also started arguing loudly, unconvinced. Hamilton could memorize the entire Chinese textbook from last semester. Can Alger do that? Ezra stuck out his neck and yelled. This incident caused a sensation at the school at the time, even drawing attention from the media, which praised Hamilton as a genius. But he tended to be arrogant and looked down on students like Alger. Demetrius was speechless, faced with such a formidable feat as reciting an entire book. Even he couldn't boast for Alger. Chapter 13. I'll crawl on the ground and bark siren like a dog if you can recite the whole book. So, you can't do it, right? Alger, if you can recite the whole book, I'll crawl under the teaching building and bark like a dog in front of all the teachers and students. Ezra was full of pride, as if he himself were the genius who had recited the whole book last semester. Demetrius didn't dare to respond. Alger smirked. All right, Ezra, I believe you. You must be more trustworthy than Hamilton. Then you just wait to bark like a dog. Wait, what if you can't recite it? Hamilton asked with a stern face. Being called untrustworthy made him very angry. Even though he indeed spoke untruths at times, it wasn't for someone like a bad student to point that out. Alger glanced at him sideways. If I can't recite it, I'll eat feces like a dog. Hamilton scoffed inwardly. This idiot really has a mental problem. If you want to eat shit, go ahead. Is eating shit over a book recitation really so grand? The whole class erupted into a frenzy, waiting for Alger's humiliation. Demetrius inwardly cursed but, to support his buddy, gritted his teeth. Hongzi will definitely make it, and if he doesn't, I'll join him in eating shit. No matter what, he wouldn't lose face. Alger looked at Demetrius with gratitude. True friend indeed. Marta turned back in shock, staring at Alger as if looking at an idiot. This guy was truly crazy, a big fool. Didn't he know his own dignity? If he really ate feces, she would never want to see him again. Sylvia watched Alger worriedly, silently cheering him on. Encouraged by her look, Alger smiled faintly at her, pinched his thumb and index finger together to form a heart gesture. More than a decade ago, no one knew what this gesture meant. Sylvia didn't know either, but to encourage him, she returned the same gesture. Alger's heart swelled with emotion. His childhood sweetheart was so supportive. Alger, stop boasting and start reciting already. Don't think delaying time will help you escape. Ezra crossed his arms, looking down on him with derision. Alger snorted, closed his eyes, and started reciting from the cover. His speed increased steadily, not a single pause. The entire class held their breath, fearing any sound might interrupt him. Callan stared at Alger in disbelief, his mouth wide open. The bell rang, startling everyone. But Alger kept his eyes closed, reciting smoothly. Seeing no one from Class 9 come out, students from other classes crowded around the windows, curious. Soon, the corridor outside the classroom was packed with students. Damn, Alger is reciting so fast. He even remembered the punctuation marks, surpassing Hamilton. Is he human? He's reciting classical texts we haven't studied yet. The bell for the next class rang, yet these students didn't return to their classrooms. Even teachers came to witness the spectacle. Isn't this kid attempting to recite the whole book? The teachers were stunned. Alger even described the illustrations in the book. What kind of memory is this? School administrators checked and saw most classrooms were empty except for the bustling crowd in Class 9. What are you all doing here instead of attending class? Alex shouted loudly. Director Ma, Alger is reciting the whole book. Amazing. One student answered. None wanted to leave, not even the teachers. Everyone wanted to see if Alger could finish and create another legend. Braden finally squeezed through, leaning against the window. Could this slacker really recite the whole book? Looks like this kid really turned a corner. Braden was ecstatic. Maybe there was hope for a college entrance for this kid after all. Hamilton's face was extremely pale. If Alger continued, his position as the genius would be threatened. He secretly signaled to Ezra to find a way to disrupt Alger. But with so many people watching, Ezra dared not act rashly. He was relieved that he said barking like a dog rather than eating shit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in school. Focusing on reciting, Alger remained undisturbed with his eyes closed. Sylvia watched Alger excitedly, also sweating for him. She hoped he could persist until the end and win the victory. Alec finally understood what was going on. He didn't believe Alger could make it, waiting to see him eat shit. Alger, you're not cheating, right? Check if his eyes are closed tightly. Ezra, you lost. Now get on the ground and bark like a dog. Oh right, you said you would do it under the teaching building. Don't tell me you want to renege? Don't be so shameless. Demetrius felt relieved and puffed up his chest arrogantly. Finally, he didn't have to eat shit anymore. A struggling student had defeated a top student. He was too excited and couldn't resist hugging and kissing Alger. Alger pushed him away with disdain. wiping the stinky saliva off his face. At this moment, the bell rang. Alger's body shuddered. He immediately grabbed the English book, pushed through the crowd, and rushed out, running all the way down to the teaching building. The sound of Alger reading started echoing from the bottom of the building. Everyone crowded along the corridor railings, looking down at Alger. Demetrius didn't let Ezra off. He dragged him by the collar to go bark like a dog downstairs. Stumbling along, Ezra looked pleadingly at Hamilton for help, but Hamilton kept his head down, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Accept the bet's result and bark like a dog. Demetrius dragged Ezra downstairs and waved his fist menacingly, ready to let him taste the pain of fists if he refused to bark. Down, down, bark like a dog, bark like a dog. Many classmates were shouting loudly as well. Chapter 14. Arwen, I don't want to eat shit. Ezra had bullied many people and was quite arrogant at school. Not many liked him due to his pompous attitude. Yet he got along well with Hamilton. Making a fool of him in front of the whole school certainly felt like sweet revenge. With resentment glaring at Demetrius, Ezra clenched his teeth, unwillingly crouched down. If he reneged on his word this time, he'd really have no place left to hide at this school. No girls would want to play with him either. Girls all liked righteous and responsible boys. Hey, bark like a dog now. The crowd urged again, their tone full of disdain. Woof woof. Closing his eyes, Ezra let it all out. Ha ha, it sounds just like a dog. Bark a few more times. Laughter echoed around them. It's almost as if you're more like a dog than an actual one. Ha ha ha. Ezra, do you now know how powerful Alger is? Convinced? Demetrius laughed heartily, relieved. Standing up, Ezra's sturdy figure towered over Demetrius, with hands on his waist and eyes glaring fiercely at Demetrius. So what if it's reciting the entire book? What's so impressive about that? Show some real skills by getting into the top 10 in class. That's when you can say you have real talent. Among the students, there were supporters of Ezra who immediately chimed in, exactly, imitating Hamilton's recitation of the whole book. How pointless, merely seeking attention. True skill comes from being good at studies. To ask someone who always failed at academics to rank among the top 10 in class? Wasn't that clearly unreasonable? Naturally, Demetrius' side wasn't going to stand for it. Ezra, if you've got the guts, why don't you get into the top 10 yourself? If you did, we'd all lie on the ground and bark like dogs. Ezra scoffed, even if you all lay on the ground eating shit, I wouldn't take this bet. He wasn't about to fall for that trap. With his current low-ranking grades, even 2 more years of study couldn't get him into the top 20. He came here only to obtain a diploma, not to go to university. Who wants to eat shit? How disgusting. Who would make this bet with you? You learned how to bark like a dog just now and now you're showing off. You've got a face thicker than a city wall. You're the one showing off. Just reciting a whole book doesn't mean much. You're just bottom of the class nobodies, acting all important. The two groups started quarreling. Alex stood aside watching the scene unfold with relish. Alger remained engrossed in reading English, completely ignoring the dispute. Hey, everyone quiet down. Alec clapped his hands to signal silence. I have a suggestion. This endless argument won't resolve anything. Neither side will be convinced. Let me mediate. In the monthly exam half a month later, if Alger makes it into the top 10 in class, Ezra has to eat shit on the ground in front of the whole school. If Alger doesn't make it into the top 10, then Demetrius has to eat shit on the ground. What do you think? Are you willing to take this bet? Alex smiled, looking around. Unfair. Some grumbled indignantly. Alger would definitely lose. Alec was openly bullying. What's unfair? Losers eat shit anyway. If you can't back it up, don't take the bet. I raise my hand to agree to the bet. If Alger gets into the top 10, I'll eat shit on the ground before the whole school. Glaring provocatively at Demetrius, Ezra said, eating shit? Sure, I'll take the bet. But let's agree, Alger doesn't have to eat shit. Blushing furiously, Demetrius heatedly agreed without further thought, deciding to put everything on the line. Losing meant eating shit himself, not making Alger eat it. Only dogs eat shit. Those who eat shit are dogs. Ezra sneered derisively. Ha ha ha, great courage. Alec patted Demetrius' shoulder laughing. Upstairs, Brayden watched this scene with a sigh, shaking his head. An academic dean encouraging students to bet on eating shit. How ridiculous. How could students learn properly under such teachers? After the bet, Ezra slunk back to the classroom, looking utterly dejected, too embarrassed to face anyone. Hamilton wanted to pretend not to know him. He finally realized choosing Ezra as a desk partner was truly embarrassing. Still, each thing should be judged on its own merits. Getting Demetrius to agree to eat shit made Ezra seem a bit better. If Alger could make it into the top 10, Hamilton could also eat shit. But how could Alger possibly achieve that? He couldn't copy answers to get into the top 10. He would just wait to see Alger's best friend lying on the ground eating shit. Downstairs, Alger was still loudly reading English aloud, oblivious to the dog barking incident and the betting affair. The feat of reciting the entire book had already spread throughout the school, drawing loud cheers from numerous fans. Alger is awesome. Alger is cool. Alger is a genius. Among them, Demetrius's voice was the loudest and brightest. He was in tears inside. Alger, you must make it into the top 10 in the class this month, or else he would have to eat shit. Hamilton curled his lip in disdain. These brainless and shallow girls. They were actually infatuated with a slacker. Marta was listening intently to Alger reading, hoping to hear a declaration of love. But there was none. Sylvia was inwardly chanting how great Alger was. This school had quite a few slackers. Alger's victory over the top student Hamilton made the slackers feel proud. And dealing with the obnoxious Ezra also won him points. Everyone's liking for him skyrocketed immediately. If he didn't follow Marta around like a dog, they would like him even more. However, they hadn't seen Alger clinging to Marta these past couple of days. After reading aloud for 30 minutes, Alger received a system prompt. The progress bar for supermemory reached 2 points. Only when Alger returned to the classroom did the noisy teaching building quiet down. Arwen, you must try hard. Demetrius gripped Alger's hand, staring at him with teary eyes. I don't want to eat shit. He buried his face on Alger's shoulder, sobbing softly. He regretted agreeing to the bet on impulse just now. No matter how hard Alger tried, it was impossible for him to improve his grades within half a month and make it into the top 10 of the class. Wasn't he asking for trouble? As an ancient saying goes, impulsive actions lead to evil. Don't cry. At worst I'll join you in eating. Alger patted his back. Although he was focusing on reading aloud, he still knew what happened beside him. He was deeply moved inside. Demetrius thought of him even in the heat of the moment and refused to let Alger eat shit if they lost. Don't. I can do it alone. Just don't hate me then. Demetrius cried even harder, soaking Alger with his tears and snot. Don't worry, I won't let you eat shit. Reborn into this life, how could he allow his best friend to be bullied? Alger shot a cold glance at Ezra, deciding to let this guy show off for a few more days. Class started. Demetrius looked at the novel again and laughed. His emotions came quickly but left quickly as well, putting aside the fear of eating feces. Alger, share your secret to memorizing the book with us. Callan called on Alger during the lecture, his tone sarcastic. Though Alger's full book recitation was impressive, it didn't change the fact that he was still a slacker. It's just rote memorization. I spent the whole summer reciting it. Alger said calmly, saying he only needed one read to remember wouldn't be believed. Alger, since you're so diligent, why did you get 0 last time? But I do admire you for reciting the whole book just to show off. Callan's tone remained disrespectful. Good exam results are the ultimate. All those flashy moves are useless. Picking up full book recitation from Hamilton, a mere attention-seeking slacker. Ezra raised his eyebrows, laughing smugly, finally getting some revenge. Actually, his academic performance wasn't good either. He felt like he was becoming a top student by sitting next to Hamilton and looked down on slackers. Just as Demetrius wanted to retaliate against Ezra, Alger stopped him. What's the point of verbal satisfaction for a moment, wasting feelings? Demetrius glared angrily at Ezra. Don't act high and mighty. Alger gently patted his shoulder. Who wouldn't with a top student as a desk partner? Demetrius, in school, everything depends on academic performance. With good grades, you get everything. Demetrius retorted. Does that mean poor learners deserve bullying? Is it bullying? Or just being looked down upon? Let's work together, Demetrius. If others can become top students, we can too. We're not worse than anyone. Demetrius looked at Alger with unfamiliar eyes. Could a slacker deadbeat say something like that? Arwen, are you possessed? Alger rubbed his forehead silently. All for nothing. In the following classes, Alger kept solving math problems. Callan didn't bother managing him anymore. At noon after school, Alger didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch, asking Demetrius to bring him 2 buns. One reason was to focus on solving problems. Secondly, he glanced at Sylvia. He was about to do something bad. Chapter 15. Improper. At noon, all the students had gone to the cafeteria for lunch. There was not a soul around the teaching building. Alger came to the school bike shed. Bicycles were parked orderly in the shed. During his high school years, students all rode bicycles, unlike later times when electric scooters filled the streets and bicycles became less common. Alger spotted the old pink bicycle right away, even without its basket. This was Sylvia's bicycle, which he had ridden for 5 years. 3 years of junior high, 2 years of senior high. Now, studying in the county town, 7 li from home, it took an hour to ride this distance. Alger walked over to that bicycle. Looking around and seeing no one, he squatted down and let the air out of the rear tire. Watching the deflated tire, he grinned mischievously. He admitted that he was somewhat naughty. A man who isn't a bit bad doesn't win a woman's love, after all. Back in the classroom, he worked on math problems. He didn't wait for Demetrius to bring him food, but did wait for Sylvia. Demetrius was in a hurry to go to the internet cafe, so he handed 2 bauzi to Sylvia, asking her to take them to Alger. Sylvia brought Alger 2 bauzi and a boiled egg. It's still hot. She placed the bauzi and the egg on Alger's desk and turned to leave, her face slightly flushed. Alger munched on the bauzi while watching Sylvia, smiling foolishly. Not handing it directly to him, but placing it on the desk showed she feared he might seize the chance to grab her hand. Peeling the eggshell, he thought Demetrius was pretty considerate for buying him an egg. Marta went to the canteen but didn't meet Alger, so she had to get her own meal. Her family's financial situation was decent, yet the meat dishes were twice as expensive as the vegetarian ones, which made her hesitant to buy them. Inwardly blaming Alger, she wondered when he would learn enough of his shabby tricks. How much she missed the old Alger who bought her things without hesitation, never making her pay for meals. Beatrix, you eat such simple dishes? Lauren looked at her plate full of only vegetables in surprise. Previously, she wouldn't eat unless there was meat on the plate. I'm dieting, of course I eat only veggies. Marta eyed the few strips of meat on Lauren's plate enviously. But you got quite a lot of rice. Rice is also high in calories, isn't it? Lauren was puzzled. Oh, just eat. So many questions for what? Marta lost her patience. Seeing this, Lauren fell silent. With Alger not buying meals for Marta anymore, her meal quality plummeted, and Lauren also lost the extra treats. After finishing the bauzi, Alger kept working on problems until class began. Demetrius rushed into the classroom just as the bell rang. That egg? Alger asked him, but out of breath. Demetrius didn't catch it. What egg? You only bought me 2 bauzi today? Yes, didn't you say to get you 2 bauzi? What's wrong? Bauzi not tasty? Wiping sweat off his forehead, Demetrius took Alger's test paper and fanned himself with it. Tasty as can be. Alger snatched back the test paper, glaring at him. Having another mood swing. Demetrius wasn't bothered, taking out a book from his drawer and fanning it. Lately, Alger had been unpredictable, sometimes fierce, sometimes giggling, temperamental. It was rumored that boys also have their moody periods, causing poor emotions. Hey hang, this novel, not bad, tonight at home. You can hide under your quilt, Demetrius pulled out a novel mysteriously and stuffed it into Alger's desk drawer, winking at him. That look was as improper as it could be. Looking at the author's name, Alger knew how risque the book must be. Moreover, the cover girl wore something rather revealing, clearly a book not meant for innocent eyes. Back then, he had experienced his first sexual awakening through this author's books. Those lonely nights, relying on his five-finger sister. Thinking back on those embarrassing moments still made his heart race and cheeks flush. Go away, don't bother me with my work. Alger pushed the novel back at him. These things were too addictive, and he didn't want to waste time on them. He couldn't indulge in fleeting pleasures any longer. Higuyi deliberately held the book high for everyone to see its cover. He looked at Demetrius with a smirk. Oh, how shameless. How can Demetrius be like this, reading such books? The girls covered their eyes, strongly condemning Demetrius. Zelda also blushed deeply at the cover of the book, feeling extremely embarrassed. Demetrius, don't bring things like this to school in the future. School is a place for studying, not for your inappropriate thoughts. Her voice trembled, almost losing composure. Ezra, stop pretending. Have you never seen one? You've read more than I have. Demetrius felt both ashamed and angry, his face flushed red, wishing he could tear Ezra's mouth apart. This guy was too bad. I haven't seen any. You think all boys are like you, big pervert. The angrier Demetrius got, the more satisfied Ezra became. Hamilton also chuckled secretly, as Demetrius being humiliated meant Alger being humiliated. Alger glared coldly at Ezra. 9 out of 10 teenage boys had read such books, and even the girls didn't believe Ezra hadn't, because they also peeked secretly. But when brought out into the open, it changed everything, and Demetrius became the target of everyone's ridicule. Demetrius was close to tears. After this incident, he wouldn't be able to face the girls anymore. Ezra apologized to Demetrius. Alger stood in front of Ezra abruptly, his face stern, deep-set eyes glaring at him, icy cold, emitting a chilling aura like the biting winter wind. Ezra shivered involuntarily, touching his goosebump-covered arm. Do you think I'll apologize just because you say so? Besides, why should I apologize to that pervert? He really is a sleazy man, a big pervert. Ezra stuck out his neck, staring at Alger as if his eyeballs would pop out. Chapter 16. Bad men attract women. Alger gave a cold snort and kicked Ezra's desk with his foot. With a bang, everyone was startled. Ezra and Hamilton quickly dodged. The students nearby hurriedly stood up and moved aside. Ezra's desk was kicked over, scattering the books from inside it. Several erotic novels were clearly visible among them, all with blush-inducing covers. Hamilton's desk was also overturned in the process. Among the scattered books on the ground was an erotic novel. Hamilton's face immediately changed, and he sternly accused Ezra. Ezra, when did you put these kinds of novels in my desk? You're really acting recklessly. He hastily defended himself. I've told you countless times not to read this kind of novel, but you just won't listen. Ezra instinctively wanted to refute him, but swallowed the words back as they reached his mouth. If he provoked Hamilton, they would never be friends again. Meanwhile, Hamilton only cared about clearing his own name, inadvertently confirming that Ezra had been reading those novels. If Ezra insisted he didn't know about the books, tried to find other excuses, or if Hamilton could vouch for him saying he had never seen Ezra read such books, nobody could force him to admit anything. Ezra, didn't you say you never read these kinds of novels? So how come these are here? Did you buy them to wipe your butt? Actually, you're the perverted one and the lecherous devil. Ha, crying wolf. Shameless. Demetrius was indignant. Got what you deserved. Mr. Ezra, can't show off now, can you? Oh, Ezra is so disgusting and shameless, reading so many erotic novels, yet still accusing others. Too cowardly to take responsibility. You read it and denied it, saying you hadn't. Even hid these novels in Hamilton's desk. What were you planning, to corrupt him too? The girls all sneered at Ezra. They looked at him with disdain. Ruthie frowned too. Thankfully, she was married and had children. Otherwise, she might have been embarrassed out of her wits. Ezra felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could disappear on the spot. At that moment, he became the target of everyone's contempt. Even Hamilton did not stand by him. Had Hamilton defended him at first, everyone would have believed him. But he only cared about his reputation and ignored Ezra. Ezra felt an icy chill in his heart. Only someone who doesn't abandon you in critical moments can be called a true friend. Ezra, if you're a man, apologize to Demetrius right now. Don't make me say it a third time. Don't force me to get physical. Alger's eyes were cold like winter ice. Ezra, just apologize already. We shouldn't waste more time on this. We've wasted enough class time already. Ruthie only wanted to end this quickly. What a mess this English class had turned into. Who was competing over who read more erotic novels? If Alec found out, he would surely say they were fighting. And fighting means disciplinary action and parent-teacher conferences. Alger, being an orphan, didn't even fear expulsion. But Ezra feared it. He needed his diploma. Demetrius, I'm sorry. He reluctantly apologized but inwardly raged. Wait until you eat shit, Demetrius. Humph, I will not accept your apology. Demetrius lifted his chin arrogantly. Whether you accept it or not, I've apologized. Ezra glared at him, then crouched down to pick up the books. Don't bring these kinds of books to school again in the future. Ruthie frowned even deeper, finding senior high classes challenging to manage. Hamilton picked up the desk, tidied up the scattered books, and shot Alger a sidelong glance, clenching his molars, seething with hatred. Ruthie resumed the class. Below, students continued to sleep or read their own novels. Few were paying attention. Alger glanced through the English book and memorized its content. He quietly cheered himself on and started solving math problems. He kept going until dismissal, only stopping when Demetrius lightly tapped him. Hongzi, it's all my fault, making you work so hard to avoid eating shit. Demetrius was both guilty and moved. Seeing Alger engrossed in problem-solving all afternoon, he hadn't disturbed him once. How about we make a bet too? Alger placed his hand on Demetrius's shoulder, looking at him solemnly. If I make it into the top 10 of the class, from then on, you must study diligently and work hard with me. Of course, if I don't make it, then, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Demetrius nodded earnestly. Hongzi, rest assured. If you don't make it into the top 10, I won't force you to eat shit. Go to hell. Alger wished he could kick him away. Laughing and fooling around, the two went together to pack up their things for the dormitory. Previously, the two would go to the internet cafe for a while after packing up. But today Alger didn't go. Demetrius went with the other boys. Alger took a detour on purpose, heading toward the girls' dormitory. As he approached the girls' dormitory, he deliberately slowed down his pace. Girls were coming out of the dormitory, laughing and joking, all in groups of 3 or 5. Only Sylvia was alone. She carried a heavy backpack, holding the straps tightly with both hands, head lowered as she walked slowly. A smile curled at the corner of Alger's lips. He sped up and quickly caught up, suddenly grabbing her backpack from behind. Sylvia was startled, thinking she had encountered a robber. Her expression turned fierce as she twisted her head around. Seeing it was Alger, a shy smile appeared on her small face. Wow, this bag is so heavy. Did you put stones in it? Alger laughed and threw the backpack onto his own back. It's books. Sylvia answered softly, trying to take back the backpack, but Alger held it high with one hand. She tiptoed to reach it, lost her balance, and fell into Alger's body. Both stared at each other with wide eyes. Sylvia's small face visibly turned from slightly pink to rosy, and finally a bright red. Her slender hands pressed against his waist, making him feel tingles. Alger seemed frozen in place, not moving, only his heart pounding violently. Sorry. Sylvia blushed, taking 2 steps back, lowering her head shyly. Alger's ears burned, his heart still racing. Let's go, he said hoarsely, walking ahead. Sylvia followed behind, keeping a distance, secretly looking up at him. How strange. Why are Alger's ears red? Was he stung by a bee? Why did he help her carry the backpack? Arriving at the bicycle shed, Sylvia saw the deflated rear tire of her bike and was momentarily stunned. The rear tire was flat. She should have checked it yesterday. Rachel, your bike's rear tire has no air. I let the air out. Alger looked at Sylvia with a smiling face. Sylvia stared at him blankly, then lowered her head blushing after just 3 seconds of eye contact. Of course, she thought Alger was joking. Do you know why I let the air out of your tire? Alger continued to smile and ask. And no, it wasn't you. She didn't believe Alger would do such a thing. Why would he let the air out of her bike tire for no reason? Really, it was me. Rachel, am I very bad? But I just wanted to take you home together. Alger smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. He bent down and wiped the bike seat with his sleeve, then made a please gesture. Princess, please get on. In the future, he would definitely buy a car with 4 wheels and personally open the door for her, saying, Dear wife, please get in the car. Chapter 17. The two got along as well as before. Sylvia could no longer distinguish whether Alger's words were true or false. Her mind was in chaos. Being teased by the boy she liked, she simply couldn't resist. In this way, she vaguely got on Alger's thief bike. She sat sideways on the bicycle's rear seat, her 2 hands gently holding onto the ends of it. Marta and Lauren, arm in arm, walked toward the bicycle shed and happened to see Alger riding off with Sylvia. Alger! Marta let go of Lauren's arm and ran after Alger. She only ran 2 steps before stopping breathless. Bending down, she panted, Alger, come back here. But Alger had already ridden far away and didn't hear her voice at all. Moreover, even if he did hear, he wouldn't have stopped. Alger, you bloody lunatic. It's been 2 days, are you never going to stop? She felt like crying from anger. Lauren, why did Alger leave? Isn't he supposed to send you home? Lauren was amazed. Every Friday after school, Alger would ride Marta home. What happened today that he just ignored Marta? Who cares about him sending me? He is really sick. Marta cursed but felt wronged inside. Lauren hesitated and asked, Beatrix, since you called Alger a poor devil that day, he seems not to talk to you anymore. Did you really hurt his self-esteem? Do poor devils have self-esteem? Does he deserve it? If he wants to pursue me, he should be sincere. If he's poor, then don't bother. What a boring, dead poor devil. Marta cursed indignantly. Lauren secretly rolled her eyes. She wasn't Alger, so why yell at her? Since Alger ignored Marta, Lauren felt like she almost became a punching bag, bearing Marta's outbursts whenever she was unhappy. Beatrix, how will you get home then? You send me. Hurry up and push the bike, Marta said unhappily. Lauren wanted to slap herself. She shouldn't have asked. Alger was in high spirits, pedaling fast and passing classmates ahead of him. F***ck. He's still pedaling so fast with a girl. What's there to show off about? So what if you have a girlfriend? Fall flat on your face. Sylvia tightly held onto the back seat, afraid of falling off. After passing a small store, Alger stopped and bought some items, putting them in his backpack. Yaki here. He handed her a lollipop, peeling off the wrapper for her. Seeing that Sylvia didn't take it, Alger touched her lips with the lollipop. Sylvia unconsciously licked her lips. Sweet, right? Alger smiled again and offered the lollipop to her. This time, Sylvia accepted it. The lollipop that had touched her lips could only be eaten by her, but she just held it without eating. Yaki, like this? Alger peeled another lollipop and put it in his mouth. Sylvia also put the lollipop in her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a little squirrel. Haha, so cute. Alger laughed and tousled Sylvia's hair. Sylvia instinctively pulled her neck back and secretly fixed her hair when he turned around. Ahead was an uphill road, and Alger pushed the bike forward, while Sylvia followed behind. She never walked alongside him. Eating the lollipop, her heart felt as sweet as the candy. Alger looked back at her. Her lips, smeared with syrup, shone like they were coated with lip gloss, surely tasting soft and sweet. Alger swallowed and imagined pushing her against the wall. Seeing a can on the road, Alger kicked it far away proudly. He proudly asked Sylvia, Yaki, look, am I agile? Sylvia lowered her head, biting her lip, and finally said after a long pause, cheap. He knew himself well. His feet were indeed a bit cheap. Alger felt even more proud. He was indeed agile. However, though he said that, he was aware that his body was still weak. Riding this distance, he felt tired but happy. Leaving the county and passing through the town, they arrived at the village. The earthy scent made him feel grounded. It was harvest season, and fields were full of busy figures. A gust of wind blew away Alger's fatigue. He glanced back at Sylvia. Her thick bangs were lifted by the wind, revealing her smooth forehead and sparkling star-like eyes. How could she be so beautiful? Was she a fairy? He was captivated, momentarily forgetting he was cycling. Oh my god. The bike crashed into a mud ditch on the side of the road, and both fell into it. Fortunately, neither of them was injured. However, they were covered in mud. Sylvia stared dumbfounded at the mud on her hands. It's okay, as long as you're not hurt. Alger grabbed her hand and wiped the mud on his own body. He then used his own jacket to wipe the mud off Sylvia's face. However, his jacket was also muddy, making Sylvia's face even dirtier. The once clean and fresh little girl had truly turned into a mud person. Ha ha ha, looks like a mud monkey. Alger couldn't help but laugh. How did he manage to turn his cute little childhood friend into a mud person? This side should be smeared a bit more evenly. He grabbed another handful of mud and smeared it on Sylvia's face, laughing uncontrollably as he did so. Sylvia wasn't going to back down either. She scooped up a handful of mud and smeared it on Alger's face. Alger slightly froze, feeling extremely excited. Natalie was interacting with him. So you're rebelling, huh? Watch this. With both hands full of mud, he smeared it all over Sylvia's face. Sylvia mimicked him and grabbed 2 handfuls of mud. Ha ha ha, can't touch me. Alger laughed and ran away. Sylvia chased after him, throwing the mud onto Alger's back. They chased each other, starting a mud fight. The laughter of the boy and girl echoed across the fields. As it was getting dark, Alger carried Sylvia back to the Chung residence on his bike. Heather was already waiting at the front door. She craned her neck toward the village entrance, her face full of anxiety. 2 mud-covered figures jumped off the bicycle and stopped in front of her. She got a fright. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Alger and Sylvia. Oh my, how did you 2 turn into mud monkeys? Must have fallen into a mud ditch. Heather looked at the 2 covered in mud, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Alger smiled foolishly. Heather, we really did fall into a ditch. Sylvia also giggled. These 2 children were smiling, especially Alger. She hadn't seen him smile for 2 years, and they came back together. Alger brought Sylvia back on his bike. Heather thought she might be dreaming, pinching herself to see if it hurt. It did. Grandma, does your tooth hurt? Sylvia asked with concern. No, Grandma. Grandma is fine. Tears welled up in Heather's eyes out of joy. These 2 kids were getting along just like before. How wonderful. Hang, go home and take a bath quickly. Bring the dirty clothes over later. Grandma will wash them for you. Don't forget to come over for dinner. Heather extended her right hand, intending to pat Alger's head like before, but she found that he had grown taller. Even on tiptoes, she couldn't reach his head. In the past 2 years, the boy had grown like bamboo shoots after the rain. Alger bent down, lowering his head to let Heather touch his head. Heather was stunned. Her right hand trembled as she gently touched Alger's head. This child has grown up. Alger's home was next door to the Chung residence. He opened the courtyard gate and parked the bike in the empty yard. It was now completely dark outside. Alger stood by the well in the yard, stripping off his clothes and tossing the dirty laundry aside. He prepared to fetch water from the well with a bucket. Ah! Suddenly, there was a startled scream from a girl. Chapter 18. She swore she saw nothing. Alger turned around and saw Sylvia standing at the courtyard gate, covering her eyes with both hands. The clothes in her hand dropped to the ground, but she didn't bother to pick them up. Alger was also startled. Instinctively, he covered his private area with one hand and hastily put on his dirty clothes that had been taken off. In the darkness and confusion, he put the clothes on inside out. He suddenly remembered when they were young. He and Sylvia had taken a bath together and even slept in the same bed. Back then, they were too young to go to school. The 2 of them spent all day playing together. Alger's parents worked away from home for a long time. He lived with his grandfather. His grandfather also had to farm, sometimes not able to take care of him. So Alger would stay directly at the Cheng's house and bathe together with Sylvia in a large wooden tub, splashing water at each other. Of course, even at such a young age, they both wore underpants. In the evening, the 2 would sleep on the same bed, chatting until they fell asleep in each other's arms. Alger liked to hug Sylvia to sleep. Embracing her milky body made him sleep very soundly. It turned out that they used to be so close, like one person. After starting school, as they developed awareness of gender differences, they weren't as close anymore. But their relationship remained good. I've put my clothes on. Alger's ears turned red. He pulled at the corner of his clothes uncomfortably, still feeling very awkward. Only then did Sylvia lower her hands and pick up the clothes that had fallen on the ground. Why your sea clothes, see clean. She brushed the dust off the clothes, walked over, and handed them to Alger. Her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look up at Alger. Rachel, thank you. Alger reached out to take the clothes, his fingers long and slender. Before his hand touched the clothes, Sylvia thrust the clothes into his hands and ran away. Heather remembered that she still had some of Alger's clothes at home, so she asked Sylvia to deliver them. She had just come to deliver the clothes and happened to see Alger naked. She swore she saw nothing. Alger touched his blazing red ears, really embarrassed. He took the clothes into the bedroom. The bedroom was spotlessly clean, with the quilt neatly folded on the bed. Alger bent down to smell the quilt, which indeed smelled of sunshine. Each time before he came home, Heather would help him air the quilt and tidy up the room. Heather was in her 60s, diligent, capable, and a kind-hearted person. Over the years, she had taken care of both Sylvia and Alger without any complaints. Alger was very grateful to her and deeply regretted not taking good care of her in his past life. After taking a shower in the yard and changing into clean clothes, Alger went to the Cheng's. Corn cobs were spread all over the yard, each corn cob meticulously picked by Heather. Hang, you're here. Come on in quickly. Heather came out holding a rolling pin, looking at Alger in surprise. Previously, whenever she invited him to have meals at her house, he never came, always insisting on having food delivered to his place. Today, he actually came. Alger nodded and went into the living room. Sylvia was making dumplings. Seeing him come in, she was slightly surprised as well. He smiled at her awkwardly and went over, picking up a dumpling wrapper, secretly observing Sylvia. She had just finished bathing and changed into a pink short-sleeved shirt, tying her hair into a loose low ponytail, revealing her delicate jawline and snowy white neck. If she were to tie back her thick bangs and show her entire face, she would be breathtakingly beautiful. Hang, Rachel said you wanted to eat dumplings, so I cut some leeks and fried some eggs for the filling, just like last week, Heather said with a smile, deftly rolling out dough pieces. I love eating dumplings made by Heather, regardless of the filling. Alger's words left Heather quite moved. His change delighted her greatly. Sylvia and Alger were both taking dumpling wrappers, accidentally bumping into each other's hands. Sylvia blushed immediately, recalling the embarrassment at Alger's place. The dumplings made by Rachel are so cute, round like ingots. Alger chuckled as he looked at Sylvia. Heather quickly chimed in, yes, Rachel is skillful, just a little slow at everything. It looks better when done slowly, unlike mine, which are clumsy and boat-shaped. Alger laughed, comparing two dumplings of different sizes. Hong Hong's little boat dumplings look nice too. Heather suppressed her excitement. Alger could talk voluntarily and even joke around. At dinner, Heather said she would sell corn kernels at the market tomorrow and asked Alger to help Sylvia with her homework. Alger knew that Heather sold the corn kernels to merchants for only a few cents per pound. An acre of corn earned only a few hundred yuan. Alger suggested processing the corn kernels into popcorn before selling them, which could increase the price several times. Elspeth didn't quite understand this and didn't know how to make popcorn either. Alger personally went to the kitchen to process it. Making popcorn wasn't difficult. The key was in making the sugar syrup. And they used an earthen pot for popping the popcorn, so controlling the heat was more important. He wasn't worried about the flavor. The system's Jifun Sangchong, Points Mall, had everything, including recipes for making popcorn. That day when he obtained super focus, he also got some points, not many, but enough to buy the popcorn recipe. With the recipe, on his way home, he stopped by a small store, buying some needed ingredients as well as several large plastic bags to hold the popcorn. On impulse, he bought 2 lollipops, one for him and one for Sylvia. After 2 trial pots of popcorn, Alger mastered the technique. Sylvia was stoking the fire under the stove while munching on the sweet popcorn, always wearing a sweet smile on her face. Looking at her sweet smile, Alger felt very content in his heart. Elspeth borrowed several large baskets from neighbors to let the fresh popcorn cool down before packing them into plastic bags. The kitchen was filled with steam, and all 3 were sweating through their clothes. Alger made 5 different flavors of popcorn, each bag weighing 10 pounds. Wiping sweat off her face with a towel, Elspeth looked at the colorful popcorn but did not really believe it would sell for much money. Popcorn sold at the market for only 2 yuan per pound, plus it required processing and making the syrup, earning little profit compared to directly selling the corn kernels, which was more straightforward. But to support Alger, she decided not to discourage him. Alger said he'd go to the county town to sell the popcorn in the afternoon the next day. Elspeth didn't say anything, deciding to let him have his way. Alger stayed up solving problems until midnight and didn't get up until 9 the next morning. His school uniform was hanging in the yard, likely washed by Sylvia. He had planned to wash it himself today. Seeing the hanging underwear, his ears turned red with embarrassment. After washing up, he went to the Ching's. Sylvia was doing her homework. Seeing him come, she led him to the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and served him the still warm breakfast. A bowl of thick porridge, a boiled egg, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Simple dishes, but they made Alger feel the warmth of home. Sylvia tidied up the kitchen. Wherever she was, it felt like home to him. Why were his eyes getting a bit teary? Rachel, thank you for washing my school uniform. Alger's voice was a bit hoarse. Sylvia smiled at him, shaking her head lightly. It was Grandma who washed it. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the underwear wasn't washed by Sylvia. Early in the morning, Elspeth went to the Su family house and washed his dirty clothes. After finishing breakfast, the two started their homework together. Elspeth went to the fields early in the morning and returned at noon. By then, Sylvia had already prepared lunch. After eating, Alger rode a tricycle with Elspeth to the market. Sitting on the cart, Elspeth gently held the bag full of popcorn, worrying if all this popcorn could be sold in just one afternoon. Chapter 19. Killing It. Alger rode his tricycle for an hour and arrived at the county cinema. Hang, why did you park the vehicle here? The market is further ahead. Heather was puzzled. Heather, it's better to sell here. Alger parked the vehicle in front of a small shop next to the cinema and walked inside. Heather got off the tricycle, not understanding what Alger was doing. She stared at the vehicle, too cautious to go far. Alger was chatting with the shop owner, both smiling warmly, as if they were quite familiar. In the end, the shop owner patted Alger on the shoulder and nodded approvingly with a smile. Alger picked up the shop's megaphone and went to the back. A little later, Alger came out and returned the megaphone to the shop owner. They walked out together. Heather, this is Clark. Alger introduced him cheerfully. Randall, this is Heather. Clark, hello. Heather hurriedly greeted. Noel, your health looks pretty good. My mom is about your age, but her legs aren't very good. She's at the back. Do you want to rest there and chat with her? Clark asked warmly. Thank you, no. Heather waved her hands hastily. She thought this boss was too polite and courteous, treating her like family. Alger and Clark carried the popcorn from the tricycle into the shop. Heather was even more bewildered. Had Alger sold the popcorn to Clark? Alger pushed the tricycle aside and invited Heather to rest inside the shop. He acted so casually, grabbing snacks here and there and munching them as if it were his home. He poured a cup of water for Heather. Then he and Clark started packaging various flavors of popcorn into 2 different sizes of containers. Heather felt very restrained. She wanted to ask Alger something but hesitated because he was busy. Alger turned on the megaphone. All sorts of popcorn flavors, free samples, taste first, then buy. If it doesn't taste good, no charge. There are tomato-flavored, purple sweet potato-flavored, butter-flavored, strawberry-flavored, and caramel-flavored popcorn. Large buckets are 10 yuan each, small ones 5 yuan each. Original flavor is only 1 yuan per bag. Come and take a look, have a taste. Free tasting, free tasting. The announcement repeated, drawing many people over. Most people couldn't resist stopping when they heard about free things. On weekends, especially many young couples and kids would come to watch movies. There were few middle-aged or elderly people. Heather was shocked by the prices. How could a small plastic bucket of popcorn cost 5 or 10 yuan? Only fools would buy that. Somehow, there's tomato-flavored popcorn. Never heard of it before. This butter flavor smells amazing. How delicious. Purple popcorn, how special. Tastes pretty good. The shop entrance was crowded with guests tasting the popcorn. Clark already had plain flavored popcorn in the shop. After tasting various flavors, even if the plain popcorn was cheaper, nobody wanted to buy it. Sitting inside the shop, Heather was dumbfounded. Was this overly sweet popcorn really that tasty? And so expensive? Yet so many people were buying? Suddenly, she thought of a term, stupid and rich. Looking at those who bought the popcorn, most were high school students in pairs. They bought popcorn and went into the cinema. Heather shook her head inwardly. These kids spent their parents' hard-earned money on dating, buying popcorn, and watching movies. It was such a waste. She suddenly felt pity for Sylvia. This child hadn't seen a movie yet. Looking at those fashionably dressed girls, Heather felt even more pitiful. Sylvia didn't even own a dress. Outside the shop, a long queue formed. Clark kept collecting money, laughing nonstop. Alger said goodbye, saying he was leaving. Clark quickly took a thick wad of money, handed it to Alger, and whispered something in his ear. Alger smiled and nodded. Clark patted his shoulder and continued selling popcorn. All of this caught Heather's eye. She became more puzzled. Why did Clark give so much money to Alger? So thick a stack. It seemed to be a considerable amount. Heather, let's go back. Rachel must be waiting at home anxiously. Alger called out to Heather. Heather stood up quickly, greeted Clark, and left the shop. Aaron, Demetrius, standing at the end of the queue, waved to Alger. He and several boys were heading to the internet cafe and had heard this place sold multiple flavors of delicious popcorn, so they came to buy some. Alger walked over to Demetrius. Aaron, are you watching a movie with your sister-in-law and also buying popcorn? Demetrius asked. Don't talk nonsense. Alger gave him a stern look. Buying popcorn. How many buckets do you want? I wanted to buy 3 buckets, but with this crowd? Demetrius glanced at the long queue in front. I guess we'll have to wait for a long time. Just wait here. Alger turned back to the shop and went inside to get 3 large buckets of popcorn for Demetrius. Hongzi, did you cut the line to buy them? That's pretty cool. Demetrius beamed and distributed the popcorn to the other boys. Hongzi, thanks. We'll head off now. Gotta grab a computer. When people waiting in line heard that Alger had cut the line, they were all indignant, especially those students. They came from different schools around the county and could not tolerate Alger's uncivilized behavior. Are you in high school? Which one? If everyone cuts in line like you, what will this society become? These self-proclaimed advocates fiercely condemned Alger. Alger just couldn't be bothered to argue with them and turned to push his tricycle. Alger. Marta ran over from not far away, followed by Lauren. Alger, I knew you'd be here waiting for me. Did you buy the movie tickets already? Let's get some popcorn too. They said this store's popcorn is really good when I was coming over. Marta rattled on without pause, occasionally flicking her long hair. She had dressed up especially today. She let her hair down, applied lipstick, and wore a beautiful long dress. As she walked, many people looked at her. She was a stunning sight along this street. Alger only frowned and glanced at her sideways, ignoring her as if he didn't know her, and then turned away. He pushed the tricycle over, helped Heather sit on it, and rode off. Marta and Lauren were stunned, taking a while to react. What's wrong with Alger? Why did he just leave without a word? Isn't he going to watch the movie with you? Lauren was utterly confused. Marta was even more baffled than Lauren. She wasn't sure about the situation either. In the past, every Saturday afternoon, Alger would always buy movie tickets and snacks to watch movies with her. Of course, Lauren would join them too. What was up with Alger today? Was he still acting up? For 2 days now. Why is he bringing an old lady? Doesn't he live alone? Lauren asked again. How should I know? Forget it. Let's go buy popcorn. Marta angrily pulled Lauren into the queue. After a long wait, they finally got to the front, only for the boss to say they were sold out. This enraged Marta. Alger whistled happily as he rode the tricycle. This trip made quite a bit of money. Hang, what exactly is your relationship with Clark? Also, isn't the popcorn too expensive? Heather finally found a chance to ask. She had a lot of questions in her mind. Stopping the tricycle, Alger got off and decided to explain everything to Heather. If she knew how much they earned from selling popcorn, she might faint from excitement. Chapter 20. We have a Wawakchin, arranged marriage from childhood. Alger took out a stack of money from his pocket, extracted 2 notes, and handed the rest to Heather. Heather, we sold 50 pounds of popcorn for 500 yuan. Clark asked us to deliver another 50 pounds tomorrow and paid us 500 yuan in advance. In total, it's 1,000 yuan. I'll take 200, and you keep the remaining 800. Heather looked at the stack of money in disbelief, not daring to take it. 10 yuan per pound of popcorn? Isn't this cheating people? The honest old farmer who had tilled the land all her life couldn't accept this. Alger patiently explained to her, Heather, puffed snacks are highly profitable by nature. Moreover, our input costs aren't low, especially for syrup. The formula is crucial, and the taste directly determines sales. Just like glutinous rice, once processed into glutinous rice flour, its price doubles. The same with garlic. Processed into garlic powder and properly packaged, the price soars. Furthermore, the same item has different prices depending on location. In the countryside, one price. In town, it's higher. In the county seat, even more expensive. In first-tier cities, the price multiplies several times over. That's normal. After Alger's explanation, Heather understood roughly. In that case, an acre of corn could fetch over 10,000 yuan. Turning several hundred yuan into over 10,000 was something Heather had never dared to imagine before. It truly shows that education pays off. Had they been doing this earlier, their family wouldn't have lived so hard. Heather, take the money. From now on, if you want to buy anything, just do it. Our days of making money are still ahead. Smiling, Alger stuffed the money into Heather's hand. No, let's swap. I'll take 200, and you take 800. To her, even 200 felt like too much. 50 pounds of corn kernels, selling at 1 yuan per pound, should only be 50 yuan. Heather, consider me as someone you've raised. You must take the money. If you don't, I won't eat at your place anymore. With Alger insisting, Heather could only accept the money, feeling very touched. The child had really grown up. She would save this money for him. Alger then told Heather that Clark was the father of one of his junior high school classmates. After the senior high school entrance exam, Alger went to xuanhuan high school, while that classmate chose to learn martial arts. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Alger and Clark were close, and Clark treated him well. Whenever he went to the store, Clark didn't ask for payment, but Alger always left the money behind. Recalling his previous life, after pursuing Marta, he gradually drifted apart from his good buddies and faced life alone. In his world, there was only Marta. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have suffered so much. But who was he to blame but himself? Now, with some money, Alger took Heather shopping at the market. Their home had no refrigerator, so they didn't dare buy too many vegetables. Alger wanted to eat beef dumplings, so he bought 2 kilograms of beef and a large can of lollipops for Sylvia. Back home, hearing them return, Sylvia rushed out from the house to welcome them. Yaki here, your favorite lollipops. Alger smiled as he handed the can to Sylvia. So many candies. Sylvia was both surprised and delighted. They're all yours. Eat whenever you want. Alger affectionately patted her head. Sylvia was thrilled, her face lighting up like a flower. Yaki, do you know how much money we made? Alger did such a great job. Heather excitedly grabbed Sylvia and told her about earning money. Sylvia also found it unbelievable, showing the same shocked expression as Heather had. That evening, the 3 of them made dumplings together. The dumpling wrappers were just right, the filling perfectly seasoned. No matter how many Heather made dumplings Alger ate, he never got tired of them. After dinner, they continued processing popcorn. The next morning, Alger took Sylvia to sell popcorn in the county town, while Heather went to work in the fields. They planned to return before noon to have lunch with Heather. Many students came to watch movies at the cinema on Sunday mornings. There were fewer people in the afternoon because they had evening study sessions. Sitting on the tricycle, Sylvia hung a plastic bag on her left wrist, filled with various flavors of colorful popcorn. She picked up a piece of popcorn and fed it to Alger. As Alger turned to eat it, his lips inadvertently brushed against Sylvia's finger. Sylvia froze, her face suddenly flushing red. Yaki, I want more. Feed me again, please. Alger said, turning his head. He was riding the tricycle and couldn't hold the popcorn himself. Sylvia hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up another piece and fed it to him. Again, her finger brushed against his lips. Sylvia's face turned even redder, her heart pounding in her chest. Unseen by her, Alger's mouth stretched wide in a joyful grin. Alger thought of how soft and smooth Sylvia's fingers were, wishing he could kiss them forever. But worried she might be disgusted, he didn't ask for more popcorn. Arriving at Clark's store, Sylvia curiously looked around the adjacent cinema. After studying in the county town for so long, this was her first time here. Rachel, shall we come to watch a movie together next Saturday? Alger saw through her thoughts. Sylvia happily nodded. She agreed without hesitation. Alger was elated inside. His little crush had agreed to a date with him, but Sylvia probably hadn't thought much about it. She just wanted to watch a movie with Alger. The two moved the popcorn into Clark's store. Aaron, is this your neighbor's little sister? How cute. What's her name? Clark sized up Sylvia with a paternal smile. Sylvia shyly lowered her head. Randall, this is Sylvia, my Heather's granddaughter. Alger proudly answered. Clark put an arm around his shoulders and whispered, Aaron, Xiao Eddie is learning martial arts, so he doesn't have time for dating. Take care of this little girl for Xiao Eddie. She'll be my daughter-in-law in the future. Alger never expected that Clark would set his sights on Sylvia as a daughter-in-law right away. Damn, digging up the roots from his own yard. Alger hurriedly explained, Randall, that won't work. To tell you the truth, I've known Rachel since we were kids, growing up together like childhood sweethearts. We already have a wawakchin, arranged marriage from childhood. You could say we're engaged. Worried Sylvia would overhear, he whispered this in Clark's ear too. Clark looked disappointed. What? This? Why are all the good daughters-in-law always other people's? He suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, aren't you pulling my leg? Didn't you often bring another girl here to watch movies before? Wasn't she your girlfriend? Alger's expression changed slightly. No, I'm just ordinary classmates with that girl. Nothing more. Clark raised an eyebrow. Really? You can ask her yourself if she's here. Alger gestured forward with his chin. Clark looked up and indeed saw Marta. She was with Lauren again. Unsuccessful in buying popcorn yesterday, she had been thinking about it ever since and came very early today. Boss, 2 large buckets of popcorn, 1 sweet potato flavor, and 1 tomato flavor. Marta rushed over eagerly. Chapter 21 already has a girlfriend. Alger, why are you here? Marta saw Alger in the store, feeling both surprised and delighted. You can't have been waiting for me here, right? What if I didn't come today? To see her, he had ridden his bike for an hour to get here. They could have met in the afternoon. Alger ignored her and lightly tugged on Clark's sleeve. Clark then asked Marta, classmate, are you Alger's girlfriend? Marta blushed slightly, glanced at Alger, and shook her head. No. Clark couldn't hide his disappointment. It seemed Sylvia and Alger really did have a childhood betrothal. He liked Sylvia so much, but unfortunately, she was already taken and couldn't become his daughter-in-law. Clark handed 2 buckets of popcorn to Marta. Just as Marta was about to leave with them, he called her back. Hey, classmate, you haven't paid yet. The line behind them had grown quite long. People around heard this and looked at them curiously. Marta looked at Alger. Before she could speak, Alger turned and went to the back, where Sylvia was working on packaging popcorn. People are waiting. Classmate, can you hurry up? We still need to buy popcorn. Those queued up behind Marta and Lauren urged her. Feeling wronged, Marta wondered why Alger had left. Why didn't he pay for her? Was he angry because she told the boss they weren't a couple? Clark reminded her again. With no other choice, Marta turned to Lauren. Sire Anlin, I didn't bring any money. Could you pay for it? But I only brought 10 yuan. Lauren replied hesitantly. Inside, she cursed Marta for buying things without bringing money. Then just get one bucket. Marta returned one bucket of popcorn to Clark and left. Lauren regretted it instantly. If she had known, she would have said she only brought 5 yuan. No, she should have claimed she hadn't brought any money at all. Sire Anlin, why is Alger in that store? Marta popped a piece of popcorn into her mouth. Wow, it really is delicious. No wonder so many people are buying it. Good thing they came early. Otherwise, they might not have gotten any. He might be working there. Lauren glared at her secretly. Marta hugged the bucket of popcorn tightly, not giving Lauren even one piece, although she had paid for it. Clark was going to the restroom and asked Alger to help sell popcorn. A few people who complained about Alger cutting in line yesterday were back today. Upon seeing him selling popcorn, they realized their mistake from yesterday. Classmate, do you work here? How much do you earn per day? Without looking up, Alger replied, 500. Everyone sucked in a breath. That much? Are you kidding us? Their impression of him worsened immediately. Some people can't even make 500 in a month, and a student can make that much in one day? Haha, blowing his own horn at such a young age. Alger didn't bother arguing with them. Just then, Clark arrived, and everyone asked for confirmation. This classmate says he earns 500 a day. Is it true? Clark simply responded, yes. His word was enough to convince everyone. They all gaped in shock. 500 a day meant over 10,000 a month. A monthly salary over 10,000 yuan. This teenager had achieved financial independence by 17 or 18. Poor them, still struggling to squeeze some pocket money out of their parents. And their parents barely made 10,000 a month. Girls on dates suddenly found their boyfriends less appealing. Boys felt too ashamed to lift their heads. An adventurous single girl boldly confessed to Alger, classmate, you're so handsome. Which school do you go to? Can I be your girlfriend? Clark chuckled, hee hee. He already has a girlfriend, and she's prettier than all of you. Sylvia emerged from the back after finishing packaging more popcorn. Alger and Sylvia arranged the popcorn on the shelves, then waved goodbye to Clark and left. Sylvia was unaware of what had happened earlier. She walked ahead, carrying an extra-large bucket of popcorn almost half her height. Alger gently held her shoulder to protect her from being bumped by others. Everyone stared at Sylvia. Though most of her face was covered by her hair, just her jawline showed her impressive looks. Boss, I want that extra-large bucket too. One girl said enviously. I'm sorry, classmate, that was custom-made by her boyfriend specifically for her. Clark smiled with raised eyebrows. The girl looked at her boyfriend with a wistful expression. Her boyfriend felt utterly humiliated. There was nothing he could do. He lacked the cash power. It was still early, and Alger carried Sylvia on the street. Sylvia sat down, her face almost entirely hidden by the extra-large bucket of popcorn. She carefully placed the bucket on the bike and extended her small hand into it, picking up a piece of popcorn to eat. This drew many admiring glances from passers-by. Who doesn't love seeing a handsome guy and a pretty girl together? Especially for other girls, not one of them wasn't envious. At that moment, Sylvia didn't notice that she had become quite noticeable. She just held the popcorn bucket sweetly, looking at the colorful popcorn inside, feeling very happy. When they stopped at a traffic light, Alger glanced at a nearby car. The car window glass acted like a mirror, reflecting his image. His hair had grown long enough to cover his eyes. His soul in his 30s couldn't tolerate this unkempt hairstyle. They found a barbershop, and he led Sylvia in. Handsome, here for a haircut? What style? The boss asked enthusiastically. Short, something neat? 5 minutes later, Alger touched his nearly bald head and swallowed any curses. Sylvia tried hard not to laugh at his new haircut. Alger's face was very appealing. He had thick eyebrows, narrow eyes with double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and full, sensual lips, but always had a bit of an aloof demeanor. With this haircut, he looked like a delinquent youth, reminiscent of Hanamichi Sakuragi from Slam Dunk. In contrast, Sylvia looked like the quintessential obedient girl. When they got home, Heather was also surprised by Alger's new hairstyle, but she only moved her lips without saying anything, merely asking how Sylvia managed to carry such a large bucket back. Sylvia smiled gently, saying it was Alger who bought it for her. She didn't know it was specially customized for her, making it unique. After lunch, Alger rode his bike to take Sylvia to school. Heather watched them leave, feeling a little choked up. Alger had truly changed. On their way home yesterday, he told her, Heather, you've taken care of me for so long. Now I'm grown up. Let me take care of you and Natalie. Even after their figures disappeared from sight, Heather wiped away tears and went back home. On the way to school, Alger and Sylvia encountered Marta and Lauren. Marta was sitting on Lauren's bike, and Lauren pedaled hard, sweating profusely. Alger's bike zoomed past them. Alger, stop. Seeing him, Marta jumped off the bike in excitement and fell to the ground, scraping her knee and palms. Lauren lost balance and crashed too, half her body numb. She cursed Marta in her heart for being an idiot and jumping off for no reason. Checking the bike, she saw the chain was broken. The nearest repair shop was far away, so they had to walk. Wah, it hurts so much. Why didn't Alger wait for me? What a bastard. Marta stood up, sobbing. He took Sylvia but left me behind. How stingy. Every Sunday afternoon, Alger used to ride her to school. Today, she waited for a long time at their usual meeting spot but never saw him. Thankfully, she ran into Lauren. Otherwise, she'd have to walk all the way to school. This time, Alger really went too far. That morning, he even waited for her at the cinema. Clearly, he cared about her, but his actions felt like revenge. The chain is broken. Let's walk first. Lauren suppressed her anger, trying to stay calm while talking to Marta. What? Walk. Marta wanted to cry. Xuanhuan, Beatrix, is calling you. Sylvia lightly tugged at Alger's clothes. She fell. Alger didn't slow down, indifferent. Does it matter if she fell or not? Please stop. Sylvia pulled at Alger again. Chapter 22. So many firsts, all with Alger. Alger felt it necessary to explain his relationship with Marta to Sylvia clearly so she wouldn't continue to misunderstand. He stopped his bicycle. Seeing Alger stopping not far away, Marta became even angrier inside. No matter what he would say next, she wouldn't forgive him. She wanted him to know that she was truly upset and couldn't be pacified so easily. Neither a burger, nor the latest MP3 player or lipstick would work this time. Rachel, after Bernard talked to me, I had an epiphany. It's true. Now I realize how immature I used to be, wasting all my time on Marta. I want a bright future, and I want to get into a good university, so I must focus on my studies from now on. In the future, I won't pay attention to Marta anymore. Alger wanted to confess to Sylvia but was afraid it might disturb her heart. Turning his head, he saw Marta chasing after them and got back on his bike. Sylvia held onto the rear seat, seriously thinking about Alger's words. Alger had changed a lot these past few days because he decided to study hard. Not dealing with Marta for now would probably be better for both of them. Once they got into university, they could start dating properly then. By that time, Marta would definitely accept Alger's advances. After all, he was such an outstanding boy. Marta was also excellent, beautiful and kind-hearted, matching Alger perfectly. Thinking of this, Sylvia felt a twinge of jealousy in her heart. She could only bury her love for Alger deep within her. You will definitely get into university. She believed Alger could get into a good university. Because from elementary school to junior high, his academic performance had always been great. He had a solid foundation, was smart and diligent. With 1 year of effort, he could make it. Encouraged by Sylvia, Alger felt energized and pedaled vigorously, almost overheating the chain. Seeing Alger run off again, Marta stomped her feet in anger. Alida was too exhausted to push the bike anymore and wanted Marta to give it a try. Marta complained that her knees hurt and couldn't push. Alida inwardly cursed her bad luck. On the way there, Marta kept riding while Alida pushed uphill, never getting off to help. This girl had no consideration at all. Alida almost regretted being her best friend. Upon arriving at school, Alger parked the bike under the shelter. Sylvia wanted to take her pink bicycle to the repair shop. If the tire was punctured, she'd have it fixed right away so she could ride home next week. Don't go fix it. Even if it gets repaired, I'll break it again. Alger pretended to be stern. From now on, I'll bring you to and from school. No riding bikes for you. Sometimes, being a little domineering was necessary. Alger imagined riding with Sylvia behind him, holding onto his waist, her face resting against his back. Sylvia gazed at him blankly, unable to hold his gaze for more than 3 seconds before dropping her eyelashes. All right, as long as I'm here, you don't need to worry about getting home. Alger chuckled and ruffled Sylvia's soft and smooth hair. After parking the bike, Alger carried Sylvia's backpack and escorted her to the girls' dormitory. Sylvia followed behind, not daring to get too close. Alger longed to hold her hand and pull her into his embrace. Rachel, let's eat together from now on. Heather gave me your meal money because she worries you won't spend it. Let me buy food for you. Alger said, glancing back at her. No, I have money. Grandma had given her money. She couldn't always eat what Alger bought. That's pocket money from Heather. The meal money is with me. Didn't Grandma tell you? She must have forgotten. He didn't want his adorable little companion to feel deprived. She was so thin now that a breeze could knock her over. He had to improve her meals and nourish her up. Sylvia nodded dazedly. When it's time, I'll fetch food from the canteen first, so you can walk slowly without rushing. Just go straight to the canteen and eat. Alger reminded her. Sylvia gently agreed, behaving very obediently. Relieved, Alger wouldn't need to make excuses to buy food for Sylvia anymore. Approaching the dorm entrance, Alger handed her the backpack. She slung it over her shoulder, holding the straps tightly, and slowly walked into the dorm, her small frame seeming frail. Alger smiled and headed towards the boys' dormitory. After storing his clothes, Alger went to the classroom to practice problems. Passing a bookstore on the way, he bought several sets of math exam papers. There was still a long way to meet the system's required problem-solving volume, and he needed to double his efforts. As soon as dinner time arrived, Alger rushed to the cafeteria, picked out 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and found a seat waiting for Sylvia. He waved at her as soon as she entered the cafeteria. Sylvia walked over and sat opposite him. Rachel, are you hungry? Start eating quickly. The soup today isn't very tasty. I'll go buy some milk later. Alger smiled at her, using his spoon to scoop up some food and feed it to her. Sylvia blushed. She was not a child anymore. How could he still be feeding her? She gently shook her head. Then you feed me. Alger laughed again and handed the spoon over to her. Sylvia looked at him in surprise, then lowered her eyelashes to cover her nervousness. You feed me, I feed you. What would other classmates think if they saw us? Haha, I'm just teasing you. Eat. Rachel, I'll go buy some milk. Alger chuckled softly, put down the spoon, and stood up to buy milk. Sylvia's face flushed red with embarrassment. Alger was getting worse and worse. Alger bought 2 boxes of milk. The one for Sylvia was warm, and he carefully poked in a straw for her. This was Sylvia's first time drinking milk. The first movie theater trip was with Alger. The first box of milk was also bought by Alger. The first day of school, she went together with Alger. The first menstrual cycle, the sanitary napkins were bought for her by Alger. So many firsts, all with Alger. After finishing his meal, Alger patiently waited for Sylvia, deep in thought about the problems he had just been working on. He took out a notebook and pen from his pocket, writing down the parts he didn't understand and asked Sylvia for help. While eating, Sylvia helped explain the questions. With a big mouthful of rice that made her cheeks puff up like a chipmunk's, she was incredibly adorable. She slowly chewed her food and scribbled on the paper. But Alger kept looking at her face instead of the notes. Her chewing was so cute too. A grain of rice stuck to Sylvia's cheek, and Alger instinctively leaned in to lick it off. Suddenly, Sylvia lifted her head to look at him. Startled, Alger bit his own tongue and tears started streaming down his face. Why are you crying? Sylvia, confused, stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. Alger covered his face, unable to speak because of the pain in his tongue, only shaking his head. I don't understand this one. He freed one hand to point at the question on the notebook. Sylvia explained it to him. Seeing this scene, the other students felt puzzled. How come Alger suddenly became so studious? Even during meals, he studied. Also, wasn't he always having meals with Marta? Why the change? However, compared to Marta, the campus beauty with her hourglass figure, this petite girl seemed insignificant. Speaking of whom, here came Marta. Dirted clothes, hair matted by sweat across her forehead. She didn't have time to change before coming to the cafeteria, fearing there wouldn't be any food left. She had been truly starving. The cafeteria had been serving for quite a while, and many students had already finished their meals and left. Marta spotted Alger immediately. He and Sylvia were leaning close, looking extremely intimate. This sight set Marta's anger ablaze. He hadn't even gotten her any food. What was this despicable man up to? Trying to provoke her to gain attention? Chapter 23. So much wants to hold her in my arms and pamper her. Sylvia finished her meal and was drinking pure milk. So this is what milk tastes like. Sweet, fragrant, and rich. It's really good. She happily narrowed her eyes. Alger stared at her foolishly. Sirental Plum is so easily satisfied. A box of milk could make her this happy. Did you understand? Sylvia pointed to the problem on the paper and asked. I still have many that I don't understand, Rachel. Go to the classroom and teach me. Alger raised an eyebrow slightly. Alger, aren't you being a bit excessive? Marta came over with an imposing air, coldly questioning. Alger's expression immediately changed. Sylvia looked at Marta in fright. Her shout just now really scared her. Alger completely ignored Marta, took Sylvia's hand, and walked away. Alger, stop right there. Don't you dare use other girls to make me jealous. Let me tell you, I won't be jealous for you, and furthermore. Marta wanted to say more, but suddenly realized it was in the cafeteria. Losing her temper like this would only invite ridicule from classmates and affect her image. She swallowed the words she wanted to say next. Her stomach growled, and looking at the leftovers of Alger and Sylvia's meals made her even more depressed. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and even milk. Alger had never bought such a sumptuous meal for her before. With a pained expression, she went to get food, but the last portion had just been sold. If she hadn't stopped talking to Alger, she could have gotten that meal. She was so angry she wished she could hit Alger. Another night of hunger awaited her. Lauren hurried over, almost cursing when she saw no food left. It was all because of Marta. When fixing the bike, Marta actually left without waiting for her. Later, after getting the bike fixed, she rode to catch up with Marta and brought her to school. And while she was parking the bike, Marta came to the cafeteria without waiting for her. Suppressing her anger forcefully, Lauren didn't want to talk to Marta and turned to leave. Sire Anlin, go outside and buy something to eat, like bread or cookies. Marta called out to her, ordering her. Lauren forced a smile. Evening study session will start soon. I have to go to the classroom. Does she think I'm Alger? Telling me to buy food during the evening study session. If you want something, why don't you go buy it yourself? She'd rather be hungry than buy anything. Alger led Sylvia out of the cafeteria, then she freed her hand from his grip. Blushing, she anxiously glanced around. Fortunately, no one saw them holding hands. I was a little too hasty just now, Alger explained. He really only intended to take her hand unintentionally. At the time, he just wanted to leave the cafeteria quickly, not thinking about anything else. Sylvia shook her head lightly and walked forward. Alger thought she was angry and dared not say any more. In the classroom, when Sylvia came over to explain problems to him, he finally relaxed. After explaining 2 questions, Sylvia returned to her seat. While explaining, Augustin glared at Alger. His eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to stab him to death. Alger completely ignored him. Demetrius stepped into the classroom just as the bell rang for the evening study session. Hongzi, listen, I leveled up again. He excitedly told Alger about the game. But Alger was brushing through questions, suddenly realizing Alger was studying hard to prevent himself from falling behind. Demetrius silently opened his book and no longer mentioned the game. Brayden entered the classroom, overseeing everyone during the evening study session. In the quiet classroom, Marta's and Lauren's stomachs occasionally sang the empty city stratagem, making both of them quite embarrassed. Some people with low tolerance started laughing quietly. No one criticized Marta, but someone said Lauren was imitating the school beauty's diet, following the lead of the campus flower. Lauren was almost in tears. She didn't want to be hungry, completely due to Marta's fault. Starved and panicked, Marta passed a note to Alger, asking him to buy food. If he didn't, she wouldn't speak to him again. When the note reached Alger, he didn't even look at it, threw it away directly, and continued working on his questions. For the particularly difficult ones, he asked Brayden. Brayden was surprised. Alger had started working on intermediate level questions. This guy was truly putting in effort. After the evening study session ended, Alger was still brushing through questions in the classroom. Seeing that he didn't leave, Sylvia also stayed. Alger was so absorbed in his studies that he lost track of time. Marta gave Alger a sorrowful glance and left angrily. Only Alger and Sylvia were left in the classroom. Later, Sylvia couldn't hold back her drowsiness and fell asleep on the desk. Alger looked up and seeing her sleeping, quickly took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Although he didn't bear to wake Sylvia, she was still startled awake by his movements. Have you finished your questions? She asked with sleepy eyes, yawning with her small mouth open. Her eyes were moist like a fawn's. Alger felt his heart melting. Tired? Go back to the dorm and sleep, he said gently, softly rubbing Sylvia's hair. She nodded with a dazed look, not fully awake yet. Alger escorted her back to the dormitory. A gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering softly. The bright streetlights stretched their shadows long, one tall, one short. This time, they walked side by side. Alger reached out and loosely placed his arm around Sylvia's shoulders. The two shadows on the ground seemed to be hugging tightly. He wanted so much to hold her in his arms and pamper her. He smiled softly. Sylvia tilted her head up, gazing at him with a puzzled look. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? He asked, stroking her hair. Anything, it's all fine. Sylvia indicated she wasn't picky about food. Alger smiled slightly. She was easy to take care of. After watching Sylvia walk into the dorm, Alger left. He returned to his own dorm and continued doing exercises. Before sleeping, Alger received a mission from the system to run 10 kilometers within 40 minutes. The reward was super stamina and some points. Alger calculated that 10 kilometers equated to running 25 laps around the track. An average person would need at least an hour to run 10 kilometers, so making him complete it within 40 minutes was quite challenging. But it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Just like practicing exercises, quantity leads to quality. The system wanted him to run every day to build up his stamina, increase his speed, and naturally achieve the goal after reaching a certain level. Alger set his alarm for 5 o'clock in the morning, planning to run for 30 minutes to adjust. It had been too long since he last ran, and he worried if running for too long suddenly might cause sudden death. At 5 in the morning, the sky was just starting to lighten. Alger arrived at the track, finding no one there. He warmed up and started running. Sure enough, due to lack of exercise, his body was weak. After just 15 minutes, he was exhausted. Running a few more minutes, he felt like vomiting and slowed down to a walk. He didn't force himself, knowing he needed to progress gradually. Some sports students also came to the track for training. Among them were classmates from Alger's class. Alger was already well known in the school. These sports students recognized him. Isn't this the love-struck dog from your class? What is he doing here so early? Chasing after the campus beauty? There are no beauties on the track, only wildflowers blooming and cow dung. Ha ha ha. These people burst into laughter. Chapter 24. Did you kiss? Ari merely glared at them coldly, saying nothing. He knew very well that with his current strength, standing up to them would only invite humiliation. Once he acquires super stamina, he would kill these guys, making them cry in defeat. He walked past them to buy breakfast. Hey Ari, don't just walk away. You're running after being scolded a bit. This is not like you. Carlos, a classmate of Aries, shouted from behind. Why shouldn't he run? Waiting to get beaten? Even 10 Aries aren't a match for any one of us. I can crush him with just one punch. He was scared away, ha ha ha. Yeah, looks good but useless inside. Thin as a bamboo stick, just an ornament. Which girl would like such a sickly weakling? These people were still mocking Ari from behind, uttering sarcastic words. Ari treated their comments as flatulence. He had no time to engage in verbal sparring with these smelly kids. Sylvia likes sweet things, so he bought red bean buns and sweet soy milk for her, along with a boiled egg. He bought meat buns for himself. Marta was still expecting Ari to buy her breakfast. When she arrived at the classroom, she walked straight towards Ari. Ari, what did you buy me for breakfast? If it's something I don't like, you'll have to buy something else for me. She stood in front of him, looking down at him in a domineering manner. Ari took out a boiled egg from his desk drawer, cracked it open, and carefully peeled it. Don't tell me you only bought a boiled egg. That won't be enough. Go buy something else. I want to drink milk. Go buy me a carton. Marta reached out to take the peeled egg from Ari. However, Ari put the egg into his mouth and took a bite. While eating, he read a book without once looking up at Marta. All along, she was putting on a solo performance. Ari, what exactly do you mean by this? Marta was so angry she wanted to hit him, yet in front of the classmates, she didn't dare speak too loudly. Ari still ignored her as if he hadn't heard her words. Ari, how long do you think you can pull this act off? I'm really mad now. Even if you kneel and beg me, I won't forgive you. Marta stormed back to her seat angrily. Why was this woman so annoying? It was so obvious he didn't want to talk to her, yet she kept pestering him. It was driving him crazy. Ari's brows were almost knotted together. Alida was smart this time. She went to the cafeteria first to eat breakfast before coming to the classroom. When Marta asked her to buy breakfast, she claimed she was stuffed and feeling stomach discomfort, lying still on the table. Marta had to go to the cafeteria to eat herself. Hongzi, what did you have for breakfast? I brought you a box of milk. Demetrius arrived. When he left last night, Ari was still doing practice problems, which made Demetrius feel sorry for him. He thought about buying some milk to nourish him. Meat bun and soy milk, Ari replied, stuffing the box of milk into his clothes to warm it up. Hongzi, your new hairstyle is quite unique. Not many people dare to cut it like this. Demetrius smiled and messed up Ari's hair playfully. Ari frowned and said, a man's head and a woman's waist, unless they're lovers, they can't touch. Don't touch my head anymore. He felt he had mixed up the saying, it should be a man's waist and a woman's head. He always liked to pat Sylvia's head, and if she hugged him, she would naturally hug his waist. Imagining that scene, he pictured holding Sylvia in his arms, one hand cradling her head, while she leaned against his chest, her arms wrapped around his waist. Such a sweet moment, haha. Hongzi, did you hug sister-in-law already? Did you kiss? Demetrius's gossip heart was aroused as he asked with sparkling eyes. Go to hell. Eat this egg. Ari shot him a glare and took out a boiled egg from his desk drawer. He bought 3 eggs in total. He wasn't the kind who forgets his friends for a pretty face. He thought of Demetrius when buying breakfast. Hongzi, I knew it. You care for me the most. I will love you forever. Come, give me a kiss. Demetrius acted dramatically, speaking in a high-pitched voice, puckering his lips to kiss Ari. What an immature guy. Ari pushed Demetrius to the side with one hand, covering his face in disdain. Feeling that the milk was warmed up, he took it out and headed to Sylvia. Before reaching Sylvia, Marta walked toward him. Seeing the milk in his hand, her eyes lit up and she reached out to take it. Ari, you bought me milk so quickly? Did you buy anything else? Ari quickly stepped back 2 steps and turned to another aisle, circling around to reach Sylvia's seat and handed the milk to her. It's warm, drink it. Sylvia has a sensitive stomach and can't drink cold beverages. Pete, thank you. Sylvia took the milk and immediately inserted a straw to start drinking, a faint smile at the corner of her lips. She was beginning to get used to Aries' kindness towards her. Seeing her so obedient, Aerie couldn't help but curve his lips, looking at her with an indulgent gaze. Augustin watched in shock, his heart nearly turning sour. Just now, he had also given Sylvia a box of milk, but she refused it and accepted Aries' milk instead. What a blatant double standard. He glared at Aerie resentfully. Wasn't it just because Aerie looked a bit better? What was so great about him? Marta was furious. Aerie gave the milk to another girl right in front of her. This was clearly meant to make her jealous. Humph, she wouldn't be jealous at all. Hongzi, aren't you being a bit too nice to your neighbor's little sister? Even I don't get such treatment. Demetrius said in a mockingly sour tone. Aerie had warmed the milk with his body heat, which greatly surprised Demetrius. He hadn't done this for Marta before. Then I'll kiss you as compensation. Aerie also spoke in a pinched voice, cupping Demetrius's face to kiss him. Scared, Demetrius quickly dodged. What the hell, are you serious? My love for you is, of course, genuine. Aerie continued in the pinched voice. Demetrius pretended to vomit. Aerie laughed heartily, ready to fight fire with fire. English reading started. Aerie loudly read the English text aloud, his voice the loudest in the class, drawing everyone's attention. The English teacher glared at him, secretly cursing him for seeking attention. After reading for a while, Aerie received a system notification. The progress value of supermemory had increased a little. He realized that he didn't need to read for 30 minutes in front of 200 people. As long as someone heard him read, the progress would increase. What a trickster system. Had he known this earlier, he would have completed the task already. Last week, he read for an hour, needing a total of 300 minutes of cumulative reading. He still needed 4 hours. He could finish today. In the morning, it was math class. Before the class started, Braden announced a piece of news to everyone. Chapter 25. I'm doing this on purpose. The monthly exams will be held next Thursday and Friday, as scheduled by the school. After the exams, we'll have an autumn sports meet. This will be the last sports meet of your high school years, so everyone is encouraged to sign up and participate actively. Use your after-school time for proper training. The sports meet will tentatively be held in the second week after the monthly exam. That's all I have to say. Let's start the class. After Braden finished speaking, he began the lesson. However, the students started to enthusiastically discuss it among themselves, filled with excitement. The sports meet could bring some fun to their monotonous studies. They wish there was a sports meet every day. Hang, you seem pretty good at running. Do you want to sign up for the sprint just for fun? I'm not good at sports. I'll sign up for the cheerleading squad or maybe help with logistics. Demetrius excitedly chatted with Alger, no longer drowsy. We'll see. Not in the mood right now. Alger took out his worksheet and started solving math problems. He only wanted to unlock more superpowers. Seeing him working on problems, Demetrius remembered their bet about eating shit and didn't disturb him again. Every break, Alger would run downstairs to read English aloud. No matter what others said, he paid no attention to them. This made Braden a bit worried about Alger's mental state. He wanted to talk to Alger, but Alger was always busy and never found the time. The last class was a pop quiz. Once the test paper was completed, it could be submitted for grading on the spot. Alger found it incredibly simple and quickly finished first. All the classmates thought he had submitted a blank paper. Braden wasn't particularly concerned until he saw Alger's answers, looking surprised. After grading the papers, he nodded in satisfaction. Classmate Alger has shown remarkable improvement recently. Although this test was simple, achieving a perfect score isn't easy for him. Everyone felt it was unbelievable upon hearing this. Even the simplest questions shouldn't result in a perfect score for Alger. If it were cheating, besides Hamilton, all the students behind him were underperformers. Whose would he copy? Moreover, he was the first one to submit. Classmate Alger, whether in class or after class, is always studying diligently. He serves as a model for all of us. It's clear that classmate Alger aims to get into college. Braden greatly praised Alger. While some admired him, others envied him. Alger is amazing, still brushing up on problems during self-study sessions even when they're over, and arriving very early in the morning. No wonder he got a perfect score with such effort. What's so great about just getting a perfect score once? These questions were too simple. Getting a perfect score is normal. Quiet down, quiet down. We are having an exam, not a debate. Braden tapped the lectern with a ruler to restore order. The classroom finally became quiet. Hamilton glared at Alger in anger, having lost the spotlight again. In a fit of rage, he made a minor mistake, losing half a point and failing to achieve a perfect score. He couldn't believe it. In any math exam, big or small, he had never lost a single point. His record of perfect scores, maintained each time, had been broken. It's a bit of a pity, classmate Hamilton. Be more careful next time. Braden shook his head, expressing regret. Hamilton clenched his fists tightly upon receiving his paper, furious enough to want to punch Alger. Except for Hamilton, all top scorers achieved full marks. Hang, how did you do so well? Perfect score, something I never dared to dream of. Demetrius looked at Alger's paper, eyes filled with admiration. As long as you try, you can do it too. Alger continued to work on his problems. At 30-something mentally, he was indifferent to Braden's praise. Win without arrogance, lose without discouragement. This was his current state. At noon, Alger put his notebook and paper into his pocket and rushed to the cafeteria with Demetrius. Alger bought 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, waiting at the table for Sylvia. Wow, Hang, what special occasion is it today to buy so much food? So extravagant. Is this a date with your sister-in-law? Demetrius swallowed hard, eyeing the dishes enviously. He assumed Alger was buying food for Marta. Gordy, don't call Marta my sister-in-law. How many times have I told you that? Alger was almost out of patience correcting him. But you still buy her food, even her favorite spicy chicken chunks. Demetrius said casually. Just then, Marta walked over and sat opposite Alger. Seeing this, Demetrius grabbed both plates and left. Alger, where are you going? Leave the plate here. Marta tried to grab the plate with her favorite spicy chicken chunks. She had already grasped the tray. Alger frowned deeply. This woman was shameless to the extreme, actually trying to snatch his food. He was extremely angry and threw the tray down hard. With a clang, the tray hit the ground, spilling food everywhere, even splashing gravy onto Marta's shoes and pants. Everyone was startled by the sound. The originally noisy cafeteria instantly became quiet. Marta and Demetrius were dumbfounded. Alger, what's wrong with you? Marta was almost out of control with anger, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Alger ignored her, picking up the other tray, and walked away calmly. He would rather spill the tray than let her eat. Demetrius hurriedly followed Alger with his own tray. How could Alger throw the tray like that and not clean up? What a disgrace. Look at Marta's face. It's all distorted from anger. No wonder he can't get Marta. He acts crazy. Everyone criticized Alger, making Marta feel even more aggrieved. Beatrix, what's going on with Alger? Lauren came over after getting her meal, looking at the spilled food, feeling heartbroken. It was so much meat. Who knows, he's just a lunatic. Marta forced herself to hold back her anger. Alger threw the tray in front of everyone, making her very embarrassed. She was about to leave to get more food when the cafeteria cleaner arrived with a broom, dustpan, and mop. Student, you spilled your food. Please clean it up quickly so it doesn't spread everywhere. With so many people watching, Marta couldn't just walk away without cleaning, so she had no choice but to do it reluctantly. Lauren also put down her tray to help her clean up. Alger found a seat, put down the tray, and went back to get another portion of food. Hang, did you accidentally drop it just now? Demetrius asked while examining his expression, but saw he was calm, neither angry nor sad. Even if he were foolish, he could tell Alger was indifferent towards Marta. So, he didn't understand. Was Alger giving up on the girl he had pursued for 2 years? I dropped it on purpose. Alger said indifferently, her perfume is too strong. It tainted the food. I can't eat it. But Demetrius remembered that the perfumes Marta wore were all bought by Alger. This excuse seemed a bit far-fetched. Gordy, I need you to do me a favor. Chapter 26 drowned in his deep gaze. Arwen, what's the matter? Just say it. I'll go through fire and water to help you. Demetrius thumped his chest, bang bang. Help me sell my gaming accounts. Sell your gaming account? Arwen, you're not playing games anymore? You're so good at it. How could you just stop like that? Demetrius asked, feeling somewhat unable to accept it. They had been playing games together for 2 years, earning their living expenses this way. In fact, Alger was also a bit reluctant, but he now needed to complete system tasks and didn't have time to play games. He didn't need to worry about living expenses, just selling popcorn would be enough. Gordy Z, when I said I wanted to attend college that day, I meant it sincerely. And also, you should start focusing on your studies too. After the monthly exam, if I make it into the top 10 of the class, you should study hard as well. At that time, don't play games anymore. Alger firmly held Demetrius's shoulders. Demetrius looked at Alger with a strange gaze. Wasn't this the tone an adult used? It sounded old-fashioned. Do you want to sell all of your several gaming accounts? He asked listlessly. Thinking about the fact that Alger wouldn't play games with him anymore in the future made him feel uneasy. Let's start by selling the 2 valuable ones first, and you can decide what to do with the rest. Alger saw Sylvia coming, and his originally somewhat stern face immediately relaxed. Rachel, over here. He waved at her. Sylvia walked over and sat opposite Alger. Looking at the 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, she was surprised. Quite abundant. Rachel, I know you like spicy food, but your stomach isn't good. Eat less of these spicy chicken pieces. Have more sweet and sour pork ribs instead. They are also your favorite. And roasted duck legs, which aren't spicy either. Alger smiled at Sylvia lovingly. Rachel, take your time eating. Don't rush. I'll wait for you. He reached out and ruffled Sylvia's hair. Sylvia smiled at him and obediently started eating. Alger kept watching her with a smile, and only began eating after seeing she had finished half of her meal. Demetrius had a mouthful of rice and couldn't swallow it down for a long time, staring blankly at everything in front of him. He had never seen Alger being so nice to anyone. The way Alger looked at Sylvia was enough to drown someone. It was love from deep within. As soon as Sylvia appeared, Alger's eyes were only on her, without room for anyone else. Even Demetrius, his good friend, was forgotten. Demetrius silently ate his meal, moving extremely gently, afraid of disturbing the two. US scored a full mark, really amazing. Sylvia glanced at Alger, a smile lingering on her lips. Being praised by his beloved girl made Alger feel happy inside. Of course, I'm awesome anyway. Rachel, haven't you forgotten? I was also a straight-A student in junior high. Sylvia nodded lightly. IKN. No, I've always remembered. Suddenly, Alger thought of something from his previous life, when Sylvia had said before dying, Alger, I love you. I've always loved you. Never changed. When she was dying, her speech became fluent. That should be the only time she spoke without stuttering in her entire life. Alger felt deeply pained. Sylvia wasn't naturally a stutterer, and it was related to him. Rachel, did you fail to finish the test this time? Sylvia gave a soft affirmative hum. She had scored 95 points. Rachel was also a straight-A student in junior high. Better than me, super impressive. Alger wished to hold her hand and encourage her. Sylvia smiled and nodded, continuing to eat quietly. Once a proud top student, now even simple tests left her short of a perfect score. Despite the significant psychological disparity, Sylvia managed to balance herself. During the time she needed care the most, he had been pursuing Marta. He wished he could slap himself. How irresponsible had he been in his past life? Demetrius finished his meal and nudged Alger with his elbow. Arwen, I'm leaving first, A cold glance from Alger made Demetrius swallow the words he wanted to say. He was unnecessary. He might as well just leave after eating. Alger also finished eating and took out a notebook, looking at the problems. Sylvia glanced at him furtively. He was the best looking when he concentrated on something. She loved his eyes the most. They were long and hooded, especially charming and deep. Each time their gazes met, his burning look always entrapped her, making her unable to extricate herself. There were too many dishes today. Sylvia had tried very hard but still couldn't finish. Alger dragged her plate to his side, picked up her spoon, and ate the leftovers in her dish. This is what I left over. Sylvia was surprised to see him eating her leftovers. We can't waste food. Farmers work very hard. It's okay if Natalie can't finish it. In the future, whatever you leave over, I'll eat it for you. Alger raised an eyebrow at her. He wouldn't mind eating Sylvia's leftovers at all, but he forgot that not long ago, he had disdained Marta's perfume and disliked the smell mixing with their meal, so he had thrown away a plate of food without any hesitation. But, Sylvia suddenly blushed. Eating her leftovers was one thing, but using her spoon as well? It still had her saliva on it. Back in the classroom, Alger handed his MP3 player and headphones to Sylvia. It's going to be noisy soon. Silence into music with this. Alger gently brushed her hair away from her ear and put the headphones in place. Her revealed face astonished Alger. How could she look so beautiful? He needed to get into the top 10 in class quickly and choose Trinity as his desk mate. He couldn't let Augustin take advantage anymore. He glared fiercely at Augustin next to her. Alger's hand touched Sylvia's face, finding it delicate and soft. He barely resisted the urge to pinch her cheek. Sylvia's face turned bright red as she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. Augustin watched the entire scene, feeling envious and upset. How could they be so close? Usually, when he tried to get close to Sylvia, she would avoid him. Yet she acted so obediently in front of Alger. Alger went downstairs with his English book to practice reading aloud. At noon, many students were in the classroom, either studying or sleeping. Alger's loud reading disrupted their peace. Is he crazy, reading books in the middle of the day? Damn, no sense of public decency. It's not morning reading time. Too noisy, can't he shut up? Students leaned over the railing, shouting at Alger. But Alger remained unaffected and continued until class started. Augustin noticed Sylvia still had her headphones on, thinking she hadn't heard the bell. He reached out to remove her headphones. The moment his hand touched her hair, she screamed and jumped back, looking terrified. This also startled Augustin. Just touching her hair made her react like that. When Alger touched her face, she was perfectly calm. Wasn't that double standards? As Alger walked into the classroom, he saw Sylvia being startled. Fury instantly surged within him, and he clenched his fists, storming toward Augustin. Chapter 27. Daring to bully Natalie? Asking for death. You dare to bully Natalie. Are you looking for death? Alger fiercely punched Augustin's face. Ah! Augustin screamed in pain, his body tilting backward and knocking the desks behind him all askew. Female classmates at the back were screaming out of fright. Sylvia's eyes widened, her little face turning pale with fear. Augustin's entire face was swollen, and his head was buzzing loudly. He wasn't one to take things lying down either, retaliating immediately. Alger, what's wrong with you? Who bullied Sylvia? How could he have bullied Sylvia? Alger, fearing he might hurt Sylvia accidentally, deliberately ran to the front of the blackboard. Augustin chased after him, and they started fighting. A fight. A fight. The classmates watched excitedly, not a single person thinking about reporting the teacher. Go Alger, fight hard, strive for first place. Demetrius actually began cheering for Alger. Classmates who were close to Augustin were Bugan Sarua, not willing to be outdone, shouting slogans too. Go Augustin, challenge yourself, surpass your limits. The class was noisy as if holding a boxing match, extremely lively. Marta secretly curled her lips, mocking these classmates as childish. She felt uncomfortable because Alger had fought for Sylvia. Regardless of their relationship, neighbors, classmates, or even siblings, he shouldn't stick up for Sylvia like this. A boy fighting for a girl only meant the girl was important to him. She looked at Sylvia jealously. Sylvia wore headphones around her neck and held an MP3 player in her hand. Wasn't that the one she asked Alger to buy? He actually lent it to Sylvia. After another girl used it, she absolutely wouldn't want it back from Alger unless he bought a new one for her. Fighting would lead to reprimands, and Hamilton wished Alger would get into trouble. As class president, he didn't intervene either. Not until the Chinese teacher came did he pretend to step in, shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Ezra, quickly go call the teacher. Everyone stop. Don't you want your graduation certificates?" Callan roared when he arrived. Augustin intended to stop, and Alger took the chance to kick him in the stomach. Augustin was kicked to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Damn, you can't handle this? I didn't even use much force. Alger cursed. Hearing this, Augustin stood up through the pain immediately. What men hated most was being deemed no good. He couldn't show weakness in front of Alger and appear cowardly. Alger, why do you still hit? You want a rebellion? Look at what you've done to Augustin. He's like a pig's head now. Callan angrily scolded Alger. Deserved. For making me. Alger wanted to say it was because Augustin bullied Sylvia, but saying so would implicate Sylvia and get her questioned in the office. Being so timid, she might get scared. It's because he made me angry. I just didn't like how he looked. You. Callan was so angry he couldn't speak. You too. Both of you go to the office. He let Hamilton take them to the office, leaving Fangortisan to deal with the matter. When asked why they were fighting, Alger still said it was because he didn't like Augustin. Unhappy and just start hitting people? Do you think you're a hooligan? Fangortisan was disappointed with Alger, originally thinking he had reformed, scoring full marks in the morning test. At noon, he had been studying diligently under the teaching building. Fangortisan believed if Alger continued working hard, entering a second-tier university wouldn't be a problem. The bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. Initially, Augustin wanted to explain that Alger misunderstood and thought he was bullying Sylvia. But he also didn't want to involve Sylvia. She was timid, and questioning by teachers would scare her. Heard there was a fight in class 9? Oh, it's Alger, no wonder. How can you leave out such a troublemaker in a fight? Director Alec entered the office, ridiculing Alger mercilessly. Fighting requires a record and parental attendance. Alger, are you inviting your father or mother? But I suppose they're probably too busy. They've long forgotten they even have a son. Alec mocked heartlessly. His words were harsh, causing Alger to clench his fists tightly, wishing to beat him senseless. This wasn't the first time Alec humiliated him like this. Director Ma, I'm still investigating this incident. Please don't jump to conclusions without knowing the facts. Fangortisan disapproved of Alec's behavior, disregarding student feelings and merely striking out. Yes, it had already become a personal attack. What's there to investigate? Look at his face like a pig's head. Alec sneered, looking at Augustin. Augustin felt resentment in his heart. He also disliked Alec. Teacher Benny. Teacher. Re-report. At that moment, Sylvia stood at the office door, speaking in a soft voice. Everyone looked at her, and she lowered her head bashfully. Sylvia, what's the matter? Braden asked curiously since she rarely came to the office. Sylvia nodded lightly, and Braden let her in. The few people in the office all looked at her, making her feel uneasy. She kept her head down, looking at her toes, mustering up her courage. Alger, Joe. Augustin bullied me, but Alec impatiently interrupted her. Speaking like this can drive anyone crazy. You're stuttering. Just write it down on paper faster. Sylvia's little face turned beet red, not daring to continue, with tears shimmering in her eyes. Alger and Augustin glared at Alec at the same time, their gazes icy cold. They could endure Alec criticizing them, but they wouldn't allow him to say anything about Sylvia. Alec, do you even deserve to be a teacher? You don't have the qualifications to be a teacher. They took turns scolding Alec angrily, almost ready to lay hands on him. Alec immediately exploded, roaring, You two brats, who are you cursing? How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Don't you want your diplomas anymore? Sylvia shuddered in fear, staring at Alec with a terrified look. You two have gone too far. Braden gave Alger and Augustin a stern look and then hurriedly persuaded Alec. Director Ma, you go out first. I will teach them a lesson. Rest assured, I will handle this well. Just now the principal was looking for you. Hurry over. He coaxed Alec out of the office gently. Disciplinary records. They need disciplinary records. They've rebelled. Alec continued to curse as he left. Braden closed the office door to block out his curses. Natalie, are you okay? Don't be afraid with me around. Who dares bully you? Alger looked at Sylvia with concern. He hated Alec to death. Being a role model? He didn't deserve to be a teacher at all. Sylvia, ignore what Alec says. He's always been like this stinky person, from head to toe, and especially his mouth is the stinkiest. Augustin also tried to comfort Sylvia. Sylvia shook her head slightly, indicating she was fine. You know what kind of person Director Ma is, so why fight with him? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Braden sighed helplessly. Alec had influential connections, so all teachers in the school were wary of him. Right, Sylvia. What did you come here for? Chapter 28. Is he an unattended rogue? Sylvia lowered her head and didn't speak. She walked to the desk and began writing on a piece of paper. When she finished, she held it up for Braden to see. Alger thought Augustin was bullying me, so he hit him. This is a misunderstanding. Augustin did not bully me. It's all my fault. I didn't explain in time. If there must be a record of misconduct, please let it be mine. Don't give Alger or Augustin any record. She looked at Braden with a pleading expression. Seeing her like this nearly broke Alger's heart. She wasn't mute, but she had been so intimidated by Alec that she couldn't speak. Alec, as a rotten apple among teachers, truly disgraced the profession. And Sylvia took all the blame onto herself just to avoid them getting records. It took tremendous courage for her just to come to the office. Alger felt deeply touched. Braden frowned and asked Alger, didn't you say you beat him because you were unhappy with Augustin? Alger's voice was muffled. I was unhappy with him anyway, so I used this opportunity to give him a beating. Braden turned to Augustin. What do you say? Augustin glanced at Alger, then at Sylvia. Considering what Sylvia had done for them, he naturally appreciated her gesture. In fact, Alger and we were just fooling around, not fighting. The classmates even cheered us on. He rubbed his swollen cheek and winced in pain. It just got a bit out of hand. Teacher Benny, we weren't really fighting, right Alger? He winked at Alger. Alger cooperated. That's right, Teacher Benny, we were just playing around. If we were really fighting, our class president would have come to you long ago. Even Persia thought we were fighting. So, it was really just a misunderstanding? Augustin, go call Hamilton over. I'll ask him too. Braden instructed Augustin to call Hamilton. Sylvia, you should speak more often. If you keep writing on paper, people will really think you're mute. Take it slow, don't worry. Braden encouraged Sylvia. Sylvia nodded gently. Braden could be quite fierce in class, but privately, he was very kind. Alger, your families are neighbors, right? That's good. It helps to have each other's support. And as a boy, you should protect girls. Braden gripped Alger's shoulder and squeezed it tightly. You did nothing wrong. Looking at the now kindly Braden, Alger suddenly found even the wrinkles around his eyes endearing. Augustin brought Hamilton over. Braden asked, Hamilton, tell me, were people cheering for Alger and Augustin in the classroom back then? Yes, Demetrius was cheering the loudest. Hamilton quickly said, immediately exposing Demetrius. He wanted Demetrius to be punished too. Why didn't you report the incident to me immediately when it happened? Braden continued questioning. Hamilton didn't answer right away. He couldn't admit he intentionally withheld the information. Were you thinking they were just playing around? Braden pressed on. Hamilton thought for a moment and nodded. This was the most beneficial answer for him. All right, that's enough. You can go back. Braden waved Hamilton away. Back in the classroom, Ezra asked Hamilton, what did old Benny say? Are Alger and Augustin going to get records? Old Benny didn't say, but it's true that they fought. They definitely will get records. Perfect. Let's see how cocky Alger can be after the whole school criticizes him. The two exchanged satisfied smiles. When Alger, Sylvia, and Augustin returned to the classroom, the first period had just ended. Alger hurriedly grabbed his English book and ran down the building to read aloud. Damn, he's been reading all noon, and here he goes again. What's up with Alger? Augustin timidly apologized to Sylvia. Sylvia, I'm sorry, I scared you back then? Sylvia only shook her head slightly. And thank you. If not for you, Alger and I would have gotten records. Sylvia still shook her head and kept her head low. Why isn't she speaking? Augustin frowned and scratched his head, worrying if she had truly been so affected by Alec that she didn't want to speak. Alec was really despicable. When Alger passed the office on his way back to the classroom, he heard Braden and Alec arguing. Director Ma, I've told you several times. I've investigated this clearly. It was just a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? It was fighting. Especially Alger. He's just a rogue. He must be disciplined, his parents summoned, and he should be publicly criticized. I know my students best. Alger is not a rogue, Director Ma. I hope you won't view him with prejudice. An unattended thing like that. Naturally a rogue. Unattended. This was the first time Alger had heard such venomous insults. Rather than anger, there was more sadness in his heart. But Director Ma seemed to be right. Wasn't he in this state now? He laughed bitterly and trudged forward, almost bumping into Sylvia who stood there. She held a piece of paper full of words. She looked at Alger with concern. Rachel. His eyes welled up, wanting to hug her tightly and cry. Director Ma, I still have class. Let's discuss it after school. Braden opened the office door and came out, furious. What are you two doing here? Why aren't you in class? He frowned at Alger and Sylvia. Sylvia went over without a word, handing the paper to Braden. Braden glanced at it, then at Alger. I get it. Go back to class. He turned and entered another classroom. He taught other classes too. Alger returned to his seat, listlessly holding an English book. Hongzi, why do you look so down? Are you really going to get a record? Demetrius asked worriedly. I don't know yet. Alger shook his head weakly. Seeing Sylvia looking back at him with worry, Alger pinched his thigh hard. How could he be so dejected? Who did he think he was impressing with this miserable act? So what if he had no parents to raise him? He would raise himself. He took out a math test paper and started working on problems. After class, he went downstairs again to read English aloud. After school, he and Demetrius rushed to the cafeteria together. Demetrius had been worried about him, but saw that he was still energetic and felt relieved. Demetrius told him several buyers wanted to buy his game account, but he didn't sell immediately, waiting for higher bids. Alger nodded lightly and focused on picking fish bones. Sylvia arrived, and Demetrius quickly finished his meal and left at lightning speed. Alger secretly approved. The kid had good sense. Marta arrived at the cafeteria and saw Alger eating with Sylvia again, grinding her molars in anger. Want to make her jealous? Not happening. Rachel, girls need to eat more fish. Alger smiled, pointing at the fish meat he had already deboned. You also eat. Sylvia smiled shyly. I love rice with fish soup, and also, love watching you eat. Alger didn't eat, just smiling at her. Watching Sylvia turn red made her too bashful to eat. Rachel, hurry and eat. I'm not teasing you anymore. Alger laughed, rubbing Sylvia's hair. The little childhood friend was too easily teased, blushing whenever he joked. They both lowered their heads to eat. Sylvia hesitated and asked, You are, all right? I have no parents. Don't be sad. She wanted to comfort Alger, knowing she had no parents either and hoping Alger wouldn't be sad because of Director Ma's words. Alger understood her and comforted her. Sometimes, not having parents is better than having bad ones. After all, we're similar, both abandoned by our parents. But it's okay. Without parents, we can still live well. Seeing he was truly fine, Sylvia was relieved. Alger asked her what she wrote on the paper she gave to Braden. Chapter 29, embracing her with excitement. Exactly defending you. You did nothing wrong, Sylvia said with a serious expression. Alger understood that she was trying to help justify his actions. At that moment, Braden had said not to give them any demerits. But Alec insisted on giving them demerits. Braden wanted to protect Alger and Augustin, refusing to impose demerits on them. Sylvia wished to contribute her share in this matter. After all, the situation arose because of her. If Alger and Augustin received demerits, she would feel guilty. Rachel, thank you. Alger looked at Sylvia with burning eyes. She turned out braver than he had imagined. In this lifetime, for Sylvia's sake, he must strive hard as well. On their way back to the classroom, Sylvia took out an MP3 player from her pocket and tried to return it to Alger. How can I take back what is already given? Rachel, this is my gift to you. Alger didn't accept it, but gently pushed her hand away. Her hands were smooth and slippery, making Alger wish to hold and kiss them tenderly. Blushing, Sylvia shook her head and insisted on returning the MP3. Afraid she might tire her arm, Alger promptly accepted it. Sylvia held fast to her principles in certain matters. Upon returning to the classroom, Alger left with his English textbook downstairs. He skipped evening self-study and continued reading aloud downstairs. 2 more hours of recitation, and he could complete the task. Nothing could stop him from finishing the mission. His disruptive behavior caused other teachers to file complaints with Braden. Braden excused it by saying they shouldn't dampen students' enthusiasm for learning. Pisk, just seeking attention. He wishes everyone knew how much he loves studying. Last time he copied Hamilton, doing some book recitation nonsense. Why not study hard to be first in grade? A poor student remains one no matter how much attention he draws. Alger ignored these harsh words and reveled in the joy of almost completing his task. Almost done. Almost finished. Addison, he received the system notification. He had completed the super memory task. The points had arrived too. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain himself, Alger laughed loudly, tearing the English book into pieces and throwing them into the air. Why would he need books when his brain became a book? Everyone stared, astounded by his wild display. Laughing and tearing books. What kind of bizarre act was this? Next, he aimed to finish the super physical endurance task. Alger ran towards the playground to start jogging. Is this guy sick or something? Why go running again? What does he want? I can't understand at all. Does he want to pursue sports? Who wants him? Bernard, don't you control your classes, Alger? Skipping evening self-study and wandering around the playground. Just another bad student. Quit if you don't want to study. If you can't manage him, let me handle it. I'll make sure he behaves. Alec found Braden and spoke heatedly. His tone carried a hint of hatred. That afternoon after school, Braden and Alec engaged in a fierce debate. Alec argued that Alger and Augustine must receive demerits as a warning. Braden defended his two students, stating it was all a misunderstanding, and they didn't fight. He even presented Sylvia's explanation as evidence. There was also Hamilton's testimony. Braden refused to give them demerits. Alec usually got his way at school, especially with merely giving demerits to two students. But Braden stood against him. Worse, Braden protected Alger, Alec's most detested student. Later, the principal intervened, agreeing after hearing the entire story, no demerits should be given. Of course, Braden followed the principal's decision. This time, even Braden became someone Alec hated. This is almost dismissal time. Wandering the playground isn't a violation, right? Braden said calmly. You. Alec stormed off angrily. These newcomers, including the new principal, were all disliked by him. After running 3 laps in half an hour, Alger lay down on the track, exhausted. A shadow appeared above him. Sylvia gently wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. A sweet fragrance filled the air. Alger breathed deeply. This was the scent unique to Sylvia, far superior to Marta's perfume. Sylvia's face was close enough to touch. So near, yet so distant. Rachel, why are you here? Sitting up, Alger gazed at her tenderly. Sylvia held the handkerchief and answered in a tiny voice. Worried about you. After speaking, she lowered her eyes, lightly biting her lower lip. He was really not acting like himself today. Rachel, have you always cared about me like this? Before, it was secretive. Now due to his initiative, she has also become proactive. Sylvia blushed, remaining silent. Alger chuckled, then looked up at the night sky. The moon was exceptionally bright tonight. Sylvia gazed at the moon too. The bright moonlight shone on her face, making it look clear and delicate like white jade. Alger wished he could hold her in his arms, hugging her tightly and kissing her. His hand lifted up, ultimately landing on her silvery hair, rubbing it gently. Alger's fingertips touched Sylvia's scalp, warming it. Even her hair felt warm. At this moment, the system issued a task. Plant 100 cabbages and ensure they survived. Reward, super spirit power. This kind of power could be used for healing. By completing this task, he could use the spirit power to cure Sylvia's stuttering. Her slow response could be treated as well. Alger was extremely excited and enveloped Sylvia into his embrace. Her soft body seemed boneless. Sylvia was stunned on the spot, her eyes wide open. Alger quickly released her upon realizing his action, too excited to explain. He ran away. He admitted he was cowardly, restless, and excited all night long. Early next morning, he went jogging again and was still mocked by those PE students. Alger ignored them, treating their insults as farting. After buying breakfast, he anxiously waited in the classroom. To keep the warm milk from getting cold, he kept it close to his body to keep it warm. Marta was expecting Alger to bring her breakfast. But this time, she had a backup plan, asking Lauren to bring her breakfast from the canteen. In case Alger was still acting weirdly, she wouldn't starve. Alger, what did you buy today? I wanted corn so much, but you left before I could tell you last night. Marta tilted her head, peeking into Alger's desk drawer. But he blocked her view with his body, making it impossible to see what he bought. Alger covered his ears with both hands, closed his eyes, refusing to listen or look. Alger, you're such an idiot. Marta stomped her feet angrily, furious that he couldn't take a hint. But until class started, Sylvia didn't show up. This made Alger uneasy. Could she be scared to come because of yesterday's hug? Chapter 30 Skipping class to find Natalie. Alger was restless, his eyes constantly on Sylvia's seat, very worried about her. She never skipped class. Even when she was sick, she would insist on attending. Alger, you were so cool last night, tearing up the English book. Quite a few classmates followed your lead and tore their books too. It was such a mess in the classroom. As soon as Demetrius entered the classroom, he excitedly talked about the evening self-study session. Last night it was the English teacher supervising. She was almost driven crazy. Why did we tear English books, ha ha ha? But I didn't do that. If both of us had torn our books, who could we borrow from? Demetrius rambled on, but Alger seemed oblivious, showing no reaction. Alger, why haven't you eaten breakfast yet? Demetrius noticed the breakfast still on his desk. Following Alger's gaze, he frowned too. Why hasn't Sylvia come yet? The class has started. He yawned and laid his head on the desk to sleep. Another all-nighter, it seems. The morning classes were English. Zelda was still angry over what happened last night. She targeted Alger as soon as class started. Alger, recite the passage we studied last week. You won't be asked to memorize it either way since you can't. She said coldly. Once he couldn't recite, she planned to make him stand outside, so she wouldn't have to see him and get annoyed. Everyone turned around to watch Alger, waiting for his embarrassment. Alger stood up and smoothly recited without a single hiccup. Zelda looked at the textbook and then asked, "Can you recite today's lesson?" Closing his eyes, Alger effortlessly recited it fluently again. Zelda stared at him in surprise, her voice trembling. Then, how about the next one? Can you recite that too? Alger smirked disdainfully and successfully finished the recitation. Flipping through the textbook, Zelda's hands shook slightly. She was looking for a more difficult passage. Teacher, you choose any page you want, I can recite it. Alger scratched his ear idly. TSK, reciting a few passages is nothing special. Now you think you're invincible just because of that? Bragger. Ezra shouted loudly. Alger ignored him. Ezra's voice successfully woke up Demetrius. Immediately annoyed, Demetrius said, "What are you making noise for, Ezra? Try reciting something yourself if you're so capable." Ezra pouted. I didn't brag. Reciting any page is like using a talking pen. It looked like another argument was brewing, possibly leading to another war, like last week. Zelda, with a headache, tapped the podium with her ruler. All right. Alger, recite page 12. Without hesitation, Alger recited it flawlessly. Page 20. Page 31. Regardless of the page number Zelda mentioned, Alger recited it without any hiccups. Everyone was stunned. Even Zelda couldn't believe it. Wasn't this a human talking pin? Alger, can you recite the whole book? Demetrius shouted excitedly. No way. Recite the whole book again? Again. Remembering every punctuation mark too? The whole class buzzed, urging Alger to recite the entire book. To appease everyone, Zelda agreed. Alger, can you recite the whole book? Let's see. But Alger had no intention to recite. With Sylvia not there, who would he show off to? He wasn't in the mood. I'm lazy to recite, Alger said lazily. What arrogance. Just admit you can't recite, and don't find excuses like being lazy. People should be more sincere. Seizing on Alger's weakness, Ezra aggressively confronted him. I already said I'm lazy to recite. Can't you understand plain language? Demetrius scolded Ezra angrily, his face red with fury. Marta curled her lips disdainfully. She finally realized that Alger was quite the bragger. Trying to attract her attention, he must have put in a lot of effort. Hamilton looked down on him with contempt, always imitating full book recitations. How annoying. Okay. Alger, sit down. Let's continue the class. Zelda, who had intended to embarrass Alger, nearly sparked another conflict between the two factions, the top students and the slackers. Those who sided with Hamilton were the top students faction. Those who supported Alger were the slacker faction. Worried about Sylvia, Alger couldn't focus on listening to the class or doing exercises. Unable to wait any longer, he left the classroom directly. Zelda, finishing writing on the board, turned around only to find Alger gone. Teacher, Alger had a sudden urge, and didn't have time to ask for leave. Demetrius explained. Zelda didn't mind. Neither did the other students find it strange. In the past, Alger often left during class, buying things for Marta. Marta was a bit excited. Could it be that Alger skipped class to buy corn for her? He finally seemed to be back to normal. Alger came downstairs of the girls' dormitory, banging on the iron gate loudly and shouting Sylvia's name at the top of his voice. Hey, student, what are you shouting for? Why did you come to the girls' dormitory during class time? The dormitory manager ran out and glared at him. This guy looked like a hooligan, obviously not a good student. Noelle, please check room 206 for me. Is there a girl still in the dorm? Alger was a bit anxious, speaking with a pleading tone. I've checked, no students are there. They've all gone to class. You'd better leave right now, don't make trouble here. The dormitory manager said angrily. Alger knew he couldn't rely on her. But where else could Sylvia go besides the dormitory? Sylvia, Natalie, can you hear me? Natalie, come out quickly. Natalie, Sylvia. Alger was almost driven crazy, shouting loudly. His loud voice echoed around. He kept shaking the iron gate, eyes red. If Sylvia didn't come out, he would climb over the gate to get in. The dormitory manager stepped back 2 steps in fear. Was this boy mad due to heartbreak? He looked so terrifying. She said tremblingly. If you keep shouting and causing trouble like this, I'll call the security guard. At this moment, Sylvia slowly walked out of the dormitory, her face pale. She appeared listless, with cracked lips bleeding slightly. Her bangs were wet, likely drenched with sweat. Natalie, I knew you were in the dormitory. Seeing Sylvia, Alger's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. The dormitory manager, seeing Sylvia, hurriedly opened the iron gate of the dormitory building, letting her out. She hadn't noticed there was still a student in the dormitory when she checked. Moreover, Sylvia clearly looked sick. If something happened in the dormitory manager would be held responsible. As soon as Sylvia stepped out of the iron gate, her body collapsed weakly. Alger quickly caught her. Natalie. Touching her body, Alger was shocked. Chapter 31. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Sylvia's body was burning hot. Alger felt her forehead. It was so hot that he quickly withdrew his hand. After vomiting, she refused to get back into the car. Only then did Alger remember that Sylvia got carsick. Rachel, we're almost at the hospital. Can you hold on a bit longer? Alger coaxed softly, unwilling to delay her treatment any further. The school doctor also mentioned that there were plastic bags in the car. If Sylvia needed to vomit again, she could do so directly into the bag. With Alger's support, Sylvia weakly got back into the car. Looking at her pale face, Alger felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Upon arrival at the hospital, doctors conducted tests on Sylvia, including blood tests and a chest CT scan. Fortunately, they caught it in time. Her lungs weren't infected yet. The school doctor settled Sylvia down and left. Alger stayed with Sylvia in the ward, watching her receive intravenous drips. Her temperature gradually dropped, finally giving Alger some relief. Sylvia slept soundly. Because of her slow reaction speed, she often stayed up late studying to catch up with her peers. Lacking exercise and proper nutrition, her physical health wasn't good. Yesterday, after visiting the office, she was so nervous that she broke into a sweat. Wearing her damp clothes all day, she probably caught a cold and developed a fever that way. Alger tenderly held Sylvia's hand, gazing at it closely. Such delicate hands, so slender and graceful. Hands are like a second face. Just by looking at her hands, one could tell how beautiful she is. Alger resisted the urge to kiss her hand and gently laid it down. It wouldn't be good if she woke up and saw him doing that. It would make her misunderstand him. In the afternoon, Braden came, carrying a bag of fruits. Teacher Benny. Alger stood up quickly, greeting him. Braden nodded slightly and placed the fruits gently on the bedside table. The school doctor said it wasn't too serious. How is she now? Braden asked in a low voice. She has been sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. Alger answered in a hushed tone. Both were careful not to wake Sylvia. Oh, Sylvia fell ill, and no one even knew about it. Alger, thank goodness you were there. Without you, Sylvia would have been in danger. Luckily nothing happened. Braden was relieved but also felt guilty. As her homeroom teacher, he failed in his duty by not knowing Sylvia was sick. He should have taken attendance much earlier. If anything had happened to Sylvia, he would never be able to forgive himself. Even though the school had strict rules against tardiness and absenteeism, many students violated these rules regularly. Unless a student committed a major offense, they wouldn't be expelled. Among all the classes in the school, Braden's class had a relatively high attendance rate. With me here, I won't let anything happen to Sylvia. Alger looked at the person lying in bed with intense determination. Braden, an experienced teacher, could see that something was off in Alger's eyes, but he didn't call him out. Sylvia was timid and insecure, having no friends at all. She needed someone like Alger to protect her. Hey Alger, how is Sylvia? Is she okay? Demetrius rushed in, carrying a takeaway box. I know you haven't eaten. I've brought some food. His loud voice woke Sylvia up. Alger frowned and shot him a glance, then gently asked Sylvia, Rachel, how are you feeling? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Sylvia weakly shook her head. She didn't want anything. I brought some kanji. Demetrius moved closer. Sylvia, take good care of yourself in the hospital these 2 days. Go back to school only when you're fully recovered. Braden looked at this frail girl with immense pity. Not wanting him to worry, Sylvia nodded slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. She hadn't expected Braden to come visit her in the hospital. In this school where warmth was scarce, Braden's presence deeply touched her. Before leaving, Braden reminded Alger to take good care of Sylvia. Finding Demetrius too noisy and that more people weren't helpful for Sylvia's rest, Alger shooed Demetrius away. He held the kanji Demetrius had bought and fed Sylvia with a spoon. Rachel, I know you don't have much appetite, but try to eat a little. It will help you recover faster. Be a good girl and open your mouth. He softly coaxed her. Sylvia obediently opened her mouth and took a sip of the kanji Alger fed her. Seeing her compliance, Alger's lips curved into a smile. After a few sips, Sylvia lost her appetite, so Alger stopped. Eat your meal. Okay, I'll start now. Alger smiled at her and began eating his meal with chopsticks. After finishing his meal, Sylvia told him to return to school, saying she would be fine alone in the hospital. But there was no way Alger would leave. He was slightly annoyed. Rachel, are you worried about troubling me? How can you think like that? Don't say when you're sick. Even if you were perfectly fine, I wouldn't leave you here alone. Unless, you hate me and don't want me around. Sylvia hurriedly shook her head. How could she hate Alger? If you don't hate me, then you must like me. Alger raised his eyebrows. Rachel, remember this. Whenever you encounter any problems, never bear them alone. You must tell me. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. With me here, you have nothing to fear. If you feel uncomfortable again, you must tell me immediately. Got it? Tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes as she bit her lip and nodded gratefully. How could anyone be this good to her? She wanted to tell Alger that she wished to trouble him for the rest of her life. Why are you crying? Does it hurt somewhere? Did your fever come back? Seeing her teary eyes, Alger immediately became concerned. He touched Sylvia's forehead and then his own. It didn't seem hot. Suddenly, he leaned close to Sylvia, pressing his forehead against hers. Chapter 32. How did Sylvia become part of Alger's family? Their foreheads were pressed tightly together, and Sylvia's body instantly stiffened, not daring to move an inch. It doesn't seem too hot. No, I still need to borrow a thermometer to check. Alger muttered to himself and jogged out of the ward to borrow a thermometer. Just as Sylvia's rigid body began to relax, Alger came running back with a thermometer in his hand. Rachel, quick, let's measure. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he handed the thermometer to Sylvia. Sylvia took it, blushing and said, You turn around. She needed to unbutton 2 buttons on her school uniform to place the thermometer under her armpit. Oh, Alger understood, scratching his head awkwardly. He stood facing away from her. After 5 minutes, he asked, Rachel, is it done? Sylvia pulled out the thermometer, hurriedly buttoned up, and checked the reading. It's done. Alger turned around and took the thermometer to inspect it. Fortunately, she wasn't running a fever. After returning the thermometer, Alger poured a cup of hot water and fed Sylvia with a small spoon. He blew on the hot water in the spoon. It's a bit too hot, but it'll cool down after I blow on it. I can drink by myself? Sylvia blushed slightly, wanting to sit up, but Alger stopped her. Rain down and don't move. The doctor said you should rest well. Be a good girl. He spoke in a tone that was almost coaxing a child. Sylvia had no choice but to obediently drink the water he fed her. The taste of the water was unexpectedly sweet. Her eyes widened in surprise. Tastes good, right? I got some sugar from a nurse. Alger smiled. Sylvia nodded vigorously. Sweet. I knew you liked sweet things. Alger curled his lips, gently tapping Sylvia's nose affectionately. Sylvia pursed her lips, smiling sweetly. Sylvia. At this moment, Augustin walked in with a bag of fruits. He saw the warm scene just now and felt uncomfortable inside. Augustin, why are you here? Alger wasn't really glad to see him. I came to see Sylvia. It looks like she's fine, right? Augustin approached and placed the fruit on the bedside table, next to the fruit Braden had brought. Thank you. Sylvia politely thanked him. However, the smile Augustin had been expecting didn't appear on her face. She always laughed when Alger was around but seemed reluctant to even give him a smile. Augustin felt a sharp pain in his heart. Alger ignored him and continued feeding Sylvia water. But with Augustin present, Sylvia felt embarrassed and shook her head, saying she didn't want to drink anymore. Sylvia, I bought some oranges. Let me peel one for you to eat. Augustin quickly picked up an orange to peel. Alger remarked, this season, oranges can be so sour they make your teeth ache. Rachel doesn't like sour things. Augustin chuckled awkwardly. No problem. I'll peel it and eat it myself. His laugh caused the wound at the corner of his mouth to stretch, making him wince in pain. There was still bruising on his cheekbone and around his mouth from the beating Alger gave him. He could see that Alger treated Sylvia differently, and Sylvia treated Alger differently as well. Sylvia, seeing you're all right makes me feel relieved. I'll go back to school first. We have classes in the afternoon. Augustin didn't want to stay any longer as the third wheel. Let me see you off then. Alger put down the cup and went out with Augustin, taking the bag of oranges with him. Augustin, I'm sorry about yesterday. I hit you, but if I ever catch you laying hands on Rachel again, I'll beat you up. Alger looked at Augustin with icy eyes. Augustin replied coldly, laying hands on her. What a harsh way to put it. Alger, what do you think of me? Yesterday was just a misunderstanding, as Sylvia herself said. Don't you believe her? Alger curled his lip. I'm warning you. It's best if you leave Rachel alone, or else I won't let you off. Augustin grew angry. Alger, you're being too domineering. Can you control my thoughts? You're sick. He stormed off angrily. Hold on. Take the oranges. My Rachel wouldn't eat anything you bought. Alger stopped Augustin, shoved the oranges into his arms, and turned back to the ward. Augustin held the oranges, scowling, feeling resentful. How did Sylvia become his? I want to go back to school. As soon as Alger returned to the ward, Sylvia said she wanted to return to school. Alger immediately refused. No way. You're still sick. You need to stay in the hospital for at least 2 more days. Sylvia shook her head, looking anxious. In next week, we have the monthly exam. Next week was the monthly exam. How could she miss classes at this crucial time? She missed the English class in the morning and still needed to catch up on it. But you're still sick. What if you run a fever again? Which is more important, your studies or your health? No way, absolutely not. You need to stay in the hospital and get well. No going anywhere. Alger rattled off a string of objections. I'm fine. Please. Sylvia was almost in tears, her eyes red with worry. If she really missed 2 days of classes, how would she catch up? Seeing her like this, Alger's heart softened. But thinking of her illness, he hardened his heart and refused again. With a blink of her large eyes, tears began to overflow uncontrollably. Please. She pleaded through her tears. Oh no, why are you crying? Alger felt a sharp pang in his heart and hurriedly wiped away her tears. He couldn't bear seeing Sylvia cry. It always made him weak. He knew that even staying in the hospital, she wouldn't be able to rest and recover properly. And she had begged him twice. How could he refuse her anymore? All right, I'll talk to the doctor. Don't cry anymore. Alger consoled her tenderly. Sylvia immediately stopped crying and smiled through her tears. The doctor examined Sylvia, understanding the heavy academic burden on high school students, agreed to let her return to school. However, she had to come back for intravenous drips in the evening to avoid another fever. Alger immediately agreed. Originally, Alger wanted to take a taxi back to school with Sylvia, but Sylvia got carsick. Thinking about how pitiful she looked when she vomited during the car ride to the hospital, Alger gave up on taking a taxi. Without a bicycle, they could only walk back. After walking for a while, Sylvia's legs became weak, unable to continue. Still sick and not having eaten much, where did she get the strength to walk? Rachel, let me carry you. Otherwise, we'll be late for class. Alger bent down in front of her. Sylvia didn't hesitate, climbing onto Alger's back. Alger curled his lips. Only after making her walk a few steps did she realize she truly couldn't walk any further and allowed him to carry her. Alger carried Sylvia effortlessly. In one hand, he held a bag of apples bought by Braden. Sirental Sylvia was too thin, too light. Sylvia hugged Alger's neck tightly, her face as red as a ripe persimmon. Chapter 33. Still prefer a princess carry. Rachel, you're too skinny. In the future, you must eat as much as I do. If you don't eat enough, then... Alger originally wanted to say that if she didn't eat enough, he would spank her bottom. But it seemed too intimate. Sylvia might be embarrassed. So he changed his words and said, if you don't eat enough, you'll have to do 100 radish squats. Oh. Sylvia sighed softly and agreed. She actually didn't object. She's being too well behaved. Actually, how could he bear to punish her with radish squats? It was just a joke. When they got to school, Sylvia didn't allow Alger to carry her anymore because it wouldn't look good for classmates to see. Knowing her shy nature, Alger put her down and supported her arm. Their classroom was on the 3rd floor. Taking advantage of no one being around, Alger hurriedly carried Sylvia upstairs. No need. Sylvia was so anxious she wanted to jump off. Rachel, don't move, or we'll both fall. Be good. Alger purposely swayed his body, pretending to be unsteady as if almost falling. Scared stiff, Sylvia immediately held onto his neck. She didn't want to get hurt herself, nor did she want Alger to be injured. Alger smirked inwardly. Little Qingmei was still quite easy to fool. Luckily, he wasn't a scoundrel. He remembered that in Sylvia's previous life, she never had a relationship. Once someone occupied her heart, no one else could enter it. What a silly girl. And he was foolish too, having been deceived by Marta for more than 10 years. Sylvia lay on Alger's back, feeling so close to him that she became nervous and dared not move. Feeling her body stiffen, Alger knew she was embarrassed and wanted to tease her again. Rachel, I feel like a princess carry is even lighter. Maybe I should carry you instead? No, don't. Sylvia instinctively tightened her grip on Alger's neck, afraid that he might put her down and carry her in a princess style. Being carried was awkward enough, but being held like a princess would make it even worse, leaving no room for explanation if anyone saw them. Then I'll keep carrying you. This is what you asked me to do. Alger chuckled inwardly. Sylvia blushed all the way to her neck out of shyness. In the morning, she had a high fever, making her weak, but she remained conscious. She knew when Alger was holding her. Had she any strength at that moment, she wouldn't have let him carry her. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that Alger gently put Sylvia down. Sylvia's face was still red, looking down and not daring to meet his eyes. Sylvia walked in front, while Alger followed behind as they entered the classroom. Just as the class bell rang, everyone already knew about Sylvia's illness. As they entered, all eyes were on them curiously. Under so many gazes, Sylvia felt uncomfortable and even nervous enough to lose her coordination while walking, moving with an awkward gait. Seeing this, Alger quickly stepped forward, shielding her from the crowd's view, and he kept protecting her until they reached her seat. Augustin immediately stood up to make space for Sylvia, looking at her with concern. Rachel, if you don't feel well, tell me immediately. Alger instructed gently. Sylvia nodded slightly, keeping her head down, not daring to look up. Alger shot Augustin a meaningful glance. Pretending not to see, Augustin wasn't scared. Everyone could see how well Alger treated Sylvia. Some students thought they were neighbors and naturally looked after each other. Others believed Alger intentionally treated Sylvia well to make Marta jealous. Marta initially thought so too. She didn't approve of Alger's methods. Even if he wanted to upset her by getting close to a girl, why choose someone inferior to her? A girl like Sylvia didn't frighten her at all. What annoyed Marta was that Alger had skipped class not to buy corn for her. Returning to his own seat. Xiangzi, how did you guys come back? Is Sylvia's illness better so quickly? Demetrius asked. She doesn't look very well though. Of course not. She doesn't want to miss classes. She still needs to go for N4 tonight. Alger explained briefly. In the afternoon, there was physics class, so he hastily pulled out the physics book and quickly flipped through it. Very few students in the class paid attention to the lectures. He didn't care anymore, nor could he manage them. The school didn't take it seriously either, so what impact could an unqualified young teacher like him make? At this moment, Alger received a mission notification from the system. Accumulatively ask Teacher Siren Chuan 100 physics questions and get answers. Reward, super physicist. And some points. The system designated asking questions specifically to Siren Chuan. Of course, Teacher Siren would answer any questions asked. If it were Marxist philosophy, this task would definitely be impossible to complete. When Teacher Siren lectured, he often asked if everyone understood and if there were any unclear points. Occasionally, a few scattered voices below the podium would reply, understood. This time when Teacher Siren asked, Alger quickly raised his hand. Alger, if you need to go to the bathroom, just go. Teacher Siren's gaze quickly passed over him. Alger stood up and asked about something he didn't understand just then. Teacher Siren was both surprised and delighted, even a bit excited, as he explained seriously to Alger. After class, Alger still followed Teacher Siren to ask more questions. He asked during class and after class. In the last period, Teacher Siren had everyone do exercises, and Alger immediately seized the opportunity to ask questions. By the end of the day, Teacher Siren dashed to the restroom at lightning speed, his bladder nearly bursting. Alger looked at the results, not bad. He had asked over 20 questions in one afternoon. This task could be completed tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would be a super physicist, and no physics problem would be too difficult for him. Alger didn't go to the cafeteria, planning to buy something to eat later after finishing the task with Demetrius. There were only 3 people left in the classroom. Alger, Demetrius, and Sylvia. Sylvia was catching up on her English homework. Alger and Demetrius came out of the classroom, looking around. Good, no one else was around. Hongzi, I've scoped it all out. Shall we start now? Demetrius took a piece of paper out of his pocket. Chapter 34 How could I bear to punish you? Alger took the paper from Demetrius's hand and nodded lightly. Okay, help me keep watch. The two went to the neighboring class first. There were a total of 10 classes in grade 3 of high school, and each class had 2 or 3 top students. Taking advantage of the break time, Demetrius successfully identified where the top students in each class sat and jotted down their positions on the paper. This was what Alger asked him to do. Holding the paper, Alger went to class 10 and found the seats of the 2 top students. He quickly flipped through their notebooks. Demetrius kept watch by the window, watching Alger browse through the notes, truly puzzled about what he was looking for. After leaving class 10, they visited other classes. Alger thoroughly reviewed all the top students' notes and felt that he had gained much, with all the information now memorized. Aaron, what exactly are you looking for? I'm not really looking for anything. I just wanted to see their notes. Just a few seconds? What can you see in such a short time? Alger gave a mysterious smile. Plenty. It's obvious when you see the difference between regular notes and those made by top students. Soon, he would surpass these top students who didn't even make notes. Demetrius didn't understand, but he was always willing to do anything for his good friend. Demetrius was going to play games, so Alger asked him to buy several vegetable-filled buns and 2 servings of porridge on the way back. When Alger returned to the classroom, Sylvia was still concentrating on her English homework, so he didn't disturb her. He sat down and started solving math problems. Alger thought Demetrius would bring back food during evening self-study, but unexpectedly, he delivered the food first and then went to play games. Faced with games or my brother, of course, my brother is more important. How could I let my good friend starve? Demetrius smiled and handed the dinner over to Alger. He also bought 2 extra boxes of milk. Alger was touched. Thinking about Demetrius's tragic past life, he couldn't help but feel sad. After this month's exam, he must force Demetrius to study seriously. After delivering the dinner, Demetrius went to play games. Alger took the dinner to Sylvia and ate with her. Sylvia only ate half a bun before she couldn't continue. Remembering Alger's warning, she reluctantly finished the remaining half and couldn't eat anymore. But Alger had eaten too, and she couldn't possibly eat as much as he did. She obediently left her seat and began doing squats as punishment. Janie, what are you doing? Come back and sit down. Alger was astonished. I can't eat. Sylvia said pitifully. Unable to eat, she could only accept the punishment. Alger walked over and gently patted her head, smiling. Silly girl, I was just kidding, and you took it seriously. How could I bear to punish you? He pulled Sylvia back to her seat and finished the last bun. His childhood sweetheart was too innocent and didn't even know how to act coquettishly yet. She could have cheated by tugging at his arm and saying coyly, Aaron, I can't eat anymore. Can you help me finish? Even if it took 10 oxen, he would still finish it for her. Sylvia drank half a bowl of porridge and couldn't drink any more. She glanced at Alger, then looked away, staring blankly at the remaining porridge in the bowl. Janie, why aren't you drinking? Alger deliberately asked. Satisfied. Sylvia replied with lowered eyes. Alger raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Can't drink anymore? Huh? It's fine. I'll take care of it. In 2 gulps, he finished the rest of the porridge. Sylvia gazed at him dumbfoundedly. Did he really not mind? Take a rest if you're tired. Alger tousled Sylvia's hair again, tidied up, returned to his seat, and continued working on his math problems. Sylvia touched her head and smiled inwardly. During evening self-study, Alger went to Mr. Siren with some organized physics questions. The system hadn't specified the difficulty level of the physics questions, so Alger had taken advantage of the loophole by organizing relatively simple ones. Mr. Siren explained them very easily. Looking at the time, there was still half an hour before evening self-study ended, so Alger hurried to the playground to run. After running, he still needed to accompany Sylvia to the hospital. While running, he thought about how to complete the super spirit power mission. It was already late in the season for planting cabbage, which might not sprout well. He could only buy ready-grown seedlings. But where should he plant them? If he planted them at home, he could only be there on weekends, unable to water the plants regularly. Asking Heather to water, the plants wouldn't count since the system wouldn't grant progress points. Hey, Alger, what are you doing out here? This is evening self-study, not physical education class. Do you want to be disciplined? Get back to the classroom right now. Alex shouted from the stand, pointing at Alger. Do as you wish. Alger yelled back loudly and continued running. It's really beyond the pale. He did the same thing yesterday, skipping evening self-study to wander around the playground aimlessly. This time, there must be a school-wide announcement of criticism. You have to write a confession and read it in front of all teachers and students. Alec was fuming. Director Ma, it was me who made Alger run on the playground as punishment because he couldn't solve some physics problems. At this moment, Teacher Siren suddenly appeared at the playground, intentionally protecting Alger. Teacher Siren, why are you protecting a poor student? He should be punished accordingly. You shouldn't shield him. Alec waved his hands in anger. Director Ma, if I were shielding him, I wouldn't have let him run here. After saying this, Teacher Siren said to Alger, Alger, if you still can't solve those problems, remember to find me tomorrow. He winked at Alger and then walked away. Understood, Teacher Siren. Alger shouted back loudly. Not all teachers in this school looked down on poor students like Alec did. There were still good teachers. Alec was furious that someone would protect such an underprivileged student. Phone Gortizan did so, and now another one. Teacher Siren joined in. Alger, don't be too smug. I'm telling you, you're not off the hook for injuring Augustin. I've already informed his parents. They'll come to the school tomorrow to hold you accountable. Humph, just wait for the reprimand. Alec coldly scoffed and left. Alger didn't expect Alec to be so treacherous. Even the principal had agreed not to issue a reprimand, but Alec secretly told Augustin's parents about it. Seeing their child injured, his parents would definitely not let this go. If the parents pursued responsibility, even the principal couldn't protect Alger. Saying that Augustin got hurt by accident while playing wouldn't help. The fact was, he was indeed injured, and Alger had to take responsibility. Alger glared angrily at Alec's back, thinking that a reprimand was fine as long as it didn't affect university admissions. After running for half an hour, Alger returned to the classroom to find Sylvia and accompanied her to the hospital for intravenous therapy. This time, he rode a bicycle with her on the back. The on-duty doctor asked about Sylvia's condition and instructed her to come again at noon the next day for more therapy. After prescribing medication, they went to the infusion room. Sylvia was very afraid of pain and tightly shut her eyes when the needle was about to be inserted, biting her lower lip hard. But when the nurse started to insert the needle, she couldn't help but peek. A large hand covered her eyes. As soon as she felt a slight sting on her hand, she knew the needle was in place. Alger removed his hand, and a smiling face greeted her. Janie, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Sylvia shook her head, not wanting anything to eat. Just having him by her side was enough. Both of them brought books and exam papers along. Alger occasionally glanced at the 4-bottle to ensure it didn't finish without notice. By the time the infusion was complete, it was almost 11 o'clock. Sylvia was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open, especially since being sick made her easily exhausted. Alger rode the bike with his right hand on the handlebar and his left hand supporting Sylvia behind him, fearing she might fall asleep and fall off. Halfway through the ride, Alger glanced back at Sylvia and failed to notice something in front of him. He narrowly avoided a fall by braking in time. Chapter 35. Saying Sylvia is his girlfriend. Alger looked up and saw a black leather bag. He parked the car, picked up the bag, unzipped it, and found a thick stack of RMB. Alger counted, and there were actually 100,000 yuan. This could be considered a huge sum at that time. Sylvia was surprised. She had never seen so much money before. We wait here for the owner. It must have been dropped by someone carelessly, and the owner must be very worried. Alger thought for a moment and nodded. In fact, he didn't want to wait. Sylvia was still sick, and it was midnight. They needed to get back quickly to rest. He thought about it, and decided to wait on the spot for a while. If no one came, he would take the money to the police station. The two sat by the roadside. Alger took off his school uniform jacket and draped it over Sylvia's shoulders. Yaki, if you're tired, lean on me and sleep for a while. His hand rested on Sylvia's back, wanting to embrace her, but not daring to. Sylvia shook her head. No, not sleepy. But after a short while, she fell asleep leaning on Alger. She was really exhausted. The intravenous solution probably contained sedative components. Alger dared not move, afraid of waking her up, so he kept the same posture all the time. After waiting for an hour, someone finally came looking. A man in his 40s rode a bicycle with a woman of similar age sitting behind him. They appeared to be a couple. Alger had put the black leather bag on the roadside. Seeing the couple approach, he picked up the bag. The bag is in that boy's hands. The man shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the woman jumped off the back of the bicycle even before it stopped and ran up to Alger. Student, this is our lost bag. Please return it to us, okay? The woman asked anxiously. Sylvia woke up, rubbing her eyes and opening them with difficulty. Student, this bag really belongs to us. It contains the life-saving money for my mother who has a serious illness and needs surgery. Please give it back to us. We will thank you greatly. The man, now sweating profusely after stopping his bike, added. We just realized the bag was missing after getting the money and arriving at the hospital. We've been searching carefully since we don't know where it fell. Sue. Alger. Hearing that it was life-saving money, Sylvia gently nudged Alger, urging him to return the money to the couple immediately. Alger patted her hand gently and continued questioning the couple. So, can you tell me how much money is in the bag? Besides money, what else is inside? The man hurriedly replied, there are 100,000 yuan in the bag, for my mother's surgery, and also my ID card. He pointed at the bag. It's in the outer small compartment. Alger opened the small compartment of the bag and indeed found an ID card. My name is Thomas. The ID number is... The man recited his ID number. It wasn't necessary, as the photo on the ID matched the man. It was certain that the bag belonged to this couple. Alger stood up, having been in one position for too long, causing his legs to feel numb, almost making him fall. Fortunately, Sylvia supported him. Weston auntie, here's your bag. Alger handed the bag to Thomas. Please check if the money is correct. Thomas took the bag gratefully. Thank you so much. If anyone else had found it, they might have taken it all. The man didn't count, trusting that Alger hadn't taken anything. To express their gratitude, Thomas pulled out a few hundred yuan from the bag and offered it to Alger. This is our way of thanking you. Buy some candy for your little girlfriend. Yes, student, please accept it. We truly owe you. The woman echoed. Alger refused flatly. No need, uncle auntie. You should hurry to the hospital. We need to go back too. His heart stirred. They mistook Sylvia as his girlfriend. Sylvia blushed, wanting to explain that she and Alger weren't a couple. However, Alger did not explain. Probably because it didn't seem necessary, as they didn't know each other and might never meet again. Alger rode the bicycle with Sylvia on the back and left. What a good pair of students. Yes, such a handsome boy and beautiful girl. Quite a match. The couple sighed in admiration behind them. What did the girl call the boy? Alger. Having just slept by the roadside, Sylvia wasn't sleepy anymore. She sat on the back of the bicycle, enjoying the evening breeze and swinging her legs lightly. Alger also felt her pleasure and sang a love song happily. Say more sweet words. Look at me more when you miss me. Let me, willingly, love you. Sylvia smiled gently with her lips pressed together, her face slightly flushed. At school, Alger parked the bicycle properly and first escorted Sylvia to the girls' dormitory. The lights were already off in the dormitories, the doors of the building were locked, and the dorm manager had gone to sleep as well. The entire dormitory building was eerily quiet. Alger gently shook the iron gate of the dormitory, trying to wake up the dorm manager. No response. He shook the iron gate harder, making a clanging noise. If the dorm manager didn't come over to open the door, he would have to shout loudly. Who's there, making all this noise in the middle of the night? Do you let people sleep or not? Late returns will be recorded, you know? The dorm manager grumbled as she approached. Noelle, please open the door. Alger said coldly. The dorm manager hadn't checked the rooms carefully, almost causing something to happen to Sylvia, and he hadn't settled that score yet. I went to the hospital for an injection, Sylvia explained softly. The dorm manager recognized Alger and Sylvia. Her tone softened immediately. Oh, it's you two. You went for an injection, huh? Are you okay now? Why yes. The dorm manager sighed with relief. That's good, that's good. If anything serious had happened, she definitely would have been held responsible. She glanced at Alger, feeling a bit intimidated. Quickly opening the dormitory door, she let Sylvia in. Alger glared at the dorm manager icily. Goodbye. Sylvia waved to Alger. Alger also smiled and waved back at her. Back in his dormitory, he continued solving problems, ran the next morning, and continued to be mocked by those PE students. He bought breakfast and waited for Sylvia in the classroom. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever last night or this morning. Finally, Alger put his mind at ease. After finishing his breakfast, he went to find Teacher Siren to ask about physics problems. Teacher Siren gladly helped him, showing no impatience at all. It was Alec who kept making sarcastic remarks, which was extremely annoying. Suddenly, Alger stopped reciting English under the teaching building, which left everyone somewhat unaccustomed. They mocked him for being a show-off, having been conspicuous for only a few days. Some classmates believed that since he hadn't caught Marta's attention this way, he had abandoned this method. He must be thinking of other ways to attract the school beauty's attention. Indeed, he started pestering the physics teacher with questions and constantly solving problems. Anyone who didn't know would think he loved studying so much and was a straight-A student. These idle talks did not affect Alger at all. In the morning, during math class, Alger focused on solving problems while Braden didn't bother to stop him. After school, Alger found Braden and asked him for a favor. Chapter 36. I am Sylvia's family member. Braden's father was already in his 80s, with poor mobility, making it inconvenient for him to climb stairs. Therefore, the school allocated him a ground-floor apartment. Braden's wife lived with their daughter, helping her take care of the child. In this housing unit, there were only Braden and his elderly father. Alger had his eyes on the small yard on the ground floor. It would be spacious enough to plant 100 cabbages. What? You want to plant cabbages in my small yard? Braden was quite surprised when he heard this. Why do you want to plant cabbages? He didn't know what Alger was up to. This request seemed too abrupt. Alger's family had land. He could have planted vegetables at home. Why did he insist on planting vegetables in the teacher's yard? Cabbage is cost-effective. It can be both appreciated and eaten, and it's very nutritious. I'm sure Science teacher will like it. Alger replied with a grin. Actually, he hadn't come up with a good excuse. Alger, the monthly exam is next week. Don't waste time on other things. Focus on reviewing instead. If you don't make it into the top 10 of your class this time, your close friend Demetrius? Braden coughed lightly and didn't continue. Teacher Benny, rest assured, I will definitely make it into the top 10 of the class. Please let me plant cabbages in your yard. Alger pleaded, thick-skinned as ever. You boy, why do you think of such random ideas all the time? How about this? If you can rank within the top 5 of your class in this month's exam, I'll rent my yard to you for free. You can plant whatever you want. If you turn the yard into a public restroom, I won't stop you either. Braden believed that Alger's grades would improve somewhat, but doubted they would improve much. If Alger didn't fail, it would already be good. Braden set this condition so that Alger wouldn't ruin his yard. More importantly, he didn't want his elderly father to be disturbed by Alger. He just wanted Alger to give up on the idea of using his yard. But Alger was almost jumping with joy. Teacher Benny, You must keep your word. Yaki, you should witness this. Teacher Benny said that if I get into the top 5 of the class, he will rent me the yard. He looked at Sylvia with shining eyes. Sylvia was momentarily stunned, not understanding why he was so excited. But she still nodded gently. At this moment, only the 3 of them were in the classroom. She had overheard the conversation between Alger and Braden, but didn't understand why Alger insisted on planting vegetables in Braden's yard. A gentleman's promise cannot be taken back. If you do well, my little yard will be your reward. Braden raised an eyebrow. Alger was thrilled, wanting to kiss Braden. Planting vegetables in Braden's yard would allow him to tend to the cabbages anytime without worrying about others ruining them. This way, he could better complete his mission. And then he could treat Sylvia. Alger rode his bicycle with Sylvia to the hospital, stopping at a small restaurant on the way for lunch. Sylvia's appetite was clearly much better than yesterday, easing Alger's worries. At the hospital, the doctor examined Sylvia and said no need for N4, but she would need an injection and some medication to follow up. Upon hearing this, Sylvia felt numb. She'd rather have N4 than an injection. It hurt too much. However, the doctor explained that excessive 4 drips weren't good for the body, and avoiding them if possible was best. When they reached the injection room, Sylvia hesitated outside, unwilling to enter. She nervously clutched the slip in her hand. Knowing she was afraid of pain, Alger softly comforted her. Don't worry, Yaki. Getting an injection isn't as painful as you imagine. It's like being bitten by a mosquito. Sylvia frowned and shook her head. I'm scared. Be good, Yaki. I'll wait for you outside. After the injection, I'll buy you candy. Alger consoled her as if speaking to a child. The mention of buying candy reminded both of them of last night's misunderstanding by the couple. Sylvia blushed. The nurse called her name, and she steeled herself to go inside. Pants down a bit more. Relax. Tense muscles make it harder for the needle to penetrate. You're not doing this right. Family member. Family member. The nurse shouted out. Thinking something might be wrong, Alger rushed in. He saw Sylvia sitting on a chair, partly hidden by the backrest. Her body was trembling slightly, tears streaming down her face as if she had been deeply wronged, looking at him with pleading eyes. Seeing her like this, Alger's heart ached intensely. What are you doing here? Go out. Where is Sylvia's family member? The nurse continued shouting. I am the family member. The nurse glanced at Alger, frowned, and waved her hand. Forget it. You should go out. She shooed Alger out. Alger could only wait outside. Sylvia was afraid of being seen by Alger, which would make her even more nervous. Head nurse, please come here. There's a patient who is not cooperating at all. The nurse shouted towards the head nurse who was busy elsewhere. Inside the injection room, the 2 nurses coaxed and persuaded Sylvia until they finally gave her the injection. This reminded Alger of when he was little. Back then, he hadn't started school yet. He had also gotten sick and needed injections in his buttocks. He wouldn't cooperate and was held down tightly by his parents, screaming and struggling like a piglet being slaughtered. Nurse, hurry up. We'll hold him tight so he won't move around. You naughty boy, behave or we'll spank your butt flat. His parents both warned and threatened him. In the end, he got the injection, and his half butt hurt for several days afterward, with bruising that lasted 2 weeks. If those 2 nurses had cajoled him back then, it wouldn't have hurt as much. At that time, they were probably already impatient with him but still acted diligently in front of him. Alger bitterly tugged at the corners of his lips. After coming out from the injection room, Sylvia was in such pain that her face turned pale, and she couldn't walk steadily. Rachel. Alger quickly went over to support Sylvia, looking worriedly at her. I will never get another buttock injection. Sylvia had tears streaming down her cheeks. Okay, no more in the future. Alger stroked her hair lovingly and comforted her gently. At the small store by the hospital entrance, Alger bought 2 lollipops, one for himself and one for Sylvia. Sylvia was indeed easy to comfort. She smiled upon seeing the lollipop, with teardrops still clinging to her lower lashes. Alger chuckled, patted her head, and looked at her affectionately. Unnoticed by him, nearby, Lauren was pushing her bicycle toward them, with Marta sitting on the back. Beatrix, isn't that Alger? Call him and ask him to carry you to see the doctor. Lauren noticed them and immediately told Marta. Alger. Marta, sitting on the bike, waved at Alger. Sire Anlin, push the bike faster. Lauren lowered her head, wiped her sweat on her shoulder, and secretly glared at Marta. Alger, who had been smiling happily, instantly turned cold upon seeing Marta. Chapter 37. If Alger could score a perfect mark, he would write his surname backward. Alger was also pushing his bicycle. Without waiting for Lauren to push her bike over, he let Sylvia sit on the back of his bike and rode off. He completely ignored Marta. Marta and Lauren were stunned on the spot. Alger, you stand there right now. I sprained my ankle. Quickly carry me to the hospital. Marta shouted anxiously from behind. But the more she shouted, the faster Alger rode. Is there something wrong with this, Alger? Hearing that you sprained your ankle and still riding so fast, it's really too much. Lauren complained. She hadn't even had lunch yet. At noon, at the canteen entrance, Marta sprained her ankle while going up the stairs. Lauren could only send her to the hospital. Humph, dogman. If I pay attention to Alger again, I'll be a dog. Marta glared hatefully at Alger and Sylvia's retreating figures. Zhao. Marta, foot sprained. Calling you? Sylvia gently tugged at Alger's clothes. It's none of my business if her foot is sprained or not. I'm not related to her in any way. Alger said indifferently. If she has issues, let her find her own family. I'm not her family. Right, Yaki? He turned and looked at her, a smile playing in his eyes. He wasn't Marta's family, but Sylvia's family. Sylvia blushed, lowered her head, licking her lollipop without saying anything. She was flirted with again. Alger happily pedaled the bike without accelerating. Sirental Qingmei had just gotten a shot, and they couldn't shake her on the bike. Arriving at school, there was still time before class started. Passing by the office to return to the classroom, Alger glanced inside specially. Seeing that teacher Siren had already arrived, he immediately fetched the physics problems to ask him. Sylvia was doing homework in the classroom. After playing basketball, Augustin returned, saw Sylvia at her seat, and quietly retreated. He raised his arm, sniffed under it, and detected a strong body odor. Afraid Sylvia would mind, he quickly went back to the dormitory, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sprayed some perfume before coming over. Sylvia, you're here so early. You don't need an 4-drip today? Augustin sat down, smiling as he asked. Sylvia slightly frowned. The perfume smell was very strong. Not necessary anymore. She shook her head lightly and continued focusing on her homework. Seeing that she didn't want to talk to him, Augustin felt a bit disappointed. Pretending to open his metal pencil case casually, he secretly used it as a mirror to examine himself. The wound on his face hadn't healed yet, making him look somewhat ugly. Sighing, Augustin closed the pencil case. He had to admit that he wasn't as handsome as Alger. However, he studied better than Alger. Relying on looks can't get one into university. Thinking of this, Augustin took out his paper and earnestly worked on solving problems. Teacher Sieran explained until his throat was hoarse, not even taking a sip of water. Alger was too studious, asking question after question. It felt like he asked hundreds of questions. When Teacher Sieran finished explaining the 100th problem, Alger heard the system prompt sound in his head. The superphysicist task was completed. The reward points also arrived. Yes, from now on, no physics problem could stump him. Are there any other questions? Teacher Sieran pinched his throat, asking in a hoarse voice. Teacher Sieran, no more. I understood everything. Thank you, Teacher Sieran. You've worked hard. Alger hugged Teacher Sieran excitedly. Teacher Sieran was baffled. He had never been hugged by a student before. Alger left happily. Wait a moment, Alger. Your test paper. Teacher Sieran realized and picked up the paper from his desk. Teacher Sieran, that's not my paper, it's yours. Alger left the office with a happy-go-lucky expression. Teacher Sieran scratched his head, wondering why Alger looked like the foolish son of a landlord. Returning to the classroom, passing Augustin, Alger almost vomited from the strong perfume smell. It matched the fragrance on Marta. Stopping, he frowned and looked at Augustin. Augustin glared back. What are you staring at? Hey, do you have bromidrosis? Alger raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, spraying so much perfume would suffocate an elephant. Augustin flared up and angrily replied. You've got the dog nose? You're the one who has bromidrosis. You not only have bromidrosis, you also have smelly feet and a stinky mouth. Alger remarked. Why so angry? I was just asking casually. His peripheral vision caught Sylvia doing homework. Augustin vented his anger by scribbling furiously on his paper. Just as Alger returned to his seat, Demetrius came back from the internet cafe. Yawning, he lay listlessly on his desk. Hongzi, is Sylvia okay now? Yeah, no more 4-drip. Oh, that's good. Then, about the game account. Demetrius started talking but soon snored softly, falling asleep. Alger sighed lightly and shook his head. In the afternoon, there was a chemistry class. Alger had just received a system task to write out the periodic table 100 times neatly. The reward was superchemist and corresponding points. This task was too simple. Alger almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, it wasn't about asking questions from the chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher was like Mr. Alec. He wouldn't be as enthusiastic as Teacher Sieran, only coldly mocking you. Moreover, he was Ezra's father. Mr. Jesse, the chemistry teacher, entered the classroom. A man in his 40s, balding to the extent of looking like a Mediterranean, seemed like he was 60 or 70. He was slender, rarely smiled, and always wore a stern face, making him look hard to approach. Indeed, he was the strictest among all teachers, and not just strict, truly fierce. He had a terrible temper and loved throwing chalk pieces at students, which really hurt. Even female students weren't spared, often crying when hit. Everyone had to listen intently in his class. Whether you understood it or not, as long as you listened without doing anything else, that was basic respect for him. All students were afraid of him. Even Ezra feared his father to death. Facing his father, he instantly turned into a well-behaved baby. Alger hurriedly woke Demetrius up, so his friend wouldn't be targeted by a furious chalk piece. Damn, it's chemistry class. Seeing Jesse, Demetrius quickly took out his chemistry book and sat upright. Jesse's snake-like sharp eyes scanned the students. Everyone kept quiet. A student was rummaging through something under his desk. Jesse's eyes narrowed instantly, pinching a piece of chalk and hurling it forcefully. With a thud, it accurately hit the student's head, causing him to wince in pain, rubbing his head before sitting up straight. Years of practice made Jesse an expert in throwing with pinpoint accuracy. He scanned everyone expressionlessly. Last week's test results are out. I'll read them out. Hamilton, 95 points. Hamilton quickly went up to get his paper. When will you score a perfect mark? Always around 90, no progress. What do you do every day? Jesse angrily threw the paper at him. Hamilton returned to his seat with a grimace. Marta, 94. Again second place. How can you improve? Losing weight will give you a full score? Come take your paper. Jesse criticized Marta mercilessly, ignoring her sprained ankle and slow pace. Marta returned to her seat with her paper, feeling aggrieved. Sylvia, 90 points. Such a big gap from second place. Did you study at all? When Jesse called Sylvia, Augustin quickly stood up to let her pass. Sylvia returned to her seat with red-rimmed eyes after getting her paper. Alger felt heartbroken. Even top students were severely criticized. Others were worse off, being scolded ruthlessly. Naturally, Ezra was also reprimanded. Alger scored 1 point, the lowest in the class. Alger, you failure, scoring only 1 point every time. Would dying if you scored higher? Get lost back to your seat. Jesse spat. Alger smirked. Mr. Patricia, but I can score a perfect mark this month. Jesse sneered. If you can score a perfect mark, I'll write my surname backward. Just wait and see. Alger huffed and returned to his seat. Everyone admired Alger secretly, as only he dared to argue with Jesse. Even failures had some merits. Suddenly, Brayden appeared at the door, knocking gently. Mr. Patricia, sorry to interrupt, but Augustin's parent is here to see Alger. Please ask him to come out. Augustine, you come too. Chapter 38 Reversal. Alger and Augustine followed Braden out. Everyone saw that, right? That's what happens when you don't study hard. How can Alger's parents forgive him for injuring Augustine? Just wait and see. Alger will definitely be reprimanded. This black sheep trash is not allowed in my classroom anymore from now on. Let him go to the toilet for some soul searching. Don't play with him, or you'll be corrupted by him. Jesse scolded Alger fiercely, as if he wanted to grind him into dust before stopping. Hearing Jesse insult Alger like this, Sylvia felt very upset and worried about Alger. Didn't they explain everything clearly? Why would he still be reprimanded? Demetrius couldn't stand seeing Jesse insult Alger so much. He stood up and indignantly said, Teacher Patricia, you can't talk about Alger like that, and you shouldn't incite us not to play with him. He might be poor at studying, but he is not a bad student. You're discriminating against him. We can report you to the Education Bureau. He didn't care how Jesse criticized him, but he couldn't let anyone say bad things about his best friend. Why don't you go and report me then? Cyrank, I'm afraid of you. Get out of here too. Never attend my class again. Trash. Jesse, in anger, threw a piece of chalk at Demetrius, which Demetrius dodged. Not attending then not attending. Who wants to listen to your lousy classes? I'd rather clean the toilets. Demetrius walked out of the classroom proudly and boldly. Everyone couldn't help but admire his bravery. No wonder he was Alger's best friend. He indeed had the courage. Who else doesn't want to attend? Get out now. Jesse roared, so angry that his face turned red. Everyone lowered their heads silently. Jesse was good friends with Alec. If they offended him, they might not get their graduation certificates. Marta was thinking whether she should distance herself from Alger. Everyone in school knew he had been reprimanded, and she was afraid she would be implicated. As an all-round top student, being close to someone who had been reprimanded could affect her negatively. Hamilton and Ezra were gloating. They wished Alger would be expelled from school. With Augustine in front and Alger behind, they arrived at the office. Alec was there as well. And there was a man and a woman, Augustine's parents. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Augustine was surprised by their arrival. Oh dear, Daeong, you're really injured? Augustine's mom pulled him to examine his injuries with concern. How badly are you hurt? How come you didn't tell us? Seeing the wound on his son's face, Augustine's father felt both angry and distressed. It's nothing, I just slipped while playing basketball. Augustine quickly made up an excuse. Comrade Augustine, you were clearly injured by someone. Are you being threatened? Alec interjected. Braden frowned, intending to explain for Alger, but Augustine's dad interrupted angrily. Daeong, don't hide it from us anymore. Director Ma's already told us you were injured by a classmate. And who was that classmate? Not only did he injure you, but also threatened you. Unbelievable. I must give him a lesson today. He rolled up his sleeves in anger. Braden hurriedly calmed him down. Mr. Zhou, it's really a misunderstanding. After he injured you like this, it's still a misunderstanding. Augustine's dad flushed with anger. Augustine looked helplessly at his father. Alec shot a triumphant glance at Alger and pretended to soothe Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, calm down. We've severely criticized student Alger. He violated school rules by injuring another student and definitely needs to be reprimanded. Moreover, Augustine's dad suddenly interrupted. Wait, Director Ma, what's the name of this classmate? Slightly taken aback, Alec answered. Alger, that's him. He grabbed Alger's clothes and dragged him in front of the Zhou couple, sternly saying, Alger, hurry up and apologize to Daeong's parents. It's you. Mr. Zhou stared at Alger in surprise, the anger on his face dissipating instantly. Comrade, we were just looking for you. What a coincidence to find you are classmates with Daeong. Mrs. Zhou was also excited. The two stepped forward and firmly shook Alger's hand, saying gratefully, Thank you, Comrade Alger, for helping us last time. We didn't know what to do without you. Braden, Alec, and Augustine were all dumbfounded. Didn't Mr. Zhou want to teach Alger a lesson? Why did the scene suddenly change to gratitude? Alger, who hadn't spoken, simply said calmly, Weston, Noel, it was a small matter, nothing to worry about. This isn't a small matter at all. You did something commendable. Mr. Zhou excitedly picked up a roll from beside him, unwrapped it, and unfolded it. It turned out to be a banner. On it was written, Presented to Alger of xuanhuan Middle School, who returned lost property and demonstrated noble character. Alec's expression changed slightly. He had thought that the rolled item was a big stick that Augustine's father would use to beat up Alger. Alger, we didn't know the name of the girl you were with, so we just wrote yours. But it's fine just writing yours. This is an honor for both of you anyway. Augustine's father wore a full smile. Last night, seeing the school uniforms on Alger and Sylvia, they knew both were students at xuanhuan Middle School. When Sylvia called out to Alger, they learned his name. Weston, Noel, seeing how happy you are, I guess the elderly lady is okay now? Alger's expression remained calm. Augustine's father laughed and said, She's fine, she's fine. The surgery was successful, and my mom urged us to come thank you. You refused money, so we decided to make a banner as a token of our gratitude. You did something commendable, and it should be publicized properly. Director Ma, right? We should issue a notice to praise them throughout the school. Let all students learn from Alger. Alec hesitated slightly, looking at the words on the banner, guessing what had happened. Mom, Dad, my grandma was sick, right? Why didn't you tell me? Augustine asked anxiously, slightly blaming his parents. Augustine's mother reassured him, Relax, Daeong. Your grandma is fine now. We didn't tell you because we didn't want you to worry. A light knock on the door rang out. Everyone looked up to see Sylvia standing at the office door. So it's you, little girl. You came at just the right time. We were about to look for you. Augustine's mother happily walked over and pulled Sylvia in. Director Ma, Teacher Benny, last night, this girl and Alger found our wallet and waited by the roadside for us for quite some time. Augustine's mother recounted the events of the previous night. Augustine felt grateful toward Alger and Sylvia. Braden also nodded with a smile, his eyes full of admiration for the two. However, Alec's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Let's not mix things up. Alger did the right thing by returning the money to the owner and should be praised for that, but hitting someone must still be addressed. He violated school rules. There should be a reprimand where necessary, and disciplinary records should be kept accordingly. He wasn't going to let Alger off easily. Chapter 39. Reporting and Personal Insult. Mr. Cashin waved his hands hastily. Fight? No, Director Ma, it's a misunderstanding. Didn't De Jong just say that the injuries on his face were from falling while playing basketball, which has nothing to do with Alger? Cashin's father's change of attitude towards Alger left Alex speechless. Wasn't he supposed to teach Alger a good lesson? Just because Alger had returned the money he found, the matter of his son being beaten was settled like this? Mr. Zhou, hitting someone is actually very serious. Alec wanted to continue persuading Cashin's father. Whose class are you in? What are you doing here during class time? The voice of the principal came from the office door. Report to the principal. I have something important to inform you. Something extremely important. It was Demetrius. Jesse had told him to get lost, but as he was not at ease about Alger, he hid by the door of the office to eavesdrop. Come in with me. Demetrius followed the principal into the office. Alger looked worriedly at Demetrius, who gave him an assuring glance. Hey, why are there so many people here? The principal looked at everyone in puzzlement. Braden quickly reported to the principal. It's like this, principal. These two are parents of students who specifically came to thank two students for returning lost property. He recounted the incident to the principal. So you're Mr. and Mrs. Cashin. Hello. The principal shook hands warmly with Cashin's parents. Hello, principal. The two students from your school who returned lost property without expecting rewards are truly outstanding. Mr. Zhou praised Alger and Sylvia greatly. He also complimented the teachers, saying they did an excellent job teaching. The principal beamed with joy, saying repeatedly, a notice of commendation must be given to all the students in the school. All the students should learn from these two students. Mr. Zhou said half-jokingly, Principal, you see, as parents, we are not pursuing the matter of De Jong getting injured, so you don't need to punish Alger. Moreover, it was a misunderstanding in the first place. The principal was slightly confused. Give Alger a demerit? There was no talk of giving him a demerit. Alec hurried to explain, Principal, it was all a misunderstanding. I only called De Jong's parents to tell them that Cashin got injured in school. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, everything is fine. On that day, the principal had refused to give Alger a demerit. Unwilling to let go, Alec tried to put pressure on the principal using the parents of De Jong. Now, not only couldn't he make Alger receive a demerit, he even had to praise him in front of the whole school. It infuriated him. Well then, since it's settled, we will take our leave now and attend to De Jong's grandmother at the hospital. Sorry to disturb everyone. Please carry on with your work. Without staying any longer, De Jong's parents bid farewell to everyone and left. Before leaving, Mr. Zhou patted Alger on the shoulder specially. Looking at the banner, the principal was in high spirits. Never would he have thought that the school's first banner would be for a student labeled as academically poor. But it was still an honor for the school. You two did a good job. Returning lost property should indeed be commended. The principal smiled at Alger and Sylvia. Sylvia hadn't reacted yet. She had come over out of worry for Alger to testify that the fight between Alger and Cashin was a misunderstanding. But before she could speak, the misunderstanding was cleared. Not only that, both she and Alger were praised by the principal. Alger, what were you doing outside the campus with Sylvia in the middle of the night? Were you dating? Staying out overnight? At this moment, Alec asked in a cold tone. He always thought differently from others. Sylvia's face changed, and Alger glared at him. Staying out overnight? Wasn't that a bit malicious? The principal frowned too. Demetrius and Cashin stared angrily at Alec. Braden hurriedly explained. Student Sylvia fell ill. In order not to affect her studies, she could only go for an 4 drip after evening study sessions, accompanied by Alger. Alger and Sylvia live next door to each other. They've grown up together since childhood and often look out for each other. These matters are crystal clear to me as their homeroom teacher. Director Ma, didn't you check your email? The school doctor already informed all teachers about Sylvia's illness. Braden's words clarified Alec's suspicion. Of course I saw it. So this female student is Sylvia. Are you feeling better? Alec pretended to care about Sylvia. In his heart, he resented Braden even more and wished to expel Alger. Thank you for your concern, Director Ma. However, shouldn't you eat more walnuts? There's only one Sylvia in the entire school, and you even awarded her a certificate of commendation when she was in the first year of high school. How long has it been for you to forget Sylvia? Alger's words carried barbs, sarcastically implying that Alec wasn't very smart. Sylvia topped the city's entrance exam for high school and consistently ranked first in her grade during her freshman year at Xuanhuan High School. Mr. Ma had publicly praised her and encouraged everyone to learn from her. How could he not recognize Sylvia? Mr. Ma's face turned ugly when Alger confronted him like this. He forced a smile. Of course I remember the name Sylvia, but it's just that I couldn't match the person with the name. If it weren't for the principal being present, he would have scolded Alger to death by now. Such a flimsy excuse. Everyone understood in their hearts. The principal knew his character and chose not to pursue it further. All of you are outstanding students, whether in academics or other aspects. Here's what we'll do. After this month's exam, we'll hold an assembly to commend excellent students and give special praise to student Alger. The principal didn't want to hold a separate commendation meeting for Alger alone, thinking it would be a waste of time. The assembly was for recognizing top-performing students in exams, and Alger's act of returning lost property would also be commended then. The principal glanced at the banner again, liking it more each time. Nothing is more important than parents' recognition. All right, all of you go back to class. The principal looked at Alger and the others. Principal, I still have something to say. Demetrius refused to leave. Oh, right, you had something to report. What's it? The principal asked, looking at him. Principal, I'm reporting Mr. Jesse. He insulted me and called me trash, and wouldn't let me attend his class. Demetrius spoke confidently. No matter what, he wanted justice for Alger and himself. The principal frowned. Would teacher Patricia say such things to students? Mr. Ma immediately contradicted, Principal, Teacher Patricia may be strict with students, but he hasn't insulted anyone. This student is exaggerating. It seems like there's a retaliatory motive here. Demetrius, it's probably because you don't listen in class and perform poorly in exams. When Teacher Patricia scolded you, you held a grudge. Demetrius retorted, he did call me trash. Alger chimed in, Teacher Patricia's criticism of students is indeed inappropriate. He always insults students as trash, seriously harming our self-esteem. Shouldn't such unethical teachers be punished? Or does the principal think insulting students is the right thing to do? Why else would the school repeatedly tolerate teachers treating students this way? The school demands that students follow rules, but can teachers disregard teacher ethics? A series of 4 questions, delivered forcefully, left the principal momentarily speechless. Chapter 40. We must have an explanation. Also, Director Ma accused Sylvia and me of living outside without any investigation. This has caused us severe harm, especially for student Sylvia, who has always been a very obedient student. How can she bear such accusations psychologically? Shouldn't Director Ma apologize to us for this? Alger's words were firm and resolute. How could Alex slander them so casually? Just because he was a teacher? Sylvia had almost burst into tears in Weich's grievance, which made Alger heartache intensely. If Alec didn't apologize today, he wouldn't let him off. I just said it offhandedly. Since you didn't return to the school at night, you must have stayed outside. Anyone would think the same way. I didn't say anything wrong. I don't understand why you're so agitated. Alec showed no concern. So what if that's what he meant? So what if he didn't want to apologize? You can think like that, but it's wrong to say it out loud without fully understanding the situation. Director Ma, is it really so hard to apologize to us? Even as a gesture of comfort to the students, saying sorry is not too much to ask, right? Alger did not give up easily. Alger, don't make a mountain out of a molehill. There's nothing serious here. Alec's face turned ugly, and he was on the verge of losing control. Okay, Director Ma, just apologize. Comfort the wounded little hearts of the students. The principal spoke up, looking at Alec with disapproval. What's wrong with apologizing? Why argue with the students like this, little fool? Under duress, Alec reluctantly apologized to Alger and Sylvia. What about Teacher Patricia? His actions are more serious, Principal. We need an explanation from you. Alger looked at the principal seriously, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Alger, when will you stop you? Alec almost swore, barely suppressing his anger. Principal, Teacher Patricia C. called Demetrius trash, Sylvia interjected. She mustered the courage to look at the principal, clenching her fists tightly out of nervousness. The principal looked at her unexpectedly. She appeared fragile and even stuttered a bit while speaking. He had taught many students before. Students like her, shy and insecure, needed great courage just to speak up. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for Sylvia. Alger gave Sylvia a gentle smile, encouraging her. Today Sylvia was truly brave. Teacher Patricia didn't allow Alger and me to attend his class and made us stand in the toilet for self-reflection. Demetrius said angrily. It happened to be the end of class, and Jessie returned to the office. Sylvia, didn't you say you wanted to go to the bathroom? Why are you in the office? And you, Demetrius, instead of standing in punishment in the bathroom, what are you doing here? He glared at them, clearly unhappy. Sylvia nervously bit her lower lip, lowering her head, and didn't dare to look at him. Alec coughed lightly, trying to remind Jessie to watch his words since the principal was also present. But Jessie ignored this and sneered at Alger. Well, wasn't it your parents who came looking for you? You'll be getting demerits. Sirental garbage, you don't know how to study, only knowing how to ruin others. Alec rubbed his forehead discreetly. It was impossible to defend a teacher who called students trash in front of the principal. The principal frowned. Teacher Patricia, how can you call students trash? What kind of name is that? Moreover, did you really refuse to let them attend your class and made them stand in punishment in the toilet? Jessie shrugged. They are trash anyway. Are they geniuses? Even if they were, they'd still be trash geniuses, scoring only 1 point on tests. Such trash deserves to stay in the toilet. Of course, I won't allow them to attend my class. Braxton shook his head repeatedly. Of course, he wouldn't speak up for Jessie. He couldn't stand Jessie's attitude toward students, treating them as less than human. Alec looked at Jessie helplessly and speechlessly. He really needed to eat more walnuts for his brain. Did he still think the new principal would act like the previous one? He had already told him to be more restrained in front of the new principal, but he never learned from experience, and now he was bound to suffer. Nonsense. The principal slammed the table in anger. If parents found out teachers were insulting their children like this, no parent would dare send their kids here anymore. Without students, the school wouldn't be far from closing down. How can you call students trash? Teacher Patricia, you immediately apologize to the students, write a self-criticism today, and hand it over to me tomorrow. If you treat students like this again, you will be suspended for reflection. The principal's anger finally made Jessie realize the seriousness of the situation. This new principal was different from the old one. How could students not be allowed to be insulted anymore? As a result, both Jessie and Alec hated Alger to the core. Alger provocatively met their hateful gazes, challenging them silently. Bring it on. He was determined to expose their ugly faces. The bell rang for class, and the 4 of them returned to the classroom. Haha, this time Jessie was truly humiliated. Let's see if he dares to insult us again in the future. And Alec, his whole face turned red from anger. Ha ha ha, like a cooked lobster. Demetrius said excitedly, gesticulating. Still, Principal Eddie is awesome. If it were the previous principal, we'd still be the ones suffering. Alger smiled and put an arm around Demetrius. With his other hand, he patted Augustin and raised an eyebrow at him. You did well today. You're a real man. Augustin shook his head but looked at him with gratitude. Alger, I just realized you're actually a decent person. Thank you for returning the money for the surgery after finding it. Hey, what are you getting so emotional for? Alger laughed and gave him a playful punch. Actually, you're not bad either. One punch seemed to bury past grievances, and Augustin smiled back at him. Sylvia followed behind them, walking slowly. Alger frequently glanced back at her and deliberately slowed his pace. The classmates in the classroom all thought Alger had been given a demerit. Alger has been gone for so long. He must have been scolded badly by Augustin's parents. Of course, they wouldn't let Alger off easily. If they got tough enough, they could even get the school to expel Alger. Marta felt a bit worried. If Alger were expelled, there would be no one to buy her things anymore. But it had been a while since Alger last bought her anything. Alger came into the classroom hugging Demetrius, grinning broadly. Hamilton sneered inwardly. Really stupid. About to be expelled and still smiling so happily. They had just sat down when Jesse also entered, looking extremely grim. Braxton also arrived and stood at the door watching. The principal had asked him to come supervise Jesse, to see if he genuinely apologized to the students. Chapter 41. Alger is so courageous, awesome. The atmosphere in the classroom was strange. Everyone had no idea what happened, all looking at Jesse with puzzled expressions, and then turning to look at Braden without understanding. Braden mumbled in his heart that Jesse's classroom discipline was quite good. No student was sleeping, all sitting up straight. But what good did it do if the class still ranked at the bottom of the school in chemistry? He cleared his throat lightly to remind Jesse to apologize quickly. Jesse glared at Alger fiercely, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Alger stared back fearlessly. It was just glaring, wasn't it? Who couldn't do that? Jesse's face turned red, and it took him a long time before he spoke. Classmates, I formally apologize to you. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Jesse was actually apologizing to them? Hadn't he taken the wrong medicine? When had he ever made a mistake? It was always the students who were wrong. I was too harsh before. I shouldn't have always called you garbage. In the future, I will not call you garbage anymore. Classmates, I am sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Jesse finally managed to say all that, but his face had turned ashen with embarrassment. He had never been this humiliated. The classroom fell silent. No one dared to move recklessly, afraid of provoking Jesse's chalk eraser. Though hearing him apologize felt great for everyone. Jesse looked at Braden by the door, signaling with his eyes that he had apologized and now it was okay. Braden was about to nod. I won't forgive you. Alger's voice suddenly broke the silence. Alger, you little piece of... Jesse picked up a piece of chalk to throw at him, but Braden coughed abruptly. Reluctantly, Jesse dropped the chalk. Everyone marveled inwardly. Only Alger would dare stand up to Jesse like that. Teacher Patricia, I don't accept your apology. No matter how many times you apologize, it doesn't change anything. Alger curled his lip disdainfully. He just wanted Jesse to be nicer to the students in the future. Who cared about his apologies anyway? Alger, you. Jesse pointed at him, so angry he couldn't speak. With no right to scold the students, what could he say? Seeing Jesse fuming, everyone felt even more gratified. They finally got their revenge for being hit by chalk pieces. Braden left the classroom quietly, not wanting to disturb their lesson further. Alger started writing down the periodic table of elements. Every repetition increased his progress slightly. Jesse glared at Alger angrily for the entire class period, but to no avail. Alger wouldn't even glance at him. After class, everyone swarmed around Alger, asking him what he had done to make Jesse act so differently. Their tone was full of admiration. Alger remained calm, but Demetrius proudly told everyone that they had reported Jesse for insulting the student's dignity. The principal made him apologize and write a letter of self-criticism. Wow, you guys are so brave. Awesome. Everyone was impressed. As Jesse's son, Ezra couldn't bear it and pretended to sleep on his desk. Dad writing a letter of self-criticism made him feel embarrassed. He even felt that people were distancing themselves from him. Hamilton shot a disdainful look at them. These fools really admired a soon-to-be expelled delinquent. Breaking news. A classmate rushed into the classroom breathlessly. Did you see the banner outside the office door? It's for Alger. Saying he has noble virtues for returning lost property. It was sent by Augustin's parents. The classmate excitedly asked Augustin, what happened? Why did your parents give Alger a banner? Didn't they come to settle scores? Augustin frowned. What scores? My parents came to praise Alger from the start. The classroom buzzed with excitement, almost exploding. How did Alger become a model youth who returns lost property? At that moment, Braden entered holding the banner. It really is for Alger. Everyone stared eagerly at the banner. Back then, banners represented immense honor. Not like now when they are common and valueless. Hamilton could hardly believe his eyes. He had never received a banner himself. Students, please be quiet, listen to me. Braden stood at the front of the class with a smile, holding the banner. Everyone immediately quieted down, eager to know what was going on. During the break, I want to tell everyone something about our classmates, Alger and Sylvia. Braden recounted the whole story of how Alger and Sylvia returned lost property. He also informed everyone that after the monthly exam, the school would give special commendation for this incident, calling on everyone to learn from Alger and Sylvia. Upon hearing this, Ezra's face turned pale. Alger found 10,000 yuan, and he didn't even think of keeping it for himself? And he, wow, Alger is really awesome, giving face to our class 9. Alger has always been a person of good character. Everyone praised him one after another. Alger had a calm expression, but Demetrius was chuckling foolishly. Of course, he was happy when his brother was complimented. Sylvia turned around and looked at Alger quietly, only to meet his gaze. Their eyes met, and Alger smiled at her. Sylvia blushed and lowered her eyelashes, yet the corners of her lips also carried a smile. Hamilton jealously pouted. So what if he returned the money he found? What's so great about that? He would do the same if he found money. But because of this incident, not giving Alger a demerit annoyed him greatly. Bernard, now it's my class. Are you going to continue taking over my class? Isn't that not very appropriate? Jesse entered the classroom and said sarcastically, Oh, I'll leave right away. Teacher Patricia, please start your class. Braden walked out with the banner. Jesse felt a surge of anger just looking at that banner, wishing he could burn it. Returning 10,000 yuan is easy. Try Try finding 1 million or 10 million and returning it. The real way is to study well. What does honesty have to do with getting into college? Ridiculous. He glared at Alger fiercely, not trying to hide his disgust. Halfway through the class, Alec came in and interrupted his lecture. Behind Alec were a policeman and a Jalen. The Jalen's clothes were shabby, his face full of worries. Seeing the policeman, everyone instinctively felt a little scared. Even if it was just a young policeman, the adults were no exception. Jesse asked nervously, Director Ma, what's going on? Glancing at the policeman, but not daring to look at him directly. Teacher Patricia, this is Fergus from our jurisdiction. He brought this elder here to identify someone. In front of the policeman, Director Ma's attitude was incredibly gentle, as if he had completely transformed from his usual self. He looked at the students in the class. Everyone, raise your heads, let the elder have a good look. He specifically pointed at Alger. Alger, sit up straight. How can the elder who lost something recognize you if you keep your head down? As if Alger had taken something from the elder. Chapter 42. The Black-Hearted Ezra. The classmates all turned to look at Alger, thinking the police had come for him. Alec had intentionally said that just to make everyone misunderstand Alger. Fergus also glanced at Alger. This boy had a buzz cut and his gaze was cocky, giving off an air of someone not to be messed with. The Jalen also looked at Alger, but quickly shifted his gaze away from him to the other students after just one glance. This left Alec very disappointed. He had not caught Alger in any mistake again. Sir, take a look. Is the person you were looking for in this class? Fergus asked the Jalen gently. The old man was scrutinizing each student, his eyes finally landing on Ezra. Hamilton was Ezra's desk mate and instantly tensed up, assuming the elder was looking at him. He had never seen this Jalen before. Ezra lowered his eyes, not daring to look at the Jalen, while his body trembled slightly. The Jalen quickly rushed towards Ezra. Hamilton was immediately at a loss, stiffening, afraid to move. Elderly man, please don't come over here. I don't know you. Student, I beg you. Please return the 200 yuan to me. That's the money I saved up from picking up scrap metal to buy medicine for my wife. My wife is ill and needs medication all year round. Without those 200 yuan, we won't have enough money to buy her medicine. Student, please return the money. The Jalen stared intently at Ezra, tears welling up in his eyes, almost kneeling down to plead. Hamilton instantly relaxed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't him being sought after, that was good. Meanwhile, Ezra wished he could disappear right there. The Jalen still recognized him. His mind was in chaos, unsure of how to react. Fergus also approached and confirmed with the Jalen, Sir, are you sure? Are you certain it was this student who picked up your money? The Jalen nodded vigorously, choking back tears as he croaked, I'm sure. At that time, after I sold the recyclables and got the money, I left the collection station. The 200 yuan had oil stains on it, so I wiped it with my own clothes. Afterwards, the wind blew it away. I hurriedly chased after it. But this student rode past on a bike, picked up the money and ran. No matter how much I shouted behind him, he didn't stop. Choked with sobs, the Jalen lifted his dirty sleeve to wipe away the murky tears from his eyes. Fergus then gently questioned Ezra, Student, did you pick up Cyan Gordy's money? Everyone watched Ezra to see how he would respond. Ezra hung his head low, his fists clenched tightly, breaking into a nervous sweat. Jesse quickly walked over and smiled apologetically at Fergus. Fergus, could it be a mistake? This kid wouldn't do something like keeping 200 yuan without returning it. The Jalen, shedding tears, said, It can't be wrong. This happened today at noon, and there were witnesses. They said this kid wore a Xuanhuan High School uniform, so they suggested I come to Xuanhuan High School. I was afraid the gatekeepers would think I was a beggar and not let me in, so I had to ask the police for help. The police brought me here, finding a teacher in charge. The Jalen glanced at Alec. This teacher first led me to this class to find the person, and unexpectedly, we found him. Alec's face was grim. When the Jalen mentioned this, his first suspicion fell on Alger, leading the Jalen straight to class 9. Who would have thought it was Ezra? Jesse glared angrily at Alec. Why isn't this student saying anything? Fergus cast a questioning look at Ezra, then glanced at Alec. Ezra became even more nervous, biting tightly on his lower lip, not daring to utter a word. Even Hamilton felt anxious. Alger stared at Ezra, his brows furrowed. This guy was really immoral to keep in Jalen's money. Demetrius watched Ezra as if watching a show, inwardly sneering that this coward was scared witless in front of the police. Looking at how motionless he was, Demetrius wondered if he was about to wet his pants. Curiously, Demetrius glanced downward toward Ezra's pocket. There it was, a light blue bill, likely a 100 yuan note. Back then, a 100 yuan bill was light blue, unlike today's new version which is red. Police officer, he has money in his pocket, and it's a 100 yuan note. Demetrius boldly pointed at Ezra's pocket. Ezra's face turned pale instantly. Both Jesse and Alec shot furious glares at Demetrius. Student, please return the money to Mr. Gordy. I'll kowtow to you if that's what it takes. The Jalen pleaded, nearly kneeling down. Sir, there's no need for that. Fergus quickly supported the Jalen, staring sternly at Ezra. Student, if you want to prove your innocence, please take out the money from your pocket. Intimidated by his police uniform, Ezra had no choice but to take the money out of his pocket and place it on the desk. 200 yuan notes, wrinkled and dirty, with engine oil stains on them. This? Jesse chuckled awkwardly, intending to say that it was quite a coincidence for these two banknotes to have engine oil on them as well. He attempted to clear Ezra's name, but at this moment, Ezra apologized. Sorry, I thought it was something someone discarded. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Jesse was almost enraged. This idiot, couldn't he just deny it outright? Having picked up the money, why didn't he spend it quickly instead of keeping it in his pocket? Alec shook his head repeatedly. This father and son were hopeless. The classmates secretly mocked him. Who would be so stupid as to throw away 200 yuan as if it were just a scrap of paper? Was the Patricia family so desperate for money that they would covet 200 yuan? Moreover, this money came from the Jalen picking up scraps bit by bit. How much scrap would one need to collect to make 200 yuan? This money was intended to buy medicine for his ill wife, yet it was casually taken away. Ezra's heart truly was black. Just give it back. Thank you. Now my old lady can buy medicine for this month. The Jalen wiped away tears and expressed gratitude to Ezra. The classmates felt heartache seeing this. Alger looked at the Jalen sympathetically, feeling a deep tug at his heart. Ezra bullying in Jalen like this couldn't just go unpunished. He frowned in thought, already forming a plan in his mind. Ezra's neck shrank in, his face turning a dark red. He hadn't expected that an old man who collected scrap would be so serious about 200 yuan, even involving the police. If the police hadn't come, he wouldn't have admitted to picking up the money. It turns out there was a misunderstanding. My son initially said he found some money but didn't know who it belonged to. He also said he would hand it over to the police after school. Since the owner has been found at school, there's no need to do that anymore. Jesse tried to whitewash his son. Everyone remained silent outwardly, but they all knew very well what was going on. Actually, Ezra dared to bully the Jalen because he collected scrap. If the money belonged to someone more powerful, he probably would have returned it immediately. Fergus intended to lecture Ezra, but seeing that the Jalen did not wish to press charges, he chose not to elaborate. Alger curled his lips slightly and suddenly stood up, saying, "This matter can't just end like this." Chapter 43 Let Alec bleed a bit. Everyone looked at Alger. Their hearts couldn't help but feel excited. Alger was the one who could make things happen. They all waited to see how he would confront the Patricia father and son. Fergus was about to take the Jalen away. Alger's sudden shout gave Jesse a bad feeling. He must be planning something again. But with Fergus here, he couldn't stop Alger directly. So he forced back his anger and said, "Alger, Fergus and the Jalen are both busy, and we have classes too. Don't stir up trouble unnecessarily. It has nothing to do with you." Alger smiled and replied, "This matter can't just be ignored. Otherwise, it will greatly affect our school's reputation. Mr. Patricia, you know that Principal Eddie places great emphasis on the school's reputation. You wouldn't want the entire school's prestige to be affected because of Ezra alone, would you?" Jesse gritted his teeth. "Speak your mind. What exactly do you want?" Alger asked calmly. "Mr. Patricia, may I ask how much money you have on you? Can you show us?" A bit angry, Jesse pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. "Alger, didn't you lose money as well? Check if this is yours." Ignoring him, Alger continued to ask Alec, "Director Ma, how much do you have on you?" 600. "Here, check if it's yours." Alec took out the money, giving him a sideways glance. He wanted to see what this kid was really up to, probably needing money and trying to extort some. The classmates couldn't figure out what Alger was doing. "How much does Fergus have then?" Alger asked Fergus next. Fergus searched through all the pockets of his police uniform and found more than 30 yuan. "I don't buy much, so I didn't bring much money with me." Alger nodded and turned to the Jalen. The Jalen clutched the dirty 200 yuan in his hand, looking kindly at Alger. "Young man, this 200 yuan is all I have. It's for my wife's medicine. Cyan, keep this money safe." Alger rummaged through his own pockets, taking out all the money and stuffing it into the old man's hand. "Only a few dozen yuan, not much, but it's a little token of my heart." The Jalen refused to accept. No. Students like you have it tough already. How can I take your money?" Alger, however, held the old, calloused, cracked hands tightly. "Cyan, use this money to improve your and grandma's meals a bit." Seeing this, Demetrius quickly took out money from her own pocket and stuffed it into the old man's hand. "Cyan, I have some money too. Use it to buy some good food for you and grandma." The Jalen hurriedly refused. No. I cannot take your money." Led by Alger and Demetrius, other students began donating money to the old man as well. Sylvia also joined in, handing over her money to the old man. Looking at her with a smile, Alger nodded slightly towards her. Sylvia blushed, looking down as she returned to her seat. After Marta finished donating her money, she looked up and saw Alger smiling at her. She instantly understood. So, Alger did all this for her. Since she had no money on her, he could naturally join her for a meal. They hadn't eaten together for several days. He wanted to eat with her but was afraid of being refused, so he created an excuse for himself. She was too clever, having seen right through Alger's intentions. Considering his painstaking efforts for her, she would reluctantly agree to have dinner with him. Moreover, being smart, she didn't donate all her money. The Jalen's arms were filled with crumpled bills, and he was moved beyond words, tears streaming down his face as he looked at these adorable children. Only Ezra had his face flushed red. He didn't have any money on him. Had he had money, he wouldn't have kept the old man's money without returning it. Hamilton, touching the few dozen yuan in his pocket, unwillingly pulled out a banknote. Taking advantage of no one noticing, he quickly slipped the money into the old man's hand. "Cyan, this is all I have. Keep it." It was hard to tell how much he had given with the pile of bills already in the old man's hand, but everyone assumed he had donated all the money he had. Fergus also donated the money he had to the Jalen. "Weston, this small amount is my contribution. Don't think it's little. Use it to buy some meat and make dumplings with grandma." Tears welled up in the Jalen's eyes. "How can this be? I can't take your money. Everyone has it tough. No one's money grows on trees. Cyan, the school calls for us to learn from Lei Feng and do good deeds. Please give us a chance to do good. Your family is in such difficulty and should receive assistance from society. These few dozen yuan mean less internet time or a few fewer snacks for us. It won't affect us, we won't go hungry because of it. But it can save you from bending over hundreds of times and spare you some exhaustion. In fact, what you receive is not our money, but our sincerity." Alger's words moved the Jalen to tears. Sylvia also looked at Alger with wet eyes. The other students were touched by his kindness and benevolence. Marta inwardly sighed. Alger sure knows how to act. She almost believed it too. Hamilton showed disdainful expression, thinking Alger was just a show-off who loved to attract attention with such antics. "Director Ma, Mr. Patricia, don't you think I'm right?" Alger glanced at Alec and Jesse, his eyebrows slightly raised, looking at the money in their hands. Even students donated money. As teachers, they couldn't hold back, could they? All the classmates were watching them, waiting for them to donate. They finally realized why Alger asked about their money. He had long planned to make them bleed a bit during this opportunity. After all, it was extortion. Fooled by this kid Alger, both of them felt furious inside. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they could only reluctantly donate the money to the Jalen. Secretly, they were glad they didn't bring too much money. Seeing their painful faces, the classmates snickered secretly, praising Alger's strategy. If he had suggested donating money at first, Alec and Jesse would have donated, but not everything. Only they knew how much money they had on them. Once everything was out, it would be embarrassing to donate just a little. Old man, listen to what the student said, accept our sincerity. If you need help in the future, come to our school. They spoke these hypocritical words. The Jalen was moved. The teachers and students of Xuanhuan High School are all good people. Fergus, you are also a good person. Thank you all, thank you. Tears filled the old man's clothes. Supported by Fergus, he shakily left. Alec glared at Alger angrily and went to see off Fergus. Just then, the bell rang signaling the end of class. Ezra, get out here. Jesse shouted angrily, making Ezra tremble. He nervously stood up and walked towards the platform. Jesse shot a vicious glance at Alger, then tightly grabbed Ezra's collar and walked away. Who would have thought Ezra's character is so poor? He knew it was the old man's money but still didn't return it. He wanted to keep 200 yuan for himself, while Alger returned 10,000 yuan to its owner. Really, no comparison, no injury. Students eagerly discussed. They suddenly found Alger more likable. Even his unattractive hairstyle and cocky expression seemed okay now, but Marta still looked down on him. It was just that she looked at him a couple more times. As Jesse said, good grades were key. What did being honest or helpful have to do with getting into college? No one rushed to the cafeteria. Because they had donated all their money, they had none left for food. They could only borrow from students in other classes. But they were happy. Helping others truly made them joyful. Other classes also learned about this and generously lent them money. Upon hearing Alec reluctantly donated 600 yuan, everyone cheered happily. Because nobody liked Alec. After this incident, everyone viewed Alger differently, finding him brave and impressive. Hamilton sneered, believing Alger was just being clever. Although Sylvia admired Alger, she was also worried about him. He offended Alec, fearing Alec would target him in the future. And the matter of the old man wasn't over yet. Chapter 44. Did he fall for someone else? Alger remembered this Jalen. He and his wife lived in the suburbs of the county town, and their current living conditions were indeed poor, but there was a reason behind it. Later on, the two elderly people appeared on television, and everyone in the county knew about their situation. Alger. Marta's voice broke through Alger's train of thought. I'm out of money. Take me to a restaurant for dinner. Tomorrow morning I want to eat fried dough sticks, drink soy milk, and buy a box of milk for the morning, so I can drink it in the afternoon and for lunch. She gave orders like a mistress instructing her servant. Alger acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He tidied up and got up from his seat. He walked to Sylvia's desk and softly said to her, Rachel, let's go. Sylvia nodded gently and left the classroom with Alger. Alger, wait for me. Marta hurriedly followed, limping along. Alger, aren't you being silly? You called us all to donate money to the old man. If you wanted to have dinner with me, you didn't have to do that. Alger was shocked. Did she think he organized the donation for her sake? If she couldn't afford a meal, could he take the opportunity to eat with her? Did she think she was Bill Gates, chasing after meals with him? Was her brain playing tricks on her? What audacity. However, he used to act just like this, always doing everything for Marta. It's no wonder she would think so. But the old Alger was dead and gone. Alger glanced at her as if she were an alien, then pulled Sylvia away as if fleeing. Alger, why are you running? Wait for me. My foot is sprained. I can't run fast. No matter how Marta shouted, Alger didn't look back. Marta was furious. This lunatic. From now on, no matter what he does for her, she wouldn't acknowledge him again. Fortunately, she still had some money in her pocket, enough for dinner. Had she known Alger would be acting weird, she wouldn't have let Lauren leave first. Why? Why? Don't you care about her? Sylvia asked curiously. Why had Alger become so cold towards Marta lately? Didn't he used to stick to her every day? Don't you worry. She'll ignore you? Alger smiled and ruffled Sylvia's hair. Rachel, didn't I tell you? Marta has nothing to do with me. From now on, don't mention her in front of me. Oh yes, Alger had said he should focus on studying for college exams. Maybe he was afraid that dating might affect his grades. But with him treating Marta so coldly, it might be hard to reconcile with her in the future. Thinking about their relationship, Sylvia felt a twinge of bitterness. Rachel, you're getting braver. Alger looked at Sylvia with burning eyes. Thank you for helping me again in the office. Sylvia shook her head lightly, blushing slightly. Every time she showed courage, it was because of Alger. If someone else needed help to avoid detention, she wouldn't dare to step forward. You did great, donating money for Gordy Cyan. Sylvia also admired him sincerely. Their class of over 50 students donated an average of 20 yuan each, totaling more than 1,000 yuan. Adding Alec's 600 yuan and Jesse's 500 yuan, they had collected over 2,000 yuan. It should be enough to support Gordy Cyan and his wife for some time. Being praised by the girl he loved, Alger felt joyful. That Jalen is so pitiful. We should help him if we can. He smiled, feeling relaxed. Alger brought Sylvia to a restaurant. Hongzi, come and eat quickly. The dishes are ready. Demetrius had been waiting here. Alger told him after school to prepare food for 3 people at this restaurant. Seeing Chunyaki, Demetrius was a little surprised. When she went to wash her hands, he asked Alger, Hongzi, why didn't you bring your sister-in-law along? She donated money too. Where does she have money to eat? He assumed the other person Alger mentioned was Marta. Alger frowned. Why do you keep calling her sister-in-law? If you're worried she's hungry, invite her yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Demetrius puzzled. Then why did you organize the donations? Wasn't it for Marta? Alger was taken aback. Why are you so shallow? Clearly it's a good deed. But coming from your mouth it sounds like you're trying to catch women's attention? Gordizi, what exactly is going on in your head? Just like Marta's, it was jam solid. Demetrius scratched his head in confusion. But before, Alger sighed helplessly. The old me wasn't right, I was a fool. Don't mention the past anymore. For the past few years, all he did was chase after Marta with all kinds of tactics. It's no wonder even his best friend would misunderstand him. Rachel, try the dishes here quickly and see how they are. Sylvia came over after washing her hands, and Alger smiled as he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Sylvia smiled faintly and picked up a piece of braised fish with her chopsticks. Good, tasty. Of course, it's definitely better than the canteen's pot meal, but none of them are as good as Heather's cooking. While speaking, Alger carefully picked out the fish bones before putting the meat on Sylvia's bowl. Demetrius watched the two suspiciously. Could it be that Alger had truly fallen for someone else? By the way, Hongzi, I sold one of your game accounts for 800 yuan. Demetrius took out 800 yuan from his pocket. This was what people just gave him. Alger only took 300. See, Aramph isn't easy for you living alone. Keep the remaining 500 yuan. But you're also living alone? Alger glanced at Sylvia. No, I'm not alone. Stop being emotional. Take the money. I'm not short of cash. Compared to Demetrius, Alger's life was indeed a bit easier. At least he had the care of a neighbor's grandmother. Actually, Demetrius had a real sister, but she didn't live with him. Deeply moved, Demetrius said, Hongzi, thank you. Your kindness I'll never forget. Eat. Alger smiled and placed a spare rib in Demetrius's mouth. Sylvia curled her lips. She envied the friendship between Alger and Demetrius so much. Unlike her, who didn't have any friends. No, Alger was her friend, but she didn't want to be just friends with him. Does Alger only consider her as a younger sister? During evening self-study, Alger kept writing the periodic table of elements without stopping. He didn't notice Ezra's resentful gaze. His two eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying, obviously having been beaten badly by his father. He blamed Alger for everything. After evening self-study, Alger went to the playground to run again. Running continuously for several days, his speed improved. Back in the dormitory late at night, he continued writing the periodic table of elements. It wasn't until midnight that he finished writing it 100 times, successfully unlocking the super chemist task and gaining some points. Laughing aloud in the dormitory alone, he scared the other students awake. Then there was another ding from the system. Alger's laughter abruptly stopped. He thought the system had issued a new task, but it turned out to be an extra reward. Chapter 45. Sirental Plum suddenly becomes a super fan. Because Alger neatly copied the periodic table 100 times, the system gave him an additional reward, making him a super calligrapher. He hastily wrote a line of text on paper, only to stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Could this really be his own handwriting? The characters flowed naturally and powerfully, almost dancing with life and vitality, highly captivating. It was enough to make one marvel. Alger was ecstatic internally, even laughing in his sleep. Currently, he had 3 incomplete missions. The Super Spirit Power mission hadn't started yet, waiting until after the monthly exam. The Super Physical Strength and Super Mathematician missions were ongoing. He hoped the system wouldn't assign new tasks, allowing him to focus on completing the Super Mathematician mission for better performance in the monthly exam. The next day, after running and buying breakfast, he returned to the classroom to practice math problems. Being the first to arrive at the classroom, Sylvia came second. He quickly handed her breakfast so she could eat while it was hot. Examining his writing, he liked it more and more. It was indeed pleasing to the eye. Unable to resist showing off to Sylvia, he sat at Augustine's seat and asked her questions. Sylvia patiently explained to him. As Alger wrote the solutions on the test paper, he asked, Yaki, is this correct? Finished writing, he asked again. Sylvia stared in amazement at his neat writing. Is the process wrong? He arched an eyebrow in question. It's correct. Sylvia couldn't help but run her fingers over his words. So beautiful. How stunning. It was incredible how beautifully someone could write. Hearing praise again, Alger's smile couldn't be suppressed. Just as he thought, his beloved girl would love his writing. Taking her notebook, Alger wrote 8 characters. See, Aramph is worth living. The future is full of hope. Sylvia's eyes widened in astonishment. Staring at those 8 characters, she didn't want to look away. Yaki, do I have talent? I just practiced aimlessly when free, but didn't expect it to turn out so well. Overwhelmed with excitement, Sylvia exclaimed, it's not just good. It's amazing. So beautiful. Her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at Alger, instantly becoming his fan. If you like it, that's great. Alger grinned widely and tousled her hair. When Augustine arrived, Sylvia hurriedly closed Alger's written words, fearing he might see them. Augustine was confused by her wary look towards him. Marta did not ask Alger for breakfast. She intended to ignore him for a few days, seeing what methods he'd use to coax her. In the morning math class, teacher Braden praised the entire class. He complimented their donation to the elderly yesterday, praising their social responsibility. Everyone felt slightly embarrassed by the compliments. Braden especially commended Alger, encouraging him to perform well in the monthly exam, hoping he'd get good scores. He also mentioned his bet with Alger. If Alger made it into the top 5 of the class, he would reward him with a small courtyard. Bias, this is blatant favoritism. Students protested loudly. Although it seemed impossible for Alger to achieve this, Hamilton still felt jealous. Alger had been in the limelight lately, with everything somehow involving him. You who improve from the bottom can also earn the courtyard as a reward. Braden scanned the class, sensing the students' changes from before. After doing something together, the cohesion within the class certainly increased. Alger's transformation seemingly influenced the whole class. Classmate Alger, I have confidence in you. You will surely make it into the top 5 of the class. And the same applies to everyone else. Never give up at any time. Braden encouraged Alger and all other classmates. In the afternoon, they had biology class. The teacher, pregnant for 7 months, insisted on teaching despite her condition. Once strict, the soon-to-be mother now showed unusual gentleness towards everyone. Students listened obediently without causing trouble. Friday arrived the next day. Immediately after school let out, Alger went back to the dormitory to pack, then waited for Sylvia downstairs outside the girls' dormitory. Marta and Lauren emerged from the dormitory together. One limping, Lauren supported her. Seeing Alger, Marta initially beamed, thinking he was waiting for her. But recalling his recent coldness, she promptly frowned, pretending not to notice him and passing by him. Walking far without Alger chasing after her, she couldn't contain her impatience and nearly turned back angrily. However, she saw him carrying Sylvia's bag, walking ahead of her, ignoring her completely. Sue. Marta wanted to call him but held it back forcefully. She wanted to see how long he could ignore her. Lauren sighed inwardly. Today, she would have to send Marta home again. Alger brought Sylvia to Clark's place. Aaron. As soon as Clark saw him, he happily waved him over. Rachel has come too. Take whatever you want to eat. Treat it like home. Don't be polite. His face lit up even more when he saw Sylvia. Sylvia gave him an uneasy smile. No matter what, she couldn't just take anything she wanted, could she? But Alger knew that Clark had chosen her as a future daughter-in-law and was not being overly formal. Rachel, Randall said so, just take it, it's fine. He smiled and patted Sylvia's hair. Sylvia shook her head. She still felt very restrained. So, Alger took 2 lollipops for her. Clark also grabbed a big handful of candies and stuffed them into her hands. Sylvia thanked him and smiled sweetly. So obedient, eat it. Clark found Sylvia incredibly cute and wanted to pat her head, but was stopped by Alger. Randall, we will be going back shortly. How much popcorn do you want tomorrow? This was the real reason why he came here. Clark then remembered this and hurriedly said, many people came to buy flavored popcorn this week. I told them I would only sell on Saturday and Sunday. Fearing they might not get any, they made advance reservations. He took out a notebook and flipped it open, showing the reservation information. 50 pounds won't be enough. We need at least 200 pounds. Clark handed the notebook to Alger, excitedly. It would be best if you can deliver them in the morning. Chapter 46, Perfect Scores. Alger didn't take the notebook. Randall, you decide how many, and we'll go back first. He was afraid that if they returned late, Heather would worry. Rachel, wait a moment. Clark handed Sylvia a big bag of milk candies with a smile, saying, good girl, take it home to eat. Sylvia hesitated and glanced at Alger. Alger gave her a slight nod. She then accepted the gift. Seeing her obedient manner, Clark felt his heart melt. He thought about discussing with his wife later about having a second child, preferably a daughter. Sylvia held the milk candies in her arms, as if hugging a bundle of happiness. Alger rode the bike happily, carrying his own happiness behind him. When they got home, Heather was indeed waiting for them at the door. Hang, Rachel, you're back. Grandma made leek dumplings for you. She greeted them joyfully. Ba, eat candy. Sylvia smiled and handed the milk candies to Heather. Grandma is worried about sticky teeth. Rachel eats them. Heather looked at the two, her face beaming with happiness. Hang, I'll put the dumplings on the stove. Take a bath after dinner. Alger nodded with a smile. Let's finish popping more corn before bathing. He told Heather about Clark's request for 200 pounds of popcorn. Heather was both surprised and delighted. 200 pounds, that's 2,000 yuan. It was unthinkable before. After dinner, the three of them started working on the popcorn, sweating profusely. Once done, Alger took a shower and had a sound sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Alger took Sylvia to the county town to deliver the popcorn. They had agreed last week that he would take her to see a movie this Saturday. Upon reaching Clark's place, they both insisted Sylvia stay in the store to watch TV and eat candies while they worked. It was still early, so the cinema wasn't open yet, and there were few people around. Alger and Clark chatted as they worked. Clark wanted to partner with Alger to start a food processing factory. He would invest the money, and Alger would provide the labor. After all, you won't get into university anyway, better to plan ahead. Alger raised an eyebrow. That's not certain. I might do surprisingly well and get into a prestigious university. Clark laughed. You're just bluffing. I know your grades. Then let's see who wins. Alger wasn't against starting the factory, but lacked enough materials for mass production. To sell popcorn well, taste was key. If it's not tasty, no one will buy it no matter how cheap. If it's delicious, people will buy even if it's expensive. Oh, Randall, we won't be delivering popcorn tomorrow. We need to review our studies carefully. Next week is the monthly exam. Try to sell gradually. Alger understood that studying was most important right now. Money, as long as it covers expenses, was sufficient. Clark nodded, not teasing him further, but still hoped he would consider the factory plan. After packaging the popcorn, Clark gave Alger 2,000 yuan. Alger bought 2 tickets for an animated movie and entered the cinema with Sylvia. Sylvia clutched a large bucket of popcorn, smiling blissfully. The animated movie was hilarious. Alger watched alongside Sylvia, glancing at her occasionally. She was engrossed in the film, her laughter restrained, unlike others who laughed loudly. As she was about to put a piece of popcorn in her mouth, Alger snatched it away and ate it himself. His warm tongue brushed against her finger, making her blush and turn to look at him. Alger continued watching the movie without looking at her, seemingly unaware of her gaze. Sylvia bit her lip, thinking maybe she overreacted. He must not have done it on purpose. When she picked up another piece of popcorn, Alger snatched it again. Sylvia stared at her fingers, which still had traces of Alger's saliva. Alger chewed the popcorn, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly focused on the movie. Sylvia, holding her fingers, felt her heart flutter. Alger glanced at Sylvia out of the corner of his eye, a smile hidden in his eyes. After the movie, they went home. Alger gave the popcorn money to Heather, keeping only 300 for himself. Over the weekend, Alger spent his time intensively solving math problems. Of course, he would also find excuses to ask questions and spend some time with Sylvia. Sylvia was extremely nervous before the exam, reviewing until midnight on Saturday, so Alger didn't want to disturb her too much. The system seemed to sense Alger's thoughts, not issuing any new tasks until the monthly exam. Before the exam, Alger either did math problems or ran. Top students reviewed fiercely, while those just passing through graduation did not feel the pre-exam tension. On Tuesday, Alger completed the system's super mathematician task. Overjoyed, he immediately initiated the next challenge, aiming to become a library. First, he had to conquer the school library. In the following days, he took leave and soaked himself in the library, flipping through books with a rustling sound. The librarian looked at him strangely, suspecting that he might be ill. Before the monthly exam, Alger had flipped through all the books in the school library. After the monthly exam ended, he planned to flip through all the books in every bookstore in the county town. The first subject of the monthly exam was Chinese. Alger glanced at the paper and immediately felt confident. It was too simple. Even the composition didn't require much thought. His mind was brimming with words. He only needed to write briskly. For the 2.5 hours allotted for the exam, Alger finished in just 1 hour, deliberately writing slowly. He was in exam room 10, where most of the students were peculiar. Some were sleeping, some drawing on draft paper, some folding or tearing the draft paper. None were cheating. The teachers didn't intervene. The school arranged exam rooms based on academic performance. Top scorers, like the top few in the grade, were placed in the same room. Alger's room, however, was filled with bottom-ranking students, including Demetrius. Even if they wanted to cheat, who would they copy from? No one knew the answers. Students could submit their papers after 1.5 hours. As soon as the time came, the candidates in his room hurriedly submitted their papers. Alger also handed in his paper and went a run on the playground. Demetrius went to the internet cafe. The invigilator scanned the papers. Most were blank. When he saw Alger's paper, he was pleasantly surprised. The handwriting was too beautiful. He wondered if Alger had walked into the wrong room. At lunch, Alger and Sylvia ate in the cafeteria. Sylvia seemed downcast and had little appetite. Rachel, did you not finish any questions? Alger asked gently. Sylvia nodded lightly, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to fall into her plate. Alger quickly reached out, catching her tears in his palm. They were scalding hot. She raised tearful eyes, looking pitiful. It's okay, Rachel. It's not tomorrow's college entrance exam. With more practice, you'll improve. Alger wiped away her tears tenderly, touching her cheek. Sylvia froze, slowly lowering her head. Eat up, Rachel. After finishing, we can go back to the classroom to review. Alger secretly pinched his fingers. The smooth touch lingered. He really wanted to hold his beloved girl in his arms and comfort her gently. By the time the afternoon exam started, the Chinese papers had already been graded. Breaking news. There's a major update. Someone scored a perfect score in Chinese. No way. No deductions for the essay? That's incredible. I heard it with my own ears. It can't be fake. Is it Sophie from class 1? She always scores top in Chinese. Maybe it's Hamilton from our class. His Chinese is excellent. Perhaps Marta. Her essays are great, and she's participated in competitions. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Marta and Hamilton were secretly thrilled, both thinking they had achieved the perfect score due to their good performance this time. Hang, do you know who it is? That's amazing, scoring full marks. Could anyone understand that reading comprehension? I certainly couldn't. Demetrius asked Alger curiously and excitedly. He must not be human. Surely he's a star of literature. Alger said calmly, we'll know soon. Let's go. Hurry to the exam room. During the exam, the invigilator stared at Alger intently, as if trying to see through him. Chapter 47. Rachel took action for him. The idle examinees all noticed this issue. Alger was sitting in the back row, and everyone turned their heads to look at him. Demetrius also curiously sized up Alger. There was nothing unusual on his good friend's face, so why were they all looking at him? However, he did seem a little handsomer. Alger remained completely unaffected and concentrated on answering questions. The two invigilators couldn't help but walk over to him, one on each side, watching him to prevent him from cheating. But upon seeing the words he wrote, both of them stared wide-eyed with amazement. When Alec came over to inspect, he too specially walked over and asked the invigilators with his eyes. The invigilators gestured for him to look at Alger's paper. Alec looked down, almost fainting from what he saw. If he hadn't watched Alger write it himself, he would have suspected he was definitely cheating. But how could this kid's handwriting be so good? Moreover, it was a math exam. Yet this kid wrote as if copying from a textbook without even thinking. The examinees were incredibly curious. Why these three teachers were all watching Alger? Being handsome didn't warrant such intense staring. Alger finished answering quickly. Looking at the time, only an hour had passed. He had been watched by the three teachers for an hour. Alger, come out here for a moment. Alec felt that something wasn't right and called Alger out. Did you cheat? He asked coldly. No. Alger met his eyes steadily. Empty your pockets and hold your hands out. Alec commanded sternly. Alger smirked and complied. Director Ma, do you want me to take off my clothes too? He raised an eyebrow at Alec. Alec was checking his pockets, looking for any writing on them. Alger found it absurd. They watched him the whole time. Did he make a single suspicious move? To actually suspect him of copying. Had it not been in the corridor, Alec really wanted to have him stripped to check if there was anything written on his body. Go back inside. If I catch you cheating, you're dead. Alec pushed Alger angrily. Alger wasn't angry. The more indifferent he appeared, the more Alec felt indignant. After an hour and a half, all the examinees submitted their papers. Shangzi, why did Director Ma call you out? As soon as they left the examination room, Demetrius asked. Alger lifted his brows slightly. He just wanted to bite me. Gordizi, make the most of your time playing games. Next week, you won't be able to play anymore. He smiled at Demetrius. Hee, no problem. I'm already prepared for eating shit. Demetrius waved his hand nonchalantly. His sentence was heard by Ezra passing by. Demetrius, you do have some self-awareness. Have you thought about what kind of shit you'll eat next week? Dog shit? Human shit? Chicken or duck shit? I'll prepare a big bucket for you. Enough for you to have your fill. Ezra laughed heartily. Ezra, are you fucking disgusting or what? Demetrius was furious, wanting to punch him. The whole school knew about this bet. He now regretted it terribly. Impulsiveness is the devil, indeed. Back then, he was just too impulsive. Getting Alger, who had the lowest grade in the class, into the top 10. It's like treating him as a reincarnation of once you star, god of literature. Eating shit will be your fate, not mine. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see your mouth full of shit. Ezra laughed without restraint. The result isn't out yet, Ezra. The happier you laugh now, the sadder you'll cry when the time comes. Alger shot him a cold glance and pulled Demetrius away. Ezra was still calling from behind. Fine, let's see. I don't mind personally feeding shit to Demetrius. During mealtime, all Demetrius could think about was eating shit, losing his appetite entirely, even feeling nauseous. Xiangzi, what should we do? I really don't want to eat shit. Help me think of something. You. He lowered his voice, crying out in urgency. Alger frowned. Gordizi, do you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, I won't let you eat shit. Demetrius wiped the tears from his face. Then will you eat it for me? Beside them, Sylvia couldn't bear it any longer. She grabbed the milk from the table and splashed it all over Demetrius's face. With a furious look, she glared at him. Sue, Alger doesn't eat. He can pass. Both Alger and Demetrius were stunned. They had never seen Sylvia lose her temper before. It turned out she did have a temper. Alger was deeply moved. Sylvia took action for him. Fortunately, it was milk. If it had been a bowl of soup, she wouldn't have hesitated either, making Demetrius even messier. Sylvia, you? Demetrius wanted to scold her, but was stopped by Alger's piercing gaze. Forget it. Real men don't fight with women. He sighed and wiped the milk off his face with his sleeve. Gordizi, I'm warning you. If you dare to be mean to Rachel again, I won't forgive you. Alger said seriously. All right. You two are childhood sweethearts and you stick together, I don't care. Demetrius mumbled in frustration, unable to eat a bite. He stormed off angrily. Sylvia was still puffing up like a bristly little cat. Alger gently patted her head and said softly, Rachel knows how to protect me now. I'm so happy. Sylvia looked at him earnestly. I believe you. She believed he could do well. She had seen all his efforts. Such a hardworking and smart person would surely do well. Sylvia was the first one to believe he could succeed. The second one was Braden. Rachel, I will definitely get better and better. He would not let her down. During evening study hall, Ezra spread rumors that Alger cheated on the math exam and was caught red-handed by Alec, even being stripped and searched, and got a 0 on the math exam. Demetrius exploded when he heard this. Alger would rather submit a blank paper than cheat. He's above cheating. What you say is bullshit, Ezra. False accusation can get you jailed. Ezra continued to provoke. To keep you from eating shit, what else could he do besides cheating? Actually, there is another way. Have him eat it for you. Hey, Alger, when you end up eating shit, don't forget to tell us what it tastes like. Is it sweet, salty, or spicy? Anyway, it's definitely stinky, ha ha ha. Demetrius was almost driven crazy with anger, roaring and rushing forward to tear Ezra apart. Alger stopped him. If a dog bites you, will you bite back? The outcome isn't decided yet. He's just having his moment of gloating. Hongzi, aren't you angry? Demetrius was about to explode. Last time, when Augustin merely touched Sylvia's hair, Alger beat him up. Now, Ezra said such insulting things, and he wasn't angry. Chapter 48. Suspecting Alger of cheating. Just let him gloat for a while. There will be time for him to cry later. Alger pressed Demetrius's shoulder, making him sit down and calm down. Demetrius, in a fury, slammed his fist on the table and glared at Ezra hatefully. What a bastard. How could his mouth be so foul, absolutely foul? Hamilton watched them argue with schadenfreude. When they stopped arguing, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He wished they would fight until all were expelled. However, thinking about seeing Demetrius humiliated later, he felt a sense of anticipation. Since they started arguing, Marta had been covering her mouth and nose. How disgusting. All they talked about was shit. She looked at them disdainfully. Especially Alger. She suddenly felt that everything he had bought her smelled like shit. And even what she ate. Ugh. She covered her mouth and gagged. Psychological effect. She felt the air was filled with the smell of feces. During evening self-study, Bernard and other subject teachers didn't come. They should have been grading math tests. The monthly exams were organized by the school itself, while midterm and final exams were citywide unified tests with rankings. Some students in the classroom were busy reviewing foreign languages and comprehensive science. Some were still like before, either sleeping or reading novels. Alger went jogging on the playground when he suddenly received a new system task. Prepare 100 dishes cumulatively, requirement, tasted by someone, reward, super chef status, and some points. Was this to cultivate his life skills? Not bad. It could help woo a wife in the future. This task needed to be completed at home. After a period of training, Alger's running speed increased. Believing he could soon complete the task and might shine in next week's sports meet. The following morning was the comprehensive science exam. Early in the morning, students were once again chatting loudly. The math test scores were released last night. Several students scored full marks. It must include Hamilton and Marta from our class, right? Was this math test so simple? They got full marks, but I couldn't even understand the questions. Us mere mortals can never understand the world of geniuses. Hearing praises, Hamilton was elated. He gave Alger a smug glance. As a study failure, Alger deserved humiliation. Marta felt uneasy inside. She made a mistake with a decimal point in one question. She hoped the teacher's eyes would blur and overlook her error, marking it as correct. That way, she could get a perfect score. As the exam time approached, everyone headed to their respective examination rooms. Alger noticed that his treatment had improved again. His seat had a new desk and chair. Moreover, new stationery was prepared for him on the desk. The invigilators confiscated his personal stationery. They even, thoughtfully, wiped his hands with wet wipes, cleaning every part including his palms, back of hands, and even fingernails meticulously. They also rolled up his sleeves, wiping the exposed part of his arms carefully. Two invigilators provided attentive service, while another stood aside, ready to assist him at any time. Alger said cheerfully, "Thank you, teachers. You've worked hard." Students were surprised. Why did they add an extra invigilator? Why did they treat Alger differently? Once the exam began, 3 invigilators stared at Alger with wide eyes. They divided their tasks, watching his eyes, hands, and feet. If they detected any abnormality, they would immediately remove him from the exam. Alger continued answering questions without frowning, writing steadily. Only after finishing the paper did he put down his pen and glanced at the wall clock. The exam lasted 2.5 hours, but he finished within 1 hour and had to wait another 30 minutes before handing it in. Just as he was about to stretch, he saw 3 invigilators staring at him intently and quietly put his arms back, sitting obediently. Not only the invigilators, but also the students were watching Alger. But there seemed to be nothing unusual. Finally able to hand in the paper, the 3 teachers continued to watch Alger until he left the examination room. Hongzi, what happened? Why were the invigilators all staring at you? Demetrius asked, puzzled. Alger raised his eyebrows. Maybe because I'm too handsome. Demetrius smirked. Yeah, right. Clearly they thought you looked like a criminal. Alec walked over, and both fell silent. Alec glared at Alger fiercely, as if he wanted to devour him. Alger ignored him, and walked away confidently. Alec arrived at examination room 10. The 3 invigilators were marveling over Alger's paper. Well, did he cheat? Alec frowned and asked. The 3 teachers shook their heads simultaneously. We watched him like a hawk. He completed the paper without frowning even once. It's impossible. Alec snatched Alger's paper to look at it, his expression growing uglier by the minute. In the afternoon, they had the English exam, and Alec planned to personally supervise it. He didn't believe he couldn't catch Alger in the act. During the English exam, Alger was watched by 4 teachers, one in front, one behind, one on each side, like the 4 great protectors. The examinees were astonished, never understanding why all the invigilators were focused on Alger. Moreover, the head of discipline was supervising him personally. The English test was even easier, with no problem at all for the listening section. Alger feared boredom while waiting, so he brought a cup of water over. After finishing the paper, he drank water as he waited to hand in the exam. That cup of water was taken to the podium by an invigilator. When Alger wanted to drink, the invigilator hurriedly fetched the cup, showing excessive attentiveness. Just as the invigilator was about to hand it over, Alec grabbed it and began scrutinizing it intensely, looking solemn, as if examining an antique. He unscrewed the lid and peeked inside, even sniffing it. The examinees stared in disbelief. What on earth was going on? After inspecting it for some time, Alec confirmed there was nothing wrong and returned the cup of water to Alger. Alger sipped slowly, nodding slightly, expressing satisfaction with their service. When the time came, he handed in his paper. The 4 teachers picked up his paper and immediately widened their eyes. Focused on monitoring his every move, they hadn't noticed that Alger had already finished. Alec was almost driven to rip up Alger's paper in anger. As soon as the exam ended, he went home. Alger and Sylvia went to fetch their bikes. Along the way, classmates were discussing the exam. Someone got full marks in this morning's comprehensive science exam. That impressive? It seems to be the first time since we split into classes in sophomore year. Most likely Sophie from class 1. It could also be Hamilton from class 9. Anyway, it's probably one of them. Alger chuckled softly and asked Sylvia, Rachel, who do you think got full marks? Not them. Sylvia shared the same examination room with them. After the comprehensive science exam ended, their expressions weren't good, all saying it was too difficult and they had problems they couldn't solve. Sylvia looked steadily at Alger. It's you? Alger's heart skipped a beat. Sylvia actually believed he could get full marks. You were excellent in middle school. Even Alger himself had forgotten that he was a top student back then. Especially in physics, chemistry, and biology, he was really outstanding and had even participated in a physics competition. Rachel. Alger felt moved, wanting to embrace Sylvia and kiss her hair. Alger, wait a moment. As the two were about to reach the bicycle shed, someone suddenly shouted to Alger. Chapter 49. Instant sense of a young couple. Alger, I need to talk to you. It was Braden. He came running over. Teacher Benny, take it easy. Seeing him out of breath, Alger hurriedly gave him a hand. Alger, you really did it. I can't believe it. Braden said these 2 sentences abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. As for that small courtyard of mine, do as you like with it. Go ahead and mess around with it. If you want to plant cabbages, you'd better hurry up. If you wait any longer, they won't survive. He smiled and patted Alger on the shoulder before leaving without saying more. Sylvia looked at Alger with delight. In the top 5. Alger had indeed made it into the top 5 in the class. When Braden said he could do whatever he wanted with the small courtyard, wasn't that just giving the small courtyard to Alger? Rachel is so smart. It seems I really did make it into the top 5 of the class. This was within Alger's expectations because the test had been too simple. Or perhaps, since the school wrote its own questions, and students' overall scores were not good, the questions were set to be easier. Sylvia sincerely felt happy for Alger. You did great. She didn't hold back her praise for Alger. Alger felt elated inside, wishing he could pick up Sylvia and twirl her around. He just liked hearing Sylvia praise him. On Sunday when he came to school, he could buy cabbages and start planting them. Alger brought Sylvia to Clark's place. Clark gave Sylvia another big bag of candy. Uncle, no need. The milk candies given last week hadn't even been finished yet. Just take it, girl. What are you being so formal with your uncle for? Clark laughed and handed her the milk candies. Sylvia glanced at Alger and accepted the milk candies. Xiaohang, you should have free time this weekend, right? How about producing 500 pounds of popcorn? Clark asked Alger with a smile. Alger shook his head. I can't produce that much. I have things to do on Sunday. Why do you have things to do again? Spending time with your wife? Clark spoke the last sentence quietly. Alger glanced at Sylvia. Randall, I really have something to do. Clark pointed to another convenience store 100 meters away from the small shop. They saw our popcorn selling well, so they also went to the market to get multi-flavored popcorn. Pity, it doesn't sell at all. Don't look at how identical they appear, but the taste is far off. Hee, they even tried copying our taste before you buy, but ended up with those hundreds of pounds of popcorn unsold. Xiaohang, you must guard the secret of your slurry formula. That's the key to getting rich. Alger smiled. Of course, besides me, no one knows the recipe, not even Randall. That was all he could say. After all, he couldn't tell him that he didn't know the recipe himself, and just bought the slurry directly from the system. Clark also laughed. I don't want to know either. I'm not that greedy. The two chatted for a while and agreed to send 200 pounds tomorrow and let Heather deliver another 200 pounds the day after. By the time they got home, Heather had already prepared the meal. With money now available, she naturally didn't want to shortchange the two children anymore, preparing a large table full of dishes, including fish and meat. Alger didn't rush to eat but first picked out the fish bones, then placed the fish meat into Sylvia's and Heather's bowls. Heather froze for a moment, moved by Alger's act. The child has truly grown up. Sylvia also put a few pieces of braised pork in Alger's bowl. Watching them serve each other food, Heather seemed lost in thought. Heather, your cooking is delicious. If you have time, teach me. Once I learn to cook, I can prepare delicious meals for my future wife. Alger spoke while eating, glancing at Sylvia when he mentioned his future wife. Heather noticed his glance and chuckled. Then your future wife will surely have a good appetite. She'll be plump and rosy-cheeked. Rachel, what do you think? She asked, looking at Sylvia. Sylvia gave a faint smile but didn't speak. Alger's future wife probably had nothing to do with her. After dinner, the three of them processed popcorn like they did the previous week. The next morning, Alger woke up early and went to the Chung family's house to make breakfast. He stir-fried a plate of green vegetables, scrambled eggs with salted vegetables, blanched spinach for a cold dish. Thinking for a moment, he added a plate of stir-fried eggs with green peppers. Hearing the clattering sounds coming from the kitchen, Heather and Sylvia quickly got up to check. Hang, why did you wake up so early? Wow, you've prepared so many dishes. Both of them looked in amazement at the dishes on the stove. Not many, just small plates. We three can finish them. Alger laughed and carried the dishes to the dining table. Looking up, he saw Sylvia in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her slender, white legs. Alger marveled in his heart. What beautiful legs. Noticing his gaze, Sylvia blushed and hurriedly turned to run away. Heather's attention was all on the dishes, so she didn't notice Alger's eyes. Good. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. It's your first time cooking, and it tastes so delicious. After tasting the food made by Alger, Heather praised him repeatedly. Isn't it because I've always watched you cook and learned from you? In fact, Alger knew how to cook in his previous life. During factory holidays, he would take part-time jobs at restaurants. All that money was spent on buying things for Marta, while he wouldn't even buy himself a pack of instant noodles. Sylvia had already put on long pants, ate silently with her head down, and her face slightly red. After breakfast, Alger took Sylvia to deliver the popcorn and told Heather that he would still cook lunch. When they arrived at Clark's shop, customers were already there to pick up their reserved popcorn. Xiaohang, tomorrow's 200 pounds can only meet the reservation orders. Sigh, it's not enough, just not enough. Clark sighed repeatedly. Alger shrugged, indicating he couldn't help. They would wait until everything stabilized before making changes. Alger collected the money and took Sylvia back home. Heather went out to the fields, and Alger prepared lunch. Sylvia stoked the fire under the stove. When Heather came back, looking at the young boy and girl in the kitchen, she got an immediate sense of them as a young couple. Alger fried 8 dishes and wanted to continue. Heather hurriedly said they wouldn't finish eating even if they stuffed themselves, telling him to stop frying. Alger panicked a bit. This way, it would take 3 weeks to complete this task, which was too slow. Although there was no homework this weekend because of the exams, Sylvia didn't dare to indulge in play and studied the upcoming lessons seriously. Alger followed Heather to the fields. He hadn't been to the fields for too long, and the diligent Heather had planted a whole field of cabbages. And now they were seedlings, just right for transplanting. Alger's family land bordered Heather's, also planted with vegetables by his uncle's family. After all these years, Alger felt it was time to reclaim this land. Why should his uncle's family get to plant it for free? They had never taken care of him. Chapter 50. He was an abandoned child. However, Alger was not free this week and would reclaim the land next week. Early Sunday morning, Heather went to deliver popcorn. Alger had already taught Heather how to make popcorn last night. He bought some more syrups from the system mall and handed them over to Heather. He told her to process the popcorn herself when she had time and deliver it to Clark herself. Alger held a bag and went to dig cabbage seedlings in the field, planning to plant cabbages at school after lunch. Now he was full of energy, and Sylvia was his motivation. Hey, isn't this Hang? I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you digging so many cabbage seedlings? Alger's uncle, Halston, with his hands behind his back, his potbelly sticking out, gave a forced smile while looking down at Alger. Not for you anyway, Alger said angrily, continuing to dig the cabbage seedlings. Why so sharp-tongued? Like your father, bad temper. Halston glared at him but still smiled on his face. Speaking of your father, he hasn't been back for years. Do you still keep in touch with him? Seeing Alger not answering, he continued mumbling to himself. I think he will never come back. After all, there is no one here he cares about. He is so selfish that he doesn't want even his own parents or son. These words were stabbing right into Alger's heart. Alger gritted his teeth hard. In his previous life until his death, he never saw his parents again. Halston was right. Alger was an abandoned child. If it weren't for Heather, he would have starved to death or died in filth long ago. Your father really must have had a pig-fat covered heart. Even when your grandfather died, he didn't come back? Halston kept saying unpleasant things about Alger's father. Alger suddenly stood up, staring at him fiercely. Scared, Halston quickly shut his mouth. Years hadn't passed by in vain. He almost forgot that Alger was as ruthless as a wolf cub. Back then, when Halston's son provoked Alger, Alger chased him around the village with a kitchen knife in hand. Halston's son was scared enough to pee his pants. Later, when Halston couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Alger across the face, Alger bit down hard on his forearm, tearing off a piece of flesh, leaving it bloody and painful, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. A scar remained on his forearm ever since. Moreover, this wolf cub hit hard without holding back. When a village kid bullied Sylvia, Alger directly dislocated his jaw. Well, I'll go check somewhere else. Hang, carry on with your work. Halston held the bitten hand and scurried away, afraid to provoke him. Alger calmed down and squatted back down to dig the cabbage seedlings. One can't choose where to be born, but they can choose their life. The kind of life he wanted to live was up to him. No one could sway him. Heather came back at noon, and Alger had already prepared the meal. She gave Alger 500 yuan, telling him and Sylvia to buy clothes and shoes when they had time. After lunch, Alger put the cabbage seedlings in the bike basket and took Sylvia back to school. He rode straight to Braden's courtyard. The gate was slightly ajar, and old man Benny was lying on a recliner in the yard, basking in the sun and lightly snoring. Just as Alger was about to enter, Sylvia tugged at his sleeve and shook her head, afraid to disturb the Jalen. It's fine, we'll be gentle, and we'll find teacher Benny in the house. Alger smiled slightly and patted Sylvia's hand. Sylvia withdrew her hand as if electrocuted, her heart pounding. It's not even winter yet, and the static is so strong. Alger laughed and led Sylvia into the yard. Old man Benny was sleeping soundly. They passed by him quietly without waking him up. The door to the house was also slightly open, so Alger pushed it and entered. Teacher Benny, he called softly. Who's there? Braden came out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. It's Alger and Sylvia. Come in and sit down. He hurriedly untied the apron and welcomed them warmly. His shout woke old man Benny up. Who's there? Who came? The old man got off the recliner, dragging his crippled leg into the room. Master, hello? Alger greeted with a smile. My name is Alger. This is Sylvia. We're both teacher Benny students. Welcome. Old man Benny looked at the two of them fondly, filled with affection. Xiaofu, hurry and cut watermelon for the children. How can you not greet the students who came? Braden responded from the kitchen. I'm cutting it right now. No sooner said than done. He came out carrying a plate of sliced watermelon. Thank you, teacher Benny. We are thirsty. Alger first handed a piece to Sylvia and took one for himself, eating it with no restraint. Sylvia ate the watermelon in small bites, visibly reserved. Old man Benny chuckled at them. Eat up, don't be shy. We can always cut more after you finish. Braden glanced toward the yard and asked Alger, Alger, are you here to plant cabbage? There's a small storeroom in the courtyard with hoes and such. You can use them. Alger raised an eyebrow. Bernard, the whole courtyard is mine, so the small storeroom naturally belongs to me as well. Of course, I can use anything inside. Braden laughed. I never said you couldn't use them. Just leave some space for your great-grandmaster to bask in the sun. Old man Benny was puzzled. What are you talking about, Xiaofu? What did you do with our little courtyard? Why don't you say something? Himph, you're such a mute gourd. He glared at his son unhappily. Braden then recounted the bet with Alger. Upon hearing that you bastard! Demetrius was furious, ready to pounce on Ezra for a fight. Alger held him back tightly and calmly said, don't stoop to his level. Let him talk. Hongzi, you really can tolerate. Demetrius stormed out of the classroom. He needed to splash cold water on his face to calm down. Sylvia wanted to tell everyone that Alger had placed in the top 5 of the class, but even if she did, no one would believe her. She decided to wait for the school announcement. Braden came in, and everyone asked him who got perfect scores in 4 subjects. Hamilton was excited, thinking it could be him. Although he wasn't sure about some questions, maybe he guessed right. But Braden teased, we'll know tomorrow at the commendation meeting. Chapter 51. Agree to Alger's confession if you get into the top 20 of the class. Just then, a teacher came looking for Braden, so he went out and told everyone to study well. Demetrius returned with wet hair. He felt that just washing his face wouldn't help him calm down, so he washed his hair directly. What did old Benny say? He asked while drying his hair with his school uniform jacket. Let us study hard. Alger gripped his shoulder, looking at him seriously. Gordizi, after tonight, you can't go to the internet cafe anymore. Why? Without going to the internet cafe, I'll die. Gordizi, listen, Alger was about to explain when Marta walked over, holding a piece of paper in her hand, slightly angry. Alger, stop confessing to me. I won't agree unless you can get into the top 20 of the class. You see, my requirement is already very low. Yet you can't even get into the top 50. How could you get into the top 20? So, you should focus on studying. By next year's college entrance exam, maybe you can make it into the top 20. She proudly raised her head and threw the note to Alger. The classmates started making noise again. Amazed that the school bell replied to Alger right in front of the whole class. Top 20, 1 year time. With some effort, it might be achievable. Then he can win the beauty. How envious of Alger. But Alger didn't even raise his head and used his textbook like a broom to sweep away the note. Marta looked at him in shock. What does this mean? Even not responding was okay. But why did he discard the note? The note fell to the ground and was picked up by Lauren, who ran over. She leaned close to Marta's ear and whispered softly, wrong guess, it wasn't written by Alger. She hurriedly pulled Marta back to her seat. On the note, there was only one sentence. I like you. Without a signature, Marta thought Alger wrote it to her. These scrawls, if not Alger, then who wrote it? Marta also asked softly, curious which brave boy confessed to her. Why are more and more boys liking her now? So exciting. It's a boy from another class. I don't know him. He gave me the note and left. Lauren made an excuse. Actually, she wrote it with her left hand because she wanted to confess to Hamilton. Unknowingly, Marta took the note to find Alger. Which class is he in? Didn't you ask him? Marta asked, her eyes gleaming. He left before I could ask. I'll tell you once I see him again. Lauren was speechless, wondering why she was still asking. Marta just wanted to know about the boy's studies, family background, and appearance. If everything was good enough, she would consider it. But she had already replied to Alger in front of the whole class. No worries anyway, this scholastic failure will always be at the bottom, never getting into the top 20 of the class. Hongzi, you wrote a note to Marta confessing? Didn't you say you don't like her? Demetrius asked with a smirk. Am I crazy to write her a note? This is not my responsibility. Alger looked at Sylvia anxiously. Was she also misunderstanding him? Is this Marta stupid, or something? Framing him for what reason? The person who wrote the note is an idiot, no signature, trying to frame him. Alger left the classroom to run on the playground. After night self-study, Alger waited for Sylvia specifically to send her back to the girls' dormitory. Rachel, I didn't write that note to Marta. He immediately explained, looking nervously at her, fearing she might misunderstand. Why do you need to tell me this unnecessary? Sylvia felt it was actually unnecessary to explain this to her. He could confess to whoever he liked. She couldn't stop him. But when Marta confronted Alger, she felt a little sad. Rachel, I really just want to focus on studying. You have to believe me. Alger was anxious, seeing no smile on her face. Is she angry? I believe you. Sylvia kept her head lowered, never raising her eyes to look at him. Alger felt nervous, not knowing how to explain further. He wished he could press her against a tree nearby and kiss her fiercely. Fortunately, the next day, Sylvia didn't ignore him and treated him as usual, easing Alger's worry. After morning reading, all students gathered on the playground. The playground was bustling with excitement among students, especially the senior students who rarely even have physical education classes. Demetrius, what kind of shit do you want to eat? Tell me quickly, and I'll prepare it for you. Want it hot? No problem, I'll save it for you. Ha ha ha. Ezra laughed maniacally, glaring at Demetrius with a victor's demeanor. Despite holding back his laughter, Hamilton couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Apart from him, all the straight students burst into laughter. Haste makes waste. The results haven't been announced yet. What's there to be anxious about? Demetrius gritted his teeth, filled with intense resentment. Alger had been advising him to calm down since last night. He listened to his best friend and chose not to confront him immediately. Oh, I see. So you do want it hot. Ha ha ha. No worries, I can hold on. Ezra laughed even more wildly. Continually humiliated by Ezra, Demetrius finally could not endure it any longer. Blood rushed to his head as he punched Ezra right in the face. Ezra covered his nose, wailing in pain. Blood flowed from his nostrils, dripping onto his shirt. Alger, who was coming from the courtyard, just witnessed this scene. His heart sank instantly, and he hurriedly ran over, positioning himself in front of Demetrius. Demetrius, you actually hit someone. I will report this to Director Ma right away, Hamilton said, and then ran off to find Alec, excited inside. Ezra pretended to be severely injured, waiting for Alec to arrive. Demetrius, you're doomed. Just wait to be expelled from school. He glared at Ezra, laughing sarcastically. Demetrius was somewhat panicked. Being expelled without a diploma would make it hard to find a job in the future. He inwardly lamented how cunning Ezra was, constantly provoking him with words. Alger glanced coldly at Ezra. Don't speak too absolutely. It's better to leave some room for yourself when speaking. Humph, mind your own business. Ezra covered his bleeding nose and rolled his eyes. Hamilton came back, saying that Alec would handle the matter after the commendation ceremony ended. The playground was filled with noise. It wasn't until the principal picked up the microphone that everyone fell silent. Our Xuanhuan High School holds a monthly commendation ceremony. Now, I will start awarding the excellent students, hoping they will continue to strive for excellence and achieve greater glory. Thunderous applause broke out, and everyone clapped enthusiastically. The principal first awarded prizes to the freshmen and sophomores, leaving the seniors for last. Only the top 10 students in each grade and the top scorers in each subject were awarded. Any more wouldn't be special. All the senior students held their breath and stared at the principal. Teachers from each class kept the results secret, unwilling to reveal them. The moment of excitement was finally approaching. Chapter 52: The Comeback. Headmaster Eddie, holding the microphone, loudly announced, the 10th place in this month's exam for the senior year goes to student Xuanhuan from class 3. Please come up to receive your award. Applause broke out. Student Xuanhuan walked onto the stage. The 9th place is? The 5th place goes to Marta from class 9. Marta was taken aback. She had been 3rd last time. Why did she drop to 5th? She had fallen behind. No one paid much attention to the rankings after the top 3. She unhappily went up to collect her award. Sylvia was also startled. Braden had given the small yard prize to Alger, meaning he must have made it into the top 5. But if not 5th, then 4th? Alger, I knew it. You're not even in the top 10. Demetrius, you idiot. Get ready to eat shit. Ezra taunted Alger and Demetrius again. Demetrius didn't retort this time, tears welling up inside his heart. He seemed destined to eat shit. 4th place was Kai Xuanhuan from class 5, and 3rd place was Hamilton. Hamilton couldn't believe it. He always topped the class, but this time he fell so far? How embarrassing. He looked at Sophie from class 1. She had been 2nd last time. Did she take 1st place this time? Then who took 2nd place? The 2nd place, please come up, goes to student Sophie from class 1. As Headmaster Eddie's voice faded, the crowd erupted in excitement. If Sophie was 2nd, then who was 1st? It must be one of those few usual suspects. Now, let me reveal the 1st place in the grade. Alger from class 9. Oh my god. Woohoo. The whole hall erupted in cheers and applause, all students expressing disbelief. A student who was always dead last suddenly became the 1st in grade. Was this a joke? Headmaster Eddie, what kind of joke is this? Who is really 1st? A student shouted out. It's indeed Alger from class 9. Headmaster Eddie checked the certificate again, which was correct. Having only been in office for less than 2 months, he wasn't familiar with Alger's history and didn't understand why everyone was reacting so strongly. Alec and Jesse's faces turned as black as coal. Braden was grinning from ear to ear. Ezra's face turned green with envy. Hamilton's mouth dropped open, unable to close it for a long time, full of disbelief. How could he be beaten by a slacker? Marta wore a similar expression of shock, unwilling to believe it. She seriously doubted that Alger must have cheated. Tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes, filled with emotion. Alger got first place in the grade, just like the old days. Even more moved was Demetrius. Finally, he wouldn't have to eat shit. His best friend was truly incredible. No wonder he kept telling him to calm down. He had known all along that he would do well. Xiangzi, you're amazing. I love you. Demetrius hugged Alger tightly and kissed him repeatedly, covering his face with saliva. Get lost. You're gross. Alger pushed him away, wiping his face with his sleeve. Ezra, what kind of shit do you want to eat? Human, dog, chicken, or duck? I can prepare a big bucket for you, enough to satisfy you. Demetrius felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, repeating Ezra's words back to him. This scoundrel probably never thought he'd be in this position himself. Ezra's face turned deathly pale, his lips pressed tightly together, with visions of poop floating before his eyes, as if they were about to enter his mouth. Help. He didn't want to eat poop. Please invite Alger to the stage for the award. Headmaster Eddie called out loudly. Only when Alger stepped onto the stage did he recognize him as the student who fought with others and faced a warning from Alec, and also as the student who found and returned lost items, praised by parents. Moreover, he was the one who encouraged his classmates to donate money to an elderly waste collector a few days ago. And now, he was the top scorer in the grade. Wow, he looked so handsome. The slacker made a comeback. Amazing. Alger is awesome. The students applauded and cheered, especially the slackers faction, who finally felt vindicated as Alger single-handedly beat the overachievers. Alger returned to his seat after receiving his award and prize. Headmaster Eddie continued, for the top score in Chinese, the winner is... Sophie from Class 1 had already stepped forward, ready to go on stage. She always scored first in Chinese every time, including this time. Marta and Hamilton looked eager to try their luck too. They performed exceptionally well this time and might have one. Seeing Sophie move, they held back for the moment. Alger from Class 9. Halfway through her walk, Sophie met Alger returning from the stage. Hearing Alger's name, she froze on the spot, unable to believe that her long-standing top spot in Chinese was snatched away by a slacker. When Alger went back to receive his award, she awkwardly returned to her class's formation. Marta and Hamilton secretly felt relieved, glad they hadn't stepped out. Otherwise, they would have been the ones feeling embarrassed. But how did Alger manage to score first in Chinese? Perhaps Headmaster Eddie read the name wrong? Wow, Alger is so awesome. Holy shit, amazing. Everyone clapped enthusiastically. After Alger received his award and returned, the principal continued announcing awards. The top score in mathematics for the grade goes to the student from Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Sophie. Sophie happily walked up to the stage, redeeming some of her earlier embarrassment. And the student from Class 5 of Senior Year 3, xuanhuan. xuanhuan also walked onto the stage with a beaming smile. And lastly, from Class 9 of Senior Year 3, Hamilton eagerly pricked up his ears. He had heard that several students got full marks this time. Surely he was one of them. The principal should hurry up and announce his name. He was ready to dash up there. Marta was also looking forward to hearing her own name. She messed up a decimal point on one question, but the teacher probably didn't notice. She must have gotten a perfect score. Student Alger. The principal finished announcing the name. Hamilton and Marta were stunned. It wasn't them. Once again, it was that slacker. How could that be? The principal must have read the name wrong. Alger again. So impressive. Alger is incredible. What a perfect comeback from a slacker. Everyone cheered loudly, completely ignoring Sophie and xuanhuan. Please invite these three students to come up to receive their awards. Headmaster Eddie flipped through the remaining certificates, eyes widening. Alger is so amazing. I love you, Alger. Demetrius shouted and jumped up excitedly. Sylvia also looked at Alger happily. He was truly incredible. Alger calmly walked up to receive his award. Sophie couldn't help but glance at him a few times. She knew Alger, the guy who had chased after Marta for 2 years, following her around like a dog, and was also a slacker. Such a person actually got first place? It must have been cheating. After receiving the award, Alger was about to step down when the principal called him. Student Alger, wait a moment. Please stay on the stage. Chapter 53. Winning awards effortlessly. Alger remained on stage, holding the certificates and prizes in his arms. Everyone speculated about why the principal had him stay on stage. Could it be? Principal Eddie continued to award certificates. The top student in Science Comprehensive is... Marta and Hamilton eagerly hoped to hear their names. Student Alger. Demetrius shouted loudly, louder even than with a microphone. Yes, it's Student Alger. Principal Eddie nodded with a smile. Wow, it really is Alger. Heaven, this is too impressive. First place in all 3 subjects. The students stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in amazement. Marta and Hamilton kept telling themselves they must have misunderstood. It must be a mistake. Alger accepted the certificate and prize, maintaining his cold and indifferent demeanor. Alger is so cool. He's not arrogant at all. The girls below turned into fans instantly. When Alger tried to leave, he was stopped by the principal again. It's not over yet. The principal wanted to interact with everyone and asked with a smile. Who do you think is first in English? Principal Eddie, do we need to guess? It must be Alger. Demetrius's voice echoed across the playground, filled with pride. Yes, it is Student Alger. He got first place in all subjects, and every single one was a perfect score. Principal Eddie was also excited. He never imagined that such a private school would have such talented students. Even in the entire Pinzhou County, no student had achieved full marks in every subject. Yeah, Alger is amazing. Perfect scores and first places in all subjects. Demetrius's voice had gone hoarse from shouting, wishing for the whole world to know his best friend was the top student of the year. Man, he sure brought glory. Alger frowned, freeing up a hand to clear his ear with his little finger. Demetrius's voice was deafening. Wow, Alger looks so cool clearing his ear like that. His frown is so cool. I love it. The fans screamed and cheered, wishing they could rush up and hug Alger. Alger paused, never expecting his frown and ear-clearing gesture to drive the girls wild. He felt awkward going down after receiving awards. Students, please quiet down. There's another certificate to be awarded to student Alger. The noisy girls calmed down at the mention of Alger by the principal. A while ago, Alger and a female student found 10,000 yuan and returned it to the owner. The owner wanted to give some money as a thank you, but they refused. To express gratitude, the owner came to the school and presented them with a banner of appreciation. They thanked both the two students and all teachers and students. All students should learn from these two students, demonstrating high moral standards and honesty. Please welcome students Alger and Sylvia to the stage to receive their award. These two are from Class 9, Senior 3. Class 9, Senior 3 is outstanding indeed. Principal Eddie led the applause. The audience clapped thunderously. Alger found Sylvia among the over 1,000 students, his gaze fixed on her. Sylvia's eyes stayed on Alger, meeting his encouraging look. With Alger waiting on stage for her, Sylvia finally gathered the courage and slowly walked up. Principal Eddie handed the certificates and prizes to both of them, clapping once more. Alger received 6 certificates, transforming from the bottom-ranked student to the admired godlike figure. Today, he stole the spotlight, making everyone recognize him. I love you, Alger. I want your babies, Alger. Girls fawned over Alger, longing for him to glance at them. In their hearts, Alger was like a god, handsome and talented, who wouldn't fall for him. But Alger only had eyes for Sylvia. He turned his head to look at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. The fangirl screams seemed unheard by him. Their fervor did not seem to affect him. From an underachiever to a godlike figure, Hamilton and Ezra found it hard to accept. Thinking of the piles of excrement, Ezra felt sick. Marta was torn. What to do? Yesterday she told the whole class if Alger ranked within the top 20 of the class, she would agree to his confession. Now he was the top student of the grade, so she had to agree to his confession. Was her single life ending so soon? Braden beamed. All the teachers of Class 9, Senior 3 except Jessie were smiling broadly. Alger was their student, top in all subjects. Having such a student, they were proud. Alex's lips curled into a mocking smile. He asked Alger coldly, please share your secret to success with everyone, Alger. How did you leap from being dead last, always handing in blank papers, to becoming the top student of the grade? This is truly an unbelievable matter. Some students have reported to me that Alger used unconventional means. Regardless, you need to explain this to everyone. Those words were as good as directly accusing Alger of cheating. Hamilton seethed inwardly. Alger had to give an explanation. He must have cheated. Marta felt relieved. If Alger really did cheat, his scores wouldn't count, and she wouldn't have to agree to his confession. Demetrius's eyes widened, his teeth bared, wanting nothing more than to tear Alex's mouth apart. What did he mean by unconventional means? It was a blatant slander. During exams, the teachers were watching Alger together. They were the ones using unconventional means. Sylvia frowned tightly, her face full of dissatisfaction and anger. Why should Alger be spoken of like that? Was it wrong for him to get first place? Braden frowned. Everyone has seen Alger's efforts over this period. Why does he need to explain himself? Alex snorted lightly. I'm just conveying what the students think. Alger can explain if he wants to. There's no compulsion. It's just a discussion. Could it be that Alger has some secret weapon he's not willing to share with his classmates? Jessie also asked in a sneering tone. Alger indeed had a secret weapon, but they wouldn't believe him even if he told them. Alger said indifferently, there's really nothing much to say. Since Director Ma and Teacher Patricia insist, I'll just say something casually. As soon as he spoke, the students below fell silent. I've always handed in blank papers not because I didn't know how to do them, but because I was too lazy to bother, even writing my name. I'm really lazy. With only 1 year left until the college entrance exam, I felt I had been lazy enough. So, I just reluctantly decided to try doing the exams. That's it. A chorus of exclamations came from the crowd. In the past, Alger performed poorly or handed in blank papers just because he didn't want to. He was too lazy to take the exams. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly outshine all the students at school effortlessly. So, he had always been a straight A student, truly hidden deep beneath. With just this showing, those so-called top students seemed like clowns in comparison. Hamilton and Marta's faces turned extremely unpleasant. They had always thought Alger was a joke, but the real clowns were themselves. At this moment, teacher xuanhuan also said, actually, Alger is very talented. In junior high, he was always the top student. But perhaps he got tired of being number one. It's painful having no rivals. During the high school entrance exam, he was too lazy to try. If he had taken it seriously, he would have gone to the city's key high school, not our Hongwan Middle School. Now, he just takes exams casually. The questions in Hongwan Middle School are simply too easy for him. Some students suspect Alger of cheating, which is utterly baseless. He doesn't even care about cheating, nor does he need to. I've been teaching Alger physics since his freshman year, and know him well. He's a genius who simply doesn't care to show off. Chapter 54, Siram Stream Eating Contest. Apart from Sylvia, there was also Alger's former middle school classmate at Hongwan Middle School. They knew Alger's junior high situation all too well. They immediately agreed with Xuanhuan's words. That's right, when Alger was in junior high, he was indeed a straight-A student. He always came first in every exam, but during the high school entrance exam, he scored 0 points. Everyone was astonished. 0 points? Even if one guessed randomly on multiple choice questions, it would be hard to score 0. Clearly, he intentionally scored 0, completely indifferent to doing the exam. Xuanhuan knew this so clearly because back then, after he had just graduated, filled with enthusiasm and hope, he wanted to help wayward students regain their confidence through his assistance. Alger was one of his key focus subjects, and he made an effort to understand Alger's past. In Xuanhuan's eyes, Alger was a genius. No matter what he said or did, however, Alger remained impervious to advice and continued to hand in blank test papers. Xuanhuan was deeply pained yet helpless. Alger, I hope you can keep up this state. Just take the exams casually, and don't hand in blank papers again. You have to promise me this in front of all the teachers and students. Xuanhuan looked at Alger pleadingly. He cherished talent too much. Alger quickly agreed. Alger, don't hand in blank papers. Alger should always be number one. The fans below were in an uproar. It turned out that Alger had been pretending to be a mediocre student all along. He was the real straight student. Alec and Jesse regretted it bitterly, wishing they hadn't let Alger explain. They didn't like this truth at all, not one bit. Failing to suppress him, they ended up giving him a chance to show off instead. Demetrius was emotionally moved to tears. His good friend had never mentioned his glorious past. He was such an outstanding person all along. Marta and Hamilton looked ashen-faced. So, for people like them who worked very hard to make it into the top few of their grade, what were they in Alger's eyes? They had to accept the fact. They were simply not in the same league as Alger. In the face of absolute talent, effort was not worth mentioning. Heartbreaking. Alger listened to the cheers of the girls, feeling a bit troubled. He didn't want to be surrounded by these girls. He only wanted to be alone with Sylvia. Alger, do your best from now on and don't be lazy anymore. Even Braden urged him to agree. Even Principal Eddie couldn't help but encourage him. Student Alger, why don't you agree? Give yourself some pressure and motivation. Principal Eddie wore a faint smile, but inside he was already overjoyed. Such a gifted seedling, what a find. He must be properly cultivated. Whether Xuanhuan Middle School could gain fame across the nation depended on Alger. Sylvia and Demetrius also looked at him with shining eyes, their gazes conveying the message. Alger, you must stay this excellent. Facing the earnest looks of Braden, Teacher Xuanhuan, Principal Eddie, Sylvia, and Demetrius, Alger couldn't bear to let them down and could only agree. Fine, I won't hand in blank papers anymore. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in cheers. Wow, Alger is so cool. Yeah, my crush is the coolest. I love you to death. Braden and Teacher Xuanhuan nodded approvingly. Alec and Jesse frowned tightly. Alger had taken all the limelight, making it harder for them to trouble him in the future. Alger became the school's protected object, even the principal would protect him. All right, everyone please quiet down. Principal Eddie signaled for silence, smiling warmly. Student Alger is indeed very capable. Although talent is important, so is effort. Before the monthly exam, Student Alger was continuously practicing problems, and wasn't he reciting English under the teaching building? Let's all learn from Student Alger and strive forward. This commendation ceremony has been a success. Next week is the sports meet. Let's hope each class achieves great results. That's all. Dismissed. As soon as the commendation ceremony ended, the female fans swarmed onto the stage. Alger, crush, don't go. Crush, give me an autograph. Sign it on my heart. Faced with these enthusiastic and crazy girls, Alger grabbed Sylvia and ran. The teachers on the stage were pushed around by the crowd of girls. Alec's wig fell off, revealing his sparse scalp hair. His wig fell to the ground and got stepped on, and ton phlegm he had spat earlier clung to it. He endured the nausea, picked it up, wiped it on his clothes, and hurriedly put it back on. Glancing around, seeing no one noticed, he sighed in relief. Hamilton's shoes were trampled off, snatched away by a small stray dog and dragged into a nearby public restroom. A dry toilet is one without flushing water, and it stinks unbearably once you step inside. If not utterly necessary, no one would choose to use a dry toilet for relief. This particular dry toilet had become the home of a small stray dog. The place was ruined by it, with human and dog feces scattered all over the floor, leaving no room to stand. Hamilton, with one bare foot, asked Ezra to retrieve his shoe from the dry toilet. Ezra held his breath, pinched his nose, and rushed into the dry toilet. Unexpectedly, he stepped right onto some dog feces and fell face first on the ground, landing in a pile of mess. His hands and face were smeared with feces, even his mouth was full. Ah, so foul. He stared in disbelief at the shit in his hands, screaming as he got up, only to fall again, stuffing more shit into his wide-open mouth. Woof woof woof. The little stray dog barked furiously at him. How shameless this human was, actually trying to steal its food. It snarled fiercely with its tiny sharp teeth, ready to bite Ezra. Ah, help. Ezra screamed out of fright. Hamilton waited outside, hearing both human screams and dog barks inside. He thought something bad might have happened to Ezra. Help. Come quickly. Ezra is in danger. Instead of rushing in, Hamilton shouted loudly, trying to attract people's attention. The principal still had the microphone in his hand. Hearing the cries for help, he urgently shouted through the microphone. Where are the security guards and school doctors? Hurry to the playground, the dry toilet area. A student is in danger. Come rescue immediately. Hearing the principal's words, everyone hurried towards the dry toilet. Saving lives was paramount. Jesse ran at the front. After all, it was his son who was in trouble. Alec followed closely behind. Alger pulled Sylvia and also changed direction, running towards the dry toilet. Seeing more and more people coming, Hamilton secretly curled up the corners of his lips. Now was the time. He was going to be the hero in front of everyone. Rushing into the dry toilet to save someone, this time, he would be the center of attention. Ezra, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Hamilton shouted, with one bare foot, bravely rushing into the dry toilet. Wow, Hamilton is so brave. He's not afraid of the stench of the dry toilet, just to save someone. And he's even barefoot, not scared of stepping on feces, so courageous. Answering to everyone's compliments, Hamilton felt immensely pleased. Haha, he was smart indeed. With just a little brainwork, he became the center of attention. The choking stench nearly knocked him down, causing nausea and stomach churning. But to defeat Alger, he was ready to endure everything. Chapter 55. Alger is my idol. Hamilton held his breath and rushed into the dry toilet. When he saw Ezra covered in feces, even inside his mouth, he hesitated for a moment. But the mocking voices were still ringing in his ears. He couldn't care less anymore. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the vomit that was about to spew out of his throat. He grabbed one of Ezra's feet, which was also covered in feces, and dragged him out of the dry toilet like dragging a dog. A stray dog kept barking at them, driving them out of the dry toilet. It stood guard by the door of the dry toilet, wagging its tail smugly, and stopped barking. As soon as Hamilton came out of the dry toilet, he could no longer hold back. He bent over and began to vomit on the side. Ezra's face and mouth were smeared with feces. His blue and white school uniform had patches of black and yellow. The stench coming off him was unbearable, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Even his father, Jesse, covered his nose and stared at him with disdain. Ugh. Ezra didn't throw up from the smell of his own mouth, but vomited when he saw Hamilton's vomit. Damn, it smells so bad. Why is Ezra all covered in feces? Alger, our big god, got into the top 10 of the class. Ezra lost and really ate feces. Last time, when he lost a bet to God Alger, he really barked like a dog. Who told him to be so cocky? He dared to challenge God Alger. It was destined for him to lose. Hearing their endless praise for God Alger, Hamilton felt a bit confused. Why wasn't it as he had imagined? He had saved Ezra from the pit of feces. Shouldn't they all praise him instead? Alec covered his nose, not daring to step forward any further. Instead, he cautiously retreated 2 steps backward. Principal Eddie stood far away, frowning tightly. The security guard and school doctor arrived as well, but neither dared to approach after seeing the scene before them. The school doctor glanced nervously at Principal Eddie, afraid that he would ask him to examine Ezra and Hamilton. So he hurriedly said, "The 2 students did very well, just keep vomiting like this. It will be fine once everything comes out. If you eat poop, it will certainly make you nauseous. Vomiting it out is the right thing to do. Rinse your mouth with salt water later." Hamilton's face was pale as death, shaking his head. I didn't. Before he could finish speaking, he lowered his head and started vomiting again. He hadn't eaten any feces. What kind of disease did they think he had that would make him eat feces? He glared hatefully at Ezra from the corner of his eye. It was all because of him, making everyone think he had eaten feces. Ezra glared at Hamilton too. It was all because of him, making him pick up those broken shoes, resulting in him actually eating feces. There was something in his mouth. He spat it out and looked. It was a strip-like object. Upon closer inspection, it was dog poop. Oh my god. What did Ezra spit out? Dog poop? Really? Damn. Does he have to take things so seriously, eating both dog and human poop? Does he plan to eat chicken and duck poop next? He even said he would eat a whole bucket of poop. Would he really eat that much? Ezra was nearly driven to apoplexy. When did he say he would eat dog poop, human poop, chicken poop, or duck poop? And eating a whole bucket? That was something he said to Demetrius, telling him to eat poop. Principal Eddie frowned deeply, giving Jesse an unsatisfied look. What kind of education did he give his son? Bets are okay, but why involve eating feces? How disgusting. Jesse's face darkened. This day was incredibly embarrassing. Now the entire school had seen his son eating poop. How would they manage to live on in this school? His expression stern, he said nothing, endured the foul smell, and dragged Ezra away. Ezra stumbled along, not daring to utter a sound. Director Ma, such incidents must be prevented in the future. Students should not always resort to betting, especially bets involving eating. The school isn't a casino, and only dogs eat poop. We should prioritize studying and encourage students to learn from our classmate Alger. Principal Eddie's face was stern, his tone harsh. Though he usually seemed amiable, when serious, he was quite intimidating. Alec nodded obsequiously, quickly agreeing, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Starting the betting incident was Alec's doing, known by the entire school. The principal was giving him face by not naming him directly. Hamilton was vomiting until he was disoriented, eventually being carried away by the security guard. Fortunately, there wasn't much feces on him, or nobody would have dared touch him. Everyone, go back to class. A commendation meeting has turned into what? A sniffing session? Principal Eddie watched the security guards carry Hamilton away, his expression dissatisfied. People dispersed. Alger, Sylvia, and Demetrius walked behind the crowd. Hongzi, this is the first time I've seen. Damn, I'll never forget this. Demetrius struggled to suppress laughter. The scene was indeed shocking. Not just him. Everyone who witnessed it would likely never forget. Hongzi, if it weren't for you, I would have been the one eating shit just now. How can you be so awesome? You've never told me about your great grades. Hongzi, from now on, I'll follow you. I will no longer go to internet cafes. I want to study with you. Demetrius was agitated as he said a lot. All right, you said it yourself. From today onwards, you must listen carefully in class and no more internet cafes. Alger patted his shoulder, feeling relieved. Hongzi. Demetrius hugged Alger excitedly. It's so good having you around. Sylvia watched them, smiling sweetly. Alger suddenly looked at her, smiling warmly. Sylvia blushed, slowly lowering her head but still wearing a smile. The 3 of them returned to the classroom. Oh, Alger is here. The corridor was filled with girls waiting for Alger. As soon as they saw him, they all screamed with excitement. I love you, Alger. They swarmed towards him, handing over letters of confession one after another. But Alger turned around and dragged Sylvia away. Demetrius stood frozen in place, being drowned by the enthusiastic confessions. When he came to his senses, his face was covered with lipstick prints. The girls had mistaken him for Alger and kissed him before running away. Demetrius wiped the lipstick off his face and howled in his heart. Who stole my first kiss? Alger dragged Sylvia down the stairs and hid behind the side wall of the teaching building. They leaned against the wall, catching their breath. They smiled at each other. Sylvia's wrist was still held by Alger. She blushed, wanting to pull away but couldn't. Alger hurriedly released her wrist. Rachel, I'm sorry. I was too rushed. Sylvia shook her head lightly without speaking. Rachel, remember? You agreed to be my seatmate. Haven't forgotten that, have you? Alger stared into her eyes intently. He had worked so hard these past few days to enter the top 10 in class, just to become her seatmate, to be closer to her. Sylvia blinked her big, bright eyes and nodded slightly. Alger immediately beamed with joy. Hongzi, you were hiding here. It's okay now, they're all gone. Demetrius found them. His face wasn't fully wiped clean of lipstick, looking like he'd smeared on some blush. The three of them returned upstairs again. The school's cleaning aunt was putting the letters in bags. One bag was already full beside her. Wow, our idol Alger is back. The moment they returned to the classroom, the girls screamed with excitement, as if they were seeing Alger for the first time. All of them stared at Alger with longing looks, but Alger didn't even glance at them, calmly walking to his seat. His desk was piled high with letters, even the chair, floor, and drawers were filled with them, all smelling fragrantly. Alger couldn't even find a place to stand. These girls were really crazy. Alger helplessly shook his head and asked Demetrius to help throw the letters into the trash bin. He didn't even open one. The girls' hearts were instantly broken. It seemed only Zhao Dia could catch his eye. Marta's heart pounded fiercely. Should she agree to Alger's confession? No, she didn't want to become taken so quickly. With a hesitant heart, she slowly walked to Alger's seat. Chapter 56, regarding Marta as trash. Just then, Hamilton returned to the classroom. The moment he walked in, everyone immediately covered their noses. It smells so bad. Hamilton paused mid-step, his face flushing red like liver color. He only had some feces on his feet and hands, which he had already washed thoroughly with soap many times over. He even checked himself for any lingering odor. It was all gone by now. Why were they still saying he smelled? He even changed his shoes. The other one had been dragged into a dry toilet by a stray dog and wasn't found yet. While he stood there at a loss, Ezra arrived too, freshly shaved bald. Damn, how can it smell this bad? It's simply unbearable. Everyone's reaction intensified. They held their noses tightly with their clothes. Ezra froze awkwardly in place. Seizing this opportunity, Hamilton quickly slipped back to his seat. Ezra hurriedly followed him, returning to his own seat. All his previous clothes and shoes were discarded. He took several showers, rubbing his skin until it turned red, especially on his face where he rubbed off some of the skin. Yet, the smell still lingered. His hair also carried the stench. Every time Jesse lowered his head, he could smell the feces from Ezra's hair, making him so furious that he shaved Ezra's head completely bald. More importantly, Ezra couldn't keep his mouth shut anymore. Whenever he closed his mouth, he felt a wave of fecal smell assaulting his brain, making it intolerable. Ezra, what does shit taste like? Tell us, is it sweet, salty, or spicy? Anyway, it must be stinky, right? Demetrius wouldn't let Ezra off easily. She gave him exactly what he had once given others. Everyone burst out laughing. Those academic geniuses stayed silent, not daring to make a peep. Ezra hung his head low, almost touching his belly. He reaped what he sowed, feeling no face to argue with Demetrius anymore. Hamilton also felt so embarrassed that he couldn't lift his head. Both of them lost face. Demetrius originally intended to say more about Ezra, but seeing that he had lost all fighting spirit, she instantly lost interest, considering her revenge complete. Marta was busy watching the spectacle, almost forgetting that she was still standing in front of Alger's desk. Alger was hunched over something he was drawing. That morning, he received a system task. Complete 100 drawings for rewards, including becoming a super painter and earning points. This task came at the perfect time. He was looking for something to do in class. Marta was somewhat angry. She had been standing in front of him for ages, but he hadn't even glanced at her. Was he really taking himself for a godlike figure? Alger, I have to tell you, I still can't accept your confession. At her words, everyone turned to look behind them. Marta, you said that if Alger ranked within the top 20 of the class, you'd accept his confession. Yes, you can't go back on your word. Many students rallied for Alger. Marta explained, right, I did say that, but I didn't clarify clearly. I meant he should rank within the top 20 of every test before the college entrance exam. Not just this monthly exam. Her explanation didn't fully satisfy everyone. TCH, you're cheating. If you don't want to accept Alger's confession, just say so. What lame excuse. Yeah, our Alger has plenty of girls who love him. He doesn't need to worry about finding a girlfriend. Before, everyone thought Alger was a slacker who didn't deserve Marta and hoped he would never catch up to her. Now that he was strong enough, worthy of her, they wanted the godlike figure to succeed. Naturally, everyone was upset that Marta was going back on her word and sought to stand up for Alger. Marta glared angrily at Alger. What do you have to say, Alger? If he insisted she accept his confession, she would just play along. Later, when he performed poorly in exams, she could find an opportunity to break up with him. Alger was immersed in his drawing world and completely ignored her. Demetrius nudged him repeatedly with her elbow, but he remained unmoved. Marta glanced at what he was drawing. What a mess. Yet he was so focused. Alger, if you don't speak, I'll take it that you agree with my interpretation. Let's wait until after next year's college entrance exam. She turned around and went back to her seat, fuming inside. Ignoring her again. Did he really think he was someone important? Hongzi, I reminded you several times just now. Why didn't you acknowledge Marta? She almost became your girlfriend. It's too late for regrets now. Demetrius felt sorry for Alger. After chasing a girl for 2 years, he finally had a chance to be with her. Alger stopped drawing, looked at Demetrius, and nodded approvingly. Gordizi, you've made progress, no longer calling Marta sister-in-law. Keep it up, and one day you'll join me in regarding Marta as trash. Demetrius was utterly confused. Treating Marta like trash? What did this mean? However, he couldn't remember when he had stopped calling Marta sister-in-law. The smell in the classroom was absolutely unbearable. Marta couldn't stand it at all. She bit her lip and took out a precious bottle of perfume, then walked up to Hamilton and Ezra. She sprayed the perfume right at them. Instantly, the classroom became fragrant. Achoo! Demetrius couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose. Hongzi, this perfume smells so familiar. Isn't it the same one you gave to Marta back then? It was pretty expensive. To save money for it, you ate steamed buns every meal for a whole month, only 50 cents per meal. Alger wished he could slap himself. To buy a present for someone like Marta, he had skimped on meals, making him a super fool back then. He took out a small notebook and wrote down this account. Hamilton smelled the perfume that Marta had sprayed and instantly felt refreshed. To ease his embarrassment, she bravely stood up in front of everyone who disliked him and sprayed perfume on him. He was deeply moved and felt grateful towards Marta. Initially, he already had some feelings for Marta. He had even tried to show his affection before, but she was too aloof and competitive, not giving much attention to him, a fellow top student. Now, it seemed that she also had feelings for him. Hamilton's heart leaped with joy. Gordizi, I have something to tell you. From now on, we won't be desk mates anymore. Alger thought it necessary to inform Demetrius. Demetrius widened his eyes in surprise. Why? He recalled a time when Alger said something similar. Alger mentioned he wouldn't sit with him if he continued calling Marta sister-in-law, but I don't call her that anymore. He was getting anxious. Besides Alger, he didn't want any other desk mate. Hongzi, please don't abandon me. I promise I'll study hard from now on. Demetrius was almost in tears. At that moment, Braden entered the classroom with a smile, glancing at Alger, clearly more and more satisfied. Alger didn't have time to explain further to Demetrius. He sat up straight, waiting for the desk mate selection ceremony to begin. Today, he would finally get to sit next to his childhood sweetheart. Super excited. But Braden first called out a few students, without immediately addressing the seating arrangements. Classmate Demetrius, did you hit classmate Ezra during the commendation meeting? You all come out for a moment. And class president, you were there, right? Please come and share what happened. Everyone, continue self-studying. I'll return to class after I deal with this matter. Chapter 57 Mutual Selection. Braden went out first. Ezra lingered and didn't go out immediately. He was afraid that any movement would release the smell, causing annoyance to everyone. Hamilton, seeing his state, felt somewhat annoyed and left without waiting for him. He didn't want to sit next to him anymore after this seat switch. Demetrius's heart was pounding with panic. After he hit Ezra, how could Jesse and Alec let him off? It's over. He might really be expelled. Gordizi, it's okay. I'm here for you. Alger patted his shoulder comfortingly. He had already made up his mind. The two came out of the classroom but didn't head straight for the office. Ezra finally came out reluctantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. His guess was right. As soon as he moved from his seat, the students covered their noses, complaining about the stench. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. Even when he imitated a dog last time, he wasn't this humiliated. Ezra, wait a moment. Alger stopped him. Ezra paused, glaring resentfully at both of them. Alger frowned and said, this incident has nothing to do with us, don't look at us like that. Ezra's shoulders slumped immediately. Alger was right. He fell face first into the latrine while picking up Hamilton's shoe. Thinking of the smell of feces, his stomach churned again, and he opened his mouth involuntarily. You lost the bet with Demetrius, and I got first place in the grade. When are you going to eat shit? A man should keep his word, right? Alger stared intensely at Ezra, giving him a strong sense of pressure. Ezra raised his head and glared angrily. But you've already eaten shit, right? So what does it have to do with us? Alger cut him off coldly. You ate it in the latrine, not because you lost the bet. You didn't eat it in front of us. I know you were testing it out. Just tell me what kind you want. I'll get some, and put it under the teaching building. You can eat it in front of the entire school. Ezra trembled in fear upon hearing this. No, I don't want to eat shit again. I'd rather die than eat it. He was truly terrified. Making him eat shit was worse than killing him. Alger didn't prolong the discussion and bluntly said, if you don't want to eat it, just tell people Demetrius didn't hit you. Before Alger could finish, Ezra hurriedly agreed. Afraid he might change his mind. Okay, as long as you don't make me eat shit, I'll do anything. Alger and Demetrius exchanged smiles. Demetrius and Ezra went to the office together. Alec and Jesse were both there. Hamilton was talking to Braden. What took you so long? Jesse glared at Ezra angrily. Ezra dared not raise his head, feeling timid. Seeing his shiny bald head, Jesse felt a surge of anger. Ezra, during the commendation meeting, did Demetrius hit you, causing your nose to bleed? Alec asked, frowning slightly, pretending to fetch something from the desk to stay farther from Ezra due to the stench. Hamilton interjected, that's true, Director Ma. I saw Demetrius hit Ezra with my own eyes. Ezra quickly explained, Director Ma, it's not like that. Demetrius didn't hit me. Hamilton must have misunderstood. At that moment, I pretended to be hit by him. His hand didn't even touch me. Alec, Jesse, and Hamilton couldn't believe it. Even Braden was surprised. Weren't Ezra and Demetrius always at odds? Why would he defend him now? Facing Jesse's towering rage, Ezra braced himself and continued explaining. The principal told us to learn from Alger, who has noble morals and is honest. But I wanted to frame a classmate for my selfish reasons. I feel like trash. Sorry, I lied to you. Demetrius really didn't hit me. Alec still didn't believe it. If Demetrius didn't hit you, why did your nose bleed? Ezra, embarrassed, replied, I happened to see a girl bending down. Her school uniform top had 2 buttons unfastened. I saw her chest. The last word was whispered very softly. To avoid eating shit, Ezra was willing to go all out. Jesse angrily interrupted him. Enough! Stop embarrassing yourself. He was furious, wondering how such a person could be born. Speaking in front of everyone about seeing a girl's chest and having a nosebleed. How vulgar could he get? How could he say it out loud? All right, go back to class. Panic-stricken, Jesse hurriedly shooed them away, fearing Ezra would say more embarrassing things. Alec frowned. But I haven't finished asking yet. There's nothing to ask. It was just a misunderstanding. Even if he really did hit, as a parent, I won't press the matter. Let's just drop it and not mention it again. Jesse walked away with his textbook. It was too embarrassing. Alec had no choice but to give up. Thinking about it, the bet between Demetrius and Ezra about eating feces was something he had promoted himself. He knew Ezra had lost, and Jesse harbored anger towards him. But who would have thought that Alger could rank first in the grade? Demetrius vividly described to Alger what happened in the office. I didn't say a single word, and I won completely. Admittedly, this Ezra is really arrogant when he's bold, and truly spineless when he's scared. Alger smiled faintly. He has enough courage when he's bold, and enough courage when he's cowardly. Brayden arrived. Alger was extremely excited. Soon, he could be desk mates with his childhood friend. The first thing after the exam is to choose seats and desk mates. I hope we can still do mutual selection. If one party really doesn't want to, we shouldn't force them. Let's start by inviting our class's top student, Alger, to make his choice. Brayden clapped his hands, smiling at Alger. The students also applauded excitedly, especially the girls, whose palms were clapping red. They all hoped Alger would choose them as desk mates, but he would probably choose Marta. In this class, she was the best performing girl, and most importantly, Alger had been pursuing her for 2 years. Who else would he choose besides her? Marta became conflicted again. Should she agree to be desk mates with Alger? If she agreed, would he think she was accepting his confession? If she disagreed? Chapter 58. Sitting together for closer bonding. Just as Marta was caught in a dilemma, Alger stood up and spoke. I choose Sylvia to be my desk mate. Please let her sit next to me. Marta could hardly believe her ears. Alger chose a little stammerer as his desk mate instead of her? Everyone was surprised. Why would Alger choose Sylvia, who was unknown, ordinary, and barely noticed, to be his desk mate? Demetrius was heartbroken. He had indeed been abandoned by Alger. Augustin felt equally distressed. He did not want to part with Sylvia. He hoped Sylvia would reject Alger. Classmate Alger is very kind-hearted. Such neighborly affection is truly precious. Brayden nodded approvingly. Suddenly everyone realized something. Alger and Sylvia were neighbors, so he chose her to be his desk mate out of care for her. Sylvia, do you agree to be Alger's desk mate? Brayden asked Sylvia kindly. Augustin looked at her nervously, subtly shaking his hand, urging her not to agree. Sylvia slowly stood up and nodded gently. She had already agreed to Alger's request. Augustin immediately felt disappointed. Alger was overjoyed, almost jumping with excitement. Demetrius sighed deeply. Alger quickly trotted forward to help Sylvia pack her things. Augustin looked at him with hostility, but eventually helped him move Sylvia's belongings to the back. Alger didn't want to sit in front. It was inconvenient. Everything he did would be seen by the students behind. It would be much more convenient in the back for him and Sylvia to foster their relationship. Demetrius moved to the back. He would have to wait for Brayden to assign him a seat. He scored poorly, so he had no right to choose seats or desk mates. No one else would choose him either. The second place went to Hamilton. He wanted to choose Marta as his desk mate but feared rejection, which would be humiliating. After some thought, he decided not to change his desk mate. No matter what, Ezra was still Jesse's son. Last week, he even dined at their house. Getting along well with Jesse would help him prepare for the provincial chemistry competition next month. Hamilton was touched when Ezra expressed gratitude that he wouldn't change his desk mate. He had misunderstood Ezra and thought he disliked him. Third place went to Marta. She also chose not to change her desk mate. As her best friend, Lauren performed relatively well in this role. But Lauren really didn't want to be Marta's desk mate anymore. However, she didn't score in the top 10 this time, leaving her no choice. Fourth place went to Augustin. He chose Demetrius as his desk mate and opted for the second to last row, separated from Alger by an aisle. By turning his head slightly, he could see Sylvia. Sylvia ranked fifth this time. The rest continued choosing their seats and desk mates. Regardless of others, Alger just stared at Sylvia with a foolish smile. From the side, Sylvia's nose tip appeared somewhat round but cute. Her cheeks were rosy and soft-looking. He wished to pinch them. Feeling his gaze, Sylvia blushed and lowered her head. Though still unaccustomed to being his desk mate, she was inwardly happy. Rachel, what do you want for lunch? I'll buy some ingredients, and we can go to Bernard's place to cook. Alger asked, his eyes fixed on Sylvia. Surprised, Sylvia turned her head and met his burning gaze, blushing instantly. I will eat in the cafeteria? She couldn't understand why Alger wanted to cook at Bernard's house. Wouldn't it disturb him? That won't do. I've already arranged it with Bernard. My mentor invited us. I told Bernard that I'd cook, and he agreed. That morning, while Alger was visiting the courtyard to check on the cabbage, Bernard and Bernard's father both invited him and Sylvia to lunch. Rachel, do you know how much our teacher likes us? Let's go, Rachel. I'm going to check on the cabbage anyway. Sylvia realized that Alger was quite talkative too. She nodded lightly and buried herself in her book. Alger, thrilled, couldn't stop staring at Sylvia. Demetrius watched him diagonally across, eyeing him jealously. Despite Demetrius's prolonged stare, Alger ignored him completely without lifting an eyelid. Augustin also looked at Sylvia with pain. Sitting diagonally opposite, she didn't even glance at him. Even after being desk mates for so long, they never talked about feelings. Sirensten to some music, Rachel. It's break time now. Alger took out his MP3 player and headphones, putting one in his ear and offering the other to Sylvia. Sylvia hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it, putting the earphone in her ear. The melodious and soothing music started playing, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. It was really nice to listen to. Rachel, you still haven't said what you want to eat? Alger leaned over again to ask. They were so close that his breath directly blew onto Sylvia's face. She would touch his face if she just turned her head slightly. Anything? She bashfully lowered her eyelashes, feeling momentarily blank in her mind, and could hardly hear what was playing in the headphones. Rachel likes fish, spicy food, and sweets too. Let's do some sweet and sour fish and stir-fry some chili chicken cubes. Let's stir-fry 4 more vegetable dishes and mix 2 cold dishes. It's decided. Alger was very satisfied with his arrangement. 8 dishes for 1 meal. He could finish 100 dishes this week and complete the super chef mission. Demetrius looked at Alger enviously. His dear best friend had become so lively after changing desk mates. He wouldn't stop talking and even danced as he spoke, grinning foolishly. Just like a silly son from a rich family. Sylvia was looking for scratch paper, and Alger immediately handed over his own. Rachel, I have it. When Sylvia's pen fell, Alger quickly picked it up. Rachel, here. When Sylvia sneezed, Alger hurriedly handed her a tissue. Rachel, do you have a cold? Do you need medicine? Seeing him so busy, Augustin felt inadequate. He was really good at teasing girls. Braden began the class. Alger interrupted. Teacher Benny, what's the homework? Braden paused for a second but didn't show any displeasure. He told everyone the content of the homework. Thank you, Teacher Benny. Alger politely thanked him. Rachel, I'll go buy groceries and cook first, and then I'll call you when it's ready. He finished his homework in a few minutes and whispered to Sylvia. Sylvia's face turned red, and she bit her lip, nodding slightly. Why did she feel like she was playing house with Alger? Alger walked to the podium and handed his homework to Teacher Benny. Braden was writing on the blackboard and flipped open Alger's homework. My God, the lesson wasn't even taught yet, and he had already finished his homework correctly. Alger grinned. Teacher Benny, I'm going out for a while. I have something. He mouthed the word buy groceries to him. Braden nodded slightly and wrote a note for him. Go ahead, go ahead. You don't need this class anyway. He waved at Alger. Actually, letting him go out was also for his selfish reasons. Alger left happily. The classmates were dumbfounded. Could you do this? Teacher Braden actually allowed students to skip classes? If you can be the top student in grade and finish your homework correctly, you can wander around too. Braden glanced at everyone. He put Alger's homework on the blackboard for everyone to see. Wow, Alger's handwriting is so beautiful. But how come I don't understand the answers? We haven't learned this yet, right? Hamilton looked at Alger's homework in disbelief, feeling deeply shocked. He had previewed today's lesson and had planned to ask the teacher about the parts he didn't understand. Yet Alger had solved it effortlessly. Start the lesson now. If you still don't understand the answers after the class, then you'll get beaten. Braden hit the podium with a ruler to catch everyone's attention. Alger rode his bike towards the school gate. Alger, stand still. Unexpectedly, a stone flew towards him. Chapter 59. Just Cyrank playing house. A stone was about to hit Alger's head. He quickly ducked, and the stone brushed past his hair, landing on the ground. Alger stopped his bicycle, glaring angrily at Alec who had run over. Well, Alger, I caught you. Loitering outside during class time. Violating school rules, you should be expelled. Alec grabbed Alger tightly to prevent him from escaping. Principal Eddie, I've caught a student breaking the rules here. He shouted loudly. Behind Principal Eddie were two male students, both hanging their heads dejectedly. They had tried to climb over the wall during class to go online, but were caught by Principal Eddie and Alec. They were told that their parents would be notified, and they would receive a public reprimand from the entire school. Alger didn't even think of running. He remained calm and waited for Principal Eddie to approach. Principal Eddie's face softened instantly upon seeing Alger. Isn't this student Alger? What are you riding your bicycle for? He asked with a smile. The two male students exchanged glances. Why was Principal Eddie so kind to Alger despite his violation? Principal, I really have something important to do. Teacher Benny has already approved my leave. Alger frowned, handing the note from Braden to Principal Eddie. He hadn't trusted Alec and had been waiting for Principal Eddie. Principal Eddie took the note, then promptly said, then go quickly, time is precious. Alger nodded slightly, gave Alec a stern look, and rode away on his bicycle. Seeing this, the two male students were taken aback. Why could he go out during class time? That, Principal Eddie, we also have things to attend to. The two boys hesitated. Going online is not considered attending to anything important. Do you also rank first in the grade with perfect scores in every subject? If so, go wherever you want. Principal Eddie gave them a hard stare. The two boys immediately lost all hope, knowing they couldn't possibly achieve such results. Principal Eddie, if Alger continues like this, it sets a bad example for other students and might have a negative impact. Alec cautiously advised. We need Alger to set this kind of example. As long as one excels in studies, anything short of illegal activities is acceptable. Don't you agree? Have an issue? Achieve perfect scores yourself if you can. Principal Eddie glared at the two boys again. And besides, Teacher Benny's note clearly states that Alger is going to the county library to research, not to go online. Alec dared not say more. Alger arrived at the market and bought many vegetables, even those for dinner. He also bought plenty of snacks for Sylvia. Additionally, he purchased some tea for Elder Benny. Passing by a bookstore, he casually picked up a book, skimmed through it, and memorized it all in his mind. He flipped through several other books as well. The vendor said, Student, what kind of book are you looking for? You won't know just by flipping casually. Take a proper look, see if it interests you. Alger smiled. I'll come back tomorrow. In a few days, he would remember everything about the books on this stall. At Braden's house, Elder Benny was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun, almost falling asleep. Hearing some noise, he didn't open his eyes, mumbled groggily, Benny Xiaofu, you brat, you finally remembered to come back. Your old man is starving. Hey, you little rascal. Alger chuckled softly. His grandmaster was quite adorable. Carrying the groceries, he quietly entered the house and went into the kitchen to start cooking. Benny Xiaofu, I'm thirsty, quick, get me some water. Elder Benny shouted from the yard without opening his eyes. Alger hurried to pour a cup of warm water and placed it on the small stool next to him. Benny Xiaofu, I'm dying of heat. Benny Xiaofu, I want some fruit. Finally noticing it was Alger, his originally stern face lit up instantly. Aaron, are you hot? Aaron, are you thirsty? Aaron, have a slice of watermelon? When Braden returned home, this was the scene he saw. Alger was busy stir-frying dishes while Elder Benny, dragging his injured leg, sat smiling broadly, holding a piece of watermelon in one hand and fanning with the other for Alger. Watching this scene, Braden felt an intense pang in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. What a familiar sight. He quickly turned away to wipe the tears, afraid of being seen. Alger, cooking now, smells good. Not bad at all. Braden adjusted his emotions and walked into the kitchen with a smile. You're shameless, making Aaron cook for you. Elder Benny shot him a glance. Grandmaster, Teacher Benny, I need to pick up Rachel from school. I'll be right back. Seeing Brayden return, Alger knew it was time to pick up Sylvia. He rode his bicycle to the teaching building and just saw Sylvia coming down the stairs. Rachel. He smiled and waved at her, causing the surrounding students to glance sideways at him. It even made the girls cover their faces with their hands and scream in excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Isn't that Alger, our dream guy? He's riding a bike here. He can't be here to pick me up, right? Don't fantasize. He could only be picking up Lori, a famous girl. Didn't you hear him calling Cece? So intimate. Marta and Lauren happened to be walking in front of Sylvia. Marta was astonished. How did Alger know that her pet name was Cece? Although he had been pursuing her for 2 years, she had never told him that. A poor student like him didn't deserve to call her by her pet name. But now, he was a top student. However, it was embarrassing for her to have her pet name called out in public. She had to talk to him and tell him not to be so blatant. Besides, he hadn't spoken to her for such a long time. Did he think she was so easy to please? Would she forgive him just because he did it in front of so many people? She walked up to Alger with a cold face. Alger, don't call me by my pet name in front of so many people. It's annoying, and besides. Before Marta finished her sentence, Alger suddenly rode past her and stopped behind her. The meal is ready. I came specially to take you for dinner. Hurry up and get on the bike. He smiled at Sylvia. Facing all the curious classmates, Sylvia instinctively wanted to slip away. However, Alger grabbed her arm and pulled her onto the back seat of his bike. Hold on tight, let's go. After Sylvia was settled, Alger took her away under everyone's watchful eyes. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even look at Marta once. So, the dream guy Alger wasn't there to pick up Lori. I heard from his classmates that the girl is his neighbor, who stutters, and they always help each other. Wow, that girl must be so happy. The dream guy is so kind to take care of his stuttering neighbor. I want to be his neighbor too. Lauren said indignantly. Beatrix, Alger is really going too far. He didn't even look at you. Her words stabbed at Marta's heart. Do I need you to tell me? Can't I see that for myself? Angry, she yelled at Lauren without apology and stormed off toward the canteen. Lauren felt extremely aggrieved. She really was being used as a vent. Alger brought Sylvia to Brayden's house for dinner. Brayden was even happier and kept serving dishes to Sylvia. Sylvia thanked them politely. She felt constrained, especially in front of teachers, which made her feel a little scared. Rachel, you're too skinny. You should eat more. Aaron cooks very well. He studies hard and has good cooking skills, truly an excellent child. He looked at Alger with affectionate eyes. Grandmaster, have some too. Alger smiled and put some food into Brayden's bowl. Good, good, very obedient. Brayden's face was full of joy. Watching this scene, Brayden felt another pang of bitterness. After dinner, Alger and Sylvia returned to their classroom. Brayden went to see them off. But after taking a few steps, he fell down, clutching his sick leg and groaning in pain. Chapter 60. Just want to kiss until the end of time. Father. Master Grandfather. Brayden and Alger hurriedly supported Noel. Sylvia couldn't help, watching him worriedly. Noel was helped to sit down on the sofa, beads of sweat covering his head due to the leg pain. Why is Master Grandfather's leg suddenly hurting so badly? Should we take you to the hospital? Alger's eyes were full of concern too. Good child. No need for the hospital. Noel endured the pain in his leg, managing a smile. You all go to class. Don't worry about me, this old man. He waved them off with ease. Brayden frowned deeply, remaining silent. Finally, he left with Alger and Sylvia. Naturally, the two didn't understand why Brayden wouldn't send Noel to the hospital. Brayden sighed longingly, saying it was a sad story and would tell them when there was time. Alger parked his bicycle, naturally taking Sylvia's hand. Sylvia's eyes widened as she froze, staring in disbelief at their hands. This. She nervously glanced around. It wasn't right. What if someone saw them? Alger, seeing her standing still and staring at their joined hands, hastily let go. Oh dear, almost forgot. Rachel has grown up now. Different sexes should not be holding hands like in childhood anymore. His words reminded Sylvia of their childhood. They used to play wildly in the village every day, hands tightly holding each other. And they even bathed together. Thinking of this, her face immediately turned red. Childhood memories really shouldn't be recalled. Rachel, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Alger tilted his head to look at her, eyes firmly on her pretty face. And nothing. Sylvia felt mortified. She couldn't possibly tell him that she thought of them bathing together in childhood. Blushing, she lowered her head and walked forward. Alger followed behind with a grin. That hand which had held hers was clenched into a fist, the soft and delicate touch lingering in his mind. A good idiom came to mind. Soft as silk. Alger carried a big bag of snacks for Sylvia. In the classroom hallway, they encountered Marta and Lauren coming towards them. Marta noticed the bag of snacks in Alger's hand right away. Her heart lifted immediately since Alger hadn't bought anything for her for a long time. But her face showed displeasure. Alger, don't think that buying some snacks can make me happy. The last time I sprained my foot, you ignored me, forcing me to go to the hospital alone. Beside her, Lauren frowned, thinking how could Marta say she went alone when it was clearly Lauren who took her to the hospital? Moreover, they had run into Alger and Sylvia at the hospital entrance. At the end, she received no credit for her efforts. One could only say that Marta was ungrateful, as if others being nice to her was something owed. Alger, listen, I'm really angry. It's not that easy to please me. Don't think you can win me over with a bag of snacks. Marta glared fiercely at Alger and reached for the snacks in his hand. Alger easily bypassed her with the bag of snacks and went into the classroom, seemingly not hearing a word she said. Marta trembled with anger. This Alger was becoming more unbearable, showing off because he did better in this exam than her. Entering the classroom, Sylvia focused on her homework while Alger slipped an earphone into her ear. His cool fingertips brushed her earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly and blush, suddenly remembering childhood times, how Alger always liked to pinch her earlobe playfully. Rachel, I've tried these preserved fruits. They're sweet and sour. You must love them. Rachel, eat less of these spicy sticks, so as not to hurt your stomach. Rachel, this kind of caramel candy sticks to your teeth. Don't chew it. Alger opened one snack packet after another, tasting each one. For someone who usually disliked sweets, he tasted several candies. Unpleasant ones were thrown into the trash bin. Tastier ones were placed on Sylvia's desk. The classroom was filled with the smell of snacks. Especially the strong scent of spicy sticks made everyone craving. Sylvia's desk was already piled high with snacks. Girls looked on enviously, wishing they too had such a handsome, talented, and caring male neighbor. Marta was extremely furious, wishing she could kick over Sylvia's desk so she couldn't enjoy a single snack. With a puffed up little face buried in the pile of snacks, Sylvia mumbled, "See, can't finish them all. So many snacks, impossible to finish. It's okay, Rachel. Leave the ones you like, and give me the ones you don't." Her cheeks were puffed up, so adorable, like a little squirrel. Alger couldn't resist touching her head. Sylvia was spiced by the spicy sticks, hissing as she drew in cool air. Alger hurriedly went out with her cup to get her a glass of water. The water was hot, so he filled a capful, cooled it down before handing it over to Sylvia. So spicy. Sylvia's lips were reddened from the spiciness, even tears streaming down her face. Seeing her red lips, Alger couldn't help but lick his own lips and swallow. He wanted to kiss her tiny lips gently, tenderly, softly, kissing her nonstop until the end of time. Be good. Eat less spicy sticks. Alger used a tissue to gently wipe the chili oil from the corners of her mouth. His gaze was filled with adoration. He gave the snack Sylvia didn't like to Demetrius. So many. You've never bought me this much. Demetrius looked at Alger with a sullen face. When they were desk mates, Alger had never bought him any snacks. But now he bought so much for Sylvia at once. If you don't want to eat them, I'll give them to someone else. Alger said this while lifting the bag of snacks. Demetrius hurriedly stopped him, grinning. Don't take them away, Hongzi. Of course I want to eat them. Alger nodded and walked away without expression. Demetrius took a fierce bite out of a spicy stick, feeling resentful inside. Ever since Alger got a new desk mate, he treated him more indifferently. He also wanted to be nice to his new desk mate. Augustin, let's eat together. Demetrius placed the snacks on Augustin's desk. Augustin was also torn apart by Sylvia's double standards. Two hearts broken. They could only use snacks to drown their sorrows. Hamilton and Ezra came to the classroom just before class started. Hamilton, you ate at Mr. Patricia's house again today? A classmate asked. Chapter 61. Beauty Portrait, Sirental Plum Blossom. Hamilton just nodded slightly but felt very proud inside. Jesse valued him greatly and hoped this top student could help Ezra by tutoring him more often. If he succeeded in the future, it would also benefit Jesse. Hamilton, I heard you're going to participate in the provincial finals of the chemistry competition next month. You're the only one representing our school. You're so amazing. Another classmate flattered. If you can enter the national contest, will you be guaranteed a university admission? Hamilton smiled. Awards must be won for that. You're so good at chemistry. You definitely can. You not only excel in chemistry, but your math and physics are great too. You've participated in the provincial competitions for both. We, who can't even pass the exams, can only admire you. Basking in everyone's praises, Hamilton was overjoyed. He glanced at Alger disdainfully. He had participated in 3 major subject competitions. From county level, city level, to provincial level, it was indeed quite challenging. Unfortunately, he failed at the provincial preliminaries for mathematics and physics. Fortunately, he passed the provincial preliminary for chemistry and would directly join the provincial finals next month with a very good chance to participate in the national competition. Undoubtedly, the mathematics and physics competitions were incredibly difficult, especially mathematics. Being able to reach the provincial level, he admired his own persistence. He is truly the top student, isn't he? Someone like Alger could only rank first this time because the exam questions set by the school were simple. If he participated in the competitions, he might not even pass the county level ones. However, he no longer had the opportunity to participate unless he repeated the grade next year and caught up with the second half competitions. In the afternoon, they had a Chinese class taught by middle-aged, rotund Callan. There's an essay contest in the county. We won't have a lesson today. Everyone must write an essay and submit it before dismissal. Write well. If not, you'll have to rewrite it. Don't try to fool me. Callan looked seriously at everyone, explaining the essay contest and how to write the essays. The students groaned, as they feared writing essays most. They couldn't pull hair out any faster while still failing to produce one. Alger paid no attention. He continued drawing with his head down. Callan grumbled discontentedly. Some students haven't started writing and are scribbling randomly. If you fail to submit your essay on time, I'll make you copy the first unit's text 100 times. Alger acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to draw. Sylvia was somewhat worried about him and tugged gently at his sleeve, indicating the contest instructions Callan wrote on the blackboard. Alger gave her a slight smile. It's fine. Just 800 words. I'll write it in the last period. Seeing he wasn't anxious, Sylvia stopped worrying. For someone as talented as him, writing a few hundred-word essay would be a piece of cake. Alger exploited the loophole in the system's requirements for a super artist and sketched casually. To his surprise, even a small flower counted towards progress points. Thus, within 2 periods, he completed 100 sketches, fulfilling the system's task, almost wearing out his hand. Callan came over, picked up his drawings and snorted derisively. What nonsense! A kindergarten kid could do better. Everyone craned their necks to look, and indeed, it was random doodling. Unbothered, Alger glanced at Callan and quickly sketched. Within 2 minutes, he finished Callan's portrait. Looking at the sketch, Callan was speechless. He had misjudged Alger. Clearly, he was a master. This guy not only wrote beautifully but also drew exceptionally well. His portrait surpassed those of art students. Sylvia gazed admiringly at Alger. How could her childhood friend be so amazing? Receiving her adoring gaze, Alger quickly sketched Sylvia's portrait, adding Sirental Plum Blossom in the bottom left corner. Wow, who's this beautiful girl the heartthrob drew? So pretty. She's even prettier than Zhao Deyo, the campus beauty queen. Marta thought Alger was drawing her. Hearing she wasn't as pretty, she immediately grew upset and didn't believe any girl could surpass her. Curious, she followed behind to see the portrait. Indeed, she nearly fainted with envy. Alger's subject wasn't her, yet she really was more beautiful. Jealousy blazed fiercely in her heart, and she wished to tear the portrait into shreds. The eyes are blue, curly hair. It looks like a foreigner. It feels familiar, can't remember who. Written, Sirental Plum Blossom. Who calls themselves that? Is it a celebrity? Girls burst into chatter. Callan suddenly found breathing hard, only to realize he was surrounded by girls. No, they were surrounding Alger. He suddenly became annoyed. Scram! All of you go back to your seats. What are you doing during class time? Have you finished your essays? The girls giggled and dispersed, almost knocking Marta off her feet. After seeing Alger's portrait of the beautiful girl, everyone compared it with Marta, and they realized that Marta was nothing special and did not deserve the title of campus beauty queen. Alger, hurry up and finish your essay. Callan tapped on Alger's desk and took away his portrait. Augustin inwardly sighed. Only he knew that Alger had drawn Sylvia. Under her thick bangs lay such a stunning beauty. He knew that Sylvia's eyes were blue in the sunlight. And since they grew up together, wasn't Sylvia Alger's little plum blossom? In fact, even Sylvia herself didn't know that Alger had drawn her. The girl in Alger's drawing was so beautiful, more beautiful than Marta. How could it be her? After all, she considered herself so ordinary. Rachel, is she beautiful? Alger pointed to the portrait and asked. Sylvia nodded vigorously. Beautiful. Then I'll give it to you. Take good care of it. In the future, it will be a big surprise. He smiled and tousled her hair affectionately. In the future? Sylvia was confused. Yes, in the future you will meet her. Seeing her puzzled face, Alger felt his heart melt. Sylvia stared at the painting. Was this the girl Alger liked? Would she meet her in the future? Her heart felt sour. Students were gradually turning in their essays. Callan looked over them and praised Hamilton and Marta, saying their essays were well written and had a good chance of winning awards. Before school ended, Alger hastily completed his 800-word essay and turned it in. Callan shook his head. What quality of essay could be written in just a few minutes? At first glance, the handwriting was nice. Upon further inspection, the writing was pretty good. Upon closer examination, it was really excellent. As soon as school ended, Alger took Sylvia to Bernard's house. The cabbage seedlings in the small courtyard were still a bit droopy, not fully recovering yet. Mr. Braxton's leg pain was severe, and he lay on the sofa in the living room all afternoon. Seeing Alger and Sylvia arrive, he perked up a bit. Alger made a cup of tea for Mr. Braxton and then went to cook. Sylvia brought her homework and worked on it at the table. When Mr. Braxton returned, he watched the three of them bustling about, feeling warm inside. His father, over 80 years old, loved this kind of family atmosphere where grandchildren surrounded him. Alger cooked another 8 dishes, and they all sat together happily eating. After dinner, Mr. Braxton went to wash the dishes and let Alger rest. Alger went to Mr. Braxton's bedroom to get a blanket for him, and a photo on the nightstand gave him a pleasant surprise. Chapter 62. The Best of the Men. It was a group photo of all medical staff at a certain hospital. Braxton and his son were wearing white coats and were even in the center of the photo. So, old Master Gordy was a doctor. Once he unlocked his super spiritual power ability in the future, he could use it to heal people and tell them that he learned from old Master Gordy. This would explain why he had medical skills. Alger was almost laughing out loud in delight. He took the blanket out of the bedroom and gently placed it over old Master Gordy. Good child, you've worked hard. Rest for a while. Old Master Braxton patted the seat next to him with a smile, inviting him to sit down. Grandmaster, I'll get a book to read. Alger went over to the bookshelf. Looking at row after row of medical books, his eyes widened in excitement as he picked one up and started reading. Braden came out of the kitchen and, seeing that he was reading a medical book, was somewhat surprised. You're interested in medicine? Alger nodded with a smile on his face. I want to be a doctor in the future. Hearing this, both Braden and old Master Gordy froze. Really? That's quite a coincidence. Braden's voice choked a bit. Teacher Benny, is there anyone else who wants to be a doctor? Alger asked curiously. Braden glanced at old Master Gordy, noticing the elder father's moist eyes and sorrowful expression. Alger looked at the father and son, confused. Sylvia, busy with her homework, also sensed the awkward atmosphere, feeling baffled. Alger, you can take any book you want to read. It's about time you and Sylvia go for your evening self-study. Braden turned back towards the kitchen. Alger caught sight of the tear in his eye. Something must have happened in this family. It must be the sad story Braden mentioned. During evening self-study, Alger went running on the playground, hearing barking from the dry toilet and seeing flashlight light. These dog thieves are really bold these days, daring to sneak into the school to steal dogs. Alger looked around, using the night as cover, and picked up a stone the size of his palm. Just as he picked up the stone, the dog thief emerged from the dry toilet without turning on the flashlight. The little stray dog chased after him, barking furiously. I'll smash you, you damn dog thief. Alger raised the stone and hurled it fiercely at the dog thief. The dog thief let out a miserable cry, ran off quickly, dropping something. Seeing the little wild dog was fine, Alger did not chase after the dog thief. Curious, he moved closer to inspect what the dog thief had dropped. It was a shoe covered in feces. He immediately pinched his nose and jumped 3 feet away. The little wild dog barked twice at him, picked up the shoe, and ran back into the dry toilet. Alger was thoroughly puzzled. Did the dog thief go into the dry toilet just for this smelly shoe? He felt the dog thief's figure seemed familiar, but it was too dark to see clearly, and tonight's moon was hidden by clouds. Alger wanted to look up old Master Braxton's background, so after half an hour of running, he went to an internet cafe. Naturally, he climbed over the wall to get out. At the internet cafe, he opened a browser and searched for old Master Gordy's name, Benny Wanyan. It turned out that the Binny family was a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and old Master Gordy was well known for his excellent medical skills. Originally, the Binny family operated a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but for some reason, it was taken over by the government and became a comprehensive hospital integrating traditional and modern medicine. There wasn't much information available online. Alger couldn't understand why Braden chose to become a teacher when they were a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He browsed several forums to see if he could find anything. While browsing, he found a post with many replies discussing a math problem. Curious, he opened it and chuckled. Such a simple math problem had sparked so many incorrect replies. It seemed to have been posted by a university teacher. Funny. Must be a fake professor. Alger casually wrote a few steps to solve the problem. Back in the dormitory, he saw Demetrius studying English words. Good job, Gordizi. You've made progress. Working hard. Alger praised generously. Hongzi, it's too difficult. Demetrius grimaced. I've studied all day. My head's spinning. It's killing me. Need help? I can teach you. Alger encouraged, patting his shoulder. I don't know anything. Demetrius's face fell. Don't worry. Take it slowly. Early in the morning, Alger dragged Demetrius out for a run. Demetrius had never exercised before and could barely keep up with Alger after a few steps. Feng Hongzi, wait for me. He panted, breathless, and sat down. Don't sit. Get up. Do you even know common sense? Alger pulled Demetrius up and jogged with him. Hongzi, why are you running so fast? Practice makes perfect. If you exercise every day, you can be as fast as me. Now Alger could run very easily. Hey, isn't this Alger? Running again? The sports students arrived and started their usual mocking. Our Alger got full marks in all subjects. How impressive. The girls are raving about him, calling him an all-round scholar. All-round? Does that mean he's good at sports too? Is this snail pace considered good? If so, we must be the ace among gods, ha ha ha. They mocked Alger sarcastically. Demetrius got angry. Whether Alger is good at sports or not is none of your business. Why not bring out your stuff and compare? Daring enough to do it? One of the sports students put a hand on his hip and patted his lower abdomen. He was the strongest of the sports students, full of muscles, called Bobby. He also looked quite handsome, a rugged type from outdoor training, just darker skinned. He had many female fans, all calling him God. After yesterday's award ceremony where Alger shone brightly, those fans turned to him, which annoyed Bobby. He looked down on weaklings like Alger who lacked physical strength. Even his parts weren't bigger. What was there to brag about? Seeing Bobby's protruding area, Demetrius instantly lost his momentum. Who could compete with these sports students and their strong points? Alger curled his lips disdainfully and ignored them. Comparing parts with a bunch of kids was utterly childish for his 30-something soul. Should they also compare who could be higher and farther? Ha ha ha, scared to compare, right? Knew you didn't have the guts. Bobby led the laughter, and the other sports students joined in the jeering. They lifted their school uniforms proudly to expose their 8-pack abs. Whenever they did this, their fans would scream excitedly. Chapter 63. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be lovers, to share kisses and embraces? Isn't that a sweet life? How about that, jealous? Envious? Harmon continued to taunt, raising his arm to show off the solid muscles on it. He went through some warm-up routines with ease. Today, I'll show you what speed truly is. He bent over into a starting position and shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. After sprinting for 100 meters, he swiftly ran back, face unwrinkled and breath unlabored. Wow, Brother Fong is so impressive. No wonder you're a national second-level athlete. The other physical education students applauded and cheered. Harmon grinned with pride, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. He beckoned one student over. Carlos, come here, give us a show. He pointed toward the parallel bars. Hee, Brother Fong. Watch me then. Carlos smiled as he approached the bars, spitting into his palms and rubbing them together before effortlessly flipping up onto the bar. He executed several perfect moves with ease before leaping off again. Good job. The physical education students clapped and cheered him on. Carlos was the PE representative in Alger's class and was also a student in the sports track. He excelled at the parallel bars. These sports students formed their own clique, not supporting Hamilton's academic elites or belonging to the underachievers. Hey Alger, why don't you show off too? How about throwing a shot put? Can you even lift it? Or maybe you could demonstrate your turtle speed running again. Ha ha ha. Who does he think he is, Mr. Versatile God? So what if you did well on this month's test, acting like you're a top student? Let's see you top the county exams too. Ha ha ha, speechless now, aren't you? Harmon laughed heartily. Harmon, don't blow smoke, just because you're fast at running? Demetrius, furious, clenched his fists ready to confront him but was held back by Alger. Hang, they're so arrogant. I can't swallow this. Damn, take them down one by one with a punch each. A wise man takes his revenge 10 years later. There will be a time when they cry. Alger, however, remained calm, pulling Demetrius away. Ha ha ha, they've run off, such cowards, what girls? Those sporty students laughed even louder. Demetrius shook off Alger's hand irritably. I've noticed, unless it's Sylvia's issue, everything else you act like it never happened. You tolerate others riding on your head and defecating. Alger laughed instead of getting angry. Hee hee, you figured that out? You really know me. Okay, let's get some breakfast and then go to the classroom to memorize texts. He patted Demetrius on the back, smiling. Reincarnated into this world. How could he let these silly kids provoke him so easily? Having bought breakfast, Alger also purchased a lot of snacks for Cheng Zhao's morning tea break. Hang, you're buying these for Sylvia again? Aren't you too nice to her? When we were desk mates, Alger interrupted him. If you were a girl, I'd treat you to delicious things every day too. Demetrius instantly fell silent, feeling that Alger treated Sylvia way too well, almost beyond mere friendly relations. But it didn't seem likely, after all, Sylvia was rather ordinary. Sylvia arrived at her seat to find the desk covered with steaming breakfast dishes. Rachel, hurry and eat. There are baozi, youtiao, soy milk, scallion pancakes, whatever you want. Alger introduced enthusiastically, there's also a tea egg. It seemed as though he had transported the entire breakfast stall here. Lowering her head, Sylvia saw the desk drawer stuffed with snacks. Was she supposed to be a squirrel, storing food everywhere? Too much. There was far too much breakfast and snacks. Don't worry, there's Demetrius. Don't look at him being slim. But he eats like a beast, enough for an elephant. Sylvia couldn't help but laugh, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth. She usually didn't show her teeth when smiling, yet seeing just a little bit revealed something incredibly captivating. Alger found himself transfixed. When she was little, she used to smile a lot, her small, neat, and white teeth looking like little silver kernels. Her laughter would create crescent moon shapes, very cute. Seeing him staring, Sylvia blushed suddenly, lightly biting her lower lip with her teeth. Rachel, let me peel an egg for you to eat. Alger took a tea egg and started peeling it with a smile. Sylvia nibbled on a bun, while sneaking glances at Alger out of the corner of her eye. These small actions didn't escape Alger's notice. He chuckled inwardly. If not for worrying that it might distract her studies, Alger would have confessed long ago. Being lovers would be so great, sharing kisses and embraces. Isn't that a delightful life? Demetrius stared at Alger with a resentful expression, his stomach growling. This guy was too stingy, not giving him even a single bun, saying he had to wait until Sylvia couldn't eat anymore. What a guy who forgets his friends for beauty. Does he only deserve to eat what girls leave behind? Students gradually arrived at the classroom, all shocked by the spread of breakfast on Sylvia's desk. Learning that Alger had bought it, they all envied her. Marta was incredibly jealous. When Alger used to chase after her, he never bought her so much breakfast. Why was Alger so generous to Sylvia? Surely, it was just to upset her and make her jealous. And choosing Sylvia as his deskmate? It wasn't out of neighborly affection, but to play these tricks. Humph. She refused to be jealous. Let's see what else he could do. Sylvia held a bun in one hand and soy milk in the other. Alger fed her an egg, and without much thought, she took a bite. Only after biting did she realize something was amiss. She looked at him dazedly, her face slightly red, shaking her head lightly. Rachel doesn't want to eat the egg anymore? Then I'll have it. Alger laughed and ate the egg she had bitten. He also finished the half bun and the half cup of soy milk she left behind. Sylvia watched quietly, her face turning increasingly red. They used to be like this when they were little. Hang, I can't eat anymore. It's okay, Rachel. I'll help you eat. The half cucumber, half radish, and half sweet potato she couldn't finish were all eaten by Alger without hesitation. But now, they had grown up. Alger tossed the leftover breakfast to Demetrius all at once. Demetrius couldn't eat that much either, so he shared it with Augustin. Augustin couldn't finish it all either, so he passed it on to their front and back desk classmates. During morning study hall, Demetrius loudly read English words aloud. The less standard his pronunciation, the louder he read. This was taught by Alger. Augustin almost got misled by his incorrect pronunciation and had to read even louder to overpower his voice. Their neighboring classmates were influenced by their enthusiasm and also began reading loudly. Finally, the whole class was reading aloud vigorously, each voice louder than the next. The entire campus heard their voices. The principal patrolling downstairs heard it and asked a teacher beside him, "Which class is that? So enthusiastic about morning readings." A teacher answered, "Class 9 of grade 3. The principal understood. It must be Alger's class. The class atmosphere is indeed excellent. Alec gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that even the principal considered Alger a top student. It was time to expose his pretense of being a top student. He immediately came up with an idea. Chapter 64 That Sad Story. Alec echoed the principal's words, "Alger is indeed excellent, and he's made the whole class very proactive." "Right, Principal Eddie, next month is the provincial final of the chemistry competition. We could let Alger give it a try. He's so outstanding that there might be a chance for him to participate in the national competition." Principal Eddie frowned and said, "But hasn't the spot for the provincial final already been determined? Alger didn't even participate in the county-level competition. How can he join the provincial one?" Alec smiled and replied, "There's only one spot for the provincial final, and it's from Class 9, held by Hamilton. But if Alger is better, we could let Alger take his place. If Hamilton can get a second prize at the national level, Alger has the capability to win first prize. Why not let Alger participate?" After hearing this, Principal Eddie nodded. "That makes sense. Let Alger give it a try then. Have him do the county-level competition questions first." Alec quickly agreed. If Alger couldn't even solve the county-level competition questions, wouldn't that prove he was just a fake straight-A student? He must expose him as a mediocre student. Braden came to the classroom and saw that all the students were reading aloud, which gave him great comfort. He looked over at Alger, who was reading attentively with his head down. It was Compendium of Materia Medica. It was lent to him by Cyan Binney yesterday. Seeing Alger staring at the medical book with a hungry gaze, Braden felt somewhat dazed. He walked over and gently tapped on Alger's desk. Alger looked up. "Alger, come with me outside for a moment." Braden took Alger downstairs, talking as they walked. "Alger, last night, I had a long chat with your grandmaster about that sad story." He sighed deeply, with tears welling up in his eyes. "I've decided to tell you this story, so when you visit my home in the future, you won't feel awkward." Braden once had a son named Benny Mingfeng, who passed away in a car accident during his college entrance examination at the age of 18. It was raining that day. Cyan Benny rode a bicycle to send him to the exam site and was hit by a truck along the way. Benny Mingfeng died on the spot. Cyan Benny's leg was injured. His leg could have been treated, but because he blamed himself for Benny Mingfeng's death, he refused treatment as self-punishment. For 20 years, he lived with his injured leg. Alger reminded Cyan Benny of his deceased grandson. This was why he particularly liked Alger, especially since Alger also wanted to become a doctor. Braden did not inherit his grandfather's medical practice and chose to become a teacher instead. But Benny Mingfeng had a strong interest in medicine. He was the hope of Cyan Benny. By the time he finished telling the story, Braden was in tears. 8 years after Benny Mingfeng's death, he and his wife finally managed to put their grief aside enough to have a daughter. His wife often stayed with their daughter. Braden retired and was rehired by Xuanhuan High School. He dared not rest, as only busying himself could temporarily distract him from the pain of losing his son. Alger felt deep sympathy, but didn't know how to comfort the old man in front of him. Just as the bell rang, Braden wiped away his tears and sent Alger back to the classroom. Thinking about Benny Mingfeng, Alger felt a pang of sadness. If he were still alive, he would surely be an outstanding doctor now, saving lives and earning respect. Alger told this story to Sylvia. The young girl burst into tears after hearing it. Benny Mingfeng was only 18, in the prime of his life, with so much yet to live for. Alger hurriedly stretched out his hands to catch her tears. Rachel, don't cry. You're breaking my heart. He felt so pained that he wanted to embrace her and soothe her tenderly. Sylvia, with tears streaming down her face, sniffled for a while before she stopped crying. Alger gently stroked her head and sighed softly. Alec shared his idea with Jesse, wanting Alger to take the county-level chemistry competition test. Jesse didn't believe that Alger was a true straight-A student either, and wanted to expose his true identity. He immediately agreed. During class, Alger was called to the office. Principal Eddie was there, personally explaining the competition details to Alger. It was clear that Principal Eddie valued Alger highly. Alec and Jesse felt uncomfortable inside, but thinking that they were about to expose Alger's fake straight-A student identity, they suddenly felt invigorated. Alec took out the county-level competition paper and handed it to Alger. Alger solved the problems under their watchful eyes. As soon as he saw the paper, he furrowed his brow. Seeing him frown, Alec and Jesse rejoiced inwardly. This was going to be exposed soon. Alger, you need to pay attention to the time. The competition has a time limit, Alec reminded him. Alger ignored him, shaking his head. County level? Is that all? Too elementary. He picked up his pen and started answering questions without stopping. I'm done. He submitted the paper. Messing around. It's better to submit a blank paper if you can't do it. Alec glanced at him coldly and looked at Alger's answers along with the principal and Jesse. Upon finishing Alger's answers, they were all stunned speechless. Jesse was not willing to accept this result and took out the answer key to check carefully. Haha, student Alger is indeed very impressive. He finished in just a few minutes, and all his answers are correct. Principal Eddie laughed happily and asked Alec to get the city-level competition questions. Alec immediately fetched them and threw them to Alger with some anger. Come on, straight-A student, show your skills. He glared fiercely at Alger. Alger smiled slightly, scanned through the paper, and quirked his lips. Director Ma, did you take the wrong test? How come the city-level exam is even simpler than the county-level one? How could that be? Let me see. Jesse hurriedly picked up the paper and examined it, raising an eyebrow. Alger, you're just saying this because you can't solve it. This is clearly the city-level question, which is obviously more difficult than the county-level one. Alec added, if you can't solve it, never mind. Solving the county-level questions is already quite impressive for a straight-A student like you. Their words were full of sarcasm. If Principal Eddie wasn't present to moderate their behavior, these two would have mocked Alger mercilessly. The principal also examined the paper. These are indeed the city-level questions. I've seen them. Alger said no more but nodded, took the paper, and wrote even faster than before. Chemistry questions often require good memory, and Alger had excellent memory. Seeing him finish so quickly, they were stunned for several seconds before reacting. Alec and Jesse's faces turned grim. They intended to embarrass Alger, but now it was themselves who felt trapped. Principal Eddie was pleasantly surprised. This is what a true straight student looks like. His problem-solving speed can outperform everyone else. Alec said darkly, Alger, have you done these questions before? Did you memorize the answers? Jesse immediately chimed in. It must be so. You answered without hesitation, which isn't normal at all. After hearing this, Principal Eddie frowned slightly as well. However, he still chose to trust Alger and suggested, Director Ma, take out the provincial preliminary examination papers and let student Alger try. Let's see how he does. Who would go out of their way to practice contest problems if not for the competition? Alec gave Jesse a look. Teacher Patricia, could you help me get them? The papers are in the drawer to your right. Jesse was closer to the desk. Understanding Alec's meaning, knowing what was inside the drawer, he nodded lightly, opened the right-hand drawer, and took out those papers. He flipped through the questions, smirking inwardly. Chapter 65, A Challenge from Hamilton. Jesse directly handed the test paper to Alger and asked him to start immediately. Alger glanced at the questions and started writing without any further words, his pen flying across the page. Alec and Jesse exchanged a look, raising their eyebrows at each other. The test paper Jesse gave to Alger was not the provincial preliminary rounds questions, but the mock questions for the provincial finals. Alec had only received it that day, and he had just discussed it with Jesse. Even the principal hadn't seen it yet. They guessed that Alger must have memorized the answers to the provincial preliminary rounds questions. Thinking he was answering the preliminary rounds questions, he would surely expose himself if he filled in the mock exam with those answers. Principal Eddie noticed that Alger didn't blink an eye while answering the questions, finding it odd. Writing so quickly, almost as if he were dictating from memory. Could it be true that he has memorized the answers like Alec suspected? Principal Eddie walked over to Alger to observe him. Strange, these questions? His brows furrowed as he looked at the paper. He had seen the provincial preliminary rounds questions. This set of questions was clearly not them. This set was significantly more challenging. Some of the questions even stumped him and required some thought to solve. But Alger answered them with such ease. Looking at his answers again, Principal Eddie found his solutions surprisingly insightful, revealing new ways to tackle these problems. He shook his head repeatedly, amazed that he was outperformed by a high school student. Seeing Principal Eddie frown and shake his head, Alec and Jesse felt triumphant. Surely Principal Eddie is very disappointed with Alger's answers, they thought. After Alger finished, Alec picked up the paper with a smirk, glared coldly at Alger, and began reviewing the answers with Jesse. To their astonishment, Alger's answers did not match the preliminary rounds at all. They had miscalculated. Truly remarkable. I couldn't solve some of these, yet Alger managed to do so flawlessly. Impressive indeed. Principal Eddie beamed, realizing what a gem he had found. Director Ma, these are the mock questions for the provincial finals, right? Just received? Have you studied them? How do you find the difficulty level? He then asked Alec. Startled for a moment, Alec hurriedly explained, Principal, there was a mix-up. This is indeed the mock paper, and I placed the preliminary rounds questions in the left drawer. I just got this mock set this morning and haven't had time to review it yet. Why don't I get the provincial preliminary questions out for Alger to attempt? He moved to open the drawer but was stopped by Principal Eddie. No need. Let's avoid Alger saying these questions are too easy and unworthy of his effort. Director Ma, let's bring out the 2 remaining mock sets and see how Alger does. Let's have Alger participate in the provincial finals next month. Principal Eddie's words shocked Jesse, letting Alger compete. What about Hamilton? After all, there was only one spot. Alec also didn't want Alger to compete. He had given Alger these competition questions merely to expose his pretense, not to actually let him participate. Isn't this self-sabotage? Jesse said, Principal Eddie, the slot for the provincial finals is already determined. Hamilton is also a top student. His and Alger's abilities are on par, so there's no need to replace him. Principal Eddie disagreed. Let's have them compete to see who's stronger. Teacher Patricia, go call that Yang something here and have him and Alger work on the remaining 2 sets. With a smile, Principal Eddie looked at Alger, feeling lucky to have discovered such talent. Alec and Jesse both looked grim. They couldn't believe Alger was that capable. He must have done the mock papers before and memorized the answers. Rather than admit his prowess, they preferred to think Alger had connections. Reluctantly, Jesse went to find Hamilton. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Hamilton's head wrapped in bandages, looking injured. Hamilton was called out. Hamilton, what happened to your head? Jesse asked, frowning. Hamilton touched the bandage gingerly, wincing. I fell last night and cracked my skull. Jesse nodded slightly. No wonder I didn't see you at evening study yesterday. How did you hit your head? Did you slip down the stairs? Is it serious? Hamilton reassured him, not serious. Won't affect the provincial finals next month. Jesse, however, was thinking that Hamilton might not even make it to the finals. Hamilton, there's been a change regarding the final slot. You now have an additional competitor. Hearing Jesse's words, Hamilton instantly flared up. What a shameless Alger, always trying to steal the limelight from him. Even a confirmed competition slot, he wanted to snatch. But hearing that Alger had solved the provincial final simulation questions correctly, he was somewhat intimidated. He had worked very hard to pass the provincial preliminary round, and was fortunate to guess one of the questions right. Even so, he barely passed the preliminary round with the lowest qualifying score. He followed Jesse nervously to the office. Principal Eddie was warmly talking to Alger, but Alger seemed indifferent, acting arrogantly. He actually showed such an attitude towards the respected principal. Alger glanced at Hamilton, surprised by his bandaged head. Alec's face was not good. He didn't greet Hamilton even when he saw him. Noticing the bandage on his head, Alec did not ask about it. There are 2 more sets of simulation questions here. Let's see how you both do with one set. Alec had already made copies of one set, and handed them to Alger and Hamilton. The 2 started answering separately. Hamilton was stunned as soon as he looked at the questions. What kind of weird thing was this? He recognized each word individually, but together, they made no sense to him. How could simulation questions be this difficult? While Alger started working on the questions immediately, his pen scratching the paper. That scratching sound seemed to irritate Hamilton, causing discomfort. What should he do? He really didn't know the answers. Jesse noticed he wasn't writing and coughed lightly to remind him. Hamilton became even more nervous, starting to sweat from his palms. Alger had already finished half of the test. Seeing him tackle the questions effortlessly, Principal Eddie nodded in satisfaction. But when he looked at Hamilton, he frowned. Alec and Jesse were almost desperate, taking turns coughing to hint for Hamilton to start writing. Principal Eddie furrowed his brows and asked, Director Ma, Teacher Patricia, why are you 2 coughing all the time? Are you sick? Alec's voice was hoarse from coughing. He cleared his throat. Well, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Jesse also spoke in a hoarse voice. I think I have a slight cold. Suddenly, there was a bang. Hamilton fell off his chair, landing on his back on the floor. Chapter 66. Natalie gives him candy. Everyone in the office was taken aback. Alec and Jesse hurriedly helped him up. Hamilton, how did you fall down? Are you okay? How serious is it? Once they lifted him up, they saw blood seeping through the bandage on the back of his head, and there was a pool of blood where he fell. Jesse screamed, Oh no, your wound is bleeding. Hamilton touched his head in pain. It hurts. My head has been hurting since morning. I can't think at all. Jesse, both angry and heartbroken, said, You boy, why didn't you say earlier? If your head hurts, you should have asked for leave to rest. Alec also angrily said, That's right. You shouldn't have come to class with such injuries. What if something happened? Principal Eddie frowned. All right, stop talking. Let's take Yang to the school doctor immediately. If it's severe, we'll send him to the hospital. Hamilton quickly said, Principal Eddie, Director Ma, Teacher Patricia, I won't be able to participate in next month's provincial finals. My head is splitting, and the finals are only a few days away. If I hadn't fallen just now, I might still be able to do it, but now, I really can't. Principal Eddie comforted him. It's okay, Yang. Let Alger take your place. Rest well, don't worry about the competition anymore. I believe Alger will definitely get the qualification for the national competition. He had full confidence in Alger. Hamilton was inwardly furious with jealousy but maintained a smile as he replied, Alger is so capable, he'll definitely do great. He had to stage that fall on purpose. The mock questions were too difficult for him. He couldn't solve them at all. This fall preserved his dignity. It wasn't because he was less skilled than Alger, but because he had chosen to withdraw from the competition. Looking at Alger, he wondered why Alger could solve the mock questions. Did he have connections? Being able to solve mock questions is nothing. If Alger can't handle the real thing during the finals and fails miserably, the whole school will be embarrassed along with him. Alger gave him a look that seemed to see right through him. Jesse was nearly furious. He fell now instead of any other time, letting Alger gain this advantage. Alec was also anxious. Hamilton, don't give up yet. Your head might not be too badly hurt. With a few days of rest, you might still be able to compete next month. Hamilton shook his head repeatedly. No way, Director Ma. I'm afraid my condition won't allow me to perform normally, which would embarrass the school if I fail to enter the nationals. Alec wanted to persuade him further, but Principal Eddie interrupted. Okay, go to the medical room quickly. Treating the injury is more important. He waved them off. Jesse then half-carried Hamilton out of the office. Alger watched Hamilton's retreating figure, and suddenly a scene flashed in his mind. Oh no, could it be him? Alec was about to follow them to the medical room but was stopped by Principal Eddie. Director Ma, look at the problems Alger solved. Alec had to turn back. To his surprise, all of Alger's answers were correct. What kind of background does he have? He ground his molars in hatred, wanting to rip off Alger's facade. Haha, amazing, isn't it, Alger? Not even you teachers could get all of them right. Principal Eddie's face was beaming. Seeing the principal praising Alger so highly, Alec felt like grinding his teeth until they bled. Not exactly, Principal. It would be best if the chemistry teachers evaluated Alger. After all, they are the most qualified. If Alger can pass their evaluation, then we know he's ready. Just relying on solving a few mock papers seems a bit too hasty. Wouldn't you agree, Principal Eddie? Alec didn't believe he couldn't prevent Alger from competing. Principal Eddie nodded. Makes sense. Let all the chemistry teachers train Alger. Alger secretly smiled. As a super chemist, did he really need high school teachers to train him? With that time, he might as well spend more time with Sylvia. When he's free at noon, he wants to buy shoes with her. Heather mentioned last week that they should buy clothes and shoes. Give me some problems. If I can solve them all, training isn't necessary. Alec immediately agreed with Alger's suggestion. Sure, if he can't solve them, training is pointless. We don't have time to train before next month's competition. Better let Hamilton compete. He planned to have the teachers set the hardest questions, even ones university professors couldn't solve. But Yang is injured. Let's have the teachers give the problems first. Principal Eddie also agreed. Alger left the office, heading toward the classroom. Alec followed behind him. He coldly asked, Alger, how did you get the answers to the mock problems? Where did you get them from? Alger teased him. Director Ma, I can't tell you. It cost me a fortune. Alec gritted his teeth. I knew it. You're definitely resorting to foul play. Even if you manage to get into the finals, you won't secure a spot for the national competition. All your efforts are in vain. Alger curled his lips. Don't worry, Director Ma. I will definitely get the qualification for the nationals. After all, my backing is strong. Where did you get the money? Your parents don't even want you. Where could you get so much money from? Alec glared at Alger with disdain. Alger's eyes turned cold, raising an eyebrow. Where did the money come from? Naturally, it was stolen or snatched. Could it have fallen from the sky? He snorted and turned away. I knew it would be like this. With parents like yours, you can't possibly be any good. Even pretending to be a top student, you'll end up being the dregs of society. Alec cursed viciously behind him. Being cursed by him, Alger was naturally angry, wishing he could twist off his head and stop his constant chatter, but he quickly calmed down. An evil person will receive evil retribution. Alec's karmic retribution was waiting for him. No need for Alger to take action. Alger returned to his seat, and a small hand slipped under his desk, holding a piece of candy in its palm. He turned his head and saw Sylvia looking at him with concern. His mood had been affected by Alec's words just now. His face must not have looked good, making her worried. He immediately smiled at her warmly. Of course I will eat the candy Natalie gives me. Laughing, he took the candy from her palm, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. It wasn't the sweetness of the candy that dispersed his worries, but Sylvia's concern for him. He folded the candy wrapper into a tiny boat, 9 of them, and gave them to Sylvia. Sylvia's gaze lingered on his distinct fingers, long and well-proportioned. They looked so beautiful. She wanted to pinch them. Natalie, what are you spacing out about? Alger waved his long fingers in front of her eyes. Blushing, she shook her head, lowering her eyelashes, playing with the little boats. Alger watched her with a smile. Sirental Qingmei was not only easily shy but also liked to space out. Such a shy and adorable girl. How could he not dote on her? How could he not love her? Alger skipped class again to buy groceries, casually flipping through the unread books on the stall and memorizing them. When he arrived at Braden's house, the old man was still basking in the sun in the courtyard, as happy as ever when he saw Alger. As if nothing had happened the day before. While cooking, Braden helped out beside him. When Braden and Sylvia returned, the 4 of them sat together to eat, chatting and laughing. After finishing the meal, Alger took Sylvia to buy shoes. And then, something unexpected happened. Chapter 67, Marta's Arrogant Aunt. Alger took Sylvia directly to a brand-name shoe store. When buying things for the girl he loved, of course, he chose the best. He would never buy her shoes from street vendors that only cost a few dozen yuan. Entering the store and seeing its luxurious interior decoration, Sylvia felt a little timid. She had never been to a boutique before. The saleswoman was an aunt in her 40s. Once she saw their school uniforms indicating they were students, and the shoes on their feet, her attitude immediately turned cold and indifferent. Back then, salespeople did not have the customer-first service consciousness. Most were quite snobbish. Rachel, take a look quickly. What kind do you like? Alger smiled at Sylvia as he helped her choose shoes. Sylvia glanced at the price tags, frowned, gently tugged Alger's sleeve, and whispered softly, we go to another store? This one is too expensive. These shoes are of very good quality. Rachel, how about this pair of white ones? Alger picked up a pair of women's shoes from the shelf. Don't touch randomly. If it gets dirty, it won't be easy to sell anymore. Besides, you can't afford it anyway, so go check out the street stalls. The saleswoman stopped them unhappily. At that moment, The originally stern face of the saleswoman suddenly softened. She greeted warmly at the door. Oh my, it's Cece. Why are you free today? You, the top student, usually don't leave the school gate. The incoming guests were Marta and Lauren, Ezra and Augustine, and 2 other female classmates. In total, 6 people from the same class. Noelle, we just went to the hospital to see our injured classmate. Passing by here, we thought of coming to see you. Marta laughed, pointing to Lauren and the 2 girls. These 3 are my classmates who want to buy shoes. Noelle, you must give them some discounts. The saleswoman beamed. Buying shoes? Alright, I'll give you the biggest discount. As a mere salesperson, she could only follow the rules and couldn't arbitrarily set prices. As for these 2 boys, they should get a pair too. We've got several new styles of men's shoes, fashionable and trendy, and popular among you students. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced to Ezra and Augustine. Both said they came in to accompany the girls but didn't plan to buy any shoes. The saleswoman promptly ignored them and attended to the 3 girls who intended to buy shoes. Marta, Augustine, and the 2 girls were class officers, visiting hospitalized Hamilton along with Ezra and Lauren. Hamilton had fallen in the office earlier in the morning, reopening an old injury on his back of the head. It was severe enough to require hospitalization in the county town. The 3 girls politely greeted the saleswoman with sweet words, addressing her as Noelle. It wasn't until they saw her nameplate that they realized she was just a saleswoman, not the owner. Marta had just told them that a relative of hers runs a specialty store here. Turns out, it wasn't running the store but just being responsible for manning it, with no actual power. They were instantly disappointed, wishing they hadn't come if they knew this beforehand. They had hoped for big discounts, but now it seemed their hopes were dashed. Even with a 10% discount, the shoes still cost a few hundred each. They simply didn't have that much money. Ordinarily, they only came during seasonal sales to browse, indulging their eyes even under the saleswoman's cold gaze. Glancing at each other, all 3 shared the same thought. They'd pretend not to find any shoes they liked and find a cheaper store instead. Alger, what a coincidence. You're buying shoes too. The 2 female classmates finally noticed Alger and Sylvia and greeted them with surprise. After Alger topped the grade list, many girls in the class had changed their attitudes towards him and developed crushes on him. Sylvia, upon seeing so many people, nervously moved closer to Alger. Alger nodded slightly at the 2 girls as a response and continued helping Sylvia choose shoes. Ezra let out a cold snort through his nose, not saying anything to Alger. And Alger couldn't care less about him. Alger, Sylvia, you're also buying shoes? What a coincidence. Augustine looked delighted at Sylvia, pretending to be surprised. Actually, he only agreed to accompany Marta into the store after spotting Sylvia inside. Sylvia imitated Alger's action and gave a slight nod. This made Augustine sad. They had been classmates and sat next to each other for a while. Yet when they met on the road, she acted so distant, unwilling to say a word to him. Why did you enter the store if you weren't buying shoes? Xiaoxi almost got kicked out by the saleswoman. Alger joked half seriously. Augustine merely smiled, his gaze always fixed on Sylvia. Since you all know each other, then I'll give you all a 10% discount. The saleswoman gave Alger a disdainful glance. Just now, Marta had whispered to her that Alger was the boy who had been pursuing her for 2 years. Unable to win her affection, he turned his attention to a stuttering girl, hoping to catch her eye and make her jealous. Forget it, Noelle. They're just browsing. No need to give them any discounts. Besides, the shoes here are so expensive, they can't afford them anyway. Let them look and satisfy their curiosity. The saleswoman reluctantly said, but they still want to try them on. If they get them dirty, it won't be easy to sell them, and they'll have to compensate for the damage. Cece, why don't you try persuading them to buy from street vendors instead? Lauren and the other 2 girls immediately withdrew their hands that were reaching for the shoes. The saleswoman quickly grabbed the shoe Lauren had touched from the shelf. She smiled and handed it to Lauren. Sirental girl, you like this pair, right? Excellent choice. It's the latest model, sells very well. Try it on, the size seems just right for you. Lauren's face flushed slightly. She wanted to refuse but found it hard to speak up. She reluctantly tried on the shoe. But once she did, wouldn't she have to buy it? Seeing the price tag, her face turned pale instantly, and her fingers trembled as she untied the laces. Do you 2 young ladies want to try some too? What size do you wear? The saleswoman enthusiastically asked the 2 classmates. They waved their hands, saying they'd look at other styles. Sylvia was intimidated by the saleswoman and tugged Alger's sleeve again. Rachel, why don't you try this one? I think it suits you. Alger confidently picked up a pair of shoes, checked the size on the sole, and called out to the saleswoman. Could you please bring me a size 9? This tactic might work on inexperienced students, but not on someone who had already faced death once. Sylvia nervously shook her head at him. Alger chuckled softly, trying to calm her with his gaze. The saleswoman approached, scowling, and snatched the shoes from his hand. If you can't afford it, don't even bother trying. Trying without buying is pointless. Since you're Cece's classmate, we'll let you off without compensation. Alger sniffed coldly. Why should we pay for damages? How can we buy without trying? Who made that rule? You dirted the shoes, so you should pay for the damage. You can't afford them but still insist on trying, causing trouble. With such unreasonable behavior, I don't need to show respect to Cece. If you soil the shoes, you'll have to pay 10% of the shoe price. This pair costs 600 yuan, so that's 60 yuan in damages. Lauren and the others were terrified and dared not move. Lauren had already taken off one shoe but hesitated to put on the new one. Sylvia bit her lip, staring fearfully at the saleswoman. The saleswoman's red face and loud shouting made her seem like a terrifying tigress. Exactly, if you can't afford it, don't enter the store. Just causing trouble. Ezra also gave Alger a contemptuous glare. Marta watched indifferently, offering no help. She wanted to see how Alger would buy Sylvia's shoes, thinking up all kinds of tricks to make her jealous. Today, he actually followed her to her aunt's store. Augustine asked Alger how much money he had. He offered to lend Alger his 200 yuan, but Alger declined. He sneered at the saleswoman, a mere salesgirl, acting so arrogant. You think students are easy to deceive and intimidate. Do you know that what you're doing is blackmail? Which law stipulates this kind of compensation? I can sue you and have you imprisoned, even shut down this store. Lauren and the others looked at Alger admiringly. He stood up for them bravely. Though they knew the saleswoman was taking advantage, they didn't know how to resist. Moreover, she was Marta's aunt, making it harder to confront her. Who wants to close my store? What big talk? The actual store owner appeared. Chapter 68. He couldn't just let it go after scaring his Natalie. The clerk was startled to see the boss appear suddenly and felt somewhat flustered. Didn't he usually never meddle in store affairs? His sudden appearance, did it mean he found something out? What exactly happened? The boss looked at everyone, frowned, and asked. The clerk hurriedly explained, "Boss, this student can't afford the shoes but still wanted to try them on. He unnecessarily causes us trouble. I still have to find shoes for other customers to try." It sounded as if Alger had intentionally tried to trouble her. "But boss, it's just a small matter. I can handle it. There's no need for you to stay and waste your time here when you're so busy." The clerk wanted the boss to leave, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. The boss, surnamed Alonso, was a middle-aged man who appeared quite gaunt, with sunken cheeks that made him look older than his actual age, and he had an intimidating face. He ignored the clerk's attempt to make him leave and simply sized up Alger. Alger seemed a bit rebellious, and without the school uniform, one might have mistaken him for a delinquent. He said unhappily, "Student, if you can't afford these shoes, please buy cheaper ones elsewhere. Don't cause us any trouble, okay?" Though his expression wasn't friendly, his tone remained civil. The clerk, however, spoke haughtily. "Exactly. You don't comfort your girlfriend like this either. If you poor students want a date, do it at roadside stalls. Why come to our specialty store?" Her words were harsh, making the boss frown. Sylvia instinctively hid behind Alger. The clerk was so intimidating. Alger smirked slightly. "May I ask, why do you think I can't afford them? Is can't afford written on my face?" He snorted coldly and pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. Over 1,000 yuan. Marta and others were dumbfounded. How could a student have so much money on him? Aren't his parents supposed to have neglected him long ago? Ezra envied and resented him intensely. He had never carried so much money on himself. Jesse had only ever given him 10 yuan as pocket money at most. If not for this, he wouldn't have kept the money he found from a scavenger old man. In a mocking tone, he said, "Alger, did you not pick this money up?" Alger glanced coldly at him. "It's stolen or robbed money, not picked up. I would never keep picked up money. Unlike some people who wish they could find money every day." This was clearly directed at Ezra, who blushed furiously and wanted to fight Alger. However, he restrained himself in front of his goddess, Marta. The clerk glared unpleasantly at Marta. Didn't she say Alger was a pauper with no money? Had she known he had so much money on him, she would never have chased him away. DeAndre gave the clerk an unsatisfied glare. Wasn't this judging by appearances and discriminating against customers? If word got out, they'd be accused of bullying students, embarrassing him. Alger counted out 600 yuan and put the rest back in his pocket. "I'll take these shoes. Please, Grandma, get me a size 9 shoe." When he handed the money to the clerk, he pretended to drop it, scattering the bills on the ground. The clerk had no choice but to squat down to pick up the money, extremely displeased with Alger, calling her grandmother. Was she really that old? Sylvia gently tugged on Alger's sleeve and shook her head. These shoes were so expensive. Maybe they should just forget it. Alger gave her a reassuring smile. Just now, the clerk had scared her Natalie, and he couldn't just let it go. The clerk was about to issue a receipt when Alger stopped her. "Grandma, you were saying we are poor students who can't afford the shoes here and chasing us away. Shouldn't you apologize to us?" The clerk's face turned red, glaring at him but staying silent. Under the boss's pressure, she unwillingly said, "I'm sorry. The lowlife like you who judges people by their looks, even if you say sorry 100 times, I won't forgive you. Go write the receipt." Alger looked at her disdainfully, waving his hand at her. The clerk burned with anger, wanting to lash out, but held back due to the boss's presence. Marta also stared angrily at Alger, but didn't say anything in defense of her aunt. The clerk returned with the receipt. "Weren't there supposed to be a 10% discount? Where is my change?" Alger saw the receipt and asked coldly. The clerk glanced at the boss. "Oh, I forgot." Just as she was about to fetch the change, the boss called her back. "Shouldn't students get a 20% discount?" The clerk looked panicked. They didn't bring student IDs. Can we just assume they're students because they're wearing school uniforms?" Alida and the others exploded in anger. "A 20% discount for students? We never knew. Last time I accompanied a classmate to buy shoes here, I asked if students could get a discount, but the clerk only gave us a 10% discount and didn't mention anything about a 20% discount for students. So, this clerk has been overcharging students." Alger secretly raised an eyebrow. These students were finally smart once. The clerk was even more flustered, stammering, You don't have student IDs? Who says we don't have them? We all have them. Other stores offer discounts to students." Alida and the others took out their student IDs from their pockets. Even Alger took his out. "Why not save when you can? Granny, where did the extra money go? Did you embezzle it? Is it because the boss doesn't give you enough commission? Running a store relies on customer base, doesn't it? Students are a huge consumer group, and your store focuses on youth fashion, doesn't it? How many student customers have you lost due to this 20% discount? Humph, missing the big picture for short-term gains. If employees think so narrowly, how far can the boss think?" Alger clicked his tongue in disapproval. This made DeAndre quite surprised. Could a student really say this? Perspective? What a fresh term. He had never heard of it before. That era didn't talk about perspective like now. Marta and the others were also dumbfounded. Who taught Alger to speak this way? So systematic. Seeing their stunned faces, Sylvia felt truly proud of Alger. He was indeed that awesome. "You're talking nonsense, slandering without reason. Just buy the shoes and leave quickly. I still have other customers to serve." The clerk's heart was pounding. If DeAndre really checked the accounts, she would be doomed. She just hoped this troublemaker would leave quickly. Alger gave her a cold glance, no longer engaging with her, instead handing the receipt to the boss. Who decides the discount rate, the clerk or the boss? DeAndre frowned deeply, looking terrible as he took the receipt to the counter. The clerk panicked instantly and hurriedly ran to the counter. Boss, let me reissue the receipt. Her more desperate attempts to stop him revealed more problems. DeAndre said nothing, only giving her a sharp glare. Under his gaze, the clerk could only obediently step aside, hoping he wouldn't find any issues. Boss, how long has this clerk worked here? Alger suddenly asked. Almost a year. DeAndre flipped through the receipts. The clerk anxiously watched the receipts in DeAndre's hand, her palms sweating. Alger saw her expression and knew she must have something fishy going on. Boss, there's a big thief in your store. Call the police immediately. Chapter 69. It won't hurt if you blow on it. The clerk panicked even more when she heard Alger mention calling the police. Boss, don't listen to this boy's nonsense. He couldn't catch up with my niece and thus harbors a vengeful heart. He is taking this opportunity to get back at her and me. She shoved Alger, trying to drive him out. Seeing this, Sylvia became anxious and quickly stepped forward to pull the clerk. Why? Oh, you. Let go. She would not allow anyone to bully Alger. You little stutterer, Scram. The clerk pushed both Sylvia and herself. When Augustin saw Sylvia being bullied, he immediately intervened and grabbed the clerk. Noelle, how can you use your hands? Alger, fearing that the clerk might harm Sylvia, hurriedly pulled her aside to protect her, glaring coldly at the clerk. Ma'am, now that the plot has been exposed, you are finally scared, but it's too late. DeAndre scolded the clerk angrily, pointing at her. Sister, how can you touch our customers? Do you always treat customers like this? No wonder the sales of this shop have never improved. All the customers are being chased away by you. Breathing heavily, the clerk was nearly frantic. Boss, this boy just came here to cause trouble. Get rid of him. She kept wanting to chase Alger away, and even if DeAndre was slow-witted, he could sense something was off. However, after checking the receipts, he found nothing wrong. Young man, what did you mean earlier? Why did you say that my shop was hit by a big thief? The clerk interrupted again. Boss, he is slandering me and getting back at my niece. True enough, Alger didn't elaborate any further. Instead, he picked up the receipt and demonstrated in front of DeAndre. On the counter were 2 pins. One had ink, while the other didn't. The receipt had 3 copies. The first copy was the stub, the second for the customer, and the third for finance for record keeping. Under the first and second copies, there was a carbon paper. By writing on the first copy, the words would be imprinted onto the second and third copies. Even using a pen without ink to write on the first copy would still imprint the words on the second and third copies through the carbon paper. But if the carbon paper was removed from under the second copy, no imprint would appear on the third copy. Alger removed the carbon paper from the second copy and used an inkless pen to write on the first copy. Since it had no ink, nothing appeared on the first copy, but through pressure, the words were imprinted on the second copy via the previously placed carbon paper. The receipt had 3 copies, but only the second one, the customer's copy, showed words. Alger tore off the second copy, placed carbon paper between the first and third copies, then wrote on the first copy with the inked pen, which also imprinted on the third copy. After this demonstration, DeAndre immediately understood. The receipt given to the customer differed from the stub and the financial copy. The customer's copy showed a 10% discount, whereas the stub and financial copies showed a 20% discount. The clerk had been exploiting this loophole to embezzle 10% of the sales revenue. Her face had already turned as white as paper. Others were still confused. You dare to be so audacious. Speak, how much money exactly have you embezzled from the store? DeAndre slammed the counter and roared at the clerk. Boss, don't unjustly accuse me. I don't know what you're talking about. How did I embezzle the store's money? The clerk maintained excellent composure, refusing to admit guilt until the very end. Let's count it as $60 for each item at 10%. 60 for each pair. 6 pairs a day make 360. 360 a day, over 10,000 a month. Alger muttered to himself, calculating, over 100 grand a year. Indeed, it's much more than commission. Marta and others were completely baffled, while DeAndre was so angry his lips trembled. The clerk was terrified inside but remained stubborn, refusing to admit anything. In the end, DeAndre called the police. The clerk hadn't expected the boss to take it seriously, and her face turned deathly pale, but she still harbored a glimmer of hope. The police immediately uncovered this childish forgery, using the imprints on the first copy to compare the discrepancies. They noticed that the 9 and 9% had been altered to an 8. They also easily calculated the total amount embezzled by the clerk, totaling over 60,000 yuan. Initially, the clerk dared not tamper with every transaction. Later, realizing the boss paid no attention in the finance department, only checked the third copy, she grew bolder. Had there been more customers, she would have embezzled even more. But with more customers, the boss would likely hire more staff, giving her less opportunity to cook the books. DeAndre was deeply hurt. He had trusted the clerk so much, yet she betrayed him. Embezzlement of business funds through false accounting falls under the crime of embezzlement. For amounts exceeding 60,000 yuan, the penalty is imprisonment for up to 3 years or detention. Alger explained calmly and asked the police officer with a smile, Fergus, I wonder if what I said is correct? The police officer who came to investigate with him was Fergus, whom he knew. Last time, he had brought the scavenger old man to Alger's class 9. So it's you, student Sue. Fergus immediately recognized Alger. He had made a deep impression on him. He smiled and patted Alger on the shoulder. Great job, knowing the law well. Upon hearing that she could face 3 years in prison, the clerk became truly afraid. She fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face, crying and begging for mercy from the police. Comrades of the police, I didn't know this would lead to imprisonment. Alger remarked solemnly. Madam, your criminal actions are clear-cut, and it has become a fact. Now is not the time for excuses. They won't do you any good. You should confess fully to seek leniency and a lighter sentence. The clerk hated Alger with a passion. If not for him, would she be in such a miserable state? In a fit of rage, she lunged at Alger and started tearing at him. You little bastard, mind your own business. Whether I embezzle the store's money or not is none of your damn business. Watch me rip your filthy mouth apart. She grabbed Alger's clothes and clawed at his face with her long nails. Alger quickly turned his head away, but his cheek was still scratched by her long nails, blood flowing freely. Seeing the blood on his face, Marta and the other girls were terrified and screamed in fright. Even Ezra was frightened by the clerk's ferocity, tightly hugging his bald head, fearing he might get hurt, and Sylvia's anger surged. Her small face turned bright red with fury, and she raised her tiny fists to strike the clerk, but Alger, quick as lightning, held her back. Rachel, stop it. Xiaoxi is framing you. Seeing his bleeding cheek, Sylvia's heart ached as tears welled up in her eyes. She reached out to touch his wound, hesitant lest she cause him more pain. Does it hurt a lot? Alger gently held her small hand and smiled faintly. If you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. Sylvia was taken aback, glaring at him reproachfully. He was still joking around even though he was injured. This tender moment left Augustin feeling utterly dejected. Alger not only embraced Sylvia, but also held her hand. The clerk was now restrained by several police officers and could no longer harm anyone. But she became even more agitated, struggling and cursing like a wild lioness. You little brat, fuck you and your 18 generations of ancestors. I curse your balls to have no seed. Before the clerk could continue cursing, Fergus sternly stopped her. That's enough, madam. If you continue cursing, we will charge you with defamation, adding to your crimes, which will ensure you spend several years in prison. Hearing about going to prison, the clerk finally shut up, but she continued to glare at Alger with hatred. Sylvia glared back at her, her eyes red and cheeks puffed up with anger. Alger, however, remained calm. His gaze softened as it fell on Sylvia. For him, she had stood up multiple times despite being a timid girl. The few girls watched the clerk with fear. They hadn't expected Aunt Zhao to be so fierce. Today, they witnessed firsthand what a shrew really looked like. With an aunt like that, what about Marta? Beneath her beautiful and kind exterior, how brave would she be? They didn't dare to think. Marta was also terrified by her aunt's behavior. She knew her aunt was someone not to be messed with, but she had never seen her lose control like this before. Today was a day of complete humiliation. Student Sue, how is your face? Is the injury serious? Fergus asked Alger worriedly, feeling very guilty for letting the clerk injure him right under his watch. Alger immediately put on an exaggerated expression of agony, covering his face. Fergus, I'm dying of pain here. Will I be disfigured? Cosmetic surgery must cost a lot, right? Chapter 70 The Bitch Fight. Fergus saw through his act at once, but still played along with him. It looks like the injury is quite severe, and it's right on your face. It's almost ruined, and plastic surgery would definitely cost a lot of money, possibly from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Hearing that it would cost so much, the shop assistant was almost scared out of her wits. She vented all her anger on Marta. Cece, my darling niece, you want to kill me. The boy clearly has money, but you called him a pauper. You said he likes you, yet he clearly detests you. Are you jealous because I earn more than your mother, so you deliberately brought him here to ruin me? I've been good to you and returned the embezzled money to you. Then, are you not my accomplice? Well, this was a way to drag her own niece into the mess. Marta was panicking inside and quickly tried to dissociate herself. You only gave me a few dozen bucks. How would I know about your embezzlement? Giving a little pocket money to kids by adults isn't normal? Why would I be your accomplice? The more anxious she got, the less clear her explanations became. For goodness sake, Marta, did I just give you a little pocket money? What about feeding you well and buying you nice clothes and toys? If I hadn't embezzled the earnings, could I have supported you? The shop assistant said this, intending to make up for her own selfish motives. Having already spent the embezzled money, there was no way to pay back, so she wanted Marta's parents to compensate instead. Marta was almost in tears. It's not like that. My parents sent money? How can you rely on the money they earned from farming? You'd have starved long ago. You ungrateful wolf, 2 years of raising you was for nothing. The shop assistant continued berating. Alida and a few classmates were shocked. They realized that Marta lived with her relatives. Actually, her home was in the countryside, and her parents were farmers. They didn't have much money and couldn't afford Marta's expenses. However, Marta had never told them any of this. Apparently, she was a rather vain girl. Ezra felt extremely disappointed. All admiration for Marta as a goddess shattered into pieces in his heart. Feeling their strange gazes, Marta wished she could crawl into a hole, never having felt so embarrassed. She hated her aunt to death. She intended to help her aunt by bringing customers, but it ended up like this. Have you said enough? Have I not done housework for you? Hiring a nanny costs a fortune. The shop assistant became even angrier. How thick-skinned can you be? Don't you know how lazy you are? You usually stay at school during the week and go out on weekends to watch movies. How many times do you wash dishes in a month? And I still have to clean your room. Covering her ears, Marta screamed hysterically. Enough! Enough! Stop talking. She was breaking down, wanting to flee immediately, but she was stopped by the police who said she couldn't leave and must cooperate with their investigation. Marta wished she could die and stood aside, facing away from everyone else. She was too ashamed to face her classmates. Tears streamed down her face, her body convulsing from sobbing. No one comforted her. This aunt-niece drama stunned everyone. Marta, you're an ungrateful wolf. Your mother envies me and told you to harm me. There's not a single decent person in your family. The shop assistant continued to scold furiously. Ari felt earache listening to it. He wanted to leave this smoky place with Sylvia. He complained of his wound hurting and wanted to go to the hospital to Fergus. Fergus agreed to send him there. Since he was pretending, he acted convincingly. But before leaving, he asked DeAndre for the change due and new shoes for Sylvia. Sylvia was so anxious she wanted to bite him. He was injured and going to the hospital, but still cared about her new shoes. The police also let Elida and others leave since they weren't useful here anymore. The shop assistant refused to let Elida go, saying she hadn't bought those shoes. I'll pay 10% of the price. Terrified, Elida threw down 60 yuan and ran away, chased by DeAndre who returned her money. Only then did DeAndre realize the shop assistant had set her own rules to deceive those naive students. His cheeks hurt from clenching them. He hired a curse rather than an assistant. Had it not been for Eri today, his shop would continue to suffer from this vicious staff. The boss was infinitely grateful to Eri and planned to thank him properly another time. And Eri seemed to have a knack for business, worth discussing further. As the saying goes, don't look down on a poor youth. He wouldn't disdain Eri because he was a student. In the end, the boutique temporarily closed down, and both the shop assistant and Marta were taken to the police station for investigation. The boss also went along to cooperate. Eri came to the hospital for a checkup, accompanied by a police officer. The doctor said that the wound on Eri's face was deep and might leave a scar. When Sylvia heard this, she became very worried, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Eri. But Eri seemed unfazed, smiling and comforting her. It's nothing serious, just a scar. It looks cool. Laughter pulled at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Admittedly, Marta's aunt was really vicious, and her combat strength was formidable. Don't laugh. Sylvia was both angry and heartbroken. The doctor applied some ointment on Eri's cheek and bandaged the wound with gauze. He instructed Eri to disinfect and apply ointment daily, avoiding any contact with water. When the doctor prescribed medicine, Eri asked for the most expensive ones. The doctor glanced at the police officer, who didn't object, so he prescribed what Eri requested. Eri certainly wouldn't save money for Marta's aunt. If not for wasting time in the hospital, he would definitely stay there for a while to bleed her dry. Only when Eri got his medication did the police officer leave to attend to other matters. By the time he recounted how much Eri's injury cost to her aunt, her expression would be priceless. This was the debt Marta owed from her previous life. One life? How could she ever repay it? What Eri didn't know was that Ezra and Augustin had also come to the hospital. They hid outside the examination room and overheard the doctor's diagnosis. Ezra immediately went to Hamilton's ward and told him about Eri's disfigured face and what happened at the boutique. Class president, it turns out Marta is from the countryside and lives with her relatives in town. She's so vain, claiming the boutique belongs to her relatives. Her aunt also said she's lazy and doesn't even clean her own room, but Marta denied it. Ezra's tone was filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction towards Marta. Hamilton, however, felt an unusual sympathy for her. Don't talk about Marta like that. Do you think living with relatives and depending on their goodwill is easy? Her aunt is so wicked. She must be slandering Marta. You mustn't say anything bad about her at school. Hamilton glared at Ezra. He said many good things about Marta, successfully brainwashing Ezra. Hamilton sighed inwardly, admiring how kind-hearted and perceptive their class president was, immediately seeing through her aunt's schemes. He had almost been misled by her aunt. While sympathizing with Marta, Hamilton felt excited too. Previously, he thought Marta was unattainable and hard to approach, but now he realized she was also a pitiful girl. Thinking of approaching her gave him confidence. Wasn't this mutual admiration? As for Lauren and the other three girls, Marta's story had already spread throughout the school. The image of the goddess collapsed instantly in everyone's eyes. Instead, Eri's heroic deeds were being praised. Eri is amazing, noticing her aunt's fake accounts. If he hadn't noticed, that boutique would have eventually been ruined by her aunt. I heard Eri's face is disfigured. I wonder how severe it is. I'm so worried about my hero. Students stood guard at the school gate and saw Eri riding his bicycle towards them from afar. Our hero is back. The students excitedly ran into the school, reporting and shouting as they ran. Chapter 71. Sitting in Alger's arms. Alger was cycling, taking Sylvia back to school. Before they reached the school gate, they saw a crowd of students rushing out from the school. Has something big happened inside the school? Why are they all running out? Siaranth is precious. Alger immediately turned his bike around and resolutely left with Sylvia. Why is our idol Alger leaving? Is it because his face is seriously injured and he doesn't want us to see? Marta's aunt is truly evil, daring to hurt our idol. Demetrius squeezed through the crowd and chased after Alger. Hongzi, wait for me. Seeing him chase after Alger, many students, mostly girls, followed behind. Hearing Demetrius's shout, Alger couldn't ignore him. He quickly turned his bicycle around and stopped beside Demetrius. Rachel, get on the front. Gordizi, you get on the back. Alger asked Sylvia to sit in front, which meant sitting on the bar, right in his arms. Seeing that the students were about to catch up, Sylvia didn't hesitate, sitting on the bar and gripping the bicycle handle tightly. Demetrius hurriedly sat at the back of the bike. Don't go, idol. Wait for me, idol. The girls screamed as they chased after them. Frightened, Alger sped up, quickly disappearing with Sylvia and Demetrius. Disappointed, the girls finally stopped and turned back to school. Sylvia, sitting on the bar, nestled in Alger's embrace, dared not move an inch. His warm chest was against her back, and she could feel his warm breath on her head. If Alger slightly lowered his head, he could kiss her hair. Sylvia gripped the bike handle tightly, her palms sweating. They were too close. The subtle fragrance of the young girl refreshed his senses, making Alger feel euphoric and lightheaded. Her soft hair tickled his chin, creating a tingling sensation. He couldn't help but imagine a scene where Sylvia lifted her little face, the breeze lifting her hair by her temple, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her pink lips parted slightly, slowly kissing his. The scene was so beautiful that Alger swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. There was a small pit ahead, so Alger braked sharply. Due to inertia, all three bodies lurched forward. Just as Sylvia was about to hit the bike handle, Alger's arm reached out and blocked her. His strong arm encircled her slender waist. His solid chest pressed tightly against her soft back. Her body stiffened, holding her breath. Ouch, my nose is going to be flattened. Hongzi, your back is like a wall, rock solid. Demetrius, behind the bike, yelled in pain, covering his nose and jumping off. Alger glanced at him sideways, glaring. He had to let go of his arm so Sylvia could get off the bike. Sylvia's face flushed red, her heart racing wildly. She lowered her head to hide her flustered expression. Alger licked his lips, wanting to reach out and brush a stray lock of hair from her face. Hongzi, did you know you've become famous again? Did you really send Marta's aunt to prison yourself? What exactly happened? You went out for lunch and suddenly became a hero. What did you do? And your face, is it really disfigured? Can it recover? Demetrius asked anxiously, eager to know the truth. He stared closely at the bandage on Alger's face, trying to lift it. News about the boutique had spread, turning Alger into a hero. Alger hadn't expected how quickly news traveled, thanks to Lauren and others. Now he understood why those girls rushed out of the school gate. Scared him, thinking something major happened in the school. There's actually nothing much. Alger briefly explained the boutique incident to Demetrius. Your face was really scratched by Marta's aunt. She's so fierce. Demetrius marveled. By the way, Hongzi, how did you know about the fake accounting? Even the boss didn't notice. Alger frowned slightly. Of course, I read it in a book. There was such a case in the legal awareness books. Though this criminal method is rudimentary, timid people would not dare to do it. If DeAndre had paid more attention and checked the store more often, he would have noticed something was amiss. Naturally, if he visited the store regularly, her aunt wouldn't have had the chance to act. Hongzi, when did you become so amazing? You're simply my idol. Demetrius stared at Alger, stars twinkling in his eyes. I've always been this awesome, you just noticed it. Alger raised an eyebrow. Sylvia's lips curved into a gentle smile. Alger was her idol too. They only dared to enter the campus when there were no students at the school gate, waiting for class to start. Sylvia still sat on the handlebar, with Demetrius sitting behind. Alger rode them into the school. When the three arrived at the classroom, teacher xuanhuan was teaching. The moment they saw Alger, the girls started to scream excitedly. Ah, Alger is here. My dream guy. I have been waiting for you so long. My dream guy's face is really hurt. It pains me so much. Not caring whether it was class time or not, they all rushed over and surrounded Alger. Demetrius was pushed back continuously until his shoes fell off. Afraid these girls might hurt Sylvia, Alger shielded her tightly behind him. The girls even shoved teacher xuanhuan from the podium to the ground. He lost balance and fell down. Teacher xuanhuan. Alger hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and helped xuanhuan up. Only then did the classroom quiet down. Teacher xuanhuan, are you alright? Alger asked with concern. I seem to have twisted my waist. Everyone, please return to your seats. xuanhuan held his waist and grimaced. Seeing he was injured, the girls didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and obediently returned to their seats. But they didn't stop sending admiring glances at Alger. Alger felt speechless. He hadn't done anything special, yet the girls were going crazy over him. Seeing Sylvia still dazed on the spot, Alger walked over and led her back to their seats together. Wow, Alger is so considerate of girls. My dream guy is so kind-hearted. How I wish I could sit next to him. A simple action of Alger again sent the girls into fits of admiration. Sylvia lowered her head, her little face blushing red. Alger resisted the urge to pinch her cheeks but couldn't help staring at her. While he stared at Sylvia, the girls in class turned around and stared at him. They all cared about how badly his face was injured, fearing it might be disfigured. Inside, they hated Marta's aunt and had no good impression of Marta anymore. Marta was still cooperating with the police investigation at the police station and hadn't come to class. Hamilton was hospitalized. Augustin and Ezra had already returned to the classroom. Ezra revealed that Hamilton had to withdraw from the provincial finals due to injury. Everyone felt sorry for it and wondered who would replace Hamilton to participate in the competition. As xuanhuan continued teaching, Alec came and called Alger out. Alger's lips curled slightly. The chemistry teachers had given him such a challenging problem so soon. He was indeed looking forward to it. Chapter 72. Geniuses all have temperaments. This time, Alec brought Alger to the meeting room. All of the school's chemistry teachers were waiting for Alger there. Principal Eddie and Braden were also present. As soon as Alger came in, everyone looked at him with curious eyes. Student Alger, don't be nervous. You just need to solve the problems with your usual mindset. There are not many questions, only about a dozen. One from each chemistry teacher. Principal Eddie said kindly. Yes, Alger, don't put too much pressure on yourself, do your best. Braden also said gently. As Alger's homeroom teacher, the principal had specially asked him to come over. Alger nodded slightly. He was not nervous at all. He was now a super chemist, and solving chemistry problems was as easy as solving 1 + 1 = 2. That's nothing serious with your face, right? Braden whispered, having heard about the incident at the specialty store. Alger shook his head, indicating it was nothing. Alger, don't push yourself too hard. These questions are a bit harder than the simulation tests. It's normal if you can't solve them. Alec stared straight at Alger, full of disdain in his eyes. Some of these dozen questions were abnormally difficult, and he didn't believe Alger could solve all of them. Alger glanced at him indifferently, sat down at the conference table, and waited to solve the problems. The dozen questions were written on a piece of paper. After Alger finished one, the teachers would review it while he started another. By the time the teachers had finished reviewing one of Alger's answers, he had already finished several others. His speed was astonishing. It was as if solving them was no different from writing 1 + 1 = 2, requiring no thought at all. This question must have been set by a teacher who surpassed high school level courses. Maybe he can't even solve it himself. This problem is wrong, yet student Alger corrected it. Is this a correction question? Are you still looking at the answer to that problem? Student Alger has already finished several more. Principal Eddie alternated between looking at the questions set by the teachers, Alger's answers, and the standard answers provided by the teachers, busily engaged. Meanwhile, the teachers were drenched in sweat. What kind of prodigy was Alger? How could he even solve questions that weren't part of the high school curriculum? Some questions were so far beyond the syllabus, and yet he solved them without hesitation. Such a prodigy should be taken to the research institute to see what was inside his brain. When setting the questions, Alec specifically instructed a few teachers to make them as difficult as possible, preferably so hard that even Nobel laureates couldn't solve them. Part of the questions were directly copied from some odd books, and the teachers themselves did not know the answers. The answers to these questions were all randomly written, thinking Alger wouldn't be able to solve them anyway. However, they ended up slapping their own faces. After carefully studying Alger's answers, they finally knew how to solve those questions. You really went overboard, didn't you? I said make the questions a bit harder, but not this hard. You yourselves can't solve them. Alec blamed the teachers. Jesse had an unpleasant expression, glaring at Alec discontentedly. At the moment, it wasn't appropriate to react strongly with Principal Eddie present. Now you understand how remarkable student Alger is. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. Ha ha ha. Winning the provincial final will be child's play this time. Principal Eddie laughed heartily. Seeing that he wasn't blaming them, the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Braden taught mathematics but understood chemistry as well. Looking at the questions the teachers set, he felt irate. These teachers were truly acting recklessly, setting such twisted and strange questions. Their standards were simply too low. Only Alger could solve these problems. Any other student wouldn't stand a chance. Inwardly, he also admired Alger. Student Alger, we're counting on you for next month's provincial final. Believe that you'll surely advance to the national competition. Principal Eddie patted Alger's shoulder firmly. In the meantime, before the final, the teachers and I will train Alger thoroughly. By this point, Alec realized he couldn't stop Alger from participating in front of the principal anymore. But he still wanted to frustrate Alger, not giving up until the very end. Jesse also intended to create obstacles, refusing to let Alger proceed as smoothly as he wished. Alger frowned and said, "Didn't we agree this morning that if I could solve the questions you set, I wouldn't need training? If training is still required, then I won't participate in the competition." He wasn't interested in participating in any competitions. Jesse retorted, "Alger, don't get conceited just because you answered a few questions correctly. Don't threaten not to participate. Hongwan School is full of talents. If you don't participate, other students will take your place." He couldn't stand Alger's arrogant attitude. Alger glanced at him coldly and stood up abruptly. "Fine, then you find another student to participate. I don't want to suffer your bad attitude." Jesse's mouth twitched in anger. You, how dare you speak to a teacher like that? Who's making who suffer here? It's outrageous." Alger didn't bother to argue with him and started walking away. Principal Eddie hurriedly stopped him. "No training then no training, but you must participate in the competition." Alger thought for a moment and said, "All right, Principal Eddie, if I can't advance to the national competition, I request to have our class assigned a new chemistry teacher. If you disagree, I won't participate." Jesse immediately flew into a rage when he heard this. "Alger, who do you think you are to make demands of the principal? With your great skills, why don't you just fly to heaven?" Alec also added discontentedly, "Alger, you're really pushing it. If you make it to the national competition, getting a reward would be enough. Why change teachers?" The other teachers also felt Alger was being too bold. Changing teachers, wasn't this clearly showing dissatisfaction with Jesse? Alger didn't argue with them. He simply looked at Principal Eddie waiting for his response. Principal Eddie could see he was serious. He glanced at Jesse before responding to Alger. "Student Alger, let me put it this way. If you can place in the national competition, I'll agree to change the teacher." Jesse instantly relaxed. Principal Eddie still favored him. Whether Alger could even make it to the national competition was still an issue. There were so many key high schools and outstanding students nationwide. Where did Alger rank? To get a placement in the national competition would already be miraculous. Alger smiled slightly. "Deal." He returned to the classroom. Alec complained bitterly, "Principal Eddie, look at his attitude. He will bring shame to us on the field." But Principal Eddie wasn't concerned. How can a genius not have some temper? In the meeting room, only Principal Eddie and Braden remained. Principal Eddie looked at the problems Alger had solved, beaming. "Old Benny, this Alger is truly a genius." Braden frowned slightly. "Unfortunately, the people who set the questions aren't much good." He sighed again. "If we had guided this child properly from the start of high school, he would certainly be an exceptional student." Principal Eddie looked excited. "He is excellent now, and I have a feeling that this child will be the savior of this school." Alger left the meeting room, bypassing the classroom, and went directly to Braden's home. It was about time for classes to end and dinner needed to be prepared. Looking at the young cabbage plants in the courtyard, they had only just started growing. "Xiaohang, what happened to your face? Are you hurt?" Sai and Benny asked with concern. "Did Rachel scratch you? She's such a well-behaved girl." Alger smiled gently. "Of course not. Don't worry, Cyan. It'll be fine in a few days." He went to the kitchen to start cooking. At dinner time, Braden insisted on giving Alger money for the vegetables. Alger initially refused, but realizing it might affect Braden negatively, he accepted. During evening study hall, Marta, who hadn't been seen all afternoon, finally appeared. She looked haggard, her lips dry and cracked, bleeding slightly. She looked pitiful. Everyone stared at her, their gazes complicated. Not seeing Alger, Marta turned to leave and almost fell. Sylvia noticed her condition and followed her. Knowing Alger ran on the playground during evening study hall, Marta headed there directly. Sure enough, she saw Alger running. With an angry face, she stormed towards him. "Alger, are you sick or something? What right do you have to meddle in my aunt's affairs? Did she offend you in any way? You couldn't win my heart, so you decided to take revenge on me and on my aunt? My aunt is in jail now, are you satisfied?" Chapter 73. Hit Marta for bullying Rachel. Alger had earphones in his ears. Despite Marta's verbal abuse, he didn't even glance at her. Sylvia, who rushed over, was stunned upon hearing Marta's insults. She never thought the usually gentle and gracious Marta would curse at someone. Her fierce appearance was truly terrifying. Sylvia couldn't help but recall Marta's aunt, finding Marta even fiercer than her. "Alger, say something. Are you mute? You narrow-minded man, you'll never have a girlfriend in your life." Marta stood in front of Alger, fiercely pushing him. "Stop it. You're A, Aunt C. committed C, crimes. I, it H, has N nothing T, to D, do W, with X. Alger. At this moment, Sylvia rushed forward, spreading her arms wide to shield Alger with her petite frame, glaring fiercely at Marta. What a meddler again. You stutterer, get lost right now. Marta yelled at Sylvia. Do you even know what you look like? A bean sprout trying to protect others? I'll slap you away. Her eyes were bloodshot, staring daggers at Sylvia, raising her hand high to strike her. Sylvia instinctively raised her arm to block. Before Marta's palm could land, Alger caught her wrist. Dare to lay a finger on Rachel and see what happens. His face darkened, flames of fury burning in his eyes. Alger, you finally talked to me. So what if I hit her? Enraged, Marta raised her other hand to strike Sylvia. You're asking for it. Furious, Alger slapped her hard across the face. Ah! Marta screamed in pain, stumbling back several steps before regaining her balance. She covered her face with one hand, staring at Alger in disbelief. Alger, you dared to hit me. For a stutterer, you hit me. She shrieked hysterically, her voice hoarse. Sylvia also found it unbelievable, not reacting for a long time. Alger actually hit Marta. He hit the girl he loved. What was happening? Men's words are deceiving lies. All those sweet words before were fake. Alger, do you think I'm so easy to bully? I'll fight you. Marta, acting like she was out of her mind, flailed her arms, yelling as she charged toward Alger. Actually, she was aiming at Sylvia, wanting to claw the little stutterer's face. A stutterer who can't even speak clearly, competing for a man with her? It just lowered her standards. Alger had seen through her intentions. He wrapped an arm around Sylvia and easily dodged Marta's charge. Marta stumbled and fell on her bottom, enraged as she pointed at Alger, cursing furiously. Alger, how cruel you are. Unable to obtain my love, you resort to such despicable means. You fool idiot, by making my aunt go to jail, all I can feel is hatred toward you. How can we ever be together? I don't care. You must find a way to get my aunt out of prison. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you. I will hate you forever. This hag-like behavior mirrored her aunt exactly. Alger coldly glanced at her, speaking calmly, as you wish. He wished she'd never talk to him again. She wanted him to get her aunt out of prison? Dream on. Was her brain filled with feces? Alger was too lazy to deal with her further. If not for Sylvia, he wouldn't even want to speak a word to her. He pulled Sylvia away. Alger, stop right there. Did I let you go? You'll regret this. Come back. Marta screamed after them, her voice breaking from yelling. But Alger walked away without looking back, leaving her with only a resolute figure retreating. Rachel, did you get scared just now? Alger asked Sylvia softly, intending to hug her, but ultimately letting his raised arm fall. When Marta rushed over, he had embraced her to dodge, and that feeling was simply incredible. Sylvia was still shaken by Marta's craziness and couldn't believe Alger had hit her. You hit her, she whispered, trembling slightly. Sorry, I must have really scared Rachel. I can't stand seeing anyone bully Rachel, no matter male or female. Alger tried to comfort her, carefully watching her expression. Sylvia lowered her gaze slightly. In fact, she felt the same as Alger. She also couldn't bear to see anyone bully him. For Alger, she would have charged forward without hesitation to protect him. Rachel, you're really brave, standing up for me again. Alger looked at her, touched. Sylvia shook her head lightly, her face flushing slightly. But I'm so afraid you might get hurt. So no matter what happens in the future, you must protect yourself. We guys have tough skin. Even if we get hit a few times, it's nothing serious. But Rachel is different. Even if Rachel loses a single hair, my heart would ache. Alger was overwhelmed with emotion and stared deeply at Sylvia's face. The atmosphere was just right, and he should have embraced her. However, they were not yet a couple and couldn't be so intimate. Alger's words were very ambiguous, and Sylvia blushed bright red. Her mind was in chaos, and she forgot what she wanted to say. To ease the awkwardness, Alger asked Sylvia why she came to the playground and if she was looking for him. Sylvia nodded slightly. Z Marta, was L looking F for YU. So, she followed Marta to the playground. In reality, she was worried about him. Alger felt sweet inside and really wanted to give his beloved a warm embrace. A deep kiss would make it even better. They returned to the classroom. The girls kept turning around to look at Alger, covering their mouths and giggling shyly. Alger paid them no attention. These girls were being self-indulgent. Sylvia's new shoes were under her desk, and she hadn't tried them on yet. These expensive shoes were too precious for her to wear. Alger suggested she try them on to see if they fit, and if not, they could exchange them. Seeing her hesitation, he squatted down and helped her take off and put on the shoes. Sylvia nervously looked at everyone else. Everyone only saw Alger squatting down, but the desk blocked their view of what he was doing. No need. Sylvia wanted to refuse but feared drawing too much attention from classmates, so she pretended to be focused on her book. Alger had already removed Sylvia's shoes, revealing her tiny feet, smaller than his palm. They were small and soft. The white socks encasing her feet were sure to be as white and tender as her skin. Alger slipped Sylvia's small feet into the new shoes. Sylvia curled her toes in nervousness. Rachel, how do they feel? Are they neither too big nor too small? Sylvia softly hummed in response, her little face flushed like a ripe persimmon. Wear the new shoes tomorrow. Alger looked at the effect of the new shoes and nodded approvingly. He put away Sylvia's old shoes, planning to wash them back at the dormitory. D, don't S, spend M, money R randomly in the F, future. A pair of shoes cost hundreds, which made her really heartbroken. Got it, my little housekeeper. Alger smiled fondly and gently pinched her little nose. However, buying things for his beloved girl wasn't random spending. Sylvia was almost dying of embarrassment. At this moment, Marta entered the classroom. Half of her face was swollen and red, and even though she tried to cover it with her hand, it was impossible to hide. Chapter 74. Pretending to be weak. Marta lowered her head, covered her face, and quickly returned to her seat. Everyone was whispering, speculating on what had happened to her face. Looks like she got beaten up, doesn't it? Her eyes are all red. Looks like she's been crying. She went to the police station, didn't she? I wonder how her aunt's case is going. Given how her aunt turned out, Marta's character isn't very good either, right? Look at her. She usually seems quite nice. Could it all be an act? Although everyone was speaking in low voices, it was so quiet in the classroom that everyone could hear the discussions. Ezra couldn't bear it and immediately defended Marta. Her aunt is her aunt, and Marta is Marta. You can talk about her aunt, but not Marta. What did she do wrong? She's already hurting inside. You gossipy women, stop spreading rumors like busybodies. It's really annoying. Ezra's defense was ineffective and successfully enraged the girls. Ezra, we'll say whatever we want. What's it to you? Besides, what kind of relationship do you have with Marta that you're defending her like this? Yeah, you loser, who asked for your opinion? Ezra glared fiercely at the girl. His face flushed red. He hated when people brought up that eating feces incident. It was a lifelong shame for him. Haven't you eaten shit yourself? Look at your big nostrils. You dig your nose all the time, eating more snot than anyone else. Ezra pointed at the girl and shouted curses. I've never seen such a disgusting boy as you. How could Hamilton sit next to someone like you? You're like a pig, both stupid and ugly. The girl stood up and began to curse back. You don't even deserve to mention Hamilton's name. He said we shouldn't look at Marta with Yo 3 and Jing. It's not her fault that her aunt did those things. We should support and understand her. Ezra, agitated, was spitting saliva everywhere, frightening the students beside him into covering their heads with books. That was Hamilton talking, not you. Stop pretending to be a good person here. Just as they were fighting fiercely, Braden walked in. What's all the noise about? I could hear you from the office. You're wasting valuable time on useless arguments. Pointless. Remember why you're here at school, to study and prepare for university, not to waste time. If you're just here to waste time, you can leave now. You're 18, old enough to join society. Why can't you learn from Alger? He's first in the grade and still studies hard. Do you even have the right to slack off? Do you have billions to inherit? Braden looked at everyone with exasperation. Everyone glanced back at Alger quietly. Sure enough, he was writing something diligently. One earbud was in his ear, while the other was in Sylvia's ear. He seemed completely focused on studying, oblivious to the chaos around him. While they were arguing and watching, he had already finished several problems. No one succeeds without effort. Next time you think about wasting time, think about Alger. Everyone hung their heads in shame. Ezra secretly flipped Alger the middle finger, pretending to be a top student. Alger was writing down lyrics on a piece of paper. The system had issued a task. Collect 100 song lyrics to earn the reward of super musician and corresponding points. He was doing tasks to earn points so he could buy things from the Jifun Sangchang. Lyrics were readily available in his MP3. He could listen and transcribe them, finishing the task quickly. Braden glanced at Alger and said, I have an announcement. Next month, classmate Alger will represent our school in the provincial finals of the chemistry competition. That's an honor for our class. Everyone started murmuring. Wasn't Hamilton originally supposed to compete? It seems Ezra's previous words were true. Hamilton must have withdrawn due to injury. Although Alger scored first in the grade this time, everyone still doubted his capabilities. This was a competition, a provincial one at that, incredibly difficult, not like regular exams. Sylvia looked at Alger in surprise. He hadn't mentioned this to her at all. Seeing the question in her eyes, Alger casually said, it's just the provincial finals. The questions aren't difficult at all. I believe you. She had inexplicable confidence in Alger. Alger smiled faintly. All he needed was Sylvia's support. He didn't care about what others thought. Demetrius was nearly ecstatic. His good friend was so amazing. This is the provincial finals competition, where only the best from across the province participate. He kept turning his head, constantly giving Alger meaningful looks. No matter how hard he tried to catch Alger's attention, Alger simply ignored him. Disappointed, he withdrew his gaze, rubbed his sore eyes, and quietly worked on his problems. If he didn't work harder, he would fall further behind his good friend. Lauren, as Marta's close friend, wasn't cold to her. Beatrix, are you okay? How did you get that injury on your face? Marta glanced at her, then quickly lowered her eyelashes to hide the hatred in her eyes. Only a few people knew about what happened at the boutique, but it took just an afternoon for the whole school to know. It was easy to guess who spread the news. It had to be Lauren and those two girls. Their big mouths were made for talking non-stop. I just tripped and hit my face. It's fine. It'll be better tomorrow. Marta looked up at Lauren again, forcing a sad smile that made her appear pitiful. Acting weak? Anyone could do it. Sire Anlin, don't think I'm fine at school. In fact, life with my aunt isn't good. You've seen how bad-tempered she is. She often yells at me. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't live with her. Sire Anlin, these 2 years have been so exhausting and tiring for me. I'm not happy at all. This time, I really pissed off my aunt. She definitely won't care about me anymore. She's going to jail. She can't take care of me. Sniff? What should I do? As she spoke, she covered her mouth and sobbed softly, as if burdened by enormous suffering. Lauren had never seen Marta cry. Marta was always proud and strong-willed, never showing weakness in front of others. Now, she seemed like a frail, helpless little rabbit, incredibly pitiable. Lauren felt guilty. She shouldn't have gossiped with those two girls. They had been deceived by Marta's aunt's words. In truth, Marta hadn't had an easy life with her aunt. She had been pretending to be strong all along. Sometimes, her small tantrums must have been intentional. Lauren felt compassion for Marta. Beatrix, I didn't realize you had such a hard time. You're so strong. If I were you, I would have collapsed long ago. How did you manage until now? She sighed deeply, patting Marta's shoulder. Marta held her face in both hands, sobbing softly, but secretly smiled. After evening self-study, Alger didn't leave immediately. He continued writing lyrics. Chapter 75. Could it be that he has fallen for Sylvia? Demetrius originally intended to return to the dormitory, but stayed when he saw Alger hadn't left yet. A classmate came over to invite Demetrius to go online gaming, but he declined. Come on, Demetrius. Are you really planning to study hard now? Alright, don't joke around. You've been doing this act for a few days already. Let's go and have some fun. Demetrius remained unmoved, looking serious at his classmate. I promised Hongzi I would study hard and get into college. Hehe, okay, let's see how long you can keep this up. The classmate reluctantly left. Actually, Demetrius wasn't very confident in himself either. Many times, he wanted to give up, but Alger kept encouraging him, so he decided to persist a bit longer. Marta didn't leave immediately either. She had no classes in the afternoon and needed to finish her homework. She deeply understood that only through studying could she change her destiny. She couldn't rely on her family of origin or even her aunt. She could only rely on herself. In the classroom, only 4 people were left: Alger, Sylvia, Marta, and Demetrius. Alger was enjoying music so much that he started humming along. Alger, shut up. You're disturbing my studies. Marta turned around and glared angrily at Alger. Her sudden outburst startled the other 3. Alger shot her a glare but continued as usual. What, are you deaf? I told you to shut up. Marta stormed over in anger. Sylvia instinctively stood up, eyeing Marta warily. Alger, what's the point of using these cliché tricks to catch my attention? Even if I did notice you, so what? I'm not going to agree to your confession now. How can she still act so self-righteous? Alger didn't want anything to do with her anymore. After all, he had already hit her and was thoroughly fed up with her, yet she still had the nerve to say such things. He truly found her unbelievable. Out of sight, out of mind, Alger pulled Sylvia away, making sure to take her old shoes. Alger, where are you going? Marta shouted from behind, but he ignored her. Alger, you ungrateful bastard. If it weren't for me saving you back then, you'd be dead now. And now. She raised her voice. Alger suddenly turned and glared at her fiercely, causing her to fall silent. Humph, feeling guilty now, huh? You scheming woman. Alger sneered coldly and walked away. Marta felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Was Alger being so cold towards her because he knew the truth? But soon, she dismissed this thought. Apart from her, no one knew the truth. Alger must be using some new tactic to pursue her again. Seeing Alger leave, Demetrius hurried after him. This left Marta alone in the classroom. She slumped weakly into a nearby seat, starving since she hadn't eaten dinner. Just seeing Alger made her seethe with rage, wishing she could skin and bone him. But it wasn't the right time to break ties with him just yet. She acted impulsively just now. She shouldn't have been so aggressive. But proud as she was, how could she smile sweetly at a lickspittle like him? She touched her still swollen cheek resentfully, narrowing her eyes. This slap, she would repay to Alger sooner or later. She would make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Hongzi, Marta was so fierce just now. It scared me to death, like she swallowed gunpowder. Demetrius dramatically patted his chest. I can understand, since I was the one who hit her. Alger casually replied. Really? You would hit her? Oh come on, you must be joking. Demetrius simply couldn't believe it. Was he really going to give up on the goddess he had pursued for 2 years? Believe me, asked Natalie. Alger looked at Sylvia gently. Sylvia nodded solemnly. I personally saw it. With this witness, Demetrius had no choice but to believe. But why did you hit her? Don't you like her anymore? Demetrius asked hesitantly. Sylvia also perked up her ears to hear Alger's response. Just couldn't stand her attitude, acting all high and mighty. I've wanted to hit her for a long time, and I never liked her in the first place. Back then, I must have been blind to chase after her. That's enough about her, she's such a pain. Alger's words left Demetrius speechless. Had his 2-year pursuit of Marta been nothing more than a joke? While Demetrius didn't quite understand Alger's actions, he supported him nonetheless. Sylvia was moved. Alger said he had never liked Marta. She believed him. Because if a boy really liked a girl, he wouldn't hit her. Once back in the dormitory, Alger's first action was to wash Sylvia's old shoes and hang them to dry by the window ledge. Looking at the tiny shoes, his gaze unconsciously softened. Trinity was petite, with a face only as big as a palm, along with small hands and soft little feet. Everything about her was so miniature. Actually, it was because he was too tall with large hands and feet that made Sylvia seem very mini in comparison. He lowered his eyes to look at his own palms, recalling her soft little feet. He clenched his fists, then looked back at the shoes, his eyes gentle. Demetrius noticed him smiling foolishly at Sylvia's shoes and connected this with his unusual kindness towards her lately. A thought flashed through his mind. He asked in surprise, Hongzi, you're not falling for Sylvia, are you? Unless you dislike her? She is such a likable girl. Alger did not give a direct answer. In fact, he was worried that if Sylvia knew his feelings, it might affect her. Moreover, girls were quick-tongued and might gossip behind her back. He didn't want to bring her any trouble because of this. Yes, she would be even more likable if she weren't stuttering. What a pity. Demetrius sighed deeply. For a moment, Alger's eyes dimmed. But soon, they brightened again. Once he unlocked his super spirit power, he could treat Sylvia's condition. The next morning, he completed the super endurance task by running 10 kilometers within 40 minutes. As the system notification sounded in his head, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, his steps becoming light and his energy seemingly boundless. All the fatigue vanished from his body. This feeling was amazing. Fong, Hongzi, I'm about to die. Demetrius trailed far behind, waving weakly. Alger felt like flying. He couldn't wait to lift Demetrius like a dumbbell and run around the track a few dozen times, to scare the heck out of those sports students who like to mock others. You weaklings are making a fool of yourselves again. Get lost, don't mess up our performance. Harmon strode over confidently, waving his hand dismissively at Alger and Demetrius. Due to Alger's repeated tolerance, Harmon completely dismissed him, speaking with particular rudeness. Hey, big guy, how about we make a bet? Alger walked straight toward Harmon. It was time for him to cry and call Grandpa. Without intentionally raising his voice, his words echoed across the field like an announcement. This robust voice surprised even himself. The sports students all jumped at the sound. Damn, why are you shouting? Your grandpa isn't deaf. Harmon glared at him angrily. Come on, weakling, what do you want to bet? Your grandpa will see it through. Chapter 76 Losing means running naked. Alger raised an eyebrow and said, I'll bet you that on the day of the sports meet, if I win first place in all my events, you'll roll 3 laps around the playground, shouting Alger is my grandpa. I'm Alger's grandson. After hearing this, the physical education students burst into laughter as if they had just heard a hilarious joke. Isn't this a surefire way to humiliate yourself? Ha ha ha. Win first place in all events, do you think you're a god? Harmon looked at him with disdain. Alger was not annoyed but instead asked lightly, so you're afraid to bet? What's there to be afraid of? Bet it is. You might regret it. But if you lose next time, don't say I bullied you. Harmon sneered. If you lose next time, you will run 5 laps around the playground naked. Remember, naked, completely bare. Ha ha ha. He opened his mouth wide, laughing heartily. The other physical education students also laughed along. I've signed up for all events. I'll go ahead and add your name to the list. Don't back out and embarrass yourself. Carlos had been worrying about not having enough participants for the sports meet. Although one person shouldn't sign up for too many events according to the rules, special cases called for special treatment. Just sign up, I'll do it too. I want Alger, this little punk, to lose and admit his defeat. To challenge his grandpa. He must be sick and tired of living. His body hair isn't even as much as mine. Harmon raised his eyebrows disdainfully, giving Alger a glance. Never seen such an idiot, not knowing how incapable he is. Alger was too lazy to argue with him, and didn't let Demetrius challenge him either. Wait and see. He doesn't mind having a big, tough grandson. Hongzi, are you crazy? What kind of bet did you make with these physical education students? All events first place. Are you taking an academic exam? Well, it seems I should get you 2 banana leaves to cover your butt. Harmon only said to be naked, didn't say not to use banana leaves. Hee, what a smart idea. But when you run, slow down a bit so the leaves don't fall off. Demetrius felt quite proud of his own idea and wasn't as worried about Alger anymore. Alger smiled slightly, then sew the leaves together and make them look nice. He didn't bother to explain further to Demetrius since everything would be clear later. Don't worry, brother. By then, I'll definitely make you the coolest kid in the whole school. But Demetrius was more looking forward to seeing Harmon rolling around the playground. Alger finished writing 100 lyrics last night in the dormitory, completing the system task. Now he had one more skill, super musician. No need to worry about going off-key when singing from now on. He could sing for Sylvia to make her happy. He browsed through the Point Mall and bought a trendy pastry called Dirty Bun. It's like a mud flow in the food world, a popular bread from the previous life. Inside were layers of bread wrapped in chocolate sauce, with a thick layer of chocolate on the surface and sprinkled with chocolate powder. The taste was great, soft and sweet. Sylvia would probably love it. It just looks a bit dirty. When Sylvia came to the classroom, Alger handed her the dirty bun like a proud owner. Rachel, this is a new type of bread from a cake shop. Try it quickly. Sylvia had never seen such a bread, blackish and somewhat dirty looking. Out of curiosity, she opened the package, immediately scattering some black cocoa powder. A strong smell of chocolate wafted over, so fragrant. Sylvia swallowed her saliva, took out the dirty bun, looked at Alger, and took a bite. Seeing her surprised expression, Alger knew he had made the right choice. He watched her eat happily, feeling even happier than if he had eaten it himself. Chocolate sauce flowed out from between the layers of bread and smeared onto Sylvia's mouth and face. She didn't bother wiping it off because her hands were also covered in chocolate sauce. Who bought breakfast? Smells so good. It's a chocolate bread. How much chocolate did they put in it? Making us all drool. Everyone turned around after smelling the fragrance, but couldn't find its source. Alger and Sylvia hid under the desks, invisible to everyone else. Rachel, is it good? Alger asked softly. Sylvia opened her eyes wide, nodding vigorously. She couldn't stop eating it. Look at you, with chocolate sauce all over your mouth and face, like a little flower cat. Alger watched her, smiling warmly, gently wiping her face with tissues. After finishing the dirty bun, Sylvia licked the chocolate sauce from her fingertips, still savoring. Looking at her small fingers, Alger felt an urge to lick them too. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed, suppressing the impulse. Sylvia went to the restroom to wash her hands. Alger threw the remaining breakfast to Demetrius. Hongzi, you traitor, tell us what you were eating under the desk. Demetrius held him back, pretending to be fierce. Alger raised an eyebrow. This is our little secret. Humph, I can't play with you happily anymore. Demetrius feigned anger and took a big bite of the bun. Alger suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran towards the restroom. Just then, Sylvia came out of the restroom, her face smeared with water, her thick bangs wet and pushed aside, revealing most of her forehead. Her long eyelashes still had water droplets on them, like a pair of butterflies whose wings were soaked by rain, flapping but unable to fly. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, twinkling. One glance could make anyone fall into her charm, unable to extricate themselves. The phrase, clear eyebrows and bright eyes, simply couldn't describe her beauty adequately. Alger hurriedly ran over, taking off his jacket to use as a towel to dry Sylvia's wet bangs. Sylvia was dazed by the wiping. Rachel, your hair will catch a cold if it stays wet. Let me dry it for you. Alger anxiously looked around. Luckily, there was no one around. If someone saw Sylvia's beauty, it would be troublesome. Sylvia's hair was tousled by Alger's rough handling. She stared at him blankly, her cute and innocent look almost melting Alger's heart. Oh my god, he must have been struck by Cupid's arrow. They walked toward the classroom. Alger kept adjusting Sylvia's messy hair, fumbling all over the place. Sylvia obediently let him fix her hair, neither impatient nor angry. When Augustin entered the classroom, he almost broke his heart seeing this intimate scene. How could they be so close? Sylvia even allowed Alger to touch her hair. Meanwhile, the news of Alger's bet with Harmon had spread throughout the school among the physical education students. Most students thought Alger was overestimating himself, challenging others in sports while knowing his weaknesses, already losing before the competition started. Some even thought he was arrogant, wanting to be an all-around scholar. Of course, there were supporters, mostly girls. Under the idol filter, whatever Alger did was seen as number one. They supported him unconditionally. Sylvia was worried about Alger. She believed in his intelligence, able to ace all exams, but in sports, he wasn't very skilled. Could Alger have a way to win against Harmon? However, Alger didn't take it seriously, joking with Demetrius about making the banana leaves thicker so they wouldn't fall off. Hamilton returned to class that day. The top students gathered around him, expressing their concern. Hamilton occasionally glanced at Marta, puzzled why she was wearing a mask today. Was she also sick? It seemed they shared the same illness. Hamilton, Ezra said you had a concussion. You should stay in the hospital longer until you're fully recovered. Yeah, nothing is more important than your health, class president. Hamilton smiled. Thank you everyone for your concern. It's just a mild concussion, nothing serious. Braden also asked about Hamilton's condition when he came to class. He used the opportunity to encourage everyone. Even with a concussion, Hamilton insisted on coming back to school. What reason did they have not to study hard? Everyone immediately agreed, noting they didn't have billions to inherit. During the last class of the morning, Alec led a couple of middle-aged adults into the classroom. The man held a baby a few months old in his arms, while a 7 or 8-year-old girl tugged at his clothes. The woman held hands with two young girls, one about 5 years old and the other 4. They seemed to be a family, dressed in worn-out clothes. Teacher Benny, these are the parents of one of your students. Chapter 77. The veil is pulled off. Everyone curiously examined this couple and their few children, speculating about which family they belonged to. In what era are we in that there are still such poor families? The older girl was barefoot, her feet dirty. The two younger girls, although wearing shoes, had shoes so worn out that even their toes were exposed. It seemed having many children had impoverished them. Did they not know how to prevent pregnancy? This couple, with weathered faces full of wrinkles, wore clothes yellowed in color, likely kept at the bottom of a trunk, too precious to wear often. As everyone whispered and speculated about who their parents were, Marta gritted her teeth, head hanging low, almost touching her stomach. Before Alec could say who the couple was looking for, the woman pushed aside the two girls and walked straight into the classroom, striding up to Marta. Daya, what's going on? You haven't returned home for 2 years. Do you no longer recognize your own parents? Get up and explain why your aunt deceived people for money. Early in the morning, the village chief found us saying your aunt had gotten into trouble, defrauding people, and was going to jail. Why do you keep your head down all the time? Get up. Without waiting for a response, the woman pulled Marta up. Why do you wear a mask, ashamed of your appearance? The woman yanked off Marta's mask, removing her veil. How did your face get like this? Was it hit by your aunt? I told you she didn't have good intentions, but you wouldn't believe me. Now see what happened. You should have listened to me and married Germaine from the village. Now your child might even run away. Why do girls read books? It's useless and wastes money. You'll end up marrying anyway. The woman grumbled on, disregarding the setting or the students around her. Not considering Marta's feelings at all. She continued to vent 2 years' worth of frustration towards Marta. Marta bit her lip tightly, her face flushed as if it would bleed. That's it, Miss Beatrix, don't be so upset. Braden tried to calm the woman, but his voice was drowned out by hers. He shook his head speechlessly. Alec watched eagerly, hoping for a fight within the family. So, this couple was Marta's parents. Everyone couldn't believe it. Marta was so polished, yet her parents looked shabby. They didn't look like a family at all. What a huge difference. So Marta's family was very poor. The information from Marta's mother was overwhelming, leaving everyone momentarily confused. Let's slowly piece it together. This couple indeed were Marta's parents. They lived in the countryside. Initially, they wanted Marta to marry Germaine in the village and not attend school. But her aunt took Marta to the county town and enrolled her in Xuanhuan Middle School. Marta clearly disliked her original family and hadn't returned home for 2 years. Now her aunt was in trouble, and the police informed the village, passing the message to Marta's parents. They came today, bringing 4 children with them. People guessed there were likely more siblings above these 4 kids. Marta was 18, and the oldest child brought by her parents was 7 or 8. Over 10 years, they must have had other children. With so many children, it was easy to imagine how destitute their lives must be. No wonder Marta hadn't gone back home for 2 years. Why would she return? To take care of her siblings and do household chores. Daya, speak. Are you mute? How much money did your aunt steal? We can't pay it back, so why call us here? The woman continued to pull at Marta harshly, with no warmth in her tone. Marta remained silent, her head lowered, enduring her mother's pulling. She feared opening her mouth would lead to losing control and collapsing. What's going on, Zhao Daya? Are you deaf or mute? Your mother and I traveled so far, and you won't even talk to us. Do you think you're grown now, and we can't discipline you anymore? Look at you. What did you learn from your aunt? Not one good thing. The man standing at the classroom door spoke, furious, pointing at Marta's nose while scolding her. The baby he held cried loudly, startled. Alice, stop crying. I wasn't scolding you. If you follow Daya's ways, I'll give you away just like I did with Alita, Asia, and Ebony. Angered, the man slapped the baby lightly. The baby only cried harder. If you cry again, I'll give you away right now. Your mother is pregnant with a baby brother anyway, and won't have milk for you anymore. The man yelled angrily at the infant who didn't understand a thing. Everyone stared wide-eyed and agape. There were indeed more children in their family. In total, they had 9 children. Wow, they sure could produce kids. Moreover, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th child had been given away. All 9 children were girls. And the woman was pregnant again, making the baby in her womb their 10th child. Heaven and earth. Why did they have so many children, treating themselves like pigs? The classmates felt overwhelmed by this revelation. Seeing the crying infant, the woman rushed over to take the baby from the man, but he wouldn't let her hold it. You can't hold the baby while you're pregnant. Letting her cry a bit won't kill her. The woman pressed her lips together tightly, watching the small infant helplessly. The impression of the man grew worse. He was too rough with the infant? If he treated the infant this way, what about the other children? Mommy, I'm hungry. Mommy, I'm thirsty. Mommy, I need to poop. 3 little girls tugged on the woman's clothes, looking at her pitifully. Hungry for what? Thirsty for what? Want to poop? Just hold it in. All day long. Eating, drinking, peeing, and pooping. Doing nothing useful. The man cursed them viciously. They burst into tears immediately. The cries of the girls, the cries of the infant, mixed with the angry scolding of the adults, pierced everyone's ears. Such a chaotic scene would be etched in everyone's memory forever. Everyone would remember that the high school beauty queen had 8 younger sisters and parents who were rude and aggressive. Alger only learned about Marta's family situation now. In his previous life, despite pursuing her for years, she never mentioned her parents. He thought her parents had died early, and she had always lived with her aunt. In this life, if not for her aunt's troubles leading her parents to find her, the veil over her original family would likely never have been lifted. At this moment, Marta felt as if she had been publicly stripped naked, filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could bury herself and die on the spot. She hated her parents bitterly and also despised Alger even more. If not for him, her aunt wouldn't have run into trouble. With her aunt's help, she would have finished high school, attended university, flown far away, and never returned here, dead or alive. How would she face this messy situation going forward? Alex stood far away, fearing he might be implicated by this unruly family. Actually, he was just relishing the chaos. Brayden tried several times to stop the couple from scolding their daughter but couldn't get a word in. Given their poor demeanor, they probably wouldn't listen to his advice either. Hamilton alone in the class felt profound sympathy for Marta. He truly felt heartache for her. She couldn't choose her parents, nor could she choose her birth. Such parents, such a family, must have caused her immense pain. She really was a strong girl. Chapter 78. They are all children without parents. Marta's parents made a scene for an entire class period. It also happened to be dismissal time, so students from other classes saw her family too. They couldn't believe that the goddess's original family would be in such disarray. Her parents, preferring boys over girls, always wanted to have a boy, but kept having batches of girls instead. And they even gave away some of their children to others. What kind of error is this? How can there still be families that favor boys over girls? Truly ignorant and foolish. The students split into 2 factions. One was against Marta. They believed that no matter what, Marta shouldn't detach herself from her original family and run off with her aunt to the county town, ignoring her parents completely as if she had severed ties with them. Her character wasn't any better than that. Moreover, she never mentioned her original family, hypocritical and vain. The other faction supported Marta. They felt she was unfortunate, born into such a family where she was consistently suppressed by her parents, even being forced into an early marriage. She merely refused to resign to fate and wished to live a better life. What was wrong with that? Besides, she was striving to change her current situation through her own efforts. Her studies were excellent, and she was resilient and self-reliant. Hongzi, why have you never told me about Marta's family? Demetrius asked Alger in surprise. Alger slightly pulled the corners of his lips. Someone as vain as her. Do you think she'd tell me about her family? If she despises her parents, isn't it like despising herself? She can hate her parents, but she can't despise them. Her matters are not worth discussing at all. Just the day before Alger's rebirth, Marta was still calling him a poor slob. Yet, she herself, both materially and spiritually, was quite poor. How did she have the face to talk about others? Right, Alger remembered. Once when Marta let slip in anger, she said if she hadn't stayed up late taking care of kids, she wouldn't have been drowsy during the high school entrance exam and wouldn't have performed poorly. She wouldn't have come to this lousy private school. She wouldn't have met Alger, the lickspittle dog. She would have gone to a key high school and stayed far away from these riffraff. At the time, Alger didn't understand what taking care of kids meant. Now, thinking back, during the middle school entrance exam, her parents must have had her look after her younger sisters, affecting her rest or giving her no time to rest, eventually leading to her feeling drowsy during the exam and performing poorly. Actually, not only did she despise her parents, but she looked down on this school and everyone in it. Hongzi, you've really changed. I think you've become so clear-headed. Demetrius stared intently at Alger with a strange yet admiring gaze. He believed that Alger genuinely disliked Marta now. Alger laughed and patted him on the shoulder, looking much like an elder. As Demetrius went to eat in the cafeteria, Alger took Sylvia to Brayden's house. He never took Demetrius along. On the way there and back, it was a perfect chance for Alger and Sylvia to cultivate their feelings. Bringing Demetrius along would have been inconvenient. Plus, Demetrius didn't want to be a third wheel. Sylvia looked at Alger blankly. Was he really letting go of Marta? Rachel, remember what I used to say? Having a crappy pair of parents is worse than not having parents at all. Alger smiled and gently ruffled Sylvia's hair. We, in a way, are all children without parents. Yet, his smile was obviously bitter. He was different from Marta. Marta abandoned her parents, while Alger was abandoned by his parents. Originally, in the last class, Alger planned to go to Brayden's place to cook, but Marta's issue delayed him. Not having the time to cook now, lunch would be simpler today. Just 2 vegetable dishes and some noodles. Bernard was easygoing and ate happily. Brayden had to deal with Marta's matters first and returned a bit later. Alger made another bowl of noodles for him. My master always says my cooking is terrible, saying I've cooked all my life, but not as well as a student. Brayden said while eating, indeed, this simple bowl of noodles tastes hundreds of times better than what I make. Taking a bite, he nodded repeatedly, praising the food. This just proves that I have a natural talent for cooking. Alger raised an eyebrow and smiled. As he cooked more dishes, his skill levels increased accordingly, enhancing his abilities until reaching the top level. You kid really has a lot of talent. Talent in studies, talent in cooking, and could it be talent in sports as well? Today, Carlos handed me the list of people participating in the sports meet, and you signed up for all events? Xiaoxi is worn out. Maybe you should sign up for fewer events. Fee Gordison finished his bowl of noodles with satisfaction, patting his belly contentedly. Teacher Fee, you wouldn't want to see me running naked on the playground, would you? Rest assured, I know my limits. Alger smiled as he put away the dishes. You young people are always so spirited. Your bet with Bobby is already known throughout the school. We'll see how you handle it when the time comes. Fee Gordison shook his head gently. Aaron, I support you. You will definitely win. The sports meet is next Monday, right? I'll be there to cheer for you. Old Mr. Fee chuckled. Fee Gordison was both surprised and delighted. If not necessary, his old father never left the house. Just now, he had even offered to cheer for Alger on his own accord. He was almost tempted to hug and kiss his father. Wow, with Master supporting me, I can't lose even if I try. Alger happily hugged old Mr. Fee's neck. Ouch, let go kid. You're going to choke me. Old Mr. Fee laughed, patting Alger's arms with a pleased smile. Fee Gordison turned his head aside, quietly wiping away the tears in his eyes. It had been too long since he had seen his father this happy. Sylvia watched Alger playing with old Mr. Fee, and couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Alger was fortunate to have met Fee Gordison and old Mr. Fee. Of course, she also felt lucky to have met Alger. Each day with him was filled with happiness. Master, let me give you a massage. I've been learning some techniques lately, and you can be my guinea pig. Taking advantage of old Mr. Fee's good mood, Alger proposed giving him a massage. All right, you can use me as your guinea pig, but you kids are strong, so be gentle. My old bones can't take much. Old Mr. Fee laughed as he lay down on the sofa, cooperating with Alger. Don't worry, Master. I'll just locate the pressure points. While pretending to give old Mr. Fee a massage, Alger's real intention was to treat his legs. The cabbage seedlings in the yard gradually recovered and grew well. As the task progressed, Alger gained a certain amount of super spirit power. Having read medical books, he knew the locations of acupoints on the human body by heart. He began massaging from head to toe very gently, pressing each point accurately. Old Mr. Fee sighed in comfort. Fee Gordison smiled and went to his room, saying he was going to take a nap. Aaron, after being massaged by you, I feel like I'm about to become an immortal. I'm so relaxed. He was still talking one moment, and the next, he lightly snored, falling asleep. Alger quickly got up and went to old Mr. Fee's room, taking out a first aid kit. Sylvia was doing her homework and looked up, asking curiously, You're taking the first aid kit? For what? Alger made a shoot gesture and quietly glanced at Fee Gordison's room. Sylvia became even more confused. Chapter 79. A small trial. Alger opened the medical kit, and sure enough, there was an acupuncture pack inside. He spread out the acupuncture pack, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the silver needles within. He carefully rolled up Noel's trouser leg to his thigh, then picked up a silver needle from the pack. He closed his eyes briefly, recalling the contents of the medical books he had read, how to find the acupoints and how to insert the needles. When he opened his eyes again, he was fully confident. Just as he was about to stick the silver needle into Noel's leg, Sylvia stopped him. No, you can't just do this recklessly. She shook her head at him. The needles couldn't be used casually. What if something went wrong? Rachel, do you trust me? I've learned acupuncture from someone else. I won't act recklessly. I promise I won't let anything happen to Senior Master. I just want to cure his leg. Alger looked at her earnestly, speaking with sincerity. Sylvia still hesitated, also inwardly sighing at Alger's boldness. Rachel, didn't you stay up late again last night? Does your temple hurt? As Alger spoke, he moved closer to her. Before Sylvia could reply, Alger inserted a silver needle into her neck. Sylvia jumped in surprise, but soon, the pain in her temples lessened significantly. This was truly incredible. She looked at Alger in pleasant surprise. Alger smiled and explained, there are related acupoints in the neck. Acupuncture can help unblock the meridians and relieve the pain in the temples. Rachel, you should believe me now, right? I'm not someone who acts carelessly or recklessly. I am very serious. These words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Sylvia bit her lip and nodded gently. You must be careful. Yes, ma'am. Alger grinned and pinched Sylvia's nose. A flush immediately appeared on Sylvia's cheeks. Alger glanced at Noel's room again. If he came over, he definitely wouldn't allow Alger to perform acupuncture on Noel. He took a deep breath, picked up another silver needle, and inserted it into an acupoint on Noel's leg. One needle, then another. Sylvia watched nervously, fearing that something might go wrong with Noel. Alger was also sweating profusely from nervousness. Looking at the numerous needles on Noel's legs, even he felt a bit disbelieving. Sylvia wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, both of them anxiously watching Noel. The needles needed to be left in for an hour and couldn't be removed immediately. When old Master Braden woke up from his nap and walked into the living room, he was shocked. His elderly father's legs were full of silver needles. Dad. His face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. Teacher Benny, don't worry, Grandmaster is fine. I'll remove the needles shortly. Alger hurried to explain. I'm treating Grandmaster's legs. Please don't worry. Nonsense. You're not a doctor. How can you treat people so recklessly? Take out the needles immediately. Braden was almost scared to death. How dare he be so reckless, trying to treat someone when he knew nothing? What if something happened? Seeing how worried Braden was, Sylvia was too scared to speak. Braden, in his anxiety and urgency, suddenly fainted from the rush of blood to his head. Teacher Benny. Alger and Sylvia quickly supported him, guiding him to sit on a chair beside the dining table. Alger pressed the philtrum point under Braden's nose with his thumb. Should we call an ambulance? Sylvia asked worriedly, unsure of what else to do except find a doctor. No need, I'm here. Rachel, support Teacher Benny while pressing the philtrum with your thumb like this. Alger held Sylvia's hand, teaching her how to press Braden's philtrum. He quickly went to get the acupuncture pack from the sofa. He took out some silver needles and inserted 2 into Braden's head. He was actually very nervous as well, being the first time dealing with such a situation. His hands shook continuously while inserting the needles, barely managing to control himself. Sylvia's heart raced, her eyes glued to the silver needles in Alger's hands. Alger told Sylvia to take a break while he continued pressing Braden's philtrum. Only when Braden finally regained consciousness did they relax somewhat, but their clothes were drenched with sweat. Oh, what happened to me? Braden opened his eyes, looking at the two, both covered in sweat, and suddenly remembered his father lying down with needles all over his legs like a porcupine. Dad. Trying to stand up, he found himself extremely weak, almost fainting again. Teacher Benny, you just fainted. You need to rest. Don't worry about Grandmaster. He's fine. Alger wiped the sweat off his head. You revived me? Braden asked incredulously. Alger grunted in response, quickly pulling out the 2 silver needles from Braden's head. Braden had felt nothing at all. He asked in horror, You also gave me acupuncture? He touched his head. Why did he feel nothing? It didn't hurt or itch, and there wasn't even any bleeding. Only the philtrum was a bit sore, which was because they had pinched him there. Alger put away the silver needles before replying to Braden. Teacher Benny, the situation was urgent. I pinched your philtrum but you didn't wake up immediately, so I had no choice but to use acupuncture. If you hadn't woken up, we would have called an ambulance. His expression was very calm. You little rascal. You really dare to do anything. Braden was almost laughing and crying at the same time. Alger glanced at the time and hurried over to remove the needles from Noel. He looked very composed, and his technique for removing the needles didn't seem unfamiliar at all. This made Braden feel surprised. Alger, how did you learn acupuncture? Did you learn from someone? Alger smiled slightly. Sort of. When I was a child, I used sewing needles on frogs. Ask Rachel if you don't believe me. Braden didn't believe him at first, but Sylvia immediately corroborated. You stuck the toad? Toad? Alger, were you quite mischievous as a child? Braden asked with interest. Yes, I even caught snakes and threw them into people's houses to scare them. Haha, that's quite mischievous. Seeing Braden's interest, Alger told a few more amusing stories from his childhood. Before they knew it, all the needles in Noel's legs had been removed. As class time was approaching, Alger and Sylvia didn't leave immediately but waited for Noel to wake up. This was the first time Alger had given someone acupuncture, and he felt somewhat anxious. If something happened to Noel, he wanted to be able to help him using what he had learned. Seeing his anxiety, Braden couldn't help but comfort him. Alger, you don't have to worry too much. The worst case scenario is that you make your master's leg worse. No, if I ruin master's leg, I'll give him my leg as compensation. Though Alger was nervous inside, he still felt confident about curing Noel's leg. He had read many medical books, and there were numerous cases similar to Noel's condition. Acupuncture was the most practical method, and Alger had mentally rehearsed which acupoints to target countless times. Chapter 80 drenched in sweet sweat. Ouch, how long have I been sleeping? At this moment, Cy and Braxton woke up. Alger and the other two heaved a sigh of relief simultaneously. Dad, you've slept for an hour. Do you want some water? Braden asked gently. Just 1 hour? It feels like I've slept for a long time. Before this, Cy and Braxton had been lying on the sofa. With Alger's and Braden's help, he sat up. Master, do you feel particularly good? Alger asked, sizing up his complexion. Braden also noticed that Cy and Braxton's face was rosy. Cy and Braxton nodded slightly with a smile and said, Yes, I feel wonderful. It's been so long since I slept so soundly. From this, it appeared that Cy and Braxton was truly fine. That's great, Master Bernard. Then Natalie and I will go to class. Alger felt exceptionally pleased as he took Sylvia away. Cy and Braxton got up and went to the bathroom with a steady pace. Even his sick leg seemed quite stable. Seeing this, Braden was both surprised and delighted. His father's lame leg that had plagued him for decades was really healed by a young boy. After washing his face, Cy and Braxton poured himself a glass of water and started walking around the house while sipping it. It was then that he noticed the medical kit placed beside the sofa. Benny Xiaofu, what happened? Why did you bring out my medical kit? He frowned, displeased. Braden's voice trembled with excitement. Dad, haven't you noticed? Your leg is not lame anymore? Cy and Braxton's expression changed, nearly losing his grip on the cup. He looked at his crippled leg in disbelief, then tried taking a few steps. It really wasn't lame anymore. Alger and Sylvia hadn't left immediately, but were hiding outside the window watching. Seeing that Cy and Braxton's leg wasn't lame anymore, both of them were extremely excited. Alger was so thrilled he picked up Sylvia and spun her around a few times, almost making her scream in surprise. She quickly covered her mouth tightly, afraid of being heard by Braden and the others. I'm sorry, Natalie, I'm just too excited. Alger hurriedly put Sylvia down. Sylvia couldn't handle the spinning. Once she touched the ground, she felt dizzy and unsteady, swaying back and forth. Are you drunk, Natalie? Alger laughed and steadied her. Sylvia was so dizzy, she leaned her head against Alger's chest, closing her eyes tightly, slowly recovering. Alger was too tall, so her head could only rest on his chest and not his shoulder. Standing close together, they looked very intimate. Alger looked down at her cute nose and couldn't resist pinching it lightly. She frowned slightly but kept her eyes closed. Natalie, you look like a little cat who has secretly gotten drunk. He tenderly brushed a strand of hair from her face. How much he wanted to embrace her and hold her closely. Back in the living room, both of them had broken out in a sweat. Now their bodies were very close together. The fragrance from the girl was very strong, stirring Alger. Finally, he understood what it meant to be drenched in sweet sweat. Women indeed had a natural scent. Of course, not all women had it, but his Natalie certainly did. Sylvia slowly opened her eyes. The dizziness was gone. She immediately stepped back a few paces to maintain a distance from Alger. Lowering her gaze, she dared not look at him. Alger regretted not spinning her a few more rounds earlier. That way, she could have leaned on him a bit longer. But making her dizzy wouldn't be nice, so he refrained. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Alger and Sylvia left Braden's house and walked back to the classroom. A breeze blew by, drying their sweat, and they felt refreshed. You seem able to do anything? Sylvia spoke first. Alger's image loomed larger and more heroic in her eyes. Glancing sideways at Alger, her eyes filled with admiration. Being able to heal people was already an extraordinary feat. Ah, but I can't flatter girls. What use is that? Alger pretended to sigh in frustration. Sylvia blushed and fell silent. There was nothing she could say to that. Alger was more frustrated. Was he becoming a conversation killer? Seeing a small chrysanthemum by the roadside, he picked one for Sylvia. In the future, I'll definitely give 9,999 roses and propose to my goddess. Natalie, when that happens, you must be there. Looking at her, his eyes were filled with deep laughter. Well, I'll be a bridesmaid. Her tone was tinged with bitterness. This may not be certain. Alger mischievously raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, Sylvia had been his bridesmaid. And in this lifetime, his bride could only be Sylvia. I will definitely attend your wedding. Her heart felt a wave of loneliness. Even if she couldn't be his bridesmaid, she wanted to attend his wedding and witness his moment of happiness with her own eyes. Our relationship goes back to childhood, so of course you must be there at my wedding. Without you, it wouldn't feel like a wedding at all. He didn't realize that such an indirect expression made Sylvia nearly heartbroken. Even the strength to walk was almost gone. She pinched the little chrysanthemum in her hand as her vision blurred. Natalie, promise me, don't stay up late anymore, okay? It's really bad for your health. Alger suddenly looked at her earnestly. Just listen to me this time. If you don't stay up late, you won't be so tired, your mind will be clearer, and studying will be more efficient. Let's try it for these few days. If there's no improvement, I'll support you staying up late again. Now he had spirit energy and could definitely help treat Sylvia. Moreover, he had already cured Cyan Braxton's lame leg today. He felt more confident now. Sylvia hesitated but did not want to disappoint him, so she agreed. At worst, she could study extra hard after a few days. Because her comprehension was slow, she needed to work harder than others just to keep up. My face is itching. Alger suddenly felt the scratches on his face start to itch, probably due to new skin growing. Added to that, the sweat from earlier had soaked the bandages. Just as Sylvia was about to stop him from scratching, he winced in pain as the bandage came off, revealing bleeding wounds. Sylvia was frightened and quickly took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She tiptoed to press it against his wound. My goodness, how can it hurt so much? Alger winced in pain, feeling somewhat regretful. Sylvia was both angry and worried, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Don't scratch anymore. Alger nodded repeatedly. Understood, I won't scratch anymore, or I won't find a wife with a scarred face. Despite the situation, he still managed to crack jokes, making Sylvia want to punch him lightly. In the afternoon, it was Jesse's chemistry class. Alger didn't want to attend and decided to ride his bike to visit the bookstore in town instead. With the principal's special permit, he could skip classes, and Jesse couldn't do anything about it. His wrist was wrapped with Sylvia's handkerchief, stained slightly with blood. Alger used the handkerchief to press on his bleeding scratches. When the bleeding stopped, he tied it around his wrist. Ahead was Lye River, and he planned to wash the handkerchief there. Help! Stop the thief! Someone please help me! Suddenly, Alger heard a woman's cries for help. A couple of 100 meters ahead by the river, a man and a woman were struggling. The man was trying to snatch the woman's bag while she refused to let go. It was a secluded path with few passersby. The woman's cries went unanswered. Alger sped up on his bike. Ah! The woman screamed again. In the struggle, the man pushed her into the river when she wasn't paying attention. The woman fell into the water. The man then grabbed her bag and ran away. You stop right there. Alger yelled at the man, who only ran faster upon hearing him. Help, help. The woman struggled in the water, choking on several gulps of river water. Without hesitation, Alger jumped off his bike and dove into the river to save her. But only after jumping did he realize he couldn't swim. Chapter 81. Rescue. In his haste to save the woman, he forgot this crucial point. Alger was also floundering in the water, as terrified as she was. Now it was not just her life at stake. Even he might lose his own. The woman struggled desperately in the water, her body gradually sinking. Her consciousness began to blur. Noticing her sinking body, Alger grew increasingly panicked. With a powerful kick of his legs and a stroke of his arms, he swam towards her. What's going on? How can he swim now? Alger didn't have time to think about it. He reached the woman, grabbed her with one hand, and quickly swam towards the shore. The woman's hand clutched onto something tightly and wouldn't let go. Once they reached the shore, Alger had already calmed down. In his urgency to save her, he had forgotten about his super stamina. Even with extraordinary abilities, under tension and panic, things can still go wrong if not used properly. He possessed such power but not an immunity to danger. Alger remembered first aid techniques from books and soon revived the woman. Before she fully regained consciousness, Alger hopped on his bike to chase after the bag snatcher. Soon after, a girl passed by and saw the woman. Seeing the woman motionless, she thought the woman was dead and was about to leave in fright. But she heard the woman weakly say, You saved me, thank you. The girl immediately came up with a plan. I'll call an ambulance. She turned and ran off. However, she secretly stood by the river, wetting her clothes before finding a place to make the call. Coincidentally, two men passed by, one in his 40s, the other in his 20s, likely father and son. The girl hurriedly stopped them, quickly explaining the situation and asking to borrow their phone to call for an ambulance. Upon hearing this, the two men promptly followed her to the scene. Meanwhile, Alger pursued the bag snatcher but couldn't catch up after riding far. Worried about the drowning woman, he returned. He found an ambulance parked there, surrounded by many people. As he arrived, the ambulance just drove away. Looking at that woman's clothes, she must be quite wealthy. Why would she jump into the river like this? You don't know? Even rich people have problems. Maybe her husband cheated on her, and she couldn't bear the shock. Thankfully, that high school girl saved her. Based on her uniform, she seems to be from Hongwon High School. The student who returned lost money in the news report was also from Hongwon High School. Answering to the crowd's discussion, Alger felt confused. Clearly, he was the one who saved the woman who accidentally fell into the water. How did it become a high school girls' rescue? But since the woman was taken by the ambulance, he felt relieved. Looking down at his wrist, he realized the handkerchief tied there was gone. The white handkerchief should have been noticeable, but it wasn't on the riverbank or in the water. He quickly cycled back, but couldn't find it where he had stopped. Feeling extremely frustrated, he thought of Sylvia's handkerchief. Drenched, he decided to change into dry clothes first. He entered a sports brand store that sold both clothes and shoes. Seeing him in wet school uniform, the clerk frowned and shooed him away rudely. This way, please, we don't have your size. You'd better. Alger took out a bunch of cash and threw it on the counter expressionlessly. Pick out a set of clothes for me with this money. Seeing he had money, the clerk became very attentive, smiling while picking out a set of clothes and a pair of shoes for him, addressing him as handsome repeatedly. Alger went to the fitting room to change into new clothes, putting the wet ones into a plastic bag. Before leaving, he checked himself in the mirror. Yeah, pretty good. The scar on his face enhanced his thug-like appearance. He was unsatisfied with his hairstyle. His hair was too short. Come again next time, handsome. The clerk smiled broadly, seeing him out of the store. Alger went to a pharmacy, bought some band-aids, and stuck them over the scratches on his face. He wasn't worried about scarring, knowing he could heal with his superpower later, but he planned to keep the scars for a while to upset Marta's aunt. Alger visited several bookstores, browsing without buying. The clerks dared not complain. In casual wear instead of school uniform, Alger looked like someone not to be messed with. There was no way around it. His thug persona was too strong. At the vegetable market, the vendors dared not cheat him, fearing he might flip their stalls if angered. Alger wondered why the vegetables were so cheap today. Maybe due to the late afternoon? After buying the vegetables, he came to teacher Benny's house. Mr. Braxton was not in the courtyard. He was sitting in the living room, wearing reading glasses and carefully flipping through medical books. When Alger came in, Mr. Braxton slightly froze, scrutinizing him for quite a while before taking off his glasses and smiling. Aaron, why are you dressed like this? I thought some young thug broke in. Alger laughed awkwardly and touched his hair. It was all due to this damned hairstyle. Once my hair grows longer, I won't look like one. He had never realized that others mistook him for a thug because of his appearance and his cool expression. He glanced at the medical book on the coffee table, but did not ask more and went to the kitchen to cook. Mr. Braxton clearly had something to say but decided to wait until after dinner. Braden and Sylvia were also shocked by Alger's attire when they arrived. Why did he look so much like a thug after changing out of his school uniform? Alger, why did you change out of your school uniform? Braden examined him. Alger chuckled. Teacher Benny, these are my new clothes. What do you think? Pretty handsome, right? Braden managed to smile. Why yes, quite handsome. But it's cold tonight. You should still wear your school uniform jacket. It's fine, Teacher Benny. I'm not cold at all. He then turned to Sylvia with a smile. Janie, do you like my new clothes? Tea there, beautiful. She lowered her eyes and went into the kitchen to serve dishes. Coming out, she added, you should still put on your school uniform for warmth. I'll go back to the dorm later to get it. Everyone was so caring, afraid he would freeze. He couldn't refuse their good intentions anymore. After dinner, Mr. Braxton said he wanted to talk to Alger. All four of them sat on the sofa. Mr. Braxton brought his medicine box from the bedroom and solemnly handed it to Alger. Aaron, to not waste your medical talent, I've decided to take you as my final disciple. Will you be my apprentice? Ah. Alger was surprised but also anticipated this. I want to teach you everything I know. You have high medical talent. I believe you can carry on my legacy. Seeing he didn't speak, Mr. Braxton continued. Braden added, Alger, this is what Teacher Benny and I discussed. You cured your grandmaster with just self-study, which is truly impressive. Don't hesitate any longer. Agree to be your grandmaster's apprentice? But Alger still did not answer immediately. Grandmaster, Teacher Benny, we can talk about this after the college entrance exam next year. Mr. Braxton grew anxious. Aaron, you can still learn from me whenever you're free? Braden gently interrupted. Dad, let Alger consider it first. Mr. Braxton sighed deeply. Many people wanted to be his disciples, but he had always refused. Everyone knew he wouldn't want to take his knowledge to the grave and was looking for an heir. But constantly refusing wasn't a solution either. If he told everyone he had already taken a final disciple, they wouldn't bother him anymore. Alger didn't agree immediately. He had his reasons. He didn't want the Benny family to think he had ulterior motives or that he was opportunistic. During evening self-study, everyone was talking about Marta. Since noon when she left with her parents, she hadn't come back to class. She, who never missed classes, had skipped yesterday afternoon and today's afternoon sessions and was absent even during evening self-study. I heard her family has no money and her parents don't want her to continue studying. Yes, I heard her aunt embezzled money from others, not only going to jail but also having to sell their house to repay the debt. Goodness, does that mean Marta has been sent back to the countryside by her parents? Chapter 82. Big guys also need protection. Alger was not concerned about Marta's affairs. He didn't care what people said. Sylvia glanced at him quietly, noticing his indifferent expression, seemingly uninterested in Marta's situation. It looked like he had truly let go of Marta. Sylvia shook her head with a bitter smile. Alger had already explicitly stated he did not like Marta, so why did she still have these thoughts from time to time? From now on, she would no longer torment herself. She would wholeheartedly trust Alger. Hamilton signaled Ezra with a glance. Ezra understood and immediately scolded the gossiping classmates. Why do you love meddling so much? Sirental C will become a long-tongued ghost after death and turn into an ugly beast after reincarnation. The classmates were enraged when they heard this. We talk among ourselves. What's it got to do with you? Who are you to interfere? Having a father who is a teacher doesn't make you special. He thinks having a teacher dad is so cool. If he had a school leader as a dad, wouldn't he be flying up high? Then we'd be forced to eat poop by him every day. They were revealing Ezra's old wounds again. I really can force you to eat poop. Want to have a bite right now? Ezra was spouting off about poop again. Every conflict he caused seemed to revolve around poop. Was he a sewer cleaner in his past life? Or perhaps a dog? Only dogs enjoy eating poop. That's enough, Ezra. Don't say anything more. We have evening self-study. Hamilton frowned, stopping Ezra from continuing. He realized Ezra's cursing skills were really poor, incredibly weak. He was only asked to defend Marta, but why did it turn into talk about eating poop? He felt agitated inside. Was Marta really going to drop out? Would she return home to marry someone? With her excellent academic performance, dropping out would be too much of a waste. So young, marrying someone like second doggy in the village would lock her in for life. Ezra looked puzzled at Hamilton. He didn't understand why he stopped him now. Wasn't it Hamilton who asked him to speak? He just couldn't understand the mind of the top student. Demetrius watched Ezra arguing with the classmates and almost died laughing. This bald Ezra, ever since his father shaved his head, it seemed his IQ dropped along with his hair. Mr. Braden entered the classroom, very seriously informing everyone about something. Principal Eddie just called us teachers together for a meeting, saying that we received a notice from higher-ups. They instructed students to be cautious when crossing Lye River, preferably travel in groups. In the afternoon, there was a robbery case at Lye River. The victim was pushed into the river by the robber, luckily rescued. When you go to the county town, take the main road, don't take shortcuts through the river dike for convenience. This isn't a game. Criminals don't write thief on their faces. But you shouldn't be overly alarmed either. The police should catch the robbers soon. After Bernard finished speaking, the classroom erupted in discussion. So scary. Real-life robberies exist. I've only seen them on TV. They probably won't rob students. Everyone knows students are poor. If we encounter one, just give all our money. See, a ramp is more important. I also heard someone tried to commit suicide by jumping into Lye River and was rescued, taken away by an ambulance. It turns out it wasn't a suicide attempt, but a push into the river. I heard the rescuer was a female student. Wow, that girl is so brave. Lye River is deep. Bernard knocked on the lectern with a ruler, asking everyone not to discuss it anymore and just be careful outside the school gates. According to the principal, the robber might have acted spontaneously upon seeing an opportunity, not deliberately waiting by the river dike to rob people. Of course, the principal also heard it from others. What exactly happened was still under police investigation. No one knew better than Alger about this incident, but he didn't say a word. He was curious. He clearly saved that woman who fell into the river, so how did the rescuer become a girl? He had to see which girl claimed his credit. After evening self-study, Alger escorted Sylvia back to the dormitory. Demetrius wisely chose not to join them, returning to the dormitory with other classmates. After the robbery incident, everyone became extra cautious, even traveling in pairs within the campus. Sylvia was timid by nature. Hearing about the robbery frightened her. Walking on campus, she anxiously checked her surroundings. She stayed close to Alger, almost shoulder to shoulder. Alger naturally noticed her fear, constantly watching over her with concern. Near the wall, several rows of tall, thick trees stood, casting dark shadows. After autumn set in, many leaves had fallen beneath the trees. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from that direction. Sylvia was frightened stiff and instinctively grabbed Alger's arm, nervously staring at that area. After unlocking the super physical fitness, Alger's vision had improved significantly. He saw behind the dark trees. There were two greenish eyes, which belonged to a small animal like a cat or dog. It was moving forward, about to leave the darkness. Seeing those glowing green eyes, Sylvia was terrified and hugged Alger's arm tightly, pressing her body against him. Oh, what on earth is it? Rachel, I'm so scared. Alger pretended to be afraid and led Sylvia back several steps. Meow. A stray cat darted out from behind the tree and quickly vanished. Sylvia finally exhaled in relief. She had been so scared. It turned out to be just a cat. Only after coming to her senses did she realize she was still hugging Alger's arm. Their bodies pressed together. She hurriedly released her grip, lowered her head, and felt her face burning hot. What a fright. It turns out to be a little kitten. Scared me to death. Alger patted his chest. Rachel, aren't you afraid? No, not afraid. Sylvia gently shook her head, recalling Alger's genuine frightened scream just now, which made her less embarrassed. Rachel, I was really scared. My heart is still pounding. Can I hold on to your clothes as we walk? Alger looked at her pitifully. Just like this, you walk in front, and I'll hold on to your school uniform jacket, then I won't be afraid anymore. He gently tugged at the corner of Sylvia's school uniform. Sylvia nodded slightly and walked ahead. It was always her who walked behind Alger, and now it was her turn to lead, which felt quite unfamiliar. She kept glancing back at him. He clung to her school uniform, eyes fixed on his hand, not daring to look around. He really looked like he had been scared. It seemed even the fearless Alger needed someone to protect him sometimes. Sylvia wasn't afraid at all now and walked slowly ahead. The nearly 6-foot-tall figure bent over, pitifully holding onto a little girl's clothes, forming an unexpectedly warm scene. Alger escorted Sylvia to the girls' dormitory. On his way back to the boys' dormitory, he noticed a flashlight beam on the playground. Could it be the dog thief again? Chapter 83. Just want to make Janie happy. Barking could be heard coming from the playground. Alger was even more certain that the dog thief had come. He hurriedly ran toward the playground. The flashlight's beam swung around inside the outdoor toilet. The small stray dog's barks became increasingly intense. Alger covered his nose with his school uniform and was about to rush into the outdoor toilet when the dog thief suddenly came running out, colliding head-on with Alger. The small stray dog followed behind, barking loudly. The dog thief spun around and ran, holding a flashlight in one hand and another object in the other. But Alger soon caught up with him. He kicked the dog thief directly, causing him to fall face first into the dirt. Shameless dog thief, you don't even spare a little stray dog. Are you so poor that you only have underpants left? The dog thief's flashlight fell down, shining directly on his face. Seeing his face, Alger was only slightly surprised. Hamilton, it really is you. During that simulation test, Alger felt Hamilton's back looked like the dog thief's. And by coincidence, after Alger hit the dog thief on the head the night before, Hamilton's head was injured the next day. At this moment, Hamilton was still tightly holding something in his other hand, not letting go even after falling. That thing turned out to be a shoe. Actually, Hamilton wasn't there to steal dogs. He just came to pick up the shoe. That person last time was also you? I thought you wanted to eat dog meat and came to steal the dog. Why are you holding this dirty and smelly shoe all the time? Is your family so poor that you need to fight for shoes with stray dogs? Alger asked curiously while keeping some distance from Hamilton. The shoe really stank. It was also bitten through by the stray dog. So you like smelly old shoes, huh? I have several pairs of old shoes that I no longer wear. Do you want them? I'll bring them tomorrow. You don't have to thank me anyway. I was going to throw them away. You might as well take them. Alger mocked Hamilton mercilessly. In fact, he didn't like him at all. Meanwhile, the stray dog was still barking furiously at Hamilton and trying to snatch the shoe from his hand. Stinky thing, get lost. This is my shoe. Hamilton suddenly lost control, shouting at the stray dog and kicking it. The stray dog backed off a few steps fearfully, but still barked persistently. Alger, I'm not afraid to tell anyone. This shoe originally belonged to me. Can't I pick up my own shoe? Hamilton glared angrily at Alger. Indeed, it was his shoe. During the commendation ceremony, it got stepped on and then dragged into the outdoor toilet by the stray dog. If not for picking up the shoe, Ezra wouldn't have ended up eating feces. And on that night, Hamilton wouldn't have been hit on the head by Alger with a stone. Why did you sneak here at night to pick it up alone? Your sneaky behavior looks suspicious. And it's just a smelly shoe. If it's gone, it's gone. Just buy another pair. Alger looked coldly at Hamilton. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Hamilton got up angrily, picked up the flashlight, grabbed the smelly shoe, and limped away. His head was smashed last time, and now his foot was twisted. The cost of picking up the shoe was quite high. Alger smirked. What a hypocritical guy. Hamilton's temper is indeed similar to Marta's. They do make a pair. To attend the commendation ceremony, Hamilton wore the new shoes he bought during the new year. They were expensive, and he seldom wore them. After the dog took them away, he was heartbroken and endured the foul smell multiple times to retrieve them. Originally, he managed to pick it up that night, but Alger caught him and mistook him for a dog thief. Panic-stricken, he ran away clutching his bleeding head. Who knew he would be caught again by Alger? He suspected that Alger had been watching him all along. Or how else could it be so coincidental? Alger did not tell anyone about this incident. It was pointless, and it wouldn't harm Hamilton much. Besides, who would believe that Hamilton went to the outdoor toilet to pick up a shoe? He feared that telling others would taint his own mouth. Sylvia liked dirty buns, so Alger bought her another one from the Points Mall. Such delicious things were finally discovered by classmates. Alger could only tell them that he bought it from a bakery far from the school, and it was a new product that could only be purchased in the morning after reservation because it was expensive. The classmates all said they would reserve it at noon, especially the girls, who were almost drooling. The dirty bun looked so delicious that they would book it even if it was far and expensive to try. Alger smiled helplessly. This money-making opportunity couldn't be stopped. He had to name a bakery. When Sylvia heard this, she really thought it was very far. Alger had originally said he bought it near the school, but it turned out he had traveled such a long distance. I'm not picky about food. Don't go so far again. Sylvia felt both moved and pained that Alger had gone such a long way for her. I know Janie is very well behaved and understanding, not picky at all. I just want to make Janie happy. As long as Janie is happy, no matter how far I run, it's worth it. Alger affectionately ruffled her hair. A flush spread across Sylvia's cheeks, and her heart began to beat faster. He really treats her so well. Although Grandma asked him to take care of her, isn't this taking care too good? Augustin felt quite uneasy. Alger really knows how to win girls' hearts, running such a long distance just to buy a girl a bread. In this aspect, he admitted defeat wholeheartedly. No wonder he could entangle with Marta for 2 years. Thinking of Marta, he glanced at her seat. She still hadn't come. Hamilton entered the classroom, looking somewhat uneasy, but seeing that everyone treated him as before without any abnormality, he felt relieved. It seemed Alger hadn't gossiped about him to the classmates. Indeed, even if Alger had said something, no one would have believed him. The system issued another small task, and Alger completed it as required. These tasks were very simple, like folding 100 paper cranes to gain super dexterity skills. Alger mainly wanted to earn points from them. With enough points, he could buy what he wanted from the mall. During the last class of the morning, Alger left school as usual to buy vegetables at the market. Riding his bicycle, he stopped by the bakery. He had bought a dirty bun from the Point Mall and carried it into the store. Hello, welcome. A young man in work attire greeted him warmly. Such warm service, pretty good. Excuse me, are you in charge here? Alger politely asked. The young man paused, then smiled. Yes, since the store is small, I'm both the employee and the manager, so I make the decisions here. Alger looked at him with interest. You don't look very old. I'm a few years older than you. The young man smiled shyly, revealing dimples on both cheeks, making him seem very approachable. At this moment, he noticed the dirty bun in Alger's hand. Chapter 84 rushing into Alger's arms. The young man's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, is that a bread? How special? I've never seen such bread before. Alger nodded gently, his fondness for this young man increasing a bit. This is called xuanhuan bun. It consists of layer upon layer of pastry, filled with chocolate sauce in between, covered thickly with chocolate outside, and sprinkled with a layer of chocolate powder on the surface. Don't think it sounds easy to make. It isn't that simple to make it taste good. The young man listened attentively, nodding in agreement. If it were easy, everyone could become a baker. His gaze lingered on the xuanhuan bun, filled with curiosity. May I ask your name? Alger asked again. I'm Alger, a student at Xuanhuan Middle School. He pointed at his school uniform. The young man nodded slightly. I recognize your school's uniform. I'm Jace. You can call me Sirental Sue. Though Alger was just a high school student, Jace always felt he was quite mature, not like a typical student. The name Jace sounded familiar. In another life, there was a cake brand named Jace. Could this be the same Jace? Unfortunately, he hadn't seen any photos of that Jace in his previous life. But regardless of whether these two Jaces were the same person, Alger's first impression of him was genuinely good. Okay, I'll call you Sirental Sue, and you can call me Sirental Hang. Alger smiled. He told Jace about why he came here. After hearing him out, Jace immediately agreed. This surprised Alger. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Did Jace trust him that easily? You can take this Zongzong bun for research. I'll come back this afternoon, and you can tell me how many people have pre-ordered. I will deliver the Zongzong buns tomorrow morning. Alger concluded. Alright, let's do it. I believe it will definitely succeed. Students have a huge influence. Jace actually got excited. Alger was also infected by his enthusiasm and nodded with determination. Leaving the bakery, Alger finished buying groceries and went to Brayden's house. The cabbage in the courtyard was growing well, making Alger feel extremely happy. Brayden sat in the yard, wearing reading glasses, basking in the sun while reading a book and taking notes. He was preparing to tutor Alger. His condition was visibly much better than before. He had resumed his passion, giving him hope once more. It seemed he had already moved on from his past shadows. After greeting him, Alger started cooking. This life made him feel incredibly content. Every day, he attended classes and completed small tasks assigned by the system. Reading, cooking for his beloved girl, and the Benny family, then eating together. A simple life like this was perfect. Of course, he wanted his beloved girl to have an even better life, without such hard work. After dinner, Alger opened a medical book, borrowed Brayden's needle set, and carefully performed acupuncture on Sylvia. With Brayden watching beside him, Sylvia wasn't as scared. Grandmaster, are my acupoints correct? These relieve headaches and brain fatigue. Alger asked Brayden while performing acupuncture. Brayden watched attentively, nodding gently. Seeing the thin silver needles entering Sylvia's head, Brayden couldn't bear to watch. This was also why he didn't want to learn medicine. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Even watching others perform acupuncture made him shudder. Sylvia, does it hurt? If it hurts, we can stop. Brayden worriedly asked Sylvia. Sylvia smiled and said, very comfortable. Bernard, why don't you? You try it too. Brayden waved his hand quickly, declining. Unable to watch anymore, he went to take a nap in the bedroom. Unseen by Brayden, an intangible spiritual force flowed from Alger's fingertips through the silver needles into Sylvia's head. The same technique and method wouldn't produce the same effect if used by someone else. Brayden didn't mention taking Alger as a disciple yet. Regardless of Alger's decision, he would teach him everything he knew. When Brayden woke up from his nap and saw Sylvia's head full of needles, he was startled again. More shocking than when he saw Brayden's legs full of needles last time. Sirental Hang, follow my lead and check Natalie's pulse. Listen as I explain her pulse. Brayden began teaching Alger how to read pulses. Alger placed his fingers on Sylvia's wrist, feeling her heartbeat. Her skin under his fingers was soft, smooth, and tenderly white. He gently applied less pressure, afraid of hurting her delicate skin. Natalie, this time, you're going to be the guinea pig. Alger smiled, raising an eyebrow at Sylvia. Sylvia pulled the corners of her mouth up slightly, revealing a reserved smile. Since we're treating her, let's cure all of her illnesses. Natalie suffers from qi and blood deficiency. She indeed needs a thorough tonification. Cyan Benny felt Sylvia's pulse, his brows slightly furrowed. Probably due to not unlocking super spirit power yet, Alger could only feel the beating of Sylvia's pulse. The thing Cyan Benny mentioned, he couldn't sense at all. Master, I think food therapy would be better for tonification. All medicines are somewhat toxic, be it Chinese medicine or Western medicine. They can cause harm to the body to some extent. Cyan Benny nodded in approval. Aaron is right. Have you read that book on food therapy? Follow its recipes and provide appropriate tonics. I have. I'll go buy ingredients this afternoon. Using spirit power to heal diseases and food therapy to strengthen the body, he was determined to make Sylvia healthy. Aaron, let me check your pulse too. Cyan Benny smiled as he began feeling Alger's pulse. His eyes suddenly widened. You kid, you're as strong as an ox, no issues at all. Alger chuckled. Of course, he was strong, now having super stamina. Naturally his body was robust. The needle retention time was up, so Alger removed the needles from Sylvia. Stepping outside, Sylvia looked up and noticed she could see clearly what she previously could not. She had mild myopia, often squinting when looking at distant objects. Alger, my vision seems. Sylvia covered her mouth in surprise. Speaking also seemed less strenuous for her. The effects of acupuncture were just too evident. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed into Alger's arms, wanting to embrace him and cry. Alger felt a surge of joy. His childhood friend was embracing him willingly. What happened? What's going on? Brayden heard Sylvia's voice and quickly came out to check. Sylvia hurriedly left Alger's embrace, her face flushing red as she said, "In nothing." Feeling the void in his arms, Alger felt a pang of disappointment. As an experienced observer, Brayden knew exactly what was happening but did not say anything, instead urging them to go to class. Sylvia fled like she was escaping. Afraid of embarrassing her further, Alger didn't chase after her but followed slowly behind. He regretted not taking advantage of the moment to hold her tighter. In class, Sylvia blushed shyly, avoiding eye contact with Alger. Natalie, listen to some music for a while. Alger casually placed an earbud into Sylvia's ear, easing the awkwardness. When Alger gave her the rose he had folded, the atmosphere turned intimate once again. Sylvia glanced at Alger's long fingers, finding them truly captivating. A few pieces of ordinary paper became beautiful flowers and small animals in his dexterous hands, making Sylvia's heart flutter. During class, she found herself more focused than before. Following Alger's advice, she hadn't stayed up late last night, resulting in better concentration today. After one period, Alger wanted to visit the bakery. Alida, who had been missing for over a day, returned, looking radiant. quite different from her previous haggard appearance. Brayden personally brought her to the classroom. Take advantage of the break. I have something important to tell everyone. Chapter 85 Claiming Credit. Everyone knows about the robbery by the Lye River, right? The robbed woman fell into the water, and the rescuer was our classmate, Marta. The county plans to release a special report to praise Marta for her act of bravery. Brayden announced this news excitedly. Marta stood beside the podium, proudly straightening her spine. Wow, it turned out that Marta saved someone. Great campus beauty Zhao indeed is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. This is her second time saving someone, isn't it? Our school flower is so brave. Everyone admired Marta. The most surprised one was Alger. That girl who had taken his credit was Marta. Now she had become a great hero. She really had some nerve. Only she could do such things. After all, she had experience with this already. Alger glanced at Marta on the platform disdainfully and then withdrew his gaze. The most agitated person was Hamilton. His goddess really lived up to her name. He really wanted to shout, "Long live my goddess." Brayden knocked on the podium with a ruler to get everyone to quiet down. Students, please settle down. The TV station will come to interview soon. Hamilton and Alger, go to the office. As class representatives, you two will be interviewed by the TV station as well. Hamilton, as the class president, has been interviewed before and has experience. As for Alger, Marta saved you previously. You have the best right to speak about her. And we can combine your previous act of honesty in the same interview. You'd better prepare yourselves since you'll be on TV. Having students like you is a great honor for the school. Hamilton was almost too excited, nodding constantly. He would actually have the chance to be on TV. He really benefited from Marta's actions. Last time he became famous because of his recitation of a whole book. Even though the media interviewed him, he did not appear on TV. Acts of bravery were big matters and had to be on TV. Alger curled his lips in disdain. Interview? Hell no, he wasn't going. When the truth comes out, let's see where Marta puts her face. Marta smiled demurely, proud yet not arrogant, perfectly maintaining her composure. On her way back to school, she had applied some foundation. Half her face was still bruised from being hit by Alger. She could only use foundation to cover it up. Her complexion today seemed particularly good. Truly, when people encounter joyful events, their spirits soar. She followed Brayden to the office again. The rescued lady's family also came over. Her son, who was in his 20s. Her husband stayed at the hospital to accompany her and let her son send Marta back to school. Marta had stayed at the hospital since yesterday until the rescued lady was fine, and only then did she return to school. The rescued lady's family was immensely grateful to Marta. When they saw her wet school uniform yesterday, they bought her an expensive set of clothes. They had also asked her to stay at a hotel last night, but Marta declined and spent the night at the hospital. Knowing she couldn't be too high profile, she changed out of those expensive clothes when she came to school and wore her school uniform again. Besides, with the TV station coming to interview, she had to wear her school uniform. The TV station had not arrived yet, and it was break time. Students ran to the office door to sneak a peek. When they returned, the girls were wild. That man is so handsome. He's the handsomest man I've ever seen. Refined and courteous, even his frown and smile are stunning. I found that Marta looks quite suitable standing next to him. As soon as Hamilton heard this, jealousy flared up within him. He pretended to pass by the office and took a quick look inside. The handsome man in the girl's mouth wore a suit, stood there naturally with his hands hanging by his side, and wore a faint smile on his face. Indeed, refined and courteous. Marta stood next to him, looking coy. Hamilton felt inferior, his heart sinking coldly. How could a young boy like him compare with a man who would inherit property? These girls were too shallow, screaming over any slightly good-looking man. In a few years, after he graduates from university, who's strong and who's weak may still be uncertain. Just as Hamilton passed by the office door, he was spotted by the principal. He called Hamilton. Are you also from class 9? You had a bandage on your head and did simulation questions with Alger. Could you please call Alger? Principal Eddie remembered him only because of the bandage on his head. He could remember his surname last time, but this time he couldn't even remember it. His mind was focused only on Alger. Hamilton was very sad and angry, but he still had to call Alger. The two met in the hallway just as Hamilton reluctantly said, "Alger, the principal wants you in the office." He really didn't want to talk to him, especially after the shoe-picking incident last night where he was caught by Alger, which left him feeling awkward. Alger seemed to read his thoughts and glanced down at the shoes on his feet. "You're not wearing the shoe you picked up last night. If you're not going to wear it, why did you pick it up?" Hamilton's face changed as he retorted irritably, "None of your business." He didn't want to deal with Alger and walked straight toward the classroom. "Hey, I have something to do and can't go to the office." Alger said this as he turned and went down the stairs. Compared to the interview, making money was obviously more important. Hamilton spun around, glaring at Alger's back. Sirental delinquent. Showing off what? Without completing the principal's task, Hamilton had no choice but to go back to the office again. "Principal Eddie, Alger isn't in the classroom. He must be out somewhere." The young man was standing nearby, making Hamilton's voice noticeably weak. "Out? He wouldn't leave the school, probably went to a bookstore again. But the TV station is coming soon." Principal Eddie was anxious, clearly dissatisfied with Hamilton. It felt like Alger not going to the office was all Hamilton's fault. Hamilton was at a loss for words. Brayden chimed in at this moment. "That's just how Alger is. When he doesn't want to do something, there's no use forcing him. I think he doesn't want to be interviewed." Alger already knew about the interview and chose to leave precisely to avoid it. Hearing Brayden's words, Principal Eddie's expression softened immediately. Geniuses are eccentric. If he doesn't want to be interviewed, let it be. Brayden pointed to Hamilton. "Let student Hamilton continue with the interview. I'll call another student over." Principal Eddie frowned at Hamilton. "Then he needs to remove the bandage from his head first. It looks bad, and we can't explain it to the TV station." A hint of resentment flashed in Hamilton's eyes. "You're criticizing my image, yet Alger still has a band-aid on his face. Is that any better? Alger is such an idiot. Others would beg for this opportunity, and he actually turns it down. Marta also had grievances against Alger. With the original rescue present, the interview would be more effective. It would benefit her, Alger, and everyone else. Who knows what kind of mood he's in, giving up such a good chance. Sure enough, he's a fool. Alger rode his bike away from the school, just as the interview team arrived. Chapter 86, Low Profile? No chance. Alger arrived at the bakery, and Jace greeted him with a smile. Aaron, many people from your school have been placing orders for the charcoal buns. Jace handed over the logbook. To be so close on their second meeting, and act as naturally as this, it's almost too slick. He really had what it takes to do business. Alger took the logbook and glanced through it. Most of the names were students from his class, with some from other classes too. A total of over 40 students had placed orders, which was quite a lot. Tomorrow morning, the number of orders would only increase after sales began. How much did you tell them each bun costs? Alger asked. I told them the price you mentioned, 10 yuan each or 15 yuan for two. Jace smiled. He had been a little worried whether the price was set too high. But unexpectedly, these students were so supportive that not one complained about the price. Every student who came placed an order and even paid half as a deposit. I'll deliver the charcoal buns first thing tomorrow, Xiao Su, just wait for the money to roll in. Alger laughed and left. Of course, he'd also be making money. Alger went to the market to buy ingredients for Sylvia's health tally. Please provide the context here to replace tally properly. After finishing his shopping, he hurried back. At the school gate, he met again with the TV crew interviewing staff. Alec accompanied them out, beaming with pride. Director Ma, the students in your school are truly excellent. They excel academically, morally, and physically, with national-level athletes. Amazing. Alec modestly replied, Where? Reporter Magnus, you're too kind. Compared to key high schools, Xuanhuan High School still falls short. Reporter Magnus smiled. Those key high schools weren't always top-ranked from day one. I think your school has great potential, with so many outstanding students. Pity we couldn't interview that all-round top student of yours. He performed exceptionally well in the county cultural arts event, first prize in painting, calligraphy, and essay writing. Principal Eddie said he scored first place with full marks in every subject in this month's exam. With such an excellent role model, your school's future looks bright indeed. The admiration in Reporter Magnus' tone for the top student was evident, along with regret for missing him in person. Alec felt uneasy inside but feigned, there will be other chances. As he spoke, Alger rode his bike past them, fully loaded with groceries hanging off the handlebars. He didn't spare them a glance, not even at their cameras and microphones. If it were someone else, they'd have given more than a cursory look, especially considering the famous reporter was a notable figure in the county, known by many. However, Alger caught Reporter Magnus' attention. This student, why is he buying groceries during class time? He asked curiously. He had seen Alger earlier and recognized him immediately. Unavoidably, his distinctive delinquent demeanor stood out and was hard to miss. There's always a misfit when there's a standout. He's the troublemaker in our school, good at nothing except causing disturbances. Alex sneered, pointing at his face. See that band-aid? From fighting. Reporter Magnus watched Alger's retreating back, shaking his head. What a waste, squandering his youth like that. Alex sighed. Indeed. One bad apple spoils the bunch. Just before getting into the car, Reporter Magnus suddenly asked, Oh right, Director Ma, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that all-round top student called Alger? Alex's lips twitched as if he'd swallowed a fly. Why? Yes. Principal Eddie, let me accompany Reporter Magnus. Eddie Principal ran over with a smile, having left some matters to Alec to keep Magnus company. A county celebrity, he wanted to greet him personally to maintain a good relationship and get more positive publicity for the school. Magnus chatted warmly with Principal Eddie. Your school sports meet is tomorrow. We'll definitely be there. Make sure the national-level athlete is prepared. Finally, Reporter Magnus waved to Principal Eddie and Alec, getting into the car with his colleagues. Sure, Reporter Magnus, see you then. Principal Eddie waved enthusiastically. Alec forced a grimace of a smile and waved too. Once the car drove away, his fake smile vanished instantly. Originally, the autumn sports meet was scheduled for next Monday. When interviewing, Reporter Magnus mentioned he wanted to write a report on the high school sports meet. To seize the opportunity and promote the school better, Principal Eddie moved the sports meet up to the next day. Reporter Magnus immediately agreed to come tomorrow, which delighted Principal Eddie greatly. Alec was almost heartbroken. Even someone as famous as Reporter Magnus wanted to interview Alger. What luck did Alger have? However, Alger had signed up for all the sports events and even bet with the national second-level athlete that if he didn't win first place in all events, he would run naked around the track. What an idiot, asking for humiliation. Thinking of this, Alec's mood brightened again. He looked forward to seeing Alger humiliate himself in front of everyone tomorrow, or even in front of the entire county. Alger came to Braden's house to prepare meals carefully. He made nourishing porridge for Sylvia. He was determined to fatten up his little childhood friend to be plump and fair. School was over, and Braden and Sylvia returned together. Sylvia rushed straight into the kitchen happily, showing Alger her certificates proudly. First prize in all competitions. 3 certificates. First prize in the county painting competition, first prize in the county calligraphy competition, and first prize in the county essay competition. Alger asked suspiciously, I only wrote an essay. I didn't participate in the other competitions, did I? Sylvia smiled without saying a word. Alger, is the meal ready? I'm starving. What a busy afternoon it has been. No rest at all. But you know what? I wish every day could be this busy. It feels so motivating. Braden said, glowing with satisfaction. Having such outstanding students in his class naturally brought him glory. Alger, why did you skip the interview in the afternoon? Reporter Magnus, who is well known in the county, wanted to interview you, an opportunity many would kill for, but you wouldn't even show your face. Braden asked teasingly rather than angrily. I don't want to be on TV, I don't want fame, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Alger replied calmly. Braden laughed, well this time, not being in the spotlight is not an option. He pointed at the certificates in Sylvia's hands, all first prizes, personally delivered by reporter Magnus, who wants to do a special feature on you. The award results were just announced today, and reporter Magnus brought them along. Alger frowned, but apart from the essay, I didn't participate in the painting and calligraphy competitions. Is there a mistake? And I just wrote the essay casually. I shouldn't have one. Chapter 87. Enduring pain to present them all for him. What are you talking about winning awards? Natalie, quickly show me the certificate in your hand. Cyan Braxton smiled as he walked over and took the certificate from Sylvia's hands. Wow, it's a first prize at the county level. Not bad, little Airy. He praised with a smile. Do you have copies of the awarded works? Let me see them quickly. He eagerly snatched the photocopies from Braden's hands. Alger leaned in as well and immediately understood what was going on. Sirental Green Plum. Sirental Airy, did you draw a real person? It's too beautiful. But why does this beauty seem somewhat familiar? Cyan Braxton gazed intently at the portrait. Having lived for over 8 decades, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. The familiarity must come from the painting combining the best features of all women he had ever seen. Alger's imagination is truly rich. Such a beauty could only exist in heaven, like a celestial maiden. Braden also praised repeatedly. He was amazed when he first saw this painting. Alger's gaze softly fell upon Sylvia. This painting was of her. Cyan Braxton carefully examined Alger's calligraphy work again. See, a Ramph is worth living. The future is full of hope. These 8 characters are vigorous and naturally flowing, each one profoundly touching. Looking at these words makes me feel energized all over. He highly appreciated Alger's calligraphy. Yes, every character seems filled with vitality. Braden also gave high praise. So, to prevent such excellent works from being buried, Sylvia endured pain to offer them up for everyone to appreciate and recognize Alger's talent. These 8 characters were written by Alger for her. At that time, she was still sitting next to Augustin. She even didn't want to show them to Augustin. Upon learning there was a calligraphy competition in the county and Alger hadn't participated despite his remarkable handwriting, Sylvia felt it was a pity. Therefore, she used these 8 characters to enter him into the competition. That painting was also given to Sylvia by Alger, whom she cherished like a treasure. But once again, to ensure Alger's talent wasn't overlooked, she endured the pain and presented it. As a result, both of his works won first prizes. It was a recognition of his talent. Everyone now knew how outstanding he was. Fortunately, he kept copies of these works. She could preserve them. Won't you blame me? Sylvia asked in a tiny voice. Originally, Alger disliked being too high profile. Had she done something wrong and made him unhappy? However, Alger looked at Sylvia with emotion. Natalie, how could I blame you? I'm very grateful. Thank you for everything you've done for me. At that time, I lacked confidence to participate in those competitions, thinking my skills weren't good enough. You discovered me like a connoisseur finding a fine horse. The awards I won also owe a part to you. He spoke from the heart. The calligraphy and paintings he created for Sylvia carried his feelings. Anyone could see the emotions in them. If possible, Alger wished to embrace her tightly. Sylvia shook her head lightly. Alger winning awards was undoubtedly due to his talent, not because of her. Chef Sue, can we eat now? I'm really hungry. Braden asked with a laugh. Let's eat. Alger beamed. Sirental Airy is truly a multi-talented person. He can cook, paint, practice medicine. Can he sing too? Cyan Braxton asked while eating. He found that Alger's cooking was getting better and better. Braden smiled and asked, Alger, why don't you sing us a few lines? Sylvia also looked at Alger expectantly. He looked back at her and smiled gently. All right, let me give it a try. Since unlocking his super musician ability, he hadn't tried using it yet. He cleared his throat softly and began singing. I hear your voice. His own voice startled him. Damn, was this really his voice? So star-like. He remembered singing a bit off-key before. Meeting Sylvia's eager eyes, Alger continued. I love you, just like mice love rice. His clear voice and melodic tune entranced the 3 of them. Sylvia stared at him, stars in her eyes. How could it be so melodious? Her ears felt pregnant with joy. Alger gazed at her affectionately, his eyes soft like water. When the song ended, the 3 clapped but felt unsatisfied. Sirental Airy, one more song. We haven't had enough. Cyan Braxton cheered while clapping. Yeah, another song please. It's so beautiful, better than any celebrity performance. Braden clapped vigorously and even whistled. The dining area turned into a star-chasing scene instantly. Sylvia also cheered loudly, her palms turning red from clapping. All right then, one more song. Of course, he couldn't let his little green plum be disappointed. Gardenia flowers bloom, bloom. It's a faint youth, pure love. The atmosphere during this dinner was exceptionally good, and everyone's mood was particularly great. On the way back to the classroom, Alger softly hummed songs, while Sylvia listened quietly, filled with admiration and affection. Thinking about being able to hear Alger singing frequently in the future, Sylvia felt an uncontrollable surge of joy. As his neighbor and deskmate, this benefit was just too wonderful. Natalie, you keep these certificates for me, all right? Also, the ones from last time, give them all to you. Alger handed over the certificates to Sylvia, entrusting them to her as his future guardian. Then you have to sing to me every day. This was the first time Sylvia made a request. She was a bit shy, with a blush spreading across her cheeks. Alger was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. Whenever Natalie wants to listen, I can sing anytime. Sylvia smiled happily, revealing her white teeth, looking absolutely beautiful. Her smile made him feel lightheaded and elated. During the evening self-study session, Alger's arrival at the classroom caused a stir. In the afternoon, when he wasn't in the classroom, the students had already been buzzing. At that time, Braden had come to the classroom with Alger's certificate, announcing his win. Everyone remembered that Alger wrote that essay almost at the end of the last class and even got scolded by the Chinese teacher. He casually wrote an essay, yet won a prize. Pitifully, they spent the whole afternoon writing but didn't get any prizes. Moreover, Alger was the only one in the entire school who won. Even Marta, who had participated in the essay competition before, didn't win. Hamilton, who always did well in Chinese, didn't win either. Sophie, who consistently topped the grade in Chinese, also missed out on the award. How frustrating was that? When the results were announced in the afternoon, students from other classes suspected that Alger's essay was plagiarized, but they were immediately fiercely rebutted by the classmates. It almost led to an interclass conflict. And Alger's painting of Sirental Greenplum was done right under the eyes of his classmates. Everyone saw it firsthand. As for Alger's hardpin calligraphy work, no one doubted it. Braden had shown Alger's homework on the blackboard, which was truly beautifully written. Suddenly, Alger became the treasure of the class. Chapter 88, Her Rescue Process. Alger, can you write a few words for me? Alger, could you draw a self-portrait for me? Alger, can you give me an autograph? The frenzied girls made all sorts of requests, even asking for kisses. Alger ignored them all. His mind was solely on Sylvia. He was willing to do anything she asked. But who were these girls to dare make such outrageous requests as if they were someone important? Hamilton gnashed his teeth in frustration. Once again, the spotlight was taken by Alger. In the afternoon, during the interview with Marta, everything had been perfect. Both of them were top students, and a handsome and beautiful couple at that. Even the reporter Magnus praised them. Reporter Magnus, a celebrity in the county, despite being only in his 30s, short-statured, small-faced, and small-eyed. Even Principal Eddie kowtowed to him. Originally, Jesse wanted his son Ezra to appear as well. But since Ezra was bald from having his head shaved, it wouldn't do, so it was abandoned. Jesse deeply regretted the consequences of the food poisoning incident. Braden then called Augustine. It was Augustine's parents' money that Alger found and returned. Augustine could speak about this incident. When reporter Magnus took out the 3 certificates and announced he wanted to interview Alger, Hamilton and Marta's moment in the spotlight was eclipsed. Mentioning Alger, Principal Eddie had endless praise, completely overshadowing Marta's heroic deeds. Reporter Magnus couldn't wait to meet Alger, making Hamilton's jealousy burn fiercely. Marta was even angrier inside. She was clearly the main focus of today's interview. After just a few questions, reporter Magnus started talking about Alger. In the end, Alger became the protagonist, and worse, he wasn't even there. Hamilton glared at Alger furiously, his eyes bloodshot. Yet Alger remained nonchalant despite the girls' frenzy. He really hated him. Seeing Alger ignore them, the girls returned to their seats sullenly. He is so aloof, but I love it. This is what a true male idol looks like. Even his frowning face is handsome. I wish he would look at me once. Though Alger ignored them, it didn't stop their fantasies. Hamilton sneered inwardly at the girls' blind adoration. Didn't they forget how they had fawned over that drowning woman's son in the afternoon? If people like Alger counted as male idols, then they'd be everywhere. Braden entered the classroom and stood on the platform looking at everyone. Before he could ask for silence, everyone quietened down. Braden must have something important to say. There's an announcement for the students. The county plans to reward Marta for her act of bravery with some material incentives. The family of the rescued woman also intends to sponsor Marta's education. Braden glanced at Marta, his voice filled with care. As you all know, Marta's aunt met with an accident, which would have forced Marta to drop out of school. Luckily, she saved the drowning woman. Learning of Marta's situation, they decided to sponsor her education all the way until she graduates from university. Good deeds are rewarded. Marta's kindness has earned her a bright future. After Braden finished speaking, Hamilton applauded first. He looked at Marta with genuine excitement and happiness. Finally, she wouldn't have to return home to marry Ignacio from the village. Marta is so lucky to save a wealthy person. Yeah, if she had saved someone poor, she would still have to drop out. No wonder she's our beautiful and kind head girl. A reserved smile hung on Marta's face. Inside, she felt extremely proud. She was indeed very lucky. More importantly, she was smart. At the scene, upon seeing the woman's attire, she knew she must be rich. Thus, she acted quickly, intentionally getting her clothes wet, pretending she had saved the woman. The woman, half conscious at the time, believed whatever Marta said. Marta thought that saving the woman would earn her a generous sum as thanks. But she never expected they would be so generous as to offer full sponsorship for her studies. Truly, there was always hope when one seemed cornered. Yesterday afternoon, she left school with her parents and went to the police station to see her aunt. Her aunt asked them for money, saying that she couldn't have raised Marta for 2 years without compensation. But they had no money, so they left the police station with their few children. Marta's parents wanted to take her back to their hometown. Marta refused outright and even threatened that if they forced her, she would jump into the river. Her parents didn't believe her. Zhaodaya, if you're so capable, go ahead and jump. A girl like you is just a financial burden. Fewer means less trouble. In anger, Marta really did run to the Lai River. She never expected it would turn into such a huge advantage for her. Marta's parents dragged their 4 hungry children to the riverside to look for her. They saw an ambulance parked there and heard people say someone had jumped into the river. Chapter 89. Loving her childhood sweetheart to death. Marta's parents, assuming she had jumped into the river, were so frightened that they hurriedly left the place and immediately got into the car heading back to their hometown. If Marta had truly drowned, it would have been better. If she were half dead, wouldn't that burden them? Anyway, Marta's household registration was with her aunt, so even if anything happened to Marta, it would not be their concern. They felt this trip was quite a loss. They hadn't taken Marta back and had wasted money on round-trip travel expenses. Moreover, they returned home on an empty stomach, as they had to save money for the travel expenses. Marta reveled in everyone's applause. She held her head high, as if she had already shaken off the label of being poor and had become one of the elite. All this seemed so ironic to Alger. When the truth comes out, let's see how Marta can still laugh. Also, everyone knows that the sports meet has been brought forward to tomorrow, right? The class officers need to do a good job with logistics. Tomorrow, the TV station will be here, so the athletes must do well. Of course, safety first. After saying all this, Braden left, as there were many things left to handle. The students were all excited because the sports meet would last 2 days, with the boys' competition on the first day and the girls on the second. There were no classes tomorrow. Though it occupied Saturday time, they could play around and have fun. Who has a camera? Best bring it and lend it to me tomorrow. Ezra suddenly said. After the competition ends, I want to take a picture of someone running naked, then enlarge the photo and stick it at the school gate. Haha, he'd have a hard time staying unnoticed. Everyone knew who he was talking about, but few paid attention to him. Only a few top students chuckled in agreement. Alger told Demetrius that he had a secret weapon to win the competition. So, Demetrius didn't argue with Ezra. Ezra had intended to provoke Demetrius, but seeing that he didn't respond, he found it rather dull. Early the next morning, Alger went to the bakery. Since it was too early, the bakery wasn't open yet. Taking advantage of the time, Alger bought many chocolate buns from the Points Mall. There was a promotional stand outside the bakery, so Alger placed the chocolate buns on it. He waited for a while until Jace came to open the door. After a brief chat with Jace, Alger left, giving a chocolate bun to Sylvia and another to Demetrius. On his way back to school, he met many students who were buying chocolate buns. They happily greeted Alger, thinking he was also there to buy chocolate buns. Alger just nodded at them lightly. He bought other breakfast items and waited for Sylvia at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Marta and Lauren came out together from the dormitory. Lauren looked at the 2 chocolate buns in Alger's hand with surprise and gave Marta a nudge. Marta originally didn't want to talk to Alger. He had committed such a big mistake. Did he think a mere chocolate bun could win her forgiveness? Even if he bought 10 chocolate buns, she wouldn't easily forgive him. However, hearing from Lauren that the chocolate buns were really delicious, although Marta hadn't tried one, the aroma was indeed tempting. Seeing Marta still having a stony face, Lauren urged her, Beatrix, give Alger a chance. He traveled so far to get you the latest chocolate buns, showing real sincerity. She persuaded Marta and then turned to Alger. Alger, say something nice to Beatrix. She's actually easy to pacify. Beatrix knows her aunt's matter has nothing to do with you. You two have been at odds for so long, shouldn't you reconcile? While persuading both, Lauren kept glancing at the 2 chocolate buns and swallowing her saliva. Yesterday, when Sylvia ate one, the classroom was filled with the aroma of chocolate, which was incredibly enticing. Lauren eagerly hoped Marta would reconcile with Alger quickly, so she could keep benefiting from it. However, she didn't know that Marta had been slapped by Alger. That was what made Marta the most upset. So, getting Marta to give Alger a chance was somewhat difficult. Sylvia came out later today. Because Alger told her yesterday that there was no morning study session, she could wake up a bit later. He waited for her at the dormitory entrance, ready to go to the playground with her. Seeing Sylvia hadn't come out yet, Alger stood waiting patiently on the side. He acted as if he hadn't heard Lauren at all. Seeing his aloof attitude, Marta became very angry and couldn't help shouting at him. Just give me the chocolate buns. I don't want to see you any longer. Only after you buy 100 chocolate buns will I consider forgiving you. She glared at Alger disdainfully, calling him a lousy man and a scoundrel. If he had the guts, he wouldn't use chocolate buns to appease her. Her voice was a little loud, so Alger frowned and gently patted his ears. Shut up, it's annoying. Marta gave him a glance that almost sent daggers. Okay, Beatrix, don't be angry anymore. Let's have breakfast first. Lauren couldn't wait to eat the chocolate buns and reached for the breakfast in Alger's hands. Alger easily dodged her, glaring at her fiercely. Lauren, frightened by his fierce look, Alger. At this moment, Sylvia happily ran over to Alger. Alger's face softened instantly. Rachel, are you hungry? I bought your favorite chocolate buns. He greeted her with a smile and led Sylvia towards the playground. Sylvia didn't care why Marta was there. Alger had clearly said he didn't like Marta anymore. She no longer cared about this girl's affairs. Marta and Lauren stood there stiffly, watching as the chocolate buns they had nearly got were taken away. Students who bought chocolate buns from the bakery came back one after another, passing by them. The chocolate buns are so delicious, one isn't enough at all. I reserved for tomorrow, but each person is limited to 1 bun. I wish I had reserved more yesterday. Hee hee, I left half of mine uneaten because I love its taste so much, I can't bear to finish it. Haha, look at your face covered with chocolate sauce, how dirty. Whether boys or girls, they laughed while their faces and hands were smeared with dark chocolate sauce. That was exactly the effect Alger wanted. Those who hadn't tasted the chocolate buns could only envy them. Marta and Lauren drooled with craving, wanting to try it so badly. They would definitely reserve one at noon to taste. The playground was noisy as students flocked there directly, not even bothering to go to the classroom. Alger found Demetrius and gave him the other chocolate bun. Demetrius smiled so widely that if Sylvia wasn't there, he would have hugged his best friend for a kiss. Many students came to the playground showing off their chocolate buns. The strong smell of chocolate spread across the playground. Almost all students knew about the chocolate buns now. They were going to become popular, and Alger's wallet was going to get fuller. He anticipated this, so when he went to the bakery in the morning, he told Jace to limit purchases for today. Yesterday was promotional, today was limited, and tomorrow they would run out of stock. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy any. The simple opening ceremony ended, and the official competition began. Come on. Sylvia gave Alger an encouraging look. Alger smiled at her, wishing he could hug her. Sophie from Class 1 and Kai xuanhuan from Class 5 were the announcers. The men's 100-meter sprint will start soon. Please, all athletes, report to the designated area. Sophie's voice sounded over the speaker. So gentle, so clear. Marta couldn't help feeling jealous. Announcers were chosen 2 days ago. If it weren't for her aunt's matter, Marta felt she would have definitely been chosen. After all, she was the acknowledged school beauty. And Sophie, thin and dark, nicknamed Black Pearl. Marta thought the only thing she had going for her were her big eyes and pleasant voice. What Black Pearl indeed. She should be called Black Spider. Please, Patricia June from Class 2 of Grade 1, xuanhuan from Class 6 of Grade 2, Alger from Class 9 of Grade 3, please proceed to the designated area immediately for the men's 100-meter sprint. Kai xuanhuan's magnetic voice echoed. As expected of someone who had been broadcasting since middle school, his voice was truly wonderful. Hamilton curled his lips disdainfully, clearly dissatisfied with the school's leadership. Every year, xuanhuan was chosen as the announcer, and the school leaders were too lazy to pick anyone else, not even giving him a chance. Otherwise, he was sure he could have been chosen as the announcer. Due to the presence of sports students, competitions were divided into professional and non-professional groups. First up was the non-professional group for the short distance race. Alger and other athletes were already waiting on the track. Professional sports students watched Alger coldly, pointing and mocking him. Bobby crossed his arms, looked down at Alger through his nose, and sneered. Feeling very pleased with himself. Yesterday, the teacher told him that the famous reporter Magnus from the county was coming to interview him today. He was the only national-level second-grade athlete in the county and the creator of the 100-meter record. Quite precious indeed. Even celebrities from the county wanted to interview him. What was this fake genius Alger compared to him? Not even qualified to carry his shoes. The cheerleaders were already in place. Principal Benny fulfilled his promise and came to the playground to cheer for Alger. He wore a baseball cap, standing among the cheering squad for Class 9 of Grade 3, waving ribbons in both hands to cheer for Alger. In the cheering squad, there were both boys and girls, all holding ribbons. Sylvia was also in the cheerleading squad. Alger had signed up for all the competition events, and she had to cheer for him. At the same time, she had also signed up as a correspondent for her class. Not for other athletes, but only for Alger. She tied the ribbon around her wrist, held a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, and began to write an encouraging note. After finishing, taking advantage of the short race not having started yet, she hurriedly delivered the manuscript to the platform where the announcer was. Correspondent Sylvia from Class 9, Grade 3 says, "The wind cheers for you. The clouds encourage you. Come on." Alger from Class 9, Grade 3. This was the first encouragement note for the competition, written by Sylvia for Alger. Alger was moved, loving his childhood sweetheart so much. At this moment, he really wanted to send a flying kiss to his little sweetheart. With the bang of the starting gun, the figures on the sprint track dashed forward instantly. Chapter 90. First place again. Ari was running at the very front, leading the second place by a large margin. Without any suspense, Ari won the first place. He ran so fast that the cheerleading squad barely had time to cheer for him. Ari is amazing, go Ari. Ari runs so fast, he's so strong. The cheerleaders shouted loudly. After finishing these non-professional group races based on speed, Ari still led the second place by a large margin. The winner of the men's 100-meter dash is Ari from Class 3 to 9. Second place goes to... Sophie's clear voice sounded especially pleasant when pronouncing Ari's name. Next up was the professional group's 100-meter dash. This was Harmon's forte. However, after seeing Ari's timing in the 100 meters, he felt somewhat flustered. That can't be right. Surely the timer wasn't broken? How could Ari run faster than him? He is the record holder of the 100-meter dash. Yet, Ari broke his record. Harmon's best time was 10.35 seconds, while Ari ran it in 10.33 seconds. Actually, Ari could have run even faster, but he worried about being too out of this world and potentially dragged away for study by researchers. So, he decided to keep a lower profile. At the end of the professional group's 100-meter race, although Harmon won the first place, his speed did not match up to Ari's, and his performance was not at its peak either, with a time of 10.37 seconds. This had never happened before. In sprinting, Harmon had never lost to any student. Those recording times must be students who aren't professionals. They definitely made a mistake. Moreover, everyone only cared about the rankings, not the specific times the athletes took. Thus, Harmon's 100-meter dash record was temporarily maintained, but he felt like someone had slapped him hard across the face. Next was the men's 200-meter sprint for the non-professional group. The announcer started calling out the athletes' names and asked them to get ready at the designated spots. Among the names called was Ari. Unsurprisingly, Ari once again won the first place. The winner of the men's 200-meter race is Ari from Class 3 to 9. Once again, the announcer called out Ari's name. Looking at Ari's performance, Harmon's face darkened. He had never been surpassed like this before. Brother Fong, no matter what, Ari will lose today. There are 14 events. How can he win all of them? His stamina wouldn't last. Carlos comforted. Harmon also figured out, yes, he wanted the result to be Ari's loss. Who cares how many seconds he runs? Therefore, Ari was truly stupid. Why didn't he directly challenge him? Then came the 400 meters, 800 meters, and 1,500 meters. Ari participated in all and won first place each time. The winner of the men's 400-meter race is Ari once again. Dear classmates, the results for the men's 800-meter race are out, and once again, the winner is Ari. Guess who won the men's 1,500-meter race? That's right, it's Ari. Amazing, incredible, truly worthy of being an all-around top student. Go Ari, you're bound to win the final victory. The two announcers reported with excitement, completely altering their tone. They brought the entire atmosphere of the event to life. Finally, everyone paid attention to Ari. His incredible stamina astonished everyone. Go Ari. I love you. Heartthrob. Heartthrob will surely win all the matches. Everyone cheered loudly. The deafening cheers amazed even the teachers. Winning first place consecutively in 5 track events showed astonishing physical endurance. Originally, they were not focusing on the competitions themselves. What they were concerned about was when the TV station reporters would finally arrive. Upon hearing Ari's name, Principal Eddie was excited and eagerly went to watch Ari's next race, the 5,000 meters. After those 5 events, having to run more than 10 laps around the track, everyone was worried whether Ari could endure it. Standing on the track, Ari calmly watched other athletes warm up, without any sign of fatigue. Harmon sneered with disdain, faking it won't work. Just wait until he breaks down soon. He wasn't good at long-distance running, so he didn't sign up. Carlos signed up for the 5,000 meters. While warming up, he occasionally glanced at Ari with a look of contempt. Long-distance running tests one's endurance. With a longer duration of the competition, there wasn't a division between the professional and non-professional groups. and because not many students signed up, they raced together. Go, Ari! A sweet voice called out. Ari looked over in surprise, waving back at his childhood friend with a smile. Sylvia waved her colorful ribbon, her face flushed with excitement. How much courage must she have gathered to cheer for him in public by shouting his name? For him, she was brave once again. Every progress she made filled Alger with joy. Alger, you must win. I want to hear others call you Cyan. Demetrius also shouted loudly. He didn't say the rest of what he had in mind. He didn't want to see Alger running naked and didn't wish to sew a banana leaf pant pocket for Alger. Go, Alger. I believe in you. Trust your talent. You will surely win. Phone Gordai also cheered loudly for Alger. Go, Alger. Alger, our dream guy, is forever unbeatable. Other students also cheered for Alger, especially the girls, whose voices were nearly hoarse from cheering. With so many people encouraging him, Alger felt fully energized. Hamilton muttered under his breath that Alger was leaking oil. Alger would steal the spotlight again today. Could he not be jealous? Marta was completely stunned. Did Alger have a hidden sports talent? That made sense. No wonder he seemed so dull, using physical strength to make up for his lack of intelligence. The sports students were cheering for Carlos as well, but their cheers were drowned out. Those girls went wild with high-pitched screams. They simply couldn't match them. Sire answering to the one-sided cheers. Alec and Jesse exchanged glances, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. This time Alger was acting a bit overboard. 14 events, aiming to win all first places? Was he really taking himself for a god? They waited eagerly to see Alger live-streaming a nude run. Everyone's attention was drawn to the race. As the starting pistol sounded, the athletes rushed forward. Alger ran at the very front. Carlos followed closely behind, but after a while, he started feeling exhausted. Alger ran too fast. Seeing Carlos falling behind, Alger deliberately slowed down, waiting for him to catch up. Carlos felt delighted. This kid couldn't keep up anymore. He sped up to catch up, but Alger immediately accelerated again. No matter how hard Carlos tried, he couldn't catch Alger. Exhausted, flustered, and frustrated, Carlos gradually fell further behind. Alger remained calm and full of energy. Tiring of playing around with Carlos, Alger wanted to finish the race early to cook for his childhood friend. He sped up even more. Student Alger is currently leading by a large margin. Alger has maintained first place since the start. After 3 laps, Alger has pulled half a lap ahead of the second place runner. 6 laps completed, and Alger holds a clear advantage in first place. Just 3 laps left. Go Alger, victory lies ahead. It belongs to you. The 2 announcers transformed into race commentators, no longer needing pre-written scripts. They took turns, complimenting each other, and their heartening voices echoed through the school via the loudspeakers. Journalist Magnus and his colleagues arrived at the school, just in time to hear the excited commentary. Hearing Alger's name, they were equally excited. Finally, they could meet the legendary all-around scholar. But when they reached the school track, the race had just ended. Thunderous applause erupted from the students on the field. Alger is amazing. Wow, my dream guy. First place in 6 events, impressive. And the girls' screams nearly tore through the sky. Actually, the race wasn't entirely over. Besides Alger, other runners continued racing. The first place was determined, but second and third were still being contested. Carlos had 1 more lap to go, barely holding on. He had never been so tired. Despite his excellent long-distance running skills, he lost to a non-professional student by a whole lap. How could he still claim to be an expert in long-distance running? To avoid seeming too extraordinary, Alger intentionally slowed down and still managed to lead Carlos by a full lap. When he crossed the finish line, the deafening cheers nearly burst his eardrums. He instantly spotted Sylvia among the crowd. She was more excited than anyone else, her small face flushed like a red apple, making Alger feel an urge to bite her cheek. As the frenzied girls surrounded him, Alger grabbed Sylvia and dashed away, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Magnus' colleagues carried cameras and microphones and hurried towards the track. Magnus, lightly equipped, ran at the forefront. Mistaking the struggling Carlos for Alger, he cheered loudly. Go, Alger. The finish line is near. Sprint ahead. Magnus yelled excitedly while running. Students stared at him oddly. Who was this idiot yelling for the wrong person? Was he blind? With glasses on, even 4 eyes couldn't correctly identify the godlike Alger. Carlos was furious. Was this guy mistaking him for Alger and mocking him for not running as fast as Alger? This was a blatant humiliation. Where did this 4-eyed geek come from? Are you crazy? Already in an extremely bad mood, he swung a punch at the reporter Magnus, smashing his glasses. Ah! Reporter Magnus let out a painful scream. He covered his nose with one hand and trembled as he took off his shattered glasses with the other hand. Magnus' colleagues immediately rushed over. They all blamed Carlos. Alger, how can you hit someone? That's going too far. Just because you excel in studies doesn't mean you can act without law. Chapter 91 Impulsive Youth. Hey, who are you cursing? We're just breaking all the rules. So what? This is a school. It's not your place to boss us around. Harmon immediately led the group of PE students over. Harmon was at the forefront, shoving reporter Magnus hard. His strength was great. Reporter Magnus was pushed back and fell, taking down several colleagues behind him like dominoes. Although Harmon and his friends sometimes acted in ways that were annoying, they were very loyal. No one could bully any one of them. Harmon and other PE students flexed their muscles, staring fiercely at reporter Magnus and his team. They looked as if they would punch anyone who dared defy them. And reporter Magnus and his team on the ground had no means to retaliate. What's going on here? Why are you arguing? The school leadership noticed the situation and hurried over to investigate. My God, isn't that reporter Magnus? The leaders quickly helped reporter Magnus and his team up. It was only then that Harmon and the PE students noticed the cameras and microphones in their hands, realizing they were from the TV station. Carlos was instantly panicked. Oh no, he just punched reporter Magnus. Harmon's expression also changed immediately. The teacher had spoken to him yesterday, saying there would be reporters interviewing him today, and he should behave well. Now he really did overperform. Why didn't this reporter Magnus introduce himself first? What a disaster. He ruined the interview. Would he still be interviewed as a national second-level athlete? Reporter Magnus, how did you get hurt? Your glasses are broken. Principal Eddie worriedly sized up Reporter Magnus. All because of your school's algebra. Reporter Magnus pointed at Carlos with a pained look. What good is academic performance when the moral character is so rotten? It disappointed him so much. So, algebra turned out to be like this. Indeed, character and talent aren't always proportional. Alex's eyes darted around and quickly chimed in. Alger has always had a peculiar temper, and he has hit people before. Therefore, such a morally corrupt pseudo-straight student shouldn't be interviewed anymore. Of course, Alec didn't want Alger to be on TV and steal the spotlight. He wanted to steer the conversation away from this incident to Alger as a person. Jesse hastily added, don't look at Alger doing well on the exam this time. But, he really doesn't know how to treat people. Just as Alger was about to become the target of criticism from teachers, Harmon interjected. Reporter Magnus, you've mistaken the person. It was Carlos who hit you, not Alger. What can we do? We'll accept apologies and compensation. Carlos hurried forward. Reporter Magnus, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive earlier. I'll take you to the hospital right now, and I'll compensate for your glasses too. Alec and Jesse were so angry their nostrils flared, almost popping out their nose hairs. These PE students are muscle-bound and simple-minded. They had already diverted the attention and found a scapegoat, yet these guys refused to play along. If it wasn't Alger, then where is he? Reporter Magnus' focus was always on Alger. What kind of person is Alger? He wouldn't just hit people randomly, right? He asked again. Alec was just about to tell him about Alger hitting Augustine, but Principal Eddie thumped his chest and declared, I guarantee with my integrity that Alger has impeccable character. He is an honest young man who returned lost items. His words blocked all negative remarks about Alger. Alec couldn't openly oppose the principal and badmouth Alger. Now where is he? I want to interview him right now, not a second longer. Reporter Magnus was agitated. He was eager to meet this genius boy. He wore his broken glasses, looking through the crowd for Alger with blurred vision. Where is Alger? Alger. Principal Eddie loudly called out for Alger. He went to have lunch. A student answered. Principal Eddie could only regretfully tell Reporter Magnus. We can only wait until this afternoon. Reporter Magnus, let me take you to get new glasses first. Let's go eat together too. And your injuries? Reporter Magnus smiled. My injuries are nothing. I'll get my own glasses later. Since we came late, we might as well film your school cafeteria and try the food. He glanced at Harmon and Carlos, smiling reassuringly. Don't take this to heart. I don't blame you. Who hasn't had an impulsive youth? Harmon and Carlos looked gratefully at Reporter Magnus. They silently marveled. He really is a good person, much more considerate than Alec and Jesse. Celebrities are celebrities indeed. Reporter Magnus, I am? Harmon held back for a while, wanting to say that he was the national second-level athlete. Reporter Magnus should hurry up and interview him. However, it seemed that Reporter Magnus had already forgotten about this matter. He kept inquiring about Alger from Principal Eddie. Hearing that Alger had won first place in 5 consecutive events, his small eyes shone with admiration. Even without meeting Alger in person, he had already been impressed by Alger's talent. Hamilton and Marta followed not far from Reporter Magnus as if they had planned it. They hoped Reporter Magnus would say something to them. Principal Eddie stood next to Reporter Magnus, turned to look at the two of them, and frowned, saying, The two of you stop following around? Go do what you're supposed to do. Reporter Magnus glanced at the two of them. Just when they thought he was going to greet them, they heard Reporter Magnus ask Principal Eddie, Who are these two students? Don't know. Maybe they're just going to the cafeteria for lunch. Oh, I thought they were arranged by Principal Eddie. Hamilton and Marta felt utterly humiliated. Did these two important figures have memory issues? Chapter 92. I will take responsibility for the rest of your CRANF. Yesterday, Reporter Magnus praised them as a handsome man and beautiful woman, quite pleasing to the eye. How could they be forgotten so quickly? What was most infuriating was Principal Eddie. They had met multiple times on campus, and he still didn't recognize them? They seriously suspected the principal had face blindness. Alger pulled Sylvia to Braden's house. You two ran so fast that you nearly killed this old bone of mine. Braxton, supported by Braden, also arrived behind them. After Alger finished running 5 kilometers, there wasn't much else worth watching in the competition. So the Benny family father and son returned as well. Alger, how can you be so vigorous? Running all morning and still be full of energy. Youth is indeed the best time. Braden smiled, genuinely proud of Alger. Didn't you say, Bernard, that as long as you put in effort, there will be rewards? Before the sports meet, I almost ran every day. While speaking, Alger untied the colored ribbon from Sylvia's wrist, waving it around playfully to amuse her. Sylvia smiled, revealing her snow-white teeth. The more she smiled, the more enchanting she became. Haha, Sirental Hang, I finally found your flaw. You don't know how to dance. Your dance moves are like those of a big gorilla. Braxton was also entertained by Alger's comical movements. Grandmaster, I'm dancing the gorilla dance. Alger continued to wave his arms wildly, causing Sylvia to laugh until she bent over. As long as Sylvia was happy, he would do anything. The 4 of them laughed and entered the house. Meanwhile, none of them knew about the mishap on the playground. After lunch, Sylvia went to the classroom to write and do homework. Alger rode his bike to check on the order of dirty buns at the cake shop. At an intersection, Jalen was lost in thought and crossed the road without checking the traffic light. A car came right up. Seeing this, Alger hurriedly jumped off his bike and dashed forward, pushing the Jalen aside with all his might. The Jalen fell to the ground, but Alger himself was hit by the car. A sharp pain shot through one of his legs. He inwardly groaned. His leg was broken by the car. Fortunately, the car wasn't going too fast, or Alger might have been badly injured. The driver got out immediately to check. He was in his 20s, dressed in a neatly tailored suit, his hair meticulously combed. How are you, student? I'm sorry. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Looking at Alger's deformed leg, twisted in a grotesque position, he paled. It looked like it needed amputation. His expression changed instantly. This boy's life would be ruined if it were his fault. Student, rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. In the future, I will support you. The driver placed his hand on Alger's shoulder, his expression solemn, as if making a vow. At that moment, another car stopped beside them. Reporter Magnus and his colleagues got out of the car. Ronnie, it's you. Seeing an accident ahead, Reporter Magnus rushed over only to find it was someone he knew who caused the accident. He had witnessed the incident unfold and couldn't entirely blame Ronnie. Ronnie was the son of the woman who had fallen into the water yesterday when Magnus interviewed him at xuanhuan High School. Though, they already knew each other. Magnus Dong, you came just in time. Help me take this student to the hospital. He might need amputation. Ronnie looked serious. I've already told him I'll take responsibility for the rest of his life. Magnus' gaze fell on Alger's deformed leg, and his face turned grim. Student, it's you. I know you. Before Magnus could finish, there was a sudden crack. Alger had reset his broken leg himself. The leg's posture was no longer so strange, but appeared normal again. Gritting his teeth, Alger broke out in cold sweat from the pain. He kept his hands on the leg, secretly using spiritual power to heal it. The few people nearby stared in disbelief. Why, you can set bones? Ronnie asked, surprised. Alger glanced at him and replied indifferently, I've set them for dogs before. It's not much different. It was true. As a child, he had set the leg of a dog that had broken it. Student, I saw you risk your life to save that Jalen. I didn't expect you to have such a good heart. Magnus' impression of Alger improved. Yesterday, he had encountered him twice and discussed him with Alec. Alec said he was a little thug in school, but Alger proved to be kind-hearted. Although Alger knew he was a reporter and had seen him with Alec yesterday, he was unwilling to associate with him. A reporter who interviews manipulative girls like Marta couldn't be a good person. Seeing his dismissive look and attitude, Magnus thought, just as Alec said, he does act like a little thug. However, a rogue isn't necessarily an outright bad person. Classmate, it's you. Last time you helped me, and this time you saved me again. How can I ever thank you enough? The Jalen came forward, looking at Alger with gratitude. Alger also recognized the Jalen. He was the old gentleman who had lost his money while scavenging last time. Cyan, are you okay? Alger asked the Jalen with concern. Reporter Magnus' eyes lit up. This kid is interesting. He ignores me, a big reporter, but cares deeply for an elderly scavenger. The old man shook his head, looking at Alger's injured leg, and choked out, I'm fine, but you've suffered because of me. Classmate, what will happen to your leg? You shouldn't have saved me. I'm close to death anyway. If I die, so be it. But you're young. Seeing the old man's sorrow, Alger quickly stood up, suppressing the pain and kicking his leg lightly. Cyan, look, my leg is fine, nothing at all. Reporter Magnus widened his eyes again. This kid is truly a little tough guy. His leg was deformed from the collision, yet after setting it, he could still stand up. Classmate, I said I would take responsibility. Let's still go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Ronnie looked at Alger with guilt and apologized to the Jalen. Sorry, Grandpa, I nearly hit you. You should come to the hospital too. The Jalen waved his hands hurriedly. I'm fine. You should take this classmate for a checkup. I won't go. I have something to do. Goodbye. Finally, Alger got on his bike and parted ways with the Jalen. He rode quite fast despite his injury. This little rogue, he's quite interesting. It's a journalist's sensitivity. Reporter Magnus pushed up his newly replaced glasses and watched Alger's back with interest. Fortunately, Ronnie is also a kind-hearted person. After the accident, he has been taking active responsibility. Otherwise, Alger would surely blackmail him. But Ronnie could never imagine that he would end up being blackmailed by Alger. Alger arrived at the cake shop, parked his bike, and limped inside. Aaron, what happened to your leg? Come, sit down quickly. Jace hurried forward to support Alger. Alger waved his hand nonchalantly. Nothing serious, just got hit by a car. He glanced at the wall clock. The afternoon competition was about to start, and rescuing the Jalen had delayed him. What? Hit by a car? Then you? Jace wanted to ask more, but Alger didn't give him the chance. How many people ordered the dirty buns? Show me quickly. I need to get back to school. Chapter 93. Is he going to pursue Marta? Just as Alger had predicted, the dirty buns became an instant hit. The morning promotion worked too well. Practically every student knew about it. With over 1,000 students in the school, Alger only offered 300 limited edition buns. I had to turn down about 200 pre-orders that came in after that. Some wanted to book for the day after tomorrow directly. I told them there was no stock and asked if they wanted to order for the day after that. Following your advice, I said no stock until next Tuesday, Jay said, his tone filled with both excitement and regret. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Alger would return to his hometown with Sylvia today. Sunday morning, he wouldn't be able to deliver the buns in time. Setting the next available batch for Tuesday aimed to pull people in. Without fixed pre-order times, those who wanted the buns would come to inquire, increasing foot traffic at the bakery. With more visitors, business would naturally flourish. People would choose this bakery first when wanting cakes or bread, creating a bustling impression and suggesting that its offerings were top-notch. Wouldn't such a famous bakery have thriving sales? Make sure you wait for me this afternoon when I'll deliver the buns. Tomorrow I'll be back home and won't come. Alger added a few more words to Jace before hurrying off, all the while holding his injured leg. By the time he left the bakery, his limp had already disappeared. Jace thought he must not have been seriously hurt. Otherwise, he'd be in the hospital by now. Journalist Magnus had arrived at the school playground. Ronnie also followed. He remained concerned about Alger, knowing that he attended the same school. He intended to find him and take full responsibility for him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest easily. His arrival took Principal Eddie by surprise, but delighted him greatly. Several school leaders accompanied him personally. Standing on the high platform, Ronnie searched the crowd for Alger. Look, there's a handsome guy on the platform, a girl shouted excitedly. Lauren tugged at Marta's sleeve and asked excitedly, Beatrix, isn't that Ronnie? I heard he's here to find someone. Could he be looking for you? Marta felt elated inside but kept her expression calm. He probably wants to discuss sponsorship with me. We actually talked it through yesterday. Didn't expect him to come again today. He can't be coming to pursue you, right? Ah, it must be because you're so beautiful. Lauren sounded a bit envious. Any girl would be envious of being pursued by such a handsome and wealthy young man. Don't get ahead of yourself. That's impossible. I'm still a student. Such things should be discussed later. Marta's heart pounded, but she feigned distress. Other classmates nearby overheard their conversation and truly believed Mr. Ronnie was going to pursue Marta. News spread quickly. Hamilton learned of it and immediately developed hostility towards Ronnie. Just because he has some money, he thinks he can go around chasing any pretty girl. Someone like Marta would never agree to that. Encouraged by Lauren, Marta mustered the courage to find Ronnie on the platform. If she didn't find him soon, he might worry. Ronnie was still searching for Alger and didn't notice Marta walking up beside him. Mr. Ronnie. Her sudden shout startled him. Do you need something? He patted his chest, frowning slightly. Was he nervous? Marta couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I came to say hello. She smiled shyly. Ronnie simply grunted, oh, and then walked away towards journalist Magnus. Wow, so shy. Marta pulled at her lips and walked down from the platform. Students below saw them talking. Their school beauty was so attractive even excellent outsiders liked her. Hamilton envied her fiercely. He summoned his courage and approached Marta to chat. Just as he reached her side, some playful classmates bumped into him. Inadvertently stepping on Marta's foot, Hamilton made her cry out in pain. Sorry, Marta, I didn't mean to. Hamilton hurriedly apologized. Suddenly, Marta covered her nose, shook her head, and walked away. What a stench. She guessed he must have eaten garlic at lunch. Journalist Magnus was chatting enthusiastically with Principal Eddie, the topic always circling around Alger. Alec didn't understand why Journalist Magnus was so interested in Alger. Journalist Magnus mentioned Alger's calligraphy again. My teacher praised Alger's work, worthwhile and future, endlessly. Does he have other pieces? Principal Eddie replied hastily. After the competition, we got Alger to write right away. Isn't that what happened? At the same time, he exclaimed, it is indeed Alger's good fortune that his calligraphy can receive the favor of Master Ciarano. Reporter Magnus smiled and said, my teacher also hopes to meet Alger someday. Principal Eddie said in surprise, if Alger could receive some guidance from Master Ciarano, given his intelligence, he would certainly reach new heights in calligraphy. Jesse, taking advantage of the situation, shamelessly asked, Reporter Magnus, does Master Ciarano have any intention of accepting more students? My son, though unambitious, has a great interest in calligraphy. For Ezra's sake, he was willing to swallow his pride. If others called him thick-skinned, so be it. Alec almost burst out laughing. Ezra's handwriting was so poor that it might hurt Master Ciarano's eyes just to look at it. How could Jesse lack such self-awareness? Just because someone likes calligraphy doesn't mean Master Ciarano would take them as a student. It was embarrassing even for Alec to hear this. Principal Eddie's face showed displeasure. He found Jesse too discouraging, speaking without any class or respect. Hadn't Jesse admitted that his son was unambitious? Did he expect Master Ciarano to educate his son on his behalf? Reporter Magnus glanced at Jesse but kept smiling. I wouldn't dare speculate about my teacher's intentions. Suddenly, he spotted a particularly striking figure among the students. Excited, he ran over. Dr. Benny, it really is you. I'm Magnus Dong. You treated me when I was a child. Do you remember me? I almost died back then, but you saved me. It's truly a small world. I never expected to meet you here. Reporter Magnus, moved, wanted to shake Dr. Benny's hand, but he dodged. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Rachel, let's go over there. He led Sylvia away to another place, not wanting his current, peaceful life disturbed. Reporter Magnus stood there, dumbfounded, watching the old and young figures disappear into the crowd. He muttered, he's Dr. Benny Xuanhuan. I didn't make a mistake. The teachers finally noticed Dr. Benny and Sylvia. He held a colorful banner and wore a floral wreath made of ribbons, crafted by Sylvia. Wasn't Dr. Benny always reclusive? Why did he come to the playground today, as part of the cheerleading squad? And wasn't his leg crippled? When did it get better? Alec's mind flashed with an idea, remembering something his brother-in-law had entrusted him with. Chapter 94 Reversal. Alec looked around and found Braden on the other side. He walked over with a bottle of mineral water. Teacher Benny, are you thirsty? Have some water. He smiled and handed the water to Braden. Braden didn't take it, suspecting ulterior motives. Director Ma, I'm not thirsty. You drink it yourself. I'll go check over there. Foiled, Alec opened the bottle cap in a huff and gulped down a big mouthful, only to choke slightly and cough repeatedly. Hamilton and Marta were constantly hovering around reporter Magnus, hoping he would notice them. Magnus' colleague was photographing him all along. Those who stayed close had a better chance of getting into the picture. Harmon finally summoned up the courage to walk up to reporter Magnus. He was ready to do anything for his future. His bulky frame startled reporter Magnus. Standing together, they looked like a gorilla next to a chick. Fellow student, what do you want? Reporter Magnus asked weakly. Reporter Magnus, I'm really sorry about this morning. You know, I'm a level 2 national athlete. Didn't you want to interview me? He looked down at reporter Magnus from above, as if threatening to crush him with a finger if he wasn't interviewed. Oh, right, I am going to interview you. Reporter Magnus immediately took the microphone from his colleague and started interviewing Harmon. The afternoon match was about to begin, yet Alger still hadn't arrived. The first event was the men's 4x100 relay race. The athletes had already taken their positions. Ezra ran excitedly back and forth announcing, Alger is scared of losing and running naked, so he won't come this afternoon. Who said Alger isn't coming? Ezra, that's libel, you know? You can be imprisoned for that. Demetrius rebutted, angrily using Alger's own words. Tisk, it's this late already. How could he come? Just wait for him to run naked. Haha. Ezra laughed aloud, not noticing he had bumped into someone. He shut his mouth instantly and weakly called out, "Dad." "Who's your dad?" Jesse slapped his bald head straight away, furious. Turning around and seeing reporter Magnus watching, his face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could put his son back into the womb. How embarrassing. The baton had already been passed to the third runner, and the fourth one was Alger. If he didn't show up soon, the team would definitely lose. Everyone was searching for Alger. Sylvia kept looking towards the school gate, almost straining her neck. She was worried. Nothing must happen to Alger. Benny family father and son were also anxious, hoping nothing would happen to Alger. Demetrius paced anxiously. If Alger didn't show up, he wouldn't even sew banana leaf pants for him after losing. Even the two announcers were anxious. They stood up from the platform, looking for Alger. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed into the field so fast that no one could make out what it was. It slowed down when it reached the competition area. "He's here, he's here. Alger is here." The two announcers shouted excitedly over the radio. There was an immediate cheer on the field. "Hongzi, quickly, you're in this group. Fourth leg." Demetrius quickly guided Alger to the right spot. Alger took the fourth baton from a teammate. Meanwhile, the fourth runner from another team was nearly at the finish line. Alger, go." The girls screamed, excitedly running alongside Alger. Sylvia waved her ribbon hard. "Alger, go." She believed he would surely win. "Hey, that classmate is Alger?" Reporter Magnus furrowed his brows in confusion. "Is it a namesake?" Principal Eddie said excitedly. "There's only one Alger in our school, one of a kind." He cheered loudly for Alger as well. Reporter Magnus looked at Alec beside him in puzzlement. Wasn't he a delinquent yesterday? How did he become a top student? Alec had to explain awkwardly. Alger was indeed a delinquent before, even a poor student. Fighting and dating, he was a problematic student. He only improved recently. Hearing this, Reporter Magnus became even more interested. So, student Sue turned from a poor student into a top student? How inspiring. He's truly a role model for students. His story, if written, would help many people. Great, I must report on his story properly so everyone knows. He thought Alger had always been a top student. Since he didn't ask about Alger's past, Principal Eddie didn't mention it either. It's best not to talk about his disgraceful past. Alec's expression was like he had eaten a fly. Initially, Reporter Magnus just wanted to give Alger a small feature, but now, he was treating Alger like a celebrity. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. Reporter Magnus hurriedly asked his colleague to focus the camera on Alger and start recording. Ronnie looked at Alger, who was running over, in surprise. His legs were injured like that, yet he could still participate in the race? He whispered to Reporter Magnus, you should stop him from racing. I'm really worried about his leg." But it was too noisy around, and Reporter Magnus didn't hear what he said. Alger heard Sylvia cheering for him, turned his head to look at her, smiled, and made a V sign at her. Then, a figure dashed out like lightning. Ultimately, Alger won the race by a 1-second margin. Student Alger is amazing. He has won the race again. Congratulations to Student Alger for winning first place in 7 consecutive events. The announcer broadcasted excitedly. Principal Eddie clapped his hands happily until they turned red. Sylvia and the Benny family father and son screamed loudly, expressing their excitement. Yes, Alger won. Amazing. Heroic crush. The students rushed over to surround Alger with a roar. This time, Alger did not run away but was lifted high into the air by everyone, tossed up and caught repeatedly. Reporter Magnus was infected by the students' enthusiasm and joined them, lifting Alger high with them. In a situation where there seemed to be no hope of winning, Alger actually managed to turn the tide and win the race, which was simply incredible. Ronnie had been worrying about Alger's legs all along. There was no chance to ask Alger either. The next event is the men's 4x400 relay race. Please have the athletes wait at the designated location. The announcer's voice was still slightly trembling, unable to calm down from the excitement. There was no need to calm down since the next event would continue to be thrilling. In the 4x400 relay race, Alger was the first runner. The opposing team breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't have to face Alger in the final sprint. Especially the last runner felt immense pressure running alongside Alger, and even with strong capabilities, they might not be able to perform well. As soon as the starting pistol sounded, Alger shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 95 Against the Odds. Damn, where is Alger? 1 second Alger was at the 1/3 mark of the track, and the next second he appeared behind the second baton runner. The second baton runner was still foolishly craning his neck forward until Alger passed him the baton. Only then did he come back to his senses. Wow, that's too fast. Is Alger reincarnated as the fastest sprinter? Everyone gaped in disbelief, forgetting to cheer. Alger's first leg had secured a full lap lead for their team, making it easy for them to win the race. Even the subsequent baton runners didn't have to run at full speed. 8 events, all won by Student Alger. Student Alger is simply our god. Students, let's cheer for our god. The announcer was almost losing control. Apart from Alger, they couldn't see any other athletes. Their eyes were only on Alger. Everyone responded immediately, waving their arms and cheering. All the sports students, led by Harmon, were frozen in place. With Alger around, could they possibly have a chance to win? In the following 6 events, high jump, long jump, triple jump, shot put, discus throw, and javelin throw, Alger clinched the first place in all of them. Too terrifying. In front of Alger, the sports students were instantly reduced to nothing, losing all their edge. It was hard to believe this day's competition was happening. The playground had become Alger's personal arena. No, it was more like a performance stage. Student Alger did not disappoint us. In all the events, yes all of them, he has won first place. Students, cheer as much as you want, shout out for our god. Student Alger, you are the best. Let's all celebrate together. The announcer shouted excitedly over the radio, bringing the entire venue's atmosphere to its peak. People were crazy, loudly calling Alger's name. Their voices echoed far beyond the school grounds. Those who heard the shouts were all incredibly curious about this Alger. Why was everyone shouting his name? Please take a break while we prepare for the award ceremony. The announcer announced the next part of the event. As excitement grew, students became increasingly frenzied, jostling to shake Alger's hand or hug him. Protect Alger, protect Alger. Principal Eddie shouted anxiously, along with other teachers, forming a protective circle around Alger. He was the precious asset of xuanhuan Middle School and mustn't be hurt. Alger wanted to slip away but was surrounded by thousands of people in layers, unable to push through. He urgently scanned the crowd, looking for Sylvia's figure. She was being pushed around by the crowd, small and delicate, standing on tiptoe, uneasily watching toward him. Alger immediately frowned, worrying what would happen if she got injured. He quickly squeezed through the crowd towards Sylvia. Seeing him about to leave, Principal Eddie immediately shouted loudly, "Students, please move aside, don't crowd Student Alger." Teachers also acted as protectors, making way for him. With these teachers guarding him, there was no chance for anyone to touch Alger. "Students, please make way." Principal Eddie used his body to clear a path. Everyone was forced backward. Hamilton had been trying to leave the crowd, but before he could get out, he was pushed back, trapped helplessly among the crowd. At this moment, Alger's arrival seemed just like a celebrity walking down the street. Hamilton worried about losing his shoes again, wanting to take them off and carry them in his hands. But he couldn't bend down due to the crowding. What he feared most happened. One of his shoes fell off again. He silently raged inside. "My shoes! Give me back my shoes, these idiots!" Suddenly, tall classmates Jilai crowded in, around Sylvia, blocking her view. She felt like she was about to be flattened, small and slender. She stood on tiptoe, helplessly searching for Alger. Just then, a pair of large hands reached out and pulled her towards them. She landed into a warm and solid embrace. Slowly lifting her eyes, she met Alger's concerned gaze. "Natalie, don't be afraid. I'm here." His deep voice sounded gently above her head. Wow, how lucky this girl is, landing in the arms of the hunk. I wish I could be hugged by the hunk too. Girls, seeing Alger holding Sylvia, envied her greatly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sylvia, embraced by Alger, blushed deeply, her heart pounding wildly. Please invite Principal Eddie, Reporter Magnus, and Mr. Ronnie to the stage for the award presentation. Please ask all athletes to come up to receive their awards. Student Alger, please don't slip away again. Come up to the stage now. Sophie's melodious voice carried over the speaker, filled with joy, barely concealing her preference for Alger. Reporter Magnus had originally intended to interview Alger as soon as the competition ended. Unfortunately, the students were too enthusiastic, and he couldn't get close to Alger either, being pushed around in the crowd. At this moment, trapped within the throng, his hairstyle was messed up. Ronnie was also squeezed into the middle. He clutched his head with both hands, fearing that the students would ruin his perfectly combed hair. Somehow, he ended up next to Marta. "Ouch, stop pushing, you're stepping on my foot." Marta complained softly, and moved even closer to Ronnie. "Don't touch me, don't touch me." Startled, Ronnie reverted to speaking in dialect, protecting his head tightly. Marta had hoped that he would protect her like how Alger embraced Sylvia. But it turned out he was a straight man. Escorted by the teachers, Alger hugged Sylvia up to the stage. The teachers blocked at the steps, preventing students from storming the stage. Principal Eddie walked onto the stage, wiping sweat off his forehead, panting heavily, but noticed Reporter Magnus and Ronnie were still stuck. He immediately grabbed the microphone. "Students, please make way. Let our award presenters come up. Director Ma, Teacher Patricia, quickly go help Reporter Magnus and Adrian." He called out Alec and Jesse directly. These two had been resting on the side, contributing nothing to guarding the treasure. Meanwhile, other teachers who had been guarding the school treasure at the steps were already exhausted. Alec and Jesse had no choice but to push through the crowd to clear a path for Reporter Magnus and Ronnie. The crazed students, eager to get close to Alger, continued to surge toward the stage. With great effort, Alec and Jesse finally brought Reporter Magnus and Ronnie onto the stage. It was truly challenging. Ronnie worriedly touched his hair, relieved to find it still intact. Finally, the award ceremony could begin. Sylvia stood right next to Alger, clinging closely to him. She didn't dare to look down at the audience, nervously staring at her toes. Her hands tightly gripped the seams of her pants. Chapter 96. Alger is my grandfather. Alger gently squeezed her fingers and said softly, "Rachel, I'm here for you." Sylvia nodded slightly, feeling less nervous. With Alger around, what did she have to be afraid of? Other medal-winning athletes also came up on stage. Harmon and Carlos came up as well. As professional athletes, not only were their scores worse than the non-professional groups, but even receiving awards brought no glory. "Alger Idol, you're the best. Alger Idol, I love you." Silenced into the screams from the girls in the audience. All of them were for Alger. It was as if he were the only boy standing on stage. Even those girls who used to be obsessed with Harmon's muscles, worshipping him as their idol, all deserted him for Alger. Next, let's welcome President Eddie, Reporter Magnus, and Mr. Ronnie to present awards to the winning athletes. The announcer broadcasted amidst an uplifting march. Students clapped to the rhythm of the music, surprisingly in unison. They also chanted Alger's name in unison. The other athletes on stage seemed superfluous. President Eddie beamed with joy, and he, along with Reporter Magnus and Ronnie, scrambled to award Alger. "Student Alger, well done." President Eddie patted Alger on the shoulder with a smile. "Alger, you're amazing, a true idol." Reporter Magnus shook Alger's hands excitedly, unwilling to let go. "Alger, if there's anything, find me. I told you, I'll take responsibility for you." Ronnie looked at Alger with sincere expression. To their enthusiasm, Alger responded with a light smile. Fortunately, with 14 awards, all three had the opportunity to give them to him. Alger handed all the certificates to Sylvia, entrusting her with their keeping. These were his honors, which now belonged to her, his future family member. Holding the stack of certificates, Sylvia smiled broadly, revealing her bright and neat teeth. Others didn't notice, but Augustin, who always paid attention to her, was mesmerized. When they sat next to each other, she had never smiled so brightly or radiantly. She was truly happy with Alger. A bitter feeling surged within Augustine's heart. He couldn't match her childhood friend. Alger gazed deeply at Sylvia. He noticed that she was happiest holding the certificates, smiling most brilliantly. In the future, he would often win awards to make her happy. The provincial finals of the chemistry competition were coming up soon. Another certificate awaited. Let's give our warmest congratulations to the winning athletes, especially to our idol Alger. Sophie applauded enthusiastically, looking at Alger with excitement. Inspired by the atmosphere, applause erupted across the playground, accompanied by whistles and screams, resonating loudly. Moved by the scene, reporter Magnus was emotionally stirred. He finally met Alger, the all-round scholar and everyone's idol. He didn't disappoint. Moreover, he could even treat fractures himself. Impressive indeed. Next, let's welcome athlete representative, our idol Alger, to give a speech. Before Sophie finished speaking, she applauded again, beaming at Alger with a radiant smile. Originally, this task should have been given to Kai Xuanhuan, but Sophie took it upon herself. She, usually aloof and reserved, also regarded Alger as an idol. Previously, she wouldn't even look at Alger, nor did Hamilton catch her interest. Alger walked to the podium and picked up the microphone, greeted by thunderous applause once more. In fact, I don't have much to say. Everyone immediately quieted down at his voice. The sound of the idol's voice was wonderful too. I just want to say one thing to one person. Who would the idol speak to? Is he going to confess to Lori? That would be romantic, declaring love in front of the entire school. So, the idol has been working hard for Lori. Now he's so outstanding. The school might bend the rules for him and overlook his dating. And Lori studies well enough to match Alger. Students were guessing that Alger wanted to confess to Marta. Beatrix, Alger wants to confess to you. Go up there quickly. Lauren was also extremely excited. She hoped they would reconcile. This may not be proper. Marta glanced worriedly at Ronnie. If she agreed to Alger's confession, Ronnie would be disappointed. After thinking, she decided to go up and explain clearly to Alger, telling him that she wouldn't date before the college entrance exam. Honestly, she had already told him this before. Why start this again today? Marta stepped out of the crowd, heading toward the podium. I want to say to Harmon, you should keep your word. Alger spoke, turning to look at Harmon on stage. Marta's steps towards the podium suddenly paused, her face flushing red all of a sudden. So Alger wanted to talk to Harmon. At this moment, there was no way she could step back. She hurriedly changed direction and walked away toward another side. That direction happened to be towards the gender-neutral outhouse. She had to pretend that she urgently needed to use the outhouse. Holding her breath, she rushed into the outhouse but was made to retch repeatedly by the stench inside. Unable to endure it, she ran out again only to realize that she had stepped on some feces with her shoes. Fortunately, the little stray dog had wandered off. Otherwise, like Ezra, she would have surely been scared into falling flat on her face. I won first place in all my events. Harmon, you lost. You need to roll around the playground 3 times, shouting Alger is my grandfather. I'm Alger's grandson. Alger was still speaking. Everyone turned their eyes towards Harmon. This bet was known throughout the school. Harmon's face flushed red from embarrassment. Who would have thought that Alger was such a genius, actually winning first place in everything? Willing to bet and lose gracefully, rolling, I'll do it. Biting his teeth, Harmon handed over the award certificate to Carlos, ran down from the platform, and without hesitation began to roll on the ground. Alger is my grandfather. I'm Alger's grandson. He shouted loudly while rolling. The track was dirty, having been trampled on by thousands of people. After just a few rolls, Harmon was covered in filth, his face smeared with dirt, losing every bit of his usual vigor. People pointed at him and talked among themselves. How did he even have the nerve to compete against the godlike student? Isn't he just asking for humiliation? He even said if the godlike student lost, he would make him run naked. TSK, really low. Who knows what he was thinking? The godlike student didn't make him run naked anyway. Harmon had never felt so humiliated, especially by the girls who once idolized him. They now looked at him as if he were nothing more than a pile of feces. Meanwhile, Marta, with feces on her shoes, passed by the track. A dark clump of feces fell from the bottom of her shoe. Chapter 97. Marta glanced at Angelo, then lowered her head and quickly walked into the crowd. Angelo rolled over where she had walked, getting covered in that black substance. The leader of the PE students was thoroughly embarrassed. So were the other PE students who could no longer hold their heads high. Alger just watched him coldly. Back then, when he used to run on the playground every morning, Angelo would mock and provoke him daily. Now, it's everyone's turn to ridicule him. He got what he deserved. It is not a gentleman who does not take revenge on his enemy. If someone does not offend me, I do not offend them. If they do offend me, I will retaliate twice as hard. Journalist Magnus found the whole situation increasingly intriguing after learning about its origin. He also found this school more interesting. Both the students and the school are worth reporting on extensively. He must interview Alger thoroughly in a while. Everyone watched Angelo roll around until he had completed 3 rounds. Carlos and the other PE students hurried over to carry away the exhausted Angelo. They left the scene with their tails between their legs, unable to face anyone. Next, please welcome Headmaster Eddie to make a summary speech. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. The announcer made an announcement according to the process. The audience clapped as Headmaster Eddie walked up to the podium with a prepared speech. First, let's warmly congratulate the successful completion of the boys' track and field events. He glanced at his script, remembering that Marta's act of righteousness needed to be praised too. He had nearly forgotten about it. Several days ago, Marta from Class 9, Grade 3 saved a drowning woman. Her heroic deed demonstrates admirable qualities. Please come up and receive your award, Marta. Marta felt very pleased with herself. Her moment in the spotlight had finally arrived. The students of Xuanhuan High School have immoral conduct. Just as she was about to step onto the platform, a man and a woman rushed in from the school gate, supporting a Jalen. The woman kept cursing loudly. The security guard tried to dissuade them but couldn't stop them. Both the man and the woman were overweight, with the woman being particularly aggressive, shouting like a lion, louder than the microphone. Everyone looked curiously at these three people. Let them come forward. I want to hear how our students are morally corrupt. Headmaster Eddie, slightly angry, told the security guards not to stop them. Your school students are outrageous, bullying the elderly and pushing the old man down, injuring him. I've heard before that Xuanhuan High School has a bad reputation. It's a rubbish school. The students fight all day, and the students cultivated here are garbage too. If you don't explain yourselves today, we won't leave and call the police. The woman's powerful voice echoed on the playground. This loud voice was practiced over many arguments. The man and woman had already brought the Jalen to the stage. Alger immediately recognized the Jalen. It was the scavenger grandfather again. This was their third encounter. Journalist Magnus and Ronnie also recognized the Jalen. Ronnie was about to speak, but was stopped by Magnus. He wanted to observe quietly first. Having been a journalist for many years, one glance at the woman told him exactly what she intended to do. He had seen this kind of person and this kind of incident too many times. Ma'am, please calm down. You shouldn't accuse our school and students right away without knowing the truth. Isn't this inappropriate? Headmaster Eddie held back his anger, trying to ask calmly. Students below were in uproar, upset by this woman. Why call them trash? This woman is insane. Evidence is all present. How can this be false? Dead Gordy Genzi, hurry up and point out which student pushed you. The woman tugged fiercely at the Jalen. The Jalen staggered 2 steps and nearly lost balance. I don't know. I don't recognize. The Jalen hung his head, showing evident fear toward the woman. Don't be afraid. What can't you say? That student pushed you, injuring you. Your arm and knee are scraped, and there might be internal injuries too. He must compensate us. The woman finally revealed her true purpose, to extort money. I didn't. The Jalen wanted to say he only had minor scrapes and wasn't severely injured, but he dared not say much in front of the woman. He had already explained the entire story to her when they returned home, that the student pushed him out of the way to save him, but the woman wouldn't listen. She insisted on coming to the school to seek compensation from the student. If the student couldn't pay, then the school would. Otherwise, they'd keep causing trouble until the school paid to maintain its reputation. You useless old thing, quickly find that student for us. If not, you die here today. The woman lashed out, shoving the Jalen fiercely. The frail Jalen was pushed to the ground, his weathered face trembling lightly. The man stood beside him, silent all along. The way he looked at the Jalen showed his obvious dissatisfaction. Ma'am, how could you push in Jalen? Let me tell you. Ronnie couldn't help but wanted to reveal the truth, but was rudely interrupted by her. It's none of your business. What a fierce woman. Sylvia couldn't help but take a step back. She originally thought that Marta's aunt was already quite fierce, but compared to this woman, she seemed weak. Principal Eddie felt quite stuck. He didn't know whether to drive them away or not. They couldn't just stand there indefinitely. The music from the loudspeakers had already stopped. The woman's curses echoed loudly. Principal Eddie, we should call the police. Alger spoke up at this moment and stepped forward to stop the woman's insults. Shut up. Then he helped the Jalen who was on the ground to stand up. Principal Eddie didn't want to call the police. If it were true that a student pushed the old man, it would indeed tarnish the school's reputation if it got out. Cyan, don't be afraid. Alger reassured the Jalen. Classmate, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm really useless. The Jalen looked at Alger with a guilty expression. He was forced to come by the woman. Alger understood the old man's predicament. Although he came with the woman, he never identified Alger as the one who pushed him. Why are you helping this old Boothruda? Untranslatable, inappropriate term in context, removed for appropriateness. Did you push him? If you don't pay today, I won't let this go. The woman, assuming Alger was the culprit, aggressively confronted him. Alger didn't argue with her. People like her wouldn't listen to reason. Ma'am, you. Principal Eddie tried to intervene, but the woman shoved him aside. She fiercely questioned Alger. Speak. Why are you mute? Did you push the old man? And she even pushed him. Stop it. Seeing this, Sylvia rushed forward to protect Alger. Chapter 98 The Truth. Don't you dare touch him. Headmaster Eddie said sternly to the woman. Don't bully our male idol. The students in the audience erupted, rushing to the stage to confront the woman. Dimitriescu was at the forefront, dashing onto the stage and standing in front of Alger. If you dare to touch a single hair on Alger, I'll fight you to the death. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the woman. Seeing Dimitriescu so defiant, the woman's eyes, bulging like frogs, filled with anger. She raised her big hand and slapped him across the face. You dare hit Dimitriescu? My brother Alger isn't someone you can just hit. Furious at the sight of Dimitriescu being hit, Alger struck back, slapping the woman hard. Ah, the students are fighting. Just as I said, this trash school only produces trash students who know nothing but brawling. The woman ranted uncontrollably, trying to claw at Alger. The man, who had been silent all along, came forward to help the woman attack Alger. Stop it. This is a school, not a place for you to act violently. Headmaster Eddie rushed over to protect Alger. Fat woman, don't you dare bully our male idol. Unable to bear seeing Alger bullied, the students shouted and rushed onto the stage. Anyone who dared bully their male idol would face their wrath. Alec, who had been standing aside on the platform, was pushed into the center of the fight by the surging students. His wig was torn off, and his face was scratched with several bloody marks. Meanwhile, Alger had already pulled Sylvia and Dimitriescu away to a safe spot. They were now spectators. The woman's combativeness was explosive, sweeping through everyone like a whirlwind. She inflicted countless injuries, but remained untouched. At that moment, the sound of sirens rang out urgently. But the chaos on the platform was too loud for anyone to notice. Several police officers parked their car at the school gate and marched briskly to the playground. The police are here. Stop fighting immediately. Do you hear me? The police are here. Stop now. They shouted through a megaphone. After several calls, people slowly stopped fighting. Which little punk called the police? The woman asked angrily. I did. Magnus journalist said loudly, raising his right hand. He stood at the outermost circle, recording the entire scene with his colleague. You short, poor, ugly 4 eyes, what business is it of yours? The woman clenched her fists in fury. If the police hadn't come, she would have definitely flattened this 4 eyes. The man also glared angrily at Magnus journalist. Comrades, you saw it. She was threatening us. Not only did she threaten us, but she also attacked us. Magnus journalist pointed to Alec, who was the most injured. Look at this teacher. His face is swollen, and his wig has been pulled off. Alec tried to cover his face, but couldn't cover both his face and head, feeling extremely embarrassed. His wig was nowhere to be found, and his face was badly scratched, making him almost unrecognizable. Everyone stared in shock at Alec, whose scalp was nearly bald, looking older and uglier than before. At first glance, one might not recognize him. Bald Ezra looked at Alec with bright eyes, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You are falsely accusing us. It was your school that bullied Gortizan to death. Your students injured him and refused to compensate. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? The woman replied indignantly. And I was beaten by that little hooligan as well. Officers, look at my face. She pointed to her face. Headmaster Eddie said angrily, Madam, it was you who first attacked our student. Our students acted in self-defense. And I've already explained to you that we— Shut up. Who do you think you are, blabbering nonsense here? The woman rudely interrupted Headmaster Eddie. She didn't care whether he was the principal or not. Headmaster Eddie's face turned pale, unable to believe how unreasonable this person could be. Madam, please calm down. We will investigate and find out what really happened. Fergus said gravely. He was responsible for this area and rushed over with his colleagues upon receiving the call from Magnus journalist. The woman pouted unhappily, still somewhat fearful of the police. Magnus journalist showed the footage to the police. Officers, the lady's account is not true. At that time, this student pushed the elderly to save him. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know? The woman barked furiously at Magnus journalist. Fergus glared at her sternly, and she quieted down. In the video, Ronnie Jin was seen bumping into someone and hastily getting out of the car to check the situation. Ronnie quickly stepped forward to explain. Officer, after the accident, I did not flee the scene. I wanted to take the elderly to the hospital for a checkup, but he said there was nothing wrong. Fergus nodded slightly. What, it's you? The woman wanted to curse at Ronnie but was intimidated by Fergus's stern look, swallowing her words back. To clear Alger's name, Fergus placed the camera on the platform so that everyone who wasn't too far away could see the footage. After watching the video, everyone finally understood what had happened. Alger did push the elderly, but it was to save him, and in saving him, Alger disregarded his own safety. With his leg broken by the car, he set the bone himself without troubling anyone. Even when Ronnie offered to take him to the hospital, he refused. Such a good person, yet he was being falsely accused by this unreasonable woman. One thing is one thing. It's true that this student pushed Gortizan. If he injured him, compensation must be made. The woman still shouted, though her voice was lower due to the presence of the police. I can take the elderly to the hospital right now. I have never tried to shirk responsibility. Please stop extorting classmate Alger. Ronnie couldn't listen anymore. She was clearly bullying Alger. You all have to pay. This cannot be settled like this. The woman even demanded double compensation. If she had known earlier that Ronnie almost hit the elder, she would have come looking for them much sooner. Ma'am, we will take full responsibility for what we should bear. But you also need to take responsibility for what you should bear. Of course, even if you don't want to, the law doesn't allow it. Alger spoke calmly at this moment. The woman got angry. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not easily scared, you brat. Alger ignored her and continued. Fergus, if I remember correctly, this lady disrupted our school's order and assaulted people, which is quite serious. She should at least be detained for 5 days and fined 500 yuan, right? Fergus nodded. That's correct. You have a good memory and understanding of the law. Upon hearing she might be detained and fined, the woman finally panicked. Chapter 99. She refused to let him die. Officer, I just came here to demand justice for my late Gortizan. How did I commit a crime? And besides, I didn't do anything else. I didn't even injure them. Who knows how they got their injuries? The woman was being unreasonable and refused to admit that she had hit anyone. Reporter Magnus smiled and pointed at the camera. What you say doesn't count. It's what the camera records that matters. Your assault has all been recorded by the camera. Don't try to lie your way out of this. The woman gnashed her teeth in anger. You nosy 4-eyed freak, using such underhanded tactics behind people's backs. Fergus, isn't it true that defamation carries a sentence of up to 3 years in prison? Alger's words scared the woman into silence. You have quite the memory. Fergus nodded once more. The woman was now thoroughly frightened. Officers, I can't go to jail. If I'm locked up, who will take care of my father-in-law and mother-in-law? And who will look after my mute husband? Everyone then realized that the man who hadn't spoken throughout was actually mute. Dead old father-in-law, please beg the officers not to arrest me. I can't go to jail. The bedridden dead old mother-in-law still needs my care. The woman tugged on the jailen, forcing him to plead with the police. Fergus recognized the scavenger. Meeting again, he found the old man looking much more haggard than before, his clothes even dirtier. Had he not used the money given to him last time to improve his meals? If this fat woman was indeed the elder's daughter-in-law, the reason became clear. Fergus, isn't it true that abusing an elderly person resulting in severe injury can carry a 2 to 7 year sentence? Alger glanced at the woman as he asked. Fergus frowned. Who is abusing the elderly? Such heartless acts. Upon hearing the length of the potential sentence, the woman panicked even more. Officers, it wasn't me. I didn't abuse any elders. Isn't this like protesting too much, admitting guilt unintentionally? Everyone sighed admiringly at how much Alger knew. Fergus ignored the woman and turned to look at the elder. Weston, he called softly to the old man. The elder lifted his tear-filled, cloudy eyes. Cyan, don't be afraid. The police will uphold justice for you. Tell us about your situation, said Alger. He leaned closer and whispered, Cyan, this is your chance to find your biological son. You must tell the truth. The elder looked at him in surprise. How do you know about my biological son? Alger made an excuse. I read about you in the newspaper. In his previous life, everyone in the county knew about the elder's story. Encouraged by Alger, the elder recounted his own story. He had a biological son who went missing when he was young, possibly kidnapped by human traffickers. He and his wife searched for many years. Later, they found an abandoned child by the roadside, which became their adopted son, who was mute. Even with an adopted son, they never gave up searching for their biological son. The couple treated their adopted son well, and he was fairly filial in return. When the adopted son grew up and worked outside, he brought back a woman, the current fat woman, his daughter-in-law. After she moved in, everything changed. She was lazy and ate a lot, beating and scolding the elderly couple frequently. She also forbade them from continuing to search for their biological son. The adopted son listened to the fat woman obediently and became less kind to his parents. The elder's wife was injured by the fat woman and never recovered, bedridden and tortured. The elder could only maintain a living by scavenging, while also paying for his wife's medical expenses, leading a very difficult life. The fat woman often searched and took whatever little medicine money they had left. The money the class had donated to the elder last time was taken by the fat woman as well. The elder's wife's only wish was to find her biological son. Even if she was sometimes tortured to the point of wanting to die, she still endured. Upon finishing his story, everyone fell silent. They felt deep sympathy for the elder and hated his daughter-in-law with a vengeance. She was clearly abusing the elders and must be punished. In the end, the mute man and the fat woman were taken away by the police. Ronnie insisted on taking the elder to the hospital for a checkup. Unable to persuade otherwise, the elder agreed to go. Thus ended the first day of the sports meet. But the discussions about Alger continued to grow hotter. His selfless bravery in saving lives earned him immense admiration. That was true bravery. Had the car sped up a little, Alger would have lost his life right there. Moreover, he really was talented. He could set bones himself, all because he had set a dog's bones once. As for Marta's commendation, it was discontinued. Brayden directly handed her the certificate. She was supposed to have her moment in the spotlight, but it was snatched away by Alger once again. Just like Hamilton, she began to hate Alger as well. Reporter Magnus had been wanting to chat with Alger alone but was afraid of being turned down. Others were vying for his attention, yet Alger didn't seem to care much. As Reporter Magnus was debating whether to risk rejection, Alger walked towards him. Reporter Magnus. He greeted him first. Reporter Magnus felt both honored and shocked. Alger, you're looking for me? He was so excited that he stammered a little. Indeed, one could get nervous before an idol. Will you report on the scavenging elder's story? Will you help him search for his family? He actually sought help from the media many years ago, but there was no result. That happened several decades ago when Reporter Magnus was still young. Reporter Magnus originally wanted to say yes right away, but the words coming out of his mouth became, I will do as you say, but you must also promise me one thing. Alger raised an eyebrow slightly. Reporters were cunning indeed. Alger first accompanied Sylvia back to the girls' dormitory to pack her things. Your leg. After watching that video, Sylvia had been looking at his leg worriedly. With such a collision, it must have been very painful. Alger boldly rolled up his trouser leg all the way above his knee. He first rustled the dense hair on his leg, then slapped it forcefully, smiling and saying, Look, Natalie, it's fine. It's completely healed. Although the bone injury had healed, the bruising remained. Sylvia was touched and cried. Oh, why are you crying? Natalie, my leg is really fine. If you keep crying, I might cry too. Alger hated seeing her cry, feeling heartache and loss at what to do. Sylvia wasn't just pained for him, but also out of lingering fear. She couldn't bear to imagine if something really happened to him. You must live well and stay alive. She forbade him to die. Alger looked at her, deeply moved. Don't worry, Natalie. I absolutely won't die before you. Chapter 100. I am a real man. Sylvia also looked deeply at Alger with her eyes. The scene was so sentimental that this moment should have ended in a passionate embrace. Hongzi. Suddenly, a shout broke the sentimentality. Demetrius came running from behind. Sylvia hurriedly wiped away her tears. Alger's gaze, sharp as a blade, flashed toward Demetrius. This clueless fellow had just ruined such an ambiguous atmosphere. Hongzi, you were amazing today, getting first place in everything. Haha, Harmon really suffered. I heard he threw up as soon as he got back to the dorm. Baba's poop even stained his clothes, making the whole dorm smell awful. Demetrius did not notice Sylvia's unusual state or Alger's knife-like gaze. He happily put his arm around Alger's shoulder, filled with pride. Seeing half of his face a bit swollen, Alger's gaze softened. When he had been bullied by that fat woman, both Sylvia and Demetrius rushed over to protect him. Demetrius even got slapped by the fat woman. How is your face? Are you okay? Alger reached out and gently touched Demetrius's face, secretly using spiritual power to help treat him. Demetrius's smile suddenly froze. Why did it feel so comfortable when Alger touched his face? Even the pain seemed to lessen. And Alger's gaze was so gentle. Scared, Demetrius pushed him away directly. Shit, Hongzi, I'm straight. You're not having any funny ideas about me, are you? Forget it. What are you thinking? I am a real man. Alger glared at him harshly and glanced nervously at Sylvia. Demetrius chuckled. That's right. Your gaze was so tender looking at me just like looking at Sylvia. It scared the hell out of me. Called out. Sylvia looked up at them, puzzled. She still clutched a stack of certificates belonging to Alger in her arms. Hongzi, give me a few of these certificates, Get lost. Alger shot a glance at Demetrius, cutting off his words mid-sentence. Don't be so stingy. You have so many certificates. What harm would it do to give me a few? Demetrius gazed longingly at the stack of certificates. Sylvia hugged the certificates tightly, eyeing him vigilantly as if fearing he might snatch them. Seeing how precious she treated the certificates, Alger couldn't help but bend his lips into a slight smile. Not a chance in hell. Alger coldly rejected Demetrius. You heartless bastard. Just as Demetrius wanted to retort at Alger, a classmate called him, and he walked away. Alger escorted Sylvia to the girls' dormitory, telling her he would come back later while he went to pack things in the boys' dormitory. On the way, many classmates greeted him enthusiastically, but all he did was lightly nod. Some girls, emboldened by his presence, even confessed their feelings outright, while others shyly smiled and ran away. Alger didn't even spare them a glance. After packing his things, he went to the girls' dormitory to wait for Sylvia. On his way, he encountered that Taoyan, disagreeable, xuanhuan again. The school awards 500, and the county awards 1,000. Beatrix, you're already a little rich girl. Adrian will also sponsor you monthly. You don't need to worry about your future life anymore. In the future, when you go to college and graduate, you can be with Adrian. Oh my god, you're so lucky. You know, Adrian's family is incredibly wealthy. Lauren's flattering words made Marta feel very satisfied. It felt like she was already part of the Zhang family. Though happy inside, Marta kept her expression neutral, slightly frowning. Yanluo, don't say nonsense. About Adrian pursuing me, please keep it confidential. Hey, do you think you can hide it? I'm so envious of you. Your fate is so good. Lauren glanced at Alger beside them, her expression indifferent. Compared to Adrian, Alger simply wasn't worth mentioning. Marta thought even less of Alger now that she had Adrian. No matter how well Alger performed academically or excelled in other areas, he was still just a poor student. Alger scoffed inwardly, wondering if Ronnie was blind to chase after a woman like her. This woman certainly had a strong imagination. As Sylvia came out, Alger smiled and greeted her, picking up her backpack and pushing his bicycle. See Yao, they're always together. Could they be dating? Lauren asked, watching the two walking away. How could that be possible? Who would like a stammerer? Sylvia is nothing special. No man would pay extra attention to her. Emph. Alger is trying to make me jealous by pretending to get along with her. How laughable. At the school gate, Marta and Lauren saw Ronnie at once. He leaned against his car, constantly looking towards the school gate. Wow, Beatrix, Adrian is waiting for you. Is he going to drive you home? Lauren asked excitedly. Marta frowned. This doesn't seem right, with so many people watching. Yanluo, come with me in the car. This way, others won't talk. Wouldn't I just be a third wheel then? Sirental Adrian would definitely mind, wouldn't he? Lauren was extremely excited. She finally had a chance to ride in a rich person's car. He's so kind, he wouldn't mind. Marta took her over. But Ronnie didn't notice her until Marta called his name. Sirental Adrian, have you been waiting long? Actually, Marta's voice was soft and delicate. How did you know I've been waiting for a while? Was he gone already? While talking to Marta, Ronnie kept glancing toward the school gate. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he happily went over. Alger, hop into my car quickly. I'll take you and the elder to the hospital for a checkup. Ronnie stopped Alger, who was cycling over. Instead of taking the elder to the hospital immediately, he waited here for Alger, wanting him to go together for a checkup. Ronnie couldn't feel at ease until Alger got checked. I've told you many times, I don't need to go to the hospital. Please stop bothering me. Alger cycled around Ronnie, leaving behind only an icy back. Alger, I'm doing this for your own good. Please get a checkup. No matter how Ronnie called out, Alger didn't stop. Ronnie had no choice but to open the car door, sit inside, and drive away. Sirental Adrian, actually, I'm fine too. The elder who had been sitting in the car said. No way, elder. You must get checked today. Ronnie was afraid the elder would get off, so he started the car immediately, leaving behind a trail of black, suffocating exhaust fumes. He completely forgot about Marta. Cough, cough. Marta and Lauren waved their hands against the car exhaust. Sirental Adrian has to take the elder to the hospital and can't drive us. Marta walked a few steps forward, trying to hide her embarrassment. Lauren followed sullenly. Her chance to ride in a car was ruined. Her bicycle was broken and left at the repair shop, so she could only ride hers now. Thinking she still had to carry Marta on it, her legs felt weak. Alger's afternoon competition was all recorded. Reporter Magnus regretted missing the morning event. When he checked the morning results, he found that Alger broke the 100-meter sprint record. He pointed at the record sheet and asked Headmaster Eddie, his voice trembling, is this true? Sue, Alger broke the record? Headmaster Eddie hadn't paid much attention to the morning events and hadn't seen the record sheet yet. When he looked at it now, he was also shocked. Chapter 101. Natalie is falsely accused. 13 seconds 33. The record is 13 seconds 35. Principal Eddie was thrilled. What? Alger broke the 100-meter dash record? Other teachers also came over to check the record. Alec was the first to speak up. Impossible. There must be a mistake. If Alger can break the record, I'll write my surname backward. His excitement caused him to tug at his swollen face from the beating, making him suck in air through gritted teeth in pain. The wig had also been found, dirty beyond description, and when put back on, it looked like a bird's nest, but it was still better than having no wig. Jesse's face felt hot. Last time, he bet with Alger that if he could score full marks in chemistry, Patricia would write his surname backward. Just let Alger run again. Principal Eddie called for Alger, but he had already left the field with Sylvia. Reporter Magnus wanted to interview him thoroughly but lost the chance. There weren't many students left on the playground. Only those responsible for cleaning up remained. Reporter Magnus was excited. Alger's speed was enough for him to participate in the city track and field competition. However, he would have to beat the county team members first. Next Tuesday was the county sports meet, and Reporter Magnus persuaded Principal Eddie to let Alger compete. Originally, Principal Eddie didn't plan for this, as these matters were arranged by Alec. Alec said that athletes had already been arranged to compete. The school sports meet was originally scheduled for next Monday, but it was advanced due to Reporter Magnus. Monday would be the men's competition, and Tuesday would be the women's competition. After the men's competition was over, the athletes would go to the county sports meet on Tuesday. Hongwon Middle School's athletics team did not have any female members. Director Ma, how about this? Next Monday, you arrange for student Alger to compete against the athletes, then decide who should go to the county sports meet. Principal Eddie was looking forward to Alger's performance. Reporter Magnus said excitedly, then I will come back next Monday to film student Alger's competition. Alec asked subtly, Reporter Magnus, aren't journalists usually very busy? Isn't it excessive attention to focus so much on just one student? Reporter Magnus responded seriously, Alger is no ordinary person. He's worth following up on. It's an honor for your school to have such a genius, isn't it? Principal Eddie gave Alec a displeased look, smiling at Reporter Magnus. If our school needs to cooperate, feel free to ask. Reporter Magnus smiled slightly. I'm more worried Alger won't cooperate. Principal Eddie chuckled. Geniuses often have their tempers, Reporter Magnus. Please bear with him. Alger took Sylvia to Slade's shop first. Sirental Hang, Natalie, you're here. Slade greeted them with a smile, immediately grabbing a bag of candy for Sylvia. Natalie, eat up, don't be shy. After being fed a few times, Sylvia stopped hesitating, but she still glanced at Alger, thanked him, and took the candy. Good girl. Slade adored Sylvia. She was his dream daughter-in-law. What a lucky guy Alger is. Alger looked around the store, picked up something he wanted to eat, opened it, and tasted it. If it tasted good, he'd pick up another bag and offer it to Sylvia. Sirental Hang, wasn't Hongwon School holding a sports meet? I heard a genius got first place in 14 events. Is that true? How can I not believe it? Slade asked curiously, tossing a handful of peanuts to Alger. A customer buying something interjected. If he's really that amazing, wouldn't he have been taken away by the county sports team long ago? This is like picking the tallest dwarf. Impressive at Hongwon Middle School but doesn't mean much elsewhere. He picked up something and asked, Boss, how much is this? Sylvia angrily snatched it from his hand. Not for sale. The customer snapped. If it's not for sale, fine. Why be so aggressive? Boss, you should control your daughter. Slade waved his hand. Just leave it. It's not for sale. How do you run a business like this, crazy? The customer left angrily. Slade thought Sylvia was upset because the customer said bad things about Hongwon Middle School. But Alger knew she was defending him, feeling delighted. Slade glanced curiously at Sylvia and whispered in Alger's ear, She has quite a temper. You better never bully her. Alger laughed softly. I cherish her too much to ever bully her. Even her angry expression was kind of cute. If you dare to bully Natalie, I won't forgive you. Slade growled at Alger, but looked fondly at Sylvia. The customer's, your daughter, comment made his heart bloom. How wonderful it would be to have a daughter as obedient as Sylvia. You go back and tell Heather that I want to adopt Natalie as my goddaughter, and see what she says. Slade had this idea for a long time. Alger laughed and said, No, it would be better to adopt me as your godson. Then Natalie will be your goddaughter-in-law. Daydreaming. Slade tapped his head playfully. They talked about the popcorn business. Just like last week, they would deliver 200 pounds tomorrow and another 200 pounds the day after. Alger also wanted to visit the bakery to deliver the dirty buns to Jace. But it wouldn't be convenient to take Sylvia along, so he asked her to wait at Slade's store for a while. Alger didn't tell her what he was going to do, which made Sylvia a bit uneasy. Alger bought several large plastic bags to pack the dirty buns. 300 dirty buns would need several trips to deliver to the bakery. Tomorrow was the women's competition of the sports meet. Alger had already asked Braden for leave. Neither he nor Sylvia would attend. Slade asked Sylvia to watch the store for a moment while he went to the back to get supplies. Sylvia put the bag of candy Slade gave her into her school bag, which was seen by Marta and Lauren who came to buy things. Sylvia, how can you steal things when the boss is not around? Quickly put them back. Marta immediately shouted loudly, attracting the attention of passers-by. Yes, Sylvia, quickly put the items back. We are high school students. We shouldn't do such stealing. Lauren added. This girl looks very obedient. How could she steal? You can't judge a person by their appearance. More and more people gathered to watch, all condemning Sylvia. Chapter 102 This is my daughter. I didn't. Sylvia's face flushed red as she struggled to defend herself. Then what's in your backpack? Your family is so poor, you can't afford things, but that doesn't mean you should steal. Yes, if you want candy, just tell us, we can buy some for you. Stealing is wrong. Marta and Lauren took turns accusing Sylvia. And no, it's not like this. The more anxious Sylvia became, the more she stuttered. Why do you speak so hesitantly? It must be because you feel guilty and can't explain yourself clearly. Marta asked with a twisted smile on her lips. Sylvia stared at her blankly. She knew Sylvia had a speech impediment, yet she still said such things? Everyone else suspected that Sylvia was stuttering out of guilt over stealing. Sylvia, quickly take out what's in your bag. Marta said coldly. However, Sylvia clutched her bag tightly. Inside were Aries commendation certificates, and she feared Marta might tear them up. You little girl, you have to return what you took. If you don't return it now, we will call the police. These righteous people even started trying to snatch Sylvia's bag. Don't! Sylvia shouted desperately, hugging her bag tightly. Seeing Sylvia being misunderstood and panicking, Marta felt an intense sense of satisfaction. While Sylvia wasn't paying attention, Marta suddenly snatched her bag and poured its contents onto the floor. Open candies, stationery, books, and those commendation certificates all fell out. Sylvia hurriedly threw herself over the certificates to protect them. What's going on? Why are so many people here? Clark came out from the back carrying a stack of goods, puzzled at the scene before him. When he saw Sylvia sprawled on the ground, he quickly went to help her up. Natalie, why are you on the ground? What happened? Sylvia's eyes filled with tears as she shook her head pitifully. Seeing the mess on the ground, Clark immediately understood that Sylvia had been bullied. Why are you bullying a little girl? Are you all insane? He yelled angrily at the crowd. Boss, while you were away, she stole candy from the store and put it in her bag. Boss, if not for us, the whole store would have been emptied by her. Marta and Lauren spoke smugly. Others chimed in, accusing Sylvia of theft. If it weren't for these two students, the girl would have run off with stolen goods. That's right, boss. Not all girls are as kind as these two students. Sylvia held the certificates tightly, unable to stop her tears or trembling body. Seeing her pitiful state, Marta couldn't feel more triumphant. Finally avenged the slap from Ari. A slap was nothing compared to the pain of being falsely accused. Boss, you should call the police and have them take her away. It will teach her a lesson and actually help her. Marta said hypocritically. If Sylvia were branded a thief, how could she survive in school? Best if she got expelled. She wondered if Ari would still acknowledge this little thief then. The student is absolutely right. Since her parents can't discipline her properly, let the police do it. Indeed, if not disciplined now, she will become a danger to society later. Others agreed. Don't talk nonsense. This is my daughter. Does my daughter need to ask permission to take something from the store? Calling the police? Endangering society? Are you all out of your minds? Why bully a little girl? Clark glared at Marta and company angrily. How can you blame us? Your daughter never told us it was her store. Trying to repay kindness with ingratitude. The crowd remained indignant, shifting the blame back to Sylvia for not clarifying earlier. Sylvia, I thought you didn't have parents. How did a father suddenly appear? Marta asked, feigning surprise. This is my goddaughter. What's it to you? Even if she wasn't my daughter, anything in my store belongs to her. Is it any of your business? Clark looked at Sylvia's pitiful state and felt heartbroken. He wished he could slap Marta. What an obnoxious girl. Whoever looks again gets hit. Clark angrily shooed away the crowd. Lauren hastily said, Boss, we still want to reserve popcorn. Reserve my foot. Even my dog wouldn't eat my popcorn if given to you all. Get lost. Clark chased Marta and Lauren away like chasing dogs. Is this boss crazy? He won't even make money when he can. Lauren gave Clark a dirty look. They had originally come to reserve popcorn but encountered this kind of situation. Getting scolded by the boss, they didn't even get to eat the popcorn. She then asked Marta, Beatrix, when did Sylvia become this boss's goddaughter? Wasn't she with Ari? Why isn't Ari here? Marta was somewhat impatient. Who knows? She was very envious that the boss would say the entire store belonged to Sylvia. Why was he so good to her? An orphan without parents, average in studies and looks, and with a stutter. What did she have to be favored like this? But thinking of Ronnie made her feel better. Ronnie's family must be richer than this store owner. She was their family's savior, not only funding her education but treating her generously. Angry at being shouted at, Lauren's temper flared up. Beatrix, how is your aunt's case going? It should be close to sentencing, right? Lauren pretended to ask with concern. This was the topic Marta hated most. She answered vaguely, I don't know. Let's not talk about this, let's go shopping somewhere else. In reality, her aunt's case had become complicated. Over the years, her aunt had worked in several stores, embezzling money from each one using the same method. Once her aunt's affairs were exposed, the store owners rechecked their accounts and found discrepancies, leading them to file charges. Altogether, her aunt had embezzled over 200,000 yuan. Such a huge amount could not be repaid without selling the house. Once the house was sold, Marta would have to stay in the school dormitory permanently. Ari returned from Pauline's bakery. He settled the accounts for these 2 times with Pauline. Chapter 103. Sylvia is not someone you can afford to offend. Alger bought the dirty buns from the Points Mall for 6 yuan each and sold them to Jace for 7 yuan each. Jace then sold them for 10 yuan each. During the first day promotion, they were sold at 15 yuan for 2. In total, Alger made over 300 yuan from these 2 transactions. Jace made a lot more, earning over 900 yuan. This was also to pave the way for better cooperation in the future. Jace was studying how to make dirty buns, continuously tasting them and creating mini trial batches. Alger took these samples back to let Clark sell them. Passing by a clothing store, Alger went inside and bought Sylvia a sweater. It was pink with a little white rabbit embroidered on it. It was super cute, and she would surely love it. He also bought one for Heather, in purple red. Arriving at Clark's store, he excitedly took out the pink sweater for Sylvia. Rachel, look at the sweater I bought for you. It's pink and has a little white rabbit on it. Lowering his head, he saw that Sylvia's face was streaked with tears, and in her arms, she still clung tightly to the stack of certificates. Alger's heart tightened. Rachel, did someone bully you? Who had the nerve to bully his Rachel? Asked this, Sylvia couldn't help but shed more tears. Unable to hold back, she flung herself into Alger's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, soaking his coat with her tears. Rachel. Alger hugged her tenderly, chin gently brushing her soft hair. Sire answering to her suppressed sobs, his heart broke. Xiaohang, I wonder if you were blind before. How could you like such a girl? Actually pursuing that sort of person. Look at what she did to Rachel. Even searching Rachel's school bag. If I didn't consider that you're classmates, I would have broken her legs long ago. I'm telling you now, from now on, nothing in my shop will be sold to her. Clark shouted angrily. Randall, what exactly happened? Which girl bullied Rachel? Alger asked anxiously. That girl you used to chase after, remember? Back when you two came to watch movies every Saturday. Clark told Alger what had happened. Turned out it was Marta who bullied Rachel. Not only did she wrongfully accuse Rachel of being a thief, but she even wanted to search Rachel's back. Who gave her the gall to touch Rachel's things? Seeing his Rachel so upset, Alger couldn't bear it any longer. He rode his bike to find Marta. If he didn't stand up for Rachel, he wouldn't be a man. He could tolerate her belittling him, insulting him, but not hurting his Rachel. Marta and Lauren were shopping. Lauren was slowly cycling, with Marta riding behind. Marta, stop right there. A furious roar came from behind. Before Lauren could stop the bicycle, suddenly there was a loud bang. Alger sped forward on his bicycle, knocking over Lauren's bike. Both girls fell to the ground immediately. Lauren's bicycle tire was even deformed from the collision. Even before Marta got up, Alger rushed over, grabbing her collar, and swiftly slapped her several times. Her head spun as though she were experiencing dizziness. She even wondered if she had a concussion. Alger's hand hurt. He had hit her with all his might. Marta's face was swollen, even puffier than a pig's head. No, more like an inflatable pig head. You. Marta pointed incredulously at Alger, her mouth swollen so badly she couldn't speak. Lauren stared in shock, too scared to scream. Alger actually slapped Marta. He slapped Marta. Not only did he hit a girl, but he hit Marta. How could he dare? How could he do it? He's so violent, too scary. Still lying on the ground, Lauren nervously stared at Alger, only daring to inch away slowly, afraid of catching Alger's attention. I warn you, Sylvia is not someone you can afford to offend. If it happens again, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Bending down, Alger glared coldly at Marta. Don't believe me? Try it and see. And don't think what you did is unknown to anyone. He sternly warned and threatened her, just to make her feel uneasy. You. Marta glared at him, fear in her eyes. She wasn't scared of Alger, but worried about what he knew. What did he mean by those things? Was it about Ms. Zhang's mom? With no one to sponsor her education, she would have no choice but to return to her hometown and marry the village's horse. Alger fiercely kicked Lauren's bicycle. Scared, Lauren hurriedly hugged her head. Only after Alger rode his bicycle out of their sight did they dare to get up. Everything happened so suddenly and ended so quickly that the two felt as if what had just happened was a dream. There were few people on the street at this time, and no one saw Alger hit Marta. They only noticed her face swollen like a pig's head, finding it very strange. How could there be such an ugly girl? Xiao, is Alger crazy? Lauren's voice trembled. She spoke in a low voice, afraid that Alger might hear her. This person is too scary. She stared fearfully at Marta's puffy face, which was too ugly to recognize. Marta couldn't say anything. Her mouth and face hurt too much. Beating someone on the street, both of them considered calling the police. But Lauren feared retaliation from Alger and dared not call the police. Marta was worried about angering Alger and having him reveal what she had done. She felt guilty and even more reluctant to report it. She didn't dare take that risk. They had to find out how much he knew. We didn't do anything to Sylvia. Why is he so agitated and even hit you? It must be that Sylvia told Alger something to make him so angry. She seems honest usually, but I didn't expect her to be such a schemer. Otherwise, how could she have convinced Alger to be so good to her, and even gave her those certificates? Lauren spoke enviously and resentfully about Sylvia. Looking at the deformed bike tire, she felt both terrified and hateful towards Alger. Marta covered her face with both hands, wanting to leave this place quickly and get away from these people's strange looks. She hated not only Alger, but also Sylvia. Lauren's analysis was right. Sylvia must have used some method to bewitch Alger. Last time when she was slapped by Alger on the playground, it was also because of Sylvia. She wouldn't let this go, and would definitely find an opportunity for revenge. Chapter 104. Preventing a good buddy from poaching. Even though Alger had beaten Marta to a pulp, he still wasn't satisfied and wished she would vanish from the world forever. But in a law-based society, if he killed her, he would have to pay the price too. He deliberately made those threats to Marta so that she would be deterred and wouldn't dare to report him to the police. She valued the Jiang family's support too much. Naturally, she wouldn't take the risk of upsetting Alger. Alger returned to Randall's shop. Sylvia had been worrying about him. Seeing him come back, she hurried over. Why you? You didn't get hurt, did you? She looked him up and down anxiously. Alger gave her a slight smile. What could happen to me? Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he felt both heartache and guilt. Next time, he wouldn't dare to leave her alone again. Randall was also feeling guilty. I only went to the back for a moment, and Natalie got bullied. Sylvia shook her head lightly. It's my fault. I didn't explain clearly. Actually, even if she had said she was helping Randall with the store, others might believe her, but Marta wouldn't. She would still smear Sylvia. Natalie, it's not your fault. Marta is just too evil. Let's go home. Alger tenderly patted her hair. What about Zhao? Marta? She asked uneasily. Angry, he rode off to find her. With his temperament, he wouldn't have just scolded her. I only taught her a lesson. Don't mention her, dirty mouth. Alger wiped the hand that hit Marta vigorously on his clothes. Next time, he should wear gloves to avoid getting his hands dirty. Alger greeted Randall and took Sylvia away. After this incident, Sylvia had no good impression of Marta left. Everyone knew about her stuttering. Back then, Marta didn't explain for her, but deliberately said that she was stuttering because she was guilty. Sylvia couldn't understand why she would do such a thing. But truly kind-hearted people would never do that. Marta kept misleading the crowd on purpose. If not for Randall's timely appearance, she was worried that Marta would tear up those certificates. Who knew what other cruel things Marta might do to her? Why was she so evil? Had she always been like this, or did she change? Sylvia sighed inwardly, blaming herself for being useless, unable even to defend herself. It was clear enough in one sentence, but the more she spoke, the more people misunderstood her. Sensing her despondency, Alger stopped the bike and turned to look at her. Natalie, what's wrong? Still upset about what happened earlier? He asked gently, lifting his hand to softly rub her hair. Spiritual energy seeped from his fingertips into her scalp, quietly healing her. Don't let someone like Marta bother you. Natalie, treat it like a dog bite. I've already taken care of her, don't be upset anymore. He comforted her warmly. Won't you? Won't you hit her again? She deserved it for making Natalie suffer. Alger gritted his teeth, full of disdain for Marta. Severe. Will she report to the police? Sylvia stared at Alger anxiously, subconsciously grabbing his hand. Alger's heart raced. He didn't even dare blink, fearing that she might move her small, warm hand away. Just keep holding my hand. Don't let go. Relax, Natalie. She won't report us. Although his actions were a bit heavy-handed, Sylvia was still a little worried. Was Marta really too bad to not report it? Maybe Alger didn't hit her that hard. Natalie, Randall wants to adopt you as his goddaughter. Are you willing? Alger originally planned to talk about this at home, but to prevent her from letting go of his hand, he needed to buy time. Sylvia bit her lower lip nervously. I don't know. She had never been anyone's daughter before, and was afraid she wouldn't do well. She didn't know what a daughter should do for her parents. Randall is very nice, and Noelle especially loves to laugh. You'll definitely like her when you meet her. Oh, and Wanda, who has been brought back by Noelle to her hometown, is also a kind grandma, just like Heather. My buddy Suetti will become your brother too if you agree to be Randall's goddaughter. With a godfather, godmother, a brother, Wanda, me, and Heather, Natalie, you'll have so many people who love you. Alger's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze brushing across her face. Actually, Alger also had a little plan. Now that Sylvia had become Randall's goddaughter, Suetti wouldn't compete with him for her anymore. Back in junior high, Suetti had met Sylvia and always said she was obedient and cute, wishing he could marry her. At the time, Alger thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. But thinking back now, he felt a chill of fear. In his previous life, Suetti indeed pursued Sylvia. Sylvia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course, she longed for parental love. She nodded excitedly. Randall will be so happy. Alger smiled and raised his hand to stroke Sylvia's hair. Sylvia suddenly realized her hand had been holding Alger's all along. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly withdrew her hand, looking around nervously. Alger was frustrated and wanted to slap himself. Natalie, hold on tight. I'm going to ride. He quickly patted Sylvia's head and continued cycling. Because of various delays, they returned home later than usual today. Heather waited anxiously at the village entrance for them. Oh, thank goodness you're finally back. Seeing them, Heather finally felt relieved. Heather, there was a sports day at school today, so we came back late. Alger hurriedly explained to Heather. Good, you're back? Heather stood there, frowning tightly. Ouch, my legs are numb from standing too long. Sylvia rushed over to support her. Alger also parked the bike to help her. After standing for so long, Heather's legs had gone numb and took some time to recover. A thought struck Alger. It was crucial to buy 2 mobile phones. That way, he could stay in touch with Heather when going out. In this era, unless a family was extremely poor, most had landline phones installed. Naturally, Sylvia's family hadn't installed one. Alger's family had one installed before, but it was disconnected due to unpaid fees and wasn't used afterward. Mobile phones were more convenient for instant communication. Pushing the bike, Alger walked slowly with Sylvia supporting Heather on their way home. Grand. Grandma, Alger got many awards. Sylvia couldn't wait to get home. She eagerly pulled out a stack of certificates from her backpack to show Heather. Chapter 105. He is the wolf pup. Wow, so many awards, all won by Alger? That's incredible. Heather couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the certificates. Though she wasn't very literate, she could recognize Alger's and Sylvia's names. All are first places. Sylvia said proudly, her eyes twinkling like stars. Wow, all first places, you're so amazing. Heather smiled at Alger. She wanted to pat Alger's head as she used to when he was little, but Alger had grown too tall for her to reach now. Instinctively reaching out, Alger quickly bent down so Heather could touch his head. Heather paused for a moment, feeling choked up. This child had really grown up and thought of others' feelings. She patted Alger's head again, just like when he was little. Heather, no matter how old we grow, we will always be your children. If I do anything wrong, you can spank my bottom. Heather chuckled at Alger's words. You're too big now. Grandma can't even reach your bottom anymore. In fact, she had never actually spanked Alger's bottom. Every time he did something wrong, she would just threaten him, saying that if he acted like that again, she would spank his bottom. How could she bear to hit her own grandchild? Alger mentioned that Clark wanted to adopt Sylvia as his goddaughter. Of course, Heather agreed. From her few interactions with Clark, she found him to be quite nice, a straightforward and kind person. She had also met Wanda, and they got along well as sisters-in-law. Heather always praised Sylvia in front of her, saying that although Sylvia stuttered a bit, she was obedient and thoughtful, like a warm, cotton-padded jacket. Wanda always wanted a granddaughter, and often said she envied Heather having Sylvia. At the time, Heather had jokingly replied that Sylvia was also Wanda's granddaughter. She hadn't expected this joke to come true. It was something Heather would have wished for, to have more people loving Sylvia. Once she left this world, Sylvia would still have godparents to care for her, giving Heather peace of mind. When they got home, Alger took out 2 sweaters. The pink one was for Sylvia, and the purplish-red one for Heather. It's getting cold, so I bought each of you a sweater. Alger happily asked them to try them on. Hang, you only bought for us, didn't buy one for yourself? Alger's considerate actions made Heather feel proud, but also a bit heartbroken seeing him without a sweater for himself. Boys have 3 fires within. I don't feel cold at all. Alger laughed. It was indeed true. With his super stamina, he felt like his body was made of iron. Because of this, he shone brilliantly during the sports meet. That won't do. No matter what, health is most important. I'll knit you one later, guaranteed warmth. Heather looked at Alger affectionately. This child had grown so fast that the sweater she knitted last year must be too small now. Sylvia and Heather had already put on their sweaters. Alger kept praising how good they looked. Sylvia's skin was naturally fair, making her look extra cute and sweet in the pink sweater. She really suited pink. Alger couldn't help but want to pinch her rosy cheeks. Under his persistent gaze, Sylvia blushed shyly. Heather had already cut the vegetables, planning to start cooking as soon as Alger and Sylvia came back. Heather, let me cook. You take a rest. Alger laughed as he took off his coat. After cooking a few more times, his super chef ability would unlock. During dinner, Heather kept complimenting Alger's cooking, noting how much his culinary skills had improved. Alger told her about eating at the Benny family's house with Sylvia. No wonder, I noticed Yaki's complexion looks much better lately. It turns out the food has been improving. Heather looked at Sylvia lovingly, pleased to see her beloved granddaughter looking healthier. Sylvia smiled modestly and continued eating. Alger then talked about wanting to reclaim their family's land from Weston Halston. Heather gently said, Hang, you've grown up and have your own thoughts now. Do whatever you think is right. I support you. After dinner, Alger went to find Weston Halston. Jammin's son was squatting by the door eating. Upon seeing Alger, he dropped his bowl and ran inside screaming, Dad, Mom, Wolf Pup is here. Help me. Despite being a few years older than Alger, he had been psychologically scarred after being chased by Alger with a kitchen knife when they were young. Ever since then, Whenever he saw Alger, he would get scared, like a mouse seeing a cat. What are you yelling about? There's no such thing as a wolf pup. You broke a bowl. Do you think bowls grow on trees? There is a wolf pup, but we don't fear it. Just beat it away with a stick. Halston and his wife came out grumbling, one holding a broom and the other a shovel. Their son hid behind them, not daring to peek out. Upon seeing Alger, both of Halston's couple were taken aback. The wolf pup had really come. The scar on Halston's hand began to itch again, recalling the chunk of flesh Alger had bitten off. It's you, Hang Hang. Have you eaten? Come in for some food. Halston said through a false smile. His wife also pretended to welcome Alger into the house. Hang Hang, it's been a while since we last saw you. Come in and chat for a bit. But Alger was in no mood for their pretense and got straight to the point. You've occupied our family's land for many years now. It's time to give it back, right? Hearing this, Halston's wife became frantic. You're just a student. What do you need the land for? Besides, when your grandfather was still alive, he agreed that we could farm this land. Why should you take it back? Halston still kept his smile. Hang Hang, your aunt is right. We've been farming this land for years. How can you just take it back? And there are crops planted on this land. Alger curled his lip and coldly sneered. So, you're refusing to return it? If that's the case, I'll go to the village head. If you still refuse to return it, I'll sue you in court. Seizing others' land is illegal. I will make you stop the interference, restore the original state, and compensate for the losses. Alger spoke based on the legal process. Halston and his wife didn't believe he would really sue them. Enough with the scare tactics, Hang Hang. You're just a student talking nonsense about suing. Let me be clear today. There's no way you can get the land back. The smiling tiger stopped smiling and delivered his threat. He showed his true colors when his interests were at stake. Besides, the village head had been bribed by him and wouldn't side with Alger. They were openly bullying Alger. Chapter 106, called Baby. Fine, then you can wait for the lawsuit. Alger didn't bother with them and went to find the village chief. He knew it was useless, but still went through the motions. The village chief perfunctorily said he would persuade Halston to return the land. Alger didn't say more. He had already decided to use legal means to protect his rights. At home, he found the land contract. With this evidence, Halston wouldn't be able to occupy their land anymore. Alger went to Heather's house and found she and Sylvia had already processed 200 pounds of popcorn. Heather told him to keep all the money they earned. She usually delivered goods to Clark as well, so she wasn't short of money. The next day, Alger didn't give the money from selling popcorn to Heather. He needed to save up for a cell phone. Back then, there were no smartphones yet. An average one cost over 1,000 yuan, and a better one around 2,000. Of course, he wanted to buy a better one. Riding a tricycle with Sylvia, Alger came to Clark's store. Clark was thrilled upon hearing that Heather agreed for him to adopt Sylvia as his goddaughter. He planned to take time off to celebrate with both families at a restaurant. I'll call Aunt Fong right now. She'll definitely be delighted. Clark enthusiastically called his wife. His wife laughed incessantly, rarely praising Clark. Her loud laughter transmitted through the receiver, audible to Alger and Sylvia. Praised by his wife, Clark kept grinning foolishly. Rachel, your godmother wants to talk to you. With a grin, he passed the receiver to Sylvia. Sylvia nervously glanced at Alger before slowly taking the receiver. Rachel, it's your godmother. Call me godmother. Your godmother will give you a huge red envelope. Really huge. Ha ha ha, baby, you'll love it. Jolene's warm voice entered Sylvia's ears. She felt a warm sensation in her heart, especially when called baby. She never imagined that someone would ever call her that. Rachel, baby, quickly call me godmother. Jolene eagerly shouted through the phone. Tightening her grip on the receiver, Sylvia looked at Alger again. Alger smiled and nodded at her. Drumming up courage, she called out, godmother. Ah, my baby is so good. Jolene laughed heartily. Jolene finally have a daughter too. She wished she could immediately fly over and kiss her goddaughter. Sylvia was also moved. She finally had parents and didn't need to envy others anymore. Passing the receiver back to Clark, the couple continued chatting about which restaurant to celebrate in and inviting Sue Eddie to join. Why don't we set it for next Saturday and close the shop for the day? Sure, Mom agrees. This is a big deal. We can prepare well in a week. Sylvia didn't understand what else was left to prepare, not realizing the importance Clark's family placed on this event. When Alger and Sylvia left the store, Clark packed a large bag of snacks for her. Sylvia tried to refuse, suggesting he sell them instead. These are from Godfather. Rachel must take them. If you want anything later, just tell Godfather. Clark smiled, giving the snacks to her and patting her hair. A daughter was different from a son. Sue Eddie's hair was coarse like bristles, while Sylvia's hair was soft like cotton. Marta and Lauren came to buy popcorn and saw Clark stuffing a large bag of snacks into Sylvia's hands. Clark even helped her onto the tricycle. Watching Alger ride away with Sylvia, he waved happily. Beatrix, why is the shop owner so nice to Sylvia? That bag of snacks costs quite a bit. Lauren envied. Of course she bought it herself. You think the shop owner gave it to her? Marta rolled her eyes. How can she afford to buy so much when her family is poor? Didn't Alger buy it for her? Marta gave another eye roll. That's impossible. It's harvest season. Her family sold crops and made some money. It's not like that, Beatrix. Don't you remember the specialty store incident? Alger took out over 1,000 yuan. That was from selling game accounts. What a show-off. Marta didn't want to mention the specialty store incident again. Alger's kindness towards Sylvia made her uncomfortable. But now she had Ronnie, so she didn't care about Alger's lousy money. Marta's face was still swollen. She wore a hat and mask, telling Lauren to buy popcorn. Lauren returned empty-handed, saying the boss wouldn't sell to her. Marta cursed her in her heart for being useless, unable even to get some popcorn, forcing her to take action herself. She walked to the store entrance, but before she could speak, Clark drove her away. Get lost. Don't dirty my store. I won't sell you anything. Does he think wearing a hat and mask would make him unrecognizable? He said that even if his goods were fed to dogs, they wouldn't be sold to her. Marta left angrily. This person is really sick. Popcorn is all sold out. Let's go somewhere else. She spoke harshly to Lauren. What? But I clearly saw. Lauren couldn't help but widen her eyes. She saw plenty of popcorn on the counter. Ignoring her, Marta walked straight ahead. She was furious. She refused to believe she couldn't get this kind of popcorn. Sylvia looked at the large bag of snacks in the cart, deeply touched. Clark was so good to her. When someone treated her well, she would return the kindness wholeheartedly. If anyone harbored bad intentions toward her, she would never talk to them again. She thought about what gift she could give back to Clark. Passing by a roadside stall selling scarves, hats, and other items, she decided to crochet a hat for Clark. He probably wouldn't lack one, but something handmade represented her sincerity. She asked Alger to stop in front of a shop, saying she wanted to buy crocheting needles and yarn to make a hat for Clark. Alger accompanied her inside. The shop sold everything imaginable. Alger picked up a pair of gloves to try on. Rachel, how do these gloves look on me? They seem a bit small. He put down this pair and tried another one, still a bit small. His fingers were long, and these gloves had little elasticity, making his fingers unable to fully stretch. Chapter 107. Comforting him. Never mind, let's not buy it. Anyway, it's not cold. Alger put down the gloves he had been trying on and looked at other items. Sylvia thought that when it gets cold, Alger's hands would get cold when he rides his bike. Since she couldn't find suitable gloves for him, she decided to crochet a pair for him. What sea color do you like? Sylvia pointed to the colorful wool threads and asked Alger. Pink. Alger answered without hesitation because Sylvia liked pink. Sylvia was somewhat surprised. Did Alger like pink too? As far as her memory served, he didn't have any particularly favorite color. Since he said he liked pink, she would crochet pink gloves for him then. Alger never expected that Sylvia would crochet gloves for him. If he knew she planned to crochet, he would have advised against it. She already wanted to crochet a hat for Clark. If she added gloves for him, she would tire herself out. Sylvia bought some dark gray, pink, and light blue wool threads. Alger first sent Sylvia home, and then went alone to ask the village head about the land. The village head joked with him, advising him not to ask for the land back. After all, after graduating from high school, he would go out to work and wouldn't be farming at home. Giving those lands to others wasn't better than giving them to his uncle. Alger smiled, knowing well that Halston wouldn't agree to return the land. Yesterday, the village head said he would persuade Halston to return the land, but today he was persuading him not to claim the land. He calmly responded, it's fine if he plants it, but he has to pay me rent, $2,000 per acre a year. Over 5 years, that's $40,000. Once the rent is paid, I will continue to rent the land to him. When the village head relayed Alger's words to Halston, he flew into a rage. 40,000? Robbery. Tell him, not a penny or an inch of land. I don't believe that brat would really sue me in court. Does he even know where the courthouse is? Damn, has he gone mad over money? Pa, asking me for money. I haven't even charged him for managing the land. The village head went back to Alger and repeated Halston's words. You two should discuss this between yourselves. I can't handle it anymore. Or maybe call your father back to handle it. Alger immediately objected. No need for him to come back. I'm an adult now. I can solve it myself. He never wanted to see that man again. Besides, would he even come back if called? He probably forgot he had a son named Alger. Alger and the village head were talking in the courtyard. After the village head finished speaking, he left. Heather and Sylvia overheard their conversation. Alger sat on a chair in the courtyard, looking dispirited. That man was, after all, his father, and he couldn't pretend not to care. His mood was still affected by him. A cute little orange was placed before him, resting on a tiny hand with pale pink nails that shimmered. It's a bit sour, also a bit sweet. Sylvia blinked her big, lively eyes and watched Alger with concern. Alger smiled slightly and took the small orange from her hand. Siaranth has its sour and sweet moments. He peeled the orange, tried a slice and frowned, nearly spitting it out. My God, this is way too sour. Randall must have given him an exceptionally sour orange, as tart as vinegar. Alger couldn't stand sour things, especially hawthorns. Watching others eat them made his mouth water with sourness. He forced himself to swallow the slice. If it hadn't been from Sylvia, he definitely would have spit it out. Seeing him react so strongly to the sour taste, Sylvia giggled. Rachel, did you give me this sour orange on purpose? You wicked girl. Alger stared at her, his smile reaching his eyes. Just seeing her laugh chased away all his worries. Sylvia laughed and ran away, and Alger pretended to chase her, making sure he didn't catch her. They chased and played, as if they had returned to childhood. Rachel, run slower. Haha, hang, you see, can't catch me. In their childhood, Alger always let Sylvia win, pretending he couldn't catch her, always comforting her. Now, knowing he was upset, she tried to comfort him. Heather watched them play, smiling warmly, her eyes twinkling. She hoped they could always stay this happy. That evening, while cooking, Alger stir-fried dishes while Sylvia stoked the fire under the stove. Alger cooked and sliced vegetables simultaneously to save time. Seeing how busy he was, Sylvia went over to help him cut vegetables. While slicing potatoes, she accidentally cut her index finger, causing her to cry out in pain and clutch her bleeding finger. Rachel, oh my God, you cut your finger. Watching her bleeding finger, Alger felt a sharp pain in his heart. Without hesitation, he took her injured finger into his mouth, gently licking it with his tongue. The spiritual power seeped from the tip of his tongue into her finger, healing the wound. Originally, Sylvia's brows were knitted in pain. Under Alger's treatment, the pain gradually lessened, and her frown slowly smoothed out. As Alger licked her finger, she felt a tingling sensation, as if her heart had been struck by an electric current, causing a numbness. Rachel, did you cut your finger? Heather rushed over at that moment. Alger quickly pulled Sylvia's finger out of his mouth and pinched the wound with his fingers instead. Don't worry, Heather. It's fine. The bleeding has stopped, and the wound isn't very big. Alger reassured her. Oh dear, Rachel, how could you be so careless? Heather looked at Sylvia's injured finger with concern. Fortunately, the cut wasn't too deep. She hurriedly fetched a bandage, tore it open, and carefully applied it to Sylvia's wound. Rachel, don't let the wound get wet. Don't take a shower tonight, Heather instructed. Sylvia nodded obediently. It was all her fault for being careless, making both Heather and Alger worry. Sylvia was ushered to one side to read and do her homework, not allowed to help in the kitchen anymore. Her injured left index finger didn't interfere with her ability to write. Sitting in the courtyard, Alger occasionally glanced over at her. Sometimes their eyes met. The girl always blushed and lowered her head, staring at her bandaged finger in a daze. She shouldn't have such thoughts, but she couldn't help it. After all, she was at the age where these kinds of thoughts naturally occurred. Even the slightest physical contact with a boy could make her heart race. She had always liked Alger, but would Alger like her? She stuttered when she spoke, reacted slowly, and had an ordinary appearance. She felt inferior, believing that Alger wouldn't like her. His kindness toward her was merely due to neighborly feelings and sympathy. Thinking of this, she felt a wave of melancholy, but immediately, she regained her spirits. Alger was so excellent. If she didn't work hard, she might not even have the right to stand by his side. So she focused on her homework, stopping her wandering thoughts. Chapter 108. Teenage Boy and Girl with Hidden Thoughts. After dinner, Alger and Heather didn't allow Sylvia to participate in making popcorn. The next day, Alger went alone to deliver the popcorn, planning to return quickly. When he came back, Heather had gone to the fields, and Sylvia was preparing to wash her hair, even mixing the water ready. Yaki, Heather said, your fingers shouldn't get wet these few days. Seeing that Sylvia had already peeled off the bandage on her finger, Alger hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. It's fine now. Sylvia held up her finger for him to see. Staring at her tender pink fingertip, Alger had an urge to pinch it. He smiled gently. If she said it can't get wet, then it can't get wet. Let me help you wash your hair. Without waiting for Sylvia's consent, Alger fetched a few small stools and laid them side by side, motioning for her to lie down on them. Sylvia hesitated, but eventually lay down. Alger supported her head with one hand, while using a damp towel with the other to wet her hair. He then applied shampoo and gently massaged it, causing white foam to cover her hair and his hands. Her heavy fringe had been brushed back, revealing her smooth forehead. Her entire face was fully exposed. As the sun approached noon, its light was somewhat blinding, so Sylvia gently closed her eyes. Alger could unabashedly admire her beautiful face. Her small oval face, flawless skin like porcelain, eyebrows perfectly proportioned, and a high-nose bridge which made her look more delicate. Her pink lips resembled morning rose petals, evoking an irresistible urge to taste them. Alger stared intently at her rosy lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he kept swallowing saliva. Though she was so close, he dared not savor her tempting sweetness. Lost in admiration, he stopped his movements. Sylvia slowly opened her eyes. Under the sunlight, her pupils were a light blue. What is it? She looked at him with puzzlement. Alger snapped out of his daze and hurriedly resumed washing her hair. Nothing, Yaki. I was thinking about a chemistry problem. There's a chemistry competition coming up in a couple of days, and I'm a bit nervous. He tried hard to mask his inner turmoil. She couldn't possibly guess how mesmerized he was by her beauty. This naive girl didn't even know how beautiful she was. Alger continued to massage Sylvia's scalp with his fingertips, letting spiritual energy seep into her scalp. She felt incredibly relaxed. Even the fatigue from her body dissipated. She became drowsy and gradually closed her eyes again. A moment later, she fell asleep, breathing evenly. Yaki. Alger softly called her name twice, but she didn't respond. She was truly asleep. His gaze once again fell upon her rosy lips. His heart pounded, and he lowered his head, getting closer and closer. Their breaths intertwined. Just as Alger was about to kiss Sylvia, she suddenly moved her head. Frightened, Alger hastily sat up straight, fumbling and knocking over the basin beside his feet. The clang startled Sylvia awake. She sat up hurriedly, looking bewildered at Alger. He was drenched, his shirt soaked through, and there were still foam bubbles on his face. I accidentally knocked over the basin. Alger stood up nervously, shaking the water off himself. He lifted his shirt and wiped the foam off his face haphazardly. Sylvia's eyes widened as she saw his 8-pack abs. Suddenly remembering the day she delivered clothes to Alger when he was bareback, her face turned crimson, and she quickly turned away, pressing her burning cheeks. You should go change clothes. She refused to face him. No worries, the sun will dry everything by noon. Alger quickly mixed a basin of warm water. Sylvia lay down on the stools again. Sitting by her head, Alger continued to wash her hair. The boy and the girl both harbored hidden thoughts, avoiding each other's gazes. After finishing washing her hair, Alger used a dry towel to pat her hair dry. They sat on the stools, basking in the warm sunlight. Time seemed to stand still, and the scene was heartwarming. Sylvia's hair dried, turning naturally curly. Her naturally wavy hair highlighted her petite face. In time, when she grew up, she would be just like the painting Alger did titled Sirental Plum, radiant and captivating. The 3 award-winning pieces that he had did not get brought back by Sylvia. They were left at school where they could be seen anytime. Elspeth returned, took out the hair straightening solution and tools, and started to straighten Sylvia's hair. Alger went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. When he had stir-fried 4 dishes, he received a system notification informing him of his acquisition of super chef skills. Excited, Alger stir-fried another 4 dishes. During the meal, Elspeth repeatedly praised Alger for how exceptionally delicious the dishes were today. Even Sylvia ate more than usual. Even Alger was surprised by his own culinary skills. Max-level chef skills were indeed extraordinary. Even an ordinary dish of sautéed greens tasted incredibly delicious. After finishing the meal, Alger took Sylvia back to school. They first came to Braden's home. In the small courtyard, over 100 cabbages were growing well, already fully alive. Alger received another system notification, this time gaining super spirit power. Finally unlocking this spirit power meant that Sylvia's illness wouldn't take long to be cured. Alger, Sylvia, so early today. Brayden came out from the house, smilingly greeting them. Bernard. Alger smiled and nodded to him. Nothing much going on at home, so we came a bit early. Back home, he had seen the progress bar of super spirit power. It was only a little bit away from maxing out, so he couldn't wait to come over and check. The three entered the house. Alger and Sylvia also greeted old Bernard. Congratulations, Aaron. You got first place in all the sports events. You're going to be famous. Old Bernard smiled, raising his eyebrows. Journalist Magnus said he wants to report your story thoroughly. By the way, Principal Eddie has arranged a competition. Tomorrow, you have to race against Angelo and the other PE students in the 100-meter dash. Didn't you run 10.33 seconds in this sports meet, breaking Angelo's record of 10.35 seconds? If you break the record again tomorrow, the day after tomorrow you'll be sent to participate in the county sports meet. Brayden looked at Alger with pleasure. Alger didn't want to be this high profile. Chapter 109. Does this mean we're starting to cohabitate? But thinking of getting a ranking and winning awards to make Sylvia happy, Alger became less resistant. The county sports meet the day after tomorrow, he would participate. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Okay, Teacher Benny, you'll be very busy this week. You still have the chemistry competition to attend? Brayden poured each of them a glass of juice. This is freshly squeezed orange juice by my grandfather, especially saved for you too. Both thanked him and praised how delicious the orange juice was. Grandfather Benny laughed heartily. Brayden sighed inwardly. Since Alger and Sylvia started visiting frequently, Grandfather Benny had changed significantly. Before, he wasn't interested in anything, spending most of his days basking in the sun in the yard and being absent-minded. Now, he had regained his passion for life, always smiling, even squeezing orange juice today. Something unimaginable before. He was filled with gratitude towards Alger and Sylvia, as they had brought life back into Grandfather Benny's world. It was still early, so Alger borrowed some silver needles from Grandfather Benny to perform acupuncture on Sylvia's head. Sylvia cooperated quietly, letting Alger stick the needles all over her head. Brayden went to his bedroom, unable to watch the needling. Spiritual power flowed from Alger's fingertips along the silver needles into Sylvia's scalp. Sylvia closed her eyes, enjoying the treatment immensely, feeling extremely relaxed. Taking advantage of the time while the needles stayed in place, Alger went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Alger, what are you cooking? It smells so good. The aroma of the dishes lured Brayden out of his bedroom. It's just stir-fried 3-ingredient dish. Alger replied while cooking. Brayden peered into the pot, disbelievingly asking, stir-fried without meat? How come I smell meat? There is a plate of stir-fried meat that hasn't been cooked yet. Alger tossed the wok, flames shooting up vigorously. Brayden took several steps back in fright. He had been cooking for many years but never seen such flames. Alger seemed to be on his way to becoming a master chef. After tasting Alger's cooking, Brayden felt even more convinced. Just 2 days apart, your culinary skills have improved greatly. You must be cheating. Brayden couldn't stop praising Alger's cooking. Even Grandfather Benny devoured the food, stopping only because it was too delicious to leave unfinished. Using delicious, fragrant, and colorful could not describe how good this meal was. Teacher Benny, I cooked following your home recipe. If you follow the instructions, you can cook just as well. Alger thought to himself that he indeed had a cheat skill. Forget it. Teacher Benny doesn't have that talent. Aaron, I have a suggestion. Shall we add a late-night snack tonight? How about you and Rachel stay overnight here? Grandfather Benny was completely conquered by Alger's cooking and wanted to enjoy his late-night snacks. Alger froze. Staying here with Sylvia? This means cohabitation already? Even Brayden agreed. That's not impossible, since there's an extra room for Sylvia, and Alger can sleep with me. I won't stay. Sylvia shook her head. Too late at night. It will disturb Master's rest. Alger and the others felt disappointed. If Sylvia didn't stay, Alger wouldn't either. However, it was indeed inconvenient for her to stay with 3 males. Alger promised Grandfather Benny he would prepare some small treats for him. Grandfather Benny laughed happily like a child. During evening self-study, Marta entered the classroom wearing a hat and mask. She pulled the brim low, hiding her eyes. Everyone was curious about what had happened to her. Lauren lied, saying Marta's face was stung by a bee and swelled badly, which couldn't be exposed to the wind. If she said Alger hit her, firstly no one would believe it, and secondly, she was afraid Alger might retaliate. She was now terrified of Alger. Hamilton saw this as a great opportunity to show concern for Marta. He bought a box of anti-swelling ointment from the pharmacy and asked Lauren to give it to her. Seeing her accept it, he smiled happily throughout the entire evening self-study. When the class ended, Lauren returned the ointment, saying Marta didn't want it. Hamilton's heart turned cold instantly. Sylvia was also curious if Marta's face was stung by a bee or hit by Alger, but she didn't overly focus on Marta's affairs. The wicked woman didn't deserve her attention. Alger changed the bandage on Sylvia's injured finger. He gently peeled off the old bandage, careful not to hurt her, holding her finger delicately with one hand and peeling off the bandage with the other. As his fingertips touched her wound, he used his spiritual power to treat her. He knitted his brows slightly, carefully peeling off the old bandage and applying the new one with great seriousness, as if he were doing something of great importance. He looked so handsome and charming when he was focused on what he was doing. Sylvia couldn't help but stare at him, finding herself utterly captivated by every movement of this young man. What a thrilling and restless youth this is. Tomorrow it will be healed. Rachel, you. Alger suddenly looked up at her. Their eyes met, each seeing a small reflection of themselves in the other's eyes. The shy girl lowered her eyelashes and slowly withdrew her hand. Her heart was racing uncontrollably. Alger smiled slightly. His little childhood friend was blushing again. How could she be so cute? He gazed at her intently, never tiring of looking at her. Alger brought a big bag of snacks that Subas had given Sylvia to school. Now and then, he peeled an orange and handed it to Sylvia, or unwrapped a chocolate for her. There were also spicy strips, milk candies, cookies, bread. Until Sylvia's mouth was full, Alger finally stopped feeding her. The classroom was filled with the fragrance of various snacks, especially the aroma of spicy strips, which made everyone drool. All the girls looked at Sylvia enviously, and Augustine envied Alger to death. When sitting next to Sylvia, no matter what he offered her to eat, she refused everything. But whatever Alger fed her, she ate. Ever since she sat with Alger, she hadn't even glanced at Augustine once. During the break between evening self-study sessions, many girls from other classes crowded outside the window to peek at Alger. The excitement from the sports meet still lingered. They wanted to get closer to this all-around genius. Wow, Alger's profile is stunning, just 360-degree flawless. I wish he would turn around and look at me. I'd faint from excitement. Many girls knew that Demetrius was Alger's good buddy, so they asked him to pass love letters to Alger. Demetrius went to the bathroom and came back with his arms full of love letters. He dumped them all on Alger's desk, excited beyond measure, more thrilled than if he had received the letters himself. Chapter 110. Has someone he ranks. Ari, your romance luck is coming. All these fans are crazy. They even say they want to have kids with you. I just wonder, can humans give birth to monkeys? People say humans evolved from monkeys. If that's the case, how come there are still monkeys in the world? Didn't they all evolve into humans? Ailby excitedly ranted on. Ari crossed his arms and looked at him, frowning deeply. Get rid of this stuff. Ailby was puzzled. But these are letters from fans for you. You should at least open them, and? Ari didn't bother listening anymore. He went to the corner, grabbed a trash can, and threw all the love letters inside. The girls outside the window saw this, their hearts breaking into pieces. Sylvia also stared at him in surprise. He really didn't read any of them. If he didn't want to read them, he could have secretly thrown them away, instead of doing it right in front of them, which hurt their feelings so much. How heartless. However, why did she feel a little secret joy? Ari, you're awesome. Ailby couldn't help but give Ari a thumbs up. Do you know what to do next time? Ari asked sternly. You're thinking of becoming a monk. Ailby returned to his seat, deciding never to bother with Ari's mess again. News of Ari throwing the love letters into the trash quickly spread throughout the campus. Fans speculated whether their idol already had someone in mind. Was he waiting for Lori, the school beauty? Marta even fantasized that Ari still liked her. Even though he hit her, it didn't hinder his affection towards her. Sylvia went to the restroom and came back with a conflicted expression. Ari noticed something was off about her immediately. Could it be her period came early? In the end, Sylvia sighed and took out a letter and a chocolate bar from her pocket and handed them to Ari. Sophie gave this to you. Sophie had cornered her in the restroom and asked her to deliver the love letter to Ari. Sylvia, I beg you one favor. Since you're good neighbors with Ari, he definitely won't throw away things you give him. Please hand over this love letter to him and make sure he replies. If he doesn't reply, I'll keep writing love letters every day, and it will trouble you to pass them on for me. Sophie didn't care if Sylvia agreed or not, shoving the letter into her hands along with a piece of chocolate as thanks. Since she had been entrusted, she should deliver the love letter to Ari. But she really didn't want to pass it on. Sophie was an excellent student with great grades. Though she seemed a bit aloof, she wasn't malicious. And her voice was truly beautiful, although her skin was slightly darker. Anyway, she was better than Marta. This demure girl proactively writing a love letter to Ari must like him very much. Sylvia sighed with frustration. Why was she playing matchmaker for Ari now? It had to be admitted, Sophie was indeed clever. Thinking to use Sylvia as a breakthrough, knowing she wouldn't refuse such a request. As Ari's neighbor, Sylvia knew Ari wouldn't throw the letter away directly. To avoid making Sylvia uncomfortable, Ari took the love letter. But he didn't read it. He immediately went to find Sophie with the letter and chocolate. Arriving at class 1, he knocked on the door and called from the doorway, Sophie, come out here. Students in class 1 were stunned for a moment, then burst into excitement. That's Ari. He's looking for Sophie. Is he confessing to Sophie? I see a love letter in his hand with a big heart. Sophie blushed and exited the classroom, fixing her hair as she walked. Ari stood in the corridor waiting for her. Some students from class 1 peeked through the windows, others at the door, eagerly listening for gossip. Do you need me? Sophie shyly asked. Ari glanced at her. So this was Black Pearl. He knew Black Pearl, but never realized Black Pearl was Sophie. In his previous life, his whole heart was on Marta. He paid no attention to other girls. These belong to you. Ari handed her the love letter and chocolate. Sophie's face turned pale. How can I take back what I've given? I don't want it. Besides, the chocolate is for Sylvia. Ari remained expressionless. She doesn't need anyone else giving her chocolates. I'll buy her some. Please stop writing these meaningless things. It's a waste of time. He shoved the items into Sophie's hands, turning to leave, but was stopped by her voice. Do you always like Marta? Ari looked ahead and answered seriously. I don't like her. Also, I already have someone I like. Don't bother me anymore, and don't bother Sylvia either. Then, he turned and walked away without looking back. Sophie tightly clutched the love letter and chocolate in her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. She had set aside her pride to write a love letter to him, yet he rejected her so heartlessly. What did she lack that made her unworthy of him? Who could it be that he liked? In this school, who else could compare to Marta? Could there be anyone more outstanding than them? Suddenly, Sophie thought that this might just be an excuse for Alger to reject her. She immediately regained confidence, believing that her sincere feelings would eventually move him. The news of Alger rejecting Sophie quickly spread throughout the campus. Ari, you actually rejected Black Pearl. She's harder to pursue than Marta. Ailby was beside himself with excitement and couldn't understand Alger's actions. He rejected Sophie in front of everyone from class 1. How could she bear such rejection? He showed no consideration for the girl at all. He could have quietly and tactfully refused her. There were plenty of boys who liked her, but none dared to pursue her because pursuing her would be futile. A boy who was once the top student in the county wrote her a love letter, which she tore up on the spot. Whether she is hard to pursue or not has nothing to do with me. I'm not close to her. Alger spoke indifferently, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. In fact, he had his own reasons for doing so. He deliberately let everyone know that he rejected Sophie. Not only did he want Sophie to back off, but also other girls to realize they shouldn't bother him and Sylvia. Eri, tell me, who do you really like? I'll help you pursue her. Alby asked this question to probe Alger. Seeing Alger's glance inadvertently sweep past Sylvia, Alby finally figured it out. As he guessed, Alger indeed liked Sylvia. Perhaps they had developed feelings over time, since they grew up together from childhood. Although Sylvia seemed plain, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Alger simply liked this type. Chapter 111. Crush. The person I like. You want me to pursue? What a joke. Eri's peripheral vision swept over Sylvia again. Demetrius's eyes were wide open, his mood more agitated than when Eri had just rejected Sophie. He deduced from the subtle cues that Eri liked Sylvia. He was truly brilliant. Hongzi, you must have a crush on her, right? Demetrius asked excitedly. What, is that not allowed? Eri shot him a glance. Why was this guy asking so many questions? He was afraid he might blurt out who he liked. Haha, Hongzi, you actually have a crush on her. That doesn't sound like you at all. Demetrius was elated by his discovery. Get lost, you're annoying. Eri glared at him fiercely. Okay, I'll leave. I won't disturb you too. Demetrius chuckled as he left, not wanting to interrupt their budding romance anymore. Turns out, Eri liked Sylvia. Sylvia appeared to be reading, but was actually listening carefully to their conversation. Eri's public rejection of Sophie surprised her. The two most outstanding girls in Hongwan High School, and he didn't like either of them. Then who did he like? He had already told Demetrius that he had a crush on someone. Who was that person? Not from this school? It couldn't be a boy, could it? Everyone in the school knew that Sophie liked Eri. Everyone knew that Eri had rejected her. Everyone knew that Eri liked someone, but it wasn't Marta. Everyone was curious about who Eri liked. Even the teachers were curious. What kind of girl could catch Eri's eye? Alec wanted to find something wrong with Eri to thoroughly scold him, but he couldn't find any fault. Besides, the principal favored academically excellent students and even ignored school rules. Otherwise, Sophie wouldn't have had the guts to write a love letter to Eri, causing such a commotion. When Alec reported this to the principal, he said that the school only prohibited dating, and since neither Sophie nor Eri were officially dating, they hadn't violated the rule. This infuriated Alec. He was convinced he'd find something wrong with Eri sooner or later. Hamilton was almost envious to death. Even Black Pearl liked Eri. Was he really that great? He seemed to just act cool to get girls' attention. These girls were too naive, easily deceived by appearances. Marta was very clear-headed, not as shallow as them. Eri clearly stated that he didn't like Marta, which embarrassed her greatly. It felt like the 2 years she spent chasing him were a joke. She could no longer enjoy the vanity Eri brought her. She even regretted rejecting Eri earlier. This cheap man, she thought he would pursue her relentlessly, but he gave up after just 2 years. Well, if he didn't like her, fine. She had Ronnie anyway. The next day, Eri and Harmon, along with other athletes, arrived at the playground. Harmon and the others glared at Eri angrily. Especially Harmon. Eri had humiliated him greatly. How could he not hate him? For the past 2 days, he had been practicing intensively, determined to defeat Eri today and trample him underfoot. Eri didn't want to pay him any attention, but he couldn't tolerate Harmon's provocative gaze. Raising an eyebrow, he sneered at him. Hey, grandson, don't you even greet your grandpa when you see him? So impolite. Sirental C. Cyan will spank your bottom. What are you showing off for, Eri? Don't push it too far. Carlos glared at Eri angrily. Eri curled his lips into a cold smile. I'm talking to my grandson. Why are you getting so worked up? Do you want to be my grandson too? Too bad, you're not qualified. You, Eri. Only dogs would be your grandson. Carlos clenched his fists, neck stiffened, red-eyed, glaring at Eri fiercely. Eri burst into laughter. Harmon pushed Carlos aside, frowning. Carlos looked at him puzzled. Brother Fong. Eri was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Carlos, you said it well. Only dogs would want to be my grandson. Ha ha ha. Carlos finally realized that instead of insulting Eri, he had insulted Harmon by calling him a dog. No wonder Harmon was so angry. His face turned bright red, eyes bloodshot, glaring at Eri. Come over here and give your grandpa a leg massage, grandson. Eri sat down carelessly on the steps, extending one leg. Harmon snorted coldly, ignoring him. Oh, my disobedient offspring. I ask you to massage my legs and you refuse. What good are you then? Eri mimicked an elderly tone and expression, scolding Harmon. The other athletes all wore unpleasant expressions but were helpless against him. Enough, Eri. Last time I lost, I crawled around the track 3 times and shouted everything is required. But I never agreed that I should call you grandpa every time I see you. Harmon could no longer hold back. If I lose this time, I'll call you grandpa every time I see you. But if you lose, you'll have to call me grandpa. What do you say, Alger? Are you willing to bet? He was determined to get this revenge. Alger couldn't help but gape. Did this kid really want to be his grandson? Was he not ashamed enough from losing last time? Here's a better idea. The loser has to greet the winner with a smile and a bow, politely saying hello to grandpa. And remember, always be respectful to grandpa. Got it, grandson? Alger looked at Harmon with amusement. Himph, we'll see who ends up being whose grandson. Harmon led the other athletes away to the other side. Reporter Magnus also arrived, afraid of missing Alger's match, even though it only lasted a few seconds. The school leaders were all present as well. Principal Eddie was about to talk to Reporter Magnus when Magnus walked over to Alger, smiling and offering words of encouragement. Student Alger, good luck. I believe in you. You're going to win. His colleague snapped pictures of Alger, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Thanks. He responded with a cool tone. Student Alger, don't be nervous, just relax. Principal Eddie said with a laugh, patting Alger on the shoulder. Alger's lips twitched. It seemed the principal was the one who was nervous. Facing the camera, Principal Eddie's smile seemed too forced. Alec's fake smile was even more obvious, keeping an 8-tooth smile like a robot. Harmon thought Reporter Magnus was about to speak to him and immediately posed for the camera. However, Reporter Magnus didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on Alger. Harmon was furious inside. It was outrageous. He was a national second-level athlete after all. Reporter Magnus completely ignored him. After the race, he would make sure Reporter Magnus begged to interview him. While he wasn't certain about other events, in the 100-meter sprint, he was confident he could outpace Alger. He had already found the student who timed the event that day. The stopwatch indeed malfunctioned. All of Alger's running data were incorrect. Just as he suspected, how could someone like Alger, an outsider, possibly outrun him? Otherwise, all his years of training would be for nothing, and it would be a disgrace to his title as a national second-level athlete. So earlier, he felt confident enough to challenge Alger. Chapter 112. He's not human, he's a ghost. On the track, Alger and the physical education students got into their positions. As soon as the starting pistol sounded, they all dashed forward. Alger's explosive power was astonishing. He almost flashed past the finish line in a blink of an eye. His speed left all spectators in awe. Alexei only felt a figure flying by his side, filling his heart with astonishment. Alger isn't human. He's a ghost. Wow, Alger ran so fast. Alger won. Reporter Magnus cheered happily, hurriedly asking the teacher responsible for timing how long Alger had taken. However, the teacher who was timing Alger awkwardly said that he forgot to stop the stopwatch. While Alexei, who came second, had a speed of 10.35 seconds, Alger must have been faster than that. A cold sweat broke out on Alger. He was only focused on dashing forward and forgot to slow down. If everyone knew he only took a few seconds, would they take him away for research? Alexei didn't perform well just now, let them run again. Alec, thinking Alexei was not in good form, proposed another round. Alexei, still panting from exhaustion, was scared stiff. He had given it his all just now and did not dare challenge Alger again. 10.35 seconds was already his limit. Alexei is a national-level secondary athlete, holding the record for sprinting, yet he made a mistake this time. Alec was still defending Alexei. It was then that Reporter Magnus noticed Alexei. Isn't this the student who was rolling on the playground? He still couldn't remember Alexei's name. Realizing the camera was on him, Alexei hastily turned away. He hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Other physical education students were also breathing heavily, looking at Alger with horror. The timer for the sports meet was indeed broken. Alger's actual speed was probably only a few seconds. Too terrifying. Alexei still wanted to bet against him, which was simply courting humiliation. Reporter Magnus, his name is Alexei. He is a national-level secondary athlete. Alex solemnly introduced him to Reporter Magnus. Alexei's face burned red, finding the term, national-level secondary athlete, deeply ironic. He couldn't even beat Alger, let alone qualify at the national level. I can race against Alexei again if you want. It doesn't matter to me, Alger said calmly. They were exhausted and breathing hard while he showed no signs of strain, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Race again? Alexei didn't want to invite humiliation anymore. I'm having trouble breathing. I can't run. He bent over, one hand clutching his abdomen, pretending to be in pain. Alec quickly chimed in. I said Alexei wasn't in good condition. He must have cramp. Alexei's face flushed red, wishing he could disappear. But regardless, student Alger's prowess is evident. Let Alger and Alexei participate in the county short-distance running competition tomorrow. Principal Eddie smiled at Alger, eyes full of admiration. But wouldn't it be inappropriate? The list of participants has already been submitted. Alex still disagreed. They haven't said we can't change people. Principal Eddie glanced at Reporter Magnus and whispered to Alec, Director Ma, isn't your brother-in-law in the Education Bureau? Just tell him, and I don't need to personally talk to him. Alec could only agree reluctantly. There was no choice. The higher-ups held sway. Great. I'll be going to the county tomorrow and can watch Alger's match. Reporter Magnus was excited. Student Alger, may I have a few minutes to interview you? He looked at Alger expectantly. No. Alger flatly refused. Principal Eddie laughed apologetically at Reporter Magnus. Don't mind him. He has class. You can chat later after his classes. No problem. I admire student Alger's personality very much. Reporter Magnus wasn't bothered. Let's do it another day. We have some things to attend to now. Principal Eddie led several school leaders to see them off. As Alger was about to return to the classroom, he was stopped by one of the physical education students. Alger, what do you really want? Why are you vying for this spot? Do you crave attention so much? He asked angrily. His sprinting ability was also strong, and originally, the school planned for him and Alexei to participate in the sprinting event. For PE students, competitions at the county level and above were crucial. But now, Alger had taken his place, robbing him of a chance to shine or possibly win. This affected his future college entrance exam prospects. Of course, he hated Alger. Alger slightly frowned. Take it up with the school leadership. What use is complaining to me? I was assigned too. It's ridiculous, as if he really wants to participate. If it weren't for getting a certificate to make Sylvia happy, he wouldn't even bother with the competition. You are taking advantage and still acting like you've been wronged. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. The physical education student was even more indignant. Other PE students also stood up for him. Alger, you've gone too far. Too arrogant. What's so great about you? Alger didn't want to waste words on them and instead looked at Alexei, raising an eyebrow. Hey, grandson, not greeting your grandpa? Do you need your bottom scratched? Alexei's face was flushed as if bleeding. He had lost the bet and had no choice but to grin awkwardly, harder than crying, and bowed to Alger. Grandpa, hello? Good boy, grandson. Alger smiled and patted his head. The other PE students were furious, clenching their fists, wishing they could smash Alger into a meat pie. What arrogance. They had never endured such humiliation. Alger hummed a tune and skipped away. Watching his childish actions, Carlos gnashed his teeth in hatred. Damn, showing off all the time. The PE student couldn't bear the blow of being replaced, covered his face, and squatted down, sobbing. He had worked so hard to get this opportunity, and it was just snatched away. I can't accept this. It's unfair. Why? He trained so hard. enduring scorching sun in summer and biting cold in winter, never complaining or shedding a tear. Why are you crying? Is crying going to help? Unfair? How is it unfair? Blame yourself for not being good enough. Who made you run slower? Reflect on yourself. If you can't catch up, isn't it because you didn't work hard enough? Alexei, who never lost his temper, now lashed out. He had pent-up anger. Was there anyone angrier and more frustrated than him? Being called a grandson and having his head patted. Nothing could be more humiliating. All the PE students lowered their heads, silent. Alexei had a point. The PE student bit his lip tightly, suppressing his sobs, letting tears flow freely. Kiran, don't cry. There will be future competitions. Let's keep trying. Alexei's tone softened as he firmly gripped Kiran's shoulder. Alger picked several wildflowers by the roadside, tying them into a bouquet to give to Sylvia. Chapter 113, acknowledging his feelings for her. Alger put the tied bouquet of flowers in his arms and happily returned to the classroom. Braden was teaching when he came in, announcing his arrival. How did the competition go? As soon as he sat down, Sylvia asked with concern. Needless to say, I definitely got first place. We're going to compete in the county tomorrow. Sylvia gripped her hands tightly in excitement. I just knew you could do it. Alger took out the bouquet from his arms with a smile. For you, Rachel. Sylvia's face turned slightly red, and she accepted it with a smile. Alger looked at her giggling, then raised his eyes to see Braden looking at them. He picked up a book and placed it in front of him, laying on the desk and sneaking glances at Sylvia. Braden turned a blind eye to their little actions, pretending not to notice. After class, Sylvia went to the bathroom. Demetrius ran over to find Alger. Hongzi, I saw it all. You gave Sylvia flowers. Come on, admit it, do you like her? He hugged Alger's neck and excitedly asked. Fortunately, his voice wasn't loud enough for others to hear. You still don't confess? I've seen through it long ago. Demetrius stared intently into Alger's eyes, his own eyes shining with excitement. Do you want to strangle me? Alger frowned and moved Demetrius's arm off his neck. Hurry up and answer. I'm dying to know, or else I'll ask Sylvia. Demetrius was truly anxious, itching inside to know the answer. With no choice but to nod lightly, Alger admitted. Whoa, Hongzi, your face is red. Haha, I never thought you'd blush too. Just as I thought, you like her. This was the first time Alger had admitted to liking Sylvia in front of someone else. It was inevitable that he would feel flustered and his heart race. I'm shy, okay. Gordizi, you can't tell anyone, especially not Sylvia. It would affect her studies. I don't want her distracted by this. Alger sternly reminded Demetrius. Don't worry, Hongzi. My lips are sealed. I'm just waiting for your official announcement. Demetrius genuinely felt happy for Alger and, overcome with excitement, hugged him tightly again and even kissed him. Just then, Sylvia returned and saw this scene. She looked at the two men, completely shocked. No way. Did she guess right? Alger likes guys? No, absolutely not. They were just very close friends. That's enough. You stink. Get lost. Alger wiped his face in disgust and angrily chased Demetrius away. Ha, alright. I'm gone, really gone. Demetrius glanced deeply at Sylvia before returning to his seat cheerfully. Sylvia looked at Alger, whose face was flushed, obviously because of Demetrius. She rarely saw him blush. Rachel, what are you holding? Alger noticed something in her hand. It's from Sophie. Sylvia opened her palm, revealing a piece of chocolate. Alger immediately frowned. Is she making you deliver another love letter? Didn't they make things clear last night? Why did she bother Rachel again? Sylvia shook her head quickly. No. She said she wants to be friends with me. Alger instantly understood. Sophie suddenly wanted to be friends with her so she could get closer to him. What a schemer. No. He had to warn her off. He wouldn't let her bully Rachel. Sylvia rummaged in her desk and found a large apple. Since Sophie had given her chocolate, she wanted to return something. It had been a while since she made new friends, which made her nervous yet excited. Before that incident in sophomore year, she had 1 or 2 friends. But later, they all ignored her. She had no friends left. Not even Alger played with her anymore. Now, with Sophie wanting to be friends with her, she was truly happy. Actually, she thought quite well of Sophie. Back in sophomore year, one day her period came early, and it stained her pants without her noticing. It was Sophie who alerted her and gave her a sanitary napkin, preventing her from being mortified. Those other girls, if they saw, wouldn't have told her. They probably would have enjoyed seeing her humiliated. Seeing Sylvia holding a big, red apple, Alger thought she wanted to eat it and offered to wash it for her. Sylvia gently shook her head. I want to give it to someone. An apple this big. She wouldn't even treat herself to it, bringing it from home to school, and now she was going to give it away? Right after class, Sylvia took the apple and went outside. Worried she might get bullied, Alger followed discreetly. Hiding in the bathroom, he watched secretly. To his surprise, she handed the apple to Sophie. Sophie even pulled Sylvia's hand, and the two of them chatted about something, laughing softly. They looked very intimate. When it was almost time for class, the two reluctantly parted. Alger quickly hid well, and only came out after Sylvia entered the classroom. Sylvia sat at her desk, looking very happy. Rachel, what about your big apple? Who did you give it to? Alger asked casually. To Sia. Sophie. Sylvia smiled. She is very, very nice. She praised her after just a few conversations. Even though she was praising a girl, Alger felt quite uneasy. He worried that if Sophie dared to deceive Sylvia's feelings, he would never forgive her. Alger skipped the next 2 classes as he had some things to handle. Halston refused to return his family's land, so he could only sue him in court. He rode his bike to the courthouse with the land contract and a hastily written complaint in hand. Classmate Alger, what a coincidence. His shoulder was suddenly slapped from behind. Alger slightly frowned and turned around to see Ronnie. Beside him stood an elite-looking man who resembled Ronnie somewhat and was quite handsome. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, dressed formally like Ronnie, with neatly combed hair and a straight posture. He looked scholarly but much more mature than Ronnie, exuding a seasoned aura. For some reason, Alger suddenly thought of the term cultured rogue. While Alger was observing this man, the man was also examining him. The man felt delighted because he saw a younger version of himself in Alger. This rebellious, slightly thug-like appearance of Alger reminded him of his former self. Chapter 114. Can you be more reserved? Seeing Alger staring at this man, Ronnie hurriedly introduced him. Alger, this is my older brother Ardell. He's 7 years older than me. Even Master xuanhuan wants to take him as a disciple. Ronnie rambled on, full of admiration for Alger. Alger silently face-bombed. When quiet, Ronnie could pass for a little tyrant businessman. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed himself as a chatterbox. Ardell coughed lightly. My brother often mentions you. He really likes you. He gave his younger brother a stern look, implying that he should be more reserved. Alger's lips twitched. He briefly explained the situation with Halston's land occupation and his demands to Ardell. Don't worry, leave it to me. Alger nodded to him, asked for his business card, thanked him, and left. Ardell watched his retreating figure, curious about him. There was a maturity beyond his age in Alger. Besides, how did he even know he carried business cards? Brother, I won't come with you to court. Ronnie drove off after Alger. Hey, Jinjin, how am I supposed to get back? Ardell shouted, but Ronnie ignored him. Looks like he would have to take a taxi back. Looking down at the petition in his hand, he understood why even Master xuanhuan wanted to take Alger as a disciple. His handwriting was truly beautiful. Ronnie chased after Alger, but missed him since Alger had taken a small road on his bike. He thought for a moment and decided to head directly to the school to find Alger. After buying groceries from the market, Alger went to cook at Braden's place. When Ronnie arrived at the school, it was just dismissal time. Students were coming out of the teaching buildings. He couldn't fight the flow, so he waited under the building. Xiao, quick, isn't that Adrian Xiao? Is he waiting for you? Lauren spotted Ronnie immediately and excitedly asked Marta. Marta was also excited, but her facial injuries weren't fully healed yet. She still wore a hat and mask, not wanting Ronnie to see her like this. He probably wants to invite me to dinner, but with my face. Siranlin, tell him I'm not feeling well and will rest in the dormitory. I won't eat lunch today. Well, okay. With a mixture of excitement, Lauren approached Ronnie. Ronnie was still scanning the crowd for Alger. Adrian Xiao, Xiao said she's not feeling well and won't eat lunch today. Lauren blushed deeply, her heart pounding. Ronnie was completely lost, not understanding what she was talking about. Besides, he didn't even know her. Just then, he saw Braden and walked towards him, ignoring Lauren. Marta rushed over to ask Lauren what Ronnie said. Embarrassed to admit Ronnie had ignored her, Lauren just said Ronnie had told her to rest and they would meet another time. This thrilled Marta. Ronnie really liked her. Braden, hearing Ronnie was looking for Alger, led him to his place. Sylvia quietly followed behind them. This classmate, I remember you. During that sports meet, Alger protected you like a little sister. You two are neighbors, right? What does Alger usually do at home? Ronnie intentionally slowed down to walk alongside her. Sylvia wasn't used to talking to strangers. She lowered her lashes and nervously bit her lower lip. Mr. Hagen, what do you need with classmate Alger? At this point, Braden asked. In fact, it's nothing much, just that, I won't feel reassured until he goes to the hospital with me for a checkup. Ronnie's attention was diverted by Braden. Braden then asked about his mother's condition. Ronnie said that since his mother had been rescued from drowning, her gastrointestinal function had been poor, unable to eat properly, and she was still in the hospital for observation. Additionally, the person who snatched his mother's bag had not yet been caught. While talking, they arrived at their destination. Teacher Benny, why is there so much grass in your courtyard? Ronnie looked at the cabbage in the yard and asked in confusion. The young master from a wealthy family couldn't tell the difference between cabbages and grass. Mr. Hagen, these are not grass but cabbages, which can be eaten. Braden explained with a smile. Sylvia also pursed her lips and smiled slightly. Ronnie was greatly surprised. I've seen cabbages before. Aren't they white? But these vegetables are green. These are young cabbages. They look different when they grow up. Braden explained again. Ronnie responded with an, oh, finally understanding. The three entered the house. Braden introduced Ronnie to his father. The Jalen, we met during the sports meet. Magnus Dong wanted to talk to you that day. I didn't expect you and teacher Benny to be father and son. While speaking, Ronnie surveyed the house like a curious child. Why did you come here? Alger came out of the kitchen, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Classmate Alger, why are you wearing an apron? You're not actually cooking, are you? You know how to cook. Ronnie was amazed. Braden chuckled. It turned out the young master recognized an apron. Chapter 115 Jealousy. Come on Hagen, join us for a meal and try Alger's cooking. Mr. Braxton smiled as he invited Ronnie to sit at the table. At first glance, everyone thought Ronnie would be an aloof person, but it turned out that he was quite a chatterbox. Alger and Sylvia had already placed the dishes on the table. Looking at the fragrant food on the table, Ronnie kept swallowing his saliva. Well, I won't hold back then. Ronnie immediately took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and dug into the feast, stuffing his mouth full. He kept saying how delicious it was while eating. His table manners were indeed something. Not a trace of arrogance as a little CEO. Eat slowly, no one is fighting with you. Look at this child. It seems he hasn't eaten for ages, starving like this. Mr. Braxton looked at him with some concern. As the saying goes, the first child is a treasure, the second is just grass. As a second child, Ronnie's parents had always been lenient with him, not as strict as they were with Ardell. They only required him to pay attention to his appearance and dress properly, leaving other aspects unattended. Alger looked at Ronnie disdainfully and served many dishes to Sylvia, fearing that all the food might be finished by Ronnie. With Ronnie around, Sylvia felt somewhat restrained. Ronnie's mouth was too full of food to spare any space for words. It wasn't until he was stuffed that he stopped eating. Wiping the oil from his mouth and patting his rounded belly, he belched contentedly. Too good. Much better than what our 5-star hotel chef makes. Alger, how did you make it so tasty? What's your secret? Ronnie gazed at Alger, his eyes shining with admiration. From that day on, another soul was conquered by Alger's culinary skills. Hurry up and go after you've eaten. Why are you talking so much? Alger didn't want to talk to him anymore. If he said one sentence, Ronnie would come up with 10 waiting replies. Hey, Hagen, does your family own a hotel? You must have tried all kinds of delicacies. Mr. Braxton asked with a smile. What delicacies? I've never tasted anything better than the pickles Alger made. I really doubt if we hired a real chef at home. His skills don't even match half of Alger's. And there goes his chatterbox mode again. Alger gritted his teeth inwardly, feeling as if a million flies were buzzing in his ears. Sylvia watched Ronnie curiously. She had never seen such a talkative boy before. Seeing Sylvia being drawn to Ronnie, Alger felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart. He only wished this man would leave quickly. Brayden realized that Ronnie spoke freely because he felt relaxed here, revealing his true self. Actually, Ronnie knew very well how to behave in different situations. During the interview in the office that day, Ronnie had been perfectly formal, never uttering a single extra word. Alger, can you cook 2 dishes for my mom? She hasn't had much appetite lately and has lost weight. Ronnie suddenly looked at Alger with pleading eyes. To get rid of him faster, Alger agreed and called Sylvia to help in the kitchen. Rachel, do you find Ronnie annoying? After thinking for a moment, Sylvia replied, a bit. Actually, she found Ronnie quite interesting. Then, do you think Ronnie is handsome? Not bad looking either. Such ambiguous answers made Alger jealous, and he went mad inside. He hurriedly cooked 2 dishes and finally managed to send Ronnie away. The room instantly became quiet. Alger sighed in relief and began acupuncture treatment for Sylvia. Sylvia had already learned to stop staying up late. Her study efficiency had improved significantly. What she didn't know was that Alger's acupuncture also contributed to this improvement. Alger wanted Sylvia to recover quickly so she wouldn't have to struggle with her studies anymore. While waiting for the acupuncture needles to work, Mr. Braxton taught Alger traditional Chinese medicine. Though there was no official master-apprentice ceremony, both of them recognized their relationship. Alger's intelligence and talent delighted Mr. Braxton greatly. His legacy finally had a successor. In his spare time, Alger made some healthy snacks called Zenmouths. He made plain ones for the Brayden father and son. Since Sylvia liked sweet things, he made sweet ones for her. The ingredients included dates, sesame, peanuts, walnuts, and 18 others. All 3 of them loved these snacks. Every afternoon and evening after meals were the most relaxing times. Each of them did their own thing without disturbing each other, enjoyed some Zenmouths, and sipped tea. When Alger returned to the classroom, he encountered Harmon. Harmon cursed his bad luck. He had been deliberately avoiding Alger but still bumped into him. Boy, hurry up and call me Grandpa, and Grandpa will give you some money. Seeing him, Alger quickly waved to him. Although there were many students around, Harmon had no choice but to force a smile and greet Alger with a bow. Cyan, hello? Alger smiled, took out a $100 bill from his pocket, and pushed it into Harmon's hand. Good boy, take this money from Grandpa and buy some small toys. He then patted Harmon's head lightly. This scene left the onlooking students stunned. Wasn't that $100 too easy to earn? Everyone knew about the earlier bet. It was only supposed to make Harmon roll around the track 3 times. It didn't include calling Alger Grandpa every time they met. The bet in the morning was known only to Alger and the athletes. It hadn't spread further. So, everyone assumed Harmon was bowing and scraping just to get this $100. Harmon tightly gripped the $100 bill, grinding his teeth almost to bleeding. How dare Alger humiliate him like this? He would definitely take revenge. Other athletes had sour expressions as their leader being insulted reflected badly on them too. From this moment on, Harmon lost all respect from the students. The former sports idol was now at the mercy of the new idol, Alger. Demetrius was leaning against the guardrail on the upper floor playing when he saw what happened downstairs. Thinking back to the past, he and Alger had simply been jogging on the track without bothering anyone. Yet those athletes constantly mocked and provoked them. The more arrogant they used to be, the more embarrassed they were now. This was the outcome of bullying him and Alger. A group of girls excitedly surrounded Alger, stuffing love letters and flowers into his hands. The perfumed scent from the letters made Alger feel dizzy. Harmon glanced coldly at Alger, then turned away darkly and led the other athletes upstairs to their classrooms. Alger tossed the love letters and flowers aside and hurried up toward the teaching building. Alger, don't run away. Please accept my love letter. The girls screamed as they chased after Alger. Alger had already climbed up the stairs, but found a group of athletes blocking the way. Excuse me, excuse me. Alger shouted while pushing forward. The athletes turned to look at him. Kieran C., walking last, suddenly shoved Alger as he squeezed past. Alger lost his balance and fell backward heavily, tumbling down the stairs and hitting his head, passing out immediately. Chapter 116. Alger in trouble. Alger fell down the stairs. Help, help. The girls downstairs were terrified by the sudden incident, screaming loudly. Seeing the pool of blood from the back of Alger's head, Kieran C. was stunned, sitting on the stairs with a thump, trembling violently. Xiao C. Alger. Harmon and the athletes were panic-stricken, hurriedly running downstairs to check Alger's injuries. Students upstairs heard the shouts and ran downstairs one after another. Demetrius rushed forward, running to Alger at the fastest speed of his life. Hongzi, get out of my way. Demetrius, moved emotionally, pushed Harmon aside, looking at Alger with red eyes, wanting to touch him but afraid to do so. No, Alger. Sylvia also ran down from upstairs, kneeling before Alger unsteadily, crying aloud. Alger, you can't die. I won't allow you to die. You promised not to die before me. How could you break your word? Quickly call for the school doctor, call an ambulance, call for teachers. Demetrius shouted uncontrollably. Sylvia tightly held Alger's hand, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with grief. Alger, if you die, I will never live alone. The students watching were all too frightened to come close. How scary it is. There's so much blood. Even brain matter came out. Is he already dead? Don't talk nonsense. Shut up. How could our idol be dead? Everyone whispered among themselves. Some thought Alger had died, crying bitterly, while others stood there in shock, wetting their pants. They had only seen such bloody scenes on TV before. Seeing it in real life left them at a loss. The school doctors and teachers rushed over. Seeing this scene, Principal Eddie and Braden turned pale with fright. The doctor checked and found severe head injuries on Alger. He immediately lifted Alger into the school vehicle with the help of other teachers. Demetrius and Sylvia wanted to go along, but Principal Eddie did not let them. The car was already full, with Principal Eddie and Braden both in it. Principal Eddie asked Alec to thoroughly investigate this incident, waiting for him to return for handling it. Watching the car drive away, Alec curled his lips inward slightly. Turning back, he saw Kieran C still sitting on the stairs, ashen-faced, eyes wide with fear. Xiao C, how could you do this? No matter what, you shouldn't. If someone dies because of this, you will ruin yourself. Harmon said in heartfelt distress. No matter what, you shouldn't stab people in the back. Though he hated Alger too, they should not commit wrongdoings. Students around also criticized Kieran C. Too evil, how could he do this? Looking so honest normally, didn't expect him to be so malicious. Alright, everyone do what you should do. Why are you all gathered here? Don't you have classes? Do you want to clean the dry toilets? Alec dispersed the crowd, asking Kieran C to follow him to the office. Harmon and others wanted to follow but were scolded away by Alec. You did not push Alger. Why are you making a fuss here? As soon as Kieran C entered the office, he knelt down before Alec. Director Ma, please help me. If Alger dies, I will definitely go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. I didn't know it would be so serious. I just followed your instructions. Alec stopped him quickly. Shut up. He glared at him fiercely, whispering threateningly into his ear. Kieran C was sobbing with tears, shaking with fear. Just as they entered the office, xuanhuan followed behind, wanting to ask what happened. He happened to hear what Kieran C said at the door. Alerted, he did not enter the office, listening carefully at the door instead. Alec, being even more cautious, whispered to Kieran C in a voice only the two of them could hear. xuanhuan quietly left, his heart unable to calm down. From what Kieran C had just said, it seemed that Alec instructed him to push Alger down the stairs. But why would Alec target Alger like this? To the extent of wanting to kill him. In the afternoon, it was Chinese class. Due to Alger's accident, no student in the class was in the mood to listen. Everyone was worried about Alger. Persia simply stopped teaching, letting the students self-study. Hamilton, do you think Alger might die? Serves him right. Who made him act so arrogant all the time? Retribution has come. Ezra did not hide his inner joy. Although Hamilton was also excited, hoping Alger would die, he couldn't show it. Pretending to be angry, he admonished Ezra. How could you kick a man when he's down? Classmates should care for each other. I believe Alger will be fine. Pouting, Ezra was not as kind-hearted as Hamilton. He meant to kick Alger when he was down. At this moment, he just wanted to sing a song titled, Today is a Good Day. Someone heard what Ezra had said and immediately jumped up angrily, slapping him on his bald forehead, which sounded like hitting a watermelon with a bang. Are you sick, Gao Yang? Why did you hit me? Ezra, rubbing his sore head, immediately jumped up and shoved Gao Yang. Why did you curse Alger? You shit-eater, you're not even worthy of mentioning Alger's name. Gao Yang, you brain-dead freak. You actually idolize that gangster Alger. How stupid can you get? Try saying another word, Mr. Baldhead Patricia, and see if I don't tear your mouth apart. The two of them started fighting. Those who idolized Alger rushed over in a loud uproar, supporting Gao Yang, and began pounding on Ezra. Don't stop. Hamilton tried to stop them but found there were too many people, making it impossible to intervene. Fearing for his own safety, he quietly retreated to the side. Not many came to Ezra's aid, and those few were beaten badly by Alger's supporters, screaming in pain, completely unable to fight back. What are you doing? Stop. Don't fight anymore. Oh my goodness, how chaotic is this? Persia's voice went hoarse from shouting, but no one listened. Having no choice, he could only go find Alec. Marta coldly observed this chaos in the classroom, secretly mocking these people as truly having problems with their brains. What business was it of theirs whether Alger lived or died? Alec brought several teachers along, finally calming the students down. In the struggle, his wig was pulled off again, and his face was scratched several times. He couldn't understand why these students liked pulling hair and scratching people so much. Were they all cats? In the midst of the chaos, he got so angry that he slapped any student he could grab. Only after the slaps did he realize he had hit Ezra, and someone had placed his wig on Ezra's head. Ezra was genuinely in pain, covering his face and crying loudly, his cries echoing throughout the place. The cries alarmed Jesse. Chapter 117 situation is not looking good. Seeing Ezra's face swollen and red from being beaten, Jesse immediately flew into a rage. His son could only be disciplined by him. No one else had the right. Upon learning that Alec was the one who beat Ezra, Jesse angrily scolded him. Director Ma, it's just a wig. I'll give it back to you. Why did you hit my son? Don't take out your anger on my son after fighting with your wife. My son didn't provoke you at all. He dragged Ezra away from the classroom in a huff, and he threw the wig onto Alec's face. Alec hurriedly put on the wig and roared at the students. All of you, go run laps on the playground. Don't leave until you've finished 20 laps. Everyone was full of grievances, but dared not defy Alec for fear of retaliation. They weren't like Alger, who had the headmaster as his protector. Demetrius and Sylvia chased after the school bus outside the school. Augustin also followed over. He was worried about Alger too, but he was even more concerned about Sylvia. Seeing her utterly devastated, his heart almost broke into pieces. With Alger now in trouble, Demetrius and Sylvia, who were closest to him, must be extremely distressed. They needed his help. Watching the school bus drive further and further away, Demetrius and Sylvia wished they could sprout wings to fly there. Just as Augustin was about to hail a taxi, Ronnie happened to drive up. He came to thank Alger for the meal he made for his mother at noon. She had eaten everything. Hearing that Alger was in trouble, Ronnie urged the three of them to get in the car and drove them straight to the hospital. What happened to Alger? Ronnie asked anxiously. Drive faster, drive faster. Demetrius and Sylvia didn't answer him, urging him only to drive faster. Augustin said, stop asking so many questions, just drive. He looked at Sylvia worriedly. Her tears were streaming down her face, flowing like a faucet. His heart ached fiercely. If something really happened to Alger, he wondered if Sylvia would. Arriving at the hospital, before the car had even stopped properly, Demetrius and Sylvia jumped out and opened the door. Sylvia stumbled, scaring Augustin and Ronnie half to death. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, they were anxious and didn't know where to go. Augustin told them not to panic while he went to ask for directions. Fortunately, Ronnie had Headmaster Eddie's phone number, and he called him immediately to find out where Alger was, then rushed Demetrius and the others over. Alger was being treated in the emergency room. A crowd had gathered around the emergency room. Sylvia was too exhausted to run anymore, and was carried over by Demetrius and Augustin. Ronnie, who was originally leading the way, couldn't keep up with him and felt pain in his feet from running in leather shoes, so he simply took off his shoes. All four were panting heavily, their chests rising and falling dramatically. Adrian. Seeing Ronnie, Headmaster Eddie hurriedly greeted him. Headmaster Eddie, how is Alger? Ronnie asked anxiously, bending over with his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Headmaster Eddie frowned deeply. They're still treating him inside. The situation isn't looking good. When Alger was brought to the hospital, the doctors quickly examined him and said the situation wasn't optimistic before pushing him into the emergency room. That means he hasn't come out of danger yet? Sue, Hongzi, how can you leave like this? Unable to bear the grief any longer, Demetrius finally broke down. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt on the ground and cried aloud. Moved by his emotions, some teachers couldn't help shedding tears either. Sylvia's eyes were already swollen from crying, with tear stains all over her face. She bit her lower lip so hard it bled. Augustin supported her, feeling her body slowly sinking. She stared at the door of the emergency room, forcing herself not to collapse. Seeing her in such pain, Augustin's heart ached as if it were splitting apart. Sylvia, don't worry too much, Alger. Should be fine. Braden walked over to comfort Sylvia, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He was worried just as much as anyone else. Alger's injury at the back of his head was severe, and there was so much blood loss. He truly feared. Headmaster Eddie, what exactly happened? Ronnie pulled Headmaster Eddie aside and asked anxiously. On the way to the hospital, he had tried to ask Demetrius, Sylvia, and Augustin, but they were too focused on getting to the hospital and didn't have time to respond. Especially Sylvia, who cried the whole way without stopping despite everyone's attempts to console her. Headmaster Eddie sighed softly, his face filled with sorrow, and gave a brief account of the incident. Director Ma is still investigating, but I believe that the student who pushed Alger wasn't Xiao Si. If it was intentional, it's too malicious. He could not tolerate such students existing in Hongwan School. A teacher who knew Kiran Si said that Kiran Si was quite honest, and it was unlikely that he pushed Alger intentionally. Ronnie frowned and said, if it was intentional, then it's a criminal case, and the student who pushed him will definitely go to jail. In fact, he thought the school should have called the police. At this moment, Alec called Principal Eddie. He said he had already investigated clearly, and Kiran Si did not intentionally push Alger. At that time, Alger ran up the stairs and tried to squeeze past Kiran Si. Kiran Si did not let him through and gave a light push, causing Alger to roll down the stairs. Alec also asked hypocritically how Alger was doing. Principal Eddie said he was still in emergency treatment and would deal with Kiran Si's matter when he returned. At that moment, Kiran Si was still in the office, his face pale as paper, devoid of any color. He sat on the chair, hands resting on his knees, his legs trembling uncontrollably no matter how hard he tried to suppress them. Alec ended the call and relaxed, crossing his legs in high spirits. Kiran Si looked at him questioningly, wondering about Alger's condition. Alec smiled mockingly and lowered his voice. As long as you stick to saying you didn't intentionally push Alger, I guarantee you'll be fine. Kiran Si widened his eyes in fear. Sue. Alger Alec curled his lips. Looks like one foot has already stepped into the King of Hell's palace. Kiran Si's vision went dark, almost collapsing. Principal Eddie put away his phone and stared intently at the door of the emergency room, full of worry. He silently prayed that their school's treasure must not have anything happen. If something happened to this genius, it would be a loss for the entire school, even for society. Suddenly, the emergency room became noisy. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Could it be that Alger? Sylvia opened her eyes wide, tightly clasping both hands together, her rapidly pulsing veins nearly bursting out of her skin. Chapter 118 Misdiagnosis? Hold him down quickly. How can he be so strong? He's running away. Stop him. The emergency room was in chaos. Let me go. Alger suddenly burst out of the emergency room, his face full of fear. His clothes had already been removed, leaving only a pair of shorts. Alger. Seeing him, Sylvia rushed over at the fastest speed she could ever muster, throwing herself into Alger's arms. She held him tightly, pressing her ear against his chest to feel the pounding heartbeat. She finally felt relieved. Her Alger was fine. Rachel. A wet patch formed on his chest as her scalding tears flowed down, burning his heart. The soft body of the girl pressed closely against him. Her slightly cool fingertips rested on his waist, making him feel like he was floating in a dream. He raised his hand and couldn't help but embrace her. Seeing this scene, Augustin's heart ached again. Sylvia really loves Alger. Hongzi, you're all right? Thank goodness. You know how worried I was about you. Sniff, you bad guy. Demetrius's voice broke the beautiful moment. He ran over, hugged Alger, and cried on his shoulder. Tears streamed down Alger's back, along with snot. The petite Sylvia, sandwiched between the two, felt breathless. Hey, you're going to crush Rachel. Alger pushed Demetrius away with one hand, while supporting Sylvia in his arms. Feeling the sticky sensation on his back, he frowned disdainfully. Hongzi, You actually pushed me away, you. Demetrius wiped his tears away and laughed happily again. Since he still had the strength to push him, everything must be okay. Alger, are you alright? Principal Eddie was both surprised and delighted, examining Alger carefully. Sylvia then left Alger's embrace, wiping away her tears and stepping aside. Seeing her red and swollen eyes, Alger felt incredibly heartbroken, wishing to hug her gently and comfort her tenderly. Sylvia glanced at Alger, who was only wearing shorts. His firm chest muscles and perfect abdominal lines made her blush and her heart race. She covered her burning cheeks and reluctantly lowered her eyelashes. She had to admit, his muscle lines were truly impressive. Really ridiculous. You're still under treatment. Why did you run out? Go back with us. The doctor in the emergency room looked at Alger with an angry expression. They were treating Alger when he suddenly woke up, pushed away the medical staff, and jumped off the operating table and ran. Alger stared at the doctor warily. I've woken up. Why should I keep getting treated? Indeed, he was injured and quite severely. The back of his head was dented from the fall. But because of his super spiritual power, the wound was slowly healing by itself. In the emergency room, before the doctors could treat him, he had already woken up. Seeing the glaring operating light above him and the surrounding white coats, he was terrified, thinking they were going to dissect him for research. So he ran out immediately. His super spiritual power and super physical abilities worked together, protecting his body. From now on, he didn't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Oh yeah, you may be awake, but it doesn't mean your organs are fine. You should still come back for an examination. The doctor said sternly. That's right, classmate Alger. You really need a thorough checkup. Last time after the car accident, you didn't get examined either. Ronnie also advised him. He had been waiting for this chance for so long. Classmate Alger, you can't be stubborn about this. Sirenston to the doctor. Hongzi, go for the checkup. Your health is important. Everyone urged Alger. Meeting Sylvia's worried gaze, Alger nodded in agreement. Fortunately, his head hadn't fully healed yet, still hurting a bit. Otherwise, if he had fallen down the stairs and lost so much blood but ended up completely unharmed, he would definitely be taken for research. The checkup revealed that Alger only had a minor injury to the back of his head, with no other abnormalities. This left the doctor puzzled. When Alger was admitted, he was indeed seriously injured, and his condition looked dire. How could he be fine now? Was it a misdiagnosis? His face burned with embarrassment. Your body is pretty good, young man. You don't know. You lost a lot of blood, almost went into shock. Luckily, we managed to stop the bleeding in time. Alger just smiled without saying anything. The doctor instructed him to stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days. Principal Eddie felt relieved, thinking it was just a false alarm and Alger's injuries weren't serious. Therefore, Kirancy probably did not intentionally push Alger. Otherwise, Alger would have been seriously injured from the fall. At this moment, Alger was sitting on the hospital bed, grinning as he enjoyed Sylvia feeding him. Ronnie had bought a large assortment of fruits for Alger, including apples, bananas, cherry tomatoes, and oranges. Demetrius washed the fruits, while Ronnie peeled the apples and cut them into small pieces. Sylvia skewered the apple pieces with toothpicks and fed them to Alger by hand. There were also banana chunks and cherry tomatoes, which Alger gladly accepted, filling his mouth with fruit. Seeing his good appetite and spirits, everyone finally stopped worrying. A smile finally appeared on Sylvia's face, but her eyes were still red and swollen. Alger felt pained at the sight and suddenly asked Sylvia not to move, saying there was something on her eyelashes. Sylvia obediently stayed still and closed her eyes. Alger extended both hands, gently stroking her eyes with his fingers. Spiritual energy seeped through his fingertips into Sylvia's eyes. The swelling and pain in her eyes immediately diminished significantly. Sylvia didn't find it strange. Alger was learning traditional Chinese medicine from Saiyan Benny and Father Benny, so he must have learned massage techniques too. He was so smart that he could master anything quickly. This was just the right time to put it to use. Actually, he was finding an excuse to massage her eyes, making her heart warm. Demetrius watched the two of them with a silly smile. Ronnie was focused on peeling the apples and didn't notice. Others thought Alger was just removing something from Sylvia's eyelashes and paid no attention. Augustin had already left. Alger was fine, and Sylvia wouldn't be in any trouble either, so he wasn't needed here anymore. At this moment, Ronnie's phone rang. He hurriedly answered, Dad. Yes, it's convenient. You can come in. After hanging up, not long after, there was a knock on the ward door. Ronnie rushed to open it. Chapter 119. Repaying the wrong person. Dad, Mom, you're here. The visitors were Ronnie's parents, Etienne and Abby. Though somewhat weary, they both looked spirited with smiles in their eyes. The man was dressed in a well-pressed suit, his hair impeccably combed, exuding an air of elegance and success. The woman was also neatly dressed, looking graceful and gentle. She had been hospitalized too, and changed into fresh clothes just to visit Alger. We called ahead so as not to disturb Alger's rest. Is Alger all right? Etienne smiled warmly as he glanced around the ward, his gaze settling on Alger lying in bed. Ronnie quickly introduced everyone. Principal Eddie shook hands with Etienne, chatting amiably with him. Ronnie led Abby to Alger's bedside. Mom, this is Alger. He's very talented. He can set bones, he's a top student, and he cooks deliciously. He had discovered yet another virtue about Alger, his excellent cooking. Abby patted her son's hand gently and said softly, You've told us many times. If not for all these praises, they wouldn't have thought of meeting Alger. Ronnie glanced at Principal Eddie and didn't say more. Alger, Demetrius, and Sylvia greeted Abby politely. Sylvia's voice was soft, and Abby looked at her affectionately. Thank you, Alger, for the delicious lunch you prepared. Abby smiled and observed Alger carefully. Also, according to Xinjin, it was you who saved that Jalen that day. If not for you, Xinjin would have gotten into big trouble. He seemed aloof but was truly kind-hearted. Saving others at his own risk isn't something everyone can do. Alger replied mildly, No problem, it was nothing much. Abby didn't know yet that Alger was actually her real savior. However, she always doubted whether Marta had really saved her. Alger, we have one more request. We hope you can come to our hotel to guide our chefs when you have time. Of course, the terms are up to you. Etienne approached smilingly, admiring Alger greatly. Being a businessman, he never missed any business opportunities. He had tasted Alger's dishes, which were indeed delectable. Without exaggeration, he had never eaten such tasty food before. Even simple ingredients could be made so appetizing by him. Etienne dared not ask Alger to be the chef at their hotel because it would be beneath his talent. Principal Eddie and the others were surprised. A five-star hotel owner inviting a high school student to guide chefs? Are their chefs incompetent? Only Braden didn't find it strange. Anyone who tasted Alger's cooking would be convinced of his skill. I'm just a student. I only know how to cook a few home-style dishes, not fancy enough for formal occasions. Let alone guiding chefs from a five-star hotel. Alger remained unperturbed. This impressed Etienne further. He saw maturity beyond his age in this high school student. Hearing that his family wasn't wealthy, he thought poverty might make children mature faster. At least let me treat you to a meal. Tell Jinjin when you're free, and he'll pick you up. Etienne spoke in a friendly tone, treating Alger as an equal rather than a student. It would seem ungrateful to refuse again, so Alger nodded. Seeing that Alger was fine, the school leaders and Ronnie's parents left. As they returned to the ward, Fergus came to see them. Fergus, did you find the owner of the handkerchief? Abby asked first. Fergus shook his head. Not yet. There are many shops selling this kind of handkerchief, and many people buy them. We need extensive investigations, so it will take some time. Please understand. Abby was slightly disappointed but understood. After being rescued, she had tightly held onto the handkerchief. In her dazed state in the water, she grabbed onto her rescuer, who must have left the handkerchief. But Marta showed no reaction when seeing it, indicating it wasn't hers. So, the one who saved Abby might not be her. Fergus came to discuss the case with them. The purse snatcher was still at large, seemingly vanished. After questioning, Fergus left. Etienne and Abby then talked about Marta. I thought carefully about that day. When she went to borrow a phone, her clothes were wet, but not soaked through, and her hair too. Etienne also expressed his doubts. That day, the couple and Ronnie went shopping together. Etienne and Ronnie were looking at fishing gear in a store when Abby, uninterested, left first. Passing by Lai River, she encountered the purse snatcher who pushed her into the river during the struggle. When Etienne and Ronnie came out of the store and headed towards Lai River, they saw Marta running frantically towards them, borrowing their phone to call an ambulance, saying someone had fallen into the water and she had saved them. I remember when I fell into the water, someone on a bicycle came over and shouted. It sounded like a man. And Marta is a girl, and she wasn't riding a bike? Abby frowned, recalling the incident. So, it should have gone like this. The man on the bike rescued you from the water and then chased after the purse snatcher. Marta happened to pass by, saw you rescued, and pretended to be your rescuer? Etienne speculated. Abby nodded slightly. It must have been like that. Our suspicion was correct. Etienne sighed softly. She couldn't even clearly explain how she saved you, yet we believed her without any doubt. At that moment, only she was there, and who would have thought she would lie? She's really bold. Abby smiled bitterly and shook her head. We thanked the wrong person. That's a real joke. Marta never expected that a handkerchief would expose her. And she was still Yi, proud, and hoped to become part of the Jiang family. The couple decided to hold off for now, waiting to find the true savior before dealing with Marta. Anyone daring to scheme against the Jiang family will get what they deserve. Demetrius took Ronnie out of the ward, saying she wanted to buy sugarcane for Alger. In reality, she wanted to give Alger and Sylvia some private space. Alger was fed so much fruit by Sylvia that he felt nearly stuffed. He lay half reclined on the hospital bed, furrowing his brows slightly, eyes half closed. Alger, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Seeing him look distressed, Sylvia asked with concern. My head hurts a bit. Chi-Chi, can you rub it for me? Chapter 120. Innocent young boy. Sylvia didn't think much and got up to help Alger rub his head. Her soft fingertips gently pressed on his head, massaging tenderly. She was very focused on the massage, not noticing that Alger had his eyes half closed, staring at her in a daze. At this moment, the two were very close, even closer than when she washed his hair yesterday. This distance was the kind of closeness that could lead to a kiss. If someone walked in and saw their current appearance, they would definitely assume the two were kissing. The rosy lips of the young girl were right before him. He only needed to lean forward slightly to kiss her. The sweet scent from her body was refreshing and made him uncontrollably want to get closer, a bit closer, and even closer. He stared intently at her lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he unconsciously licked his own lips. Are you tea thirsty? Sylvia tilted her head and asked, her rosy lips opening and closing, revealing her white teeth from time to time. I think my tongue is broken. Alger's heart pounded, wishing Sylvia would get even closer. It's really? Let me see. Sylvia held his face with both hands and lifted it slightly. Stick out your tongue. Alger's heart tightened, and without realizing it, he grabbed the bedsheet tightly, tighter and tighter. Hongzi, this sugarcane is so sweet, you. Demetrius suddenly pushed open the door, chewing on a piece of sugarcane. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, dropping sugarcane residue from his mouth. From his angle, it looked like Sylvia was holding Alger's face while kissing him. What did he just see? Too shocking. Did they confess their feelings to each other? Does Sylvia also like Alger? Sylvia had already let go of Alger and turned to look at Demetrius. She wasn't blushing or flustered. It seemed nothing unusual had happened. On the contrary, Alger was embarrassed, his face flushed red all the way to his ears. He glared fiercely at Demetrius, as if his eyes could eat him alive. Well, I guess I came at the wrong time. Demetrius chuckled, looking at the two with a meaningful glance. Sylvia looked at him blankly, not understanding what he meant. Turning to see Alger's bright red face, she was startled. Are you running a fever? She touched Alger's forehead and hurriedly went to borrow a thermometer from a nurse. Demetrius sauntered over with a teasing smile. pinching his voice and saying, "Oh, Ari, are you running a fever? Get lost. Go away." Alger felt an impulse to punch Demetrius. "Quick, did you too?" Demetrius puckered his lips with a smile, kissed the air, and made an exaggerated smooching sound. "What nonsense. There's no such thing. I warn you, don't spread rumors." Alger was furious. "If I hear any rumors about me and Yaki, you're dead meat." He pretended to threaten Demetrius menacingly. "Oh wow, I'm so scared, brother. Please don't be so mean to me, okay? I'll do whatever you say." Demetrius grabbed Alger's hand, acting coyly, wriggling his body, and speaking in a high-pitched, gentle tone. It was quite an eye-watering sight. Sylvia returned with the thermometer, witnessing this scene and freezing on the spot. "Demetrius, you're going to die." Alger quickly pulled his hand back, his face redder than before. Embarrassedly, he tried to explain to Sylvia, "Demetrius, he likes to act cute." Sylvia awkwardly approached and handed him the thermometer. Check your temperature." Demetrius barely suppressed a laugh, taking the thermometer with one hand and trying to unbutton Alger's collar with the other. "Hongzi, let me take your temperature." "You're really asking for it. You're dead meat." Alger clutched his collar tightly, glaring angrily at Demetrius. I'll go get some hot water." Sylvia picked up the kettle and ran off. The one who should stay doesn't stay, and the one who shouldn't leave leaves. Alger irritably pushed Demetrius away. Demetrius laughed loudly. "Hongzi, I never thought I'd see this day." "Huh? Do you want to check your face in the mirror? It's red like a cooked lobster." Alger growled in anger. "Do you want to take a bite too?" He was so mad. He had only wanted to get closer to Sylvia. "Ha, right. Look at your thin skin. You're such an innocent young boy." Demetrius chuckled and patted Alger's face. "Damn, Demetrius, you're really—" Alger was about to explode when Sylvia came back with hot water. She gave them a strange look. Demetrius stopped messing with Alger and started munching on a piece of sugarcane. Later, Ronnie brought dinner over and the four of them ate together. Ronnie kept complaining that the food wasn't good and wished he could eat something Alger cooked. Alger ignored him completely. After dinner, Ronnie brought out a deck of cards and the four of them started playing together. The loser had to stick a piece of paper on their face. Sylvia wasn't very good at playing cards and took her time deciding which card to play. The three boys patiently waited for her. Ronnie resumed his chatterbox mode and began talking about college life. "Our school is huge, and so is the library, and we have 2 big dining halls. There are so many handsome guys and beautiful girls in our school. It's overwhelming. I joined the school's basketball club, and I turned out to be the shortest one among all members. The others are all over 6 feet 3 inches tall, quite intimidating." Alger listened intently this time. In his previous life, he never went to college and always longed for that experience. Ronnie just graduated from college this year, majoring in hotel management. He was likely to take over his family's hotel business in the future. His brother Ardell had his own aspirations and had already become a successful lawyer. All 3 boys were considerate towards Sylvia, letting her win every time. In the end, she didn't have a single piece of paper on her face. After playing her last card, Sylvia smiled as she watched the 3 boys continue their game. Their foreheads and faces were covered with pieces of paper, looking rather comical. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Harmon and Carlos walked in, each holding a bag of fruit. The 3 boys brushed the papers off their faces, and their expressions changed upon seeing the newcomers. Even Sylvia frowned at the 2 men. "Why are you here?" Demetrius stood up abruptly, asking coldly. "We came to see Alger." Harmon glanced at Alger, seeing that he was fine and even playing cards, finally relieved after worrying so much. "Humph, what a show. Who are you trying to fool? Are you disappointed that Alger is okay?" Demetrius angrily confronted them. Alger also stared at them coldly. Ignoring Demetrius, Harmon looked at Alger and said, "Alger, Kieran C. didn't mean to push you. He was scared to death and lacked the courage to come see you. Carlos and I came on behalf of Kieran C. to apologize and hope you can forgive him." Chapter 121 Humiliation Beneath the Crotch. Alger coldly interrupted him. "Sigh and hasn't been called yet, brat." His focus was actually on this? Harmon sighed inwardly, forcing a smile and bowing to Alger. "Hello, Cyan." Ronnie looked curiously, finding these high school students very amusing. When he was in high school, he spent all day studying. It wasn't interesting at all. Unlike Alger and the others, who had many antics. Alger raised an eyebrow. "That's good. Remember never to forget next time, otherwise Cyan will be angry. I'll spank your bottom." Harmon's face was unpleasant, but for Kieran C., he had no choice but to endure. Carlos was seething inside. He came sincerely to apologize, yet Alger still humiliated them. But he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Before coming, Harmon had told him not to speak, fearing a conflict with Alger. "Alger, you tell us, what do we need to do for you to forgive Kieran C.?" The muscles on Harmon's face were tense. He was also enduring. "Do you have the face to ask Hongzi for forgiveness? If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have—" "Not just Alger, even I wouldn't forgive you. If something really happened to Alger, I would kill each of you one by one. At that time, I wouldn't mind giving my life to you all, remaining good brothers with Alger in the netherworld." Demetrius ripped off the strips of paper from his face, veins bulging on his forehead as he cursed the 2 fiercely. "Demetrius, whatever you can do for Alger, I can do for Kieran C. Kieran C.'s family is very poor. My father and his father used to be co-workers. Later, his father fell from a scaffold, leading to a serious accident." Harmon paused here, noticing that the originally irritable Demetrius suddenly quieted down. Kieran C.'s family was already poor. After his father's accident, it became even worse. The grandparents are old. His mother can only sustain a living by farming. Kieran C. has a younger brother and sister who are both in school. Kieran C. cherishes every opportunity to compete. Principal Eddie said that if you can forgive Kieran C., he would allow him to participate in tomorrow's county competition. This was their true purpose for coming here, the reason they sought Alger's forgiveness. Demetrius sneered, "So, If not for Principal's words, you wouldn't have come? Harmon shook his head. No, we initially wanted to visit Alger. Humph, who believes you? Demetrius glared at them. Alger watched the two and said calmly, firstly, Kieran C himself didn't show up, sending you two instead, which clearly shows he has no sincerity. He doesn't have any remorse and even blames me for taking his place. Secondly, although his family is pitiful, should I forgive him just because he's pitiful? Whether intentional or not, in short, I won't forgive him. Even if forgiving Kieran C could serve as a lesson, he wouldn't forgive him. He doesn't believe Kieran C pushed him unintentionally. Such a forceful push obviously carried hatred and revenge. But, grandson, considering you, I can consider forgiving Kieran C, provided you crawl under Demetrius's legs. Alger intended to toy with Harmon. Demetrius immediately stood with his legs spread, sneering at Harmon. Harmon's face flushed red with anger, his nostrils flaring violently. You scumbag, how dare you humiliate people like this? Not forgiving means not forgiving. Who needs your forgiveness? Carlos, enraged, wanted to punch Alger hard. Harmon held him tightly. Alger, you must keep your word. Harmon squeezed out these words through his teeth, about to crawl under Demetrius's legs. Alger suddenly laughed. Haha, I was just joking, and you took it seriously. It should be Kieran C crawling. Why would you do it for him? Are you crazy, Alger, fooling us like this? Carlos was furious, wanting to hit Alger again but held back by Harmon. One blow would make it uncontrollable. Alger, then rest well. We're leaving. Harmon endured his shame and anger, pulling Carlos away. That guy has some guts. Loyalty enough. Willing to suffer humiliation for someone like Kieran C. Ronnie nodded approvingly. But why didn't Kieran C come? Scared that Hongzi might beat him, probably too cowardly. Didn't think Harmon was so loyal. Demetrius couldn't help but marvel. Alger recalled Harmon's past life. Due to an incident that affected his future, his life later on wasn't good. What the ending was, he didn't know. Who knew he died prematurely, killed by Marta? It was already very late, and Sylvia was not Fengxian letting Alger stay here alone, so she planned to stay with him. Demetrius wisely did not join in and followed Ronnie to a hotel near the hospital. Only Alger and Sylvia were left in the ward. Sylvia lay on her side on the accompanying bed. You best lie on your stomach, or on your side. She reminded Alger. There was gauze on the back of his head, and she was worried that lying flat would hurt the wound. All right, then I'll lie on my side, just so I can watch Natalie sleep. Alger smiled and lay on his side, his eyes staring intently at Sylvia. This way, they could face each other while sleeping. Does it really not hurt anymore? Sylvia asked with concern. Alger touched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Not at all. You must have been worried today, right? Natalie, see how tough I am. Falling down 18 steps won't hurt me at all. If something like this happens again, don't worry about me anymore. I can't stand seeing you cry. Once you cry, my heart will ache very much, very much. He said the last sentence very softly. Sylvia curved her lips. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. Sire instant to Natalie. Go to sleep. Alger obediently closed his eyes. Sylvia also closed her eyes, and soon her breathing became even as she fell asleep. Alger slowly opened his eyes again, deeply gazing at Sylvia. Her hands were clasped under her pillow, and she slept so peacefully and steadily. There was half a meter between the two beds, and he could almost touch her with one stretch. He slowly extended his arm, but as his fingertips were about to touch her cheek, he suddenly pulled back, afraid of waking her up. Natalie, I love you. He moved his lips but made no sound. He stopped fidgeting, quietly watching her with a smile. One day, they would sleep on the same bed, hugging each other, saying good night before sleep and good morning when they woke up. Of course, including that phrase, I love you. Chapter 122. Which is more important, the competition or your health? The next morning, Demetrius and Ronnie bought breakfast. Alger was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and Sylvia went to get some hot water. Demetrius sneaked into the bathroom and raised an eyebrow at Alger. Hey, Hongzi, how was it last night? Alger gave him a dirty look. How was what? As he spoke, toothpaste foam spurted onto Demetrius's face. Wiping his face, Demetrius grinned mischievously. Stop playing dumb, like that. Do you want to die? Furious, Alger kicked him. Demetrius quickly backed off, clutching tightly below. Damn, Hongzi, do you want me to be childless? I'm too lazy to deal with you. You filthy-minded guy. Alger cupped cold water in his hands and splashed his face. After washing up, he intentionally flicked water at Demetrius. Demetrius shivered from the splash. Hongzi, you're so naughty. He retaliated by splashing a handful of water on Alger. For having impure thoughts, Alger threw water back at him. Thus, the two of them began horseplay in the bathroom. You two. Sylvia stood at the door of the bathroom, looking surprised at the soaked duo. Just playing around. Alger explained awkwardly. Demetrius dried Alger's hair with a towel. Damn, I almost forgot. You're still injured. If your headwound gets wet, it might get infected. Upon hearing this, Sylvia anxiously checked Alger's back head. She tiptoed to examine his wound carefully. The bandage had somehow fallen off, and there were no signs of injury left. It healed so quickly? Sylvia couldn't quite believe it. I told you yesterday, it wasn't serious. It just bled a lot. Alger touched his back head, turned around, and smiled slightly at Sylvia. Come on, let's eat. Not eating actively means there's something wrong with one's mind. Ronnie shouted from the ward. This sounded so much like Demetrius. Just spending one night with Demetrius made him adopt such habits. Ronnie had completely lost his image as a little domineering president. While eating, Alger mentioned he would go to participate in the county's short race competition shortly. The three tried to stop him, persuading him not to join because health was more important. But Alger insisted he was fine, and it was just a short sprint lasting only seconds. No matter what, he wanted to win a certificate for Sylvia. Knowing his injury was indeed nothing severe, they stopped trying to prevent him. After breakfast, Ronnie helped Alger check out of the hospital and drove them to Experimental High School, the best and largest high school in Binzhou County. Whenever important competitions or events happened in the county schools, they were usually held here. Wow, this place is grand. Much bigger than our Xuanhuan High School. This is a real high school. Demetrius was amazed by the size of the school. This is big? My university is several times larger. You'll know when you go to college. Ronnie was indifferent to such scales. Demetrius also grew a yearning for university life. However, could he get into a good university with his current grades? Looking at the crowded playground, Sylvia felt very excited. Alger, however, thought with a heavy heart, she could have gone to the city's best high school, which was even larger than Experimental High School. Because of him, she chose the worst Xuanhuan High School. What a silly girl. Every time he thought of this, his heart ached. Why didn't he get reincarnated in junior high? Due to the lack of teacher accompaniment, the gatekeeper did not allow the four to enter the school, so they could only watch from outside. Ronnie was about to call Headmaster Eddie. Classmate Alger, Ronnie, why are you standing here? At this moment, a car stopped by the roadside. Journalist Magnus Dong got out and walked over to them. Magnus Dong, you're here, great. Quick, help us get in. Ronnie immediately greeted him. Sirenston, something significant happened yesterday. Classmate Alger, you take us in first, we can talk on the way? Ronnie talked non-stop about Alger's incident. Magnus journalist listened while leading them toward the school gate. You should have told me yesterday. I could have visited Alger in the hospital. He was already fine, so I didn't tell you. Magnus journalist knew some officials in the county, and after a brief greeting, they were allowed entry. So, is classmate Alger really fine? Can he run? Otherwise, he should return to the hospital, given it's a head injury. Magnus journalist frowned, worriedly observing Alger. The doctor agreed to discharge me. It's really just a minor injury, nothing critical. I know my own body best. Don't worry. Alger gave journalist Magnus a rare smile. Journalist Magnus felt elated. His idol had smiled at him, but he didn't show it on his face. Taking advantage of Alger's better attitude toward him, he wanted to seize the opportunity and interview Alger. Classmate Alger, I want to write a special feature about you. Could you tell me something about your family situation? The parents who can raise such an outstanding child must be very excellent as well. He was unaware of Alger's family circumstances and didn't realize how much his questions would hurt Alger. Alger looked ahead, his face cold and silent, without saying a word. Sylvia looked at him with concern and gently tugged at his sleeve. Alger glanced at her and gave her an assuring look. Ronnie was also puzzled, not understanding why Alger's mood had suddenly changed. Journalist Magnus was extremely frustrated. He must have said something that upset Alger. The relationship which had just improved had been strained again by him. Journalist Magnus, Principal Eddie is here. Demetrius nodded his chin towards the school gate, changing the topic. Everyone turned their heads and indeed saw Principal Eddie, Alec, and two physical education teachers, bringing Alexei and Carlos and the other sports students over. Kieran C. wasn't seen. Journalist Magnus then stopped interviewing Alger and walked over to Principal Eddie and the others. Journalist Magnus, you're here so early. Principal Eddie greeted him with a smile. Seeing Alger, he was slightly stunned. Classmate Alger, weren't you in the hospital? Why are you here? He was worried about Alger's health. Principal Eddie, I'm here to participate in the short race competition. The doctor agreed to discharge me. I'm already fine. Alger glanced at Alexei. With him here, Alexei shouldn't even dream of winning first place in the short race competition. Isn't this just reckless? Is the competition more important than your health? Who will take responsibility if something happens during the race? Alec's tone seemed to be showing concern for Alger. When Principal Eddie returned to school yesterday and said Alger was okay, Alec was extremely disappointed. Wasn't he supposed to be 1 foot in the afterlife? How could he be fine again? Wasn't this just playing with him? Now he wanted to come and participate in the competition to show off. What a daydreamer. Why did all the good things happen to him? Chapter 123. The Dark Horse just came to play. Principal Eddie also found Alec's words reasonable. He dared not let Alger take such a risk. After all, he was the treasure of Xuanhuan High School. No mistake could be made. Student Alger, the competition is about to start. The list has already been submitted, and your name isn't on it. You should focus on getting well. Since Principal Eddie had spoken, Alger's participation was out of the question. He only wanted to win an award to cheer Sylvia up. Alec curled his lips, glancing at Alger disdainfully. Journalist Magnus felt it was a pity, but believed that Alger's health was more important. Harmon heaved a huge sigh of relief. As long as Alger did not participate, first place would still be his. Athletes from various schools were entering the field, and the competition was about to start. Alger and company didn't go to the stands, but watched by the side of the track. The first event was the men's 100-meter sprint. Harmon was warming up on the track. In his tank top and shorts, he showed off the muscles in his arms and legs. As the record holder for the 100 meters, Harmon also had a fan base within the school. Go Harmon! You're my eternal champion. My forever god. Whether boys or girls, they all cheered for Harmon. Harmon happily waved back at them until he saw Alger standing by the track, turning slightly red with embarrassment. With Alger present, he wasn't truly the champion. All who participated were elites from high schools around the county, idolizing Harmon. It highlighted just how powerful he was. Principal Eddie had once been proud of him because of him. Xuanhuan High School's reputation improved significantly. Whenever people mentioned Xuanhuan High School, they no longer spoke ill of it as a garbage school. Instead, they'd say that the genius Harmon belonged to Xuanhuan High School. Alger's appearance gave Harmon a sense of crisis. There were multiple lanes on the track, and many were empty. Alger quietly stood on the outermost lane. Go Harmon! Come on, Harmon! Everyone continued cheering for Harmon. The starter raised the pistol. On your marks. The athletes on the track tensed up. Set. Bang! At the sound of the pistol, the athletes shot forward like arrows leaving a bowstring. And leading the pack was Alger. Wow, a dark horse appears. He's even faster than Harmon. He's wearing Xuanhuan High School's uniform. He must be from there. The spectators on the stands rose to their feet in excitement. A number was affixed to each athlete's back, so everyone assumed Alger was one too. Harmon looked ahead at Alger, utterly stunned. His record was finally broken by Alger. Everyone now knew of the formidable Alger. He, Harmon, was no longer the sprinting god. Go Alger! Demetrius shouted loudly. Excitedly jumping up, he kept waving his arms. Sylvia also shouted her encouragement aloud. Magnus Reporter and Ronnie also cheered for Alger. Alger had already crossed the finish line. He didn't dare run too fast, needing only a slight lead over Harmon. Harmon still couldn't break through his own limits, maintaining a speed of 10.35 seconds. So amazing, the record is broken. Xuanhuan High School truly produces talent, bringing out someone even stronger than Harmon. Everyone marveled as they noticed Alger didn't have a number on his back and wasn't officially an athlete. Since he hadn't registered, no matter how fast he ran, it wouldn't count. Therefore, first place went to Harmon. But this title seemed unworthy for him now. Why did Alger run on the track? To steal the limelight, to embarrass him. What a troublemaker, show off. Harmon lost attention as everyone started discussing Alger. The coach from the county sports team found Principal Eddie, jokingly saying, "Principal Eddie, you are not fair. Your school has such great sports talent, yet kept it hidden from us." Principals from other schools came over and echoed the coach's words. Seeing so many people surrounding him, Principal Eddie felt excited and flattered. But he maintained a calm demeanor, replying with a light smile, "That's not true. Student Alger has good academic performance and doesn't wish to pursue sports. He just came here to play." The coach retorted indignantly, "Isn't this creating jealousy? Others trained for years to get where they are, while that dark horse broke the sprinting record effortlessly. And you treat it like nothing? Why don't you hand over that dark horse to me?" Principal Eddie hurriedly waved his hands. No, that won't do. Student Alger has his own plans. I can't force him into the sports team." Alger was the treasure of Xuanhuan High School. The school's turnaround depended entirely on him. If he went to the sports team, how could he still aim for prestigious universities or key universities? The coach felt it was a pity to lose such a good seedling. With proper cultivation, he might one day bring glory to the country. Principal Eddie just smiled and said nothing. Alger was indeed a talent. Not participating in the competition, he still managed to draw attention to himself and earned praise for the principal as well. Alec, however, expressed dissatisfaction with Alger, thinking he only liked to show off. For the following 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, and 1,500 meters races, Alger did not participate. He just wanted to try out the quality of the track. It was indeed better than that of Xuanhuan High School. He watched the races with Demetrius and Sylvia nearby. Harmon's short-distance running ability was indeed very strong, and he won first place again in the 200 meters race. He was grateful that Alger didn't go over to cause trouble. Although he received applause and a top ranking, his heart wasn't particularly excited. As soon as he saw Alger, he felt like a joke. Carlos signed up for the 5,000 meters race, which was also the only spot for Xuanhuan High School. This was the last event in the morning. The athletes who had been waiting all morning worried about their stamina and started drinking energy drinks. The drinks were prepared by the county. When Carlos went to get the drink, he ran into an athlete from Yanluo High School. Because they often met during competitions, the two got to know each other. He handed the drink in his hand to Carlos and said some encouraging words. After drinking the drink, Carlos did some warm-up exercises. Just as he made one movement, he suddenly felt severe abdominal pain. Clutching his stomach, he hurriedly went to the restroom. When he came out, his face was pale. He picked up the unfinished bottle of drink and saw that it was expired. He immediately confronted the athlete, asking why he gave him an expired drink. But the athlete denied giving him the drink. Chapter 124. United against the external enemy. Carlos instantly understood that Greg had done it on purpose. "Greg, you've ruined me. You did this on purpose and won't admit it. You were afraid I'd beat you. What a despicable person you are." Infuriated, he swung his fist to hit Greg, but suddenly clutched his stomach due to cramps, forcing him to bend over. People from both sides noticed the conflict and ran over to ask what was happening. "Greg gave me an expired drink which caused my diarrhea. I can't compete now." Carlos held his stomach, looking in agony. "Don't accuse me falsely. Everyone who drank the beverages is fine except you. Your drink came from you, not issued by the county. You can't outrun me, so you frame me and drag me down. You're the despicable one. I actually considered you a friend." Greg spoke convincingly and angrily. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I truly misjudged you." Carlos was helpless. No one had seen Greg give him the drink, leaving him to suffer silently. "Friends? Greg wouldn't do such things. Don't slander him." The Yanluo High School teacher accused Carlos of framing Greg. Carlos's abilities speak for themselves. There's no need for him to lie. If you dare to act, why not have the courage to admit it? The Xuanhuan High School teacher believed in Carlos naturally. Moreover, Yanluo High School's reputation was well known. Even the county sports team coach noticed the situation and came to inquire. Both parties stuck to their own stories, making it impossible for the coach to decide who was telling the truth. "Why don't we handle this after the competition? Let's finish this match first." As the competition was about to start, the coach suggested finishing the race before dealing with the issue. However, Carlos's stomach pain was unbearable, and he rushed to the bathroom again, unable to participate. Due to the sudden circumstances, the coach said Xuanhuan High School could send another athlete temporarily. At this moment, Alger volunteered. He wanted to join the 5,000-meter long distance run. Yanluo High School students laughed out loud. How could a non-professional outrun their professional athletes? Hadn't they practiced for years for nothing? If Harmon had participated, they might have felt some pressure, but Alger, they had never heard of him. Sure, he did well in the 100 meters, proving he had great explosive power. But the 5,000 meters tested endurance, and he would surely fail. None of them took Alger seriously. Principal Eddie smiled inwardly. Laugh now. Soon, you'll be crying." Alger had always been the champion in all events at the school sports meet. Carlos was a top contender in long-distance running in the county, and if Alger could beat him, it proved his strength. There was no way they could stay low-key this time. However, Principal Eddie still worried about Alger's health. But Alger insisted he was fine and showed Principal Eddie his healed head wound. Only then did Principal Eddie feel reassured. Alger, go for it. Demetrius, Sylvia, Reporter Magnus, and Ronnie shouted together. They knew Alger's capabilities and believed he would win first place. Alger smiled and gave them a V. Reporter Magnus excitedly asked his colleague to focus the camera on Alger. Seeing him so agitated, everyone was puzzled. Why was this famous reporter cheering for an unknown like Alger? Focusing the camera on him, while ignoring other athletes, seemed clearly biased. Alger's lane was next to Greg from Xuanhuan High School. Greg, ahead of him, disdainfully flicked his middle finger at him. Trash. So arrogant. So lacking in manners. Alger had indeed seen something new. Clearly, Greg had given the expired drink to Carlos, using such despicable means, and he was only a high school student. His heart was truly twisted. Though Alger disliked Carlos, they were from the same school and classmates, and he couldn't stand seeing him bullied by others. Does Greg want to win first place? Dream on. Watch him get crushed. Harmon helped Carlos sit on the steps. Carlos, almost exhausted from diarrhea, had a deathly pale face and colorless lips. This won't do. I should take you to the hospital. Harmon tried to help him up. No, I want to see Greg get his comeuppance. Carlos glared hatefully at Greg. How could he trust someone who turned out to be such a person, secretly plotting against him? Since these competitions were crucial for next year's college entrance exam, Greg resorted to this harmful method. Was it really necessary? Alger, go for it. Definitely crush him. Make sure to avenge me. Carlos exerted all his strength and shouted loudly. Now, only Alger could defeat Greg, that despicable person. His shout surprised Demetrius and the others. He was actually cheering for Alger? The sun rises in the west. Harmon supported Carlos, looking at him with concern. Alger glanced at Carlos and nodded lightly at him. With the external enemy present, they naturally had to unite against them and not let outsiders mock them. When it's time to unite, they must set aside personal grudges. The race began with the starting pistol shot, and Alger, with explosive power, rushed to the front. Go Alger, go Alger. Finish off Greg, that despicable person. Carlos stood up excitedly to shout, but a fart sound made him quickly cover his buttocks and rush to the bathroom. Harmon followed worriedly. To watch the race, Carlos soon came out of the bathroom. He absolutely could not miss this chance to see Greg being beaten down. Alger was playing with Greg. He intentionally ran very slowly, letting Greg catch up, then he sped up a few steps, always maintaining a certain distance from Greg. Each time Greg felt he was about to catch him, Alger would pull away again. At this point, Greg still did not take Alger seriously. He wanted to overtake Alger and be the leader. But Alger did not give him that opportunity. When Greg was close to him, Alger deliberately taunted him with words. Despicable person, come chase me. Aren't you so tough? Come on. Alger ran ahead, hands behind his back, flipping Greg off. King trash, why so arrogant? The race has just begun. Let's see who can laugh last. Greg, enraged, increased his speed. Truly worthy of Xuanhuan High School, breeding sh*t school. Your mouth stink like *t. Alger retorted without hesitation. What did you say? King trash, asking for death? Greg, furious, would have punched Alger long ago if not for the ongoing race. Alger just chuckled and continued running easily. Greg, both mentally and physically provoked, chased Alger uncontrollably. Just as he was about to surpass Alger, the distance widened again. Chapter 125. Spinning around in circles. Greg gradually felt his strength waning. Yet the competition was only halfway through. Alger remained energetic. He waved at the crowd in the stands with a smile and sent flying kisses to Demetrius, Sylvia, and the others. Go, Alger. Demetrius jumped up in excitement. Sylvia waved her arms excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. Greg had been played by Alger and could barely run anymore. As the distance between him and Alger grew wider, the teachers from Xuanhuan Middle School became increasingly anxious. Greg, why aren't you running? Why are you moving like a snail? Did you not eat breakfast this morning? The teachers pointed at Greg and cursed vehemently. They needed results and didn't care about the athlete's feelings. Xuanhuan Middle School's strictness was well known. Otherwise, a private school wouldn't rank so high. Students' achievements were forced out of them. Xuanhuan Middle School had won third place or higher in all previous events. If Greg didn't achieve a good ranking, who knew how the teachers would scold him? But Greg couldn't run anymore. He moved his feet painfully, mechanically running forward. Athletes who were originally behind him now ran ahead of him. Hey, Xiang, why isn't your mouth spewing crap anymore? Alger's teasing voice came from beside him. Greg was surprised to find that Alger had already lapped him. You. He wanted to retort, but had no strength left. He could only watch helplessly as Alger got further and further away. Oh my, Xiang, why such a long face? You look like a pile of dung. No, you are a pile of dung. Alger was now 2 laps ahead of Greg. Greg felt devastated. Xiang, I'm going to sprint now. Why do you look so bad? Are you full of dung? Ha ha ha. Alger was 3 laps ahead of Greg. Greg had no strength left and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. The medical team rushed over to check on him, only to find his face drenched in tears. However, the teachers from Xuanhuan Middle School did not even bother to look at him. He hadn't even finished the race, disgracing the school. This had never happened before. Greg could already predict his fate. He would be abandoned by the school. Hence, he cried and felt so sad. This was the way things worked at Xuanhuan Middle School. Alger crossed the finish line, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. Another dark horse again. So good at long-distance running. Amazing. Good job, Alger. Greg, you bastard. King, curse your ancestors for what you did to me. Carlos was so emotional that tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, Alger avenged him. Bobby's eyes also moistened. If it weren't for Alger stepping up, if Greg had taken first place, they didn't know how arrogant he would become. Even the whole school would have been mocked by xuanhuan Middle School. After crossing the finish line, Alger held Demetrius with one hand and Sylvia with the other, happily spinning them around. Sylvia hugged him tightly out of fright. Me too, Alger classmate. I want a hug too. Ronnie also rushed over to join the fun, almost knocking the trio down in the process. Fortunately, Alger was strong enough to stabilize them. Great job. Well done, Alger classmate. Principal Eddie and the others clapped until their hands turned red. Alec reluctantly applauded. Who would have thought Alger would steal the show in the end? Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned to see an official from the Education Bureau. Teacher Ma, Secretary Addison wants to see you. Alec nodded and followed the official immediately. In a corner, he met with Alonsasef, bowing deeply and greeting him with a smile. Brother-in-law, how's the task I assigned you going? So much time has passed, and there's still no news. Alonsasef frowned, displeased. Brother-in-law, I'm working on it, but you know, Gordy Jean is quite stubborn. Alec explained quickly. Don't give me excuses. I want results. Alonsasef took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped them meticulously with a handkerchief. I understand, brother-in-law. I'll give you a reply as soon as possible. Alonsasef's lips curled slightly, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. Putting on his glasses, he furrowed his brow and waved Alec away impatiently. Off you go. Alec dared not say more, hurriedly walked away, wiping the sweat from his forehead. While Alger was washing his face in the restroom, a teacher from xuanhuan Middle School approached him. Alger, are you interested in transferring to our xuanhuan Middle School? Full tuition waiver, living expenses provided by the school, and scholarships every semester. The teacher spoke frankly, lowering his voice and occasionally glancing towards the bathroom entrance. Recruiting secretly, not daring to be overt, for fear of being overheard. I want to know, what do you plan to do with Greg? Alger asked back instead of answering. The teacher immediately understood his meaning. He thought Alger wanted to take revenge on Greg for Carlos, with whom Alger had a good relationship. Without hesitation, he said, as long as you're willing to come to our xuanhuan Middle School, you can do whatever you want with Greg. Then expel him. Alger said casually, and the teacher immediately agreed. All right, using expired drinks to harm others is against school rules. He indeed should be expelled. Worried that Alger might change his mind, the teacher made a call right away to arrange Greg's expulsion. An announcement was promptly made over the loudspeaker. The student Greg from xuanhuan Middle School, in order to win, used expired drinks to make Carlos from Hongwen Middle School suffer from diarrhea and thus unable to participate. In view of Greg's reprehensible behavior, the leaders of xuanhuan Middle School have decided to expel Greg. We hope other athletes will learn from this, competing fairly. What speed? They discarded Greg so quickly. Alger would not consider attending their school even if they gave him a building. Student Alger, did you hear that? We've expelled Greg. This shows our sincerity. Let's finalize your transfer today. The teacher could hardly wait. In more haste than a wedding night. If it were any other student, they would have been persuaded by now. But Alger just said lightly, you must have heard wrong. I never agreed to transfer to your school. And I don't lack money. I'm not interested in your offer. Digging him out was out of the question. How can you be like this, Alger? The teacher gritted his teeth. I'm just learning from you. Compared to you, I fall short. Alger scratched his nose and walked away from him. He suspected that Greg's actions against Carlos were instructed by the teachers. Now that Greg had become a useless pawn and was expelled, which school would dare to accept him? Greg could only face reality and seek other paths. xuanhuan Middle School really harmed people deeply. Chapter 126 full with dog food. Carlos could hardly believe his ears. Wasn't it Greg who refused to admit that he gave out the expired drinks? Why did he suddenly admit it had something to do with xuanhuan Middle School? Carlos saw Alger and a teacher from xuanhuan Middle School coming out of the restroom one after another. Could this have anything to do with Alger? He no longer felt so repulsed by Alger internally. Alger's trip made him famous in the county. He received an award certificate, which he happily handed over to Sylvia. Upon receiving the certificate, Sylvia immediately beamed with joy, her neat and white teeth showing. As long as Alger saw her radiant smile, he felt that everything was worth it. Looking up, he saw reporter Magnus holding a camera pointing at them. He gently patted Sylvia's shoulder, indicating for her to look at the camera lens. Sylvia smiled at the camera. Leaning towards her, Alger flashed a light smile and made a V sign with his outside hand. Reporter Magnus captured this moment, marking Alger and Sylvia's first photo together. A photograph taken at 18. In the afternoon, there were still competitions. Principal Eddie took the athletes to eat lunch at the experimental middle school cafeteria. Reporter Magnus needed to cover the afternoon competition results and stayed behind. Alex sent Carlos to the hospital, and Harmon went along as well. Ronnie drove Alger and two others back to school. Demetrius grabbed the front passenger seat, making Alger and Sylvia sit in the back. Sitting close to the window, Sylvia watched outside. Turning around, Demetrius winked at Alger. Alger glared at him intensely. Demetrius asked where they should eat lunch. Ronnie suggested going to Braden's home because she wanted to taste Alger's cooking. Upon arrival, Ronnie led Demetrius into the courtyard without hesitation. This was Demetrius's first time here, and he curiously observed everything. Voices of Braxtonzi could be heard from inside the house. Benny Xiaofu, is the food you cook even edible? It seems like it's meant for pigs. It has no flavor. It's worse than pig feed. Braden sighed helplessly. In the past, I didn't hear you being so picky. All your fussiness comes from being pampered by Alger. Braxtonzi slapped the table. You cooked such bad food yourself. I don't want to live with you anymore. I will live with Alger. You go on by yourself? Elderly man, what's happening? Why are you so angry? Smiling, Ronnie entered the room. Demetrius and the others followed suit. Ignoring everyone else, Braxtonzi's gaze fell upon Alger. Running excitedly over, he started complaining while pulling Alger along. Aaron, you finally came back. Does your head injury seem okay now? Let me tell you, the food Benny Xiaofu cooks is really inedible. Gradually, he started feeling aggrieved. Braden was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Before Alger came, although Braxtonzi also complained about Braden's poor cooking, he still ate it despite the complaints. Now, things were different. Braxtonzi simply threw a tantrum and stopped eating. Master-in-law, let me cook for you right away. Smiling, Alger patted his hand and rushed to the kitchen. Sylvia followed to help. Dad, this is Demetrius, also my student. Braden introduced Demetrius to Braxtonzi. Hello, master-in-law. Demetrius greeted Braxtonzi with a smile. Braxtonzi said to Braden with a grin, our home gets livelier every day. Today, they would have an extra pair of chopsticks. Ronnie talked about the morning competition at Experimental Middle School. Braxtonzi felt regretful and wished he had gone to watch Alger compete. Looking at the dishes on the table, Ronnie found that they indeed looked less appealing. In the kitchen, Sylvia couldn't help much either. When she offered to wash vegetables, Alger didn't let her. When she wanted to cut vegetables, Alger still didn't allow her. Rachel, try tasting this dish and see how it tastes. Alger picked a little bit of food from the pot with chopsticks and let Sylvia taste it. Sylvia nodded continuously. It's very delicious. Smiling faintly, Alger picked another bite. Try another one. Obediently, Sylvia opened her mouth, waiting for Alger to feed her. Alger was frying meatballs and placed one on the side to cool down first. Rachel, quickly try if the meatball tastes good. He turned the meatballs in the pot. Sylvia pinched the cooled meatball and took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. Really delicious. Is it? Let me try. Alger finished the rest of the meatball in Sylvia's hand, his tongue briefly touching her fingertips. She stared blankly at her fingers, still feeling the warmth left by Alger's tongue. Her heart raced inexplicably. Thump thump, thump thump, nearly jumping out of her chest. Come, Rachel, eat another one. Alger picked up another meatball. Be a good girl, open your mouth. Hazed, Sylvia's mouth was eventually stuffed full with all sorts of dishes. Demetrius wanted to see how the cooking was progressing and saw Alger continuously feeding Sylvia. While feeding her, he was saying, Rachel be good, which was incredibly cheesy. Hey, I'm starving. When will the meal be ready? Ronnie also came to the kitchen but was pulled back by Demetrius. Not yet, it's still early. Not ready yet? Aren't you hungry? Hungry? I've already had my fill of dog food. What does dog food taste like? Is it good? By the time the dishes were served, Sylvia was already full. Demetrius devoured his food, deeply impressed by Alger's culinary skills. Demetrius, didn't you say you were full from eating dog food? Why are you eating so much now? Ronnie asked. Can I be hungry again? There's one last meatball. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. Demetrius pointed at the meatball on the plate. You're eating that much and still want more? It's mine. Ronnie quickly picked up the plate and licked the only remaining meatball. He chuckled and said, do you still want it? Shall I give it to you? Ronnie, you're such a jerk. Demetrius rolled his eyes. Sighing, Braxtonzi asked Sylvia with concern, Rachel, I see you haven't eaten much. Are you feeling unwell? Let me feel your pulse. Sylvia hurriedly waved her hands, blushing slightly. I'm full. She felt embarrassed to admit that she had been fed to fullness by Alger in the kitchen. Demetrius and Ronnie didn't even leave the sauce in the plates untouched. Ronnie even exaggeratedly licked the plate clean. What a couple of clowns. Braden shook his head with a smile. I say, both of you, finish eating and go already. Look at you two, I can't stand it. Alger couldn't bear watching these two act silly, especially Ronnie, a college graduate who was still hanging out with them and causing trouble. He had been completely influenced by Demetrius, acting childish in every word and deed. Hey Alger, could I trouble you a bit? My mom also wants to try your stir-fry dishes, Ronnie said with a sheepish grin. Chapter 127. The more I look, the more ambiguous it seems. Alger said nothing and came out of the kitchen with 2 packed meals to hand over to Ronnie. He had already prepared for Abby. Ronnie happily accepted them. Classmate Alger, you're truly the best. Without further ado, he left with Demetrius carrying the meals. Alger sighed in relief. Finally it was quiet. Those two were truly noisy together. He and Sylvia tidied up the dishes. Are you tired? Go rest a while. Sylvia looked at Alger worriedly. He had been running and cooking. Surely he must be exhausted. No problem, I'll do the dishes. Alger smiled and rolled up his sleeves. Janie, help me tie my apron. He held up his soapy hands and gestured towards the hanging apron with his chin. Sylvia took down the apron as Alger turned his back to her for her to tie it around him. As she wrapped the apron around him from behind, it felt like she was hugging Alger, her arms around his waist, and her face almost touched his broad back, even sensing its warmth. The position between the two seemed ambiguously intimate. Sylvia's face flushed. She hurriedly tied the apron on Alger and fled. Soon after, she returned with the bowls from the dining table, gently placing them by the stove. Just as she was about to leave, Alger called her. Janie, help me put these clean bowls into the cupboard. He pointed to a pile of clean dishes. So Sylvia put those bowls away into the cupboard. Watching her diligently arrange the bowls, Alger smiled faintly. When both were striving for the same goal, the feeling was incredibly unique. In the afternoon, Alger did not go to class. After selling popcorn on Saturday and Sunday, he had enough money to buy 2 phones. He first went to Jace's bakery to check things out, then he went phone shopping. Before leaving, he changed out of his school uniform into casual wear, immediately giving off an air of maturity. Who would dare to bully him now that he looked like an adult? Aaron, you've arrived. Here are the orders from lunch. There are hundreds of them. Jace showed the orders to Alger with a smile. These are my experiments, try them, and give some suggestions on improvements. Then he eagerly brought out dirty buns he made for Alger to taste. After tasting, Alger found it wasn't very authentic. However, he encouraged Jace to keep trying. Leaving the bakery, Alger cycled to a phone store. Inside, he picked carefully. Sales clerks introduced enthusiastically while he furrowed his brow and smirked, saying nothing, looking rebellious and cool, making clerks not daring to neglect him. Finally, he chose a Jaffa brand phone, one black for Elspeth and one pink for Sylvia. This brand of phone was used by him in his previous life. He even once cracked walnuts with it, proving its quality. The sales clerk's face was full of surprise, meeting a big spender. Alger stood by the counter testing the phones while the clerk processed the receipt for him. Student Alger. Someone called out to him. Turning around, he greeted with a gentle smile. Fergus, are you here to buy a phone too? Fergus shook his head and smiled. I'm here for you. I saw you enter the phone store from far away. Seeing Fergus in police uniform, reverence for the police made the sales clerk uneasy. You're here for me? Not here to send me money. Alger joked. Fergus's eyes widened. Turns out you guessed right. I really am here to bring you money. He handed over an envelope to Alger. This is compensation from that employee for you. That employee was Marta's aunt. She had scratched Alger's face, and Alger took this opportunity to blackmail her. There is more than 1,000 yuan here, partly thanks to Ardell, Ronnie's brother who is a lawyer. Fergus explained. Alger nodded. I know Ardell. As they spoke, suddenly there was commotion outside. Fergus rushed out to check and Alger quickly followed. The sales clerk, holding the receipt, didn't dare ask if Alger still wanted the phones. Please help me. My old companion is dying of pain. And Jalen knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He held his spouse tightly in his arms. The Dahlia kept her eyes tightly closed, one hand pressing against her lower right abdomen, moaning in agony, her complexion deathly pale. By their side was a broken-down cart. A circle of people gathered to watch, but none stepped forward to help. They were all afraid of being framed, hesitant to assist. Sir, what happened? Fergus ran over, squatting next to the Jalen, asking with concern. This Jalen was precisely the scavenger elder. Fergus, please help my old companion. The Jalen seemed to have found his lifeline when he saw Fergus. Fergus quickly asked, what's wrong with the auntie? She has severe abdominal pain. The Jalen wiped away his blurry old tears. His spouse was in excruciating pain, and it took him great effort to get her onto a cart and take her to the hospital. However, on the downhill road just now, because the cart had no brakes, he couldn't control its speed, causing it to directly crash into the curb of the greenbelt. The cart was wrecked, and his spouse fell off it as well, and he himself was injured too. Alger also rushed over. He felt the pulse of the Dahlia and swiftly checked her condition. It's acute appendicitis. She must be taken to the hospital for surgery immediately. Upon hearing that surgery was needed, the Jalen became somewhat frantic. Despite being in unbearable pain, the Dahlia gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to go to the hospital. It costs money. They didn't have money for an operation. Treatment is the priority, auntie. Don't worry about the cost. I'll handle it. Fergus quickly picked up the Dahlia and carried her to the police car. Due to long-term bedridden state, the Dahlia couldn't walk. The Jalen wanted to follow, but as soon as he stood up, he sat back down from pain. He tightly clutched one leg, sweating profusely from the pain. Cyan, did you hurt your leg? Alger wanted to check his leg, but the Jalen refused. Classmate, forget about me. Quickly get in the car to help Grandma. He was worried about his spouse. Cyan, let's get in the car together. Alger unhesitantly helped the Jalen up. With his strength, he practically lifted the Jalen. As soon as the Jalen and Alger got in the car, Fergus started the police car. Alger noticed the Jalen's leg was broken and wanted to set it. Fergus hastily stopped him. Alger, this isn't something to joke about. You, a student, can't do such things. Fergus didn't know Alger knew how to set bones. The Jalen remembered Alger setting his own bone before and agreed. Before Fergus could stop him again, there was a light snap, and Alger had already set the bone. Fergus's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 128, Man-Made Disability. The Jalen gently moved his fractured leg and found that it indeed didn't hurt anymore, feeling immensely grateful to Alger. Classmate, you're truly my benefactor. Every time something happens to me, you appear. Overwhelmed with emotion, the Jalen tightly held Alger's hand. However, Alger was thinking that it wasn't clear yet who was whose benefactor. Everything did seem quite coincidental, or perhaps there was some destined arrangement behind it all. The Dahlia by the window still had her eyes closed, enduring physical pain. Alger switched seats with the Jalen. Sitting beside the Dahlia, he spoke gently, Grandma, let me massage you for a bit. It can help relieve the pain? The Dahlia weakly nodded, moving her hand from her right lower abdomen. Alger lightly pressed on the painful area, subtly using his spiritual power to alleviate her pain. He only slightly relieved the pain, so as not to affect the doctor's diagnosis of her condition. The Dahlia's expression eased somewhat. She opened her eyes slightly and managed a difficult smile at Alger. Fergus saw this through the rearview mirror, marveling at how Alger also possessed medical skills. What is there that this boy doesn't know except how to give birth? Upon arriving at the hospital, Fergus carried the Dahlia into the emergency room. Alger supported the Jalen and followed behind. The Dahlia was diagnosed with acute appendicitis and needed immediate surgery. Fergus discussed with the doctors, asking for the Dahlia to have surgery first while he went to borrow money from colleagues. The doctors were hesitant, saying there was no precedent for this. Without another word, Alger took the surgery consent form and paid the fee. The 4,000 yuan he planned to spend on a new phone and the over 1,000 yuan compensation from Marta's aunt were enough. He could buy a new phone later, but the Dahlia's illness couldn't wait. The Jalen wanted to kneel before Alger on the spot, but was stopped by him. Classmate, you're truly a good person. The Jalen was profoundly touched. Fergus also regarded Alger with newfound respect. Helping strangers generously showed Alger's noble character, a rare trait for a high school student. The Dahlia was wheeled into the operating room. Soon, a doctor came out looking serious, whispering something in Fergus's ear. Fergus furrowed his brow and nodded gently. Let's finish the surgery first. The doctor glanced at the Jalen and then returned to the operating room. What's wrong, Fergus? Is something happening to my old companion? The Jalen asked anxiously. Fergus shook his head. Weston, nothing's wrong with Noel. The doctor was talking about other matters. This matter had to be temporarily hidden from the Jalen. Alger, however, was deep in thought. The Dahlia's surgery was successful. As the anesthesia hadn't worn off, The doctors instructed them to keep calling her name until she woke up and could continue sleeping. She opened her eyes groggily and quickly fell asleep again after waking up. Fergus, I have something I want to talk to you about. The Jalen whispered, leading Fergus away from the ward. Taking advantage of their absence, Alger quietly examined the Dahlia's legs and confirmed that they were indeed disabled. Her legs had been crippled by her Iana. Having no money for treatment, she could only stay bedridden. Her daughter-in-law often lashed out at the Dahlia, beating her to vent frustrations. After causing a disturbance at the school, the obese woman was taken to the police station. She firmly denied abusing the two elders. Later, when the Jalen arrived at the police station, fearing imprisonment for his son and daughter-in-law, he retracted the allegations. Ultimately, they were detained for 5 days for disturbing public order. They were still being held at the police station. Alger believed these two shouldn't be let off easily. Otherwise, they would likely continue abusing the elderly. Fergus, will my son and daughter-in-law be sentenced? The Jalen asked worriedly. Fergus shook his head. They'll be released the day after tomorrow. Weston, you shouldn't protect them like this. You should sue them for abuse. The Jalen sighed softly. It hasn't been easy for them. Where there's room for forgiveness, we should forgive. But the Jalen was oversimplifying things. These matters couldn't be concealed for long. At this moment, Alger informed them that the Dahlia had woken up again. The Jalen hurried inside to see her. Fergus called for a doctor. The doctor examined the Dahlia and nodded at Fergus. We need to take you for a checkup. It won't take long. Just lie down. Not understanding, the Jalen let the medical staff wheel the Dahlia away. Soon, she was brought back. A doctor handed a sheet of paper to Fergus. Fergus frowned and nodded slightly. Everyone looked at him, knowing he had something to say. Glancing around, Fergus's gaze settled on the Jalen. Weston, when the doctor was operating on your wife, they found multiple bruises on her body and suspected that her legs were disabled due to physical abuse. Just now, the doctor took your wife for an injury assessment, and it confirmed that her legs were indeed disabled by human action. The Jalen blinked, not understanding what Fergus meant or his intention behind these words. He knew better than anyone how his wife's legs had become disabled and where the bruises on her body came from. Your wife has been abused, and the doctor has already reported it to the police. Fergus was a policeman. When the doctor was performing surgery on the Dahlia and discovered signs of abuse, they promptly reported it to Fergus. After the Dahlia finished her surgery, they then conducted the injury assessment. But, it's fine. The injuries on my wife's body are from a long time ago, and I didn't report it. The Jalen panicked. He didn't want his son and daughter-in-law to go to jail. Alger explained gently, Cyan, Grandma has suffered serious injuries. Whether you press charges or not doesn't matter. The prosecutor will sue on behalf of the court. Your son and daughter-in-law must bear legal responsibility for this. In other words, this wasn't something he could just let go of. The Dahlia also understood. She sighed softly, comforting the Jalen. Your son and daughter-in-law have broken the law. You can't protect them. The doctor said that the Dahlia's legs had been disabled for many years, and due to prolonged bed rest, they would be very difficult to treat. The Dahlia hastily said she wouldn't pursue treatment. For one, they had no money, and secondly, Chapter 129, A Way Out. If it weren't for the hope of seeing my own son, I would have left long ago. This one fixation of the Dahlia had kept her going until now. Alger had a way to cure the Dahlia's leg, but it had to wait until after the verdict of this case. Mentioning their son Clint, the Jalen's eyes also moistened. Would they ever get the chance to see their own son Clint again? Alger glanced at the time on the wall clock. It was time to go back and prepare dinner. His bicycle was still parked outside the cell phone store. Fergus dropped him off there. Student Alger, the deposit you paid to the hospital, I'll find a way to pay you back. No need, Fergus. Consider it as my donation to the two elders. How can that be? You're just a student. Alger smiled. Fergus, I really don't lack money, but rest assured, every penny I have is clean. Fergus laughed too. You're so smart. I believe you have your ways of earning money. However, consider this as a loan from me. I must repay it. Alger silently shook his head. This kind-hearted and upright officer was indeed stubborn. Oh right, Fergus, has there been no progress on Ms. Ronnie's mother's case? Alger suddenly asked. The moment Fergus thought about it, he felt a headache. Did Ronnie tell you about it? Sigh, this robber has a strong anti-detection awareness. He hasn't shown any signs even after all this time. Fergus, I once read in a book that when you're in a deadlock and want to find a way out, reverse thinking might be a method to break through. We always assume the robber must be some violent social thug or hoodlum, right? But could it possibly be someone not socially involved? For instance, students like us? Alger hinted. Fergus slammed on the brakes, causing Alger's body to lurch forward, nearly biting his tongue. Alger, that makes sense. How did I not think of it? Some unattended children without family guidance do indeed stray onto the wrong path, especially older students. Excitedly, Fergus restarted the car. Then, he abruptly braked again, suddenly remembering something. If it hadn't been for the seatbelt, Alger's body would have flown out. Alger, didn't you win first place in the county painting competition? Can you help me with something? Without waiting for Alger's agreement, Fergus immediately turned the car around. When Fergus sharply steered the wheel, Alger's head collided directly with the car frame, bringing tears streaming down his eyes from the pain. Sorry, I turned the steering wheel too sharply. Fergus apologized. Not a problem, Fergus. Your driving skills are really impressive. Wiping away the tears from his face, Alger tightly held the handrail above, feeling his heart pounding fiercely. We're going back to the hospital, very quickly. Fergus then accelerated sharply again, the car shooting forward. Alger patted his pounding heart, but he would be late getting back to cook dinner. His Rachel would be hungry. He gently touched his chest, calming his thoughts. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Given the host's selfless acts and compassion, good deeds deserve rewards. The system is upgrading and awards the host an upgrade package. Alger muttered inwardly, F***CK. This system can upgrade? He immediately opened the upgrade package. Super Copy Master and credits. The super copy master ability was impressive. After checking the instructions, he understood it clearly. For example, if you taste a dish, you could identify all its ingredients and replicate an identical dish with the exact same flavor. It also worked for drinks and beverages, copying the same taste. Of course, it applied to other items too, like a stool. Just by touching it, you could understand its manufacturing process and replicate an identical one given the materials. However, it only worked for inanimate objects. Living plants and animals couldn't be copied. If it could copy life forms, he would be like a creator god. A wave of excitement surged within him. With the super copy master ability, he could easily obtain the recipe for dirty buns and multi-flavor popcorn by just tasting them. With the recipes, he could mass produce them and wouldn't have to worry about lacking the formulas anymore. Next week, he discussed the factory plan with Randall. Arriving at the hospital, Fergus took Alger to Abby's ward. Student Alger, you skipped class again. Seeing Alger, Ronnie was both surprised and delighted. Yeah, it's becoming routine. In front of Ronnie's parents, Alger teased Ronnie a bit. Alger, we meet again. Ardell was also present, slightly curving his lips. Hello, Lawyer Jiang. Alger greeted him. Student Alger, thank you for the meal you prepared. I'm sorry to trouble you again. The food you made is truly delicious. I wish I could eat it every day. Mr. Etienne and Abby also looked at Alger with smiles. The whole family liked Alger. Fergus, is there something? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang only then had the chance to greet Fergus. Fergus smiled. You all continue. I'm not in a hurry. Alger thought, if you're not in a hurry, I am. I still need to go back to cook dinner for my Rachel. Fergus, does it have something to do with the robbery case? Adrian asked. Fergus nodded. Student Alger's painting skills are amazing. I want him to sketch the robber. At that time, criminal investigation techniques were not as advanced. Criminal portraits could only be drawn by hand. Police personnel had already drawn a portrait of the robber based on Abby's description, but Abby always felt it lacked something. So, Fergus wanted Alger to give it a try. He had seen Alger's painting, Sirental Green Plum, which was truly outstanding. Fergus brought Alger over to discuss this matter without giving him any chance to refuse. Alger just wanted to finish quickly and return to school. Mr. Ardell had paper and pens in his briefcase. Alger didn't take them right away but listened to Abby's description first. He had met the robber before, and listening to Abby was just going through the motions. Actually, he not only saw the robber but knew him. However, it wasn't the right time to reveal the truth yet. After Abby finished her description, Alger took the paper and pen and began drawing swiftly. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb him. Alger didn't pause for a moment, completing the portrait of the robber in one continuous stroke, then threw down the pen. Yes, that's him. He robbed me and pushed me into the river. Abby pointed at the portrait, visibly agitated. It was as if the robber was standing right there. Mr. Etienne hugged her, gently patting her back to calm her down. It looks exactly like the real person. Alger, I knew you could do it. Fergus's fingers trembled as he picked up the portrait, staring intently at the eyes in the painting. This was a very distinctive pair of single-lidded brown eyes, lacking luster but hiding a slyness. Everyone else was amazed by Alger's talent. All right, my task is done. Alger stood up, casually brushing off his hands. Student Alger, let me send you. Ronnie volunteered. No need, Fergus will send me. I still need to fetch my bicycle. Alger did not want Ronnie to see him off. He would surely take advantage to freeload again. Ronnie sighed disappointingly. Chapter 130. I'll handle laundry and cooking, you be beautiful. Fergus dropped Alger off at the phone store, and they parted ways there. Alger wanted to go to the market to buy some vegetables, but remembered he had no money left since he had given it all to the old lady for her medical expenses. He could only buy a dirty bun from the Jifun Sangcheng and delivered it to Jace's shop to settle the bill. He hurriedly went to the market to buy some groceries and rushed back to school to prepare the meal. Classes were already over. He decided to wait for Sylvia under the teaching building, planning to head to the Benny family together. Alger had long become immune to the girls' enthusiastic professions of love. Everyone knew that Alger and Sylvia had dinner at Braden's house. They also knew Alger was good at cooking. Of course, these details came from Demetrius's mouth. Alger hadn't said this couldn't be told to others. He just didn't object when they talked about it. However, regarding Alger liking Sylvia, Demetrius kept mum on it as Alger requested, waiting for them to make an official announcement. Sylvia, carrying books in her arms, walked down from the teaching building with Sophie. Sophie was talking about something while Sylvia listened with a smile. The two seemed very close. Alger's expression changed slightly. He wasn't afraid of anything else except the worry that Sylvia might get bullied. Alger rang the bicycle bell. Seeing him, Sylvia immediately ran towards him. Janie, slow down. Alger smiled warmly, instinctively reaching out to steady her. Sylvia stopped in front of the bike, looking at him excitedly. Yaki, we're going to have dinner then. Sophie waved at Sylvia and walked toward the cafeteria without looking at Alger. Janie, get on. Alger looked at Sylvia, still smiling. Sylvia got on, and Alger cycled her to Braden's house. Girls who saw this scene couldn't help but shed tears of envy. How I wish I could taste the meals made by my crush. How I wish I could be his neighbor little sister. Janie, are you hungry? We're going to be late for lunch today. Let's eat some snacks first. Arriving at the Benny residence, Alger quickly fetched the snacks he had prepared, only to find the box was empty. Braxton chuckled apologetically. I ate them all. Alger was speechless. He had filled the box yesterday. I'm not hungry yet. Let's cook together. Sylvia took the vegetables from Alger and headed to the kitchen. Worried Alger wouldn't let her help, she hastily turned on the tap to wash the vegetables. She twisted it too hard, splashing water all over her face and even into her eyes. Alger rushed over and turned off the tap. Janie, are you okay? He gently wiped the water from Sylvia's face. Sylvia closed her eyes, feeling something in her eye. She raised her hand to rub it, but Alger caught her wrist. Janie, is there something in your eye? Don't rub it. He leaned closer, examining her eyes closely. Sylvia softly nodded, blinking slowly, squeezing out a few tears. Don't worry, I'll help you remove it. Alger gradually released her delicate wrist. Is it your right eye? Sylvia nodded slightly. Alger carefully pried open her upper and lower eyelids. Her tear-filled eyes were already red. Her light blue irises resembled a sea, making him feel like he was drowning in them. Pulling himself together, he focused on finding the foreign object. They were so close, their noses almost touching, breaths intertwining. If he moved any closer, he could kiss her lips. Alger realized he was distracted again and lightly bit his tongue to force himself to focus. He concentrated on finding the tiny grain of sand. Potatoes were placed under the faucet. When Sylvia turned it on, the water washed the potatoes, causing a grain of sand to splash into her eyes. Alger used the traditional method, blowing a strong puff of air into Sylvia's eye, dislodging the sand. Sylvia closed her eyes, then opened them slowly, blinking. Anything left? Alger asked, his voice suddenly hoarse. No. Sylvia bit her lip, shaking her head slightly. Her cheeks flushed red. She shouldn't think too much, but she couldn't help it. He was just helping her blow the sand out of her eyes. They were so close just now. How tense and excited she felt. Her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her throat. She quietly hid the wrist Alger had held behind her back. Once, she heard someone say that after an idol signed someone's palm, that person never washed their hands again. At that moment, she thought it was exaggerated. And now, she didn't want to wash this wrist either. It already had Alger's imprint on it. Janie, these kitchen chores aren't for girls like you. Leave them to us boys. Alger smiled and pinched Sylvia's nose. His Janie only needed to be beautiful, while he took care of the laundry and cooking. Sylvia curled her lips and tilted her head. So, just taste the dishes? Right, that's your only task. Alger suppressed the urge to hug her. Did she know how adorable her tilted head look was? How powerful its charm was? What a restless youth. Sylvia only tasted a small bite of each dish and then stopped eating, or else Alger would feed her until she was full again. Then when everyone ate, she would watch, which didn't feel good at all. It seemed like she was sneaking extra bites. Although the Benny family father and son didn't mind. The meal was served, and Braden just returned, carrying a gift box in his hand. From the packaging, it looked like tea. Benny Xiaofu, you're willing to buy me such good tea, finally showing filial piety. Braxtonzi smiled and went to take the gift box. But Braden's face was unhappy. It's from Alec. Braxtonzi paused with the gift box halfway, his smile vanishing. No, take it away. Chapter 131. I have a small heart, and I must take revenge. He shoved it into my hands. People like him are really... I already said I didn't want it, but he just dropped it in my hands and ran off. Braden shook his head helplessly and put the gift box aside. Did you explain to him clearly? Braxton Easy frowned and asked. I told him that you're not taking on any more disciples, but he just wouldn't believe it. Braden glanced at the dining table. Starving. Let's eat first. Seeing the table full of dishes, his eyes immediately lit up, and he instinctively swallowed his saliva. A few people sat down for the meal without talking, truly deciding to finish eating first before discussing anything else. Oh right, Alger, you're going to participate in the chemistry competition at the provincial level the day after tomorrow. Prepare well. We'll set out tomorrow afternoon. We'll arrive in the province by night, rest overnight, and then the competition is the next day. Braden picked through the few leftover potato threads in the dish, still craving for more. So, Aaron won't be back until the evening after tomorrow? Braxton Easy suddenly got excited. No way, I have to go to the province too, Benny Xiaofu. I don't want to eat your pig feed. Just thinking about having to eat several meals cooked by Braden made Braxton Easy almost unable to bear it. Braden put down his chopsticks and looked at his old father with furrowed brows. Dad, Alger is going for a competition. Where does he have time to cook for you? Don't come and create trouble. Besides, Alger can't keep cooking for you every day. He has his own things to do. He won't be in this school after next year's college entrance exam. So, you have to get used to eating what I cook, just like before. He spoke very seriously, making even Alger hesitant to interject. Sylvia stared at the two men wide-eyed. It felt like they were about to start an argument. I don't care. I only want to eat the food made by Aaron. Otherwise, I will starve myself, go on a hunger strike. Braxton Easy acted like a child, throwing a tantrum. Dad, how come you became so unreasonable? Teacher Benny, why not let Cyan come along to the province as well? Treat it as a trip. These past few years, Cyan hasn't been out to travel, has he? Teacher Benny, rest assured. I'll take good care of Cyan. Alger's words touched Braden. Due to mobility issues, Braxton Easy had not gone out much, let alone traveled. Now that Braxton Easy was willing to go to the province, it might be a good opportunity to take him out for some fresh air. Braden softened his tone immediately. Sorry, Dad, I got a bit carried away just now. How about this? I'll go to the province with you tomorrow, and we'll have a good trip for a few days. Braxton Easy looked at him in disbelief. You're really willing to take time off to play with me, for real? You haven't taken me out for years. He had forgotten that it was because he himself didn't want to go out. Braden chuckled. Yes, it's all my fault. I'll make amends. This time we'll have a great trip. At the same time, he felt a bit bitter inside. His father was already over 80, and they had wasted 20 years of time for travels together. Rachel should come with us. Okay, Rachel? Alger looked at Sylvia expectantly. He originally had an idea. He didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone here. Besides, he would miss her if he didn't see her for a day. Sylvia was momentarily stunned. She had never thought about going on a trip to the province. She had also never asked for leave, unless she was bedridden due to illness. Taking leave for fun was something she could barely imagine. Teacher Benny, you would certainly approve Rachel's leave, right? I promise you, Rachel's grades will only improve, not decline in the next exam. Afraid that Braden might disagree, Alger kept signaling to Braxton Easy. Braxton Easy also persuaded. This is a rare chance. Let Rachel come too. Can you bear to leave her here all alone, eating without company? Finally, Braden agreed. Sylvia was dumbfounded. She hadn't even asked for leave yet, and it was already approved? But thinking about being able to go on a trip with Alger to the province, she was filled with anticipation and happiness. As for the classes missed, it didn't matter to skip a few days. She had self-studied the upcoming lessons, and there was nothing she didn't understand. Strangely enough, ever since she stopped staying up late, her learning efficiency improved, and she felt her brain became sharper. After some acupuncture treatments from Alger, she also stuttered less when speaking. Her confidence was gradually returning. After dinner, Sylvia didn't rush to the classroom. She requested Alger to provide additional acupuncture therapy. Alger was more than willing to continue the treatment for her. Brayden was heading to the classroom when Braxton Easy asked him to return the gift box to Alec. When Alec came to the office, he saw the returned gift box on his desk. He frowned deeply, unsure of what Brayden meant. Is it so difficult to ask teacher Benny to accept a disciple? The next day, Alger was called to Headmaster Eddie's office. Alec was also in the office. Harmon and his group of sports students were there, including Kieran C, who had pushed Alger. Carlos looked very haggard, having suffered from severe diarrhea yesterday and receiving several bottles of saline solution at the hospital. Alger, I was busy with the county sports meet yesterday, but now I have time to handle the matter between you and Kieran C. Principal Eddie spoke politely to Alger. His expression turned stern as he looked at Kieran C. Kieran C, you must sincerely apologize to Alger without any perfunctoriness. Kieran C nodded continuously. He looked at Alger, not daring to make direct eye contact. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Sue. Alger, I'm sorry. That day, I didn't mean to push you, Alex suddenly coughed lightly, scaring Kieran C into silence. Alger glanced at him, pulling at the corner of his mouth. He asked Kieran C, I want to know, how did you get the courage to push me? Who's backing you? Kieran C's face immediately turned pale as he stammered. No one is backing me. Alec gently reprimanded. Alger, what nonsense are you talking about? Kieran C has already said it wasn't intentional. Why are you making such a fuss? If you accept Kieran C's apology, this matter will be over. Alger gave him a casual look and shot a glance at Harmon. I still stand by my words. I won't accept Kieran C's apology or forgive him. I almost met the king of hell. He glared coldly at Kieran C. I have a small heart, and I must take revenge. Kieran C, you'd better not provoke me again. How can you threaten your classmates like this, Alger? This is wrong of you. Alec expressed his dissatisfaction. So, Director Ma, do you expect me to apologize to Kieran C instead? Alger looked askance at him. You, Alger. Before Alec could continue, Principal Eddie interrupted. All right, Director Ma, you know Alger has a temper. Whether he forgives Kieran C or not is his freedom. He looked at Kieran C. After all, it was you who pushed Alger and caused his injury. Therefore, compensation must be made. The medical expenses will also be partially covered by the school. His gaze then swept over all the sports students. I hope you will continue training well in the future without any psychological burdens. Don't think about comparing yourselves with Alger. There's no point in comparison. It will only lead to frustration. Harmon and the others looked grim. Did the principal call them here just to humiliate them? Wasn't it supposed to be praising their achievements at the county meet yesterday? Okay, that's it. Go on with your business. I need to have a few words with Alger. Principal Eddie waved them off. The office was left with only Alger and Principal Eddie. Chapter 132. Going to the province with Rachel. Ari, let's sit down and talk. Principal Eddie smiled warmly and gestured for Ari to take a seat. Teacher Benny has told you, right? You're going to the province this afternoon to participate in the chemistry competition tomorrow. Our county has 2 spots. One is yours, and the other is given to Adele from Experimental High School. You two will go to the province together this afternoon. The school will send a car to take you too. It will be good for you to have company. By the way, Teacher Patricia will escort you. Ari smiled slightly. Principal Eddie, I won't go with Adele. I plan to take the train to the province. He had made up his mind. In the afternoon, he would take the train with Sylvia and enjoy the scenery along the way. Sylvia had never been far from home and had never ridden on a train. More importantly, this would be an opportunity for them to foster their relationship. Oh, then please pay attention to your safety on the road. Principal Eddie didn't ask further. He thought Ari was very independent, not needing him to worry about anything. Ari left the office and caught up with Harmon, who hadn't gone far yet. Brat, do you know what to do when you see me? Harmon clenched his teeth, forced a smile, bowed, and called him Grandpa. Only then did Ari let him off. I've said it before, my heart is as small as a needle point. I'll seek revenge if I'm wronged. Ari glanced at Kieran C. coldly. Kieran C. kept his head lowered, too guilty to meet his eyes. Ari curled his lip disdainfully, bypassed them, and went to the classroom. He skipped the last class to buy groceries. First, he bought some items from the Points Mall, and then headed to Jace's bakery. Sirentilhang, you're here so early today. Students usually come around noon to reserve the dirty buns. Jace greeted him with a smile. Ari raised an eyebrow slightly, placed the items on the counter, and sat on the chair casually, stretching out leisurely. Xiaosu, have you tried these things? He pointed at the items on the counter. Jace opened them and shook his head in surprise. He hadn't even seen them before, let alone tasted them. They were as exotic as the dirty buns. Come, try some. Ari picked up a cream puff first, and immediately, a recipe panel for making that cream puff appeared in front of his eyes. Then he took a bite of a durian millefeuille cake, and its recipe also became clear instantly. There were also custard tarts, sweet and soft. Yaki would surely love them. Though the ingredients were simple, just flour, egg mixture, and sugar, the proportion was crucial. A misstep could ruin the taste significantly. Also, there were matcha bread, soft European-style bread, pizza dough, salted egg yolk pastries. He tasted them all, feeling overly sweet almost immediately. But his Rachel loved such sweet treats. Jace also tasted these items, curious where Ari got them from, especially the durian millefeuille cake. It smelled like old, smelly socks. He suspected it might be spoiled because it was hard for him to swallow. Durians were expensive enough, but to mix them into bread, who would eat something so smelly? He voiced his doubt. Ari smiled. As long as someone likes stinky tofu, there will be people who love this kind of cake. Don't worry about selling them. These items are not sold in other bakeries yet. Your shop will be the first to sell them. Whether or not you make money depends heavily on being the first. I have the recipes for all of them. If you want them, we definitely need to discuss some conditions. Ari didn't beat around the bush, and Jace understood his meaning. Actually, his bakery business wasn't doing well until Ari introduced the dirty buns and helped him earn some money. Today's items each had unique features and were quite novel. He trusted Ari's ability. Once launched, they would surely sell well. Sirental Hang, speak up, what conditions? Ari raised an eyebrow and pulled out the prepared profit-sharing agreement. Xiaosu, check this over. If there are no problems, we can sign this agreement. Compared to verbal agreements, a written one provided more security, clearly documented in black and white. In case of disputes later, it would serve as evidence. Besides, Ari was already 18 years old, so signing such an agreement was legally valid. Jace flipped through the agreement and laughed. Sirental Hang, I didn't expect a high school student to understand so much. I have no objections, let's sign it. Ari asked again, did you thoroughly read it? Cash profits monthly, 7 for you, 3 for me. Jace laughed awkwardly. That's a huge advantage for me. Actually, we could split it 50-50. Ari replied with a smile. I only provide the recipes and don't contribute much effort. Of course, you should get the bigger share. He couldn't be too greedy. Though recipes were important, many skilled people could create imitations that looked and tasted almost identical. Flooding the market was just a matter of time. However, I want to get some of the dividends in advance. I'm heading to the province today and don't have enough money with me. No problem. How much do you need? I'll give it to you right away. Jace smiled and went to the cash register. Ari curled his lip into a smile. Aren't you afraid I might take the money and run? You're not that kind of person. Jace took out all the money from the cash register. Ari was touched by this display of trust from Jace. Finally, they signed the agreement happily, 2 copies, 1 for each. On the spot, Ari wrote down the recipes for those items. This left Jace amazed. Ari had memorized so many recipes. Xiaosu, do you still have any dirty buns here? After getting the super replicator skill, Ari hadn't eaten dirty buns and didn't know its recipe. He couldn't buy them from the points mall in front of Jace. Yes, I kept 2 for myself. Jace fetched the ones he had kept for testing. Ari tasted a bite of the dirty bun and immediately wrote down the recipe. Jace checked it over and slapped his thigh. The problem was here all along. The ratio wasn't right. No wonder it always felt like something was missing. Xiaosu, you've already done a great job. I didn't give you the recipe earlier because I forgot the amount of one ingredient. I just remembered after tasting a bite. Ari made an excuse. How can you be so good? I really wonder where you got these recipes from. Anyone would be curious. I read a lot of books and combined the information. I'm leaving now. I'll come back next month to collect the money. Ari waved his hand and left gracefully. What a strange guy. Jace muttered as he watched him leave. Ari first bought Sylvia a set of clothes, then went to buy groceries to prepare dinner. During dinner, he mentioned his plan to take the train with Sylvia. He asked the Benny family how they planned to go. Brayden was surprised. You're taking the train? Today, reporter Magnus called me, saying he's going to the province too. He mentioned you agreed to go with him, didn't you? Ari slightly furrowed his brows. I agreed to meet someone in the province, but I never said we travel together. During the school sports meet, Ari hoped reporter Magnus would cover the story of the scavenger properly. But reporter Magnus asked him to agree to one thing, meeting someone in the province. In that case, Brayden's gaze shifted between Ari and Sylvia. Then my father and I will go with reporter Magnus. The car is faster. Ari couldn't hide his joy, nodding vigorously while glancing at Sylvia excitedly. He hadn't expected Brayden to be so understanding, knowing they wanted time to foster their relationship and thus not going with them. Seeing Ari so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears, Brayden couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 133 How much weight have you gained? Do you have a couple of ounces of meat? After lunch, Alger escorted Sylvia back to her dormitory to pack her things. Rachel, this is the set of clothes I bought for you. Wear this when we go to the provincial city today. He handed her the bag with the clothes. Sylvia was both surprised and delighted. She didn't expect that this bag contained clothes he had bought for her. Actually, she had been worrying about what to wear. She couldn't go to the provincial city in her school uniform. After all, she indeed didn't have any decent clothes. The pink sweater Alger had bought for her last time would be too early to wear now. The early autumn weather was still quite warm. Alger, thank you. Sylvia hugged the bag, looking at Alger happily. She no longer stuttered or reacted slowly, as those issues had already been resolved. Alger smiled and stroked her hair. Go try them on. If they don't fit, we can exchange them. Take your time packing. I'll come for you in half an hour. Sylvia nodded and walked briskly towards her dormitory, clutching the bag tightly. Alger also returned to the boys' dormitory to pack his belongings. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory later, Sylvia was already waiting at the door. She wore the new outfit, carrying her pink backpack. She wore a red long-sleeved hoodie on top, and a black body-hugging skirt that reached her ankles on the bottom, paired with white sneakers. This attire made her look refreshing. She smiled sweetly, appearing pure and adorable. This was the first time she wore a skirt, and it was also the first skirt Alger had bought for her. The red top made Sylvia's originally fair skin appear even more radiant. Do you like it? Sylvia asked softly, her cheeks blushing slightly as Alger stared at her. Only then did Alger come back to his senses. It looks good, really good. Rachel, I find that red suits you perfectly. He grinned foolishly. Actually, anything she wore looked good on her, especially bright colors. Sylvia shyly lowered her eyelashes, but her lips curled up into a smile. Alger took her backpack from her and slung it over his shoulder. They walked out of the school and waited for the bus by the roadside. Many people were already there waiting. They carried big and small packages, clearly ready for a long journey. Buses weren't as frequent back then, but many people rode them, making the buses always crowded. They waited for a long time before a bus finally came. Before the bus had even stopped completely, The waiting crowd rushed forward, jamming the doors. Don't push, line up. The female conductor shouted hoarsely, pushed against the door. Back then, buses still had conductors. In 10 years' time, conductors would be out of work, replaced by automatic fare systems. My shoe has been kicked off. Who stepped on my foot? Passengers shouted loudly. Even the driver could not help but yell, asking them not to push. But it did no good. Everyone continued to push their way in desperately. Alger and Sylvia stood at the back and didn't join the rush. When it was their turn to board, they ended up standing near the door. At least they got on the bus. Alger bought tickets, then held Sylvia in his arms to shield her from the crowd. More passengers got on at the next stop. Even though the bus was already packed, the driver still opened the doors to let more people in. Move to the back, there's space at the back. The female conductor shouted again. Alger and Sylvia were pushed toward the center of the bus. Sylvia nearly tripped over a luggage bag, but luckily, Alger caught her. She grabbed onto a handrail tightly, with Alger standing behind her, protecting her with his body. People kept pushing them backward, but Alger stood firm, like a solid wall, shielding Sylvia. Suddenly, the bus made a sharp stop, causing everyone to lurch forward. Oh no, my cooking oil! One passenger yelled suddenly. A large bucket of cooking oil placed beside him tipped forward due to inertia. Its lid wasn't sealed properly, and the oil spilled out. It's on my shoes. It's splashed on my pants. The passengers cried out again. The compartment was in chaos. The spilled oil flowed forward, about to reach Sylvia's shoes. Alger quickly reached out and scooped her into his arms to prevent it from touching her. Sylvia felt her feet leave the ground and found herself in Alger's embrace before she could react. Her back pressed tightly against his sturdy chest. She could feel his heart beating. His warm hands around her waist made her entire midsection warm. Embarrassed, she stiffened and her face turned red. With so many people watching, but her concern was unfounded. No one paid attention to them. Besides, in the crowded bus, each passenger could only see the back of heads or side profiles. Don't step on the oil, don't get it everywhere. The conductor's loud voice rang out again. The floor was dirty and slippery, and with so many people, it was impossible to use a mop. She could only throw some tissues on the ground. Alger held onto the overhead handrail with one hand and carried Sylvia with the other. He wasn't sure if it was because of his super stamina or that Sylvia was indeed too skinny, but she felt very light in his arms, and he didn't feel tired at all. By slightly lowering his head, he could see her long lashes trembling slightly. Each flutter made his heart tremble along. I can get down. Sylvia was worried that he might get tired from holding her. Moreover, their position seemed quite odd, as if an adult was casually holding a little child. Your shoes will get oily, dirty, and you'll slip. Rachel, you're too light. How come you don't gain any weight? He whispered in her ear. His breath tickled her neck, making her involuntarily shrink her neck. In fact, I have gained some weight. She lowered her eyes and whispered. How much did you gain? Do you have a couple of ounces of meat? He chuckled softly. He really wanted to pinch her slim waist but didn't dare to move even a finger. She blushed but didn't answer. Frightened, Alger didn't dare to tease her anymore. The compartment was filled with the smell of rapeseed oil and passengers' complaints about getting their shoes covered in oil and their bad luck. But Alger felt incredibly fortunate, grateful for the chance to cherish his Rachel again. I haven't weighed myself, but I feel like I've gained weight. Sylvia suddenly replied. Alger really wanted to ask where she had gained weight, but what came out of his mouth was, then when should we find a scale to weigh you? That would be the most accurate. Sylvia's development was indeed slower than other girls her age. Her peers were already curvy, while she remained thin. Chapter 134. We are not siblings. Finally, someone got off the bus. Alger carried Sylvia and walked to the back, placing her in a clean spot. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her legs went weak, nearly causing her to fall. Alger quickly supported her. What's wrong, Rachel? He was scared, his face changing color. My legs are numb. Held by Alger, she had dared not move, maintaining one posture, resulting in her entire body going numb. It took quite some time before she recovered, but it had almost scared Alger to death. The bus remained crowded, with no seats available. People kept getting on and off. After standing for an hour, they finally arrived at the train station. Passengers carrying large packages still pushed and squeezed each other as they got off the bus. Alger held Sylvia and also got off. Both of them sighed in relief, finally off the bus. Looking at the train station, Alger felt deeply emotional. In more than 10 years, this place would undergo tremendous changes. The train station here would be rebuilt into a large supermarket. Pengzhou County would no longer have a train station, only a high-speed rail station. And that high-speed rail station would be built right in Alger's village. This was why Alger insisted on reclaiming the land occupied by Halston. In his previous life, the compensation for the farmland and house made Halston a fortune. After Alger left home to work elsewhere, he never returned. His father took away the compensation money for their family house. After all, the household head was still his father, and he couldn't get the money for the farmland. When it came to being unreasonable, he couldn't compete with Halston. Therefore, he must find an opportunity to remove his father's name from the household registration. However, given Alger's personality in his previous life, he wouldn't have asked his father for that money. After sighing, Alger looked at Sylvia beside him. It was the girl's first visit to the train station, and she was filled with curiosity about everything. Her clear big eyes darted around, looking here and there like a curious baby. Alger couldn't help but smile. He took Sylvia to the ticket hall to buy tickets. There were many people buying tickets in the hall, with long queues forming at 2 windows. Since someone was maintaining order, no one cut in line. Alger and Sylvia stood at the end of one of the lines. The internet wasn't well developed at that time, so tickets could only be bought at the train station. In his past life, while working in another province, Alger saw co-workers queue up for days just to buy a train ticket for the new year. Times were developing, and in over a decade, everything would become much more convenient. A vendor was wandering around selling foldable stools. Alger decisively bought one, regardless of the price. Rachel, you must be tired. Sit down and rest for a bit. The queue is still long. Alger placed the stool next to him and let Sylvia sit on it. Sylvia shook her head. You sit. You sit first, then I'll sit. Without letting her argue, Alger gently pulled her onto the stool. Then Alger took out a thermos from his backpack and handed it to Sylvia. Rachel, drink water. He then took out a bag of snacks and gave it to her. Rachel, eat. Sylvia looked at him happily, realizing he had prepared food and drinks beforehand. He was indeed very thoughtful. Inside his bulging backpack were also 2 packs of instant noodles. It wasn't that they couldn't afford boxed meals on the train. Rather, instant noodles were more cost-effective. He guessed that Sylvia probably hadn't tried instant noodles before. They would eat them together on the train. It seemed that girls loved eating instant noodles. Sitting on the stool, Sylvia started eating the snacks she had opened. She picked up a spicy stick and offered it to Alger. Alger bent down and ate it directly from her hand. The ticket hall was filled with the aroma of snacks, especially the strong smell of spicy sticks. The middle-aged woman behind Alger frowned and rolled her eyes. Everyone started looking at Alger and Sylvia. Alger was too tall. He stood out like a crane among chickens in the entire ticket hall. Some wondered if he had grown so tall by eating fertilizer. He and Sylvia, 2 young people, were unique presences in the ticket hall, as everyone else was much older. The line moved slowly forward, and Sylvia gradually moved her stool along. She curiously observed everything around her, including all kinds of people. Alger noticed the changes in her, feeling incredibly happy inside. Previously, due to her low self-esteem, she dared not look anyone straight in the eye and always kept her head down, looking at her toes. Now, when strangers looked at her, she could make eye contact without shrinking back. Confidence shone through her eyes. After sitting for a while, Sylvia stood up and let Alger take the stool while she queued. Alger didn't argue, but just as he sat down, there was a sudden crack, and the stool collapsed under his weight. Alger fell onto the ground, but thankfully the stool was small and low, so he didn't hurt himself. Alger, are you okay? Does it hurt? Sylvia dropped the snacks in her hand and hurried over to help him up, asking anxiously. Alger smiled and patted his bottom. No problem. This little stool is too tiny, and my bottom is too big. Sylvia covered her mouth and giggled softly. When they returned to the queue, they found that the empty spot was gone, and the bag of snacks Sylvia had left on the spot was kicked out. Noelle, I was standing in front of you originally. Could you please move a bit? Sylvia politely asked the middle-aged woman. What? Trying to cut in line? Go to the back of the line. The middle-aged woman loudly shouted on purpose. You were behind me all along, weren't you? Didn't you kick my snack out? Why did you kick my snack out? Sylvia wasn't intimidated by her attitude. Who knows who you are? Sirental girl. You can't recognize relatives just to cut in line. The middle-aged woman disdainfully flicked her bangs. She even rolled her eyes at Sylvia. Just as Alger was about to argue with her, the staff maintaining order came over. She had seen everything that happened. Big sister, why are you bullying this young girl? She was originally in front of you, and she only left for a few seconds, using her snack to hold the place. You kicked away her snack and said she was cutting in line. Isn't this bullying? You should step back and let her have her place. Other passengers also chimed in. That's right. One shouldn't be so lacking in manners. She's bullying these siblings while being so old herself. We all saw the girl was in front of her, and she still refuses to admit it. Chapter 135 Janie's Change. Alger and Sylvia, this young couple, attracted a lot of attention. Almost everyone recognized them. Under the condemnation of everyone and the persuasion of the staff, as well as under the intimidation of Alger's sharp gaze, the middle-aged woman unwillingly moved back a bit, freeing up a spot. Sylvia puffed out her cheeks and gave her an angry glare before standing in the now free space, thanking the staff member. Alger felt a surge of excitement in his heart. His little sweetheart knew how to fight back now. He thought about the time she was scared speechless by that store clerk, and when Marta bullied her to tears. Back then, she had barely any ability to fight back, just because she stuttered when speaking. Others could say 10 sentences while she couldn't finish one. Actually, she was originally a very articulate and smart girl. She even didn't forget to use snacks to save seats when she helped him just now. Seeing Alger staring at her absent-mindedly, Sylvia blushed and smiled shyly. She had been a little too excited just now. If the Annie behind hadn't let her pass, she would have acted directly, like Alger did. She wasn't someone easy to bully. However, being mistaken as siblings made both of them feel a bit uncomfortable. If they had acted more affectionately, like kissing and hugging, people would probably think they were a couple. After waiting for over an hour, Alger and Sylvia finally bought their tickets. They bought half-price tickets using student IDs, and they also chose sleeper berths. With 2 hours until departure time, Alger took Sylvia into the waiting room. Before entering, they went through security checks. Sylvia curiously examined the security machine. It was her first time seeing one. The waiting room was packed with people and smelled strongly of instant noodles. This was why Alger brought Sylvia here earlier. It would have been difficult to get on the train later. Crowded among people, Alger tightly held Sylvia's wrist, fearing they might get separated. He really wanted to hold her hand, but, forget it, he would have many opportunities to hold hands with her in the future. Excuse me. A man carrying a steaming bucket of instant noodles walked past. Everyone hurriedly made way for him, afraid of getting scalded. Alger also quickly pulled Sylvia into his arms. The man's bucket brushed against Alger's back, nearly spilling onto him. Sylvia nestled in Alger's arms, her heart pounding rapidly, and a flush rose on her face. She remembered the time Alger rushed out of the emergency room. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. She excitedly ran into his arms, pressed her face against his chest, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Thinking about it now, his muscles were so firm, with visible abdominal lines, no extra fat anywhere on his waist. Oh my, his physique was really excellent. Janie, what's wrong? Why are you so red? Alger asked gently. His sexy Adam's apple slightly quivered, making her want to touch it. Embarrassed, Sylvia covered her face with her hands. What was she thinking? It's too crowded and hot. She found an excuse casually. Alger loosened his grip on her, keeping a small distance between them. She suddenly felt disappointed, but his eyes never left her. Thus, all her expressions and actions were clearly seen by him. Surprise, shyness, disappointment. Her facial expressions were varied and colorful. How could she be so cute? After recovering from her illness, she became so lively. When he held her just now, he could feel her heart pounding fiercely. She must have been tense and excited too. This was a normal response for young lovers. Desiring closeness with the opposite sex yet harboring a hint of fear. Passengers kept pouring into the waiting room. There were men and women, mostly in their 30s or 40s. For some reason, Alger thought of his parents. Back then, they also carried luggage, leaving their hometown to work elsewhere to support the family. But in the end, they broke up their family. The outside world is full of temptations. Those who couldn't resist them never returned home again. Why are there so many people at this time? Is it always so crowded? Sylvia asked curiously. Because after the autumn harvest, people who hurried back will soon leave their hometowns again. We happen to arrive during this period. The next wave of crowds will be before the spring festival when these workers return home. That will be a massive migration, Alger explained. I see. So after the spring festival, they will go out to work again, right? Sylvia widened her eyes and asked. Alger smiled. Right. Janie is so smart. Sylvia looked at him with shining eyes. Alger, you know so much. You're amazing. While she understood nothing, Alger smiled and patted her head. Because I read more books. Having been through the trials of society in his previous life, he naturally had deeper insights into certain aspects. Alger took out some snacks for Sylvia to eat again. He was really worried she might get hungry. 2 hours later, they thought it was finally time to check their tickets. However, a notice came over the loudspeaker. The train they were on was delayed, and they would have to wait another half an hour. The passengers all grumbled, but could do nothing about it. Sylvia's legs felt numb from standing, yet there was no place to sit or lean against. She also didn't want to lean on Alger's body. Alger naturally noticed her exhaustion and said after some thought, Janie, are you tired? I'm a bit tired. Can I lean on your back for a moment? Sylvia nodded quickly and turned around. Back to back, they stood. Alger didn't lean heavily on her. Her small frame couldn't bear his weight. Not that she was weak, but that he was too robust. With something to lean against, Sylvia suddenly felt less tired. After half an hour, they were finally able to check their tickets. Passengers started to squeeze forward, though it was already crowded at the front. Everyone feared missing the train, even though the possibility was minimal unless they were late. Alger led Sylvia, still walking at the back. She was so slim and small. These people might flatten her. Sylvia looked excitedly at the queue in front. They had spent an hour on the bus, more than an hour buying tickets, and waited 2.5 hours for ticket checking. Nearly 5 hours later, in the afternoon, they were finally going to board the train. They handed their tickets to the ticket inspector. The ticket inspector used a small pair of scissors to punch holes in their tickets. Now they could go to the platform with their tickets. The passengers in front carried their luggage and ran, afraid of missing the train. Alger also pulled Sylvia and ran. Everyone surged toward the platform as if fleeing a disaster. Sylvia found it all very novel. On the stairs leading to the platform, they discovered that dusk had fallen. A cool evening breeze blew away the fatigue accumulated from waiting all afternoon. Alger led Sylvia, who was looking around curiously, following the platform signs to the farthest sleeping car. Staff whistled, signaling passengers to stay away from the caution line. At one end of the platform, it was crowded, while at the other end, where Alger and Sylvia were, only a few people remained. Sylvia was puzzled when the train whistled and thundered its way in. Wow, this is a train. Sylvia's eyes widened as she gazed curiously at the approaching train. The body of the train was a striking red, with a dazzling gold emblem on the locomotive, appearing dignified and imposing. It resembled a mighty steel dragon, and as it passed by, a strong wind made her feel its enormous presence. Sylvia felt her heart almost leap out of her throat. Ah! She screamed and threw herself into Alger's arms. Chapter 136, Crystal. It's okay, Rachel, it won't crash into us. Alger tightly hugged Sylvia, calming her excited heart. The train stopped, and Sylvia's mood also calmed down. She left Alger's embrace, smiled awkwardly. Passengers on the other side were jostling to get on board again. Alger and Sylvia didn't rush to board the train. It was now dark outside. Sirens had been turned on in the train, making the situation inside the carriages clear at a glance. Sylvia noticed that those compartments were already crowded with people, some seated and others standing, and the passengers for this station hadn't even boarded yet. Unimaginable what the compartments would look like after they got on. Meanwhile, the sleeper compartment they were near was quite empty. Let's go, Rachel. It's time to board. Alger pulled her onto the train. Following their ticketed berths, the two found their respective bunks. Alger bought one top berth and one lower berth. It would take only 3.5 hours to reach the provincial capital, so no need to sleep. Buying sleeper tickets was just because the regular seat carriage was too crowded. Sylvia sat on the lower berth and curiously observed the compartment. There were 3 layers of bunks on each side, 6 in total. They were narrow and short. For someone as tall as Alger, the length of the bed wasn't enough. Since they bought hard sleeper tickets, soft sleeper ones would have been long enough. Alger smiled while watching her. It was her first time riding a train, with him by her side. The two sat on chairs in the aisle. Only a few people were in the entire compartment, so it was very quiet. The aisle was carpeted, and walking on it made no sound at all. Rachel, there are restrooms on the train, right at the end of the compartment. There's also a place to get hot water, and a dining area. Alger pointed out these places to Sylvia. There's everything here, isn't it just like home? Sylvia said with a beaming smile. Alger smiled faintly. Pretty much. Are you hungry? I'll make instant noodles. He took out 2 cups of instant noodles from his backpack, one red braised beef flavor, the other old pickled cabbage flavor. He unpacked them, took out the forks, and added seasoning packets. Sylvia stared wide-eyed. Alger, how do you know so much? I don't even know how to prepare them. Indeed, she had never eaten instant noodles before. You'll learn next time. Seeing Sylvia drooling, Alger knew he was right. Girls couldn't resist the allure of instant noodles. When he returned with hot water and brought over the instant noodles, the aroma tempted Sylvia almost beyond her control. So fragrant, Alger. Can we eat yet? How long does it need to steep? I'm so hungry. She sniffed the air eagerly. Just a little longer. Alger smiled and pulled out sausages and preserved eggs from his backpack. Eat these first to tide you over. He peeled off the sausage wrappers and removed the packaging from the preserved eggs, handing them to Sylvia. Sylvia held the sausage in one hand and the egg in the other, eating happily. The instant noodles were ready. Alger stirred the noodles and blew gently. Rachel, be careful, it's still hot. He carefully placed the red braised beef-flavored noodles in front of Sylvia. Wow, so fragrant. Sylvia finished the sausage and egg, picked up her fork, and started eating the noodles. They're so good, Alger. You should eat too. She enjoyed it so much that Alger felt happy even if he stayed hungry. How about trying some of the old pickled cabbage flavor? He scooped some of his own noodles into Sylvia's cup. I want to try yours too. He then scooped some noodles from her cup to taste. That? Sylvia hesitated, wondering if he minded since her noodles were touched, and there might be saliva. What is it? Alger asked in confusion. Nothing. Sylvia shook her head, feeling a bit flushed. Why are you calling me by my full name now, Rachel? Are we getting distant? Alger asked casually while eating noodles. Previously, Sylvia always called him Crystal. Well, what should I call you? Sylvia glanced at him. Call me the same way as before. Oh. Her face slightly reddened. Crystal. After saying it, her cheeks turned even redder. It was fine when they were young, but now that they were older, calling him like that seemed too intimate. Alger felt instantly relieved and chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Why is your face so red, Rachel? He had been meaning to address the issue of her changing how she called him. Nothing. I'm a bit hot. The instant noodles are delicious. I love them. She laughed, lowering her head to eat. After dinner, the two quietly watched the night scenery outside. Exhausted from the day, Sylvia started nodding off, her head bobbing like a chick pecking rice. Alger smiled watching her. Rachel, why don't you sleep on the berth for a while? He whispered gently. Sylvia blinked her eyes and gazed outside. I still want to watch. The next second, her head tilted to the side, and she fell asleep on the small table. Alger didn't immediately carry her to the bed. He also leaned on the table, watching her gently. He softly brushed away her bangs, wishing to kiss her smooth forehead. He wanted to stroke her rosy little face as well, especially her inviting lips. Every part of her body attracted him, including every strand of hair. Finally, he cautiously picked her up, placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. The girl slept soundly, looking incredibly adorable. Alger had to force himself to look away from her. He was genuinely worried that he wouldn't be able to resist kissing her. He sat back on the stool in the aisle. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. Please make way, please make way. The conductor pushed a cart towards them. Alger glanced at Sylvia. Fortunately, she wasn't woken up. The next stop would be the provincial capital. Alger went to wake Sylvia, but she was sleeping so soundly that he couldn't bear to wake her up. When it was time to disembark, he simply carried her off the train on his back. The evening breeze was a bit cool. Blown by the cold wind, Sylvia woke up, finding herself being carried by Alger. She intended to get down from him, but mysteriously, she pretended not to wake up, continuing to lie on his broad back. Slightly adjusting her head position, Sylvia pressed her face against Alger's back. Both hands lightly rested on his shoulders. It felt so solid and reassuring. Worried that Sylvia might fall off and considering that she was wearing a skirt, Alger kept bending over, one hand supporting her back, and the other gently holding her thigh. This posture was tiring for him, but with his super physical abilities, he didn't feel tired. Concerned about tiring him out, Sylvia woke up after he carried her for a while. Alger carefully set her down. The girl's face was flushed. As soon as they exited the station, they were surrounded by a crowd. Taxis are cheaper now. Where are you headed? Need accommodation? It's cheap here. We have hot meals, hot water, and showers. They were all people trying to attract customers. Alger pulled Sylvia through the crowd. Hey, Alger, over here. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Chapter 137. No problem sharing a room with me, right? Reporter Magnus was waving his hand as he walked toward them. The two of them hurried to meet him. The train was delayed, right? Teacher Benny and the others called several times asking why you haven't arrived yet. Reporter Magnus smiled as he examined the two of them. Yes, it was delayed by half an hour. Teacher Benny is waiting at the hotel, right? Alger asked, still holding Sylvia's wrist. The rooms have been booked. Alger, do you mind sharing a room with me? Reporter Magnus asked with some excitement, his face full of smiles. He looked at Sylvia. Whether it was his imagination or not, she seemed different from before. Sylvia smiled at him confidently. No problem, Reporter Magnus, let's go. Alger stepped forward 2 steps, blocking Reporter Magnus' line of sight. His expression was slightly unpleasant. Why was he staring at his Natalie all the time? Reporter Magnus led the two to the car. Alger and Sylvia sat in the back seat. In the car, the three of them didn't talk much. Sylvia wasn't familiar with Reporter Magnus, so she felt a bit uneasy and sat properly in her seat. They arrived at the hotel soon. Reporter Magnus first took the two to Bernard and his son's room. You two finally made it. We were worried about you for a while. Have you had dinner yet? Was the journey smooth? Bernard and his son asked with concern. Alger hurriedly replied, the train was delayed, but we've already eaten. It was already late, and Alger had a competition the next day, so they didn't linger and went back to their respective rooms. Sylvia had a separate room, right next to Alger and Reporter Magnus. Natalie, if anything happens at night, just knock on the wall. I can't hear it. Alger reminded Sylvia to lock the door and hang a cup on the doorknob. He was worried that she would be afraid sleeping alone. Sylvia glanced at Reporter Magnus and nodded with a smile. With Alger next door, she wasn't afraid. After Sylvia entered the room and locked the door, Alger turned around and went to the neighboring room. Turning around, he noticed Reporter Magnus watching him. Alger, It's clear that you care a lot about this young neighbor's sister. Your relationship seems quite close. Reporter Magnus raised an eyebrow. Even siblings might not be as close as you two. Reporter Magnus, let me correct you a bit. Actually, Natalie is only 9 months younger than me, so she's not really a little sister. Also, we are neighbors, classmates, desk partners, and dining companions. It's normal for our relationship to be close. Alger wanted to shout. He didn't treat Natalie as a sister. She was going to be his future wife. Reporter Magnus was nowhere near as perceptive as Demetrius, who had already figured out his feelings for Sylvia. I understand. There's no need to get so worked up. I'm just curious. I heard you liked a classmate surnamed Zhao, the one who saved someone, and pursued her for 2 years. Why does it seem like you're distancing yourself from her now? Alger almost rolled his eyes. Reporter Magnus, I suspect you may not be a real reporter. Don't news reports focus on timeliness? What you mentioned happened ages ago. I must clarify, that classmate surnamed Zhao has nothing to do with me. I don't like her. She's not a swan, and I'm not a frog either. Reporter Magnus laughed heartily. I get it, my idol. He didn't hide his admiration for Alger. They entered the room. On the coffee table in the living room was a laptop belonging to Reporter Magnus. At this time, owning a laptop meant being well off. Moreover, Reporter Magnus owned his own car, worth over 10,000 yuan, indicating that his family background wasn't bad. Reporter Magnus let Alger take the first shower and opened his computer to write articles. When Alger came out after his shower, Reporter Magnus said he could use his computer. Actually, Alger no longer played games. He mainly browsed forums online and read posts. There was a popular post about a math problem, which Alger had replied to. Without scrolling down further, he checked other posts. Several top-pinned help threads asked for solutions to math problems. Alger glanced at the questions and casually provided answers. Such simple questions needed help? Alger silently shook his head. After Reporter Magnus finished his shower, Alger stopped using the computer and went to bed. It was a double bed, and Alger slept by the edge. Reporter Magnus closed the laptop and got into bed too. Looking at Alger's broad back, Reporter Magnus smiled warmly. How wonderful that he got to sleep on the same bed as his idol. Alger possessed qualities that attracted and inspired him. Viewing a high school student as an idol, Reporter Magnus didn't feel ashamed. In certain aspects, Alger was indeed more impressive than him. Just in terms of character, Reporter Magnus admired Alger greatly. Alger didn't fall asleep immediately, wondering if Sylvia next door was scared or had fallen asleep yet. The next morning, someone knocked on the door of their room early. Alger sat up in alarm, thinking something might have happened to Sylvia. He hurried to open the door. Standing at the door were Jesse and Ezra, along with a student he didn't recognize. Ezra was wearing a hat to cover his bald head. Alger immediately felt relieved. Reporter Magnus had also gotten up. Alger, I thought you weren't coming. What time did you arrive last night? Jesse asked, showing concern. Got here around 9. Alger said casually, turning back into the room. He didn't want to deal with this insincere person. Jesse and his son, along with the student, entered the room and closed the door. Pontoon reporter, did we wake you? I was really worried about Alger last night. I wanted to come and check, but it was too late. Jesse greeted Reporter Magnus warmly. The student kept staring at Alger, full of curiosity. He and Hamilton had advanced from county competitions to provincial ones through great effort. But Alger hadn't even participated in the county competition and went straight to the provincial one. According to Ezra, he was still a little thug. Seeing him act so arrogantly, he indeed looked like a thug. Did he have connections with the school's leadership? There must be someone backing him up. Entering by connection could only get a participation spot. Only strength could secure a ranking. This is Adele, an excellent student from the experimental high school. He's very talented in chemistry, getting second place in the provincial semifinals. Jesse smiled as he introduced the student. Adele nodded slightly, maintaining his arrogance. However, Alger didn't even glance at him and went to the bathroom for his wash-up. This annoyed Adele. Just a little thug. What's there to show off about? That's indeed impressive. Reporter Magnus nodded perfunctorily. No matter how impressive, could he be as remarkable as the all-rounder Alger? Since meeting Alger, Reporter Magnus found no other so-called top students impressive compared to him. Compared to Alger, they were just... Cough. Stop right there. Jesse planned to take Alger and Adele to familiarize themselves with the competition venue early. Of course, he brought his precious son along to broaden his horizons. Ezra was extremely well behaved in front of Jesse, not saying a word extra. Seeing it was still early, Alger didn't want to disturb Sylvia, letting her sleep a bit longer. But he wrote her a note and slid it under her door. Then, Jesse took Alger, Ezra, and Adele ahead. Jesse came in the school's car. He volunteered to lead the trip to the provincial capital for other reasons, mainly for his beloved son. There's a breakfast shop ahead. Shall we go in and have some food? Jesse turned around to ask Alger and Adele in the back seat. Teacher Patricia, follow your lead. I'll eat anything. Adele smiled, while Alger just gave a neutral hum. Jesse's eyes twitched. This kid wouldn't give him face even in front of students from another school. Wait until later, then he'd cry. Chapter 138. Can't participate in the contest and got arrested by the police? Ezra was unhappy with Alger and wanted to retort a few sentences at him, but in the end, he only pouted. The four had breakfast at a breakfast shop before rushing to the competition venue. This was the best university in Jinxiu province, Jinxiu University, an old school with its large stone engraved with the school name already worn out. Jesse took out his credentials for the guard booth to check. The guard stared at Alger several times. Only then were the four allowed into the campus. The campus was huge. The four strolled around it first. You all should study hard. Bainang province's top universities are even bigger than this one, and they have large artificial lakes. Jesse kept chatting as if he had been to prestigious universities before. Alger curled his lips but did not deny that he indeed yearned for university life. Seeing the time was about right, Jesse led the three to the teaching building where the contest was held. Many students participating in the competition were waiting there. All of them were the cream of the crop from various schools. Jesse was somewhat excited. Standing with future elites made him feel honored beyond measure. Of course, except for the little thug beside him. He approached with a full smile on his face, humbly greeting the team leaders and contestants. The team leaders and students looked at the four curiously. Jesse was a teacher. Adele looked like a good student. Ezra wore a cap and kept his head down, so no one could see his appearance clearly. But Alger, he wore casual clothes, looking cocky with his lips slightly curling in disdain, resembling a thug. And he was so tall, perhaps a bodyguard? Jesse took Alger and Adele to the registration area to sign in. The staff member checked the list and found Adele's name, but couldn't find Alger's after searching for a long time. Classmate, are you sure you registered? Xuanhuan High School only had one student register, Hamilton, but he withdrew due to illness. There isn't any student named Alger. The staff member's words quickly drew the attention of others. It turned out that this arrogant kid didn't even register. Teacher, please check again. Our dean of studies personally registered. Originally another student was supposed to participate, but he fell ill, so this classmate replaced him. Jesse pretended to be worried. Yet, the smile on his lips couldn't be hidden, and he covered half of his mouth with his hand. Why are you covering your mouth, teacher? Is it because you have bad breath? I have some chewing gum. Do you need it? The staff member asked enthusiastically. Jesse's face turned red. No, my tooth hurts. You should still chew some gum. You seem like you didn't brush your teeth. The staff member forcefully gave him a piece of gum. Being a student himself, he spoke frankly without much concern. The surrounding students stared at Jesse and deliberately distanced themselves. Alger also pinched his nose and stood a bit further away. In the end, Adele stayed to participate in the contest. Jesse called Principal Eddie to explain the situation. Alec happened to be next to Principal Eddie. Hearing this, said he had registered Alger, not knowing why his name wasn't on the list. Principal Eddie thought it was a pity, making Alger miss a chance to compete. Registering now would definitely be too late. Alger didn't mind. Whether or not he participated wouldn't affect him much. Jesse's expression already betrayed him. He must have communicated with Alec, who never intended for Alger to participate in the first place. They hadn't registered him at all. When questioned by the principal, just blamed the organizers. Oh, how careless of the organizers. They didn't confirm the list properly. It's not Director Ma's fault. Alger, it's just your bad luck. After hanging up, Jesse feigned consolation towards Alger. Alger coldly snorted, unable to stand his hypocritical face. If you can't participate in the provincial finals, you can't participate in the national ones either. Alger, you won't be able to replace the chemistry teacher as you wished. Jesse couldn't help showing his smug look. So, he exposed himself, unwilling to keep pretending? Originally, you begged me to come and participate. Whether we replace the teacher or not, it doesn't matter anyway since I don't need you to teach me. With your level, I really can't admire you. Alger retorted mercilessly. So, shall we rip off the mask then? Alger, what are you being arrogant for? What do you have to brag about? Your biological parents didn't even want you, yet you think you're so amazing. Jesse cruelly touched on Alger's pain points. Ezra also smiled smugly, eager to join the verbal spat. But looking at his father, he dismissed the idea. Before leaving, Jesse had warned him to stay quiet and act refined. Alger clenched his fists tightly, glaring at him fiercely. Whether I'm arrogant or not is none of your damn business. You're nobody to me. Enraged, he couldn't help but swear. What a bastard, always poking at his sore spots. So what? Are you going to hit me? You're nothing, just a punk. Let me tell you that. While Jesse said this, he still timidly moved back a bit. Alger would really strike if he wanted to, and he wasn't a match for the young punk at all. Seeing his fierce stance, Ezra also felt somewhat intimidated. Father and son were like paper tigers, talking tough yet frail ones. They provoked others despite knowing they couldn't handle it. Alger dashed in front of the two, eyes red-rimmed, raising his fist high. Alger! At that moment, reporter Magnus ran over. Jesse and his son instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had seen their savior. Reporter Magnus, why did you come over? Jesse waved to reporter Magnus, hurrying toward him. Ezra also followed quickly. The competition has already started. Why is Alger still outside? Reporter Magnus asked in confusion. Jesse briefly explained that Alger hadn't registered for the contest. To his surprise, reporter Magnus wasn't worried but rather delighted. What a coincidence. Seeing Alger's poor expression, he assumed he was sad about missing the competition. So he comforted him. Alger, I'll take you to another competition. This simple chemistry contest isn't worth it. Jesse looked puzzled. What other competition? Ignoring him, reporter Magnus pulled Alger out of the school gate. Alger gave Jesse a venomous glare, as if he could devour him whole with that intense look. Jesse wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that reporter Magnus came just in time. This kid was capable of anything. Outside the school gate, Alger saw a crowd gathered, unsure what was happening. There were even police officers. He saw Sylvia and the Benny family father and son, walking towards them. But reporter Magnus led him straight into the crowd. Jesse and his son felt an excitement inside, thinking the police had come to arrest Alger. This kid must have done something wrong. Now let's see how arrogant he can be. Chapter 139. The prestigious professor and the unconventional student. Reporter Magnus proudly introduced to this group of people, this is Alger, an all-around scholar, a mathematical genius. A math genius? Why give him such a high praise? Alger was bewildered. Alger, this is Professor Cyerenang. This is Melvin. Reporter Magnus introduced Alger with a beaming smile. Hello. Classmate Alger, you're truly impressive. A young hero, it's an honor to meet you. These people approached with smiles on their faces. Jiujio shook hands with Alger, as if receiving a national leader. Moreover, these people were all quite old, around 60 or 70 years old like Gordy Cyan, each with gray hair. Jesse and his son were stunned by this scene. These people turned out to be professors. What virtue and ability did Alger, a high school student, have to be treated like a hero by these scholars? Alger was still bewildered. He didn't recognize any of them, and he hadn't done anything, yet they praised him relentlessly. Jinshio University's leadership was also shocked. According to the security guard, a group of elderly men were at the school gate for some unknown reason, even attracting the police. When the university leaders came out to see, they were all speechless. These old men were all well-known retired professors from Bainang Province's Qingtong University. They had been hosting a program in Jinshu Province, and the university leaders had personally invited them multiple times to give lectures, but failed each time. Each one was more aloof than the last, especially Professor Cyerenang, who wouldn't even smile when he saw them. What was going on now? Did they change their mind? Professor Cyerenang, Melvin, welcome to our school for guidance. The principal grinned as he greeted the professors. However, his words were interrupted by Professor Cyerenang. Sorry, we are not here for your school. We must take our leave. Professor Cyerenang then smiled at Alger. Classmate Alger, let's find a place to chat properly. Alger glanced at Sylvia, then thought for a moment. Let's go to the hotel then. They felt more comfortable in a room they booked themselves. The professors naturally agreed. Before leaving, they thanked the two policemen. The professors took one car, while Alger, the Benny family father and son, and Sylvia rode with reporter Magnus. The policemen drove away in their patrol car. As the three cars left, the crowd dispersed, leaving Jesse and his son, along with several university leaders. They stood at the school gate, feeling that what just happened seemed like a dream. These professors came and left in a hurry, not even leaving exhaust fumes behind. What's strange? Who is that student? What kind of background does he have? How could these prestigious professors be so polite to a mere student? The principal was puzzled. Even he, as the principal, didn't receive such treatment. Other leaders shrugged helplessly. That student didn't look like a serious student. Could he be someone important's undisciplined child? Shaking their heads and sighing, they walked into the campus. No one paid attention to Jesse and his son. Dad, what's going on? Didn't the police come to arrest Alger? Ezra couldn't help asking. Why would I know? Didn't I tell you to talk less? Jesse angrily yelled at his son and smacked him on the head. Ezra pouted, covering his forehead. It was to talk less, not to be mute. Jesse checked his phone and found several missed calls from Principal Eddie. His phone was set to silent somehow. He gave Ezra a cold look. Did you secretly play games on my phone? Ezra shook his head quickly, but the panic in his eyes betrayed him. Even a simple game made him so addicted. Playing games at night instead of sleeping. No wonder you can't wake up in the morning. Next time you do this, I'll shave off your eyebrows and all the hair on your body. Jesse threatened his son menacingly. Ezra covered his eyebrows, then his armpits, and finally scratched his leg hair through his pants, which he prided himself on. People say that hairless men are effeminate, while hairy men are real men. After scolding his son, Jesse hurriedly called Principal Eddie back. Teacher Patricia, why couldn't I reach you? Where's Alger? Wasn't he supposed to be disqualified? Is he with you? Ask him if he's gotten into trouble. Just now, two policemen came to the school looking for Alger, without saying what it was about. Upon hearing this, Jesse immediately had a wicked idea. Principal Eddie, just now, Alger was taken away by the police. He must have done something wrong. I didn't have time to answer your call. I'm not sure what exactly happened, nor did I dare to ask. For the honor of our school, we should expel Alger immediately. If our school has a student who commits crimes, who would dare to send their children here in the future? Principal Eddie panicked immediately. But what could Alger have possibly done? Maybe the police made a mistake? Principal Eddie, think about it. It's fine if the police from Binzhou County were looking for him, but even the police from the provincial capital came for him. What he did must be serious. Let's see how it goes. Principal Eddie sighed gloomily and hung up the phone. Jesse put away his phone with satisfaction. Once the school issues an expulsion notice, Alger, without academic records, would become a true member of society. For expelling a student, the school needed approval from the education department, and Alex's brother-in-law worked there. Expelling Alger was a sure thing. Without academic records, what university could Alger possibly apply to? He might as well go home and clean toilets. Ezra watched all this calmly. It was nothing out of the ordinary for him anymore. Taking advantage of Adele still being in the competition, Jesse took Ezra to a place, which was his main purpose for coming to the provincial capital. On the way back to the hotel, Alger finally figured out what was going on. It was because of those posts he made last night. Let's start with these four professors. Originally, these four professors were from the science department of Qingtong University in Bainang Province and had all retired. They were invited by the television station of Jinshu Province to work on a science-themed TV program aimed at discovering, nurturing, and achieving talent. The show was called Superbrain. Chapter 140 My Sirental Sweetheart. Look at me. The professors recruited participants through the forum by posting shouju posts. They would contact the people who solved those problems. When Alger was researching Braxton's father's information at the internet cafe, he casually browsed the forum and solved a very difficult math problem. At that time, the professors noticed him. Later, they asked for help from the cyber police to track down Alger using his ID. With the assistance of local police, they finally found Alger, but heard he had come to the provincial capital. Alger used reporter Magnus' computer to reply to several posts about math problems, which immediately locked in the hotel's location. Several professors rushed to the hotel upon learning this. At that moment, they arrived with two policemen, looking for Alger, which startled reporter Magnus. Braxton and Sylvia were also in the room, their hearts pounding with fear. Instinctively, they all believed that being sought by the police wasn't good news. After understanding the whole situation, the three people turned their worries into relief. Finally, reporter Magnus led them to find Alger. The purpose of the professors searching for Alger was to get him to participate in the Superbrain competition. To find suitable contestants, the professors put in considerable effort. Some did sign up voluntarily, but their abilities were too poor to even qualify for entry. These few professors are the planners and question setters. This kind of competition is highly prestigious, not just anyone can join. More importantly, it will benefit your future development. If you win the championship, famous universities will vie for you. You won't even need to take the college entrance exam. Reporter Magnus said enthusiastically. Reporter Magnus is right. Alger, you don't have to consider anymore. Such an opportunity doesn't come easily. Braden also excitedly persuaded. Sylvia looked at Alger with excitement as well. She hoped Alger would join the competition. Don't think too much. This will be an experience. Don't worry so much. Braden nodded slightly. Upon arriving at the hotel, the professors asked about Alger's thoughts and naturally hoped he would participate. Alger simply asked, "Will there be a certificate?" The professors were momentarily stunned. Even reporter Magnus and the others were taken aback. Professor Cyrening recovered first, smiling. "There will be a trophy, prizes, and cash rewards." Student Alger, let me explain the rules of the competition. Alger interrupted, "No need, I'll participate." Whether there were cash rewards or not didn't matter. Without a certificate, a trophy would do. Giving the trophy to Yaki, she would definitely be happy. In ancient times, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang once ordered the transportation of fresh lychees over long distances just to make his beloved concubine smile. To please Sylvia, Alger was willing to participate in any competition, win certificates, and claim trophies. His agreement made everyone in the room pleased. The professors then gave Alger a few more math problems to assess his skills. These problems were even harder than those on the forum. Without much thought, Alger wrote down the answers directly, stunning the professors. Is there even a need for a competition? However, there are always stronger individuals beyond one's horizon. Besides Alger, there were other competitors. Their abilities were also formidable. Some were already quite famous in the field. When the professors learned that Alger was participating in a chemistry competition, they gave him a few chemistry questions. Alger glanced at the problems, slightly frowning. Are Qingtong University's professors really at this level? Even Jesse's questions weren't this hard. Of course, Jesse intentionally chose obscure and strange problems to test Alger. Alger quickly wrote out the answers. Looking at the solutions, Professor Cyrening excitedly asked, "Alger, are you also proficient in physics?" Reporter Magnus couldn't help but answer on Alger's behalf. Alger is an all-around scholar in their school, excelling not only in academics but also in sports. He has won first prize in calligraphy and painting competitions. He spoke with pride as if praising his own child. Really? That's truly remarkable. The professors hurriedly gave Alger some physics problems. Naturally, Alger answered them effortlessly. Amazing. A genius indeed. The professors jumped up excitedly. It's common to find geniuses excelling in one particular area, but geniuses excelling in all subjects are rare. Braden craned his neck to glance at the questions, asking Braden with his eyes, "Son, how hard are they?" Braden pouted and shook his head. "Dad, I can't solve them, too difficult." He couldn't even understand the questions. Braden shot him a look. "Silly son, and you're supposed to be a science teacher." Student Alger, do you have any intention of pursuing further studies at Qingtong University? With our recommendation, you can report to Qingtong University immediately. No need for the college entrance exam. You're just wasting time in high school now. Professor Cyrening tightly held Alger's hand, his lips trembling with excitement. He had been a student at Qingtong University and stayed to teach after graduation, dedicating his entire life to the university. Alger was the kind of genius he wanted to recommend to his alma mater. It would be a way to repay the university for its cultivation of him. The other professors also nodded in agreement, supporting Professor Cyrening. They were determined to secure Alger for their alma mater, keeping talent within the family. Reporter Magnus and the others knew Alger was exceptional, but hadn't expected such unanimous high praise from these professors. These were top-tier professors from leading universities. Their endorsements carried significant weight. With their recommendations, Alger's future would undoubtedly be bright. At this moment, they felt both excited and moved, genuinely happy for Alger. However, Alger calmly withdrew his hand from Professor Cyrening's grasp. "Professor Cyrening, thank you for your appreciation. I cherish every experience in my life. High school is an essential part of my journey, and I don't want to leave any regrets in the future. Besides, my goal for the college entrance exam isn't Qingtong University. Everyone has their own aspirations. I hope you can understand." Alger spoke lightly. Yet, his words pierced the hearts of the professors. Alger actually didn't value their prestigious institution. How many students dreamed of attending that university, yet he showed no interest. "Student Alger, can you reconsider? Do you have any dissatisfaction with Qingtong University, or any specific conditions? Please let us know, and we will meet your demands." Professor Cyrening persisted, unwilling to give up. Alger shook his head and replied calmly, "Qingtong University is fine, but it's not for me. I hope you won't pressure me." Fearing that he might offend Alger, Professor Cyrening quickly said, Okay, we'll leave our contact information with you. If you change your mind or need anything, please find us." The talent-loving professor sighed, lamenting the loss of such a brilliant mind who wouldn't contribute to their alma mater. Next, they turned to the topic of the superbrain competition. Alger listened absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing at Sylvia and sending her covert looks. Unfortunately, Sylvia was focused on the rules and missed his signals. Despite this, Alger continued to send her flirtatious glances. "My little sweetheart, look at me, look at me." Whenever Sylvia glanced at him, he immediately sat up straight, furrowing his brow and feigning attention. The competition will be recorded over 2 days, starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Alger immediately objected. "That won't work. Tomorrow is Friday, and recording for 2 days means Saturday as well. No, absolutely not." Chapter 141, Meeting the Master. They were scheduled to have dinner with the Su family on Saturday, a significant day for Sylvia's recognition of kinship, so it could not be delayed under any circumstances. "If we also have to record on Saturday, then I will withdraw from the competition." He stood up agitatedly. This commotion left no time for him and Sylvia to enjoy themselves properly in the provincial capital. All plans were thrown into disarray. His annoyance was evident. This made the professors extremely nervous. Throughout history, geniuses have always had peculiar tempers, and Alger was no exception. Just as the Benny family father and son were about to try to persuade Alger, Professor Cyrening spoke up. Fine, whatever you say. We won't record on Saturday." Professor Cyrening hastily agreed. He complied with everything Alger demanded. The Benny family father and son and reporter Magnus were all quite shocked by this. Alger had given these professors a real headache. They had already notified the other contestants that the recording would take place tomorrow morning. With this disruption, they had to bring the recording forward. However, some contestants were from out of province and couldn't arrive immediately. The earliest they could get there would be half a day. In the end, the professors decided to schedule the recording for tonight, even if it meant working through the night. After settling on this plan, they immediately set about arranging it. Only when this arrangement satisfied Alger did his expression soften. As long as it didn't interfere with the gathering the day after tomorrow. Moreover, he hadn't seen Suedi for several years, and since Suedi had come back this time, he couldn't miss this opportunity to meet. Before leaving, they quietly entrusted reporter Magnus to keep an eye on Alger, making sure he didn't slip away midway. One mustn't think like a normal person when dealing with a genius. Reporter Magnus thought they were overthinking it, even overly worried. Though Alger's temperament was somewhat peculiar, his character was reliable. Once he promised something, he would see it through. With the professors gone, the room finally became quiet. The recording is in the evening, Master, Teacher Benny, Rachel, and Reporter Magnus. Let's enjoy ourselves in the provincial capital this afternoon. We can't have come here for nothing. Alger looked at everyone. Alger, do you still have the heart to play? Aren't you nervous? Reported Magnus asked with a smile. What's there to be nervous about? If you all don't want to play, then Rachel and I will go. Alger looked at Sylvia expectantly. Half a day isn't much for playing. We'll just stroll around nearby, said Bernard. Master, you can visit places tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Bernard smiled affectionately. Without you two, what fun would there be for Gordizan and me in the provincial capital? If not for Alger and Sylvia, he wouldn't have come to the provincial capital at all. Alger, when shall we visit my mentor? He's been waiting. Reporter Magnus suddenly asked. Alger immediately replied, let's go now. We can have lunch together afterward. Magnus quickly called his master, Mr. Ciarano, informing him they'd be visiting soon. Thus, they tidied up a bit and headed towards Mr. Ciarano's residence. Upon exiting, they noticed the sky was somewhat overcast, looking like it might rain. Earlier in the morning, the weather had been clear. They got into the car. The provincial capital differed significantly from small counties. Large supermarkets everywhere, bustling with people and vehicles coming and going continuously. The downside was traffic jams during peak hours on major roads. Indeed, it was nearly noon, and they were stuck in a traffic jam. Taking advantage of the delay, the Benny family father and son, Alger, and Sylvia got out of the car and went to browse a nearby supermarket. Bernard said they couldn't visit the mentor empty-handed. Alger tightly held Sylvia's wrist, afraid of losing her. Bernard was assisted by his son. Magnus' car remained stuck in traffic, and he planned to call them once the traffic cleared up. The supermarket was huge and crowded. Worried about others jostling Sylvia, Alger shielded her with his arms, enveloping her in a protective circle. Standing behind her, he walked carefully on tiptoe to avoid bumping into her, swaying like a penguin. Sylvia glanced back at him and giggled, biting her lip. Alger also smiled softly. The Benny family father and son watched them, grinning warmly. Those who've experienced love know how it feels. Bernard instructed Alger and Sylvia to buy some vegetables and specified 6 essential items. He and his son would buy gifts for Mr. Ciarano. Alger and Sylvia were puzzled. Who buys groceries to bring to someone else's home, especially when they've never met? They felt it wasn't right, but complied with Bernard's wishes. Alger and Sylvia bought the groceries and found the Benny family father and son. Bernard's son carried a box of milk, while Bernard held a large bottle of vinegar. They settled the bill and went to find reporter Magnus. His car was still moving slowly. The three got back into the car. Looking at the vinegar carried by Bernard and his son, reporter Magnus asked curiously, Bernard, how do you know my master likes vinegar? Bernard chuckled. He's a celebrity. His preferences are public knowledge. After a few more minutes of delay, the road finally cleared up. They arrived at the residential complex where Mr. Ciarano lived. The guard stopped reporter Magnus' car and asked who they were looking for. Reporter Magnus gave the name, and the guard told him to wait while he confirmed with Mr. Ciarano over the phone. Wow, such strict management. High-end residential areas are indeed different. Bernard mumbled under his breath. The guard opened the door to the security booth and went in. Inside, they saw Jesse and his son. Jesse was talking to a guard, seemingly trying to get them in, saying something like he would only stay for a short while, nodding and smiling obsequiously. The guard sternly said it was not allowed without Mr. Ciarano's permission. The guard then stopped engaging with them and ushered the father and son out of the booth. Really inflexible. I'm not a thief, yet no matter what I say, they won't let me in. Damn. Jesse grumbled Bumanda Dunangja. Chuyo bugan dasang suachula. Seeing reporter Magnus, he hurried over to the car window to greet him. Reporter Magnus, what a coincidence. Why are you here? I'm here to visit my master. Reporter Magnus replied coolly. Reporter Magnus, can you take us in? I want to meet Mr. Ciarano. Jesse looked expectant. Reporter Magnus hesitated. I'm sorry, Mr. Patricia, but my master doesn't like being disturbed by outsiders. Jesse frowned slightly. He glanced at Bernard in the front passenger seat, then at Alger and the others in the back. Bring so many people and still claim he doesn't like disturbances? Just as Jesse was about to say more, the guard came over and signaled that reporter Magnus could enter. So, reporter Magnus ignored Jesse and drove in. Still not giving up, Jesse turned to the guard. Brother, I know reporter Magnus. Please let me in. Chapter 142. Paying homage to two masters. The guard waved Jesse away, too lazy even to speak to him, and went straight into the guardhouse. Humph, he's just a gatekeeper. Why should I care? Jesse left angrily with Ezra. This trip was truly in vain. Ezra this time had learned his lesson and didn't say a word. Why didn't you say anything just now like a mute? Couldn't you tell the guard you came here to become Mr. Ciarano's disciple? Idiot. What have I raised? Jesse slapped Ezra on the head, venting his anger. Why scold him when he didn't talk? Painfully rubbing his head. Ezra suspected that all his stupidity came from being beaten by his father. But Jesse was not giving up. As long as he didn't see Master Ciarano and get rejected personally, there was still hope. The father and son got in the car and waited. He couldn't believe Master Ciarano would never come out. This teacher Patricia is really stubborn. In the county town, he visited me several times, wanting his son to become my teacher's disciple. I told him my teacher doesn't take disciples anymore, which was a tactful way of saying my teacher doesn't want his son. Whether he really misunderstood or pretended to misunderstand, he actually came here today. Reporter Magnus shook his head at Jesse. Ezra's aptitude, well, indeed has its issues. However, it's understandable. Every parent hopes for their children to achieve great things. Braden sighed. Alger thought not all parents were genuinely good for their children. The saying, a loving parent plans for their child's distant future, didn't apply to his parents. Sylvia gently tugged Alger's sleeve, offering comfort with her eyes. Alger shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine. She could sense even his slightest mood changes. It felt wonderful to be cared for by someone who held him in heart. With such a wife, what more could one ask for? Master Ciaranu lived on the first floor, so Reporter Magnus parked directly in front of the building. Reporter Magnus, carrying tea he had prepared beforehand, went with Alger and the others to Master Ciaranu's home. Reporter Magnus knocked on the door, which was opened by a silver-haired elder with a kind face, slightly plump stature, and warm smile. Magnus Dong. Teacher. Reporter Magnus greeted Master Ciaranu warmly. Master Ciaranu glanced at the people behind him, his expression stiffening slightly. He disliked too many visitors disturbing him. Is it Magnus Dong? Master Ciaranu's wife also came over to greet them. The elderly couple seemed quite alike, both having kind and amiable faces. Mother-in-law. Reporter Magnus greeted her with a smile. Come in quickly. The elderly couple invited everyone inside. Teacher, this is Alger, whom you've been wanting to meet. Reporter Magnus introduced them hastily. This is Sylvia, Alger's classmate. This is Teacher Benny, Alger's teacher, and this. He pulled Teacher Braxton from the back. Seeing Teacher Braxton, Master Ciaranu froze in surprise. Old Ciaranu, take a look at what I brought for you. Your favorite aged vinegar. Teacher Braxton lifted the bucket of vinegar, shaking it with a laugh as he looked at Master Ciaranu. Old Benny. Master Ciaranu's eyes welled up, stepping forward to embrace Teacher Braxton tightly. Haha, great, great. After so many years, you still recognized me. Teacher Braxton laughed heartily, slapping Master Ciaranu's shoulder. Old Benny, it's really you. What wind blew you here? You're a rare visitor indeed. Master Ciaranu's wife was also excited, tears sparkling in her eyes. Great writer Tion, your face hasn't added many wrinkles, looking quite young. Old Ciaranu, however, looks as if his face has been carved by knives. Teacher Braxton chuckled. Oh, dear old lady, you're still young. Mrs. Tion covered her face, laughing. Wiping away his tears, Master Ciaranu said, I really didn't expect you to come see me. Teacher Braxton wanted to say that Master Ciaranu could have visited him instead. However, after the accident involving his grandson, he had become very reclusive, refusing to see anyone. At first, Master Ciaranu and Mrs. Tion would visit him occasionally, but later they dared not come again after he drove them away. Teacher, Noel, you know each other? Reporter Magnus was quite surprised. Neither side had mentioned this. He thought it was their first meeting. One was his mentor, the other his savior, yet their relationship was not shallow. Braxton explained, my father feared Master Ciaranu wouldn't recognize him, so he kept it secret from you all. After so many years, suddenly showing up. These words. Old Benny, do you think we are petty like you, unable to hold a grudge? Vanessa glared at Braxton's father. You don't know how worried we've been about you these past years. They were all high school classmates. Even Braxton's wife was one of them. But she passed away a few years ago, devastated by the loss of her grandson. First losing his grandson and then his wife. It was not easy for Braxton to keep going. Weston by, Aunt Fuan, let's not dwell on the past. What matters is living well from now on. It's almost noon, right? We brought a top chef with us. He'll cook a feast that will surely fill your bellies. Braxton said with a smile. Xiao Fu, come here and let Infant have a good look at you. Vanessa smiled as she inspected Braxton. Time really does fly. Xiao Fu has turned into courtesan. Finally, after some small talk, the conversation turned to Alger. Braxton's family and Reporter Magnus praised Alger lavishly. Alger's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Was he really that amazing? They made him sound like an invincible superhero. Mr. Ciaranu brought out a framed scroll, precisely the 8 characters written by Alger. Ciaranth is worth living. The future is promising. Alger's face turned even redder. For a junior like him to be so highly esteemed by a senior, he felt unworthy. Magnus Dong. Your teacher loves these 8 characters so much that he looks at them several times every day. He always says that looking at these words fills him with energy. Vanessa laughed. These. When I wrote those 8 characters, it was meant for Natalie. I never thought they would enter any competition. Alger bit his lower lip in shame. With such high praise, he was afraid he might turn into a pancake if he fell. In front of true masters, Alger felt so insignificant, even with all his superpowers. Alger, you are a young man full of potential and spirit. These past years, I've been looking for a disciple. When I saw these 8 characters written by you, I knew I had found my disciple. Mr. Ciaranu looked at Alger excitedly. Alger was stunned. Adopting a disciple? He only agreed to visit Mr. Ciaranu with Reporter Magnus. How did this turn into becoming his disciple? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Chapter 143. A pair of unfortunate children. Teacher, I also have a share in this. These 8 characters were the ones I brought to you for your inspection. Reporter Magnus raised his eyebrows with a smile. Yes, you did make a contribution. From now on, the 2 of you will be master and apprentice. Mr. Ciaranu looked at Alger with great satisfaction, liking him more and more the more he looked. Choosing a date is not as good as seizing the day. Let's hold the apprenticeship ceremony today. Jason, congratulations on receiving such an outstanding disciple. Alger, from now on, you will be Master Ciaranu Jason's last disciple. Congratulations to both of you. Vanessa, now, he seemed to have truly emerged from his pain. Sylvia glanced up at Alger. How wonderful, now he too had someone who cared about him. Once a teacher, a lifelong father. After the apprenticeship ceremony, they became master and apprentice, father and son in relation. Alger now had fathers who cared for him. Although, these two fathers were quite advanced in age. Feeling Sylvia's gaze, Alger also lifted his eyes toward her. How wonderful, Janie was by his side at such an important moment. He hoped that she would be with him on every important day in the future. The apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin. After being initiated himself, reporter Magnus explained the process of becoming a disciple to Alger and taught him the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows. Alger carefully memorized each step. After paying respects to the two teachers, Alger offered them tea, presenting the traditional opening mouth tea, and also offered tea to Vanessa. Aaron, take out the vegetables you bought. Mr. Braxton pointed towards the plastic bag that Alger had put aside. Alger bought a lot of vegetables, some of which were suggested by Mr. Braxton. After checking the contents of the plastic bag, reporter Magnus helped Alger take out celery, lotus seeds, red beans, dates, longan, and dried lean meat strips. These items would serve as the tribute gifts, shushio, for the two teachers. It turned out Mr. Braxton had already thought everything through for Alger. The two teachers also presented their gifts in return. Mr. Xuanhuan gave Alger a shiny golden fountain pen. Mr. Braxton bestowed his set of silver needles to Alger. He even brought along the silver needles, obviously well prepared. The entire apprenticeship ceremony was recorded by reporter Magnus. Aaron, from now on, call me teacher, not grandmaster. Call me brother Benny Xiaofu. Mr. Braxton said happily with a glowing face. Most awkward was Braden, whose relationship changed from teacher to brother and student to younger brother, making him and Alger peers. But with Alger's abilities, Braden indeed no longer had the qualification to teach him. In class, you should still call me teacher. Alger glanced at Braden. Their gazes met, and both felt slightly embarrassed. Haha, brother Benny Xiaofu, congratulations. Now you have a brother too. Mr. Xuanhuan laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter echoing through the window. Chef Su, hurry up and go cook. The food at the hotel last night was terrible, and I didn't eat enough. Mr. Braxton urged Alger to cook. Vanessa offered to help, but Mr. Braxton insisted that Sylvia was enough assistance. Thus, Alger and Sylvia carried the vegetables to the kitchen. Hang, congratulations. Sylvia congratulated Alger with a smile. Janie, it feels like a dream. Pinch me. Alger extended his arm for Sylvia to pinch, but Sylvia only lightly tapped him. It's real. From now on, you have 2 more family members. Family members. Alger suddenly choked up. After the official apprenticeship, he and Mr. Braxton and Mr. Xuanhuan were one family. Family. In his previous life, he was abandoned by his parents and died without ever having a family. In this life, he was loved by so many people and had so many family members. Hang, what's wrong? Are you okay? Sylvia looked at him worriedly. She had never seen Alger like this. In front of her, he was always laughing and joking. The sight of him on the verge of tears surprised her greatly. Janie, can I hug you? I really need a hug. A tear rolled down from the corner of Alger's eye. Such a vulnerable Alger made Sylvia feel so heartbroken. She gently hugged him, pressing her face against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Janie, I have family now. Alger clung tightly to Sylvia, his voice choked with sobs. Reporter Magnus came over to see if he needed help, only to catch the two of them in each other's embrace. He hurriedly backed away, afraid to disturb them. So that's what this is about. He felt elated by his discovery. After holding Sylvia for a while, Alger slowly calmed himself down. Janie, it's great to have you here. Thank you. He gently stroked her soft hair and reluctantly let go of her. Sylvia's face was flushed red, still not recovered from the warmth of Alger's embrace. Not until Alger started cooking did she go over to help. It was just a hug, nothing more. Just a friendly hug. Foreigners even kiss cheeks when they meet. She shook her head lightly, telling herself not to think too much. In the living room, Mr. Braxton and Mr. Xuanhuan were chatting enthusiastically. They hadn't met for so many years, there was too much to talk about. In their conversation, they mentioned Sylvia. This little girl is such a sweet and lovely girl. I quite like her. Vanessa glanced towards the kitchen and said warmly. Mr. Braxton sighed slightly. Her background is quite pitiful. Her parents abandoned her when she was young. It was the elderly couple of the Chung family who found and raised her until now. Such a sweet and adorable child. How could her birth parents abandon her? Vanessa was shocked and indignant at the same time. No matter what, one shouldn't abandon their own child. What kind of parents are they? Mr. Braxton sighed again. Actually, Alger is just like Sylvia. He is also a child abandoned by his parents. The difference is that Alger was abandoned during the high school entrance exam. After the exam, his parents never cared for him again, leaving him to fend for himself. Everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that a teenager of 15 or 16 could still be abandoned. After raising him this big, who knows what his parents were thinking? Chapter 144. A person of emotion, simply Cyranks. Even Cyan Braxton was not aware of this matter. Braden hadn't told him. Journalist Magnus couldn't help but feel pain for Alger, never imagining that his background was so tragic. No wonder he changed his expression immediately when asked about his parents the last time. He suddenly felt remorseful and thought he shouldn't have asked about his family. He must have been very sad back then. What another pair of immoral parents. If you don't want a child, just don't have one. What's the point of giving birth if you won't raise it? Vanessa felt extremely indignant, with her lips twitching in anger. Braden sighed again. When Alger's parents were working in other places, they each formed their own families and didn't want Alger anymore. What? Do such people deserve to be called parents? They should be sent to jail. Too hateful. Xuanhuan also got agitated, his face turning red. Braden comforted them. Westenbai, Aunt Fuan, don't get so upset. It's not worth damaging your health over. Alger did give up on himself for 2 years, but that's all in the past. He's doing fine now. Now, isn't he blessed to have you two care for him? In the future, when Alger becomes successful, his parents will regret it. Everyone looked towards the kitchen where the young couple was, feeling a deep sense of tenderness. These two unfortunate kids. During the meal, Vanessa went to the bedroom and came back holding a square wooden box. The red lacquer on the wooden box was already peeling, suggesting it had been around for some time. Fun. How could you bring out your precious thing? You usually don't even let me see it. Xuanhuan joked. Vanessa glared at him. It's none of your business. Xuanhuan remained silent with a smile, as he was used to being scolded. Vanessa opened the wooden box and unfolded the handkerchief inside. What was wrapped in the handkerchief was revealed. They turned out to be a pair of gold bracelets, intricately carved and looked like antiques. Vanessa shoved both the box and bracelets into Sylvia's hands. Sylvia looked bewildered. Why was she suddenly given something without any preparation? She hurriedly shook her head, trying to return the bracelets to Vanessa. With a smiling face, Vanessa said, I didn't even give these bracelets to my daughter when she got married. These bracelets were passed down from my grandmother's generation, but they're not family heirlooms. I only give them to someone who has a special bond with me. Yaki, you are my person with a special bond. She gazed gently at Sylvia and affectionately patted her head. Though moved, Sylvia still felt that such an expensive gift shouldn't be accepted. These were the bracelets that Vanessa wouldn't give even to her own daughter, yet she was giving them to someone meeting for the first time. She dared not accept it. The others were equally surprised. Vanessa's gift was indeed too valuable, especially since Sylvia had no relation to her. However, Xuanhuan and Cyan Braxton knew Vanessa's personality well. She acted based on her emotions and would do what she wanted without many reservations. If she wanted to give the bracelets to Sylvia, it was purely because she wanted to, without expecting anything in return. It wasn't out of sympathy for Sylvia's difficult background either. Thus, the two encouraged Sylvia to accept the gift. Take them, Yaki. Your grandmuffin simply likes you and wants to give you a gift. Sirental girl, take the bracelets. Otherwise, grandmuffin will cry. Feeling conflicted, Sylvia glanced at Alger. Seeing him nod, she reluctantly accepted the bracelets. Vanessa immediately smiled broadly. That's right. Accept it generously. And by the way, I don't allow you to call me grandma. Call me Aunt Fawn. We're kindred spirits, but we shouldn't differ too much in generations. Sylvia and Alger exchanged a smile, now becoming contemporaries. Aunt Fawn, if you ever need the bracelets in the future, please let me know. Naive child, do you think I might change my mind? Don't consider them as valuables. They just symbolize my little heart. Vanessa pinched Sylvia's soft cheek lovingly. So smooth. Feels great. All right, let's hurry up and eat. I'm almost starving. Cyan Braxton laughed and shouted. It's hard work for Alger and Sylvia to make such a large table of dishes. It smells delicious. Journalist Magnus looked eagerly at the food. Let's dig in. Wait, such an important day can't go without wine. A happy Xuanhuan fetched a bottle of wine. Old Xuanhuan, aren't you fond of vinegar for its health benefits? Cyan Braxton teased. Haha, I'll drink vinegar and wine both. Xuanhuan opened the jar of vinegar that Cyan Braxton gave him, poured a cup, sipped it like white wine, and smacked his lips. Good vinegar. Everyone laughed heartily. In the end, everyone except Alger and Sylvia drank some wine and was slightly tipsy. Of course, everyone praised Alger's culinary skills highly. Everyone said it was the best meal they had ever eaten. After finishing the meal, influenced by the alcohol, those who drank started to feel drowsy. The Benny family father and son slept in the guest room, while journalist Magnus slept on the sofa in the living room. Xuanhuan and Vanessa also slept in their own room. Alger and Sylvia were cleaning up in the kitchen when they heard journalist Magnus' thunderous snoring. They couldn't help but exchange a smile. Jesse and his son were still waiting outside the community in their car. He kept his eyes fixed on the entrance, afraid of missing Xuanhuan. It was already noon, and both were starving. Unfortunately, the supermarket for this community was inside, with none on the roadside. At this moment, Jesse received a call from Adele. He was calling from Jinshio University's security room. Adele asked why Jesse hadn't come to pick him up yet, as he didn't have money and couldn't take a taxi. Jesse had forgotten about him. He immediately decided to let Ezra continue waiting there while he went to pick up Adele. Just as Jesse drove away, Alger and Sylvia came out of the community. They saw Ezra but couldn't understand why he was still there. Ezra coldly snorted and turned his head away, refusing to look at them. Once he became Xuanhuan's disciple, he would definitely make Alger envy him to tears. Alger and Sylvia flagged down a taxi on the roadside to go to the library. With his super memory, he planned to take all the books in the provincial capital library. This afternoon should be well utilized. At the library, after entering, they stood in front of the bookshelves and flipped through books. Alger flipped through the books at an incredible speed, going through several pages every few seconds, causing a rustling sound. This drew frequent glances from the librarian. Sylvia wanted to get a book from the top shelf, so she tiptoed and stretched her arms to reach it. Just as she touched the book, a pair of hands covered hers, long fingers clearly visible. Chapter 145. Show off that great figure. Startled as if electrocuted, Sylvia's fingertips trembled and she hastily withdrew her hand. But she accidentally knocked the book down in the process. Seeing the book about to fall and hit her head, she instinctively shrank back. That slender hand quickly caught the book. He leaned forward. One retreating, one advancing, their bodies collided. Rachel, Xiaoxi. Alger hurriedly used his other hand to embrace Sylvia. Sylvia tilted her head back, eyes wide, looking up at the boy above her. Their gazes met, and at this moment, both of their hearts skipped a beat. Time seemed to stand still, focusing on her slightly parted lips, but he was worried that it might affect her studies. Would she think he was frivolous? What a dilemma. Pinching the tiny hair between his fingers and rubbing his eyebrow where he plucked it from. It really hurt. He collected himself and continued flipping pages. Sylvia knew Alger always read like this and didn't disturb him. Instead, she took the selected books to a seat nearby and read attentively. The library was extremely quiet, with only the sound of pages being flipped through softly. Bright inside the library, but outside, A torrential downpour made the sky gloomy. Afternoon time passed quickly. Alger finished reading the last book in the library, his hands trembling from fatigue. But he had super stamina and would recover soon. He walked to Sylvia and sat down next to her. Are you tired? You've been standing all afternoon. Sylvia turned to look at him, concern in her eyes. Not too bad. Alger smiled slightly, leaning comfortably against the chair back, feeling content, absorbing. So many books, so much knowledge. Have you finished? Sylvia asked, leaning back on the chair. Finished, all stored in my brain. Alger clenched his fists, just a bit hard on the hands though. Sylvia was astonished. So fast. This library has millions of books, and he read them all in an afternoon. And all along, the librarian had been watching Alger's every move closely. Feeling that Alger was some kind of troublemaker, he stared at him all afternoon until his eyes became sore and drowsy. Meanwhile, Alger, like an inexhaustible banknote counting machine, was flipping pages wildly. The librarian was deeply impressed by his speed. As they had to go to the TV station for a recording session later, Alger and Sylvia left the library without staying any longer. Outside, it had started raining heavily, and the air felt cool. Alger quickly took off his coat and put it on Sylvia. It had been overcast since noon, and now it finally started raining. Sylvia loved rainy days. She stretched out her hand, using her palm to catch falling raindrops. The icy cold rain slid through her fingers. It was fun. She laughed happily, worried she might get her sleeves wet. Alger rolled up her sleeves to the elbow, revealing a section of her white arm. Looking at her jade-like skin, Alger wished he could touch it. In a daze, Sylvia had already run down the stairs by the entrance, rushing into the rain. Rachel, no, the rain is too heavy. You'll catch a cold. Alger quickly ran down the stairs and pulled Sylvia back under the eaves. Her hair was already soaked within moments. Hee, so much fun. I want to play in puddles. Sylvia giggled, hopping around in the puddle near the door. What if you catch a cold? I don't want you to get sick. Alger felt a bit helpless. After all, she was the one who would suffer if she got sick. He couldn't take her place. Seeing her wet hair, he was more worried and heartbroken than anything else. He could only take off his shirt and use it to wipe Sylvia's hair dry. When they were young, every time it rained, she would run out to play in the rain. He would join her, and both of them would get drenched like two drowned rats, ending up with colds and earning a scolding from Heather. They had promised each other that they wouldn't go out in the rain again next time. But when it rained the next time, they would still run out to play, completely forgetting what Heather had said. It was the same when it snowed. Even with their hands turning red from the cold, they acted as if they didn't feel it at all, playing in the snow outside. Now 18, Sylvia still had a childlike love for rainy days and snowy days. But Alger thought, who said only kids can enjoy playing in water or snow? Alger put his shirt back on. It wouldn't look proper to walk around bare-chested in front of the library. Sylvia's hair was tousled. Earlier, her whole head had been covered by Alger's shirt, and once he finished drying her hair, he quickly put the shirt back on, not allowing her to see him shirtless. Alger and Sylvia started playing in the puddles together. First, he needed to make her happy. Both of them laughed and played as if they had returned to their carefree childhood. When Sylvia sneezed, Alger immediately became nervous. By then, the rain had also lightened up. He pulled Sylvia down the steps, rolled up his shirt to his chest, and stretched it out to cover Sylvia's head. Seeing his exposed abdomen and those perfect abdominal muscles, Sylvia stared wide-eyed. She had absolutely no resistance to his great figure. Chapter 146. The beauty is too stunning. Reaching the roadside, Alger hailed a taxi. He opened the car door, shielding the top of the frame with his hand, and let Sylvia get in first before he sat down. I'm sorry, driver. We got your car a little wet. Alger put down his shirt and apologized to the driver. The driver turned around to look at them and hurriedly said it was okay, even offering them a clean towel to dry off the rain from their heads. Alger quickly thanked him and used the towel to dry Sylvia's hair. The driver asked where they were going. Upon hearing they were headed to the TV station, he curiously asked, Today, I picked up several groups at the airport, all heading to the TV station. Are they recording a program? Yaki, did you bring a comb? Your hair is messy. Let me comb it for you. Sylvia nodded and took out a small comb from her backpack. She obediently turned her back to Alger so he could comb her hair. A young girl's hair is fine and soft, feeling wonderful to touch, never tiring even after a lifetime. Alger took the opportunity to play with her hair, loving it so much he didn't want to let go. Young man, you take good care of your sister. Do you want to braid her hair? I have hair ties here. They're my daughter's. She hasn't used them. These are all hers. She loves buying these little things. With his left hand on the steering wheel, the driver opened the armrest box with his right hand and handed a handful of hair ties to Alger. To avoid distracting the driver, Alger quickly took them. Driver, we aren't siblings. We're neighbors. He had to correct the driver. Why did they keep getting mistaken for siblings? It was so frustrating. Oh, neighbors. That's great too. Like next door big brother and next door little sister. Alger gritted his teeth inwardly. Big brother? How old does he think he is? He's the same age as Yaki. He really wanted to kiss Yaki to show everyone through this intimate gesture that they were a couple. Unfortunately, not yet. Alger sighed in his heart and began braiding Sylvia's hair. He had never braided hair before, but figured he could just tie all the hair together. He gently grabbed a handful of her hair from the top of her head, combed her thick bangs to the top, and held them together. He gathered all the hair from the back of her head, including the loose strands near her ears, into one bunch, then tied it up with a hair tie. However, he didn't tie it too tightly, afraid of hurting her scalp. Thanks to his super dexterity, the braid looked quite nice. He let out a light breath. Yaki done. Sylvia turned around, feeling the high ponytail on her head, and smiled at him. And Alger was stunned by her completely revealed beauty. How did she get even prettier? Much prettier than the last time she washed her hair. Her lively big eyes, with just a gentle blink, seemed to steal your soul away. In short, her big eyes paired with her curled lashes were simply too enchanting. The full exposure of her facial features was drastically different from when her face was partially covered by her bangs and sideburns. Hairstyles can really affect one's looks. Just like Alger himself, his punk hairstyle always made people mistake him for a thug. It's done. You're quite skillful, young man. The driver glanced back at Sylvia, nearly dropping his jaw. Just as the traffic light was about to turn red, he slammed on the brakes. This caused cars behind him to honk and curse loudly, complaining about stopping several seconds early. The driver ignored the angry drivers. He dared not turn back but sneaked a peek at Sylvia through the rearview mirror. Is this modern head replacement surgery? Where did the cute little girl go? How did she suddenly turn into such a stunning fairy? He kept blinking, worried that there might be something wrong with his eyes. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. The car parallel to this taxi was precisely the one Jesse was in. After picking up Adele, he went to xuanhuan's residential area. It started raining right then, and Ezra stood there, drenched like a wet chicken. He received a scolding from Jesse. Idiot, couldn't you have gone to the security office to take shelter? They wouldn't refuse you. Ezra felt wronged inside, but did not dare say a word as he took off his dripping hat. Hadn't he just seen Jesse's car coming? If he ran into the security office, Jesse would surely scold him for being blind, asking why he was running when he saw his car approaching. Either way, no matter what he did, he would be reprimanded by his father. Adele stood by dumbfounded, silently acknowledging how fierce Jesse was and thanking his stars he wasn't his child. He looked at Ezra sympathetically. Being Jesse's son must be very hard. The three of them waited in the car without having lunch. Adele didn't dare to mention lunch, or ask why they were waiting here. Finally, when the rain became lighter, xuanhuan and his companions came out from the residential area with umbrellas. Not far away, a taxi drove straight over. It was the one xuanhuan called. Seeing xuanhuan about to get into the taxi, Jesse quickly opened the door and rushed over. "xuanhuan, please wait." Several security guards from the guard room immediately dashed out, grabbing Jesse and pushing his face into the ground. "Stay still, or we'll call the police." "I'm not a bad person. I'm here to see xuanhuan." Jesse's face was scraped raw, and he winced in pain. Ezra and Adele, sitting in the car, were scared stiff and dared not move. In the end, Jesse watched helplessly as the taxi drove away right in front of him. He stopped struggling and allowed the security guards to drag him into the guard room. It took quite some time before they released him. Having no other choice, Jesse called Braden to ask where xuanhuan went. Braden told him straightforwardly, but it didn't make any difference since xuanhuan wouldn't see him. Jesse took Adele and Ezra to the TV station. Unexpectedly, while waiting for the traffic light, they saw Alger with an incredibly stunning beauty. The beauty wore a gray coat, her hair tied up high. Her face had no makeup on, not even earrings, yet her long, snow-white neck alone was enough to attract attention. The three of them stared blankly at her. Words like charming fish and birds, bewitching the world, and eclipsing the moon could never describe her beauty. In short, the beauty was simply too amazing. She must be a fairy descended from heaven. Chapter 147. Brother is the boss. Richard, look, it's teacher Patricia and Ezra. Sylvia saw them as well. Rachel, ignore them. Alger cast a cold glance at the three of them before gently looking at Sylvia with warmth in his eyes. Hey, who is that beauty? Adele nudged Ezra with his elbow, while continuing to stare fixedly at Sylvia. Don't know. Ezra shook his head mechanically, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, drool trickling down from the corners of his mouth to his chin, totally unaware of himself. Fairy sister. Compared to this little fairy, so-called school beauties like Marta were nowhere close. Jesse was also entranced. He never thought there could be such an incredibly beautiful girl in this world. She looked frail and slender, not fully grown yet. It was unimaginable how stunning she would become when fully grown. How could this lucky bastard Alger have such good fortune? It was too damn unfair. This little fairy has quite peculiar tastes, liking him. Someone barely fit to carry her shoes. Only a plain, stammering boy should match him. Who knew what Alger had told her? The little fairy just glanced at them once and then paid no more attention. Just seeing her profile was enough to leave one breathless. Only when car horns blared from behind did they snap out of it. The green light was already on, and cars were urging them forward. The taxi driver started the vehicle, but still kept glancing into the rearview mirror at Sylvia. Jesse reluctantly moved his gaze away and focused on driving. Ezra and Adele twisted their necks around completely to keep looking back. When the taxi finally pulled ahead, they reluctantly turned their gazes away. If allowed, they would even forego eating just to keep watching this little fairy. As the TV station came into view, Sylvia turned to look outside. Her ponytail brushed Alger's nose, ticklish and fragrant. Alger felt a stirring and tingling sensation deep inside. The rain had stopped. Alger paid the fare and got out of the car with Sylvia. The driver watched her until her figure disappeared from sight. He must have been dreaming. Such a beautiful girl only existed in heaven. Alger and Sylvia entered the TV station. After Alger announced his name, the staff member's face lit up with surprise, clearly having been informed by several professors beforehand. Her look at Alger changed too. More than that, Sylvia's beauty left her amazed as well. Even she, being a woman herself, found Sylvia captivating. Classmate Alger, your girlfriend is really beautiful. The staff couldn't resist complimenting, smiling warmly. Boss is indeed boss. Only a boss deserves such a beautiful girlfriend. Alger was instantly delighted. Finally, someone recognized them as a couple. Sylvia blushed, thinking the staff's words were so sweet. She glanced at Alger, but saw him grinning without any intention of clarifying the misunderstanding. Just as she was considering explaining, several professors quickly walked over from backstage. Classmate Alger, you're here. Didn't get wet, did you? Professor xuanhuan smiled and shook Alger's hand. Thank you for asking. No. Alger returned the smile, clearly in a good mood. Other professors also shook hands with Alger. Upon seeing Sylvia standing beside him, their eyes almost popped out. Xuanhuan all these years, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. They hadn't seen her when they visited the hotel in the morning. Could it be Alger's new girlfriend? Such speed. It was only fitting for a big shot like him to attract girls naturally. The professors personally escorted Alger and Sylvia to backstage. Alger was the last contestant to arrive. Other contestants in backstage were venting their frustrations. The show was supposed to start tomorrow, suddenly changing to tonight. Missing tonight would mean disqualification. So unreasonable. Initially, the TV station said it was due to changes in the format. After much inquiry and hints to various staff members, they finally found out the real reason. A single contestant. What kind of important person could this be? They wondered, given that his mere presence disrupted everyone's plans. Flying ones flew, driving ones drove, and those taking trains braved the rain to rush here. They wanted to see this supposedly powerful individual. Turned out, it was just a high school student. This session's contestants ranged from 20 to 40 years old, except Alger, who was 18. Well, the big finale character has arrived. His face isn't that impressive either. The contestants shot Alger a sidelong glance, speaking in an acid tone. But when they saw Sylvia, they all closed their mouths in regret, their faces turning red with shame. How could they mock a high school student in front of such a beautiful young lady? It made them appear petty and mean-spirited. What a disgrace. No man wants to lose face in front of a beautiful lady. Sylvia curiously examined these contestants. They were all as accomplished as Alger, but she believed none of them matched Alger. Could any of them read through several million books in one afternoon like Alger did? Rank Alger. The other contestants also brought their supporters. Some brought their parents, some brought their wives, and others brought their girlfriends. Their gazes were all drawn to Sylvia, filled with admiration for her beauty. Good-looking people naturally had this kind of advantage. Of course, if someone was so bad-tempered, the better they looked, the more hateful they would be. Sylvia wore a knee-length gray coat on top and a black skirt below, dressed simply. Though plain-faced, she resembled a celestial maiden fresh from clear waters. The gray coat she wore belonged to Alger. Originally long, it reached her knees when she wore it. However, she wore it beautifully, making it look nothing like a man's coat. The wives and girlfriends the other contestants brought were heavily made up, but did not match even a fraction of Sylvia's beauty. Under Sylvia's radiance, they paled in comparison, becoming ordinary and dull. Contestants, are you all clear about the competition rules? Professor xuanhuan reminded the contestants of the rules again, and what to pay attention to during the recording of the show. This was Alger's first time participating in a TV program, and he found it very novel, without feeling any nervousness. He was just there for fun, and to win a trophy to please his Rachel. Unlike the other contestants, some of whom were so nervous they kept taking deep breaths. After explaining, Professor xuanhuan asked everyone to prepare, then they would go on stage for the recording soon. He pulled Alger aside, and said to have Sylvia record a video clip. Chapter 148, Kindred Spirit. The video was simple, a cheerleading message from the contestants' family and friends. It would play during the contestant introduction. Family and friends of other contestants had arrived early and already finished their recordings, leaving only Alger's group to record. Alger mentioned this matter to Sylvia. He specifically went to check on the audience seats. The Benny family father and son along with xuanhuan hadn't arrived yet, possibly still not sober from drinking. With the competition about to start recording, he could only have Sylvia record the video. She readily agreed, happy to do something for Alger. After finishing the recording, the contestants began entering the stage. Sylvia took off her coat and returned it to Alger. His shirt had been crumpled up, so putting on the coat made him look a bit better. Since it wasn't cold inside, she wouldn't get chilled, so Alger wore it. But compared to the other contestants, his attire looked somewhat shabby. The backstage also prepared clothes, and the program team suggested that Alger change. However, Alger refused. The clothes smelled like Rachel, so he didn't want to change. His hair was short enough that it didn't require any styling. Coupled with his aloof expression, he didn't seem like a contestant, but rather someone disrupting the event. Other contestants all looked down on Alger. They had already concluded that Alger had entered through backdoor connections. During the competition, they would make sure he lost miserably. Sylvia stayed backstage with Alger. After his turn came up, she would go to the audience area. It was Alger's turn now. On the big screen in the competition venue, an introduction for him played. Contestant number 9 Alger, an all-around top student from Xuanhuan Middle School in Binzhou County. While other contestants had lengthy introductions filled with awards and achievements that sounded impressive, Alger's introduction was just 2 sentences, just another good student from some school. Audience members shook their heads. He was here just to fill numbers, and would be eliminated in the first round. The Benny family father and son, the xuanhuan, and reporter Magnus were already seated in the audience. xuanhuan was talking with Yanluo next to him. Because of him, they had come so late. This old man was a classmate of Bernard and xuanhuan. When he called xuanhuan in the afternoon, he heard about Alger's story. He wanted to meet Alger and watch his competition live. So they took a detour to pick him up. Old xuanhuan, why did old Benny's lame leg suddenly get better? Did he treat it himself? The Jalen whispered to xuanhuan. I asked, and our apprentice Alger cured it. This child has a natural talent for medicine. He cured old Benny's leg just by reading medical books. Eyes wide with shock, the elder exclaimed, that's amazing. Can we let your disciple treat my old rheumatic leg? As soon as it gets cold, my legs hurt terribly. I've seen so many doctors and used countless plasters. Nothing helps. It's unbearable pain. xuanhuan hesitated. But Aaron is going back tomorrow. Even if he could cure it, it would take a long time. Just let him take a look, please, old classmate. Tormented by illness, the old man clung to any hope of treatment. Reluctantly, xuanhuan agreed, allowing Alger to take a look, without guaranteeing results. As they continued talking, they were soon captivated by the video playing on the screen. Hang, good luck. I believe you will win the championship. In the video, Sylvia wore her hair in a high ponytail, dressed in a gray coat, smiling sweetly and beautifully. Her every movement was mesmerizing. Her gentle, sweet voice enveloped in soothing music sounded like a nightingale singing. When she finished speaking, the audience fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into enthusiastic applause. The host was bewildered. Why the applause? Who's that girl? She's breathtakingly beautiful. The old man also clapped heartily. Xuanhuan shook his head. I don't know. Probably a friend of his. Benny family father and son exchanged glances. This girl looked incredibly similar to the one in Alger's painting, Sirental Greenplum. They must be the same person. They never expected Sirental Greenplum to be a real person, but her voice seemed somehow familiar. They worried more about Sylvia. No one knew where she was. If she found out Alger had such a kindred spirit, she'd surely be heartbroken. Maybe they misunderstood. Maybe Alger really just saw Sylvia as a younger sister, with no romantic involvement? Magnus, the reporter, shared the same concern. At noon, he saw Alger hugging Sylvia. If they were just acquaintances, why hug? Alger treated Sylvia so well, and she clearly admired him deeply. But then this Sirental Greenplum appeared. She's so beautiful. If I were Alger, I would choose her too. Alger was about to go on stage. He walked a few steps toward the passage and suddenly turned back, reaching out to remove Sylvia's hair tie that held her high ponytail. Sylvia stared at him in surprise. Doesn't your scalp feel tight? This way, it won't be anymore. He smiled as he combed through her hair with his fingers. Her thick fringe fell down, once again hiding her beautiful face. Rachel, I'm going on stage now. Alger looked at her tenderly. Hang, good luck. She also gazed at him intensely. Such a deep gaze couldn't be complete without a hug. Finally, Alger mustered up the courage to quickly embrace Sylvia, then turned and ran excitedly toward the stage. If only he had hugged her longer. Sylvia smiled sweetly at his retreating back. She made her way to the audience seats and saw Xuanhuan and the others. She wore a red top that stood out, and as soon as she arrived, everyone noticed her. Vanessa waved her over. There was an empty seat next to her, specially reserved for Sylvia. Nobody mentioned the video beauty. Whoever does will have me to deal with. Vanessa warned Xuanhuan and the others in a low voice. She didn't want Sylvia to feel hurt. They all nodded in agreement, except for the Jalen who didn't understand why. Sylvia sat next to Vanessa. Vanessa held her hand with a smile, asking how Heather was doing but not daring to ask anything else. On stage, Alger immediately spotted Sylvia. Seeing her sitting with Vanessa, he felt reassured. The competition had already started. There were 16 contestants on stage now, and the rules were simple. Elimination rounds from 16 to 10, 10 to 5, 5 to 3, and finally the top 3 for the championship. There would be 4 rounds in total. Questions were preset, while some were given by the judges on site. Contestants randomly selected questions from the pool displayed on the big screen, and there was a time limit for answering. Contestants had to provide answers within the specified time, or they would score 0 for that question. While Alger answered instantly, the other contestants needed time to think, leading both the audience and other contestants to question whether Alger had memorized the answers beforehand. Alger kept glancing at Sylvia in the audience. Whenever their eyes met, he could feel her encouraging and admiring gaze. Chapter 149. How could he ever let Natalie down? After the round of 16, Alger breezed into the top 10 without a sweat. The audience was not surprised, assuming he would be eliminated in the next round. He couldn't have memorized the answers for the second set of questions too, could he? It was already late at night, and the recording was paused until 9 o'clock the next morning. Upon hearing it would only resume at 9, Alger disagreed. With 3 more rounds to record, at this pace, they'd be recording until late the next day. He insisted that the recording should start at 5 in the morning. Otherwise, he would withdraw from the competition. Several professors hurriedly negotiated with the production team to change the recording time. The other 9 finalists all cried out in protest against starting so early. If recording began at 5, they would have to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning. Lack of sleep would affect their performance tomorrow. Was it really necessary to rush like that? Why listen only to Alger? However, the professors told them that if they did not agree to the recording time, they could withdraw right now. This left them speechless. They had worked hard to make it into the top 10. How could they quit just because of a change in recording time? In the end, they had no choice but to agree, filled with resentment toward Alger. If Alger won the championship, they would definitely not let it go. Alger walked towards the audience area, and Sylvia ran over happily. Hang, you're so amazing. You made it into the top 10. Congratulations, Alger. Xuanhuan and others also congratulated him one by one. Aaron, let me introduce you to Amadeo. He's a classmate of mine and old Benny. Xuanhuan introduced the Jalen to Alger. Amadeo asked Alger to call him as such. By age, he should have been called Grandpa, but that would create a generational gap. Jordy would then become an elder to both him and Braxton. Hello, Amadeo. Alger greeted him politely. Very good. Indeed an outstanding young man. Jordy inspected Alger closely with affection. Aaron, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you take a look at my old leg? It hurts so much, I can barely bear it. My legs were cured by you, weren't they? I trust you and believe you have the ability to heal my legs. Jordy pleaded earnestly. Asking someone for help on their first meeting, he was truly suffering from his leg ailment. Aaron, please give Jordy a checkup. Did you bring your silver needles? Give him a few needles. Braxton looked sympathetically at Jordy. So, the group found a nearby hotel for accommodation. Xuanhuan and his wife didn't return home either but stayed at the hotel, to avoid going back and forth. Once in the room, Alger immediately examined Jordy's legs, taking out the silver needles given to him by Braxton and starting the acupuncture treatment. The others watched on the side. As usual, Braxton turned away from the sight and read a book. Old Benny, when will you return to the world? The rumor is that you've retired? While Alger was giving acupuncture, Jordy asked Braxton. I've retired for many years now. No more reappearances. Don't worry about it. Braxton smiled. Ah, that's too bad. The waves behind push forward those ahead. The future belongs to the young generation. After pulling out the needles, Jordy felt a significant relief from the pain in his legs. He couldn't help but give Alger a thumbs up. It was too late, so everyone went to bed early. Alger still shared a room with reporter Magnus. Sylvia still had her own separate room, and Alger reminded her once again to lock the door. He only left after she locked the door from inside. Alger, what about that person? Reporter Magnus couldn't resist asking about the video girl. What person? Alger was confused. Magnus reporter frowned and rephrased, "You won't let Sylvia down, will you?" Seemingly indirectly probing his feelings for Sylvia. "Am I that kind of person? Don't be paranoid. Go to sleep." Alger gave him a glare and got into bed. His attitude towards Magnus reporter had always been unfriendly. Interviewing a manipulative woman like Marta made Alger feel disgusted. At around 4 in the morning, Alger got up. Reporter Magnus snored loudly, taking up most of the bed. Alger didn't wake him, finished washing up, and opened the door to find Sylvia waiting outside. "Natalie, so early." He was pleasantly surprised. "I'm going to the TV station with you." Sylvia smiled slightly. Receiving a sweet smile from his beloved girl early in the morning made Alger feel great all day long. Others were still asleep. The older ones had a late night and needed more rest, so they allowed them to sleep longer. The hotel where they were staying was very close to the TV station. Alger and Sylvia walked there and grabbed breakfast from a street stall along the way. When they arrived at the TV station, the other 9 finalists were already there, yawning and looking tired. The old professors also arrived on time but appeared exhausted, having a lot to deal with and hardly resting last night. Sylvia went straight to the audience area and did not go backstage, as the recording was about to start. The mentors were drinking coffee to stay alert, and even the TV station staff had a cup of coffee each. Audience members could take a short nap, as sleeping scenes could be edited out later. Alger, however, was energetic with no sign of fatigue. The top 10 to 5 competition officially began. The questions became increasingly difficult. Many industry professionals in the audience understood the questions from the first round, but found the second round's questions beyond their comprehension. The contestants started sweating cold sweat nervously. Alger still handled the situation calmly, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore, because he could easily buzz in with correct answers, even to the questions given by on-site mentors. When other contestants were still listening carefully to the question, he already knew the answer. Even before the full question was presented, he knew what it would be. Some contestants burst into tears right there, overwhelmed by the difficulty of the questions. "Mom, I want to go home. Let whoever loves this rotten competition continue. Anyway, I quit. It's too hard. It's killing my brain cells." This brought laughter from the audience. Without any surprise, Alger made it into the top 5. The other 4 finalists trembled. What kind of genius is this? How many years did he prepare for such a competition? They dared not underestimate him, yet they still believed it was due to his strong background rather than sheer ability. Braxton and Ciaranagong had already arrived, and Alger's entry into the top 5 was within their expectations. Halfway through the top 5 to 3 competition, the recording paused for lunch. Initially, they planned to rest for 2 hours at noon, but due to Alger's request, the break was shortened to just half an hour. This time, even the crew members were overwhelmed. Is this humanly possible? Not even reincarnation is this rushed. However, the professors had the final say, so protests were futile. The mentors didn't even have time to eat lunch, collapsing onto the tables to sleep. The mental strain was immense. Without rest, they might become senile when all their brain cells died. Fortunately, the production team ordered boxed lunches, so everyone didn't have to go out to eat. Alger ate quietly backstage, while the other 4 contestants glared at him with unfriendly gazes. Chapter 150 again, carving out a territory for Natalie. "Hey kid, what's your relationship with Professor Ciaranagong? Or, are you related to the TV station director?" One of the contestants asked in a sarcastic tone. Ari glanced at them and slightly curled his lips. "Let me tell you the truth. I'm the TV station director's great-uncle. My status is very high." The other contestants exchanged glances. They indeed guessed right. This kid really had backing. Being the director's great-uncle, no wonder the production team could change. Ari was supposedly the predetermined winner who had memorized all the answers in advance. Even the mentors had been bribed by him. Reporter Magnus sneered when he heard this. Was Ari's background really so amazing? How come he didn't know? The 2 eliminated contestants hated Ari to the bone. Looking at the time, Ari realized it was already 2 o'clock. There was still one more match to record, which would make it too late to return home. This competition was moving too slowly. Unable to wait, Ari requested the shortening of contestant response times. The other 2 contestants were almost ready to curse. The questions for 5 down to 3 had already made them sweat profusely. The questions for the top 3 competition must be even harder, yet they weren't even given time to think. Pervert. One contestant couldn't hold back from cursing. These 2 words reminded Ari. He immediately suggested to the production team that the mentors create several perverse questions on the spot, quickly determine the champion, and finish the recording rapidly. His eagerness to return home was like a rocket. He wasn't in the mood to participate further in the recording. Actually, everyone knew who was strong and who was weak at this point. Continuing the competition was merely to fill time. The professors agreed with Ari's suggestion, asking the mentors to create some perverse questions. Those 2 contestants moaned incessantly, having lost any hope of winning. The mentors came up with several questions, which Ari answered instantly, eliminating those 2 contestants effortlessly. When the host announced Ari as the champion of this episode, the fans of the eliminated contestants immediately objected. "There's something fishy. Ari cheated. The results don't count." "Yeah, instant answers. How is that not cheating? We demand a rematch." The scene became chaotic. Ari looked at them coldly. "Then come up here quickly for a rematch. You find people to come up with 3 questions. If I can answer them all within 3 seconds, you will kneel down and call me dad." Didn't they want him to lose and then kneel and call them dad? Fine, let's go. Who's afraid of who? The contestants, all worked up, took to the stage. The situation got out of control. With no choice, the production team had to agree to maintain order at the scene, cutting this part out if necessary. "Hurry up and ask the questions, no dawdling," Ari urged. The contestants called their industry big shots for questions. Some even contacted foreign experts, exchanging ideas in English, looking quite impressive. Finally, the contestants selected the 3 most perverse questions. Without question, Ari answered all of them instantly. And the contestants didn't know the answers themselves until they asked the experts. Only now did they believe Ari was truly a genius. Contestant number 9 Ari is the brain king of this season's Super Brain competition. The chairman excitedly announced the result. The whole venue erupted in cheers, with everyone standing up, thunderous applause resounding through the studio. Eri, the undisputed champion. Reporter Magnus shouted loudly, emotionally. Sylvia even clapped her palms red. Those contestants, true to their word, knelt down in front of everyone and called Eri Dad. These intellectuals were not at all pretentious. You can get up now. Honestly, I'm really not the station director's great-uncle. Eri looked at them with a smile on his lips. In his heart, he admired these contestants. They were the real super brains. And only he and the other contestants could understand this sentence. These contestants truly conceded to Eri, and no one doubted he had backing anymore. They each hugged Eri, forgiving and forgetting their past grievances. Fearful youth. Hope of the nation. Future of the people. The crowd was moved to tears by these elites. The professors shed tears on the spot, feeling that all the changes in recording times, even working without rest, had been worth it. They hadn't misjudged Eri. He indeed brought them a pleasant surprise. This kid is so powerful. Which school in our Banjo County did he come from? Jordy asked excitedly, amazed by Eri's strength. Hongwen High School, a private high school that has been around for about 20 years. Benny Xiaofu teaches there. Xiarana Gong was incredibly excited, clapping loudly. It's not easy to cultivate such an outstanding student. My granddaughter is just about to start high school. Jordy's voice was drowned out by the cheers and applause on the scene. Next came the awards ceremony. All top 3 winners received prizes, but only the champion got the trophy, prize, and bonus. The bonus was 5,000 yuan, and the prize was a mobile phone. It was just what he needed. Today, he could give the phone to Heather. Then came the group photo session. After taking a group photo, everyone wanted to take individual photos with Eri. But Eri didn't have time for them, saying he was in a hurry. He even declined the professors' and mentors' requests for a group photo. However, he waved for Sylvia to join him on stage. Chapter 151 in Different Villagers. Alger handed over the prizes, trophy, and bonus all at once to Sylvia, flashed a V sign, and took a photo with her. Both of them were beaming. Sylvia's smile was particularly sweet. Seeing her so happy, Alger felt it was all worth it. The contestant sighed in envy that Alger had such good fortune. Not only did he have a celestial-like girlfriend, but also an adorable and gentle little neighbor. The professors personally escorted Alger out of the TV station. Professor Xiaranang held onto Alger's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Classmate Alger, this is my contact information. As I said before, Qingtong University will always welcome you. He slipped a piece of paper into Alger's hand. After bidding farewell to the professors, Alger got into a taxi with the Benny family father and son and Sylvia. The elderly Xiarana couple, Reporter Magnus, and Jordy got into another taxi. The group headed towards Elder Xiaranu's residential area. Reporter Magnus' car was still parked there. Upon arriving at the residential area, Reporter Magnus went in to retrieve his car while Elder Xiaranu and the others chatted at the entrance. Alger needed to rush back home, so he didn't go inside Elder Xiaranu's place. Sirental Hang, ever since you treated my leg last night with acupuncture, it hasn't hurt at all. If that's the case, how many more treatments will it take to fully heal? It's too bad you're leaving. You won't have the time to treat me anymore. Jordy regretfully remarked. He truly feared the pain. Alger smiled slightly. Amadeo, your leg is already healed. Thanks to his spiritual power assistance. Jordy happily showed his mouth full of dentures. Really, that's wonderful. You surpassed Lao Benny, indeed. The disciple has surpassed the master. Reporter Magnus drove out. Vanessa pulled on Sylvia's hand affectionately. Rachel, remember to visit me in the provincial capital when you have the time. I've given you my phone number, don't forget to call me. Sylvia nodded repeatedly. After bidding farewell to Elder Xiaranu and his wife and Jordy, Alger and the others got into the car. Quite exciting indeed, recording an episode within just one day. Those people must be exhausted. Alger, Professor Xiaranang, and the others really value you highly. Reporter Magnus still felt as if he was at the recording site, unable to contain his excitement. That final battle between the 3 top contestants was incredibly thrilling. Those bizarre questions were really off the charts. There was one math question without any numbers. Indeed, the essence of mathematics lies beyond numbers. Alger, how could you solve such a problem? Have you been secretly studying university-level courses? Braden was thoroughly impressed. Not only the bizarre questions, but even the other questions were beyond his understanding. Given his skills, he could only teach high school students. Braxton Yin chuckled heartily and gave Braden a teasing glance. In fact, it was quite coincidental. I happened to see those questions at the library yesterday afternoon. Alger found an excuse. Then aren't you blessed? Such luck is unparalleled. Reporter Magnus couldn't help but marvel. Everyone in the car believed this excuse from Alger. Otherwise, how could they explain him knowing those problems? Sylvia, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and gave Alger a radiant smile. This smile almost made Alger float up. 2 hours later, the car entered the village where Alger lived. Reporter Magnus parked in front of Sylvia's house. Heather heard the commotion and curiously came out to check. Grandma! Sylvia got out of the car and happily threw herself into Heather's arms. Ah, it's Rachel. You came back so early today. Heather smiled and hugged her, examining her outfit with delight. She wore a skirt today, looking very pretty. Grandma, it's Reporter Magnus who brought us back. Sylvia said happily. Heather widened her eyes in surprise. Rachel, you don't stutter anymore. Sylvia nodded vigorously. It was Hang Hang who cured me. What? Hang Hang can cure diseases? Heather found it unbelievable. Heather, let's talk about this later. We have guests. Alger and the others also got out of the car. The Benny family father and son and Reporter Magnus greeted Heather. Welcome. Please come in. Heather welcomed them with a beaming smile, inviting them into the house and offering tea warmly. The 3 guests surveyed the courtyard and interior of the house, finding everything clean and neatly arranged. Alger introduced the 3 to Heather. Your teacher, Benny, right? You're Hang Hang and Rachel's homeroom teacher. They often mention how kind you are. They've eaten at your place a lot, troubling you quite a bit. Braden laughed and replied, actually, the two kids have taken care of our two oldies. I should thank you both. Braxton Yin also laughed, Sirental Hang's cooking is so delicious, I can never get tired of it. Why don't you all stay for dinner tonight? Knowing the two kids were coming back, I bought a lot of vegetables. Heather warmly invited them, and the three guests happily stayed. Alger and Sylvia cooked in the kitchen, while Heather chatted with the guests. Mr. Braxton told Heather that Alger had officially apprenticed under him and would be learning medicine from him. From now on, they would be family. Heather felt both grateful and moved. Hearing that Alger also apprenticed under a calligrapher from the provincial capital, Heather couldn't help but smile widely, proud of the boy's achievements. Reporter Magnus wanted to stroll around the village, so did the Benny family father and son. Heather accompanied them. The villagers, returning home from working in the fields, saw these three people who acted like cultured individuals and were very curious. With his camera, Reporter Magnus asked if he could take pictures of the villagers and introduced himself as a journalist from the TV station. He also introduced Mr. Braxton and his son, mentioning one was a doctor and the other a high school teacher. Indeed, they were learned individuals. The villagers became quite warm towards them. Upon hearing they were visiting Heather, the villagers became more friendly with her too. The teachers of Hang Hang and Rachel came such a long way to visit. Is there something special going on? Nothing much, just dropping off the two kids. Heather replied with a smile. I wondered why a car drove into the village today. It turned out it was coming to your place. I heard that kind of car is pretty expensive. Everyone looked at Heather enviously. Though she smiled on her face, her heart ached. Her family was poor, and the villagers hardly interacted with them. On the road, Heather usually greeted them first. Some would respond, while others ignored her completely. Now, seeing a journalist and teachers, they eagerly struck up conversations with her, as if they had been close friends all along. But Heather still smiled back at them. Walking through the village, Reporter Magnus took photos from time to time. Behind them, a group of villagers followed, growing larger by the minute. Halston also joined the crowd. They all hoped Reporter Magnus would photograph them, maybe getting a glimpse of fame on TV. Reporter Magnus thought the villagers were very rich in Yohal. Having finished cooking, Alger and Sylvia called everyone back for dinner. Hang Hang, Rachel, you finished school pretty early today. The villagers laughed and greeted them. Sylvia kept her head down without speaking. Alger ignored them. Hang Hang, do you have enough vegetables at home? Do you want to get some from Weston's place? Halston smiled and asked. Alger coldly responded, none of your business. Chapter 152. The reason for stuttering. Why weren't these people continuing to mock him as they usually did? Was it because journalist Magnus was here, and they didn't dare? Afraid their ugly true colors would be revealed? The villagers detested him, and he loathed them in return. In truth, the villagers had long known about Alger's parents. Back then, Alger was still very young and did not understand many things. Hang Hang, how many fathers and mothers do you have? One. Haha, you have two fathers, two mothers, maybe even more. Just think of how fortunate you are. Others only have one father and one mother. They took advantage of his youth and naivety to play this vicious joke on him. At the time, he thought it was just a joke. It wasn't until he grew older that he realized the truth behind those words. But did they really need to harm an innocent child? Hang Hang, why do you always talk like this, especially in front of your teacher? Halston put on airs, accusing Alger. He smiled apologetically at the Benny family father and son. This child can be a bit brusque with his words. Please don't mind. I'm his uncle. I'll properly educate him later. The Benny family father and son exchanged glances, about to say something, when Alger started laughing coldly again. Educate me? Are you qualified? What relation are you to me? On what grounds do you educate me? Have you ever given me a meal or a drop of water? He looked at the villagers with cold eyes. I, Alger, did not grow up on alms. In this village, only Heather has the right to educate me. Who do all of you think you are? You've shown no kindness toward me, so don't blame me for showing none to you. Stop putting on a show for me. I'm not falling for it. Halston pointed at him, fuming, you little ingrate. Under the gaze of journalist Magnus and the Benny family father and son, he swallowed his words. The villagers also wanted to criticize Alger but merely chuckled awkwardly in front of these three, saying that Alger was just joking too much. Is dinner ready? Then let's go back to eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Heather laughed and led the way home, wiping away the tears from her eyes unnoticed. What Alger said was exactly what she wished to express herself. Over the years, maintaining superficial harmony with the villagers had been difficult for her. She never fought with them, yet their insincerity still chilled her heart. On the way back, Sylvia tugged at Alger's sleeve, looking worried. Alger smiled and patted her head. He was fine. He wouldn't waste any feelings on these villagers. Passing by the village committee, journalist Magnus noticed that the plaque read Shangshu Village Committee, so this village was called Shangshu Village. Back home, Heather invited the Benny family father and son and journalist Magnus into the kitchen. We always eat in the kitchen. We don't have a dining room. I hope you'll excuse our lack of hospitality. The three hastened to reply, no problem, no problem. Even eating on the ground is okay. There's no need for formality among family. The dining table was small, and 6 people sitting around it was indeed a bit cramped. I've been hungry all afternoon. The lunchbox was tasteless, and I couldn't swallow it. Bernard stuffed a large serving of vegetables into his mouth. Dad, your palate is getting pickier, all thanks to Alger indulging you. There will be many days of hunger ahead. Bernard received a gentle glare from Bernard Jean, who was also somewhat distressed. We'll worry about the future when it comes. Others live for today's wine. I live to fill my belly while I can. Bernard's comment elicited laughter from everyone. Bernard, here's to you. Journalist Magnus smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork. Bernard also grabbed a piece, clinking it against the journalist before both men ate simultaneously. Bernard chewed contentedly. Braised pork is my favorite. The atmosphere at the table was warm and harmonious. Alger felt a warm glow in his heart. This was what it felt like to be home. Wherever Sylvia and Heather were, that was home. After dinner, everyone sat together drinking tea and chatting. Journalist Magnus asked Heather why the village was named Shangshu Village. Because most people in the village share the surname Su. People like me with the surname Chung are outsiders. Our former village had everyone's surname Chung. Later, due to a flood, we fled and eventually settled here in Shangshu Village. Journalist Magnus nodded. Siaranth as newcomers must not have been easy, right? Heather sighed. They were very xenophobic. We spent all our money to pay for residency fees, and only then were we allowed to settle here, on the worst land available. Everyone listened quietly. We originally had a daughter, but she drowned during the flood. Afterward, we didn't have any more children. Saying this, Heather's eyes welled up with tears. She looked at Sylvia with affection. Later, we found Natalie and adopted her as our granddaughter. Grandma. Sylvia hugged Heather, tears streaming down her face. Without her grandparents, she might not be alive today. Heather gently patted her. But a few years later, Natalie's grandfather passed away. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sniffled loudly. Losing her husband was excruciating for her. If it weren't for Sylvia, she wouldn't have been able to carry on. Everyone had moist eyes. And Dahlia raising a little girl by farming a small piece of land. It must have been incredibly hard. I feel really guilty towards Natalie. If we had enough money back then, I wouldn't have let her become stuttering. Heather held Sylvia's hand guiltily. Thinking about this, Alger also felt that he owed Sylvia an apology. She wasn't born with a stutter. The year before she started elementary school, Heather took Alger and Sylvia to work in the fields. While Heather worked in the field, they played in the nearby woods. There was a small mound with a hole underneath. Curious about what was inside, Alger started poking around with a stick. Suddenly, a small black and yellow patterned snake darted out, biting him and then running away. Ah, there's a snake. Sylvia was startled by the small snake. Alger, leaning against the mound, looked dazed and muttered, I'm poisoned. I'm dying. Heather had told them that these black and yellow patterned snakes were venomous. Seeing the bite wound on his hand, Sylvia didn't hesitate. She immediately used her mouth to suck out the venom and spat out the toxic blood. She did this several times, but soon her lips and mouth started tingling, and her head began to spin, unable to continue. Heather heard the commotion and rushed over, finding both children unconscious. She was terrified. She shouted for help, but no one came. Frail as she was, she managed to carry both children to the tricycle and drove them to the hospital. The town hospital couldn't treat them, so they transferred them to the county hospital. Chapter 153, Family Recognition. Fortunately, neither of the two children were in mortal danger. Unfortunately, Sylvia became a stutterer from that day forward. Doctors in the county suggested Heather take her to a big hospital in the provincial capital. Perhaps she could be cured of her stutter. The sooner, the better. But where would they get the money for it? Every time this came to mind, Heather felt nothing but regret. She would beg if necessary just to get her child treated. Back then, she borrowed money from the villagers, but not a single person lent her any, all saying they had no money at home. In recent days, she saved some money from selling popcorn. She originally planned to find an opportunity to take Sylvia to a big hospital. Unexpectedly, Alger cured her ailment. Grandma, don't be sad. I'm already fine, see? Sylvia hugged Heather. Heather patted her hand comfortingly and said, yes, our Rachel is no longer a little stutterer. Fengxia, so you mean Rachel is still your savior? Bernard sighed. Alger nodded, his gaze deeply focused on Sylvia. Therefore, he owed her. In his past life, his heart was entirely on Marta, forgetting to repay Sylvia's kindness. He thoroughly let her down. Oh, Heng Heng is also such a pitiful child. Heather looked at Alger with pain. When Alger was 5 years old, his grandfather had a stroke and was bedridden. His eldest uncle ignored him, and his parents working outside never cared either. Alger, just one boy, attended to his grandfather's needs day and night. This went on for 10 years until the year of his high school entrance exam when his grandfather passed away. It was suicide. He smothered himself. At the time, Alger was studying at a junior high school in town. When he returned from school, he found his grandfather had left this world, his body already stiff. And after his grandfather died, neither of his parents came back. Halston cursed Alger's father as a thankless wretch, but in reality, the brothers were equally unkind. It wasn't until then that Alger knew his parents had divorced long ago, and each had formed new families without him. The entire village knew about his parents' situation except for him. They all hid it from him. Sion was gone, and his parents abandoned him. Struck by double blows, Alger fell gravely ill. Fortunately, Heather took care of him. Afterward, Alger changed. The once cheerful boy became melancholic. He did terribly in the high school entrance exam, entered the worst school, surfed the net, fought, pursued school beauties. Sire answering to Alger's story, Bernard wiped the old tears from his eyes. Braxton also choked up. Reporter Magnus felt a blockage in his chest. So it turned out Alger had been through so much hardship over these years. At the age of 5, still in diapers, he had taken on the heavy responsibility of caring for his grandfather. And his parents were utterly inhuman, especially Alger's father, who didn't want either his own father or son. He was simply not human. Oh dear, what's going on? Those days are long gone. Am I not doing well now? Alger smiled at everyone, but his smile was bittersweet. Aaron, you are very strong. Bernard couldn't stop tearing up again. This child was really heartbreaking. Braxton grasped Aaron's shoulder tightly, his eyes moist. About his grandfather's death, Alger hadn't told him anything. Back then, he called Alger to the office to ask about his family situation. Alger said nonchalantly, during my high school entrance exam year, my grandfather died. My parents abandoned me. I'm an orphan. That indifferent appearance was likely just an act. Alger, I admire you. Truly. Reporter Magnus looked at Alger seriously. That's enough. Why be so sentimental? Alger smiled and playfully punched his shoulder. Right, try out the multi-flavored popcorn we processed. It's like nothing you've tasted before. Laughing, he walked into the house to fetch the popcorn. A large bucket was reserved for Sylvia, Mr. and Master Benny, along with reporter Magnus, found the colorful popcorn very intriguing and each grabbed a handful to taste. It really is unlike anything I've eaten before. Delicious, fragrant, and crispy. It was already completely dark when the Benny family and reporter Magnus reluctantly left the village, returning to the county. Sylvia took out the trophy, prize money from her backpack, showing them happily to Heather. She told her about how Alger won the competition. Heather was extremely delighted, continuously praising Alger for being wonderful. Alger gave her the mobile phone as a prize, saying he'd go to the county tomorrow to get a SIM card, so they could stay in touch in the future. Heather gratefully accepted it, recognizing it as Alger's filial devotion. As for the prize money, Alger asked Heather to keep it safe for him. It was indeed late, and Alger needed to go home to sleep. Suddenly, Heather called out to him. Hang, do you blame me for revealing your past today? Alger gently shook his head. How could I, Heather? I know your intentions. I know you did it for my own good. She had told the Bennies about his difficult past, so they would understand how hard he had it and be kinder to him. With tears in her eyes, Heather nodded. Good boy, go get some rest. Now he also had a father who cared for him. The next morning, Alger got up early to prepare breakfast. Sylvia also entered the kitchen. Good morning, Rachel. Alger gave her a radiant smile. Sylvia returned his smile with a gentle curve of her lips before tending to the stove. As Alger chopped vegetables, he imagined a scene of them sharing a morning kiss in the future, and he chuckled to himself. Heather came back from the fields just as Alger and Sylvia finished preparing breakfast. After eating, the three of them processed 100 pounds of popcorn. Finally, Alger rode his tricycle, taking Heather and Sylvia into the city. Before leaving, Heather specially dressed up, knowing that meeting relatives was a significant event. Alger had 2 mentors now, and Sylvia also found a godmother. In the future, even if she were to leave, there would be no lingering worries. Upon arriving at Clark's store, Clark, Wanda, and Jolene were already waiting. Seeing Alger and the others approaching, they warmly welcomed them out. Jolene supported Wanda. They first greeted Heather, then their eyes all focused on Sylvia. So this is Rachel. Oh, my precious daughter looks so beautiful. Jolene hugged Sylvia tightly, planting a loud kiss on her cheek that left an imprint. Chapter 154. Daughter-in-law turns into sister. Sylvia was stunned on the spot. She had never been kissed so rudely before. When she was a child, her grandparents would kiss her very gently, unlike Jolene, who kissed with such enthusiasm as if she wanted to devour her. Haha, my daughter really smells good. Jolene laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth, along with a small sharp canine. Sylvia felt that her smile was especially warm and endearing. Infected by her warmth, she also smiled, showing 8 teeth. My granddaughter, come over here and let grandma have a good look at you. Corina smiled and beckoned Sylvia over with a wave of her hand. She was not agile on her legs. Jolene hurriedly pulled Sylvia over. Rachel, quickly call grandma. Sylvia called out sweetly, making the Dahlia laugh so hard her gums showed. My big granddaughter is really well behaved. Haha, I have a granddaughter now. The elderly lady gently pinched Sylvia's small hand, then caressed her little face, smiling widely, wishing she could keep her in her mouth. This being their first meeting, Sylvia inevitably felt a bit restrained. Mom, look at how you're kissing and touching her. Don't scare Rachel away. Clark said with a smile, just ruffling Sylvia's hair. Seeing how much they liked Sylvia made Elspeth very happy. Wanda, Randall, Aunt Fong, and me too. I want hugs and kisses too. Alger spoke in a coquettish voice. Sirental Hang, it's been a long time since we saw you. You've grown taller again, but why do you keep growing? What's up with this hairstyle? Were you invited for tea by the police again? But still, you're quite handsome. Jolene tiptoed and chuckled, patting Alger's head. Come here, Sirental Hang. Let Wanda see if you've really become handsomer. Corina waved Alger closer, pinched his cheeks. You naughty boy has rough skin, no good feeling at all. After treating Sylvia so gently but him so roughly, it was quite double standard. Wanda, with that strength of yours, you can surely live to 999. Alger, rubbing his hurting cheek, laughed. Corina laughed again, showing her gums. Then I'd be a monster. Everyone laughed and joked around for a while. Alger and Clark carried the popcorn from the tricycle into the store, then closed the door. The group sat in Clark's minivan and headed to the booked restaurant private room. Sylvia was sandwiched between Wanda and Jolene, each holding one of her hands, closely hugging her. Heather sat next to Wanda and didn't get a chance to talk to Sylvia. Inside her backpack, Sylvia had a knitted hat prepared for Clark, but she wasn't going to take it out yet, because she hadn't prepared gifts for Wanda and Jolene. Giving only to Clark would make them unhappy, so she decided to give them all together next time. They arrived at the restaurant, and the group got out of the car. Sylvia was still protected in the middle like an important object. However, due to Heather's inconvenience walking, she walked slower. Clark had booked a large private room, and they were led inside by the server. Randall, is Eddie Ezzy coming today? Alger asked. He should be on his way. Anyway, he promised to come, but I only told him there was something important at home without saying what it was. Hee, surprise him, Clark said with a smile. Alger was somewhat excited, finally able to meet his long-lost good friend. The group sat around the big round table. Sylvia sat between Wanda and Jolene, firmly protected by them. Heather leaned sideways, grinning at her, nodding towards her warmly. Alger also winked at Sylvia. Sylvia pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Actually, being doted on like this made her quite unaccustomed, but being cherished by so many people deeply moved her. She would definitely treat them all better in the future. Is Rachel hungry? Godmother will ask the waiter to serve the dishes, Jolene said, calling the waiter loudly. Isn't Eddie Ezzy not here yet? Wait for him before serving the dishes? Heather interjected. Jolene and Wanda said simultaneously, what does it matter whether he eats or not? Don't let our Rachel get hungry. Yes, little Eddie can drink water. He's fine even if he doesn't eat for 3 days. Hunger helps growth. Clark rolled his eyes at mentioning his son, full of disdain. He must have forgotten his own son because of having a goddaughter. Dad, what are you badmouthing me about? Why should I not eat for 3 days? As if on cue, Xuedi strode into the private room, carrying a big cake. Ediezi. Alger stood up, running up happily to tightly embrace him. Hongzi, you okay? Xuedi was somewhat surprised. Ever since Alger started pursuing Marta, he had barely paid him any attention. That time, when he said something bad about Marta, Alger got so mad that he threatened to sever ties with him. They hadn't been in touch for a long time. Xuedi thought Alger really intended to break off their friendship. How can you not even hope for the best for me upon seeing me? Alger laughed and punched him playfully on the shoulder. Hey, your pectorals are pretty solid. You've grown tall. You aren't breaking up with me anymore? Xuedi also laughed. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Why are you crying? Did someone bully you outside? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll get back at them for you. Alger wiped away Xuedi's tears haphazardly and then rubbed his wet hand on Xuedi's clothes. What are you doing? These are new clothes. Xuedi frowned in disgust. To be crying like this as a big boy, aren't you ashamed? Clark gave his son a stern look, took the cake from his hands, then immediately beamed again. Rachel loves sweets most? Rachel, we'll eat the cake after the meal. Clark put the cake aside with a smile. He asked Xuedi to buy the cake. He couldn't come back empty-handed after all. Sylvia. Xuedi pushed Alger aside, who blocked his way and stared blankly at Sylvia. Not seen for over 2 years, the little girl had become even prettier. Dad, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Xuedi gazed deeply into Sylvia's eyes. Were they planning to arrange a marriage for him? How did they know he liked Sylvia? This was too great. Haha, I knew you'd be happy. From now on, you'll have a sister too. Clark raised an eyebrow joyfully. A sister? Xuedi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 155 Future brother-in-law. I will definitely take good care of you. How does it feel, Harold? Surprised? Look at you. You're so happy you're speechless. From today on, Rachel is my goddaughter. Jolene hugged Sylvia affectionately with a smile. Xuedi's lips twitched. Truly a surprise. What kind of surprise was this? It felt more like a shock. The girl he liked had become his little sister. What unreliable parents they were. Idiot boy, have you practiced martial arts to the point of stupidity? Hurry up and greet Heather and your new little sister Natalie. Slade urged impatiently. This kid really wasn't polite. Hello Heather. Rachel hello? Xuedi suppressed his inner disappointment. Harold has grown so strong. The change is amazing. I nearly didn't recognize you. When he was young, he was so small. Heather looked at Xuedi with motherly love. Back in middle school, Xuedi and Alger had a good relationship and visited the Qing family before. At that time, he was much shorter than Alger, yet he had grown tall so quickly. Big brother hello? Sylvia greeted Xuedi in her sweet voice. Xuedi's heart felt very complicated as he nodded slightly toward her. Let's eat soon. Rachel must be hungry. Slade called the waiter to bring the dishes. Xuedi sat next to Alger. Watching Sylvia being cared for by her family, Xuedi sighed deeply. His beloved, one turned into a little sister. During the meal, Jolene gave Sylvia a big, thick red envelope. Heather wanted to refuse for Sylvia initially since it was quite thick, possibly holding thousands of yuan. That wasn't a small amount, but she thought again. The bigger the red envelope, the more they must love Sylvia. So, she let it go. After all, Sylvia would take good care of them in the future. Ediezi, why are you just staring and not eating? Alger served Xuedi some food. He understood the reason for Xuedi's dejection all too well. He also liked Sylvia and even pursued her in a previous life. With the godparent relationship recognized, Xuedi's affection towards Sylvia had been stifled. He could only treat her as a sister. Xuedi, instead of answering, asked, Hongzi, what happened to you? Aren't you supposed to be with Marta now? Alger's face changed. Don't mention that woman to me. I no longer like her. Xuedi exclaimed in surprise. Really? Don't lie to me. Didn't you say you would never marry anyone else? Just careless talk from my youth. Don't believe it anymore. That's great, Hongzi. You've finally come to your senses. I told you long ago, Marta isn't fit for you. Her pretentious manner makes me want to vomit. Xuedi laughed heartily, revealing his white, even teeth and a tiny tiger tooth. His laughter resembled Jolene's, and he inherited the tiger tooth from her as well. Sylvia glanced at him and couldn't help but curl her lips. Alger wrapped his arms tightly around Xuedi and said sincerely, Ediezi, good brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those hurtful things. Ah, we brothers don't need to say such things. I should congratulate you on coming to your senses. Xuedi put his hand on Alger's shoulder. Alger whispered softly near his ear, Ediezi, you will be my future brother-in-law. I promise I'll take good care of you. Xuedi froze. So Alger liked Sylvia. By confessing his true feelings, Alger wanted to sever any lingering hopes Xuedi might have. A flicker of sadness flashed in Xuedi's eyes. But soon, he patted Alger's shoulder forcefully and whispered, Future brother-in-law, I believe in you. Don't disappoint me, or else I won't hold back. If you hurt my little sister, I'll make you regret ever being born. From then on, he would only see Sylvia as a sister. But don't get too excited too soon. Whether you can win her over is still uncertain. Xuedi released Alger with a sense of resignation. I definitely will. Alger gazed at Sylvia with tender eyes. What are you two whispering about? Eat quickly. Only our Natalie behaves so well. Jolene shot them a glare. Sylvia's bowl was already filled with dishes, an expression of Jolene and Heather's affection. After the meal, Alger and Slade started discussing opening a factory. Xiaohang, last time when I mentioned this, you didn't want to do it. You wanted to go to university. What made you change your mind? Did you fail the exam? Do you think you're not university material? Slade teased. Alger smiled. I'm going to university for sure. That's exactly why I need to save money. And I need to save up for marriage too. Not bad, not bad. That's what I call insight. Slade nodded with a laugh. I do have some money saved up right now. It's for Harold's wedding. but that's still a long way off. So, let's use this money to start the factory. Eddie immediately got annoyed. No, Dad. You can't use the money I saved for my wedding to start a factory. What if we lose money? Then how will I ever get married? How could he use the money intended for his wedding to help Alger save up for his own wedding? Then figure it out yourself. Worst case, you stay single. Slade playfully hit him on the arm. Eddie rubbed his sore arm. Am I really your biological son? Saying things like that. If I really can't get married, would you make me marry a so? Don't talk nonsense, comparing yourself to a pig. Slade, infuriated, hit him again. After their little scuffle, they began discussing the details of starting the factory. Slade had always wanted to start a food processing plant. With Alger's super replication ability, he could buy popular items from the Point Mall, taste them, and write down the recipe before passing it on to Slade for production. Alger's role in the factory would be that of a developer. Randall, you put in the effort for the plant space. The types of products we produce are provided by me. Once the factory location is chosen, I'll go over the product list with you. Slade nodded slightly. We'll rent a space initially and start producing there. Once we have enough funds, we'll expand, buy land, and build our own plant. Eddie asked, what about me? What do I do? Slade raised an eyebrow. You can clean the toilets. No need to hire extra people for that. Are you really my dad? Eddie moved far away from him, exasperated. Ahaha, silly boy. Slade laughed heartily. But then xuanhuan gave him a stern look, and he stopped laughing immediately. Eddie used to be frail and often sick, with very poor health. So Slade sent him to learn martial arts, mainly to improve his physique. After practicing for over 2 years, he indeed became much stronger. Just like Heather, Sylvia almost didn't recognize him. The change was quite significant. She curiously eyed him up and down. Seeing her looking at him, Eddie scratched his head sheepishly. Drumming up his courage, he spoke to her. Rachel, I bought this cake from Xuanhuan Cake Shop. They just opened today. They have many small pastries. A lot of people were buying. You must love those too. There's one called Zhangzhangbo. It's sold really well. If he had known Sylvia was here, he would definitely have bought a bunch of sweet treats. Because she loved sweets so much. Sylvia smiled gently. I've had Zhangzhangbo. It's really good. She glanced at Alger. Crystal bought it for me. Alger shot her a tender smile. Hearing Eddie mention the Xuanhuan Cake Shop opening today. What did that mean? Was it the same Xuanhuan as the other store? Really? You've had it already? Eddie scratched his head, laughing in a somewhat silly manner. He suddenly remembered something and stared intently at Sylvia. Chapter 156 Love you to death, honey. Rachel, you're not stuttering anymore? Eddie stared intently at Sylvia. The 3 people who were chatting, Clark, Wanda, and Jolene, all froze for a moment. They hadn't noticed this. Sylvia hadn't spoken much, and when she did, it was just a few simple words. Rachel, how did your stutter go away? What happened? Jolene asked excitedly. It was Ari who cured it. He's really good. He even healed Master Gong's leg. Sylvia looked at Ari with admiration and briefly told them about how Ari had studied medicine. I can't tell. Ari, you have such a talent for medicine. Eddie patted Ari hard on the shoulder. Xiaohang, can you check Grandmother Sue's leg? Clark asked, while Wanda looked hopeful. If Dr. Benny's leg that had been lame for 20 years could be cured, perhaps her injured leg could be healed too? Her leg had been fine until she fell a few years ago and never fully recovered. No problem. I've brought my needles with me. Ari carried a backpack and took out a needle set from it. The others hurried to clear space so that Ari could treat Wanda. Don't be nervous, Wanda. Just relax. I'm going to start acupuncture now. As Ari gently massaged Wanda's leg, he quietly comforted her. Originally, the loud Sue family members became quiet, careful not to disturb Ari as he inserted the needles. Wanda was originally a bit tense, but after a few needles were placed without pain, she relaxed. She had treated her leg before, using plasters and trying acupuncture, but nothing had cured it. Needles used to hurt her a lot during treatments. Seeing Ari take out the needles made her a little timid. But Ari's needles didn't hurt. Instead, they felt comfortable. This was due to Ari using his spiritual power for healing. The needles are in place, Wanda. Don't move around. We need to keep them in for a while. Wanda nodded, a relaxed smile on her face. While waiting, Clark brought the big cake to the table and opened the box. Wow, what a beautiful cake. Rachel, do you like it? Jolene clapped her hands dramatically and asked Sylvia with a smile. Yes. Sylvia smiled, but her smile seemed somewhat awkward. Jolene's tone of speaking was clearly treating her like a child, but she was already 18 years old. Dry mom, let me cut you a big piece of cake. Jolene picked up a plastic knife and cut a large piece of cake, placing it on a plate and pushing it gently towards Sylvia. Sylvia didn't move. Jolene continued cutting the cake. Sylvia put the piece in front of her near Wanda and gave another piece to Heather. 2 grandmothers, please enjoy the cake. She also handed out pieces to Jolene and the others, finally taking one for herself. Oh dear, my little sweetie is so thoughtful. Love you to death, honey. Jolene kissed Sylvia on the cheek happily. When Jolene wasn't paying attention, Sylvia discreetly rubbed her cheek with her hand. Just as I said, girls are better. They know how to care for people. Clark ate the cake happily. Wanda smiled toothlessly. My granddaughter's cake is always sweet. Eddie took a big bite of cake and laughed. My sister's cake is always sweet. Sylvia blushed. Their exaggerated treatment made her feel uncomfortable. Rachel's cake is always sweet. Ari grinned and added a sentence. Sylvia blushed and lowered her eyelashes. Heather watched this scene with satisfaction, hoping they would always be so good to Sylvia. After the needles were removed from Wanda's leg, everyone returned home. Back at the Sue family store, many people were gathered outside, all waiting to buy multiple flavored popcorn. Many of them were students waiting to get popcorn before watching a movie. Marta and Lauren were also in the crowd. They saw the shop owner, Ari, Sylvia, and several other people getting out of a minibus. An elderly lady and an aunt were holding onto Sylvia's arms closely, looking very intimate. Beatrix, aren't they the shop owner's mother-in-law and wife? Why are they holding Sylvia like that? Lauren asked curiously. Marta frowned and shook her head. They heard these two people calling Sylvia, darling, darling. Both girls were bewildered. What was happening? How did Sylvia become their darling? What was her relationship with the shop owner's family? There are so many people waiting to buy things. Go ahead with your business. We'll be leaving first. Heather waved at Clark and the others with a smile, then boarded a tricycle with Sylvia. Clark and the others were reluctant to part, standing there even after the tricycle disappeared, still feeling wistful. Boss, open the door quickly, we want to buy things. Do you still want to do business or not? A customer shouted at them. Clark and the others looked displeased at the customers, but still opened the door. Popcorn is limited to 1 bucket per person. Jolene collected the money while Clark and his son packaged the popcorn. Customers queued up in an orderly manner. When it was Marta's and Lauren's turn, Clark pulled a stern face and said coldly, "Didn't I say that even if my popcorn were to feed dogs, I wouldn't sell it to you too? Do you not understand human language? Why did you come to my store?" The other customers were watching. Unwilling to get into a prolonged argument with Clark, Marta and Lauren cursed him for being sick and left. Suetti hurriedly asked what happened and why they didn't sell anything to them. Clark told him about how the two had bullied Sylvia that day. Hearing this, Jolene flew into a rage instantly. How dare they bully our little darling? Who do they think they are? Wanda also glared red-eyed. Just looking at their faces, you know they're not good people. Suetti clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could beat them up to stand up for Sylvia. Jolene hurriedly searched inside the store for something useful. At this moment, a tricycle carrying slop water passed by. The Jalen had just collected the slop water from the restaurant. Seeing this, Jolene shouted, "Weston," and rushed out immediately. The Jalen stopped his tricycle and looked at her with confusion. Chapter 157. Teaching them a lesson. The Jalen's tricycle carried several barrels of slop. Jolene looked over and chose a barrel that had crawling creatures on it, trying to lift it down. However, it was too heavy for her to move. Seeing this, Suetti immediately knew what she intended to do. He hurriedly helped her lift the barrel of slop, the smell making both of them hold their breaths. Then, mother and son carried the slop toward Marta and Lauren, who hadn't walked far yet. "Bitches, take this," Jolene shouted. The two turned around in confusion. Mother and son lifted the slop barrel and threw its contents forcefully at the two girls. The slop drenched them from head to toe. "Ah!" The two screamed, frantically shaking off the sour and stinky slop from their bodies. With their mouths open, the slop flowed into their mouths. Tasting, they spat continuously, heaving repeatedly with their tongues hanging out. Their hair was full of leftovers, and their faces had crawling creatures, fat maggots. Their previously clean clothes were now covered in filth. People nearby pinched their noses and stepped back several feet, keeping their distance. "Are you crazy? Drenching us in slop? You have to pay for it, or we will call the police." Marta yelled in anger, the stench making her want to vomit. Her face itched. When she touched it, she jumped like she was dancing, screaming, "Ah!" Her face turned as pale as the maggots. Lauren squatted on the ground, vomiting loudly. It really smelled terrible and was so disgusting. Jolene had specially chosen this barrel of slop, unsure how many days old it was. Sour and smelly, it was infested with maggots. "Great, call the police, do it now. If you don't call the police today, you're super duper bitches." Jolene glared at them coldly. "Son, go get another barrel of slop." She called Suetti and walked towards the tricycle with the slop barrels. "Don't you dare throw more." Terrified, Marta ran away, not wanting to be hit again. By the time Lauren realized, Marta was already far away. Looking at Jolene with fear as she picked up another slop barrel, Lauren quickly got up and stumbled away. "Hey, don't go. Try this one, with chili oil. Come back here, you bitches, you haven't called the police yet." Jolene shouted at them. The louder she shouted, the faster they ran. "TCH, cowards. That's the way to deal with scum." Jolene spat viciously at their backs. Marta and Lauren wouldn't call the police. First, they were too smelly and needed to wash off the filth quickly. By the time the police arrived, the clothes would dry and become even smellier. Second, as Jolene said, they were bullies. They wouldn't dare call the police with Jolene being so aggressive. They feared retaliation. Suetti put the empty slop barrel back on the Jalen's tricycle, gave him some money for the barrel, and he rode away, giving them a thumbs up before leaving. The bystanders dispersed. "You two are really intense. I didn't even realize what was happening when you threw the slop at them. Ha, you did it for Rachel." Clark also praised the duo. Let's see if they dare come to our shop again. If they do, I'll drench them again." Jolene sniffed her hands, almost retching. So smelly, they deserved it. Granny Sue felt relieved as well. Suetti fetched clean water to wash the dirty spot at the entrance. Alger wasn't aware of what happened. On the way, he got a new SIM card for his phone. After returning home, he taught Heather how to use the phone, writing down the numbers for this phone, Braden's, Clark's, and Ardell's. Alger tried calling Clark. Soon it was answered. Before he could say much, Jolene snatched the phone from Clark to talk to Sylvia. Having just parted ways, she missed Sylvia already. She promised to visit tomorrow. Hanging up, Sylvia sighed, finding Jolene incredibly warm-hearted. It was an honor to be her goddaughter. Alger called Elder Ciaranu in the provincial city to greet him. Vanessa wanted to talk to Sylvia, so Alger smiled and handed the phone over. "Rachel, you're everyone's favorite now." Sylvia blushed slightly, took the phone, and chatted with Vanessa. After hanging up, Sylvia handed the red envelope from the Sue family to Heather. Heather told her to keep it herself. Only after Sylvia offered to help keep it did Heather accept it. Opening it, she counted the money. It was indeed 10,000 yuan. Moved, Heather felt that the Sue family truly treated Sylvia well. The next day, the Sue family arrived as promised, bringing lots of food. "Closing the shop again? Aren't you going to do business anymore? Come inside and sit down quickly." Heather smiled and chatted with them. "Rachel, my darling, come see what your godmother bought for you." Jolene opened the trunk of the minivan like she was showing off a treasure. In the trunk were not only vegetables and meat, but also many clothes, all bought for Sylvia. "Thank you, godmother." Sylvia was moved beyond words. Heather felt a pang in her heart. Having a mother made such a difference. No wonder the song says that a child with a mother is a precious gem. These clothes are bought by me and your godmother together. Wanda proudly mentioned. Thank you, Grandma. Sylvia smiled sweetly at her. I contributed too. I paid for them. Clark grinned. Thank you, Godfather. There's still me, Rachel. I was responsible for carrying everything. Suetti smiled at Sylvia. Thank you, brother. These 4 people had clear roles. Wanda and Jolene chose the clothes, Clark paid, and Suetti carried things. They carried the items into the house. Villagers who passed by curiously watched Clark and the bags full of food and meat. It wasn't a holiday, so why buy so much? It looked quite enviable. A few days ago, it was a sedan car, and today it's a minivan. The Chung family was bustling with activity. The men went to the kitchen to cook while the women stayed inside eating and chatting. Suetti told Alger that last night he and his father had agreed that he wouldn't return to the martial arts school but would help manage the food processing plant instead. He would only go back to the school for exams and get a vocational diploma later. Alger didn't comment much on their decision. There are experts in every field. Studying isn't the only path. The meal was soon ready, and the small table was filled with dishes, leaving no space even for bowls. Everyone held their bowls in hand. My goodness, it tastes this good. Aaron, your cooking skills are amazing. Jolene's eyes sparkled after tasting the dish. Wow, this is delicious. The best food ever. The Sue family members enjoyed the feast and praised Alger's culinary skills without end. Heather watched happily. These past few days had been lively in the house. Alger and Sylvia felt warm in their hearts. Aaron, you ungrateful wolf. Get out here. Just then, Halston stormed into the yard, cursing and swearing. Chapter 158. Unworthy of being Alger's Weston. Hearing the laughter from the kitchen, Halston angrily stormed in, tightly gripping a piece of paper in his hand. Weston of Hang has arrived. Is there something wrong? Have you had your meal? Heather greeted him with a smile, but Halston ignored her completely. Seeing the table full of rich dishes made him even angrier. The feast was so lavish. Even during the new year at his place, they didn't have this many dishes. Alger, you wolf cub. I am your real uncle. How could you really report me to the authorities? Are you still human? He angrily threw the paper he was holding onto Alger's body. Sylvia happened to be sitting next to Alger. Seeing the paper about to hit his face, she quickly reached out to intercept it. The sharp corner of the page sliced through her tender wrist, leaving a bloody scratch. She softly gasped and pulled back her hand. The paper then landed on the ground, face up, revealing it was a summons from the court. However, everyone's attention was focused on Sylvia. Seeing her wrist bleeding, they all jumped up immediately. Rachel, your wrist is injured and bleeding. I'll go find a bandage. Rachel, don't cry. Noelle will blow on it for you to make the pain go away. Everyone felt their hearts ache. When Heather found the bandage, Alger hurriedly took it over and gently stuck it on Sylvia's wrist. Sylvia looked around at everyone's concerned eyes in surprise. It was just a small cut, but they were so worried. Halston was also stunned. Why wasn't anyone paying attention to him and instead surrounding Sylvia? Once Sylvia's wound was dressed, everyone looked at Halston, their gazes cold and sharp. Why did you injure Rachel? Bullying someone younger than you? Clark asked coldly. Old Sue, why waste words on him? Just get physical. Jolene casually grabbed a reed broom nearby and threw it at Halston. Unable to dodge in time, Halston got hit on the head by the broom. The bristles scratched his face, leaving several red streaks as if he had been scratched by a cat. Halston, right? I know who you are. Who do you think you are, treating yourself like something important? Saying Alger is an ungrateful wolf cub. What does that make you? You're worse than an animal. All those years your father was bedridden. Did you care about whether he lived or died? How much did you care about Alger when he was a child? What nerve you have to call yourself Alger's uncle? Did you treat him like your own nephew? Why are you making trouble here? This is the respect you've earned. Jolene pointed at Halston, scolding loudly. She picked up a piece of firewood from the stove and threw it at him. Everyone else stepped aside, no one stopping her. The piece of wood hit Halston's waist, causing him such pain that he bent over and clutched it. He was extremely frustrated, having listened to her berating him and forgetting to run away. He had never seen such a fierce yet rational woman. There were aggressive women in the village, but they were known for being unreasonable. Jolene spoke logically, convincingly so. No matter what, you can't hurt others. If you injure me, you'll have to compensate me. Halston could only grab onto this flaw. Another one asking for money. All evildoers know how to extort. Today, I'll rid the world of you. Jolene gripped the kitchen knife beside her, glaring fiercely at Halston with bloodshot eyes. Halston's courage nearly fled him. Clutching his waist, he turned and rushed out of the kitchen, running out of the yard. Jolene chased after him, knife in hand. Looking back, Halston was almost terrified out of his wits and sped up. Some villagers witnessed the scene and spread the word that Halston was running ahead with his pants down while a woman chased after him with a knife, shouting, I'll kill you, you faithless man. Halston was chased halfway through the village by Jolene. Only when she could chase no further did she stop. Halston panted heavily, his legs trembling when he finally stopped. He was utterly terrified of Jolene, more than even his wife. Just getting home, his wife slapped him hard across the face upon seeing him. Halston covered both his waist and face, staring at her in confusion. You faithless man, look at your face, scratched by a woman. Why are you holding your waist? Does that mean your kidneys are bad? That woman must have drained you. You deserve it for fooling around outside. His wife screamed furiously, scratching his hair, his face and kicking him. Halston screamed like a pig being slaughtered in pain. What was going on? How did he become a faithless man? Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess around. He dared not fight back, knowing it would only invite even fiercer attacks. Exhausted from running, Jolene met Clark on her way back. Clark smiled at her and gave her a piggyback ride. I'm dead tired. Jolene wrapped her arms around his neck, still holding the kitchen knife. When they returned to the Chung family home, Heather reheated the dishes, and everyone continued eating. Jolene checked Sylvia's wrist again, relieved that it wasn't too serious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Halston off easily. Sue Eddy and Alger were good buddies, and Sue Eddy had even come over to play before. Both Clark and Jolene knew about the situation in Alger's household. They couldn't understand why Halston and Alger's father would behave this way. Why couldn't they just be kinder? Sylvia admired Jolene deeply. She was truly a heroine among women, frightening Halston so badly with just a kitchen knife. If it were ancient times, she'd surely be a female knight-errant who helped the weak and oppressed. After finishing their meal, the women sat together chatting while the men went to the kitchen to make popcorn. Before they had a factory, they could only process and sell it like this for now. Once the popcorn was ready, they loaded it onto the vehicle. Clark handed Alger the money from selling the popcorn. He knew Alger depended on this money for living expenses. Since Alger hadn't ridden his bike back this week, Clark planned to drive him and Sylvia to school. On the way to school, Jolene got off the car again to buy Sylvia a large bag of snacks. When they arrived at school, they waited until Alger and Sylvia entered the school gate before the four of them left. After putting away their things in the dormitory, Alger and Sylvia headed to the Benny family's place. Braden stood anxiously by the small courtyard gate. Even Principal Eddy was there. Seeing the two coming, he hurried over. Alger, something has happened. Chapter 159 to be expelled? That day, the police came to the school looking for Alger. Principal Eddy called Jesse in the provincial capital to find out what was going on with Alger. Jesse lied to Principal Eddy, saying that Alger had been taken away by the police because he must have done something wrong. He also advised Principal Eddy to expel Alger as soon as possible for the reputation of the school. Alec fanned the flames beside him and urged Principal Eddy to expel Alger too. Principal Eddy hesitated and said they should wait and see. Later, other teachers also advised Principal Eddy to expel Alger, arguing that he broke the law and seriously violated school rules, thus should be expelled from the school. Principal Eddy wrote the expulsion notice under pressure. However, he did not send it to the Education Bureau for approval immediately. He still wanted to wait and see, and didn't want to give up on Alger. If Alger had indeed committed a crime, the police would definitely notify the school. Since the police had yet to notify the school, it meant either Alger was fine, or he was still being interrogated by the police. Principal Eddy finished writing the expulsion notice and placed it on his desk. Looking at the notice, he felt conflicted inside. Later, when he returned to his office after leaving, the notice was gone. It wasn't until the next day that Alec told him he had sent the notice to the Education Bureau. I saw the notice on your desk and thought you asked me to send it. Principal Eddy, now it's too late to withdraw the notice. It should already be in Secretary Addison's office. This was Alec's explanation. Previously, whenever the school needed documents signed by the Education Bureau, Alec was assigned to deliver them. Because of his relationship with Secretary Addison, things went smoothly at the Education Bureau. But this time, Principal Eddy hoped the people at the Education Bureau wouldn't do Alec any favors. When Alec called the Education Bureau to inquire, the notice had indeed reached Secretary Addison. Alec said, Principal Eddy, in theory, Teacher Patricia and Alger should have come back yesterday afternoon, but neither of them returned. It seems something must have happened. Principal Eddy shook his head and said, Teacher Patricia told me before departure that he had some personal matters to handle in the province and would return today. His brows were tightly knitted, feeling extremely troubled. Alec made another call to Jesse. Jesse said Ezra fell ill, and they were at the hospital in the provincial capital. He did not know what happened with Alger. After waiting for Xiaoranagong at the TV station entrance in the rain, Ezra suddenly developed a fever. Magnus Songxiang could only take him to the hospital. They checked out the next morning after staying overnight at the hospital. After hearing Alec's retelling, Principal Eddy got angry. He grabbed the phone and shouted into it, Teacher Patricia, I entrusted Adele and Alger to you and asked you to take care of them. How could you ignore Alger? How can he rely on anyone else in the provincial capital besides you? You must bring him back safely. Puzzled, Jesse replied, Principal Eddy, weren't you entrusting Alger to Bernard's care? He was even staying in the same room with reporter Magnus. If something happened to Alger, shouldn't you hold Bernard responsible? Because of Bernard's supervision, I didn't worry so much about Alger's affairs. He sounded quite confident. What? Teacher Benny and Alger were together? Principal Eddy asked in surprise, only then realizing that Braden was with Alger. When Braden took leave, he only mentioned taking Jinyezi out for a few days without mentioning the provincial capital or Alger. Braden thought it unnecessary to mention it. Didn't Teacher Benny tell you, Principal Eddy? Back at Jinxiu University, when Alger couldn't participate in the competition, I planned to take him to the hotel first. Before we left the school gate, reporter Magnus came and took Alger away. Then, I saw Teacher Benny waiting at the door with 2 policemen and several others who were strangers to me. I didn't contact you yesterday because I assumed Teacher Benny had explained everything to you. So, Teacher Benny and Alger didn't come back? He didn't call you? Jesse shifted the responsibility to Braden. Actually, he already knew Alger was at the recording site. Not having time to argue more with him, Principal Eddy returned Alec's phone and used his own to call Braden. Alec spoke into the phone briefly, then whispered, well done, and hung up. Braden was at the recording site. He answered the call outside with his mobile phone in hand. Teacher Benny, how is Alger? Has the police released him? Principal Eddy anxiously asked right away. Braden was confused. Principal Eddy, why are you asking like that? Alger is recording a show at the TV station. This time, it was Principal Eddy's turn to be stunned. After much explanation, both sides finally understood each other. Knowing that nothing was wrong with Alger, Principal Eddy felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, he felt extremely distressed. He should not have written that expulsion notice. He should have trusted Alger's character. Director Ma, think of a way to withdraw that notice. Explain it well to Secretary Addison and tell him it was all a misunderstanding. Principal Eddy could only ask for help from Alec, as only he had the influence with Secretary Addison. Well, that won't be easy. If everything were this simple, then what would the Education Bureau do? I'll try my best. Whether it will succeed or not is hard to say. Alec pretended to be in a difficult situation. Later, when Principal Eddy asked about the status of the notice, He said he hadn't contacted Secretary Addison yet because the latter was very busy, and they could only wait. This waiting lasted 2 days, during which there was still no news. Principal Eddie was so anxious that he came to discuss this matter with Brayden. Brayden suggested first informing Alger about this so he could be mentally prepared. Knowing Alger and Sylvia were coming today, both of them waited at the gate of the courtyard. Brayden told them everything. Principal Eddie felt deep remorse and kept apologizing to Alger. If Alger was really expelled, he wouldn't be able to attend college. Sylvia was more anxious than anyone else. Principal Eddie, let's go to the Education Bureau to find Secretary Addison now and explain the situation clearly. We can't expel Alger. He hasn't committed any wrongdoing. Principal Eddie frowned. The reason for expulsion I wrote down was serious violation of school rules. Director Ma has already submitted the evidence. And besides, Secretary Addison is resting today. Previously, Alger had been reprimanded by the school and received a demerit, which served as evidence. Upon hearing Alex's name, Alger felt sure this was his doing. Jesse was also an accomplice. Why don't we go to Secretary Addison's house? We can all testify that Alger has changed for the better. Sylvia was so anxious she started scratching her own hand. Alger hurriedly stopped her, seeing the band-aid on her hand. Principal Eddie sighed. Maybe Secretary Addison won't sign the notice due to insufficient evidence for expelling Alger. This optimistic thought was just self-consolation. In reality, none of them dared to take the risk. Chapter 160 Negotiating Terms. As dusk fell, Principal Eddie left first. They could only wait for Alex's news. How did this turn out like this? This is really hurting people. Is Teacher Patricia a fool? He saw Little Hang at the neighborhood gate. Why did he still suspect that he was arrested by the police? The Braxton family felt indignant and worried about Alger. Brayden frowned and shook his head. Alger was sitting in the back then. He might not have seen him. He never suspected that Jesse and Alec were targeting Alger. But Sylvia wanted to say that when they were waiting for the traffic light, Jesse clearly saw them. So why did he still suspect that Alger had been taken away by the police? Alger shook his head lightly at her. It wasn't the right time to expose Jesse's true nature yet. He wanted to see what Alec and Jesse's real intentions were. Well, I'll go find Director Ma and ask again. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Brayden stood up and left. The Braxton family and Sylvia were anxious and didn't feel like eating. But Alger acted as if nothing had happened and continued washing and cutting vegetables. Sylvia came to the kitchen and asked softly, Hang, why do I feel that Teacher Patricia did it on purpose? He definitely knew you weren't arrested by the police. He might have really not seen me then. Rachel, don't worry. How can I not worry? What if you really get expelled? Sylvia's eyes turned red with worry. Alger, come here. Just then, Brayden returned. Alger and Sylvia hurried out. So fast, didn't you see Alec? Asked by the Braxton family. It's just that I didn't want you to wait anxiously, so I came back after finishing the talk. Brayden made everyone sit down. I've talked to Director Ma, and he agreed to help, but there's a condition. He looked at the Braxton family. Help? Such nice words, but this incident was clearly caused by him. If he hadn't sent out the notice, none of this would have happened. What's the condition? Stop stalling and tell us quickly. The Braxton family urged. Brayden hurriedly explained, it's still about that matter. Doesn't Director Ma have an elder sister? Her son wants to be your disciple. As long as you accept him as a disciple, he will help solve Alger's problem. So, this was their motive. Jesse had indeed done Alec a big favor with this. I've already accepted Little Hang as my closing disciple. I cannot take any more disciples. The Braxton family naturally disagreed. Brayden had mentioned this before, and he had already clearly refused. Brayden also told Alec that Gordeezy doesn't take on more disciples. Yet, Alec wouldn't give up. Alec has 2 elder sisters. His eldest brother-in-law is the secretary of the County Education Bureau, and the one who wants to become a disciple is the child of Alec's second elder sister. There are plenty of old doctors in our Panjo County. Why must he become my disciple? The Braxton family grumbled. Who let your medical skills be so good? There used to be a saying, if you want to get better, find old Benny. Brayden laughed bitterly. There was no choice now. For Alger's future, he had to agree. Sirental Hang, you'll have a junior brother. Gordeezy sighed softly. Alger suddenly asked, what's the name of my future junior brother? Brayden replied, Alec said his name is Huayang. Galen. Alger immediately understood what was happening. Becoming a disciple was just a pretense. Alec's true intention lay elsewhere. In his previous life, he knew Galen, who successfully became Braxtonzi's disciple. Alger didn't know what method was used to force Gordeezy into agreeing then. Gordeezy died because of him too. This incident was a major news event at the time, which Alger remembered. He intended to meet this Galen. With him around in this life, they wouldn't dare to bully Gordeezy anymore. Well, we should set a time to meet with them. I'll go too. I want to meet this junior brother. Gordeezy said, being a disciple is fine, but he must bring that notice first. Let's resolve Alger's issue first. Brayden nodded. All right, I'll call him now. He dialed Alec's number using the landline. After hanging up, he said, Alec agreed. We'll meet at a restaurant tomorrow noon. He will prepare that notice. We can discuss the discipleship details during the meeting. Thus, the matter was settled. During the evening self-study period, as soon as Alger entered the classroom, Demetrius ran over. Hongzi, everyone is saying you've been expelled. What's going on? Needless to say, this rumor must have been spread by Alec. Alger calmly replied, I'm here, aren't I? They're all rumors. Since he was still at school, the rumors were dispelled on their own. Demetrius heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. That day when the police came looking for you, it scared me half to death. Then rumors started that you did something wrong and were going to be expelled. But you didn't do anything wrong. Alger smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I already said it was all rumors. Some people are just so bored. Demetrius asked again about his chemistry competition. Alger said Alec hadn't registered him, so he couldn't participate. Demetrius cursed Alec in anger. Hamilton glared at Alger with intense resentment. When he heard Alger was going to be expelled, he was so happy that he almost broke into a dance. Now seeing him back in class perfectly fine, He felt extremely disappointed. If only Joe Alonso was born, why must ironing also exist? Xiao, I thought Alger would go work part-time for the shop owner. Why is he back at school? Lauren smelled her hand again. She had been drenched by slop yesterday, took several showers, but still felt the stench lingered. It's just weekend work to earn some living expenses, right? But that's not even enough to buy breakfast money. Marta looked at Alger disdainfully. Ezra turned around and glanced at Alger several times. He wanted to ask him who the high ponytailed beauty sitting next to him in the taxi was, and if he could give her phone number to him. Since he saw her, he could barely think of anything else, dreaming of her every night. But he knew Alger definitely wouldn't tell him. Braden came into the classroom and announced an event. The county was holding a speech contest on the topic of the value of life, and each school could send one participant. Those interested could sign up, and the school competition would select one contestant to represent them in the county. The class seemed uninterested. Even the school sports meet was more appealing. Each time there was a speech contest, only a few top students signed up. Marta was the first to register. Hamilton also signed up. Alger encouraged Sylvia to sign up as well. This was a great chance to let everyone know she wasn't stuttering anymore. They couldn't ridicule her for it anymore. Sylvia nodded excitedly. Alger was right. She needed this opportunity to prove herself. Chapter 161. Is she really that bad? When Sylvia raised her hand to sign up, Braden was not surprised. He knew that her stutter had already been cured. Anyone else want to sign up? Braden glanced at Alger. He thought he would sign up, but Alger didn't want to participate in the contest. However, he wanted to accompany Sylvia to encourage her and prevent others from bullying her during the school contest, so he also raised his hand. Braden nodded and left with the list, reminding everyone to study well. Some classmates shot glances at Sylvia and snickered under their breaths. A little stutter trying to enter a speech contest? How funny. Marta also covered her mouth and laughed quietly, truly bringing shame upon herself. Lauren imitated her stammering in a low voice. Every, one, teachers, my subject of. Marta pushed her lightly while laughing. You're doing it too well. Haha. The two burst into laughter together. Ah. Suddenly both of them yelled in pain as they touched their heads. Who threw chalk at us? Lauren turned back and angrily asked those behind. Marta also turned around, frowning deeply. She rubbed where she was hit. It hurt so much that a lump had risen there, but no one admitted to throwing it. Whoever threw chalk at Marta and Lauren, why are you doing this without taking responsibility? Hamilton, as the class president, stood up for them at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, but no one came forward. Marta, Lauren, are you okay? Should we go to the infirmary? He quickly walked to their sides and asked with concern, but his gaze lingered on Marta, never looking at Lauren. Lauren blushed and bowed her head, thinking Hamilton was watching her. I'm fine. Marta gently shook her head, but her expression was painful. If you have any problems, tell me right away. Hamilton said softly. His eyes swept over everyone, sharp. Still, no one confessed, and he had no choice but to return to his seat. Alger curled his lips and played with the chalk piece in his hand, then suddenly hurled it forward, hitting Marta's head precisely. It happened so fast that even Sylvia beside him didn't see it. Ah! Being hit again, Marta stood up abruptly, turning back with an angry glare at those behind her. Her face twisted in fury, making her look quite frightening and anything but pretty. Ezra glanced at her and kept shaking his head. Compared to that ponytailed beauty, Marta looked like a servant girl. Marta wanted to curse but held back for her image's sake. Who did it? Who threw chalk at Marta again? You're sick. If you don't admit it, I'll tell Bernard. Hamilton glared at everyone, but it was useless. Marta shot him a look. Useless thing. She sat down huffily and frequently glanced back, cautious of another attack. Who was playing this trick? She couldn't guess. Alger cast a sidelong glance at the back of her head and sneered inwardly. Hadn't he heard them mocking Sylvia? Braden called the few who signed up to the office. He told them to write their speeches and bring them for his review before the contest. This was why no one wanted to participate. Writing their own speeches was a burden. Hamilton stood by Marta, thrilled. So close to his idol. What joy. Hamilton, what are you smiling about? Braden asked curiously. Hamilton couldn't suppress his smile. No, nothing. Marta shot him a disdainful glance, grinning like a fool. She glanced at Sylvia with contempt, a stutterer daring to compete against her, overestimating herself. After giving instructions, Braden let them go. Back at her seat, Sylvia began brainstorming ideas for her speech. Alger picked up his pen, pondered for a bit, and swiftly completed his draft. Seeing Sylvia engrossed in writing, he didn't disturb her. When Sylvia finished, just as evening study ended, she sighed with relief. Yaki, help me check this out. Alger showed her his written speech. Sylvia shared hers as well. She carefully read through his draft, nodding in admiration. Hang, you wrote it beautifully. It could win an award. Yaki, yours is great too. I think if you revise this part, it'll be even better. Alger offered his suggestions. Sylvia listened attentively and asked, is there anything else that needs revision? She humbly sought Alger's advice. Alger pointed out a few more minor changes. After Sylvia revised, she asked Alger to review it again. Only when he couldn't find any more issues did she beam sweetly. Thank you, Hang. It was already very late, and only the two of them were left in the classroom. Alger escorted Sylvia back to her dormitory. The next day, Alger and the other three gave their written speeches to Braden for review. Braden first looked at Marta's, praising her work. Marta smiled smugly. Then he reviewed Hamilton's draft, also complimenting it highly. Hamilton beamed with satisfaction. Next, he read Alger's speech. Not bad at all. If this was an essay contest, it would have won a prize right away. No wonder you're the first prize winner of the county's essay contest. Braden kept nodding and praising. Sylvia looked at Alger with a smile on her face. Marta and Hamilton had sour expressions. Finally, Braden examined Sylvia's draft. He read it once, then again. His smile faded gradually. Marta snorted inwardly. The little stutterer still wanted to compete against her? She must think too highly of herself. From Braden's expression, it was clear that her writing was as bad as garbage. Sylvia anxiously watched Braden. Could she really have written so poorly? Braden read Sylvia's draft 3 times. He sighed softly, his eyes moist, even his fingers trembling. Marta couldn't help but wonder how terrible Sylvia's writing could be to make Braden so upset. This competition should just not include Sylvia. It would purely be a waste of time. Hamilton also secretly shook his head. He admired Sylvia's courage somewhat, but what use was courage alone when her talent clearly showed otherwise? She simply wasn't up to par. Sylvia tightly gripped her sleeves. Was she really that bad? Alger gently touched her arm, giving her a comforting look. Sylvia, you? When Braden started speaking, his voice came out hoarse. Sylvia felt her heart tighten instantly. Sylvia, you'd better not participate in the contest. Look at how upset you've made Teacher Benny. What did you write? Marta glared at her. She immediately received a menacing glare from Alger. Chapter 162. Want to be Alger's junior brother? No, Sylvia. You must participate in the competition. Only you can deliver the speech for the script you wrote. Braden wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Sylvia, you wrote it so well. It's so touching. I was moved to tears. You reminded me of my deceased relatives, my mother, my wife, and his son who passed away at an early age. Marta and Hamilton were astonished. It's exaggerated. Is what Sylvia wrote really that good? They hurriedly picked up Sylvia's script to read. Even Marta, such a heartless person, couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. This manuscript touched the deepest part of her heart. Hamilton was also sobbing out loud. Crying is most contagious. It made Alger and Sylvia start shedding tears too. Braden was immersed in deep remembrance of his late loved ones, unable to hold back his old tears. Principal Eddie entered the office and saw everyone crying, quite confused. What happened? He looked from one person to another. Was it that the notice of Alger's expulsion had been approved, and they were all here to bid farewell to Alger? Braden did not speak, nor could he. He only handed over Sylvia's script to him. After reading it, Principal Eddie crouched on the ground and cried out, "My dear old mother." He also remembered his own deceased old mother. Everyone else was stunned. They had never seen such a vulnerable principal before. The 4 returned to the classroom. Marta and Hamilton were still sniffling. How come even Hamilton cried? Students were guessing that it must be because their writing wasn't good enough and got scolded by Braden. Braden and Principal Eddie had already composed themselves in the office. Director Ma took leave this morning. There's still no news about Alger's case. What shall we do? Principal Eddie was worried about Alger's situation again. Braden thought for a while, but still didn't tell him about the conditions discussed with Alec. Director Ma must be thinking of a way. Let's just wait. Alec had also instructed him not to tell others about this matter. At noon after school, Alger rode a bike with Sylvia. Braden rode a bike carrying Cyan Benny. The 4 people headed for the pre-booked restaurant, which was the best restaurant in the county town. Benny Xiaofu, slow down a bit. My butt is going to break into 8 pieces. Cyan Benny complained on the back seat, feeling uncomfortable due to the hard seat. Okay, I'll slow down. While Braden said this to placate him, he didn't actually slow down. Not far from the school, there was a new cake shop opened. Alger looked up and indeed found the Jace cake shop as Suetti said. He would go inside when they came back. They arrived at the restaurant. Cyan Benny rubbed his sore bottom and cursed Braden unhappily. Braden listened happily and went along with him. As soon as the group entered the restaurant, Alec and a man greeted them. Dr. Benny, Teacher Benny, you're here. Alec smiled brightly. Seeing Alger and Sylvia, his expression changed. Why bring 2 freeloaders along? Do they know how expensive this meal will be? Huayang, this is Dr. Benny, and this is our school's Teacher Benny. Alec introduced the man beside him. The Benny family duo was instantly stunned. This was Galen? By the looks of it, he should be over 30. He wanted to become Master Benny's disciple at this age. They had assumed Galen was around Alger's age. How old are you? Cyan Benny directly asked Galen. Galen was of medium build and slightly overweight. His face was sagging a bit under the weight of the flesh, with a pair of glasses perched on his nose, looking quite scholarly. Teacher, I'm 27 this year. He adjusted his glasses and smiled in response. I have always admired and revered the teacher's medical skills and character. Today, I finally get to meet you. I've long wanted to learn from you, but the teacher has been refusing visitors, and I never had the chance to meet you. I heard that the teacher finally agreed to come out. That's why I have the opportunity to see you now. As Galen spoke, his voice choked up. This explained why he had taken so long to seek apprenticeship. His appearance looked older than his actual age. So eloquent. He nearly moved even Braden. Alger secretly smirked. In his previous life, did he use this silver tongue to win over Braden and became his disciple? Let's talk inside. Alex smiled towards the Benny family duo, deliberately trying to block Alger and Sylvia. Xiaohang Rachel, hurry up. Cyan Benny called out to Alger and Sylvia. Alec couldn't drive them away either. Actually, Sylvia was somewhat shy and didn't want to come, but since it concerned Alger, she had to accompany him despite her reluctance. Alger gripped her wrist tightly, reassuring her not to be nervous. Once inside the private room, everyone took their seats. Galen was a real talker, and every word he spoke conveyed his admiration for the Benny family duo. He mentioned that he is also a doctor now, but compared to the Benny family, he felt greatly ashamed, always feeling that he has not fulfilled the duties of a doctor. He discussed the problems in various hospitals in the county. He talked about his wish to found a hospital and how he would manage it if he were the director, as well as how he would treat patients. His speech sounded very convincing. Sire answering to him, it seemed like he was indeed a kind-hearted and compassionate doctor. It was likely this appearance that had deceived the Benny family duo, making them believe that this hypocrite truly possessed a loving heart. Teacher Benny, I often hear my uncle praising you, saying that you're an excellent teacher with noble virtues and kindness towards students. Galen continued to praise Braden. However, he did not ask about Alger and Sylvia. Despite the two sitting right there, he acted as if they were invisible, never uttering a single word to either of them. This small detail revealed much about his character. After Galen finished his flattering remarks, Alec finally brought up the main topic, the apprenticeship. The Benny family duo immediately responded. Bring out that expulsion notice, and everything can be discussed. Taking on another apprentice is no big deal. I've already taken one. One more won't matter. Galen's face changed slightly. Teacher, you've already taken an apprentice? Brayden pointed at Alger with a smile. There, if you want to become my disciple, this will be your senior brother. Galen glanced at Alger, his lips twitching, finding it incredibly hard to call a high school student his senior brother. Alger ignored Galen, maintaining a senior-like demeanor. Alec thought the Benny family duo was joking. He couldn't believe that Brayden would take Alger as an apprentice. Dr. Benny, let's eat while we talk. Alec called the waiter to serve the dishes. The meal was quite lavish, including bird's nest and abalone, among other delicacies. The Benny family duo and Alger dug in without hesitation, eating whatever they wanted. Sylvia felt somewhat restrained and reluctant to serve herself, so Alger kept helping her. Brayden tasted the food, shook his head. It didn't taste good at all, barely managing a few bites. Alger had truly spoiled his palate. After most of the meal was finished, Alec brought up the apprenticeship again. Galen said the ceremony should be grand, and he would invite reporters to cover it. Even his uncle, Secretary Addison, would come to support the event. Brayden still insisted, bring out the expulsion notice first. Dr. Benny, I've had the dismissal notice with me from the start. To retrieve this notice, I put in a lot of effort. Alec smiled and patted the briefcase hanging on the back of his chair. He took off the briefcase and started searching inside. Gradually, his smile froze. Chapter 163. A woman suddenly rushed out. Alec paused in his search, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Weston, what's wrong? Where's the document? Galen also sensed something amiss and quickly took over Alec's briefcase. However, after searching thoroughly, there was no sign of the dismissal notice. Weston, where did you put the notice? Galen asked again, tugging at Alec's shoulder. Alec's body swayed like a bobblehead doll. I clearly put it in the briefcase. He had checked it before leaving home. Do you know how much this meal cost? We spent money but achieved nothing. Just see how you explain this to my brother-in-law. Alec remained silent. He already guessed who had taken the notice. Old Benny rambled on the road, constantly cursing that the meal was pig food. I think it was fine, not as good as what Alger cooked, but the ingredients were quite fresh, and some dishes I hadn't even tried before. Brayden said. To please Old Benny, Galen had really put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, Old Benny's palate was too refined to be impressed. That meal must have cost a fortune. Having spent the money without accomplishing anything, how much it must pain Galen. What about Hong Hong's matter? The notice is gone. Sylvia asked worriedly. Let's wait for news from Alec. As long as Galen still wants to be an apprentice, we will get the notice back. Alger glanced back at her. Passing by Jace's cake shop, Alger asked the Benny family father and son to go ahead while he accompanied Sylvia inside to browse. Sirental Hang, hurry back and cook for me. I didn't eat enough just now. Alger smiled and nodded at Old Benny. Brayden shook his head with a smile, unable to deal with his beloved old father. Alger and Sylvia entered the cake shop. Welcome to Jace's cake shop. Jace greeted with a smile. Sirental Hang, it's you. Haven't seen you in days. Alger laughed. Yeah, few days and your shop moved here. Jace laughed. The lease for that cake shop expired, so I moved it here, closer to your school. Alger introduced Sylvia to Jace. This is my neighbor and classmate since childhood, Sylvia. Rachel, this is Jace, the place where we buy Zongzong Bao. Sylvia nodded with a smile at Jace. Jace smiled. Rachel, right? Pick whatever you like. Sylvia was immediately drawn to the goodies in the display cases and started selecting items with a tray. Alger and Jace stood talking. Sirental Hang, business has been great lately, profits have skyrocketed. Jace said happily. These days, he could laugh in his sleep. Alger examined the new store, which was much larger than the previous one. Jace indeed had a talent for business. Just in terms of service, he surpassed most shops. If you decorated a bit more, it would be even better. Yeah, just moved a bit hastily. Jace smiled sheepishly. It's already very nice. Keep it up. Alger patted Jace's shoulder forcefully. After Sylvia finished picking out items, she came over to pay. Jace wanted to say it was on the house, but Alger gave him a meaningful look. He instantly understood and calculated the total price. Alger paid the bill and left with a delighted Sylvia. Even before sitting on the bicycle, Sylvia eagerly opened a bread package. She tore off a piece and tasted it, closing her eyes in bliss. It's so delicious, Hang Hang. You must try it. She tore another piece and handed it to Alger. Alger opened his mouth wide, waiting for her to feed him. What a big mouth. Sylvia laughed as she stuffed the bread into his mouth. It really is delicious. Alger chewed while nodding with a smile. As long as Sylvia was happy, that was all that mattered. Entering the school at a corner, a woman suddenly rushed out. Fortunately, Alger managed to brake in time. Otherwise, they would have collided with her. Due to inertia, Sylvia slammed into Alger's back, scaring her into clinging tightly to his waist. Feeling a sudden warmth around his waist, Alger's body stiffened instantly, not daring to move. Hang Hang, did I hurt you? Sylvia released her grip, jumped off the bike, and asked worriedly. No problem. Alger gently shook his head, his ears slightly red. Are you Alger? The woman who had rushed out spoke. Wow, Noelle, you're so beautiful. Sylvia couldn't help but exclaim, staring intently at the woman. She had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Alger was also taken aback by the woman's beauty. Beautiful as she was, she still fell short compared to Sylvia. If she were 20 years younger, she still wouldn't quite measure up to Sylvia. The woman was in her 30s, slender, with large eyes that seemed somewhat dull, a high nose bridge, and full lips devoid of color. She was indeed beautiful, but in a somewhat sickly way. The woman looked at Sylvia and gave her a slight smile. She slowly approached Sylvia, standing in front of her and extending her hand as if to touch her. Alger immediately reached out to block her. Noelle, what are you doing? The woman froze, then shifted her gaze to Alger. This is for you. The woman fished out a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket. Chapter 164. Alec's wife is the city flower. Alger received it and opened it with confusion. It was his dismissal notice. Why would this woman have it? Sylvia also stared at the woman, trying to guess her identity. This is a trap. Absolutely don't take on any apprentices. The woman turned around and left after saying that. Before leaving, she gave Sylvia a deep look. Hang. She seems a bit strange. Watching her back, Sylvia felt she looked quite pitiful. Alger nodded slightly, his brows tightly knitted. They returned to the Binny family's house. Noel and his son were still waiting for Alger to cook for them. A bowl of noodles sat on the table, cooked by Braden for Noel. Noel glanced at it disdainfully without even tasting it. Alger handed the dismissal notice given to him by the woman over to the Binny family father and son to see, and he told them about encountering the woman. Braden asked them to describe the woman's appearance. Noel is so beautiful, the most beautiful auntie I've ever seen. Sylvia summed it up in one sentence. Her eyes are exceptionally big, but lack spirit. Alger described the woman's appearance and clothing in detail. After listening, Braden sighed lightly and said, "She's Director Ma's wife." Alec's wife is the kind of woman you can't forget after just one glance. Back then, she wasn't just the school flower, but also the county flower, even the city flower. Anyway, Braden had never seen a more beautiful woman than her. No way. Alger simply couldn't believe it. How could such a beautiful woman marry a scoundrel like Alec? Sylvia also shook her head disbelievingly. Alec doesn't deserve that auntie at all. Yesterday I saw her and barely recognized her. I can't understand what she has been through all these years. How did she become like this? Braden felt great regret. Back then, she even appeared on TV and graced the cover of calendars. Everyone in the county knew her. Alas, how did she end up marrying Alec? Noel also said, "I know her too. I thought she would become a big star." In a blink, she married Alec and vanished from public view. What a pity. For many years, she stayed in that tiny room like a canary in a cage. Whether it was self-imposed or imposed by Alec was unknown. After chatting about Alec's wife for a while, they got back to the main topic. This notice must have been stolen by Alec's wife. Alec didn't know about it. He only realized when he got to the restaurant. But why would Alec's wife do this? Isn't this going against Alec? She also warned Alger that this was a trap and he mustn't take on apprentices. Did it mean she didn't want Noel to accept Galen as an apprentice? However, now that the dismissal notice was in their hands and Alec couldn't produce it, the apprenticeship matter was thus put to rest. Noel tore the dismissal notice into pieces and let out a long breath of relief. Alright, Sirental Hang is still my only closed-door disciple. That Galen wants to be Sirental Hang's junior brother? Not a chance. This time, everyone finally felt relieved and no longer worried about Alger being dismissed. Sirental Hang, go cook quickly. I'm starving. Alger was sent to the kitchen to cook by Noel. Sylvia happily went to help too. When dinner was done, everyone felt good and ate heartily. Those birds' nests and abalone weren't better than Alger's stir-fried shredded potatoes. Wow, it's better to come at the right time. Dinner time. Ronnie's voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the door. He came in with a full smile, carrying a bag of vegetables. I won't eat for free. I brought vegetables. Laughing, he carried the vegetables into the kitchen as if he were at home. Noel chuckled. Then go get your own bowl and chopsticks and come eat. No one treated him as a guest anymore. Ronnie already came with his bowl and chopsticks. Wow, there's my favorite shredded potatoes. He scooped some shredded potatoes into his bowl, added other dishes, and started eating hungrily. It was as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Actually, he had already eaten but didn't expect they were still eating. So he decided to have a little more since Alger's cooking was so delicious. Alger, reporter Magnus told me you participated in Superbrain. So cool. Ronnie talked while eating. But reporter Magnus didn't tell him that Alger had won the championship yet. Let's leave it as a cliffhanger. Alger countered instead of answering, you're here for something, aren't you? Coming over at this time, it must not just be for the food. My brother asked me to inform you that the trial is the day after tomorrow, and he wants you to go to court, Ronnie said with his mouth full of food. Admittedly, Ardell's efficiency was pretty quick. Ronnie also told Alger not to worry, that they had solid evidence and would surely win the lawsuit. My brother has never lost a case, he said proudly. Alger smiled. Thank him for me. Wow, classmate Alger, you're smiling at me. You look quite handsome when you smile. You should smile more often. A smile makes you 10 years younger. Ronnie grinned at him. Alger secretly rubbed his forehead, not daring to respond. Ronnie could go on and on with just one sentence. And the report about the scavenging Jalen has been published. Ronnie put down his chopsticks, took out a folded newspaper from his pocket, and handed it to Alger. Alger nodded gently as he looked at the report. Journalist Magnus' writing was very good, making the article deeply touching. The first half detailed the elderly couple's tragic life, while the latter half narrated their journey in searching for their son. It also included a photo of their missing son when he was young. Magnus Dong also mentioned that the article has been posted online, and he has helped release the information on the relatives-seeking website. Journalist Magnus did a reliable job. It seemed Ronnie had become the errand runner. Thank Journalist Magnus for me. You don't need to be so formal with him. Classmate Alger, a few days ago, there was a report about your school sports meet in the newspaper, written by Journalist Magnus, focusing on you. There was also a report about the county sports meet, with the largest section dedicated to you. You're becoming famous. Alger hadn't read the newspaper, nor did he know what Journalist Magnus wrote about him. Is the newspaper still available? I want to see it. Sylvia asked excitedly. It should be. I'll check when I get back home. Ronnie laughed. The school office should still have copies. Braden was also a bit excited. They had gone to the provincial capital a few days ago and hadn't seen the newspapers. Benny Xiaofu, go get them quickly. I want to see too. Noel urged. I'll go. I finished eating already. It's in the office, right? I'll go now. Ronnie hastily finished his rice, grabbed another bite of vegetables, wiped the oil off his mouth, and rushed out. He ran up the stairs of the teaching building. Unbeknownst to him, Marta and Lauren were ahead. When they turned around, Lauren covered her mouth in excitement. It's Adrian. Beatrix, he's here for you. Marta felt thrilled and was about to greet Ronnie, but Ronnie kept his head down, running up without even noticing them, passing by them hurriedly. Why did he run past us? So fast too. Lauren was puzzled. He might really needed to go to the bathroom. Marta's face was somewhat awkward. It was obvious Ronnie wasn't there for her. Arriving at the office, Ronnie saw Alex sitting at his desk, staring blankly into space. Chapter 165, just simply wants to be friends. Director Ma, hello? Ronnie greeted him. Can I borrow these newspapers to have a look? Adrian, hello? Borrowing newspapers, right? Help yourself. Alex smiled, but his smile was stiff. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother. He wasn't in the mood. Ronnie found the newspapers from a few days ago and left. As he was leaving the office, he ran into Jesse. He greeted Ronnie warmly. Wearing a mask, Ronnie almost didn't recognize him. Teacher Patricia, why are you wearing a mask? Hee, I caught a cold, afraid of infecting the students. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Jesse came into the office and saw Alex staring blankly. He approached and asked, did you argue with your wife again? I've been hearing you two quarrel for years now. What's there to argue about after so many years of marriage? No kids, that's fine. No kids mean less trouble. Alex gave him a glare and ignored him. Patricia Zhongxi pouted, finding it boring. Sitting at his desk, he secretly took out a small mirror, pulled down his mask, and checked the injuries on his face. A few days ago at Xiarana Gong's neighborhood entrance, he was held down by several security guards, and his face was scraped. It still hadn't healed, hence the mask. He glanced at the dejected Alec and shook his head slightly. Alec lived upstairs from him. Their arguments had been frequent lately, including just now. Actually, it was only Alec's wife yelling one-sidedly. Alec didn't dare argue back. He couldn't bear the pain. He merely asked her where the dismissal notice went, carefully and softly, fearing to anger her. She said she tore it up. Then she mentioned the child and started crying and making a scene. Even if it were torn, he wouldn't blame her anyway. Alec sighed and deliberated before sending a message to his elder brother-in-law, stating that Galen's apprenticeship failed. He let his brother-in-law down. The reply from his brother-in-law was just 2 words, useless. Ronnie returned to the Benny family with the newspaper. Braxton and his son, along with Sylvia, hurried to take a look. Indeed, there are quite a few photos of Xiaohang. Natalie, there's even a photo of you with Xiaohang here. You look really good. Braxton smiled as he looked at the newspaper. He felt like Sylvia's smile resembled that beautiful pony-tailed girl somewhat. Haha, reporter Magnus is obviously favoring her. Among so many athletes, you have the most pictures. Braden also laughed. Alger can't avoid fame even if he doesn't want it. Hang broke the sprint record. Of course, he's the best. Sylvia wished all the photos on this were of Alger. Alger chuckled lightly. How could she not favor him? Alger and Sylvia went to the classroom. In the corridor, they ran into Sophie. Sylvia. Sophie greeted Sylvia with a smile, warmly pulling her hand and pressing a piece of chocolate into her palm. Thank you. Sylvia happily thanked her and immediately dug out a handful of candies from her pocket to give back to Sophie. Sylvia, how did you bring so many candies? Before Sophie could finish her surprise, Sylvia dug out more snacks from her other pockets. Spicy strips, cookies, beef jerky, prunes, and more. This even surprised Alger. Who would have thought Sylvia carried so many snacks with her? Her jacket had 2 pockets, her pants had 2 pockets, all filled with snacks. Just a few candies will do, keep the rest for yourself. Sophie was amazed. She had heard Sylvia's family was poor, yet she bought so many snacks? And even expensive beef jerky. Sophie didn't know that Sylvia had endless snacks, and she didn't have to buy them herself. Alger would buy them for her, and so would her godparents. She had more than enough. Sylvia insisted on giving Sophie a handful of beef jerky. This made Sophie a bit embarrassed. 1 piece of chocolate in exchange for such expensive beef jerky. Sylvia, however, giggled and didn't seem to care at all. Alger closely watched the 2 girls, worried that Sylvia might be bullied. Once they parted and headed back to their respective classrooms, Alger caught up to Sophie after Sylvia had walked far enough away. Alger, is there something you need? Sophie couldn't hide her smile. What do you want? What are your intentions with Sylvia? Alger asked harshly. I just want to be friends with her. What's wrong with that? Sophie reined in her smile and asked curiously. Why didn't you try to be friends with her before, suddenly wanting to be friends now? Alger frowned and asked. Alger, you can't possibly think I want to get close to you by befriending Sylvia, right? You're too narcissistic. I did like you, but that was in the past. I have no ulterior motives for wanting to be friends with Sylvia. I didn't interact much with her before, but after a few encounters recently, I find her really cute and lovable, so I like her. So, my friendship with her has nothing to do with you. Sophie delivered this long speech and then turned to leave. She took a light breath, soothing her heart that was pounding hard. She was telling the truth. Initially, she had wanted Sylvia to pass a love letter to Alger, and also harbored some thoughts of getting closer to Alger through her. But after interacting with Sylvia, she grew fond of this innocent and lovely girl. So, she gave up her original plan and sincerely became friends with Sylvia. Alger looked at her retreating back suspiciously. Could it really be as simple as she said, that she just wanted to be friends with Sylvia? Hopefully so, or else he wouldn't let her off easily. Actually, upon reflection, Sylvia should indeed have a few friends. She needed her own circle of friends, not just orbiting around him. Now, Sylvia had Sophie as a friend, which was great. As class was about to start, Clark and Jolene arrived. Each carrying a large bag of snacks, they came to the classroom door. Where's Natalie? They poked their heads into the classroom, looking for Sylvia. Marta and Lauren, upon seeing Jolene, instinctively ducked under their desks, afraid of being doused with dirty water again. Even if she didn't throw water, anything from her mouth would be enough to torment them. The classmates nearby curiously asked what they were doing under the desks. They claimed they were looking for a dime coin and even pretended to search the ground. Chapter 166. gifts from godfather and godmother. Sylvia was initially stunned when she saw Clark and Jolene, then hurriedly ran out to greet them. The two waved at Alger, beckoning him to join them. So you two really are table mates? Jolene said with a smile. Worried about disturbing the other students, Alger led them over to the staircase area. Rachel, quickly see what your godfather and godmother bought for you. They're all your favorites. But eat fewer spicy sticks, they can cause heatiness. Jolene patted Sylvia's head with a smile. Thank you, godfather and godmother. I already have so many snacks. I can't finish them all. They are so kind. Eat them slowly. When you finish, tell us, and we'll buy more for you. Clark also looked at Sylvia with a smile. Sylvia smiled, knowing it would take months to finish all the snacks they bought her. After some more small talk, the two finally turned to speak to Alger. Alger had been standing there for quite a while. Randall, Noel Fong, aren't you spoiling Rachel a bit too much? Alger raised an eyebrow. Can you share some of that love with me? Dream on, you're not our goddaughter. Clark said bluntly. Alger chuckled, knowing he was just joking. It was time for class, so Sylvia went back to the classroom. Clark and Jolene left with Alger, as they had business to attend to. They mainly came to find Alger, but brought some snacks for Sylvia as a bonus. Sylvia carried 2 large bags of snacks into the classroom, her face flushed. Her classmates looked at the snacks in her hands with surprise. They all wondered who that man and woman were to Sylvia and why they had brought so many snacks for her. She didn't seem to have any relatives in town. Could it be that her grandmother asked someone to bring them? Marta and Lauren had already gotten up from under their desks, covered in dust. They thought, maybe those snacks weren't for Sylvia to sell on behalf of the shop owner? Alger did work at their store. After all, how could she start doing business with classmates? Sylvia put the snacks under her desk. There were so many. She really couldn't finish them all. After class, she took 1 bag of snacks out. Her classmates weren't very familiar with her, so they didn't ask where she was going. Sylvia gave the bag of snacks to Sophie. All of this for me? Sophie couldn't believe it. Was she being so generous? Sylvia nodded with a smile. No, I can't accept them. Sophie waved her hands frantically. Sylvia frowned and looked at her angrily, her cheeks puffing up, implying that if Sophie didn't take the snacks, she would cut ties with her. Must take them. Seeing her about to get upset, Sophie reluctantly accepted. Sylvia immediately smiled again, revealing her bright white teeth. She waved goodbye to Sophie and returned to the classroom. This girl is really something. Treat her a little bit nicely, and she'll repay you tenfold. Sophie shook her head softly. This girl is truly genuine. When she untied the plastic bag, she found expensive snacks inside. Beef jerky, meat floss, dried squid. How much must this bag cost? She felt awkward taking it. Some items were too expensive even for her to afford. But now that she had taken them, she couldn't give them back without making Sylvia angry. Word spread among the classmates that Sylvia had given snacks to Sophie, confirming that they had become friends. Sylvia opened a packet of beef jerky and, after some thought, handed a few packets to Demetrius. He was Alger's good friend, so they often shared food with each other. As for the other classmates, Alger never gave snacks to others, so she didn't know whom to give them to. Demetrius wanted to ask why she gave snacks to Sophie, but decided to let Alger do it. Opening a can of meat floss, he tasted a bit and found it melting in his mouth. It was incredible. Embarrassed to eat alone, he offered a pack of dried squid to Augustin. Since it was from Sylvia, Augustin ate it too. He wondered why the shop owners had given such expensive snacks to Sylvia. Ever since his family's factory closed down, he hadn't eaten snacks so casually. The classroom was filled with the aroma of beef jerky, fish jerky, and meat floss, making the other students salivate with envy. Why didn't anyone bring them snacks? Marta cursed inwardly, hoping Sylvia would choke on the snacks. These weren't meant for sale. They were really all for this stammerer. Alger accompanied Clark and his wife to a factory within the industrial park. In the car, Clark had already told Alger that they had found a partner to co-run the factory. The person knew Alger and wanted to discuss things with him. Alger was utterly confused. When had he ever interacted with a big businessman? Upon arriving at the factory, the 3 of them got out of the car. Clark said that this factory building was originally meant to be rented out. In the morning, he came here to meet the landlord and chatted a lot. This factory used to process food, but due to poor business, it ceased operations. The landlord was quite talkative and also mentioned his family affairs. Not long ago, his elderly mother was hospitalized for surgery, and he carelessly lost the money for the surgery. If it weren't for 2 students who found and returned the money, he would have really been in despair. Speaking of those 2 students, the landlord praised them highly. Don't look down on the male student who looks like a little thug. He has a good heart. The female student is so pitiful, she stammers, but the male student treats her very well. As he spoke, Clark immediately thought of Alger and Sylvia. These 2 were known to the outside world as the little thug and the little stutterer. Is the male student named Alger? Clark asked. The landlord nodded and asked curiously, how did you know? Clark smiled and told him about his relationship with Alger. Only then did the landlord say he wanted to meet Alger. Alger, long time no see. The landlord greeted Alger warmly as he came out from the factory. He was Augustin's father, Thomas. Weston Joe. Alger smiled and walked towards him. Thomas tightly shook Alger's hand in a formal manner between adults. Alger was already an adult, after all. Alger, I tried the flavored popcorn you made. Sweet and crispy. It tastes great. I heard the flavored popcorn in Clark's store is in high demand. Other shops can't even get it. There's no need to worry about sales. Thomas still had a broad smile on his face. Previously, their factory's products struggled with sales and closed down because they couldn't sell enough. Of course, he knew it was because the taste wasn't good enough, making them hard to sell. But he had no choice. Even after hiring several food development experts, nothing changed. They were highly paid but turned out to be incompetent. Now, with Alger's flavored popcorn recipe, producing just this one product would make them a fortune. Chapter 167. Hang, quickly manage your wasteful wife. Aaron, Jalen decided to cooperate with us because he tasted the multi-flavored popcorn, Clark said. Alger nodded slightly and said he wanted to tour the factory. Thomas immediately led the way, treating Alger with even more respect than he treated Clark, as if he were a god of wealth. After touring the factory, Alger was not very satisfied. It was too small. But without enough funds at present, there was no choice but to make do. As for this partner Thomas, Alger did not know him well yet, and needed to observe him further. Thomas also noticed Alger's dissatisfaction, anxiously rubbing his hands. How do you think, Aaron? Clark asked. Randall, it's up to you. Alger smiled. We agreed initially that you choose the factory. I only handle R&D. Jolene stood by silently, letting the men deal with their matters. They left the factory. Alger looked around the area. The two neighboring factories both produced food. An idea formed in Alger's mind. But for now, he kept quiet. Let Thomas get the factory running first. On the way back, Clark asked Alger for his opinion again. Randall, what do you think? Do you know Weston Joe well? Alger asked back. Firstly, I agree with this cooperation plan. The factory is fine, although small, the funds are indeed limited. As for Thomas, I need to understand him better. Alger nodded gently. If Randall thinks Weston Joe is reliable, then let lawyer Ardell draft a cooperation agreement. Ardell? Sounds familiar. I have his number. I'll write it down later. That settled it. While driving, Clark glanced at Alger quietly. He felt Alger seemed different from before. Just now, when he toured the factory and spoke those words, it didn't seem like something a high school student could say. But he didn't overthink it. Children from poor families mature early. Alger's experiences had made him grow up faster than others his age. Alger didn't buy vegetables. They had plenty from what Ronnie brought earlier. Clark drove him straight to school. But when they passed Susan Cake Shop, Jolene asked Clark to stop and bought more sweets for Sylvia. Alger sighed. Aunt Fong, can Natalie eat all these? You'll feed her too much. In the morning, he had just bought a bunch of sweets for Sylvia. Jolene gave him an exasperated look. TSK, listen to what you're saying. Natalie is too thin. She'll look better if she gains some weight. And even if she does, she will be beautifully plump, not fat. Alger and Clark exchanged glances and shook their heads. At school, Alger carried the sweets into the classroom. Class was about to start after the break. Before Alger reached his seat, Demetrius pulled him into the corridor. Hang, quick, manage your wasteful wife. She gave half of the snacks the shop owner sent her to Sophie. Do you know how expensive those snacks are? Alger laughed, wiping the pork floss off the corner of Demetrius's mouth. Pork floss tastes good? Very good. Melts in your mouth. Demetrius licked his lips nostalgically. If it tastes good, that's great. Alger patted him on the shoulder and turned back to the classroom. Hey Hang, you really need to manage her. She's too wasteful. Demetrius followed him into the classroom. Natalie, Aunt Fong bought these. Alger handed the bag of sweets to Sylvia with a smile. Sylvia immediately took some outside. She's definitely giving them to Sophie again. Hang, why don't you do something? What should I do? Let her give them to whoever she wants. You're spoiling her. Demetrius pretended to be upset and returned to his seat. Alger looked at Demetrius's deskmate, Augustin, deep in thought. He recalled falling down the stairs and being rushed to the emergency room. Augustin accompanied Sylvia and Demetrius to the hospital to find him. When he woke up, Augustin quietly left. He cared about Sylvia and Alger. Actually, his character was pretty good. Then his father Thomas must have a decent character too, a trustworthy partner. Sylvia gave another batch of sweets to Sophie. Sophie was flabbergasted. Sylvia seemed determined to share everything with her. Eat. After handing out the sweets, Sylvia happily walked away. Ting Ting, why is this little stutterer so nice to you? Does she have an ulterior motive? Sophie's desk mate asked curiously. Nonsense, she isn't a stutterer. She's my best friend. Don't you ever say that about her again. Sophie glared at her desk mate angrily. Her desk mate stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything more. Sylvia returned to the classroom happily. Alger told her he was going to Benny Jiajian's house to make dinner. In the corridor, he ran into Jesse. He was still wearing a mask. His face had not healed yet. Skipping class again. Go ahead and skip, but it won't be for long. You'll be kicked out of school soon enough. Jesse seemed to have decided to show Alger no mercy. Alger did not give him any good looks either. Jesse didn't know that the expulsion notice had been torn up already. All he wanted was to see Alger's downfall. I won't roll. I don't know how to roll. Teacher Patricia, can you show me how? Alger asked coldly. Humph, let's see how long you can keep being arrogant. Jesse snorted and went to the office. However, he overheard Alec telling Principal Eddie that he had taken back the expulsion notice and torn it up. It took a lot of effort for him to get the notice back. So, the matter of Alger's expulsion was dropped. Principal Eddie praised Alec enthusiastically for his ability. Having connections in the Education Bureau really made a difference. Jesse's expression changed dramatically when he heard this. Fortunately, his mask covered it from sight. Director Ma, come out here for a moment. I need to talk to you. He quickly called Alec out. He whispered, Director Ma, what's going on? Why did you take back the notice? Don't want to expel Alger anymore? The reasons for expulsion were insufficient. It was returned. Alec gave a flimsy excuse. But Jesse didn't believe it. With your relationship with Secretary Addison, expelling Alger would just be a word thing. Teacher Patricia, you think too highly of me. In short, that's it. Alec left after saying that. He still had a burning anger inside. Jesse had no idea that Alec never sent the notice to the Education Bureau. He didn't know either that the notice had been given by Alec's wife to Alger. Jesse stomped his foot in anger. He had just been boasting arrogantly in front of Alger, and then got slapped in the face right away. It hurt. After finishing dinner, Braden and Sylvia came back. Siren Tulpu, today Weston phone called me and said a doctor's son came to visit him and wanted to take him as his master. He found it quite odd and asked me about it. Braden said while they were eating. Chapter 168. Her name is Paula. Can it be Galen? Why would he want to become Weston Feng's disciple again? Braden was puzzled. He didn't say exactly what his name was. If it really is the same person, then this matter would be too strange. Bernard furrowed his brow. Teacher, You must advise your friend not to accept that person as a disciple under any circumstances. There must be something suspicious going on here, Alger said. Bernard also nodded. We don't know what that Mr. Sun is up to either. Sylvia listened curiously, still naive and unable to grasp the meaning behind their words. After evening self-study, Alger escorted Sylvia back to her dormitory. Halfway there, a woman suddenly darted out, causing Sylvia to scream in fright and clutch Alger's arm tightly. Alger was also startled. When he saw the woman, his heart relaxed. It's okay, Rachel, it's that auntie. He gently patted Sylvia's hand. Sylvia looked carefully and indeed saw that it was the beautiful auntie from earlier that day. Noelle, why are you here so late at night? She let go of Alger's arm and approached her to ask. The woman just gazed at her blankly, her large eyes full of gentleness. Child. She reached out, wanting to stroke Sylvia's face. Sylvia stared intently at her trembling fingertips. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Sylvia's cheek, Alger was about to stop her. Paula. Alex's voice suddenly rang out. The woman's hand froze mid-air, her entire body stiffening. Alger quickly stepped forward and pulled Sylvia away. He felt this woman was somewhat dangerous. Paula. It's too late, let's go home. Alec was out of breath, still sweating on his forehead. In fact, he had been looking for the woman for some time. If he couldn't find her soon, he would have called the police in a panic. Paula continued to stare at Sylvia without blinking. It's already very late. What are you two still doing here? Get back to your dormitories right now. Alec barked at Alger and Sylvia sternly. Sylvia jumped in fright. Paula immediately glared angrily at Alec. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I was just worried about you. Come on, Paula. Let's go back. Alec spoke softly to comfort Paula. Such tenderness almost dropped Alger and Sylvia's jaws. Alec vigorously gestured for them to leave. Seeing they weren't moving, Paula refused to leave as well. Alger gave him a cold glare and led Sylvia away. Sylvia turned back every few steps, looking curiously at the woman. So her name is Paula. What a beautiful name. She looks as beautiful and pure as her name suggests. As Paula was pulled away by Alec, she also looked back repeatedly, gazing longingly at Sylvia. Paula, can we promise not to run around randomly like this anymore? Alec pleaded with Paula. A cold glance from Paula silenced Alec immediately. Alger felt that Paula's mental state seemed off. Moreover, the way she looked at Sylvia was not quite right, and she called her child. According to Braden, Alec and his wife never had children. Hang, that auntie is so pitiful, Sylvia suddenly said. She had also noticed Paula's abnormal behavior. Is it because Director Ma treats her poorly? Hang, should you examine the auntie? She looked at Alger expectantly. How could Alger refuse such a request? I'll find an opportunity to check her pulse and try acupuncture on her. Hang, I knew you'd be the best. Sylvia smiled sweetly. Alger couldn't resist stroking her head and giving her a gentle smile. The next morning, Braden summoned the 4 students who were to participate in the speech contest to his office. He planned to select one from the 4 to compete in the school-wide contest that afternoon. Marta and Hamilton both glanced disdainfully at Sylvia, not taking her seriously at all. As for Alger, speeches need to be delivered with emotion. How could someone labeled a petty thug possibly convey emotion to the audience? Only the impulse to fight? Hamilton only joined the contest hoping to get closer to Marta and interact more with her. He wasn't interested in competing for the spot, but Marta saw Hamilton as a rival and treated him with constant displeasure. When Braden mentioned whether they should draw lots, Marta declined and said she would go first. Hamilton then said he would speak second. Alger glanced at Sylvia, noticing her nervousness, and said he would go third. Of course, he wouldn't compete for the spot. This was her chance to prove herself. The speeches began. Confidently, Marta delivered her prepared speech with exceptionally expressive gestures. At the end, she felt satisfied with her performance. But Bernard frowned, finding it a bit too contrived. Then Hamilton gave his speech, intentionally performing poorly. Next was Alger, who didn't even speak off the cuff, but read directly from his notes. Bernard's frown deepened. Were these two just here to make up the numbers, to play around? Marta couldn't help feeling smug. With such level of performance, the spot surely belonged to her. She didn't even want to hear Sylvia's speech. It would be a waste of time to listen to someone who stammered. Finally, it was Sylvia's turn. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to get in the right frame of mind. Marta scoffed inwardly, finding her act very pretentious. Sylvia slowly opened her eyes and saw Alger's encouraging gaze. She smiled gently, quickly composing herself, and began her speech. Her firm yet gentle gaze, passionate voice, and occasional gestures stirred the hearts of those present, bringing tears to their eyes. Even when reading her script, it had been deeply moving, but her performance brought even more emotion to it. After Sylvia finished, the room was filled with tears. Sylvia will represent us in the school-wide competition this afternoon. Do you have any objections? Bernard said, sniffing. Marta raised her hand in protest, wiping away her tears. Bernard, this is a speech contest, not an essay contest. Sylvia wrote a good script, but I don't think she can match me in terms of delivering the speech. I want to give her script a try. Let me have a go. She was confident she could read it better than Sylvia. Sylvia watched Bernard nervously. Chapter 169. She actually lost to a stammerer. Alger glared coldly at Marta. It was fortunate he came. This woman really intended to bully his Natalie. If you want to participate in the competition, use your own manuscript. Even if Sylvia's manuscript is torn, it won't be given to you. Wanting others to sew wedding clothes for you? Dream on. How shameless. Marta's face turned unpleasant. What are you talking about, Alger? I just think of the class honor. I am indeed more capable than Sylvia. She is a stammerer. Only then did she remember that Sylvia did not stammer during her speech just now. Sylvia, why aren't you stammering? Marta stared at Sylvia as if seeing a ghost. Upon being reminded by her, Hamilton noticed this only now. He had been too engrossed in Sylvia's speech and didn't notice this issue. When did Sylvia recover from her stammering? He also looked at her with a look of disbelief. I've long been cured of my stammering. Sylvia glanced at them both, her eyes icy cold. She no longer stammered, but these two people seemed unhappy about it. No way, can it actually be cured? Marta still couldn't believe it. Wouldn't it cost a lot to cure it? Her family is so poor. Where would they get the money? Sylvia's stammer wasn't congenital, of course, it can be cured. Braden said unhappily, all right, Marta, you and Hamilton go back to the classroom first. Let me give Sylvia some more guidance. They were classmates, yet they didn't even know Sylvia had recovered from her stammering. Are you serious, Teacher Benny? You're really going to let Sylvia participate? Marta was still not giving up. Let me try delivering Sylvia's manuscript. I will definitely do better than her. Hamilton also quickly supported her. Yes, Teacher Benny, just give Marta a chance. It won't take much time. Hearing this, Alger became angry. Teacher Benny has already given Marta a chance. If she's not competent, can she blame others? Besides, as a head teacher, does Teacher Benny need your unsolicited advice on how to act? He could have directly chosen Sylvia to participate without giving you any chances. And besides, I've already said, wanting to use Sylvia's manuscript, forget it. He glared at Marta coldly. The manuscript is written by Sylvia. It's her work. Do you intend to snatch her credit again? Ask my fist whether it agrees. Marta's face turned pale. What credit did he mean? What did he know, and how much did he know? Others didn't quite understand Alger's meaning, and looked at them curiously. Afraid Alger would say something more, Marta gave him a fierce glare and left. Hamilton hurriedly followed after her. With Marta gone, there was no point for him to stay here either. Alger, what did you mean by what you just said? Braden asked, frowning. Alger didn't answer immediately. He currently lacked evidence. Teacher Benny, a parent from your class is here. Go receive them. A teacher came in and announced. Braden waved at Alger and Sylvia, and the three of them went out together. Entering the office, Braden found it filled with warmth. There was a parent inside, accompanied personally by Principal Eddie, chatting happily. Hello, Mr. Dayong's father. Braden greeted the parent with a smile. Hello, Teacher Benny. Thomas quickly stood up and walked over, warmly shaking Braden's hand. After Alger and Sylvia returned his lost money, he specially sent a banner to thank them. Principal Eddie had a very good impression of him. Mr. Dayong's father, are you here to see Dayong? Shall I call him over? Braden smiled and asked. Not exactly, I just happened to come by. Thomas laughed. Principal Eddie, Teacher Benny, please continue working. I'll just take a quick look at Dayong and leave. He didn't chat much further, rising and leaving the office. Principal Eddie instructed Braden to follow promptly, not to offend the parent. So, Braden accompanied Thomas to the classroom. At the classroom door, however, Thomas asked Braden to call Alger out. He merely glanced casually at Augustin inside the classroom. Seeing Thomas, Augustin was about to come out when he heard Braden call Alger out instead. Then, Thomas pulled Alger along, walking away with a smile, acting extremely intimate, as if Alger were his own son. Augustin was puzzled. Had Alger found his father's money again? Braden narrowed his eyes. They really just glanced and left, not even one more look. Thomas and Alger reached under a plane tree downstairs. Weston Joe, what did you want to talk to me about? Thomas smiled and said, isn't it still because of the factory business? Alger, I really cherish this opportunity for cooperation. In fact, I know that Clark is also considering your opinion. As long as you agree, he has no objections. Thomas talked to Alger about many things, from the past to the present, recounting the difficulties along the way. In short, he wanted to curry favor, hoping Alger would agree to his joining. At the time, Alger did not give any response, saying he would discuss it with Clark. Thomas was anxious inside but could do nothing. Alger returned to the classroom, and Augustin kept looking at him, very eager to know what Thomas had discussed with Alger. But he could only ask his father when he got home. The classmates were also curious why people had been finding Alger these past 2 days. And they were all bosses. Marta and Hamilton did not tell everyone that Sylvia's stammer had been cured. Marta hoped Sylvia would always be a stammerer. Lauren asked her if Braden had chosen her to participate in the afternoon school competition. She thought Marta would surely be selected. How could a stammerer like Sylvia compete with her? Marta pretended not to hear Lauren's words, lowered her head to read a book. But the hand on the book clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning slightly white. She actually lost to a stammerer. The school competition in the afternoon was to be held in the multipurpose hall. Apart from the participants, watching students were drawn by class, 2 classes in total. The selected classes went to watch the competition. Class 2 to 3 and Class 3 to 9 were selected. Only during the competition did the students from Class 9 learn that their class participant was Sylvia. Rank Lauren, they thought Marta would represent their class in the competition. This left them greatly puzzled. Why did Braden choose a stammerer to participate? Wouldn't choosing their class beauty be better? Could a stammerer win over other classes' participants? Lauren asked Marta what happened, and Marta vaguely replied that her throat was uncomfortable. Chapter 170. Every bit of her progress deserves celebration. There was no way she would admit that she couldn't measure up to someone with a stutter. Lauren assumed Marta had dropped out of the competition because of her vocal issues. But what about Hamilton and Alger? Under any circumstances, it shouldn't be Sylvia's turn. The whispers among everyone eventually reached Sylvia's ears as well. She was already a bit nervous and became even more so upon hearing their words. Rachel, you must believe in yourself. You're the best. Don't mind what others say. I'll support you forever. Alger whispered comfortingly to her. Sylvia nodded vigorously, silently encouraging herself that she was indeed the best. As long as Alger believed in her, who cared what others said? Sophie was also a contestant. Seeing Sylvia participating surprised her greatly. Although she liked Sylvia, Sophie thought, speech contests didn't really suit her, did they? Judges were seated below the stage. Some who knew Sylvia thought in their hearts. Was there no one else in Class 9? Why send someone with a stutter to compete? If Braden didn't want his class to participate, he could have withdrawn directly. Why send someone with a stutter to fill in? Braden hadn't told anyone that Sylvia had overcome her stutter. Such matters didn't need to be explicitly mentioned. People would find out gradually. However, He hadn't expected that although Sylvia spoke when eating with them, she hardly spoke in class. Thus, her classmates still didn't know she had recovered from her stutter. The competition was about to start. Participants went on stage according to the lottery order. Sylvia was the last one to go up. With over 20 classes, there were over 20 contestants. Being the last one wasn't advantageous for a contestant. By the end of the speech contest, everyone, especially the audience and judges, felt exhausted. Unless the performance was extraordinarily impressive, the last contestant wouldn't score very high. Sitting next to Sylvia, Alger occasionally encouraged her with some words. He stared at her clasped hands, his eyes focused on them. At this moment, he should have tightly held her hand. Halfway through the competition, one of the contestants finished speaking. The audience gave a polite but lukewarm applause. Everyone was fatigued by then. All the participants seemed alike, bringing no surprises. Even the host announced the next participant casually, merely reporting the previous contestant's score without much passion. Unlike the enthusiastic start with brief comments on the previous speaker. After Sophie finished her speech, Sylvia applauded enthusiastically. Sophie smiled slightly at her, stepped down from the stage, and mouthed, "Cheer up." Finally, it was Sylvia's turn. She took a deep breath and walked onto the stage with steady steps. Some spectators were yawning. Others aimed at the door, ready to bolt as soon as the speeches ended. "Sylvia, cheer up," Alger shouted loudly. This shout revived the sleepy audience. Xuanhuan, Class 9 Senior High, we must win. Demetrius also shouted aloud. Marta glared at these two people disdainfully, obvious show-offs. Yet, inside, she was worried. These earlier contestants were quite average. She hoped Sylvia would perform poorly. Losing to someone with a stutter made her feel bitter. As Sylvia began speaking, the whole venue gradually fell silent. Her voice echoed in the multifunctional hall. People's eyes gradually moistened. What is the meaning of life? It seemed they found the answer in Sylvia's speech. When Sylvia finished, there was a brief silence in the hall, followed by thunderous applause. People wiped away tears as they clapped. Amazing! So touching! Absolutely perfect score. Everyone cheered excitedly. Marta glared at Sylvia fiercely, but couldn't stop the tears flowing. It was just too moving. Standing on the stage, Sylvia looked at everyone with a smile. The host, teary-eyed and hoarse, announced Sylvia's score, a perfect score. The venue erupted into cheers immediately. Sylvia isn't a stutterer anymore. Someone shouted. From that moment, Sylvia completely shed her stutterer label. Alger wiped away his own tears. His Rachel would only get better. Other teachers also congratulated Brayden. "Bernard, this child is amazing. Congratulations, you've got a winner for the county-level competition. How do you always have such talented students?" The sports meet was like this too. Bernard smiled and said, "The honor belongs to Class 9 in the school." Many girls surrounded Sylvia, asking her all sorts of questions. "Sylvia, you did such a great job. Your speech moved me to tears. How did you overcome your stutter? Was it by practicing with a chopstick in your mouth every day?" Marta was almost envious to death. This honor should have been hers. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Sylvia just responded with a smile. Dealing with him was even more nerve-wracking than giving the speech on stage. Sophie noticed her unease and came over, standing in front of Sylvia. "Sylvia is tired. Let her rest for a while." With the teachers also calling them back to class, they reluctantly left. "Sylvia, congratulations. We'll talk later." Sophie gave her hand a playful squeeze with a smile and went back to class as well. Her congratulations had two meanings. One was congratulating her on overcoming her stutter, and the other was congratulating her on getting a perfect score and representing the school in the county speech contest. Standing there, Sylvia exuded an aura of confidence. Alger was moved. This was his Rachel, confident and beautiful. Soon, news that Sylvia no longer stuttered spread throughout the entire campus. People no longer looked at her strangely. As for how she overcame her stutter, some said it was through treatment, while others believed it was due to her own efforts and daily practice. Apart from a few jealous individuals, most classmates genuinely rejoiced for Sylvia. That night, Alger specially prepared a few extra dishes to celebrate for Sylvia. Every bit of her progress deserves celebration. Chapter 171 Trial. Bernard and his son were drinking wine. Bernard blamed Brayden for not inviting him to watch the competition. He vowed that during the countywide tournament, he would definitely come to cheer for Sylvia. "Master Bernard, you should drink less, don't get drunk." Sylvia looked at them with a smile. "Rachel, don't worry. We won't get drunk. When one is happy, they can't get drunk." Mr. Gordy sipped the wine, smacking his lips. Suddenly, he thought of Teacher Ciarano. "Xiaohang, your teacher Ciarano called me, saying he will come over in a few days. Jordy will come too. He wants to thank you. His leg doesn't hurt anymore." "Xiaohang, you really have a talent for medicine. Just one acupuncture session cured Jordy's leg." Mr. Gordy became chattier after drinking. "Teacher, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching." Alger smiled faintly and signaled to Sylvia. Sylvia understood and quietly took away the bottle of wine, putting it back in the cabinet. "Teacher, just this cup, eat more food." Alger smiled as he put a lot of dishes into Mr. Gordy's bowl. "Hee, you two little rascals." Mr. Gordy was obedient, finishing his cup and starting to eat properly. "Benny Xiaofu, you shouldn't drink too much either." "I know, Dad." Brayden couldn't help but smile warmly. In the evening after self-study, Alger and Sylvia encountered Paula again. However, this time Alec was with her, and they seemed to be taking a walk. Alec wore an appeasing expression, constantly trying to please Paula, afraid of making her unhappy. They never used to take walks together before. What happened today? Paula walked straight towards Alger and Sylvia. Alec followed behind, unable to stop her or dare to pull her back. "Paula, let's go back." He could only block her way, waving desperately behind his back. Sylvia bit her lip and gently tugged on Alger's sleeve. "Rachel, I remember. But now is not the right time." Alger whispered softly in her ear. He knew what she meant. They had agreed to treat Paula. He pulled Sylvia away from there. Watching their backs, Paula's eyelashes drooped in disappointment. The next day was the court hearing. Alger bought breakfast and ate with Sylvia in the classroom, thinking about going to the court later. He didn't expect Ronnie to come personally to pick him up. When Ronnie appeared at the classroom door, Marta thought he had come for her. She blushed and got up to walk towards him. Alger, come out here. Ronnie beckoned Alger without even looking at her. Even when she approached, he acted as if he didn't see her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and walked toward the bathroom. Was Alger playing some kind of trick? Otherwise, why did Ronnie stop chasing her? Alger and Ronnie got into the car. Actually, you didn't need to come. I could have gone to the court myself, said Alger. Anyway, I have nothing else to do, so I came along to send you, Ronnie laughed. Don't you need to manage your 5-star hotel in the city? Alger frowned slightly. Ronnie was really an idle young master. Someone manages it for us. I don't need to worry about it. Recently, my father opened a restaurant in town and wants me to practice running it. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. A restaurant? In our small town? Playing around? Alger guessed that Etienne probably couldn't stand seeing Ronnie idle and gave him something to play with. Yes, Alger, I plan to hire you as our restaurant's chef. Whatever salary you ask for. The corner of Alger's mouth twitched. Probably hiring him as a personal chef. Thanks, but I have no interest in being a chef. Alger declined outright. No, you can come by whenever you have free time to guide us. You'll be our honorary chef. No need to work every day. Alger ignored him, closing his eyes to rest. Tired? Ronnie asked softly, then shut his mouth awkwardly. Upon arriving at the courthouse, Ardell was already waiting. Here you are. Ardell nodded lightly at Alger, his face serious. Nothing like Ronnie's carefree attitude. Lawyer Jiang. Alger also nodded slightly. Ardell explained the case details to him, similar to what Ronnie had said, certain victory. He also mentioned that during the trial, Alger didn't need to say anything. Everything would be handled by him. Alger, how dare you sue me? You ungrateful wolf, just like your father. Halston arrived at the court, cursing at Alger as soon as he saw him. His face still bore the scratches from his wife, which hadn't faded yet. He didn't even wear a mask, looking rather pitiful. People who saw him couldn't help but wonder whose nails had left those marks. Meeting you and cursing right away? How arrogant. Brother, sue him for it and pile on more charges. Ronnie was indignant. This gentleman, please watch your words. Unless you want to be locked up for defamation. Ardell said coldly. Halston immediately shut up, his face turning red with anger, glaring at Alger. In front of the lawyer, he dared not say any more. Alger didn't argue with him either. It was meaningless, just a waste of emotion. Inside the courthouse, Halston dared not speak much anymore, obediently keeping quiet. Alger sat in the plaintiff's seat while Halston sat in the defendant's seat. Halston glared at Alger through gritted teeth, as if he wished to devour him alive. Alger maintained a calm expression, occasionally curling his lips to show his contempt for Halston. Alger had the land contract, while Halston had no evidence proving that the land had been given to him. When Sue Gordy was still alive, he only verbally agreed to let Halston farm the land. He felt it was a pity to leave the land fallow, so he let Halston cultivate it. Our side demands that the defendant cease infringement, remove obstacles, restore the original condition, and pay 5 years land rent, 2,000 per acre per year. 4 acres total is 40,000 yuan, plus an economic compensation of 5,000 yuan. Ardell stated Alger's claims. The land was given to me by your grandfather. Why are you asking for rent now? An economic compensation? Are you trying to rob money? Halston couldn't endure hearing about such compensation and started yelling. The judge banged the gavel continuously. Quiet, quiet. Halston was both angry and anxious. Not being allowed to speak made him lose his temper and faint. He came alone to the court, without his wife or son. His son had been scared off upon hearing about coming to the court. His wife also feared coming here. Court staff rushed over to press the acupuncture point between his eyebrows. Halston kept his eyes tightly shut, pretending not to wake up. He had heard somewhere that fainting in court would stop the judge from pronouncing judgment. However, his trembling eyelids betrayed him. He was already awake, but refused to open his eyes. Lawyer Jiang, may I borrow your thermos water? Alger suddenly said sternly. Why? The water in my cup is boiling hot. Ardell already knew what he intended to do. I'm going to splash it on Halston. As soon as Halston heard this, his eyes flew open, and he scrambled up quickly. Alger, you really plan to scald me with boiling water? Do you think I'm a pig? Actually, Alger wouldn't dare to splash boiling water on him in public. But Halston was terrified because Alger was ruthless and capable of anything. Chapter 172. The shop was smashed. Since Halston had already come to, Alger ignored him. The judge tapped his gavel, ordering Halston to remain silent. This punk was going to splash boiling water on me, and no one did anything about it. Halston muttered under his breath. The judge declared in court that Halston must return the occupied land immediately and compensate Alger with 45,000 yuan. Your Honor. I'm dizzy. I can't hear what you're saying. Halston tried to pretend he was fainting, groaning in his seat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he realized how quiet it was around him. Opening his eyes, he saw that everyone had left. He was alone in the room. 45,000 yuan? Alger, you ungrateful wolf. He pounded his chest in anger. By the time he ran out, Alger was long gone. Ardell hadn't left yet. He stood there waiting for Halston. Slade, please pay the compensation to my client within 3 days. Additionally, restore the occupied land to its original condition. If you fail to do so, I will request enforcement, and as for the consequences, you can ask around. Ardell spoke without any emotion. But there are crops planted in the field. You can't just destroy everything, right? Halston flushed with agitation, breathing heavily. That's your problem. I am only responsible for conveying my client's wishes. Ardell didn't say more and got into his car, driving away. Fuming with hatred, Halston plopped onto the ground. That little wolf Alger is really ruthless. Struggling to stand up, he suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground, unconscious. Ronnie drove Alger back to school. Passing by the market, Ronnie parked the car on the side, and both of them went inside to buy groceries. Alger, the Super Brain show airs this Friday night. How far did you get in the competition? Spill the beans a bit? Asked Ronnie. What would be the point of watching it if I told you now? Let's hurry up and buy the groceries, or we'll be late getting back. Alger rushed to go back and cook dinner. They bought a lot of vegetables. Ronnie especially bought in abundance. So much, Teacher Benny's fridge won't fit all this. Alger frowned. No problem, let's take them to the restaurant I own first. It's on the way, and it's quick. Ronnie smiled. Arriving at the restaurant, Alger noticed that this was the same place where Reed treated guests. Why did the Jiang family acquire it? The sign outside already read, Jiang Family Restaurant. Alger entered and found that they were still renovating, not officially open yet. Business here wasn't bad. Why did the previous owner sell it? He asked curiously. He offended someone. Ronnie leaned close to Alger's ear. I heard from my dad that this shop was smashed just a couple of days ago, and the owner dared not report it to the police. The smasher had connections, so the owner had to accept the loss. Alger was even more puzzled. Why smash the shop? The person who ordered the smashing hosted a banquet, but failed to accomplish what he wanted. He claimed the food served was pig slop. Having failed, he blamed the shop owner and took it out on him. He boasted that he would make sure the owner couldn't keep the restaurant running. He indeed came several times, causing trouble, forcing the owner to sell the restaurant. Pig slop? Alger immediately thought of Reed. Wasn't he the one who entertained Cyan Benny and his son here a couple of days ago? Cyan Benny said the food here was pig slop. Reed used this as an excuse to bully the shop owner. In reality, it was because of his connections. This seemingly well-mannered Reed turned out to be a bad guy. All because his uncle is the secretary of the Education Bureau. He could be so arrogant. Just a small bureau secretary, not even the county's secretary. Luckily, Cyan Benny didn't take him as a disciple, or he might have caused trouble. Otherwise, the tragedy of the past life would repeat itself. You're not afraid he'll cause trouble after you acquired the store? Alger asked. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. We have a top lawyer in our family. Would we be scared of a thug like him? Indeed. Reed had no grudge against the Jiang family and wouldn't dare to bother them. Moreover, with Ardell the lawyer present, Reed wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ronnie moved some of the groceries to the kitchen and put them in the large refrigerator. After leaving the restaurant, they returned to the school. Ronnie stayed for another meal at the Benny household. After the meal, Ronnie left. As soon as Alger and Sylvia arrived at the classroom, a classmate informed Alger that a policeman had come looking for him earlier. Sylvia immediately tensed up. Rachel, see how worried you are. I haven't done anything wrong. The police must be here for something else. Alger smiled and patted Sylvia on the head. Back at their seats, whispers spread among the students below. A few days ago, the police also came for Alger, and there was talk of him being expelled. Today, the police came looking for him again, and it doesn't seem like good news. Alger has been quite busy lately, with big bosses coming to find him, and now the police too. He barely attended any classes. There's only a little over a week left before the monthly exam. No one knows how much his ranking will drop. Sitting at his desk, Alger didn't wait long before the police arrived and called out his name. It turned out to be Fergus. Alger smiled and walked out into the hallway. Fergus, I didn't expect you to come see me. Everyone is guessing whether I've committed some crime, and the police are here to arrest me. Fergus also laughed. Everyone knows the police catch bad guys. He took an envelope out of his pocket. Alger, this is 2,000 yuan. I'll pay the rest next month. The hospital deposit for the elderly scavenger was paid by Alger. Fergus had come to return the money, but he insisted on paying from his own pocket. Alger refused to take it. Fergus, I told you that the money I advanced can be considered as a donation to the two elders. I won't accept this money. Fergus insisted. Alger, don't be stubborn. You're just a student, while I have a job and get paid every month. Take it. As a grassroots police officer, Fergus's salary wasn't much. Alger took the envelope and shoved it back into Fergus's pocket. Fergus, I really have money. The students in the classroom were all curious. They watched as the envelope was passed back and forth, wondering if it contained money. Fergus finally gave in. Then if you ever need money, you must tell me. Alger asked about Ronnie's mother's case, wondering if they had found the person who snatched her back. Fergus helplessly shook his head. Still no news. Although we confirmed he is a student at Alan Soxiang Middle School named Jericho, he skips school frequently, and no one knows where he is. Chapter 173 Unforgettable all along. What about his family? Alger asked again. He has no family and doesn't associate with anyone. Detective Kieran shrugged. They didn't continue the conversation. Detective Kieran had matters to attend to, while Alger returned to the classroom. Where did Jericho escape to? After evening self-study, Alger and Sylvia saw Paula once more. She was running in front, while Alec was chasing her from behind. Paula, stop running and come back with me. The more he shouted, the faster Paula ran. While running, she turned around to look back, not noticing a tree ahead and collided straight into it. Ah! She screamed in pain, falling to the ground with blood streaming down her forehead. Paula! Alec screamed in fear and hurriedly rushed over to pick her up. Director Ma, I'll stop a taxi. Alger and Sylvia were also shocked and quickly ran out of the campus to stop a taxi. Alec's face turned pale with fright, his mind in turmoil. He didn't even realize how he got into the taxi or how he took Paula to the hospital. During this opportunity, Alger checked Paula's pulse. Indeed, she showed signs of mental instability. After the doctor examined Paula, he said it was only superficial injuries, nothing serious. Only then did Alec feel relieved. Go back to school. He glanced at Alger and Sylvia, his tone indifferent. Though they helped him, he felt no gratitude. Director Ma, teacher Bai should see a psychologist. You shut up. Paula isn't sick at all. Alec suddenly growled, his face flushed. Turning to look at Paula, she was already awake. He felt incredibly guilty. It must have been that sudden shout that woke her up. Child. Paula gazed blankly at Sylvia, extending a hand toward her. Alec quickly held her hand. She was getting in for. Paula, it's very late. They need to return to their dormitory. You should rest as well. He gently persuaded her. Paula pulled her hand away, staring coldly at him. Just then, a nurse called for Alec, saying the attending doctor wanted to see him. He had to leave, giving Alger a warning glare before departing. Child, come here. Paula beckoned Sylvia with her hand. Sylvia walked over to her, accompanied by Alger. Noelle, why do you always call me child? Sylvia asked curiously. If my child were still alive, they would be your age too. Paula gave a sad smile. Alger and Sylvia were stunned. So, Paula and Alec had had a child. They hadn't just chosen not to have one. Paula. Alec rushed back, glancing warily at Alger and Sylvia. Leave now. Your teacher needs rest. He still chased them away. You bastard. Give me back my child. As soon as they left the ward, Paula's hoarse shouts could be heard from inside. Paula's mental state fluctuated between normal and abnormal, probably related to her deceased child. It was evident that Alec didn't want her to interact with outsiders. He must be hiding something. As Alger and Sylvia were about to leave the hospital, they encountered the elderly scavenger who was fetching hot water. Student Alger, it's you. So late to the hospital. Are you not feeling well? The old man asked with concern. Cyan, we're fine. We came to visit a patient. Alger smiled gently. Is Grandma okay now? We'll be discharged tomorrow. Thank you so much. We'll definitely find a way to pay you back. The old man said gratefully. No problem, Grandpa. Let's talk about this later. I don't lack money. Alger intended to say there was no need for repayment, but like Police Fergus, the old man insisted on repaying him. The grandmother hadn't fully recovered, yet they were leaving so soon because of financial issues. Alger thought about visiting their home later to give the grandmother acupuncture to heal her leg, but he needed to wait until after their adopted son's case was resolved. Without much else to say, Alger and Sylvia left the hospital. Hang, wasn't Cyan Gordy who used to scavenge? What happened? Sylvia asked. Alger told her everything, not hiding anything from her. Upon hearing that he had used the money intended for a new phone to cover the grandmother's hospital fees, Sylvia couldn't help but commend him. Hang was truly kind-hearted. They took a taxi back to school. Sylvia started dozing off in the car, her head tilting left and right. Alger smiled lightly, lifting his hand to gently press her head against his shoulder. The girl emitted even breathing sounds. He slightly turned his head, almost touching her forehead. He chuckled softly, lifting his hand to brush her bangs away from her forehead. When they arrived at the school, Sylvia was still asleep. The driver was about to speak when Alger raised his hand to stop him. Let her sleep a bit more. I'll pay extra, he said softly. The driver then kept quiet. Sylvia slowly opened her eyes and yawned. Her eyes were misty, like being covered by a layer of fog, moist. Have we arrived? She rubbed her eyes, her voice muffled. You woke up just as we arrived. Alger looked at her gently. The driver glanced at him. They had been there for half an hour already. Alger took off his jacket and draped it over Sylvia's shoulders. It's cold at night. Don't catch a chill. Sylvia was still drowsy, not fully awake yet, allowing Alger to put the jacket on her. Alger paid the driver and got out of the car, walking around to open the door for Sylvia so she could get out. Sylvia, with sleepy eyes, got out of the car and walked into the school, holding Alger's hand. The evening breeze blew, finally waking her up. Rachel, are you cold? It's getting cooler. You should wear more clothes from now on. Alger pulled the jacket closer around her. Hang, aren't you cold? Sylvia noticed Alger was in short sleeves and wanted to take off the jacket but was stopped by him. A young man has enough inner fire to keep warm. I'm not cold at all. He placed his hand on hers, feeling warm. He quickly moved his hand away. Winter was coming soon, and he really wished he could hold her hand to warm her up. Sylvia tugged at the jacket, smelling the unique scent that belonged to Alger. At the dormitory, Alger still let Sylvia wear his jacket until she entered her room before he left. The next morning, Sylvia returned the jacket to Alger. Sylvia had a speech contest in the county in the morning. Cyan Benny and his son promised to cheer for her. The school provided a vehicle. Bernard drove them, Braden, Alger, and Sylvia, to the contest site. Upon arrival at the venue, a student approached Alger directly. He asked softly, classmate Alger, who was the girl with a high ponytail sitting with you in the taxi in the provincial city? Can you introduce her to me? This student was Adele. Ever since he met that high ponytail beauty, he had been thinking about her non-stop. Chapter 174, only the award certificate wins her heart. No way. Alger coldly rejected him. If not for all these people around, he would have punched him right in the face long ago. How dare he even think about his little childhood friend? I just want to be friends with her, nothing else. Adele said persistently. I think you're asking for death. Alger glared at him fiercely. Why so fierce? Adele whispered, taking a step back timidly, genuinely fearing that he might get punched. Bullies were bullies. They'd always resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Just then, a teacher called out to him, and he hurriedly went over. He was a contestant from experimental middle school. Hang, what did he say to you? Sylvia asked curiously. He seemed a bit upset. He invited me to go to the bathroom with him, so I told him he's sick. Alger looked at Sylvia and gave her a gentle smile. Sylvia covered her mouth and giggled quietly. That smile eased her nervousness. The four of them sat down. Braden went to draw lots on behalf of the school. When he returned, he flashed a 6 with his fingers while smiling. Look how lucky I am. I got number 6. So Sylvia was scheduled to give her speech 6th. Adele sat next to Alger again and leaned in to glance at Sylvia beside him. Alger, why are you here if you're not speaking? Where are Marta and Sophie from your school? Why aren't they participating in the competition? Why let this girl participate? Actually, he was trying to get closer to Alger to find out the contact information of the beautiful girl with the high ponytail. It's none of your damn business. Alger shot him a glance from the corner of his eye, barely suppressing the urge to hit him. As the competition started, Adele couldn't speak to him anymore and obediently waited for his turn. Once he went up, Alger quickly took off his jacket and put it on the adjacent seat. This Adele was too annoying. He couldn't sit next to him anymore. After finishing his speech and coming back, Adele saw the jacket on the seat and had no choice but to sullenly go sit somewhere else. It was almost Sylvia's turn to go on stage. Alger and the Bennies cheered for her, encouraging her. Good morning, teachers. I'm Sylvia from Xuanhuan Middle School. Standing on stage, Sylvia began her speech. Gradually, the venue fell silent. Sylvia's clear and passionate voice resonated through the microphone, touching the heart of everyone present. Everyone gazed tearfully at the young girl on stage. Too moving. Braden had heard it several times, but no matter how many times he listened, he still couldn't hold back his tears, shedding them profusely. Bernard also wiped away his old tears. Adele stared blankly at Sylvia, trembling, his eyes blurred with tears. When the girl finished speaking, sniffling and sobbing could be heard from the audience, along with sounds of nose blowing and sighs of admiration. A few seconds later, as if everyone had just realized, they clapped vigorously. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the hall. Such an excellent speech. The girl is amazing. Another student from Xuanhuan Middle School, making a name for herself. At the last county sports meet, students from Xuanhuan Middle School already made a splash. Now, in this speech contest, they were doing it again. There was no need to listen to other school speeches anymore. The first place was already decided. The subsequent contestants went up under pressure, giving their best effort, but their performances weren't quite satisfactory. Their teachers shook their heads in disappointment. First place was now out of reach. After the competition, the top 3 went up to receive their awards. Sylvia won first prize, and Adele came in second. Sylvia stood in the middle, holding the award certificate with a radiant smile. Adele stood beside her, smiling. Never did he expect that this unremarkable-looking girl could outshine him. Indeed, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Clapping could be heard from below. Seeing Adele standing next to Sylvia, Alger felt uneasy and uncomfortable. How could any other boy stand beside Sylvia? Many teachers congratulated Braden as they left. Congratulations, Teacher Benny. I didn't expect our public school to be beaten by a private school like yours. Xuanhuan Middle School truly has outstanding talents: athletics, painting, calligraphy, essay writing, oratory. What isn't your school good at? Braden smiled slightly, thanks mainly to Principal Eddie's leadership. Since Xuanhuan Middle School got a new principal, it had indeed been getting better and better. Awards they once dared not dream of winning were now within their grasp. Xiaoxiang, I got an award too. Sylvia grinned as she showed Alger her award certificate. Her smile was so bright, revealing her neat and white teeth. Rachel is really great. Alger smiled gently and tenderly patted her head. Indeed, only the award certificate wins her heart. Rachel, you did so well in your speech. It really touched me. Braden's voice was hoarse, still deeply moved. He hadn't heard a single word of the speeches given by the subsequent students. He was lost in his own world, unable to pull himself out. Come on, Dad, let's go back. Braden patted Braxtonzi softly on the back. The 4 of them walked out with the crowd. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Adele was walking out when he noticed that the teacher who accompanied him kept staring at Sylvia's back. That's her. The teacher muttered thoughtfully. Adele was puzzled. Who? That girl got the top score in the city during the entrance exam for senior high school. The teacher murmured. Back then, he and several other teachers from the school had personally approached her, hoping she would come to experimental middle school, offering very attractive conditions. But she chose to attend Xuanhuan Middle School, the worst one. The teachers had always felt deeply sorry for her. What they had been worried about eventually happened. She gradually went from being the pride of everyone to fading into obscurity. After getting into the car, the 4 of them quickly returned to school. Braden went to Principal Eddie and told him the good news that Sylvia had won first prize. Principal Eddie was very happy and immediately announced Sylvia's achievement throughout the school, making sure everyone knew this great news. When Sylvia's name was mentioned over the school's PA system, praising her for winning the county speech contest, everyone was amazed. The former stutterer now had such impressive speaking skills. How inspiring. Marta, however, curled her lip disdainfully. What's so great about it? Academic excellence is what really matters. It was Friday again. Alger rode his bike, carrying Sylvia as usual, heading to Slade's place first. Knowing they were coming, Jolene and Wanda were waiting in the store. Suetti was there too. Jolene and Wanda pulled Sylvia into the store, asking about her well-being and what was happening at school. Sylvia showed them the award certificate from the speech competition. Seeing it, they were delighted and showered her with praise. A few men chatted outside. Xiaohang, I've investigated. Jalen is a trustworthy partner. Slade shared the details of Thomas with Alger. Alger nodded slightly, borrowed Slade's phone, and called Ardell, asking him to help draft a cooperation agreement. Ardell agreed readily. Alger, there's something I need to tell you. Your uncle fainted outside the court and was sent to the hospital. His condition wasn't good. He has already been discharged because no one could take care of him in the hospital, and he couldn't afford to stay. This news shocked Alger. Chapter 175. Halston's Retribution. Halston's retribution came too quickly, didn't it? But his comeuppance has just begun. The hard days are yet to come. Alger hung up the phone, feeling a bit complicated. In his previous life, Halston fell ill because he was angered by his daughter-in-law. In this life, he was made sick by Alger. Suetti looked at the obedient Sylvia in the room and asked Alger, no one bullies Rachel at school, right? Alger raised an eyebrow. With me around, who dares bully her? Anyone who dares to bully my Rachel doesn't want to live anymore. True, who would dare provoke you? Suetti chuckled and punched him playfully. Jolene and Wanda didn't want to let Sylvia go home. They wanted to keep her around. They just couldn't get enough of being close to her. When Sylvia left, they packed a lot of snacks for her. Sylvia sat on the bicycle and waved at the Sue family. Heather, as usual, waited for them at the door. Seeing them return, she immediately greeted them with a broad smile. Sylvia happily took out her certificate, which delighted Heather. Inside the house, Heather told Alger that Halston had suffered a stroke, causing his mouth to droop, eyes to slant, and even his leg became lame. I heard if he suffers another stroke, he might end up bedridden, unable to take care of himself. Heather sighed. Being kind-hearted, she couldn't bear to see others suffer. Alger didn't respond but went into the kitchen to cook. However, he found that the small table in the kitchen was gone. replaced by a new one. The wok and lid were also new. Even the plates and bowls were new. These things were too old, so it's time to replace them with new ones, Heather explained, slightly averting her gaze. What about the old plates and bowls? Alger asked. Given how frugal Heather usually was, it was unlikely she'd replace everything unless they were unusable. And besides, why replace a perfectly good iron pot? The old plates and bowls. Heather stuttered. Heather, what exactly happened? Alger asked, staring intently at her, sensing something amiss. Grandma? Sylvia also looked worriedly at her. Clearly, she was hiding something from them. Hang, I'll tell you, but don't do anything rash. Heather had no choice but to reveal the truth. After Halston was sent home that day, his wife stormed over to Heather, furious. If Alger had been home, she wouldn't have dared. She cursed Alger as an ingrate and stormed into the kitchen, smashing the dining table, breaking the plates and bowls, and even smashed the iron pot with a hammer. Heather couldn't stop her. If Heather were Alger's real grandmother, the woman probably wouldn't have dared to act so violently. Since Alger wasn't home, she only vented her anger on Heather. What she didn't realize was that Heather held a place in Alger's heart dearer than any blood relation. Upon hearing Heather's account, Alger frowned deeply, clenched his fists tightly, and without a word, stormed out of the kitchen. Hang, don't go to your uncle's house. They're having a tough time too. Heather tried to stop him, flustered. Grandma, this can't be let go like this. Sylvia pulled at Heather urgently. Grandma, stay here and wait for us. Don't go anywhere. She ran after Alger. Hang, wait for me. Hearing her voice, Alger stopped. Rachel. Alger's eyes were bloodshot. Come on, let's go get justice for Grandma. Sylvia's face flushed with determination. She wouldn't allow anyone to bully Grandma. Alger nodded forcefully and went to Halston's house with Sylvia. Useless piece of trash. You lost the lawsuit, now you're crippled. How did I end up marrying you? Such a weakling. You blinded yourself when you married me. Your son still hasn't gotten married. You're useless as a father. Before Alger and Sylvia even reached Halston's yard, they heard his wife ranting and raving. They walked into the yard boldly. Halston was sitting in a chair in the courtyard, his mouth crooked, saliva dribbling down his chin. His right hand was twisted and shaking, while his legs trembled uncontrollably. His wife squatted on the ground washing clothes, still cursing under her breath. Seeing Alger and Sylvia, Halston's wife finally stopped scolding. Hang, how did you come? Look at your uncle, alas, how did it come to this? She stood up and wiped non-existent tears from her eyes with her apron. Did she think feigning weakness would soften Alger's heart? Halston stared nervously at Alger, his eyes wide. His crooked mouth twitched, unable to utter a word. Was he mute too? No wonder Ardell said his condition was serious. Flushing with cold anger, Alger said nothing and kicked over a stool in the yard. He picked up a wooden stick and strode into the kitchen. Halston's wife was terrified and hurried after him. Hang, what are you doing? But soon, she didn't dare to follow anymore. The sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to go inside, fearing that Alger might hurt her by accident. Fong, hang, stop it. She gritted her teeth and shouted weakly. Alger rushed into the kitchen and started smashing everything. All the kitchenware was broken to pieces. Neighbors heard the commotion and rushed over, gathering at the courtyard entrance to peek curiously. Oh no, don't smash them. How can we cook without them? Halston's wife stood at the kitchen door, screaming and jumping but not daring to block Alger. Halston made grunting noises, his saliva dripping onto his shirt. He was anxious too. As he panicked, he fell directly off the chair and couldn't get back up. Halston's son finally emerged from the house upon hearing the ruckus. He rushed toward the kitchen and, seeing Alger, quickly turned around and ran back into the house like a rat encountering a cat. He truly didn't dare offend this deity-like figure. Stop smashing. You ungrateful wolf. How will we live now? This is going to kill us. Halston's wife screamed hysterically, her voice hoarse. Rachel, quickly persuade Hang to stop smashing. She then pleaded desperately with Sylvia. Why did you smash our kitchen? Why did you bully my grandma? Sylvia coldly questioned Halston's wife, showing no sympathy. Chapter 176, Natalie is taken away. Halston's wife was initially stunned. You're not stuttering anymore, little girl? None of your business. Sylvia glared at her angrily. Why have you become so fierce, young lady? Halston's wife grew even more puzzled. How did the little lamb turn into a little wolf? The neighbors who were watching outside the courtyard also whispered among themselves. How did the little stutterer stop stuttering? They hadn't known when it happened. Alger came out after wrecking the kitchen, his face turning cold. If you dare to bully Heather again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. He cast a cold glance over Halston's house, as if he could tear down their entire house. You. Halston's wife held in her anger, but dared not voice it. Also, the 45,000 yuan compensation must be given to me today, or else. Do you know what enforcement means? If you can't come up with the cash compensation, I will have no choice but to request the court to sell your valuables. The farmland has already been flattened by me. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself and destroy the crops. Upon hearing this, Halston's wife could no longer endure it, shouting. Are you crazy? Asking for 45,000 yuan? You might as well rob a bank. My kitchen is already broken by you, and you didn't compensate us yet. If you have any complaints, take it up with the court. I'm just reclaiming what belongs to me according to the law. Anyone who dares to bully Heather will be dealt with by me. Alger was unwilling to waste more words on her. After all, everything that should be said was said, and everything that should be smashed was smashed. He left Halston's house with Sylvia. The neighbors, who had been watching, quickly moved aside to let them pass. Alger's last words were meant for these villagers to hear. Let's see who would still dare to bully Heather. Looking at the kitchen in ruins, Halston's wife was furious, pounding her chest. She would need to spend a lot of money buying new pots, bowls, and other kitchen utensils. Alger, this ingrate. Halston was still lying on the ground, muttering something and drooling uncontrollably. His wife walked over and slapped him across the face, followed by another slap, venting her anger on him. There's no good person in your Su family. Each one of you is an ungrateful wolf. You won't care about your father. Neither does Norris. You are all conscienceless wolves. Alger and Sylvia returned home. Heather had been waiting at the door and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Grandma, they won't dare to bully you anymore." Sylvia told her about how Alger had wrecked Halston's kitchen. But their family isn't easy either. Hong's cousin hasn't married yet. Heather sighed softly. "Grandma, this is called fighting fire with fire. It's because they provoked us first. We don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it." Sylvia replied angrily. "Who let that woman bully Grandma? She could fight that woman to the death." "Heather, Natalie is right. Anyone who dares to bully us will be taken care of by me." Alger gritted his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. "Oh my, Hong, nobody bullied me. You mustn't be so extreme." Heather was worried that Alger might really hurt someone. All these years, she had endured and maintained a superficial harmony with the villagers. After Alger made such a fuss, she felt somewhat at a loss. "Grandma, don't worry. Everything will be as usual, only you don't need to try hard to please them anymore. It's unnecessary. Besides, it's not worth it. They wouldn't appreciate your kindness anyway." Alger comforted Heather. "With us protecting you, you have nothing to fear." Heather was touched. These two children had grown up. The lawsuit between Alger and Halston was known by everyone in the village, and everyone knew that Halston lost and had to pay Alger a large amount of money. Originally, when Alger said he would sue Halston, nobody took it seriously. But who would have thought that this kid actually sued Halston, and even won? The villagers realized that this kid wasn't simple. They had better be cautious when dealing with him, and they shouldn't bully Heather anymore. By the next day, Halston still hadn't paid the compensation. Alger thought about delivering the processed popcorn to Clark first, then coming back to ask Halston for the money. Sylvia wanted to learn knitting from Heather and didn't go with Alger. Heather bought light blue wool to knit a sweater for Alger. Sylvia had mentioned learning before, so she decided to teach her now. Alger went to the county town with the popcorn, going fast and coming back fast, without lingering too long at Clark's place. Siren told did he expect that something would happen at home during his short absence. When he returned, the courtyard gate was wide open, and there were signs of a struggle in the yard. The light blue ball of wool fell on the ground, in a mess, covered with dust and footprints. "Heather, Natalie." Alger was scared pale, shouting loudly for them. He rushed into the house, then the kitchen, even the bathroom, but found no sign of them. Something must have happened. His head spun, feeling dizzy. He pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to stay calm. Running out of the yard, he looked around. He saw several villagers heading towards Halston's place, with curious expressions, moving quite fast. Alger immediately ran over and stopped them. "Did you see Heather and Natalie?" he asked coldly. Instinctively, the villagers took a few steps back, their eyes avoiding his gaze, shaking their heads. "Speak up," Alger roared, clenching his fists, glaring at them with bloodshot eyes. Startled, they stared at his tight fists and trembled, pointing toward Halston's house. "Oh, over there." Upon hearing this, Alger's eyes turned cold, dashing over at lightning speed. Where did Alger go? They only felt a figure flash by. As soon as Alger reached Halston's house, he heard Heather's sorrowful sobs. "Please, let Natalie go. She's just a child. I'll give you whatever money you want. Please don't hurt her." A large red she, happiness, character was pasted on the door, with a crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance. But none dared to enter. Seeing Alger, these people quickly retreated. Only then did Alger see what was happening in the yard. Heather knelt on the ground, her face smeared with tears and snot, pleading with those in the yard. These people were Halston's wife's relatives, led by two uncles. Villagers from Shangshu village hadn't joined in. Halston, his wife, and his son watched Heather coldly. Chapter 177. Rachel is my wife. Who dares to touch her? Heather. Ari shouted and rushed forward to help Heather up. "Hurry, save Rachel." Heather weakly glanced toward the hall. Seeing Ari, the three members of Jamar's family instinctively stepped back. Jamar's son was even scared enough to hide behind his mother. They hadn't expected Ari to return so quickly. Even a 20-something-year-old young man was afraid of Ari, who was still in high school. "Suhui, don't you dare go inside now. Once it's done, not even an emperor could interfere." Suhui's two uncles shouted at him loudly. The couple Jamar also pushed their son towards the hall. "Let me out, you bad people." Sylvia's voice came from inside the hall. Ari felt a tightening in his chest and immediately rushed towards the hall. "Hold him back." Jamar's wife yelled anxiously. Her relatives surrounded Ari immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Jamar's wife hurriedly pushed Suhui into the hall. "Son, going quick." Suhui stumbled. He was actually very scared. Especially of Ari, he didn't dare to confront him. Jamar and his wife were also afraid of Ari, but for their son not to be single forever, they had decided to take risks. Moreover, with the support of his in-laws, the couple felt bolder. Just as Suhui was about to open the door to the hall, a powerful force suddenly hit him from behind. Ari, like picking up a little chick, grabbed the collar of his shirt, lifted him up, and threw him aside. Suhui screamed and fell to the ground. Around him, many of his relatives were already sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Ari, using his strength alone, sent these people flying, stunning the onlookers. Was it because Ari was too strong, or were these people just too weak? Ari kicked the door of the hall open with one foot. Rachel. Sylvia was tied up and placed on the cold floor of the hall. Tears stained her face, fear in her eyes, her clothes dirty, and even dust in her hair. Ari was heartbroken. He ran over quickly and hugged Sylvia tightly in his arms. "Hang hang." Sylvia cried even harder, her voice hoarse. "Rachel, it's all my fault, making you scared." Ari couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had arrived a moment later. He hurriedly untied the ropes on Sylvia and helped her up. Sylvia had been tied for too long, her legs numb, unable to stand steady. Ari picked her up. She buried her face in his chest, sobbing continuously, not wanting to see anyone. Rachel, my poor Rachel, are you okay? Heather staggered over. Heather, call the police right away, Ari said in a hoarse voice. His piercing gaze swept across everyone present. Heather took her phone out of her pocket and tremblingly dialed 110. The group of people related to Jamar became a bit panicked. Ari let Heather use the speakerphone. Comrades, there is someone here illegally detaining others. He spoke solemnly, holding her tighter in his arms. Ari, don't make things up. What illegal detention? You just don't understand the situation. Heather received our dowry. We followed village customs, letting Xiaohui and Rachel become betrothed first. Jamar's wife insisted firmly. Betrothal? Rachel is my wife. I see who dares touch her. Ari said loudly. Everyone heard it. Sylvia slowly raised her tear-filled eyes and stared blankly at his chin. Her heart pounded. He said she was his wife. Even knowing he did this to protect her, she couldn't hide her excitement. Heather, since you've taken the money, this matter can't be left unresolved. Rachel must marry Xiaohui. Jamar's wife was determined. For her unambitious son to have a wife, she must stand firm against Ari. She couldn't believe that so many people from her side would lose to a young guy like Ari. How unreasonable are you? Wasn't this money compensation for Hang Hang? Heather hurriedly took out a bundle of money and tossed it fiercely in front of Jamar's wife. We will give the compensation to Ari. Why would it be given to you? When I gave you the money, I said clearly that it was dowry. Jamar's wife said shamelessly. Heather was nearly fainted with anger. You never mentioned dowry. How could you be so unreasonable? If you had said dowry, I wouldn't have accepted this money. Hearing this, Ari understood what had happened. At some point, Jamar's wife set her sights on Sylvia. She called her relatives and came when Alger was not at home, bringing money. Heather thought the money was compensation for the land, so she accepted it. As soon as she took the money, those people forcibly took Sylvia away. They bound her and threw her into the hall, trying to let Ace take her by force, hoping to make a done deal. What filthy and despicable thoughts. How shameless. They even dared to covet his Rachel. Alger wished he could tear these people into pieces. He took the phone from Heather and called Ardell and reporter Magnus, asking them to come to Shangshu village quickly. This matter couldn't be left unresolved. He would make these people pay. Lowering his eyes, he looked at the girl in his arms, her face stained with tears, still trembling slightly. Cyrank, a frightened little kitten. Alger, put down this girl immediately. Halston's wife's relatives got up from the ground, each of them glaring at Alger. Some even picked up household items as weapons. Do it before the police arrive. Halston's wife's elder brother urged everyone to move forward, preparing to take down Alger. Alger sneered. These people were truly ignorant of the law. In a legal society, they thought they could do whatever they wanted. Sylvia was extremely tense, clutching tightly onto Alger's clothes. Rachel, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. He whispered comfortingly on top of her head. You can't do this. So many people bullying a child. Are you still human? Heather spread her arms, standing in front of Alger to protect him. Heather, don't worry, they can't touch me. You go to the village entrance and lead the police here. Alger softly told Heather. But Heather was very worried about him, but she knew that staying here wouldn't help. It would be better to bring the police over as soon as possible. Only when the police arrived would these people be restrained. She didn't delay any longer and hurriedly ran to the village entrance. Although these people were somewhat panicked, they weren't afraid of the police coming. They were getting married, something the police had no authority over. Moreover, Sylvia was an adult, though not of marriageable age yet. Being engaged wasn't a problem. Alger quietly turned on the video recording function on his phone. The footage would prove that he acted in self-defense if he injured anyone. With his super physical abilities, carrying Sylvia was effortless. Dealing with these people only required some kicks. Ivy, wait for the right moment and quickly carry your bride into the house. If you act like a fool, get ready to stay single all your life. Halston's wife's elder brother reminded Ace. Chapter 178. Overturn them. Ace nodded lifelessly, then glanced at Alger fearfully. Halston, who had been standing to the side all along, dragged his lame leg over to his son. With great difficulty, he raised his trembling arm and slapped his son on the head, using his actions to chastise him. Ace stared at Halston's crooked mouth and squinted eyes with disgust. Halston's sister-in-law's elder brother had already rushed in front of Alger, but was kicked aside by Alger before he could even make a move. The people behind him kept charging forward, only to be kicked away by Alger. Undeterred, they picked up household items like sticks and brooms, surged forward again. But they were still knocked down by Alger with one kick. How can this kid fight so well? Has he studied martial arts or what? Damn it. Halston's sister-in-law's elder brother spat viciously and charged again with a stick. Sadly, the stick was broken by Alger, and Halston's sister-in-law's elder brother was also kicked to the ground. The others continued to attack undaunted, despite being beaten to the ground. Alger played with them as if amusing monkeys, waiting for the police to arrive. Sylvia lifted her eyes and looked at him worriedly. Rachel, don't worry about me. You see, I can handle it. As Alger said this, he kicked one person who rushed up into the air. He remained rooted to the spot without moving. When Halston's wife tried to grab Sylvia, she too was kicked away by Alger. She cried out in pain and called Ace to grab the girl. How could Ace have the guts? Scared by Alger's glare, he didn't dare move. Halston was helpless as well. Rachel, tell me, who tied you up? Alger asked Sylvia softly. Sylvia raised her head slightly and looked at Ace's two uncles. They were the ones who had bound her. Alger stared coldly at Ace's two uncles, slowly walking toward them. Ace's two uncles got up from the ground through the pain, retreating step by step. Alger's icy gaze made them shiver uncontrollably. He put his phone in his pocket and used his foot to flick a stick into his hand. This scared everyone, causing them to duck, almost falling over. You, what are you going to do? Ace's eldest uncle couldn't fight anymore. His ribs near his heart were broken, causing severe pain and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Alger curled his lips into a cold smile. You scared my Rachel. Upon saying this, he swung the stick at Ace's eldest uncle. Ah, Ace's eldest uncle screamed in agony, falling to the ground and spitting out blood. Everyone retreated in fright, realizing Alger had intentions to kill. They didn't dare engage him again. However, Alger wasn't about to let them off. He gently pressed Sylvia's head against his chest. Rachel, be good, close your eyes. Sylvia buried herself in his embrace, obediently closing her eyes. She heard the sounds of the stick hitting flesh, puff puff, the sounds of bones breaking, crack crack, and the screams of anguish, ah, desperate cries for mercy echoed around. Slade. Sir Sue. Sign Sue, stop, we're wrong, please spare us. Ah, grandfather please, save us help. Especially Halston's wife, who screamed and begged repeatedly while being beaten. Stop. Ah, I'm going to die. Stop it. Ah. To everyone's surprise, Alger even beat women. Halston wailed pitifully, his slow movements making him unable to dodge any of Alger's strikes. Ace was also beaten until he was covered in wounds. He dared not dodge or beg for mercy. The spectators watched in shock, not daring to breathe, keeping their distance, afraid of being injured by Alger. Even if they all rushed him, they might not be able to overpower Alger. Sign Sue, please spare us. Really, someone's going to die? Halston's wife's elder brother struggled to his knees, begging through the pain. After a few seconds, he collapsed again, unable to get back up. Others lay on the ground groaning in pain. Finally, sirens rang out at the village entrance. Alger scoffed and threw the stick away. Don't move, police here. The police finally arrived. The villagers watching outside quickly cleared a path. Cheng's grandmother rushed over, anxiously checking on Alger and Sylvia. Relief washed over her when she saw they were fine. At the same time, Ardell and reporter Magnus arrived. Magnus rushed in with his camera, taking photos left and right. Seeing the group lying on the ground in pain, both Ardell and reporter Magnus and the police were stunned. Many were injured, some with broken ribs, others with broken noses, some missing teeth, and some even spitting blood, likely with internal injuries. The police were momentarily confused about the situation. Comrades of the police, all these people were beaten by me, but it was in self-defense. I have a video as evidence. Alger calmly handed over the phone to Ardell. Lawyer Jiang, I want to press charges against them for illegal detention. Ardell took the phone and looked at him, then glanced at the group on the ground, somewhat incredulous that Alger had taken down all of them single-handedly. Magnus and the police also found this hard to believe. What really happened still needed further investigation by the police. Finally, all the injured were sent to the hospital. Of course, the family of 3, Halston included, were also taken to the hospital. Ace had been so frightened by one blow from Alger that he wet his pants on the spot. Since childhood, when Alger chased him with a cleaver, he had been terrified and developed a psychological shadow. He couldn't handle any shocks. The villagers who witnessed the scene also gave their testimonies. Before the police, they dared not lie. They told the truth as it was. Alger, Heather, and Sylvia went to the police station to assist with the investigation. That evening's news reported the incident. Although Alger wasn't hurt, the members of Halston's wife's family had committed intentional injury, facing at least 3 months of imprisonment. The crime committed by the family of 3, Halston included, was even more severe. Holding Sylvia captive with so many villagers as witnesses would likely result in several years of imprisonment. At the police station, Halston's wife still felt wronged, saying that Heather had accepted their dowry money. They had arranged the engagement of Ace and Sylvia according to village customs. Ignorant of the law, they still believed they hadn't done anything wrong. In reality, Ace could be considered guilty of attempted rape. However, Alger feared it would tarnish Sylvia's reputation and didn't press charges under this name. The family of 3, Halston included, couldn't understand why what they did in the village for years suddenly became a crime. Halston and his wife blamed their son for being useless, having let a sure thing slip away. If things had progressed to the point of no return, everything would have been fine. If Ace had really done such a thing, his entire family might have met their end at the hands of Alger. They didn't know how important Sylvia was to Alger. Sylvia was still in shock. Ardell had already taken her, Alger, and Heather home. Heather stayed inside with Sylvia, hugging her lovingly. Alger spoke with Ardell in the yard. Lawyer Jiang, don't let any of these people off. Halston can't afford my compensation. I want to sell his belongings and demolish his house. I'll destroy those 4 acres of land tomorrow. Alger still hadn't quelled his anger. Don't worry. None of them will escape justice. But really, what they did is so absurd. Do they have no legal knowledge at all? In this rule of law society, they actually kidnapped the girl and tied her up. How bold. Ardell shook his head repeatedly. He was speechless about their actions. Can't help it, lack of education? Alger sighed wryly. His parents were united in a similar way. It was said that his mother was forced to marry his father back then. His father didn't like his mother either. Neither liked each other, yet Alger was born. He was neither loved by his father nor his mother. They formed new families outside and completely abandoned him as a son. It was late, and Ardell drove back. Before leaving, he reassured Alger that injuring those people was justified self-defense and promised to take care of it. Alger knew Ardell could handle it, so he wasn't worried. What surprised him was how capable Alger was, able to take down a group of people alone. Alger cooked some noodles and brought them to Sylvia's room. The 3 of them hadn't eaten since noon and evening. Heather, Rachel, eat something. Don't starve yourselves. Alger placed the noodles on a stool in the room. I can't eat. You 2 go ahead. Heather's eyes were red from crying all afternoon. She blamed herself for being weak and letting Halston's wife trick her, nearly harming Sylvia. Grandma, I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. Let's eat together. Sylvia forced a smile, her chapped lips bleeding slightly. Alger was heartbroken watching her. He gave a bowl of noodles to Heather. Sniffling, she sat beside the bed and started eating. Alger brought another bowl and personally fed Sylvia. No need, I can feed myself. Sylvia reached for the bowl, but Alger stopped her. Rachel, be good, let me feed you. He picked up a little bit of noodle with chopsticks, blew gently, and brought it to Sylvia's lips. Sylvia opened her mouth to eat and smiled. Very tasty. Yet, Alger felt a pang of sorrow. He had promised that he would never let his Rachel be wronged again, that he would never let anyone bully her. But today, he really wanted to slap himself. How did he protect Rachel? Chapter 179 Demolishing Houses and Destroying Land. Hang, eat too. Sylvia gently pushed the bowl. Alger nodded, but felt a heavy lump in his chest. He stuffed a large mouthful of noodles into his mouth and gave her a faint smile. Give me this bowl to eat. Sylvia took the bowl from his hand and began eating with her head down. Alger picked up the bowl on the stool and put some noodles into Sylvia's bowl. Rachel, there's still some in the pot. I'll serve you more after you finish. Okay. Sylvia smiled. She knew that Alger and Heather felt very guilty. She tried hard not to make them worry about her anymore. Heather sighed lightly and wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. The next morning, just as the three had gotten up, Slade's family of four drove over in their minivan. Rachel. Jolene ran straight over and hugged Sylvia tightly. Don't be scared, child. Grandma will never let those scoundrels off. Wanda stroked Sylvia's head, looking at her with concern. Slade and Sue Eddie also looked worriedly at Sylvia. Grandma, godfather, godmother, brother, I'm fine. Really? Sylvia said through sobs. She was indeed fine, but being cared for by them made her want to cry. Seeing her like this, the entire Sue family felt heartbroken. Before they could go inside, Ronnie arrived with the Benny family father and son. As soon as the news broadcast last night ended, they wanted to rush over immediately, but it was too late, and they were afraid of disturbing everyone's rest, so they waited until now. None of them had slept all night, worrying. Ronnie explained to the Benny family father and son on the way here that Sylvia and Alger were okay. His brother Ardell was actually at the scene, but the father and son still couldn't feel reassured. Why did you all come? Heather looked at everyone, feeling deeply moved. There were still so many people who cared about them. Sylvia also looked at everyone, touched. Alger briefly recounted the events to everyone. Xiaohang, your uncle is really something else to do such things. If anything really happened, these people deserve to die 100 times over. Everyone denounced Halston and others' despicable actions. Heather invited everyone into the house. People sat or stood, and before anyone could start talking, another group came outside. Is Aunt Chung at home? A group of middle-aged and elderly women led a crowd of children into the yard. Heather came out to see and recognized them. They were relatives of Halston's wife's family, elder aunts, younger aunts, sisters-in-law, etc. Yesterday it was a bunch of men causing trouble, and today it was a bunch of women and children. Looking at them, Heather's face turned stern. Why are you here again? Do you want to be arrested by the police like your menfolk? The Sue family all glared coldly at them. The leading woman, the elder sister-in-law of Halston's wife, hurried to explain. Aunt Chung, you misunderstand us. We didn't come to cause trouble. We came to beg you not to press charges against our men. Our families have old and young. If the men go to jail, how can we widows and orphans live? The woman spoke and burst into tears. Other women sobbed along with her, pinching the children beside them. The children, in pain, cried out loudly. Cries filled the courtyard, just like a funeral. You should shut up. If only you thought of this today. This is all your own doing. If you blame anyone, blame yourselves. Do you expect others not to retaliate when you bully them? This matter can't be left unresolved. Jolene shouted angrily at them. The elder sister-in-law of Halston's wife immediately stopped crying and glared at her. Who are you? What does Chung family's affair have to do with you? Stop meddling in other people's business. So, their true colors showed. Just moments ago, they were sobbing and looking pitiful, and now they were glaring fiercely. I am Rachel's godmother. Of course I care about my goddaughter's affairs. We won't let any of your men off. They all belong in prison. Jolene glared back at her without backing down. Are you human beings? We have already come to beg you. Why won't you let it go? The elder sister-in-law of Halston's wife gritted her teeth, glaring at Jolene with hate. Jolene was about to argue further but was stopped by Alger. Aunt Fong, arguing with them is pointless. Just a waste of breath. Don't bother with them. It's not worth getting upset over. At this moment, Ronnie's phone rang. It was Ardell calling. He said the enforcement order for Halston was issued. Since he couldn't repay Alger's compensation, their assets would be sold directly. Ardell used his connections to get permission, allowing Alger to handle things however he wished, as long as it satisfied him. Of course I am going to demolish their house and destroy their crops. Alger loudly announced his decision to everyone. Good, Xiaohang. I'll call for an excavator right away. Slade immediately made a phone call, arranging for the excavator and some men to come over. Finally, they realized the gravity of the situation. Why was he still planning to demolish the house and ruin the land? Had their actions backfired? No. Can we discuss this matter properly? There's no need to escalate things. We're all family. Halston's wife's elder sister-in-law softened her tone again, but it was too late. No one paid attention to her. Alger led Slade and others to Halston's house. Halston's wife's relatives hurriedly followed behind. The group's imposing presence left the villagers in astonishment. Yesterday, Halston's wife had only given Heather 10,000 yuan, which Heather threw back at her later in Halston's courtyard. Halston couldn't pay the 45,000 yuan compensation to Alger. Alger didn't intend to pursue that money either. It was uncollectible. With Halston having suffered a stroke, he could no longer work the fields, earn money, and faced potential imprisonment. Ace was a lost cause, unable to be relied upon to earn money to repay the debt. Alger wanted everyone in the village to see what would happen to those who bullied his Rachel. The men called by Slade had already arrived, a group of sturdy men. He instructed them to follow Alger's orders. Demolish the roof beams, remove the tiles, take down the doors and windows, and move everything inside out to smash and burn. Alger calmly commanded. The men shouted in agreement and immediately got to work. Don't do it. It's illegal. I'm calling the police. Halston's wife's elder sister-in-law stepped forward in agitation to stop them. Chapter 180. Severing ties with his father. Go ahead and report it. Call the police if you dare. Let me tell you, we've got legal permission. The police can't do anything about it. Jolene leaned in close to her, a smirk curling on her lips as she whispered. To be honest, Alger has some serious backing. He's got connections with the police, lawyers, and journalists alike. She pointed at Ronnie nearby. See him? He's a big lawyer. Then she gestured toward the Binney family father and son. They are Alger's teachers, highly respected. With their influence, do you really think you can afford to provoke them? Halston's wife's elder sister-in-law was stunned by Jolene's intimidation. Unfamiliar with Ronnie, she believed he was indeed a prominent lawyer. She hadn't expected that Alger's connections were so strong. They simply couldn't afford to offend him. The villagers who witnessed the previous day's events finally realized they couldn't mess with Alger. Provoking him would land them in court. No one dared to stop these thugs, nor did anyone call the police. Everyone feared attracting trouble. Halston's house was dismantled piece by piece, with furniture dragged out. In the end, only a few walls remained standing. The beams of the dismantled house were smashed, windows and doors destroyed, glass shattering loudly. Following Alger's orders, the men set fire to the beams, windows, doors, and furniture in the courtyard. The blazing fire burned fiercely, and Halston's home was now in ruins. What shall we do? How can I face my younger sister-in-law? Halston's wife's elder sister-in-law knelt down, sobbing bitterly. The women she had brought along also cried uncontrollably. Alger and his group watched coldly, showing no sympathy for them. The villagers looked at Alger fearfully. This kid was ruthless. Halston's once peaceful home had been completely ruined by him. Those who had bullied Alger before were now anxious, fearing they might become the next Halston. If he could ruin even his own uncle, what chance did they stand? The excavator Alger had called had already arrived at Halston's doorstep. This massive machine stood parked outside his house. Curious villagers examined it. They rarely saw such a large machine. It must have cost a lot to bring something like this here. Leading the massive machine, Alger headed to his own plot of land. Seeing the 4 mu of farmland seized by Halston, he smiled faintly, directing the driver to start working. The crops like radishes and cabbage were crushed into pieces under the excavator. He ordered the driver to turn over the soil again, mixing crops and dirt together into mud. 4 mu of crops, just like that, were gone. The villagers' perception of Alger's ruthlessness escalated. This kid was truly not to be provoked. The village chief of Shangzukan had been hiding at the back of the crowd, observing secretly. From the demolition of the house to the destruction of the land, he had seen everything firsthand. But he didn't dare utter a word. Cyrank a spy, he feared exposing himself or being discovered by Alger. At this moment, he could only hide like a coward. Alger must still remember his wrongdoings. If he had advised Halston to return the land, perhaps none of this would have happened. Finally, the excavator drove away, and the thugs climbed back into their minivans and left. When they first arrived, jumping out of the vans, they had terrified the crowd watching. Halston's wife's relatives watched helplessly as the house and farmland were destroyed, too afraid to confront Alger, eventually fleeing in disgrace. Angering him might lead him to destroy their houses and farmlands as well. Alger and his group returned to Cheng's home. The women were still sitting inside chatting. Seeing that Sylvia was doing much better, Jolene and the others felt relieved. The men were busy cooking in the kitchen. Ardell called Ronnie to ask about the situation. He and reporter Magnus were on their way. Ronnie replied that everything was settled and told them to buy a large round folding table on the way, as there were too many people for the existing tables. Alger had initially intended to stop them. Actually, he wanted to buy an apartment in town for Heather and Sylvia to live in. Because of this plan, and knowing the houses here would eventually be demolished, he hadn't added any new furniture. However, buying a house wasn't cheap, and they didn't have enough money right now. So, they might as well buy new furniture first. When the time came, they could move it into the new house. Ronnie, tell your brother to buy a round folding table, the best quality available. I'll pay for it. Alger interjected. Ronnie hurriedly relayed the message to Ardell. After hanging up, Ronnie continued adding fuel to the stove, making quite a good fire. A rich young master knew how to use a wood-fired stove. Alger found this strange. So, Ronnie, have you used a wood-fired stove before? Ronnie laughed and nodded. I'm from the countryside, alright? Of course, I know how to use a wood-fired stove. Alger gave a faint smile. Don't joke around. You don't even recognize a cabbage seedling, yet you call yourself a country boy. Ronnie said with a straight face, I'm really from the countryside. If I'm lying, I'll be a little dog. My hometown is in the countryside too. I just haven't worked the land. If you don't believe me, ask my brother when he comes. My brother knows how to use an earthen stove as well, and so does my whole family. We all love eating dishes cooked on an earthen stove. Alger hurriedly said, I believe you. Quickly add some firewood. He shouldn't have asked Ronnie, who was such a chatterbox. Alger threw the chopped chicken pieces into the pot, added the ingredients and water, and let it simmer. Taking this opportunity, he prepared other dishes. Alger, I watched Superbrain on Friday night. You actually won first place. Ronnie poked his head out from under the stove, excitedly saying, How can you be so amazing? I seriously suspect if you're Einstein reincarnated. Alger glanced at him and said indifferently, Do you want to dissect my brain for research? What are you thinking? That would be murder. Ronnie shrank his neck and sat up straight to stoke the fire. Whatever Ronnie said after that, Alger ignored him, intentionally turning the faucet wider so the sound of running water drowned out Ronnie's voice. Looking at the brand new tableware in front of him, Alger suddenly had an idea. Why not take this opportunity to call his father Cal back? He wanted to remove Cal's name from the household registration and sever ties with him. This way, there wouldn't be any disputes over housing matters in the future. But he needed Ardell's help. Alger was worried that he might not be able to bring Cal back. Having made up his mind, Alger felt much more relaxed. By the time the meal was ready, Ardell and reporter Magnus had arrived. They carried a folding table from the backseat of their car. Alger and the others brought down several chairs. Alger asked Ardell how much the table cost. Ardell said they could owe it for now and pay when Alger had money. The midday sun was perfect, and the table was placed in the courtyard where everyone gathered around to eat. Alger, Sylvia, Heather, the Binney family father and son, the Jiang brothers, Slade's family of 4, and reporter Magnus. A total of 12 people filled the table. The courtyard was bustling with activity. The arrival of so many people dispersed the gloom in Sylvia's heart. After the meal, Alger pulled Ardell aside and spoke about the household registration issue. Chapter 181. If you die, I won't sire Anvan alone. Ardell was already well aware of what had happened in Alger's family. He certainly did not approve of the actions taken by his parents, but it was Alger's family affair, and he felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to comment on it. Alger, I also think this is an opportunity. I'll try my best to persuade your father to come back. After giving it some thought, Ardell asked Alger for Cal's phone number. This number is from several years ago. I don't know if it still works. Lawyer Jiang, give it a try. Alger entered a string of numbers into Ardell's phone. Ardell dialed immediately. Alger couldn't help but become tense. The call was connected. Hello, is this Slade Jinbei? This is Ardell from Binzhou County, acting as your son Alger's appointed lawyer. Your brother Halston is suspected of illegal detention. Ardell glanced at Alger and continued speaking with Cal. Alger tightly clenched his fists. At this point, despite lacking his father's love, he still couldn't be indifferent towards Cal. Ardell talked to Cal for quite a while. Since Alger planned to cut ties with Cal, Ardell made Alger appear worse, hoping to make Cal disappointed with his son. When Ardell mentioned that Alger had sued Halston over the land issue, Cal did not seem too surprised. From start to finish, he remained calm or rather indifferent, cold-hearted. Actually, you don't need to tell me all these things. I have no connection with them anymore. Cal's tone was light. But you are still Alger's legal guardian and are listed as the head of household on the family register. Ardell glanced at Alger again. I originally intended to transfer the household registration when I had time, but it's been too busy. I will send a lawyer to handle this matter. Throughout the conversation, Cal remained calm. Hearing that Cal wouldn't return, Alger felt somewhat disappointed. Deep down, he still yearned to see his father. Ardell hung up the phone, gripped Alger's shoulder tightly, and said nothing. Alger didn't ask any questions either, only feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Was Cal really too busy? Was he so preoccupied that he didn't even want to see his son? Indeed, he must be an extra child. Sylvia's emotions had returned to normal, so there was no more worry from Clark. Ronnie drove the Binney family father and son, along with Alger and Sylvia, back to school. That night, when Alger was having dinner at the Binney residence, Ardell called Braden. He informed him that Halston had suffered another stroke, leaving him partially paralyzed. His relatives told him about the demolition of their house and the destruction of their crops while visiting him at the hospital, which led to his second stroke due to the shock. Those injured in the incident were still undergoing treatment at the hospital. You reap what you sow. Halston ignored his own father, and this is karma. Old man Binney sighed and shook his head. Karma? Alger could not help but frown tightly. Then what about Cal's karma? On the way to the classroom, Sylvia lightly touched Alger's arm. Hang, are you okay? She noticed something was off with Alger at home, but only now had the chance to ask him. Alger gave her a faint smile. What can be wrong with me? He then retracted his smile and reproached himself. Rachel, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Who would have thought that she would encounter danger even at home? It's all over now, and I'm really fine. Don't keep this on your mind anymore. Sylvia laughed gently. No, if anything bad really happened to you, I would never forgive myself. He would even die for her. If Ace had really harmed Sylvia, Alger would have killed him and his entire family. Sylvia reached out to cover his mouth, instinctively sensing that his words sounded like a solemn vow. Hang, no matter what happens, you have to live on well. Promise me. She looked at him earnestly. Alger's eyes flickered. In his previous life, she had died for him in a tragic manner. In this life, if he were to die, he believed she would still die for him. If she were gone, he would not live on alone. Alger tightly held her hand and moved emotionally. Premise being, you also have to live well. Sylvia stared at him blankly. She suddenly withdrew her hand. Her eyes filled with confusion. Oh my, we're so young. Why are we talking about such heavy topics like life and death? Don't go too far. Hang, let's hurry to the classroom. She quickened her pace, walking ahead with her face flushed red. Was she overthinking? Why did she feel like if she died, he wouldn't be able to live on either? Would Alger really die for her? Suddenly, she recalled what happened yesterday. He had said in front of everyone, Rachel is my wife. I want to see who dares to have her. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she covered her face and ran forward. Alger jogged after her, not understanding why Sylvia was running so fast. As soon as Alger arrived at the classroom, everyone surrounded him. Alger, you're really awesome. You're the champion of Super Brain. So cool. Everyone had watched the Super Brain show broadcast on Friday night. Not many people had watched the evening news the day before, unaware of Alger's other feat. Compared to local news, they preferred watching variety shows. Make way, don't hurt our superstar. Demetrius came over to clear a path for Alger, acting very dramatically. Alger gave him a glare, wondering why he was making such a fuss. Superstar, give us an autograph. Sign right on my hand. I'll never wash it again. Everyone continued to surround Alger enthusiastically. Students, stop fooling around. Go back to your seats. The vice principal will be here soon. Hamilton shouted loudly, but no one paid him any attention, leaving the class president with no face. Marta looked at him disdainfully and walked to the podium, mimicking Braden's actions by hitting the desk hard with a ruler. Everyone immediately quieted down and turned their heads towards the podium. When they saw Marta standing there, they started clamoring for Alger's autograph once again. Seeing this, Marta slinked off the platform. Vice Principal Ma is coming. Ezra suddenly shouted. The classroom fell silent again. Everyone turned to look outside the classroom, but there was no sign of Alec. They continued to make a ruckus. Stars walking down the street aren't any different. Lauren sighed at the enthusiasm of the classmates. What stars? Are stars that poor? Marta shot Alger a glance. See Yao, the prize money for the champion is 5,000 yuan. Lauren said excitedly. If it weren't for Marta, she would also want Alger's autograph. Just 5,000 yuan. Ronnie's family has 50 million. Marta still spoke with disdain, pulling at her lips. It sounded like those 50 million from the Jiang family belonged to her. See Yao, It seems Ronnie hasn't come to find you for a long time? Lauren suddenly asked. He's been a bit busy recently. Marta's face turned slightly red, brushing it off. Why is class 9 so chaotic? Is the class president eating dirt? Not even managing the class. Alex stood at the classroom door, his eyes coldly looking at everyone. Hamilton's expression was difficult. Seeing Alec, the students finally dispersed and returned to their seats. Only Alger and Sylvia remained in the aisle. Seeing Alger, Alec felt furious. Alger, it's you causing trouble again. Get out here. He yelled at Alger sternly. Chapter 182. Dare to insult Natalie, asking for a beating. And you, Sylvia, why do you hang around Alger all day? He's nothing but a little thug. Do you want to become a female thug too? Alec pointed at Sylvia and scolded her. He had been having an especially bad few days and was in a terrible mood. He had been scolded by his brother-in-law and then by his wife. Sylvia trembled when shouted at. She bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never been publicly scolded by a teacher before. She had always been well-behaved, yet Alec insulted her as a female thug. This was unbearable for her. She fought hard to hold back her tears, not wanting to cry in front of everyone. Alger immediately flared with anger. It was okay to insult him, but insulting his Natalie, he absolutely wouldn't allow it. Female thug. Marta covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh, feeling extremely satisfied in her heart. Winning first place in the speech contest meant nothing now. Could she be so smug right now? Alger gently patted Sylvia on the shoulder and said softly, Natalie, go back to your seat. Sylvia nodded and returned to her seat, tears glistening in her eyes. Alger strode out of the classroom, clenched fists tight, glaring at Alec with a frown. Alec's eyes were bloodshot and his face appeared exhausted, clearly not resting well while taking care of his wife. Stop glaring like that. You look like a dead fish. If you love running so much, go to the playground, huh? Before Alec finished speaking, Alger fiercely punched him in the face. You dare hit a teacher, are you rebelling? Alec held his swollen cheekbone, glaring fiercely at Alger. The students in the classroom gasped in shock. Alger had hit Alec. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of teacher are you? Do you have the right to be a teacher? How can you insult students whenever you want? What do you treat them as, punching bags? To even scold such a good student like Sylvia, do you even have eyes? Alger threw another punch, swelling the other side of Alec's cheekbone as well, daring to insult his Natalie, asking for a beating. Alec let out another scream of pain, staggering backward, staring disbelievingly at Alger. If you hit me again, I'll call the police. He cupped his bleeding face, red eyes glaring furiously at Alger. Wow. Go Alger. The classmates cheered in support, silently cheering him on. Alger is amazing. Keep hitting. Only Alger dared to beat up Alec. Everyone was excited, especially those students who didn't perform well academically and were frequently insulted by Alec. They hated him with a passion but could do nothing about it. Sylvia stared blankly. Did Alger really hit Alec because of her? Angering Alec would only harm him. Go ahead and report me. See who the police arrest. Publicly humiliating students. You should have been jailed long ago. Alger coldly stared at Alec. He clenched his fists, wishing he could beat this scumbag until he was toothless. Alger, don't go back to the classroom yet. I need to talk to you. Just then, Principal Eddie ran over with a smile, Braden following behind. Principal Eddie. Alger Alec wanted to tell Principal Eddie that Alger hit him. However, a teacher being hit by a student was indeed very embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Moreover, Principal Eddie valued Alger highly and even allowed him to skip classes. Principal Eddie would likely turn a blind eye to this incident. Also, Alger wouldn't admit hitting him. None of the students in the classroom would testify for him, either since they were all friends with Alger. So, for the sake of his pride, he could only accept his misfortune. Director Ma, why are you covering your face? Principal Eddie asked curiously. I have a toothache. Alec clutched his swollen face, inwardly seething. Director Ma must be having a heaty condition. Try not to get so angry all the time. Braden said calmly. Alec gritted his teeth inwardly. Would he be so angry if not for the mentorship matter? Principal Eddie ignored Alec and took Alger to the office. Braden went back to the classroom. Alec touched his painful face, deciding to go home for an ice pack. But thinking of his wife, he was immediately filled with worry. Principal Eddie called Alger to the office due to the Superbrain show issue. He lavished Alger with praise, nearly putting him on a pedestal. The Superbrain crew sent a card and many photos. Principal Eddie pulled out a letter from the drawer. The letter was addressed to the school, which seemed intentional by the production team. Not sending it directly to Alger was also a form of promotion for the show. Opening the envelope, Principal Eddie retrieved the card and a stack of photos. Alger took a look and picked out a photo. It was a photo of him and Sylvia together. Apart from this group photo, Alger didn't want the card or any other photos. Just as Alger was about to leave, Principal Eddie called him back. Alger, there's one more thing I need to tell you. The student from Experimental High School, Adele, participated in the chemistry competition and won third prize in the provincial finals. But considering your outstanding performance in Superbrain, the county has decided to have you compete with Adele. The winner will participate in the national preliminary round of the chemistry competition. Alger frowned and said, I don't want to participate. This spot should belong to Adele. He did want to win an award in the competition to cheer Sylvia up. But he couldn't just snatch someone else's slot and overshadow their talent. Adele had that capability. Unlike Hamilton, the county hopes to achieve good results in the national competition. Principal Eddie tried to persuade Alger, but Alger was firm in his refusal and left holding the group photo. When Alger returned to the classroom, the students surrounded him again. Alger, you're so brave. You are the only one who dared to hit Alec. Even daring to hit Alec, you're truly my idol. What's going on? There is only a week left until the monthly exam. Why aren't you all studying? Braden knocked hard on the podium with his ruler. He was quietly sitting at the front when everyone suddenly gathered around Alger, completely ignoring him, the homeroom teacher. The students quickly dispersed and returned to their seats. Their eyes met. Sylvia lowered her eyelashes with a blushing face, feeling as sweet as honey. The next morning, Ardell came to the school to find Alger. Chapter 183. Someone wants you. Ardell was directly brought to the classroom by Brayden. When he stood at the door of the classroom, all the girls in the class were in an uproar. So handsome. He looks a bit like Mr. Hagen. Isn't he Mr. Hagen's older brother? No wonder he's so handsome. Ardell's mature handsomeness was like a flower on a high mountain ridge, and just his appearance immediately won the hearts of many girls. Xiao, is he really Mr. Hagen's brother? Man, the older brother is even more handsome than the younger one. Lauren stared at Ardell with starry eyes. Xiao, you have Mr. Hagen already. Can you introduce his brother to me? Her face turned red with excitement. In front of the charming Ardell, Hamilton instantly became nothing. She completely forgot about her crush. Marta's heart also raced. She didn't know Ronnie had an older brother who was this handsome. She didn't even know Ardell yet, and Lauren wanted to meet him? Let her dream on. Sire Anlin, do you think such an outstanding man would be single? Do you want to be a third party? Marta said, suppressing her own excitement. Lauren's burning heart instantly cooled down. That's true. Such an excellent person. How could he be single? Is he married then? She thought Marta was very familiar with the Zhang family. Marta couldn't let her see that she wasn't close to the Zhang family. Not yet, but not single. She glanced at Ardell's hands. There was no ring, which meant he wasn't married. Disappointed, Lauren stopped asking. Marta breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ardell wasn't married, she still had a chance. Compared to newly graduated Ronnie, she obviously preferred the mature and handsome Ardell. Alger followed Ardell, talking while walking. I just got a call from your father's lawyer and came to find you. The entrusted lawyer has arrived in Shangsu village. I've already asked him to wait at the police station in town. Ardell looked at Alger. Alger stopped walking. Then I'll go to town myself. Lawyer Jiang, thank you. He knew Ardell was busy and didn't want to trouble him. I called your father, so I might as well handle it for you. Ardell smiled nonchalantly. Alger could indeed handle it himself, but his state made Ardell uneasy. Alger was indeed quite confused. He went to his dorm first to get the household register. He didn't expect the entrusted lawyer to come so quickly. After all, he had only called yesterday. Flu Jianbang could afford to hire a lawyer, which suggested he was doing well enough. All the way, Alger remained silent. Ardell didn't deliberately start a conversation either. The two arrived at the police station in town. Ardell parked the car. Alger tightly gripped the household register and almost fell when getting out of the car. Alger, are you okay? Ardell asked worriedly. Alger forced a smile. I'm fine. What could be wrong with him? Wasn't he looking forward to this day? The entrusted lawyer was already waiting at the police station. They met. A few people were still queuing ahead, so they sat and waited. The lawyer remained silent and didn't ask them anything. Alger kept his head down, gripping the household register tightly. I heard Slade has been very busy lately? Ardell asked the lawyer with a smile. Slade has always been busy, especially with hospital matters. The lawyer answered. He gave a sympathetic look at Alger, wanting to say something but didn't. He seemed to know what was going on between the father and son. Hospital matters? Is Slade a doctor? Ardell asked. Alger didn't know what his father did out of town. A doctor's work has always been very busy. Ardell remarked. Alger perked up his ears, hoping to hear what the lawyer would say. But the lawyer only smiled without saying anything. This disappointed Alger. He really wanted to know about his father's situation. Looking at the household register, he bitterly smiled. Soon, this so-called father would have nothing to do with him. Did he need to care about that person anymore? He would be a stranger now. After a short while, it was their turn. Alger stood behind Ardell and the lawyer, watching them talk to the staff dumbly, until a brand new household register was handed to him. His fingers trembled as he opened it, seeing only his name on it. No longer were there the three characters, Cal. His heart hurt deeply. After finishing the matter, the lawyer left without another word. Apparently, Cal had nothing to say to Alger. Ardell sent Alger back to school. Alger got off the car numbly. Alger, do you want me to take you back to the classroom? Ardell also got out of the car, asking with concern. No need. Alger softly replied, lowering his head and walking toward the school. It was just after school, so Ardell didn't follow him, only standing there watching. Alger stopped under a big tree, leaning against it and sitting down as if he had lost all strength. His mind was still in chaos. Hang hang. He heard Sylvia's voice, turning his head to see her approaching. Why are you sitting here? What happened? She immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. Rachel. Alger looked up at her, his throat choked up. In front of Sylvia, Alger could no longer hold back. His eyes welled up, and he burst into tears. Rachel, from now on, I'm alone. The household register only has my name. He tightly hugged Sylvia. The household register fell to the ground with a soft thud. Sylvia instantly understood that his father's name had been removed from the household register. Rachel, I'm an unwanted child. He closed his eyes in pain, letting the tears flow freely, soaking her clothes. Sylvia was momentarily stunned, looking down at him. He held her tightly, pressing his face against her belly, crying like a helpless child. At this moment, he seemed so helpless and fragile. She raised her hand, gently placing it on his head. Hang hang, you still have me. You have Grandma, Master Gong, Teacher Binny, Elder Ciaranu, and your godparents. You are not alone. We want you, all of us do. She softly comforted him. If she could, if he needed, she would add her name to his household register. Chapter 184, Gunpowder Smell. Alger held Sylvia and cried for a while, his emotions gradually stabilizing. He reluctantly left Sylvia's embrace. Sorry Rachel, I got your clothes wet. He glanced at her clothes, his ears turning slightly red. It's okay as long as you're fine. Sylvia bit her lip and smiled lightly, her cheeks flushed. Alger picked up the household register that had fallen on the ground and dusted it off. The two of them walked toward the Binny family house, one in front of the other. Brayden was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Benny Xiaofu is going to make pig food for me again. I'd rather be hungry than eat that. Braxton stood by the kitchen door, grumbling incessantly with a worried look on his face. You'll have a feast tomorrow, no need to eat my pig food anymore. Braden said. Just look at you, finally admitting your food is pig food, huh? Braxton frowned. Seeing Alger and Sylvia return, he immediately lit up. Chef Sue is back. Come quickly, come quickly. We're waiting for you to take over the cooking. Alger rolled up his sleeves and smiled as he walked into the kitchen. I'll get started on the meal right away. But Braxton noticed his red-rimmed eyes. Just as he was about to ask, Sylvia shook her head slightly and pointed at the household register Alger had placed on the table. Braxton picked it up and understood immediately. He sighed softly, looking at Alger busily working in the kitchen with concern. After all these years, Alger had it too hard. He had suffered enough. During dinner, seeing Alger acting as usual, everyone finally relaxed. Galen sent an invitation, asking me to attend his apprentice-taking ceremony tomorrow. Braxton said, but I don't want to go. It's boring. Alger asked, so Red has agreed to take Galen as an apprentice? Braxton nodded. I tried to persuade Old Fong not to, but at first, he was hesitant, then suddenly agreed to take Galen on. Braden furrowed his brows. Dad, didn't Galen say he admired you so much and wanted to be your apprentice? Why did he suddenly want to learn from Weston Fong? How genuine could his intentions be? He began to doubt Galen's motives. Who knows, we've done our part trying to persuade him. We can't control others' affairs. Braxton sighed helplessly. Just as they were discussing, except for Alger, everyone else's cooking was considered pig food. Ronnie chuckled. While our restaurant's chefs may not match Alger's skills, the food isn't as bad as pig food. Braxton laughed without replying. Alger agreed to help out. He wanted to see which influential figures would show up tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ronnie came to pick up Alger from school to go to the restaurant. Galen had previously vandalized this very restaurant, yet after a new owner took over, he still chose this place. In terms of scale and class, none of the other restaurants in the county could compare. Ronnie led Alger inside the restaurant. It had been completely renovated, looking brand new. They went to the kitchen where over a dozen people were busy. No matter how busy they were, everyone greeted Ronnie respectfully when they saw him. Boss, hello. It appeared that Ronnie was truly the boss of the restaurant, with Etienne having handed over all management to him. Ronnie smiled and nodded at them. Greetings, chefs. Let me introduce you to my good friend Alger. He put his arm around Alger's shoulders, introducing him grandly. Seeing their intimate interaction, everyone naturally realized that the two had an unusual relationship and greeted Alger one after another. Hello, Slade. Alger frowned and said, just call me Alger. Alger, this is Chef Xia. This is Chef Wang. Ronnie introduced these kitchen staff to Alger. He knew Alger was smart and would surely remember them. Aren't you one of the guests Galen invited for that banquet? Chef Xia sized up Alger and recognized him. During Galen's noisy gathering, the kitchen staff all went over to take a look and heard Braxton's comment about pig food with their own ears. Then, Galen smashed the restaurant. Alger hadn't seen those kitchen staff at the time, so he didn't recognize Chef Xia and the others. I did eat here. What's it to you? Alger asked in confusion. Nothing. Chef Xia forced a smile but refrained from saying anything offensive in front of Ronnie. However, his displeasure was clearly visible on his face. The other chefs also looked at Alger with unfriendly eyes, not showing any of their previous courtesy. If it weren't for Alger and company, the old owner wouldn't have sold the restaurant. Calling their dishes pig food was a huge insult to their culinary skills. Ronnie naturally sensed the tension. All right, go back to work. Don't worry about us. Ronnie smiled and waved at Chef Xia and the others, then walked out with Alger. Alger, so you were one of the guests Galen invited for that banquet? As soon as they left the kitchen, Ronnie asked. He mainly wanted to invite old Dr. Benny. I just tagged along for the meal. Alger briefly recounted what happened that day. Chapter 185. Wanting to become Alger's disciple. So, Galen turned to Master Rhett for discipleship because old Dr. Benny rejected him? Ronnie asked again. Alger frowned slightly. That should be the case. Ronnie waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Who cares whom he worships as a master? It was something he could not interfere with anyway. The two walked outside to find the other three members of the Jiang family already there. Long time no see, classmate Alger. Etienne came forward smiling and shook hands tightly with Alger. Adrian, hello. Aunt Sue, hello. Alger greeted the couple. Abby had been discharged from the hospital. She wore light makeup, dressed appropriately, with a faint smile on her face. The three men of the Jiang family were all in suits, standing tall, looking quite like overbearing bosses when they didn't smile. Mom, Dad, brother, why did you all come? Are you worried I might ruin the restaurant? Ronnie laughed. Abby shot him a look. Do you know how many important figures are coming to this disciple initiation banquet? Could we not pay attention? Ronnie chuckled. Ardell looked at Alger, asking with his eyes if he was all right. Alger nodded slightly to show that everything was fine and not to worry about him. He just couldn't accept it at first. There was still a long way to go. He must pull himself together. Alger, I watched Super Brain. Your performance was amazing. Abby took out a thick notebook and a pen from her bag. Can I have your autograph? Alger helplessly rubbed his forehead but signed for her anyway. Abby happily put away her notebook. My good sisters also want some. Can you sign a few more? She then pulled out several more notebooks. The three Jiang men watched her chase after this star on the spot, smiles on their faces. Alger had no choice but to continue signing. Seeing that the time was right, Ronnie led Alger back to the kitchen. Without saying anything, he first let Alger stir-fry a dish. Why don't all of you try Alger's cooking? It's definitely at 5-star chef level. Ronnie smiled as he looked at these chefs. How good can a high school student's cooking be? Chef Xia snorted and shook his head. The other chefs joined in with a disdainful laugh. This small dish of stir-fried vegetables smelled very fragrant and looked fresh green, but the taste remained to be seen. In front of Ronnie, they held back somewhat. Otherwise, they would have openly mocked Alger, leaving him embarrassed. Alger didn't argue with them. Whether it tastes good or not, wouldn't you know once you tried it? But if Alger's dish turns out better than yours, you'll have to take him as your master. After all, there is already a disciple initiation banquet today, Ronnie said while looking around. He kept smiling. If tasting means tasting, I don't believe his cooking is that delicious. Chef Xia looked at Alger disdainfully, picked up chopsticks, and started eating the dish. The other chefs began tasting it one by one. How good could this simple stir-fried vegetable be? This? After tasting it, Chef Xia's expression changed immediately. The same went for the other chefs. How could this be? This was too delicious. Chef Xia, how about it? Is it delicious? Ronnie asked with a smile. Cook another dish. If this dish passes, I'll become Alger's disciple. Chef Xia personally chose the ingredients and asked Alger to cook another dish. Alger didn't want to do it again. He wasn't there to recruit disciples. Making such a bet was meaningless. But he knew if he couldn't impress these chefs, they wouldn't listen to his guidance. And he wouldn't be able to help Ronnie. I can cook another dish, but no need to take me as a master. I don't want to recruit disciples. Alger said indifferently, quickly processed the ingredients, and started cooking. The fragrance spread throughout the kitchen, drifting out and making Etienne and the others salivate. They came to the kitchen as well and saw Alger cooking, surrounded by everyone else. The dish was ready. It smells so good. Ronnie's stomach growled involuntarily. Didn't you eat breakfast, little Jin? Abby softly asked. Ronnie laughed awkwardly. Hungry again. Before Ronnie gave instructions, Chef Xia tasted the dish. The other chefs also started tasting it. Don't finish it all. Leave me some. Seeing the dish almost gone, Ronnie couldn't help but rush. Etienne and Abby were a bit anxious too. They wanted to try it as well but felt embarrassed to say so. Ardell swallowed hard. He wanted to try it too. As Chef Xia chewed the food, he suddenly burst into tears. Chef Xia, what happened? Ronnie asked anxiously. Chef Xia, with tears streaming down his face, said, I really wasted my life. Truly, beyond the sky there is another sky. Beyond people there are other heroes, and even young ones excel. I am not even as good as a high school student. He wiped away his tears and suddenly knelt down in front of Alger with a thud. Slade, please accept me as your disciple. I will serve you tea and water, and work like an ox for you. Alger jumped back in fright. No way, no way, I don't take disciples. Slade, are you still upset about what happened last time? I was wrong. The dishes I cooked were indeed pig food. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. I beg you, accept me as your disciple. Chef Xia remained kneeling on the ground. It seemed that he would stay kneeling there until Alger agreed. Chef Xia's culinary skills were top-notch in the county. He had worked in this restaurant for many years. Many old customers came specifically for him. But last time, due to the failure in handling Galen's matter, the store was vandalized. Customers complained that their dishes tasted like pig food. Wasn't that a slap in Chef Xia's face? Today, after tasting Alger's dishes, he knew the store was vandalized for good reason. I said I don't take disciples, and that won't change no matter how long you kneel. Alger was unmoved. Ronnie took advantage of the distraction and quietly finished the dish. He swallowed and wiped the grease from his mouth, saying, we'll talk about this later. What's urgent now is to get the dishes ready. We can't keep the guests waiting. He personally helped Chef Xia up. Chef Xia did not plead further. His priority was to ensure the disciple initiation banquet went smoothly. They could not afford to let anyone vandalize the restaurant again, or they wouldn't be able to survive in the county. Ronnie invited Alger precisely because of this concern. With Alger overseeing, at least the taste of the dishes would not be problematic. Alger also understood the importance of this banquet to Ronnie. If it went well, the restaurant's business would flourish. If it failed, the restaurant might close right after opening. Thus, the chefs redoubled their efforts and began cooking. Alger personally inspected every dish to ensure its flavor. The kitchen was bustling with activity, filled with delicious aromas. The Zhang family members were practically salivating. The aroma wafted onto the street, causing passers-by to stop and take deep breaths. They longed to order a couple of dishes and try them. But the restaurant was booked for the day, so they would have to wait until tomorrow. Galen arrived at the restaurant first. So fragrant. He sniffed deeply. Ronnie hurried over to greet him. Did you change the chef? Galen asked curiously. Ronnie smiled and replied, no, it's the same team. He adhered to the principles of righteousness and did not dismiss them. He also knew that it wasn't that these chefs were inadequate, but rather that Alger's culinary skills were extraordinary. That's strange, Galen muttered and didn't ask further. Soon, Galen's guests began arriving one by one. They joked that they were drawn to the restaurant by the aroma. Their conversations revolved around the dishes of the day, ignoring the disciple initiation event. Old Rhett also arrived, and everyone surrounded him, flattering him. But the banquet couldn't start yet, as the big shots hadn't arrived. Chapter 186, An Incident at the Banquet. Alger, after finishing his tasks in the kitchen, came out. The dignitaries had already arrived. Several prominent figures from the county were present. The highest-ranking official was Alansasef, the party secretary of the Education and Sports Bureau, who was also Alek's brother-in-law and Galen's maternal uncle. Alansasef was in his 50s but well-preserved, looking younger than his age. His wife, probably around his age, appeared somewhat older, slightly plump with a rather stern face. Her brows were always furrowed as if burdened by unresolvable worries. Other attendees included entrepreneurs from the county and public figures like reporter Magnus. As it was a master-disciple banquet, Galen's relatives and friends came to support him. Of course, his parents were there too, along with Alek's second sister and brother-in-law. Everyone else seemed happy, but his parents looked uneasy, wearing stiff smiles. All of Galen's relatives except Alek's wife were present. Reporter Magnus noticed Alger and greeted him. Alger, Ronnie said he invited you. I didn't quite believe it. He smiled and patted Alger on the shoulder. I'm not a guest. I'm here to help. Alger smiled back. You've met Secretary Addison before, right? He attended the county sports meet last time. His daughter is even more capable than he is. She wouldn't come to such a small event. Magnus had work to do and needed to take photos, so he didn't chat much with Alger. Alger looked toward Alonsoseff, who wore glasses that made his eyes inscrutable. He carried the air of a person in power, clearly the center of attention. Alec beside him seemed insignificant in comparison. He nodded and bowed, obediently following Alonsoseff's instructions. Both of Alec's cheeks were bruised and red, and if his nose tip was red too, he would have looked like a clown. Seeing Alger, his eyes flared with anger. The bruises on his cheeks were courtesy of Alger, fueling his hatred. Alger noticed Galen's parents' expressions when they looked at Alonsoseff, slightly displeased. This puzzled Alger. Galen's apprenticeship should have made his parents the happiest, yet it was the maternal uncle who seemed most pleased. What kind of hidden interest lay behind this? Halfway through the banquet, Alonsoseff's wife suddenly collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. Noelle, elder sister. Galen and Alec were terrified and hurried to support her. Don't move her, let me check. Rhett quickly stopped them. Everyone stepped back to give him room to treat her. Alonsoseff watched anxiously as Rhett examined his wife. The Jiang family members were all on edge. Surely they hadn't planned for something like this to happen on opening day. If only Alonsoseff's wife had fainted elsewhere and not in their restaurant. Alger walked over. Seeing Rhett treating her, he didn't intrude. However, despite applying acupressure points, Rhett couldn't revive her, and she continued convulsing. Sweat beaded on Rhett's forehead as he muttered softly, "This shouldn't be happening. She should have woken up." His voice trembled as he asked Alonsoseff, "Secretary Addison, does she have any pre-existing conditions?" Alonsoseff frowned and shook his head. "No, she has always been healthy." Wiping sweat from his forehead, Rhett found this strange. Though no one voiced it aloud, everyone was worried. If not for their faith in Rhett's skills, they would have rushed Alonsoseff's wife to the hospital. Suddenly, the woman began foaming at the mouth and convulsed violently. Everyone was terrified. This isn't good. It could be fatal. Call an ambulance quickly. Alger couldn't stand watching anymore. Waiting would mean certain death. Without a word, he pushed the stunned Rhett aside, took out silver needles from his bag, and inserted them into the woman's appropriate acupuncture points. Alec and others tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Alger, what are you doing with those needles? Who will take responsibility if something happens?" Alec yelled, trying to push Alger away, but Alonsoseff held him back. "Quick, look, your elder sister has stopped convulsing." Alec looked and saw that the woman had indeed calmed down, no longer convulsing or foaming at the mouth. Alger continued inserting needles, and no one dared disturb him. Only Alec, ever the troublemaker, asked, "Alger, can you really do this? Do you know medicine? You'll be responsible if anything happens?" Without lifting his head, Alger replied, "I'm not an amateur. Old Dr. Benny is my teacher." Alec, disbelieving, said, "You're really xuanhuan's last disciple?" Galen felt uncomfortable hearing this. Alonsoseff's brow furrowed tightly. Moments later, the woman gradually regained consciousness. "Noelle, you're awake. Don't move yet. Let me remove the needles first." Alger comforted her and began to take out the needles. The woman had needles inserted into her head and wrists, but she felt nothing at all. Seeing her come to, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too close. Without Alger, the woman might have passed away. The 4 members of the Jiang family broke out in cold sweats. If something happened to the woman, not only would the restaurant be shut down, but they could face a manslaughter charge. While admiring Alger's medical skills, they also admired Dr. Benny's expertise. Dr. Benny truly was formidable, living up to his reputation as a renowned physician in the county. It wasn't an exaggeration that for one to recover from illness, they should seek Dr. Benny. Now that Dr. Benny had retired, it would be, for one to recover from illness, find young Sue. Old Rhett felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the floor. After practicing medicine for a lifetime, in his old age, he suffered a humiliating defeat. His medical skills couldn't even match those of a high school student. In short, he simply wasn't on par with Dr. Benny. Alonsoseff's wife was helped to sit in a chair. She breathed softly, her furrowed brows relaxing when she looked at Alger. "Boy, you saved me. Thank you." She sincerely thanked Alger. Before Alger could respond, Alec spoke up, "Sister-in-law, you should thank old Rhett. He stabilized your condition first. Alger just finished the job." He couldn't bear to see Alger gain recognition and insisted on diminishing his contribution. Galen chimed in, "Noelle, it was indeed old Rhett and my master who saved you. You should thank my master." Everyone exchanged glances. They all clearly saw who had saved the woman. Could Alger's efforts be so easily dismissed? "It was Dr. Benny and this young man who saved you." Alonsoseff said gravely, "This young man's master is Dr. Benny, who has remarkable medical skills." This assessment was quite fair. Looking at Alger, Alonsoseff showed appreciation in his eyes. Recalling something, this was the student who broke the short distance running record at the county sports meet. At such a young age, his medical skills were impressive. He gave a subtle glance at Alec and Galen. Didn't these two people want everyone to know how foolish they were by telling blatant lies? Originally, the Jiang family members intended to argue with Alec and Galen but decided against it. Alonsoseff's wife thanked old Rhett again. However, old Rhett felt unworthy, his face burning with shame. It was clearly Alger who saved her. Alger, however, thought nothing of it. Helping was just a matter of duty. If not for old Rhett's inability to revive her, he wouldn't have intervened. But Alec believed Alger was always trying to steal the spotlight. Old Rhett's reputation had never measured up to Dr. Benny's, and after this incident, it worsened. The banquet resumed. Many people wanted Alger to examine their illnesses. Startled, Alger went outside the store. Alec's phone rang. The noise inside made him step outside to answer. "Yes, okay, I'm coming right now." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hurriedly left, not even bidding farewell to Alonsoseff. Alger guessed it might be related to May. Chapter 187. Natalie wants to stand up for him. The guests praised today's banquet, saying each dish was delicious. The delicious food dispelled the shock they had just experienced. The banquet ended, and they left the restaurant fully satisfied after eating their fill. This banquet was very successful. It would have been even better without that little incident in the middle. The Jiang family restaurant's name was also promoted. The Jiang family finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt very grateful to Alger. Half of the credit for the success of the banquet belongs to Alger. Kai and the others came out of the kitchen, still wanting to apprentice under Alger, but found that he had already left. Alger left by taxi on his own. He got off at Jace's bakery and bought some sweets for Sylvia, and gave Jace several bread recipes. Back at school, he noticed a police car parked at the school gate. What happened in the school that the police had come? He worried about Sylvia and quickly walked toward the classroom. Alger came to the classroom but did not see Sylvia. Hongzi, what did you buy that's so tasty? Demetrius was doing exercises and reached for the items in Alger's hands, which he dodged. This is for Natalie. Alger gave him an angry glance. Hongzi, you heartless friend. How long has it been since we spent time together? Demetrius acted upset. Ignoring him, Alger asked instead, where is Sylvia? Do you know where she went? Hee. I'll tell you if you give me some of your snacks, otherwise, forget it. Demetrius raised his eyebrows. Alger grabbed a handful of beef jerky from his desk drawer and handed it over. Can you speak now? Hee, fair enough. Your wife went to play with Sophie, and they had lunch together too. Demetrius put a piece of beef jerky into his mouth. Alger sighed in relief, as long as Sylvia was fine. Sylvia returned to the classroom just before class started. She had a beaming smile, looking very happy. Natalie, look what I bought for you. Alger handed her the sweets he bought. Hang, thank you. Sylvia accepted them smilingly. Natalie, don't you want to try one? Eat it with Ting later. Sylvia smiled faintly. It was evident that she got along well with Sophie. Alger was glad for her. She had made a good friend. In the afternoon, there was a Chinese language class. Middle-aged man Callan, visibly overweight and slick, entered the classroom. Oh, isn't this big star Alger, gracing my class with your presence today? He smirked unpleasantly at Alger. Alger, who was suddenly called out by Callan, snorted coldly and ignored him. You're quite high maintenance. Just because you participated in a variety show, you really consider yourself a star now. The monthly exam is next week. Let's see how many places you can rank. Skipping classes every day. I wouldn't be surprised if you ranked second to last. Don't glare at me, Demetrius. First to last is you. Hamilton and Ezra were stifling their laughter behind their hands, happy to see someone make things difficult for Alger and Demetrius. Their displeasure brought joy to these two. Sylvia puffed up her cheeks and glared angrily at Callan. She was about to stand up and argue with him when Alger held her back. Callan's breath stinks so bad, it might contaminate you. But he insulted you. Sylvia huffed. Be good, don't get mad. Just watch me. Alger smiled slightly, trying to comfort her. His Natalie wanted to stand up for him again. Demetrius stood up angrily. Callan, why do you look down on people like that? Why do you think I'll only rank last? Why don't we make a bet? Callan sneered. You're going to eat shit like Ezra. I'm not betting with you. Your ranking doesn't matter to me. Mentioning eating feces made Ezra immediately stop laughing, looking distressed as if he were about to vomit. It was certainly a sore subject. Even though it had been so long since the eating feces incident, how could someone still remember it? Ezra didn't know that he was now branded with the label eating feces. Just start the lesson. No more nonsense. Alger impatiently interrupted Callan. Callan grunted and turned to write on the board. Suddenly, he yelped in pain. Turning around, he clutched his head and glared at everyone furiously. Who threw the chalk at me? Don't you want to live? Everyone looked confused. Don't let me catch you, or you'll regret it. Callan angrily continued writing on the board. He yelped again almost immediately, struck once more on the back of his head. Who's the scoundrel attacking me? He glared at everyone, but no one admitted to it. Forget it. No more writing on the board. I'll just lecture. Angry, he threw down the chalk and began teaching using his book. Ah! He cried out in pain again, clenching his eyes tightly. Persia, are you blind now? A classmate asked in shock. You're the one who's blind. How dare you curse me? Persia angrily removed his hand. Everyone noticed that the corner of his eye where he was hit was swollen, as if stung by a bee. This lesson can't continue. Self-study. Persia clutched his head and fled the classroom in terror. Alger toyed with the chalk piece in his hand, smirking slightly. This was no fun. He was scared off so easily. We'll see if he dares to spew nonsense again. He exchanged glances with Sylvia, and both burst into laughter. This period was for self-study, but they couldn't keep it like this for the next 2 periods. Persia returned for the next class, clearly shaken. Indeed, he didn't dare say anything reckless, lecturing carefully, afraid of being hit by another chalk piece. Halfway through the class, 2 policemen arrived. One of them was Fergus. Principal Eddie accompanied them personally. He glanced at Persia, frowning. Why was his eye so swollen? He was fine in the morning. And Director Ma's cheeks were bruised and red. He wondered why the teachers at the school seemed to be prone to getting hurt lately. Jesse's face had been scraped and took days to heal. Persia, have Alger come out for a moment. The police are looking for him. Principal Eddie called out. Upon hearing this, Persia immediately beamed, as if he had just found money. Alger, the police are looking for you. He shouted loudly, sneering. You little punk, you're in trouble. Chapter 188. Following Alec. Ari went out. Ari, how have you been recently? Fergus asked with a smile, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Ari smiled slightly. I'm fine, Fergus. Is there something you need from me? I came to the school to investigate a case and thought I'd stop by to see you. Ari, why don't you accompany me for a walk downstairs? Fergus, Ari, and another policeman went downstairs together. Principal Eddie also went off to attend to his own business. Persia stretched her neck, watching Ari and the 2 policemen's backs, feeling puzzled. Aren't they here to arrest Ari? Why are they chatting so happily? Ari, what do you think of Director Ma's character? You've been at this school for over 2 years, so you should know him well, right? When they reached downstairs, Fergus asked. Ari was confused. Why were they asking about Alec? Did something happen to him? He recalled that Alec had received a phone call at Zhang's restaurant and left hurriedly. Could it be related to the police? My impression of Alec isn't good. I don't agree with his actions. This is the opinion of most students here. Ari expressed his views on Alec. Fergus frowned and nodded slightly. Actually, Ari wasn't the first student he had questioned. It seemed that many students didn't have a good impression of Alec. His character indeed left much to be desired. Then, do you know anything about Director Ma's wife? Fergus asked again. Well, I've only met her a few times, and she seemed like a nice person. However, their marital relationship doesn't seem too good. Of course, these are just my personal thoughts. Ari spoke frankly. Ari, let me tell you this. Today, Director Ma's wife called the police, reporting that someone had broken into their storage room. When we arrived, the storage room door was open, and she said the thief had fled. Upon inspecting the storage room, we found Ms. Abby's bag. Fergus explained the reason for his visit to the school. So, that's what happened. They finally tracked it down here. The call Alec received must have been from the police, summoning him back. Ms. Abby's stolen bag appearing in Alec's storage room was indeed strange. Alec and his wife couldn't explain how the bag ended up there. We interviewed the neighbors around the area, some of whom said they had seen a student-like figure near the storage room. I showed them Jericho's sketch, and they said it looked very similar. Fergus took out Jericho's sketch, narrowing his eyes as he studied it closely. He hadn't realized that this student could be quite cunning. So, Jericho might have been staying in Director Ma's storage room? And Director Ma's wife discovered him and reported it? Ari asked. Fergus nodded. That seems to be the case. But I don't understand how Jericho managed to get into the storage room. The lock wasn't damaged, so he must have used a key. Where did he get one from? Director Ma claims that their storage room key was lost. Could it really be that coincidental? It's clear that the storage room was Jericho's hiding place. He lived and ate there. No wonder they couldn't find Jericho for so long. Hiding in such a place would make it hard to locate him. If it weren't for the White Dove's alarm, they wouldn't have tracked down Jericho's whereabouts. Fergus told Ari all this because he wanted him to pay attention to any movements on campus, especially those related to Alec. He suspected that Alec might be involved with Jericho somehow. Hongwen High School's management was relatively lax. Students could climb over the walls to leave, and could also climb back in. Jericho might have entered the school grounds by climbing over the wall. After giving Ari a few instructions, Fergus and his colleague left. Ari didn't return to the classroom but went to the Benny family's house to prepare dinner. During dinner, Braden asked Ari what Fergus wanted. Sylvia perked up her ears, eager to hear as well. Ari took out Jericho's sketch and told them to report it immediately if they saw this person. Jericho might still appear around the school. After dinner, instead of going to evening study in the classroom, Ari headed to the apartment building where Alec lived. It was already dark. He hid behind a tree, quietly observing the building, waiting for Alec to come out. From Braden, he learned that Alec lived on the 3rd floor. He saw Alec open the balcony door and step out onto the balcony. The sound of the white dove crying came from inside the house, though the words were unclear. Alec stood on the balcony smoking, his expression unreadable. Ari realized that Alec smoked. After a while, Alec returned inside, closing the balcony door. About 10 minutes later, Alec's figure appeared at the entrance of the apartment building. Ari quietly followed behind him. Alec came to a wall beside the school. He looked left and right, then climbed over the wall and left. He didn't use the front gate but instead climbed over the wall. There must be something suspicious here. Just as Ari was about to climb the wall too, someone lightly patted his shoulder from behind. He turned around and saw Paula. He was startled. Had she discovered that he was following Alec? That girl? Paula asked. Ari knew she was asking about Sylvia. He replied, Rachel is in the classroom, Noelle. Do you want to see her? Paula's eyes lit up, but she then shook her head sadly. I can't go. I would scare her. It's okay, Noelle. Let me take you to her. She wants to see you too. Ari tried to pull her hand. Seeing no response, he held her wrist, taking the opportunity to check her pulse and see how sick she was. At the same time, he secretly used spiritual power to treat her. Tracking Alec had to be put on hold for now. He led Paula to the bottom of the teaching building, told her to wait, and went upstairs to call Sylvia down. Paula nervously waited downstairs, suddenly noticing a figure darting towards the back of the teaching building. She felt alarmed and immediately rushed after it. Ari came to the classroom and softly told Sylvia that Paula was downstairs and wanted to see her. Sylvia immediately went down with him. But when they reached downstairs, Paula was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 189, Elizabeth attacked. Suddenly, the two of them heard a scream of shock, as if it came from behind the teaching building. It was a woman's voice. They hurried over to check. On a small path behind the teaching building, Elizabeth lay on the ground with blood streaming from her forehead, already unconscious. Noelle? The two were very worried and called out loudly to Elizabeth. Rachel, you go call the teachers over quickly. I'll stay here with Noelle. Alger said urgently. Sylvia nodded and rushed off. Alger used his spiritual power to stop the bleeding for Elizabeth and slowly revived her. When she woke up, Principal Eddie and teachers like Braden had arrived. They did not ask too many questions immediately, but rushed to send Elizabeth to the hospital. Principal Eddie did not let Alger and Sylvia follow, but the two were concerned about Elizabeth and took a taxi there. Not until Elizabeth's hospitalization procedures were completed and her head wound bandaged did Alec arrive late. It was Principal Eddie who had called to inform him about Elizabeth's injury. Elizabeth, how are you? Alec nervously held Elizabeth's hand, but she pulled it away in disgust. Director Ma, don't worry, there's nothing serious. But she was attacked by someone. We have already reported it to the police. Alec nearly jumped up when he heard that an alarm was raised. What? Reported to the police? Realizing he had lost composure, he softened his tone and explained, I'm just afraid it will affect the school poorly. Principal Eddie frowned. Fortunately, your wife is fine. Otherwise, a criminal has sneaked into our campus. This matter is very serious and must be handled by the police. If they harm any students, we won't be able to rest easy for life. Cold sweat streamed down Alec's forehead, though no one knew what he was so nervous about. Please excuse us first. I have some things to say to my wife. He invited Principal Eddie and the others out. When he saw Alger, He glared at him resentfully. Why was Alger always involved? As soon as Principal Eddie left, Alec asked Elizabeth anxiously, "Who hurt you, Elizabeth? Was it him?" Elizabeth stared at him fiercely without uttering a word. "Elizabeth, I beg you. Just say you didn't see clearly. You don't know who hurt you." Alec pleaded. Elizabeth remained unmoved, glaring at him hatefully. At this moment, Fergus and a colleague arrived to inquire about the situation from Elizabeth. "It was him, Jericho. He hurt me. He's still hiding in the school." Elizabeth spoke coldly. Alec's heart sank abruptly. Fergus contacted his superior immediately to report the situation. Superior officers promptly dispatched personnel to search xuanhuan Middle School. After questioning Elizabeth, Fergus left the ward. Alger and Sylvia were still outside the ward. "I'll take you back." Fergus gave Alger a knowing look. Alger understood and followed Fergus with Sylvia. In the car, Alger recounted the events of the night to Fergus. Director Ma didn't leave through the main gate but climbed over the wall? Fergus shook his head, finding this Director Ma quite intriguing. Fergus dropped Alger and Sylvia off at school. The police sent by the superior had already arrived and were searching the campus quietly. To avoid disturbing the students and nearby residents, their superior ordered them to turn off the sirens and conduct the search quietly. They went to the teachers' apartments first and would search the teaching buildings after evening classes ended. Seeing the running police officers, Sylvia felt inexplicably scared and instinctively leaned closer to Alger. "Rachel, it's okay. I'm here. Besides, the police only catch bad guys." Alger whispered reassuringly. Sylvia bit her lip and nodded slightly. "Rachel, I'll take you to the dormitory. Don't think about anything. Go to sleep early." Alger gently led Sylvia to the girls' dormitory. Although the police tried not to disturb the students, the commotion couldn't help but draw attention. Hearing that criminals had infiltrated the campus, the students were uneasy. Principal Eddie and teachers like Braden returned. Principal Eddie convened an emergency meeting for all teachers. A security issue had emerged on campus, putting students' personal safety at risk. Principal Eddie wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully either. xuanhuan Middle School security problems had always been a significant loophole. Otherwise, criminals wouldn't have had a chance to take advantage. Since taking office, Principal Eddie had been applying to the County Finance Bureau for funds to repair the school. Private schools also had to pay tuition fees to the Finance Bureau. For repairs, the school needed to apply for funding from higher authorities. However, so much time had passed, yet the funds were still not approved. After all, repairing the school wasn't a small amount of money. The school's wall was low and dilapidated, with insufficient and unprofessional security personnel, allowing anyone to enter and exit the campus freely. It was impossible to achieve true closed management. Due to Elizabeth's injury, the funds were allocated from the higher authorities the next day. Principal Eddie didn't hesitate and quickly arranged for repairs on the school. Of course, the renovation work couldn't be finished that quickly. It would take some time. The police failed to find Jericho at the school and had to expand their search range, starting from the school and extending outward. But the presence of patrolling officers still made students and teachers very uneasy, leaving everyone unable to focus on classes. Principal Eddie decided to take advantage of this opportunity to organize an autumn outing picnic activity. This would allow everyone to go outside the school and relax. Once the announcement for the autumn outing was made, everyone was indeed overjoyed. Each class assigned tasks to students. Some brought pots, some brought vegetables, others brought meat. With so many students, they naturally went in batches. All the cookware was brought by day students from their homes, and any damage or breakage would have to be compensated using class funds. Braden also brought a pot. Braden's father came along for the fun. He didn't want to stay home alone. Each group built their own stove and cooked their meals, sharing food with members of other groups. Alger, Sylvia, Demetrius, Augustine, Braden, and his father formed a group of 6. Those who washed vegetables did so, while others cut them, busy and happy. How is this like playing house? Braden's father shook off the water from the vegetables and chuckled. Being with these young students made him feel younger too. Alger squatted by the reservoir to wash vegetables. Standing by the same reservoir, he recalled what happened last year. Because of that accident, Sylvia's life changed forever. Chapter 190. Marta can't swim. Sylvia was standing next to Alger, placing the washed vegetables into a small basket. A gentle smile graced her face, so tender and sweet. She couldn't remember clearly what had happened last year. Chi. Alger called softly. Hang, what's wrong? Sylvia asked with a smile. Now she was already back to normal, no longer needing to worry about the tragedy of her past life repeating itself. A pang of bitterness welled up inside Alger. He raised his hand and gently touched Sylvia's hair. A little messy, he said in a hoarse voice. It's okay. She smiled as she stood up and picked up the basket. Augustine was starting a fire, staring at their interaction in a daze. But soon he averted his gaze and continued tending to the fire. As long as Sylvia was happy, it would be good for her if she could really be with Alger. Alger poured some cooking oil into the heated pan and added the greens when it started to smoke slightly. With a sizzling sound, he began tossing the greens in the pan. Smells great. Hang, can I taste to see if it's ready? Demetrius swallowed and asked. Alger glanced at him and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable. Demetrius eagerly opened his mouth wide to receive the vegetable. However, Alger turned away. Chi, try the seasoning of the greens, and fed the vegetable into Sylvia's mouth. Demetrius closed his mouth dejectedly and swallowed again, feeling like an extra presence. After tasting it, Sylvia nodded continuously. Delicious, just right for saltiness. Alger laughed happily and continued cooking. All the dishes were cooked, and everyone sat together to eat. Members from other groups came over with their bowls to ask for food. Braden cheerfully gave them some portions. The students in the class all knew that Alger was quite skilled at cooking. Marta also got to taste Alger's cooking. Though she found it tasty, she did not show it on her face. Xiao didn't expect Alger's cooking to be so delicious. His culinary skills are amazing. Lauren was greatly surprised. What's so special? It's just practice. He has been cooking since childhood. Marta sneered disdainfully. What's the big deal about being good at cooking? What future does a chef have? Marta, I made a spicy stir-fried lobster tail. Try it and see how it tastes. Hamilton proudly brought over a plate of lobster tails. Seeing the scorched lobster tails in the plate, Marta rolled her eyes inwardly. Too spicy, I can't eat it. She declined with a faint smile. I only put a little bit of chili, it's not very spicy, give it a try. Hamilton urged with anticipation. I can eat spicy food, let me try it. Lauren tasted one, saying with a smile, very delicious. As soon as Hamilton turned away, she spat out the lobster tail from her mouth and whispered, terrible, it tastes like shit. After the meal, everyone tidied up. Using her period as an excuse, Marta made Lauren wash the dishes for her because she shouldn't touch cold water. Braden organized everyone to go hiking and then return to school. Keep up, don't fall behind. Don't get too close to the reservoir, it's dangerous to fall in. He loudly warned the students. Last year's teacher also gave such warnings. That day, Alger accompanied Marta walking at the end of the line. She kept complaining about being tired, saying she couldn't climb anymore and didn't want to continue. She took out a bottle of sunscreen from her bag and applied it meticulously on her face. But she slipped and couldn't hold onto the bottle. The bottle rolled down the slope. Alger, my sunscreen fell. Quickly pick it up. At Marta's command, Alger rushed after the bottle. Running too fast on the steep slope, he lost balance, tumbled down, and fell into the reservoir. Ah, no. Alger fell into the reservoir. The drowning incident from last year was still fresh in everyone's memory. They were cautious to prevent anyone from falling down the slope into the reservoir. Help. Please help us. My sister fell into the water. Suddenly, a child's plea for help came from the edge of the reservoir. Everyone turned to look. A boy around 9 or 10 years old was shouting loudly by the side of the reservoir. A girl around 6 or 7 years old was struggling in the water. Be careful not to fall into the reservoir. I'll check it out. Braden carefully walked toward the edge of the reservoir along the slope. Afraid of rolling down into the reservoir, everyone dared not walk too fast. The boy was in tears. Cyan, please, save my sister. He begged Braden, who arrived first. Braden stripped off his jacket and was about to jump in when he was promptly stopped by Braxton, who rushed over. Benny Xiaofu, you don't care about your own life? You can't swim either. But, watching the girl struggling in the water, Braden sweated profusely in anxiety, unable to come up with a plan instantly. The students also gathered by the reservoir. Some had broken off branches, but they were too short to reach the little girl. You all quickly find adults nearby who can swim. Hurry. Braden worriedly watched the little girl and anxiously instructed the students. Alger was about to dive into the reservoir to save her without a word. Suddenly Lauren said, Xiao can swim. Xiao, go down and save her quickly. Marta's face immediately turned pale. Before she could finish speaking, Lauren hurriedly pushed her down. Saving lives is more important than worrying about your period. With a splash, Marta fell into the reservoir. Help. Save me. She struggled desperately in the water. Xiao, why are you yelling? Quickly save that little girl. She's in serious danger. Lauren shouted from the side. Yeah, save the little girl. Wasn't Marta good at swimming? Why is she yelling for help? Everyone around urged Marta to save the girl urgently. Not long ago, she saved Abby from drowning, and rescuing an adult seemed effortless to her, so saving this little girl should be even easier. Moreover, last year, in the same reservoir, she had saved Alger. But as Marta flailed wildly in the water and started sinking, everyone began to doubt. How come Marta, who was known for her excellent swimming skills, now seemed unable to swim? Xiao, quick, start swimming. Lauren screamed in panic. I don't know how to swim, help. Marta shouted with all her might. These idiots couldn't tell she was about to drown. Why weren't they jumping in to save her? Everyone was stunned. She couldn't swim? Then how did she save Abby? And how did she save Alger last year? Who here can swim? Quickly jump in and save Marta. Hamilton asked anxiously. Suddenly, with a splash, Alger jumped into the reservoir. Alger. Sylvia was almost about to jump in after him, but she was held back by Augustin beside her. Hang. Demetrius was also panicking, thinking the boy would drown since he couldn't swim. Even the Benny family father and son were scared speechless. Chapter 191. The truth of that year. However, everyone's worries were unfounded. After Alger jumped into the reservoir, he spread his limbs and swam skillfully. He swam to the little girl's side and brought her ashore. Now everyone was thoroughly confused. Originally, Marta, who could swim, now seemed unable to swim. And Alger, who couldn't swim, now knew how to swim. Alger carried the little girl to the shore, and everyone hurriedly pulled the little girl up. Alger, quickly go save Marta. She's about to sink. Hamilton shouted anxiously at Alger. Don't you see that Alger is exhausted and out of energy? Demetrius angrily pushed Hamilton. And indeed, Alger didn't want to save Marta and pretended to be panting heavily. What should we do then? Alger, just give it a try. Marta will drown. Hamilton wished she could push Alger in. Marta's life matters, but doesn't Alger's life matter too? He said he has no strength left. If he goes down like this, he won't be able to save Marta, and he himself will be in danger. Demetrius glared at Hamilton. Don't force him. Alger won't go down. Sylvia stood in front of Alger, glaring fiercely at Hamilton. She wouldn't let Hamilton force Alger into the water. At this moment, several adults came over, called by the students. They ran toward them, taking off their outerwear as they went. Running here, they dived into the water to rescue Marta. When Marta was pulled out, she was barely alive. The little girl, though having swallowed water, quickly recovered from her pale complexion thanks to Alger secretly using his spiritual power to heal her. But he didn't want to save Marta and continued to pretend to be in distress. Sylvia and Demetrius both looked at him worriedly. Bernard, skilled in first aid, quickly revived Marta. She coughed lightly and spat out some water. Hamilton helped her sit up and gently patted her back. Everyone watched Marta with complex expressions. Beatrix, why did you suddenly forget how to swim? Didn't you jump into Lye River to save Ronnie's mother? Lauren frowned and asked. Though Marta had regained consciousness, her whole body ached terribly, and her head buzzed. making her unwilling to speak a single word. Her foolish friend actually asked such a foolish question. Did she want to drive her mad? Last year when Alger fell into the water, you saved him too. What exactly is going on here? Lauren kept asking. What she asked was precisely what everyone wanted to know. Huh? Alger suddenly gave a cold laugh. Don't you understand yet? The person who saved me last year, and the one who saved Ronnie's mother wasn't Marta at all. His eyes were icy as he glanced at Marta. This woman had exposed the truth herself, even offending heaven with her actions. But, Hamilton tried to defend Marta but didn't know how to justify it. The fact was that she couldn't swim. At this moment, the little girl's parents arrived. The boy quickly recounted everything that had happened to his parents. Upon learning that Alger had saved the little girl, the couple thanked him profusely. Big brother, I remember you. The little girl suddenly spoke, looking at Alger. Big brother, I also remember you. The boy beside her said similarly. Alger examined the two children. Do we know each other? Big brother, you fell into the water last year, right here. It was this pretty sister who saved you. The boy pointed to Sylvia beside him. At that time, he and his sister were standing nearby and witnessed everything. Sylvia was puzzled. She didn't remember this clearly. She couldn't swim, so how did she save Alger? The pretty sister was very brave. The little girl looked at Sylvia admiringly. Did you see clearly? The one who saved me was this sister, not her. Alger pointed at Marta. The two children shook their heads simultaneously. I remember clearly, when Big Brother fell into the water, that sister stood at the edge shouting for help. Then, the pretty sister came and jumped into the water, pushing Big Brother to the shore but slipped down herself. That sister got her clothes and hair wet. Then many people came, and an uncle jumped in and rescued the pretty sister. Then, you all left. The boy described the event clearly. The incident left a deep impression on him, so he remembered it vividly. And everyone finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the one who saved Alger last year was Sylvia, not Marta. Marta had been claiming Sylvia's credit. At the time, did she assume Sylvia had drowned, which emboldened her to claim the credit? Sylvia had nearly died, suffering brain damage due to oxygen deprivation, and she did not remember saving Alger. And ever since then, her reactions became slow. Thus, the proud and talented girl was ruined. Everyone unconsciously kept a distance from Marta. Within 2 steps around her, it was empty, except for Hamilton who stayed by her side loyally. Beatrix, I never thought you would be this kind of person. Lauren looked at her with a strange and shocked gaze. The beautiful and kind-hearted Marta turned out to be someone who usurped others' credits. Actually, they had never seen Marta save anyone. It was all her own claims. Now, her true colors were finally revealed. Marta's face was pale, unable to utter a single word. She glared at Alger as if all her downfall was his fault. Even now, she did not think she was wrong. Sirental brother, little sister, thank you. Alger sincerely thanked the two children for restoring the truth. Young man, we should be the ones thanking you. If not for you, my daughter might have. The couple still felt lingering fear. Big brother, thank you. The little girl said sweetly. Alger quickly said there was no need to thank him, smiling as he patted the little girl's head, urging her parents to take her home to change clothes so she wouldn't catch a cold. The couple expressed their gratitude once again and left with the boy and girl. Those who saved Marta also left. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Marta sat on the ground, shivering from the cold, and felt dazed. Braden sighed lightly, telling several girls to help Marta up. But none of the girls came forward, not even Lauren wanted to help Marta. Marta disappointed her too much. Despite considering her a best friend, Marta had been deceiving her all along. None of the girls wanted any contact with Marta. Finally, it was Hamilton who helped Marta up. Everyone remained silent, waiting for the bus to pick them up. Braden's phone rang at this moment. It was Fergus calling. He had visited the school and knew about their autumn outing and picnic. He called to confirm with Braden whether Sylvia was indeed with him. Braden glanced at Sylvia, hesitating before answering yes. Fergus said he would come over immediately and asked Braden to keep an eye on Sylvia. This made Braden uneasy, unsure why Fergus was looking for Sylvia. Sylvia was such a well-behaved girl. She couldn't possibly have done anything wrong, could she? Chapter 192. She's a fraud. Benny Xiaofu, what's wrong? Braxton, the father, asked uneasily. Braden glanced at Sylvia again and whispered, Dad, it should be nothing. He just couldn't understand why the police were looking for Sylvia. He pulled Alger and Sylvia aside and whispered, Alger, the police are looking for Sylvia and will be here soon, but they didn't say what it's about. Maybe you should take Sylvia away first? He was ready to take responsibility for any consequences. He didn't want anything to happen to Sylvia. Sylvia immediately shook her head. I haven't done anything illegal. I'm not afraid. Alger added, the police coming for Rachel doesn't necessarily mean they're arresting her. It might be something else. Maybe they need her help with something. Other students were whispering and quietly discussing Sylvia. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Marta, who pretended to be kind-hearted, was actually a fraud. Who knows what kind of person Sylvia really is? Alger knew best about Sylvia's character. The police certainly weren't there to arrest her. These classmates, however, jumped to conclusions, which annoyed him. Marta sneezed several times in a row. Her brain had been foggy, but when she heard that the police were going to arrest Sylvia, she suddenly became more alert. She secretly wished all these classmates would be arrested by the police. She glared hatefully at Lauren. If it weren't for this idiot pushing her into the reservoir, she wouldn't have been exposed. Now, only Hamilton was by her side. He took off his coat and put it on Marta's shoulders. No matter how much Marta disliked him, she couldn't refuse his kindness. Alger had super physical abilities, so he didn't feel cold at all, and his clothes dried quickly. It was Sylvia who kept worrying about him. The police car arrived at the reservoir before the bus did. Fergus and 2 colleagues got out of the car. Behind them, a sedan drove up, and the Jiang family of 4 stepped out. Braden hurried over to meet them. Fergus, why are you looking for Sylvia? Fergus saw Braden was nervous and smiled. Bernard, sorry for not explaining clearly earlier. We just need to ask Sylvia some questions. He and his colleagues walked over to Sylvia, followed by the Jiang family. They all nodded slightly towards Alger. Alger gently touched Sylvia's hand to comfort her. The other students unconsciously stepped back 2 paces, instinctively fearful of the police. Sylvia, do you recognize this handkerchief? Fergus held up a handkerchief and asked Sylvia. Sylvia nodded slightly. I used to have one exactly like this. Fergus asked, so what happened to it later? Sylvia glanced at Alger, bit her lip, and after thinking for a moment, said, that time when Alger's wound reopened, I used this handkerchief to cover his wound, so I gave it to him. She was a little worried, hoping this wouldn't get Alger into trouble. Should she lie? But she trusted Alger, and knew he hadn't done anything illegal. Fergus nodded and immediately turned to Alger. Alger, what happened to the handkerchief after that? Alger looked at Abby. Seeing their family eagerly watching him, Alger knew it was time to tell the truth. I tied the handkerchief around my wrist and lost it when I jumped into the river to save someone. Abby gasped in surprise and moved forward to grasp Alger's hand tightly. So you were the one who saved me. You are my true savior. This girl is a fraud. She angrily pointed at Marta. Everyone was stunned. How did Alger end up being the one who saved Abby? How can you claim someone else's heroic act as your own? Aren't you the top student known for excellence in both studies and character? Don't you think that's shameful? Jiang Shou indignantly scolded. Marta, who would have thought you're this kind of person? Our whole family has been deceived by you. You tricked us, even accepted our financial support. We could sue you for fraud. Ardell and Ronnie also accused Marta of her despicable actions. Unbelievable. How could such a virtuous and beautiful school queen be such a shameless liar? If we hadn't known today, we would still be deceived and kept in the dark. Shameless, no shame at all. Facing everyone's accusations, Marta almost couldn't stand up straight. Luckily, Hamilton supported her. Is today going to be her doom? Once the Jiang family learned the truth, they definitely wouldn't continue sponsoring her. Without money, how could she study and live? Would she have to return home and marry doggy number 2? She couldn't accept it. Alger, you guy, why didn't you leave your name after doing a good deed? You didn't even say a word when someone took the credit. What should I say about you? Ronnie walked over and looked at Alger with gratitude. Thank you for saving my mom. Alger just gently shook his head, indicating that there was no need to thank him, without saying anything. At that time, even if he had said something, how many people would have believed him? It would probably only invite ridicule from others. After all, it was something without evidence. Now with this handkerchief, it was as good as having evidence. It proved that he was the one who saved her, and Marta was just a liar who stole credit from others. Chapter 193. Have you lost your moral compass? Marta, in light of your fraudulent actions, we have the right to demand that you return the assistance we provided. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to resort to legal means to protect our rights. Ardell said solemnly. The assistance was given by you, not something I asked for. As soon as Marta opened her mouth, she found herself stuttering. She didn't pay much attention to it, assuming it was because of shivering from the cold. How shameless can you be? How could you act like this? Abby was very angry but could only accuse Marta of being shameless. Marta's words almost shocked everyone speechless. She could utter such shameless remarks. This made them think of her parents, who spoke similarly rudely and impolitely. Marta must have been influenced by her parents' behavior. If I were you, Marta, I would beg the Jiang family for forgiveness immediately. Right? One cannot live without principles. To think someone can be so despicable yet unscathed by it. Marta wanted to pretend to faint to escape these accusations. But with Hamilton supporting her, she couldn't fall down. Angry, she pushed Hamilton away and fell to the ground, feigning a faint. Hamilton quickly went to help her. Let's send Marta to the hospital first. Braden sighed softly. Marta had ruined herself. What a pity. If anyone should be blamed, it could only be her own twisted intentions. The 2 colleagues of Fergus, along with Hamilton, helped Marta into the police car and took her to the hospital. Fergus, the 4 members of the Jiang family, the Benny father and son, Alger, and Sylvia moved aside to talk. A few days ago, we sent the handkerchief to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Department for forensic analysis. Only then did we find traces of Sylvia on it. Fergus explained slowly. Sylvia had written her name on the handkerchief before, which was later washed off. No one expected it to still be identifiable. There are also traces of blood, likely from Alger's wound. Alger, you caused us such a detour. You should have told us you saved Mrs. Sue. Fergus shook his head with a sigh. Alger responded calmly, telling you wouldn't have mattered. Capturing Jericho was the priority, but it matters to us. Abby still looked gratefully at Alger. We wanted to thank my savior properly, but you didn't give us the chance. Alger, if it weren't for this handkerchief, would you never have told us the truth? Ardell asked. Not really, as they say, justice may be delayed but never denied. Alger remained calm. Everyone nodded slightly. Alger, please tell us everything about what happened. Fergus said. Thus, Alger recounted in detail how he saved Abby from start to finish. While you were chasing Jericho, Marta happened to pass by the riverbank and pretended to be the rescuer. Fergus shook his head again. She's quite brave and smart, too bad she used it in the wrong way. Now, the matter was clear. What troubled the police was that Jericho had not been caught yet. A bus arrived, and Braden led the students onto it. The 4 members of the Jiang family and Fergus left. As soon as Braden returned to school, Principal Eddie called him over. Why did Fergus come to the school looking for Sylvia? Did she get involved in something? Principal Eddie asked anxiously. Braden explained everything in detail to the principal. She doesn't know how to swim. She's a fraud. No way, this is so embarrassing. The press even reported on her heroic rescue. The school and county awarded her bonuses. What a joke this turned out to be. Principal Eddie was infuriated by Marta's antics. A girl like her. If Ronnie's mother had been dressed poorly, she probably wouldn't have even glanced at her. So cunning. He shook his head repeatedly. She's still a student, yet already so manipulative. It's unimaginable what she'll be like when she grows up. I heard last year the school and county also honored her. But Alger was actually saved by Sylvia. Braden sighed. Sylvia, that silly child, couldn't swim yet jumped in to save someone. She suffered brain damage from drowning, and Marta stole all the credit. Principal Eddie frowned deeply. Marta is truly despicable. They continued discussing. News of Marta's deeds would soon spread widely. Such a morally corrupt student would only incite public outrage. Principal Eddie hadn't figured out how to handle the situation yet. Marta was hiding in the hospital, pretending to be sick, with only Hamilton by her side. Her good friend Lauren had long run away without a trace. Hamilton took good care of Marta affectionately, buying her food and drink. The 4 members of the Jiang family came to the hospital again, demanding answers from Marta. Ardell had already drafted a lawsuit accusing her of fraud. With just a little effort, he could ensure Marta would lose this lawsuit. They wouldn't let her off easily after deceiving their Jiang family. Marta saw that they intended to make her suffer greatly. She couldn't resist anymore. Now she deeply regretted not giving in at the reservoir. She shouldn't have argued with them. Of the 36 stratagems, the flesh-wounding stratagem was the best. With a bang, she directly knelt down from the bed, hitting the floor hard. She frowned, trying to endure the pain in her knees. This action shocked both the Jiang family and Hamilton. Then there were several more bangs, as Marta knocked her head on the ground several times while kneeling. This series of actions left the Jiang family stunned. After knocking her head, Marta felt dizzy and nearly fell over. She raised her head. Her previously smooth forehead was now bloody and tear-streaked. Blood and tears streamed down her face, mixing into her mouth. I'm sorry, I had no choice. My family is very poor. I didn't have money for school. I didn't want to marry Mary Village too, doggy. She sobbed to the Jiang family, tears streaming down her face. She started stuttering again, probably due to dizziness. The Jiang family was momentarily stunned. Hamilton looked at her with pity. Don't pull this act on me. You were so stubborn at the reservoir. This crying isn't your style. Abby reacted first, breaking through Marta's disguise. Marta froze. It wasn't working on her? Hamilton's heart ached looking at her pitiful state. Marta had no choice. She did nothing wrong. She just wanted to escape that home. You're rich, so what if you sponsor her? She can pay you back later. Why be so relentless? He spoke up for Marta, feeling sorry for her. The Jiang family stared incredulously at Hamilton. How could he say such things? Was his sense of right and wrong eaten by dogs? This classmate, why should we sponsor a liar just because we are wealthy? Our money doesn't come from nowhere. We earned it through hard work. If everyone imitated her, the world would descend into chaos. You think you're smart, but aren't you just being fooled by her? If you pity her so much, you should sponsor her. Abby mercilessly criticized Hamilton. This kind of self-righteous boy thought he was a protector, but what exactly was he protecting? A real flower? You. Hamilton blushed with embarrassment. If he had money, would he even need to talk to them? Young man, you are too naive. I advise you to wake up. Don't regret it in the future. Etienne earnestly advised him. At that moment, Alger, Demetrius, and Sylvia arrived. Seeing Marta covered in blood and tears, all 3 were astonished. But they didn't care about her. Alger, why did you come? Ronnie asked curiously, not thinking they came to see Marta. A girl like her doesn't deserve any sympathy. He coldly glanced at Marta. He rarely showed such an expression, usually always smiling. Chapter 194. Wanna be his girlfriend? Are you qualified? Marta looked at Alger with tears in her eyes. He had come to see her, and she knew that he still liked her. After pursuing her for 2 years, it was impossible for him to give up so easily. Sue, Alger, I agree to be your girlfriend. She couldn't wait to express her feelings. As long as she became Alger's girlfriend, the Jiang family wouldn't make things difficult for her anymore. Alger sneered. Wanna be my girlfriend? Are you qualified? Do you deserve it? He slowly took out a bunch of notes from his pocket and threw them at Marta's face. The notes brushed past her face and fell to the ground. On the notes were Marta's handwriting. These are the notes you've written to me over the past 2 years, asking me to buy all sorts of things. I did some calculations, and it adds up to at least 10,000 yuan. You've owed this for so long. It's time to pay me back. In the past, he hadn't thrown these notes away because he couldn't bear to part with them. Later on, he kept them, waiting for an opportunity like this to settle the score. Marta couldn't believe her ears. Alger was asking her for 10,000 yuan. Was he out of his mind? You. How could you be so scheming? You small-minded man. She was so agitated that she wanted to slap Alger, who would ask for things they gave to others back. Paying debts is only right. Alger's face was full of sarcasm. Alger, you really are something. Ronnie couldn't help but admire Alger. Alger, I can help you. Ardell said to Alger. With Ardell's help, they would surely get this 10,000 yuan back. Mr. and Mrs. Etienne were surprised. Alger, an orphan student, had actually spent 10,000 yuan on Marta. How long must he have saved for this? How well must he have played games to earn such money? And Marta just let him buy this, and that so complacently, it was shocking. Tears filled Marta's eyes. These men were not real men at all. They didn't understand how to cherish women. Alger, you're too much. After all, she's the girl you've been after for 2 years. How can you treat her like this? Hamilton stood up for Marta. What's it got to do with you? Alger shot him a cold look. You. Hamilton was speechless under Alger's retort. Alger didn't want to stay here any longer, and left after achieving his goal. The 4 members of the Jiang family also left. The ward was left with only Marta and Hamilton. Hamilton still didn't leave Marta at this moment. He helped Marta onto the bed and tenderly wiped the wound on her forehead with a tissue. Marta's eyes were vacant. She didn't know what to do next. The Jiang family wouldn't let her off, and neither would Alger. She had to repay that money, but what could she use to repay it? She glanced at the lawsuit Ardell threw at her, demanding not only repayment for the expenses but also compensation for emotional distress, totaling more than 10,000 yuan. They were so wealthy. Did they really need this 10,000 yuan? It was clearly intentional. Rich people were truly untouchable, but this 10,000 yuan would ruin her. Plus the 10,000 yuan from Alger, that's over 20,000. She looked at Hamilton. Do you have money? She asked pitifully. Hamilton shook his head in shame. His family wasn't wealthy either. Even if they were, his family wouldn't possibly give him over 20,000 yuan. Marta glared at him disdainfully. It seemed she couldn't count on him. If she repaid this money, perhaps she could redeem herself. Everyone might pity her, forgiving her for her momentary confusion. She could continue studying at school, wait until she passed the college entrance exam next year, and leave this place. But before she could think of a way to solve the problem, news came from the school that they planned to expel her. The school had no choice. Parents initially thought Marta was outstanding and liked her very much, but after learning the truth, they demanded that the school expel her en masse. To be so calculating at such a young age and morally corrupt was terrifying. They considered her a time bomb. Parents feared she would corrupt their children. Principal Eddie had no choice but to expel Marta to comply with public opinion and maintain the school's reputation. After all, one person shouldn't tarnish the entire school's name. The hospital also notified Marta to pay the hospitalization fees. Panicked, Marta called her parents. The call reached the village committee, alarming the officials. Her parents had said she drowned when they last visited the village. How could she still be calling? The village officials hurriedly called her parents. In the phone call, Marta cried and said she owed others over 20,000 yuan, and she would do anything if they could help her repay it. Last time we heard you had died. Even the village's second dog cried for you. He's been thinking about you all along. If you agree to marry him, not only will he help repay 20,000 yuan, but even 30,000 yuan, he would find a way to help you. Her parents advised her not to continue her studies and return to marry the village's second dog. Marta was unwilling. She didn't want to marry the ugly and crude second dog from the village. She hung up on her parents and covered her face with both hands, sobbing bitterly. She made the call from a public telephone booth, with Hamilton by her side. He patted her shoulder tenderly, trying to console her. Young. Hamilton, I don't want to marry that village's second dog. She threw herself into Hamilton's arms, tears streaming down her face. Hamilton was momentarily stunned. His crush had willingly embraced him, making his heart race with joy. Marta, don't worry. I'll think of a way to help you. He gently patted her back and quickly moved his hand away, afraid to touch her any longer. Marta tugged at her lips secretly, waiting for just this moment. Hamilton wasn't entirely foolish. He went back to the school to find Alger. Alger had a good relationship with the Zhang family. If he could get Alger on his side, Marta would be fine. Hamilton hadn't come to school for 2 days. When he entered the classroom during evening self-study, everyone almost didn't recognize him. He looked haggard, with bloodshot eyes and stubble all around his lips, seeming much older than before. Hamilton, have you been in the hospital taking care of Marta these past few days? Don't be so kind-hearted. Girls like her are very scheming. Don't let yourself be deceived by her. Ezra kindly reminded him. Don't talk nonsense. She did it because she had no choice. She's a good girl. I won't allow you to speak ill of her. Hamilton glared angrily at Ezra. Pouting, Ezra shut his mouth. Since meeting the ponytail beauty, he found Marta really wasn't anything special in terms of looks. If Hamilton met the ponytail beauty, he'd surely be captivated by her beauty as well. Alger hadn't arrived at the classroom yet. He might not be in school during the day, but he was always there at night. So Hamilton decided to find him during evening self-study. At this moment, Alger was just leaving the Benny family residence with Sylvia. Knowing that Alger had saved Abby, Sylvia admired him even more. Her eyes were filled with admiration and love whenever she glanced at him. He was her hero. What are you smiling sneakily for again? Alger affectionately flicked her nose. I'm just so happy enough to smile. Sylvia smiled, showing off her perfectly white and even teeth, looking stunningly beautiful. Rachel, it's great to have you. Alger gazed warmly at the young girl before him, barely holding back the urge to embrace her. Just as they reached the bottom of the teaching building, they ran into Hamilton. Chapter 195, Trapping Hamilton. Hamilton glared at Alger with a malevolent gaze. Rachel, you go upstairs first. Alger whispered beside Sylvia's ear. Sylvia frowned and looked at Hamilton, then nodded gently before obediently going up. Although she was somewhat worried about Alger, he was so capable that he would definitely be able to handle Hamilton. Did you wait here for me on purpose? Alger spoke first. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. I don't have time to dawdle with you. Don't be too overbearing, Alger. Hamilton was instantly infuriated by his words. Alger turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Hamilton. Alger, considering that you've liked Marta for 2 years, can you not ask her for money anymore? You should also persuade Adrian not to take back their financial support. How can you not feel even the slightest bit heartbroken seeing how miserable Marta is now? Alger laughed coldly several times. Hamilton, do you think who you are? Have I been disrespectful to you? Why should I listen to you? Who does Marta think she is? If she has a problem, let her seek treatment. Don't bother me. He tried to leave again, only to be blocked by Hamilton once more, who tightly grabbed Alger's arm in a pleading tone. Alger, I'm fine. Please help Marta. Only you can help her now. If you don't help her, she will have to marry Dog 2 from the village. Alger shoved his hand away and said in a deep voice, her life or death has nothing to do with me. Hamilton stomped his feet in frustration. Alger, are you this heartless? Alger glanced at him and said, Hamilton, I advise you to stay away from Marta, or you won't even know how you died. Loving someone hopelessly is an illness, and it really needs to be treated. Ignoring Hamilton, Alger left with large strides. Hamilton's shoulders slumped. How could he face Marta after this? He promised to help her. He didn't expect Alger to be so heartless. Marta didn't blame him upon hearing what Hamilton had said. Well, it's my fate. Yangcheng Alonso Hui, thank you for your care these 2 days. Tears shimmered in Marta's eyes. Without the money to return to them, what do you plan to do? Can you borrow some from relatives? Hamilton wished he could wipe away her tears. She looked so pitiful, which deeply pained his heart. Marta smiled bitterly. What can I do? I can only, obediently, return to my hometown and marry Dog 2 from the village. Marrying an ugly man is better than being in prison. Going to prison would leave a criminal record, ruining her entire life. What? Are you really getting married? How old are you? Hamilton was both anxious and heartbroken. He couldn't watch Marta destroy her future like this. He made a decision. He must help Marta. If no one else would help her, he would. I really have no other way? Marta cried and threw herself into Hamilton's arms. Yang Chengji, do you know that I have always liked you? But I worried it might affect your studies. I'm about to get married soon, and I don't want to leave any regrets behind. She hugged Hamilton tightly, her red eyes flashing a fierce determination. Since no one would help her, she had to save herself. Hamilton stood motionless, completely shocked by her actions. His heart was filled with immense joy. Turns out Marta also liked him. He should have confessed his feelings long ago. But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. The next day, everyone was having morning reading class when Marta's parents burst into the classroom. Zhao Dia, come out now. Stop pretending to be dead. Quickly go home and get married. Marta's father shouted loudly toward the classroom. Zhao Dia, are you dead? If not, get out fast. Marta's mother yelled as well, her voice almost tearing through the ceiling. They didn't bring their children this time, showing clear impatience. No one knew what was happening, and nobody paid attention to them. Fortunately, Braden arrived at that moment. The couple rushed directly into the classroom without finding a teacher first. Marta's parents, Marta isn't at school. She's in the hospital now. Braden explained. Upon hearing this, the couple didn't ask about Marta's condition but demanded Braden take them to the hospital immediately. Their sole purpose was to take Marta away right away. Hamilton, the class president, hadn't been to school for several days. Braden had to ask Alger to temporarily take over and manage the class. Marta's parents were still urging, and Braden did not say much, afraid of the commotion. He quickly led them to the hospital. Marta's parents are here again? They said they want to take her back to get married. Is she marrying Dog 2 from the village? That's quite a match. Everyone had no sympathy for Marta. Alger slightly frowned. Unsure what Marta's fate would be in this life, would Hamilton still do everything for her? Braden hailed a taxi and took Marta's parents to the hospital. A police car was parked at the entrance of the hospital, but no one knew what had happened inside. Braden led Marta's parents to her ward. All along the way, there were constant discussions. Why did the police come so early in the morning? Could it be that there's a murder case in the hospital? It's not a murder case, it's a rape case. A patient was raped. I also heard that the victim is a student. Quickly look, the police are bringing out the criminal. Braden glanced over and indeed saw several policemen escorting a man out of the ward building. The man's head was lowered, almost reaching his chest. Braden felt that the figure of the man looked somewhat familiar. When the man got closer, Braden recognized his face and was shocked almost to the point of losing balance. Chapter 196, Stubbornly Unrepentant. This rapist doesn't look very old. I heard he's a high school student. What a pity. His whole life is ruined. The people around were discussing in whispers. Braden was extremely heartbroken. Because this rapist was Hamilton, he was escorted by several policemen, looking like a fish out of water, completely listless. He was both a class monitor and a straight-A student, who had a bright future ahead of him but committed such a foolish act. Marta was supported by 2 female police officers as she appeared before everyone. Unlike Hamilton, she did not lower her head. Her tear-streaked face scanned the crowd with tearful eyes, appearing pitiful and vulnerable. Involuntarily, everyone felt deep sympathy for her, such a beautiful girl being violated like this. Dia Zhao, were you the one who was raped? How could you get yourself raped like that? How are we supposed to explain this to Germaine? Marta's parents wailed loudly, but dared not approach because of the presence of the police. Marta glared hatefully at her parents. If it weren't for their incompetence, she wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures, sacrificing herself. Finally, they watched helplessly as Hamilton and Marta were taken away in a police car. Braden took Marta's parents to the police station too. Eventually, they figured out what had happened. Early that morning, Marta reported to the police that she had been raped by Hamilton. When the police arrived, Marta was calm until she saw them. Then she broke down in tears, recounting how Hamilton had raped her. Hamilton was utterly shocked by the appearance of the police. He never expected Marta would report the incident. Marta used a nurse's phone to call the police. He had no idea when she left or how she managed to do it. At the police station, Marta cried silently. When Hamilton's parents arrived, she asked to speak to them privately. If you give me 10,000 RMB, I won't press charges against Hamilton. I'll tell the police I consented. Marta looked at them calmly. Unexpectedly, Hamilton's parents were even calmer. Hamilton did wrong and should accept legal punishment. You should report him. Marta couldn't believe it. What? Why? You'd rather let Hamilton go to jail than give me 10,000 RMB. Serving time will ruin his life. Hamilton's father smiled lightly. Let's be honest. Hamilton is an adopted child. It's already much for us to support his education. He must take responsibility for his actions. Marta didn't expect Hamilton's background and quickly said, I don't need 10,000 RMB anymore. Give me 2, and I won't press charges. Hamilton's parents exchanged a smile. Classmate, this isn't about money. Hamilton is already 18 and must be responsible for his actions. If we try to settle this with money, the consequences would be worse than letting him serve time. Hamilton's mother smiled at Marta, but it was a hollow smile. Desperate, Marta gritted her teeth. Give me 10,000 RMB, or 5,000 will do. Why? You can't just watch Hamilton go to jail. No matter how much she lowered her demands, Hamilton's parents refused to budge. Was she really so worthless? They would rather see Hamilton go to jail than spend 5,000 RMB? Money, we won't spend a single cent. Let Hamilton serve time. Hamilton's parents left with indifference. You see, can't ignore him just because he's not biologically your son. Tears welled up in Marta's eyes as she slumped into a chair. She never imagined Hamilton's parents would be such people. They clearly didn't care about Hamilton at all. She had never heard him mention that he was adopted. Her plan had backfired. If she had known this earlier, she could have sold herself to a wealthy man and certainly gotten a good price. But once that step was taken, there would be no turning back, and her dream of attending university would be shattered. Now, she had lost everything. Her innocence and her chance at education. She could only return home to marry Germain. Fortunately, she had directly called the police instead of contacting Hamilton's parents first. She had also considered negotiating with his parents, threatening to report him if they didn't give her money. If she had done that, they might have turned around and accused her of blackmail. Then, she would be the one going to jail. Of course, Hamilton had no idea about Marta asking his parents for money. He thought he had hurt Marta and felt guilty towards her. Going to prison was what he deserved. He deeply regretted his impulsive actions that night. It would ruin Marta's life. The punishment was inevitable, and he would at least spend 3 years in jail. When Braden came to visit him, Hamilton immediately asked how Marta was doing. She went back to her hometown with her parents. "Oh, child, why were you so foolish? You've ruined yourself." Hearing this, Hamilton felt overwhelming remorse. He blamed himself. "I should have helped her earlier." Last night, after visiting Alger at the hospital and seeing Marta's pitiful state, he had decided to help her. He even considered selling a kidney to help her. One kidney gone, one remained. It wouldn't significantly impact his health. If only he had sold his kidney earlier. Did Marta sacrifice herself and report him because she saw that he intended to do this? If he were locked up, he wouldn't be able to sell his kidney anymore. She must have been thinking of him. Braden looked at him incredulously. This kid was truly stubbornly unrepentant. From that day on, Class 9 of Senior 3 at Xuanhuan High School lost 2 students, Hamilton and Marta. Hamilton faced 3 years in prison. Marta returned to her hometown to marry Huizi. Villager Germain spent 25,000 yuan as dowry to marry Marta. They paid back 20,000 yuan to the Jiang family in Alger, while Marta's parents kept the remaining 5,000 yuan. Germain was an ugly, rough man in his 30s with thinning, graying hair. His first wife had died. He liked drinking and would beat his wife when drunk, leading to her suicide. One could imagine what kind of life awaited Marta. The class carried on as usual without these 2 students. Monday and Tuesday were for the monthly exams. Just like last time, Alger finished each exam early. Alec once again personally supervised his exam, becoming staring, watching him every second, fearing he might cheat. But this didn't affect Alger's performance in the slightest. Chapter 197, when will the official announcement be made? After each exam, Alger went to cook at the Benny family's house. Bernard and his son asked him how the exams went. Each time he said, "I'm definitely first in grade." Sylvia also did very well. Ever since her stutter was cured, she found studying increasingly easy. "Rachel, did you finish all the questions this time?" During dinner, Alger smiled and asked. Sylvia nodded vigorously, her big eyes shining brightly. "I finished all of them, and I even double-checked." This was the best she had performed since entering high school. That must mean Rachel did wonderfully this time. Alger was extremely happy. "Rachel, if you make it into the top 3 in grade this time, I'll buy you an MP3 player." The Benny family's father and son were slightly stunned. Could Sylvia do it with her current level? It was already quite difficult for her to get into the top 10 in class. Top 3 in grade seemed a bit far-fetched. "Really? You can't trick me." Sylvia laughed happily. She could do all the questions in this monthly exam, so it might be possible to get into the top 3 in grade. "If I lie, I'll be a little dog." Alger chuckled as he stroked her hair. He really loved touching her hair. The results of the monthly exam came out. Alger was still the top student in grade, scoring full marks in all subjects. Sylvia came in second by just 1 point. Sophie placed third but scored nearly 20 points less than Sylvia. Sylvia's improvement amazed everyone. C-rank last month's Alger, she became the dark horse of this exam. Everyone started to notice her. Actually, she was always outstanding. During freshman year, she consistently topped the grade. Her brain injury from drowning caused her grades to drop. At the commendation ceremony, Principal Eddie particularly praised Alger and Sylvia. He commended their diligent studies and excellent results, as well as their bravery and high moral character. Last year, Sylvia saved Alger. This year, Alger saved Abby. Both were exemplary students. Principal Eddie called on everyone to learn from them to become all-round students. When Alger and Sylvia went up on stage to receive their awards, thunderous applause erupted below. "Alger, Sylvia, you two are such a perfect match." Demetrius excitedly shouted aloud. He wanted to shout, "Alger, kiss your wife." How exciting. He felt like singing, a pair returning home together. Originally, the girls who supported Alger started shipping Alger and Sylvia as a couple. Indeed, only an outstanding girl like Sylvia could match an equally excellent Alger. Girls like Marta were nothing but scheming and couldn't hold a candle to Sylvia. "Alger, Sylvia, you two are awesome. Hug, hug." The students below yelled excitedly. Sylvia's face turned red instantly. What were they talking about? Alger smiled warmly, looking adoringly at Sylvia. He really wanted to fulfill everyone's wishes. Principal Eddie looked at the two with a smiling face and also began to ship this couple. "Everyone, please quiet down. Sometimes, relationships can promote studies, like Alger and Sylvia. They set the best example. However, I still suggest not trying it lightly because it involves higher risks." Was Principal giving public consent for students to date? What about the rule forbidding dating? Was it just for show? Indeed, before excellent students, it was merely a formality. Clearly, Principal Eddie indulged these two too much. Sylvia's face grew even redder. Why did everyone assume that she and Alger were dating? They were just good neighbors. She needed to clarify this. She stole a glance at Alger, seeing his wide grin. Why was he so happy? "Next, please welcome our outstanding student representative, Alger, to speak." Principal Eddie applauded. Thunderous applause rang below, with some students whistling. Alger took the microphone from Principal Eddie. The crowd immediately hushed, waiting for his speech. "Thank you for your applause. Actually, He looked tenderly at Sylvia beside him. Demetrius clapped his hands together anxiously. "Huanga, confess quickly. Actually, My being the top student in grade wouldn't have been possible without Sylvia's help. We helped each other and achieved success together. On the road ahead, we will continue to work hard and strive for even better achievements. Students, let's all work hard together. Believe in yourselves, you can definitely do it. After Alger finished speaking, the audience once again cheered enthusiastically. Demetrius, disappointed, gave a middle finger. This guy was too chicken. What kind of confession was that? Not even saying, I like you. Sylvia, bewildered, thought, this should count as clarification, right? Back at her seat, she looked at the stack of certificates in her hands and smiled happily. She was finally catching up with Alger. Just one more point. Alger handed over the certificates he had received to her with a smile. Rachel, keep them for me. And the MP3 player, it's yours. He then handed her a beautifully packaged MP3 player. Sylvia's smile blossomed again. Hang, thank you. She would never refuse anything given by Alger. As promised, they are your rewards. Alger stroked her hair affectionately, eyes filled with indulgence. Demetrius secretly watched the two, with a motherly smile on his face. When will these two make it official? It's driving everyone crazy. The commendation ceremony continued. A student went to the outdoor restroom only to be chased out by a little wild dog inside. Whenever he heard the wild dog's barking, Alec became extremely nervous. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and nervously glanced towards the outdoor restroom. Seeing no commotion there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, another student went to the outdoor restroom. The barking of the wild dog started again. This student really couldn't hold it any longer. If he could, he wouldn't have come to the outdoor restroom. Clamping his legs tightly, he bent down and picked up a stone, throwing it hard at the wild dog. Alec watched this scene with anxiety. Hey, that student, don't go to the outdoor restroom. Xiaoxi got bitten by the dog. He stood on the platform, shouting loudly and waving his arms. Everyone turned their attention to the outdoor restroom. Principal Eddie also stopped speaking, looking curiously at the outdoor restroom. The student hit the wild dog with the stone. Instead of running away, the wild dog barked even louder. The student clamped his legs tighter, his bladder nearly bursting. Ignoring Alec's warning, he picked up another large stone and threw it again at the wild dog. This time the wild dog was seriously hurt, yelping and fleeing into the outdoor restroom with its tail between its legs. The student rushed into the outdoor restroom, unzipping his pants as he ran. It seemed everyone could hear the sound of him peeing. Alec stared intently at the outdoor restroom, heart almost in his throat. Help me. Suddenly, the student screamed and rushed out of the outdoor restroom. Chapter 198. Suspect appears. Help, there's a wild man inside. The student was shouting at the top of his lungs, scared out of his wits. What happened? Security. Security. Principal Eddie immediately called for the security team through a microphone. After receiving funding from the higher-ups, the school had increased its security personnel. Hearing Principal Eddie's call, they rushed to the playground with their self-defense weapons and headed toward the dry toilet. Students ran over to watch, surrounding the student and asking questions. None of them dared to get close to the dry toilet. It really was a wild man, with such long hair. The student, pale as death, trembled while gesturing with his hands. Everyone noticed the wet patch on the front of his pants. He had wet himself in fear. This made everyone even more curious about what the wild man looked like that could scare someone this much. Alec's face was even paler than the student's. He stumbled toward the dry toilet. Alger tightly held Sylvia's hand, still standing on the podium, not wanting to join the crowd. Firstly, the dry toilet was too smelly, which might bother Sylvia. Secondly, it was too crowded, and he feared she might get hurt. Sylvia's small hand was warm inside Alger's grip. Her face flushed red, heart pounding. She secretly glanced up at Alger. He was looking up at the direction of the dry toilet, seemingly unaware that they were holding hands. She smiled to herself, feeling sweet. Wow, there really is a wild man. Everyone's shocked voices drew Sylvia's attention. A man with long hair was being dragged out by the security personnel. A small stray dog barked wildly behind him. Let me go. I'm not a wild man. The man struggled fiercely, but judging by his voice, he wasn't old. So wild men can talk? I thought they only grunted. Everyone curiously inspected the man. He was dirty, his clothes tattered, and his long hair covered his face so no one could see what he looked like. When he struggled, a foul odor spread around, making people gag. Principal Eddie, he's probably just a homeless person hiding here. Let's release him. We shouldn't hurt him. Alex stepped forward, nervously eyeing the man. We shouldn't treat homeless people with prejudice. You should put down the forks. Hurting him would be bad. He glanced at the security personnel. No, we can't let him go. He could hurt the students. This behavior seems suspicious. He looks mentally unstable. What if he hurts someone on the street after we release him? Let's call the police and let them handle it. Principal Eddie disagreed with releasing him. Upon hearing that the police would be called, Alec became even more nervous. No, I don't want to go to jail. Let me go. The man struggled even harder, but the security personnel held him tightly. The police are here. A student shouted loudly. Turning around, everyone saw Fergus and several other officers approaching. After Paula was injured, the police frequently came to check on the campus. Their timing couldn't have been better. I don't want to go to jail. Dad, save me. Dad. Seeing the police, the man screamed uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the moment when the security personnel were distracted by the arrival of the police, he used all his strength to break free and lunged toward Alec. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. He clung to Alec desperately, as if he had found a lifeline. You're insane. Stop yelling. Who's your dad? Let go of me. Alec, sweating profusely and extremely nervous, tried hard to push him away, but the man stuck to him like glue. The security personnel hurried to pull the man off. The police arrived and quickly subdued the man, cuffing his hands behind his back. Let me go. I don't want to go to jail, Dad. Save me. The man broke down into hysterical tears, shaking his long hair like a madman. You stop yelling nonsense. Comrade police, I suspect he might be mentally ill. You should send him to a psychiatric hospital. Alec was incredibly anxious. Ignoring him, the police continued. Fergus pushed aside the man's long hair covering his face. His identity was revealed. You're Jericho. Fergus was astonished. This boy was so cunning, hiding in the school's dry toilet. No wonder they couldn't find him. Given his filthy appearance, it seemed he had been living, eating, and defecating in the dry toilet. The small stray dog probably considered him a companion, constantly barking to protect him. Jericho. He's the robber. He also injured someone. How terrifying. Everyone felt both fear and curiosity. They were still shaken. It turned out that this villain had been hiding right under their noses. They had been in danger all along. How terrifying. It's really Jericho. This guy was hiding in our school all along. Principal Eddie had seen Jericho's portrait and recognized him. How fortunate. They really should thank the student who had to urinate urgently and the little wild dog. Jericho, we've been looking for you for so long and finally found you. Take him away. Fergus waved his hand. No, I don't want to go with you. Father, save me. You promised to protect me. Jericho struggled hard, looking pitifully at Alec. Everyone was puzzled. Why was he calling Alec father? Could he really have a mental illness? But why didn't he call Principal Eddie father? I told you, stop shouting nonsense. I'm not your father. Alec, angry, stepped forward and slapped Jericho across the face. Fergus scolded, Director Ma, you cannot harm the suspect. He was shouting nonsense. Alec felt increasingly panicked. Alec, you beast, how could you hit me? You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. I will expose you. Jericho's eyes were bloodshot, as if soaked in blood. You shut up. You're just a lunatic. Alec was even more flustered. Chapter 199 The Heart Arsonist. Alec, are you afraid? It's too late. We might as well fight to the death. Jericho chuckled darkly. Officer, I want to inform on Alec. He was responsible for my mom's death. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was abuzz with noise. What explosive news is this? Did Alec kill someone, and that someone being Jericho's mother? What kind of relationship do they have? So complicated. Jericho, don't spout nonsense. I don't even know who you are, nor your mother. Alec hurriedly defended himself, drenched in cold sweat. You don't know me? So you really are a heartless man. Jericho smiled sorrowfully, his eyes full of hatred. All of this is because of you. Fergus interrupted Jericho. Jericho, it's also an offense to commit slander. Come with us to the police station now. Some things are better left unknown by students. Just when everyone's curiosity had been piqued, Fergus stopped Jericho from speaking further. Director Ma, please come along with us and cooperate with our investigation. Fergus spoke sternly to Alec. But there's no need for me to go. I don't even know this so-called Jericho. Alec tightened his fists secretly, inwardly panicked. It's not up to you whether it's necessary or not. Please cooperate with the police work. Thank you. Fergus made an inviting gesture. Alec looked pleadingly at Principal Eddie. Principal Eddie showed helplessness. No one could interfere with the police work. Director Ma, go with the police first. Make sure to fully cooperate with them. Principal Eddie gave Alec an assuring look. Alec felt a complex mix of emotions inside him. Going to the police would probably mean death. But could he refuse? Of course not. Comrades, can I make a call? Alec asked with a smile. Fergus refused clearly. Principal Eddie, please inform my elder brother-in-law that I have been taken away by the police. Thank you. Alec asked Principal Eddie again. Seeing that the police didn't object, Principal Eddie nodded in agreement. Jericho was led away by the police for questioning, and Alec had no choice but to follow. The crowd dispersed, still discussing Jericho's affair. Xuanhuan returned to the pit toilet at some point and continued guarding its territory. Demetrius endured the stench, curiously peeking into the pit toilet. There was an old blanket inside, along with some snack wrappers. Jericho really lived here. How did he endure it? Only a ninja turtle could take it. A normal person couldn't stand it. Alger finally released Sylvia's hand. He held her hand naturally, then let it go just as naturally. It didn't bother him, but it caused great disturbance to Sylvia's heart. What a heart arsonist. During the break, Demetrius took advantage of Sylvia's absence and approached Alger with a grin, asking, Hongzi, how are you going to reward your savior? Definitely offer yourself, right? Why don't you confess quickly? I'm almost dying here. Alger stayed calm, casting a glance at him. Truly, the emperor isn't anxious while the eunuch is. Just get into the top 3 in class first before talking about it. Demetrius widened his eyes. What? How could I ever be among the top 3 in the class? Although he did improve a lot in this exam, he was far from being the top 3. Alger came first, Sylvia second, him third? Possible? I'm not asking you to be top 3 in grade. Demetrius laughed bitterly. I'm not like you. Alger gripped Demetrius's shoulder tightly. Gordizi, getting into the top 3 in class is not difficult. Follow my study method. You can definitely make it. He handed over a thick notebook to Demetrius. Study this notebook thoroughly. Getting into the top 3 will be a breeze. This was the notes he had summarized during his spare time, all containing commonly tested and must-know points. An exam has its priorities. It can't cover every knowledge point in the book. Gordizi, whether I can confess or not depends entirely on you. Alger patted Demetrius's shoulder once again. Demetrius silently accepted the thick notebook. For his good brother's happiness, he'd give it his all. Sylvia and Sophie were chatting in the hallway, surrounded by a bunch of girls. Sylvia, you're so awesome. How did you do it? You're as excellent as Alger. Do you guys hang out often? Is there any secret? Does falling in love really boost studies? How do you two manage it? The topic gradually turned to Alger. Surrounded by people, Sylvia already felt uneasy. Everyone thought she was dating Alger. How should she answer that? She blushed embarrassingly. Just when she was going to say she wasn't dating Alger, Alger suddenly walked over. Rachel, there's a problem I can't solve. Can you teach me? The corridor was noisy. He guessed Sylvia's embarrassment and came over to rescue her. He naturally held Sylvia's hand and took her away. Wow, Alger is here. He looks so handsome. Sylvia matches him perfectly. Their height difference is so cute. I love this couple. The corridor immediately buzzed with excitement. Everyone was engrossed in the couple, unable to break free. Sophie felt a twinge at first, but soon accepted the reality. Indeed, they looked great together no matter which way you looked at it. In front of everyone, Alger took Sylvia away. All the way to the classroom, Alger didn't let go of Sylvia's hand until they were inside. Sylvia's face was as red as a ripe apple, making one want to bite into it. Alger's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Sitting at her desk, Sylvia hesitated for a while before asking, "Should we clarify things with everyone? Rachel, don't mind them. Don't let them bother you. Just focus on your studies. Over time, they'll stop fussing about it. We still have university entrance exams to prepare for." Alger smiled and patted her head. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't rushed to confess to her. She would get troubled by others' comments, which was something he didn't want to see. There were supporters, but also detractors. Sylvia couldn't handle these rumors and gossip. Seeing how calm Alger was, Sylvia decided not to dwell on this issue anymore. Let them talk. What she needed to do was focus on her studies and not be distracted by other matters. She quietly clenched her fist. This hand had just been held by Alger, still warm from his touch. A gentle curve appeared on her lips. She would keep this sweetness hidden in her heart. Taking out the MP3 player from her desk drawer, her heart became even sweeter. Teacher Benny came into the classroom and summarized the results of the monthly exam. He happily announced that among the 10 classes in grade 3, their class ranked 8th in average score, finally moving up from last place. Any improvement deserved praise. He also praised Demetrius for his significant progress, encouraging him to continue working hard and strive for more progress in the next exam. Demetrius had never been praised before. He was thrilled and swore to enter the top 3 in the class for Alger's happiness. Currently, Alger was the acting class president. After seeking everyone's opinions, Braden proposed formally appointing Alger as the class president. Through a vote, Sylvia was elected as the study committee member. Before, Marta held this position, but she had returned to her hometown. I hope our grade 3 class 9, under the leadership of class president Alger, will achieve brilliant results. Alger, I believe in you. You can do it. Braden finished speaking and led the applause. With role models like Alger and Sylvia, he believed everyone would work hard and not drag the class down. Everyone clapped vigorously, full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Alger, keep it up. You can do it. They all believed in Alger. With his help, even Demetrius had improved so much. They too had hoped to improve. Alger suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. Chapter 200, The New Dean of Students. It was now December. The weather had turned very cold. Alger received a gift from Sylvia, a pair of pink gloves. Alger was both surprised and delighted. At the time, when Sylvia asked him what color of yarn he preferred, because she liked pink herself, he had said he liked pink too. When Sylvia gave him the gloves, he was so moved that he wanted to kiss her. I've prepared gifts for my godfather and godmother, Wanda, and brother Eddie. Hats, gloves, scarves. Sylvia explained, fearing he might misunderstand. Alger recalled a novel he had read once, where the male lead carried all the girls across the river just to get close to the female lead. Sylvia did the same. In order to give him a gift, she gave gifts to everyone else as well. How adorable his childhood friend was. Yaki, I love these gloves. They're beautiful and fit perfectly. Thank you. Alger happily stroked her hair. Sylvia smiled, her cheeks blushing. Alger wore the gloves proudly wherever he went. He even wore them to the bathroom. But before he used the toilet, he would take them off neatly and put them in his pocket. Alger, look at your goofy grin. You look like the fool son of a landlord. How ugly. All she gave you was a pair of gloves, and you're this happy. If she gives you a kiss, you'd probably jump to the sky. Demetrius teased his good friend. Alger finished urinating, shook himself, and raised an eyebrow at him. What? Are you envious? Jealous? Hee hee. Look at you being so silly. Demetrius glared at him. Alger grinned and put his gloves back on, waving them in front of Demetrius. Demetrius ignored him and returned to the classroom to review notes and solve problems. He still needed to support his friend's happiness. It was quite the pressure. In the following few tests, Demetrius achieved excellent results. This boosted his confidence significantly. The top student's notes were indeed helpful. Seeing this, other classmates asked him for the secret to success. Demetrius generously shared Alger's notes with everyone. Meanwhile, Alger was secretly formulating plans to improve everyone's grades based on their individual weaknesses. He couldn't let Braden down. He must lead Class 9 to glory. A new dean of students named Zach arrived at the school. In his 30s, he was a retired military officer, extremely upright in posture, with a stern expression that commanded respect. He strictly followed the school's rules, showing no favoritism or leniency towards anyone. Not even someone like Alger was an exception. During class hours, students must remain on campus and were not allowed to leave for personal matters. Even the special privileges given by Principal Eddie didn't exempt Alger. Under Zach's militarized management, fewer students went out to surf the internet. The new, tall, and sturdy fence around the school also ensured no one left at night. There was simply no way out. With nothing else to do at school, students could only pass the time by reading and studying. Novels were forbidden, and any found would be torn up by Zach. Falling asleep in class was impossible. Violators had to stand at attention in the back of the classroom, which was more exhausting than running. Every Monday's flag-raising ceremony was mandatory, regardless of weather. Zach would personally speak at the podium, sharing revolutionary stories to inspire students to study hard and not waste their youth. Students who showed improvement also had the chance to give speeches under the flag. In this atmosphere, students gradually changed their lazy habits and began to focus on their studies. Meanwhile, Zach also reorganized the teaching staff. He established a strict evaluation system involving assessments by school leaders, teachers, and comprehensive evaluations by students. Those who scored poorly faced the risk of dismissal. Teachers like Jesse, who received extremely low ratings from students, risked losing their bonuses and possibly their jobs or being transferred. Teachers dared not slack off anymore. They started preparing and delivering lessons diligently. Failing in the evaluation would be embarrassing. Zach required students to avoid going online even on weekends. Anyone caught would be punished. He would personally go to internet cafes to catch students, bringing them home and criticizing them in front of their parents. They would also face criticism during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, further embarrassing their entire class. Without students, the nearby internet cafe saw a sharp drop in revenue and had to switch to other businesses. This phenomenon shocked the local residents. What was happening at xuanhuan Middle School? Why weren't students going online, even on weekends? Zach acted swiftly, even making Principal Eddie listen to him. When chatting with Braden, Principal Eddie remarked that the current xuanhuan Middle School finally looked like a real school. They couldn't help but admire Zach's management skills. With such talent, how could they worry about xuanhuan's ranking not improving? Alec, that toxic element, really left at the right time, in the right way. Actually, Principal Eddie had been looking for an opportunity to get rid of Alec. However, Alec had connections above him that Principal Eddie couldn't afford to offend, so he had to play along with Alec. Even those connections couldn't protect Alec for what he had done. A murderer hiding in the school was bound to affect the school's reputation. First, there was a robber, now a murderer. It made the parents very worried. Some parents had even come to inquire about transferring their children to other schools. Bernard, I tried my best to persuade the parents to wait until the end of this semester before transferring if they really must. There are still 2 months left this semester. If the students make significant progress within these 2 months, it would be easier to convince them. Otherwise, we'll lose many students next semester. Principal Eddie shared his worries with Braden. The school's overall performance must improve by the end of the term for its reputation to be salvaged. Braden sighed and consoled Principal Eddie. Under Director Shin's management, the school has already undergone tremendous changes. I believe there's a high possibility of turning things around. Let's hope so. Fortunately, Director Ma is gone, and Director Sean has arrived. Principal Eddie couldn't help but feel relieved. Alec was charged with intentional murder and rape, and was sentenced to death. Chapter 201. Unveiling Alec. The incident occurred 18 years ago. Back then, Alec had just started his role as the vice principal at xuanhuan Middle School. He set his eyes on Paula, the school beauty, and raped her. Paula originally intended to report it to the police. However, her mother was seriously ill at the time, and Alec paid for her treatment. This put Paula in a dilemma. In truth, Paula's family wasn't poor, but all their savings were spent on her mother's illness. Later, Paula became pregnant. Seizing the opportunity, Alec proposed to her, promising to be devoted to her. Her parents were also satisfied with Alec and advised Paula to marry him. To protect the unborn Ivy in her womb, Paula gave up her chance to attend university and married Alec. As she approached labor, a woman came to their home and suddenly appeared before her. She held a baby several months old, claiming to be Alec's fiancé. She called Paula a shameless third party who ruined her family. That baby is today's Jericho. The woman is Jericho's mother. Jericho's mother came from a distant small village and worked in this city in gray areas. Alec was one of her clients, and they maintained a 2-year affair. When Jericho's mother got pregnant, Alec arranged for her to live in a rented house and said he would marry her. Alec used prenatal care as an excuse not to let her go out freely. She waited for Alec to marry her, only to find out after giving birth to Jericho that Alec had already married Paula. She tracked Alec down to his home. It turns out you, this evil woman, took away my child's father. You shameless bitch, give me back my child's father. Jericho's mother, shouting at the top of her lungs, grabbed the child and tore at Paula. She didn't blame Alec, but blamed Paula. Just looking at Paula's beautiful face made her jealous. Alec's first reaction was to close the door before stopping Jericho's mother. At the moment of closing the door, Jericho's mother pushed Paula hard. Paula's belly hit the dining table, causing her to scream in pain. Blood poured down her legs. Alec and Jericho's mother were both shocked. Alec quickly sent Paula to the hospital. Paula lost the baby, and her uterus had to be removed. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter. Shocked by this trauma, Paula's mental state deteriorated. Because of this incident, Alec scared Jericho's mother into returning to the small village. She feared the police would come after her, so she didn't want to go to jail. 8 years passed before Jericho's mother dared bring Jericho to Pansho County. The small village was too poor. The mother and son couldn't survive there any longer. They had no choice but to seek out Alec. When Paula saw Jericho's mother, she immediately recognized her. Paula lost control, screaming and shouting, wanting to kill Jericho's mother. Alec dragged her into the bedroom and barely managed to calm her down. He could only arrange a remote place for Jericho and his mother, warning them not to look for him again, and gave them some money. However, Paula continued to cause trouble for Alec every day. I will avenge my child. I will kill her. As long as she lives, I won't have peace. Jericho's mother frequently visited Alec, threatening and demanding money from him, saying she would expose their relationship if he didn't comply. Meanwhile, Paula kept creating chaos, driving him crazy. If this went on, the school would eventually find out about it. He would be expelled. While Alec was away, Paula attempted suicide by cutting her wrists. Fortunately, she was taken to the hospital in time and saved. Alec was truly at his breaking point. Paula, please stop making things worse. I can't take this anymore. He even knelt and begged her. Paula coldly replied, kill that woman and avenge our child. After much consideration, Alec finally decided to kill Jericho's mother. This woman not only threatened his family, but also his future. Ultimately, Alec tricked Jericho's mother into agreeing to return to the small village, saying he would personally escort them. Before departure, Alec studied the map and found the perfect location to act. On the way to the village, in a secluded part of a small road, Alec deceived Jericho's mother to get off the car. He led her into a forest-covered mountain and, taking advantage of her unawareness, pulled out a dagger and killed her. To prove it to Paula, he cut off Jericho's mother's little finger. Meanwhile, Jericho secretly followed and witnessed his father killing his mother, pushing her body down the mountain. Due to the remote location, no one has found Jericho's mother's body to this day. Alec returned to the car and found Jericho sleeping. He didn't wake him up but drove straight back to Pan's. Jericho was pretending to sleep. If Alec knew he saw the murder, he would surely kill him too. He remained asleep until they arrived in Pan's. Alec said that his mother had taken another car back to the small village, and he should just stay in Panzhou. Jericho obediently did not ask any more questions. In fact, he was terrified inside. Through his brother-in-law Alonsisef's connections, Alec arranged for Jericho to get registered in Panzhou. Officially, he was the son of an old bachelor surnamed Zhang. The old bachelor died a few years later, and Jericho lived on welfare. Jericho's academic performance was poor, but he ran very fast. Alec used Alonsisef's help again to get Jericho into Alansaxiang Middle School. Of course, he did not dare to send Jericho to Hongwen Middle School, or Lian would have created a scene. Lian always thought that Jericho had returned to the small village. At Alansaxiang Middle School, Jericho often skipped classes to go online and became addicted to slot machines. That little bit of welfare was far from enough for him to spend. Alec did not provide financial support either. Sometimes, he would rob younger students for their pocket money. One day, he happened to run into Abby. When she paid for something, she took out her wallet, which contained a thick stack of cash. Jericho, tempted by the sight of money, quietly followed Abby. On the riverbank of the Lai River, he snatched her bag and pushed her into the river. He did not expect the matter to become so serious, with the police chasing him everywhere. With no other choice, he could only seek help from Alec. He climbed over the wall into Hongwen Middle School and found Alec. Lian also saw him. After 10 years, Jericho had changed a lot. Lian did not recognize him at first. It was only when Jericho called out "Dad" that she remembered who he was. She started making a fuss with Alec again. That time, she even helped Alger steal the dismissal report from Alec's briefcase. Seeing Sylvia reminded her of her daughter who had died in her womb. If she had given birth safely, this year her daughter would be the same age as Sylvia and equally beautiful. This made Lian hate Alec even more. Her father's death also completely revealed Alec's true face to her. Her mother had fallen ill and passed away not long after her marriage. Her father was diagnosed with a serious illness a couple of years ago, and the medicine for his treatment was extremely expensive. Alec had said he would spend all his wealth to treat her father. But she later discovered that Alec had secretly switched her father's medication. He replaced the expensive medicine with look-alike pills, worsening his condition, and even doctors could not save him. Her last remaining relative had also died. She was heartbroken. Yet Alec consoled her in such a manner. The doctor said Dad's illness was incurable. Taking medicine wouldn't prolong his life much. When his illness flared up, he suffered greatly. It might be better to let him go, so he can find relief. Could anyone say something like that? Even if her father could only live for one day, she would do everything to save him. She hated herself for being powerless, unable to afford her father's treatment, and relying on Alec, the beast. Alec ruined her, and she also destroyed herself. Chapter 202. The May jumps from the building. Jericho brought the police to the location where his mother was murdered. In the shrubs at the foot of the mountain, the police found the remains of Jericho's mother. Looking at his mother's white bones, Jericho broke down in tears. After 10 years lying in this remote wilderness, he could finally take her home. The police also found the murder weapon on the mountain. The dagger was already rusty. Paula went to the police station too. She provided the police with important evidence, a little finger. Back then, Alec had handed this little finger to her, hoping she would believe that he had killed Jericho's mother. He claimed he had avenged their child and wanted her to stop making trouble and live a good life with him. Paula didn't throw away this little finger but kept it preserved in Feng Fuye, preservative fluid, until now. She had been waiting for the day everything would come to light. At the same time, she intended to accuse Alec of raping her, switching her father's medication which led to his death. This too was murder. With all the evidence present, Alec couldn't escape legal punishment. He asked Alonsisef to help him, but he had committed crimes, and Alonsisef couldn't protect him. Moreover, protecting him would be like inviting disaster. No matter how hard Alec's elder sister begged, Alonsisef remained unmoved. Self-preservation came first. Alec was bound to die. Jericho was sentenced to 3 years in prison for robbery. After Alec was convicted, Paula returned home alone. She had lived here for 18 years, and every trace of her memories with Alec made her feel suffocated. She went to the rooftop of the teacher's apartment building and stood at its edge. Echoes of students reading aloud resounded across the campus. Paula's thoughts drifted back to her high school days. Back then, she had someone she liked. They studied together, promising each other they would get into the same university. Unfortunately, those days were gone forever. Her lover had left her, leaving her youth wasted in confusion. The class bell rang, pulling Paula back from her memories. At noon dismissal, students left their classrooms, heading towards the cafeteria. Ah, someone is going to jump. A student suddenly screamed in alarm. Everyone looked up and indeed saw a person standing at the edge of the rooftop of the teacher's apartment. Just one step forward, and she would fall. From the 6th floor, there was no chance of survival. Alger and Sylvia were coming out of the teaching building and saw Paula too. They aren't. Aunt Paula. She can't be trying to jump? Sylvia stared in horror at the figure on the roof, her face pale. Alger frowned. I'm afraid so. Aunt Paula, don't. Sylvia ran quickly into the teacher's apartment building, determined to stop Paula from jumping. Alger followed closely behind. Teachers also rushed out of the building. My God, not this too. Is heaven trying to destroy our Hongwen High School? Principal Eddie almost fainted. After dealing with robbers and murderers, now another suicide. No parents would dare send their children here anymore. Zach silently sprinted towards the rooftop of the teacher's apartment building. Braden and several teachers helped support Principal Eddie as they followed. Zach had already called the police while running up the stairs. Alger and Sylvia arrived at the rooftop. Breathing heavily, Sylvia called out tremulously, Aunt. She approached Paula slowly. Paula turned to look at her, tears streaming down her face. The wind was strong on the rooftop, blowing her long hair wildly. Her slim figure seemed fragile enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Alger and Sylvia were tense, fearing Paula might step off the edge. Child, don't come closer. Just stand there and let me look at you, Paula said softly. Sylvia stopped, afraid to move any closer. Alger stood beside her, thinking of ways to save her. Noelle, it's too windy and cold up here. Shall we go downstairs? Sylvia asked gently. Paula shook her head slightly, smiling sadly. Child, just stay there. Let me see you. I want to imprint your image in my mind. If my daughter were still alive, she would be just like you. So lovely, so beautiful, so well-behaved. Sylvia was exactly the embodiment of what Paula envisioned her daughter to be. Staring at Sylvia, love filled her eyes. At this moment, Zach and other teachers had also arrived. Students like Demetrius had come too. Nobody dared approach, fearing it might trigger Paula. Alger whispered to Sylvia, asking her to talk to Paula and buy time until the police and fire department arrived. Once the fire department sets up air cushions below, even if Paula fell, she would be safe. Sylvia bit her lip and nodded slightly, tensely. Noelle, do you know, I was abandoned by my own parents when I was little and was adopted by an elderly couple as their granddaughter. If you wish, I can be your goddaughter. Sylvia took 2 small steps forward, getting a bit closer to Paula. You are a pitiful child. Unfortunately, it's too late. Noelle's heart is already dead. There is no one in this world that I want to linger for anymore. If we have the chance, we can be mother and daughter next life. Paula gave a tragic smile. When she turned around, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats in fright. Paula, Zach suddenly called out. At the sound of his voice, Paula froze. Is there really no one in this world you cherish? Zach slowly walked toward Paula. His chest had been heaving from running upstairs. He gazed intently at Paula. You. Paula stared in disbelief at the tall and handsome man before her. Don't come any closer. She screamed, forcing Zach to stop. My heart is dead. She gritted out through clenched teeth. Then she turned and jumped without hesitation. Chapter 203. Proposing now? No. Everyone shouted in alarm, rushing over to help. Sylvia was at the forefront, dashing forward as quickly as possible. Alger beside her sprinted ahead with a whoosh. At the instant Paula began to fall, he grabbed her wrist. A crack sounded. Alger's arm had broken, and the pain caused him to bite through his lower lip. Let me go, let me die. Paula still struggled below. The fire department hadn't arrived yet. There was no air cushion underneath. If Alger let go, Paula would surely either die or be severely injured. Alger felt as if his arm might snap off, the pain piercing his heart. Just as he was about to pull Paula up, a strong arm reached out and caught Paula's wrist. Alger immediately felt the weight on his arm lessen. Paula, this time, I will never let you go. If you jump, I'll jump down with you. Die together. Zach tightly gripped Paula's wrist. Together, he and Alger pulled Paula back up. Zach embraced Paula, holding her close. Paula, you have me. I will always be by your side, no matter what happens. There's no other reason, only because I love you. These years, every moment has been filled with thoughts of you. Zach confessed his deep affection. Tears streamed down Paula's face. I'm not worthy. My broken self doesn't match up to you. No, you're the most perfect woman in the world. Zach held her with his strong arms, kissing her hair passionately. Moved by him, Paula cried even harder. How touching. Everyone sighed deeply. Principal Eddie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Close call. Another big incident almost happened at Xuanhuan High School. Demetrius walked up to Alger, nudging him with his elbow, giving him meaningful glances, encouraging him to learn from Zach. Alger ignored him, secretly clenching his broken arm. Seeing Sylvia crying broke Alger's heart. He lifted his hand to wipe away her tears, but instantly screamed in pain as it aggravated his fracture. His right arm was broken. He habitually used his right hand. Sylvia immediately wiped away her tears, anxiously asking, Crystal, is your right arm hurt? She looked down at his right arm, noticing it was twisted awkwardly, looking horrific. It must hurt a lot, she exclaimed, pained once again, fresh tears welling up in her eyes. Alger comforted her quickly. It's fine, Rachel. Blow on it for me, and it won't hurt anymore. Demetrius, worried initially, couldn't help but almost laugh at Alger's words. Everyone knew Alger's arm was fractured, and Principal Eddie wanted to personally take Alger to the hospital. But Alger insisted it wasn't necessary, resetting his own bone effortlessly, leaving everyone astonished. Then, the police and firefighters arrived, and Principal Eddie rushed downstairs to explain. Others also descended in an orderly manner. Alger, thank you for saving Paula. Zach sincerely thanked Alger. Paula, leaning in Zach's embrace, looked gratefully at Alger. Director Shun, I saved you too. Alger laughed. If Paula had jumped, Zach would have followed. So, Alger saved 2 people. Yes, thank you for saving me too. The usually stern Zach rarely showed a smile. When you 2 get married, I want to be the best man, and you need to give me a hefty red envelope. Alger raised an eyebrow. Paula blushed, lowering her long eyelashes. Her eyes dimmed. Zach must have said those things just to save her. She still felt unworthy of him. Zach firmly held her hand. Alger, then it's settled. You be the best man, and Sylvia can be the bridesmaid. Sylvia was slightly stunned. Why should she be the bridesmaid? Paula, marry me. I've waited for 18 years. I don't want to wait any longer. Zach gazed at Paula with deep affection. Paula looked at him with teary eyes. Demetrius stared wide-eyed, amazed at how direct adult relationships were. Things escalated so fast. Even though they knew each other before, it had been 18 years. Proposing already? Alger quietly took Sylvia away, allowing the couple to reminisce. By the time they reached the staircase, Demetrius finally caught on, hurrying after them. Hongzi, look at that guy, moving so fast, and you? Demetrius shook his head disapprovingly. What are you talking about, Demetrius? What's wrong with Crystal? Sylvia didn't understand. Nothing. He's acting crazy. Alger glared at Demetrius. Demetrius sighed, truly worrying about his good friend. Principal Eddie still insisted on taking Alger to the hospital. Sylvia and Demetrius followed along as well. Actually, Alger had super spiritual power, which had already realigned the bone, and then used spiritual power to treat it, so he would recover very quickly. But he didn't use spiritual power for treatment temporarily. Principal Eddie insisted on sending him to the hospital, and he did not refuse. It was a good opportunity to relax outside. Ever since Zack arrived at xuanhuan, he hadn't been so free anymore. At the hospital, Principal Eddie took Alger for an x-ray. The fracture had already been set, but to ensure a quick recovery, the doctor cast his arm in plaster and slung it with a brace. The doctor said it would take 3 to 4 weeks to fully recover. By now, it had passed the cafeteria's mealtime, and Principal Eddie still had matters to handle back at school, so he let Alger and the other two find a restaurant to eat something by themselves. The trio were more than happy to do so. As soon as they left the hospital, a car stopped beside them. Alger, how did your arm get hurt? Ronnie got out of the car, asking Alger with concern. He had seen them while passing by the hospital. It's just a fracture, nothing serious. Alger smiled faintly. If nothing is wrong, why is there plaster? Didn't you know how to set bones? Last time when your leg was hit by a car, it was fine. Just as Ronnie was speaking, Demetrius's stomach made a gurgling sound. He patted his belly and laughed foolishly. Zhuge Sierenang is performing an empty city strategy inside. You guys haven't eaten yet. Get in the car quickly. Come to my restaurant to eat. Ronnie brought the three to his family restaurant, Jiang Family Restaurant. Inside, it was bustling with people. Ronnie led the trio to a private room on the second floor. On the way, Ronnie had already called the restaurant manager to prepare the dishes. As soon as the trio sat down, the food was served. Chef Xia served the dishes personally. Master Su, I heard you're coming, so I asked the manager to let me serve the dishes. Please try these dishes and tell me what you think. They are all cooked by me. Please give some feedback. Chef Xia said excitedly. Even his fingertips were trembling slightly. For a chef to be so courteous to Alger, Sylvia and Demetrius couldn't understand why. Moved by Chef Xia's sincerity, Alger picked up the spoon with his left hand, intending to taste the food. But his left hand wasn't skilled enough to pick up any food. Seeing this, Sylvia quickly picked up her chopsticks and fed some food to Alger. Alger was briefly stunned but then smiled and opened his mouth to accept the food she fed him. Sylvia was about to pick up another dish when she noticed everyone staring at her. Her face suddenly turned red. She had actually fed Alger in front of everyone. Demetrius covered his mouth and chuckled secretly, giving Alger meaningful glances, but Alger pretended not to see. After tasting the food, Alger gave Chef Xia an honest evaluation. Chef Xia listened attentively, nodding continuously, showing immense admiration. Once he left, they started eating. Sylvia put food on Alger's plate, and he ate with a spoon. Sylvia also carefully picked out fish meat without bones for Alger and peeled shrimps for him. This scene made Demetrius and Ronnie envious. Rachel, don't just focus on me, eat too. Alger scooped the white shrimp from his bowl into Sylvia's bowl. Crystal, I'll finish peeling these shrimps first. You eat? Sylvia smiled gently and handed over the peeled shrimp to him. Alger opened his mouth and bit down on the shrimp. His warm lips touched her fingertips. Her fingers trembled, as did her heart, and her face flushed immediately. Demetrius and Ronnie, both singletons, watched dumbfounded, unconsciously licking their lips. Somehow they didn't feel very hungry anymore. After finishing the meal, Ronnie drove them back to school. As soon as Alger arrived at the classroom, Zack came looking for him. Chapter 204, The Wedding of Paula and Zack. Alger and Zack arrived at the teaching building's lobby, chatting as they walked. Zack first inquired about Alger's arm and thanked him again for saving Paula. Paula feels very insecure now. She likes Sylvia a lot. I hope you can visit her more often when you have time. I've asked her to move in with me. After school today, I'll take you there. Alger couldn't help but marvel at how fast Zack had acted. He was already cohabiting with Paula so soon. He really didn't waste any time. So, are your wedding plans coming up soon? Alger asked. Zack nodded. We're getting married next week. I can't wait any longer. What? Isn't it a bit too soon? Alger was taken aback. Cohabitation was understandable, but marriage? Not at all. I've been waiting for 18 years. I want to give Paula a real home, and I want to make her happy. Neither of us has any family left, but we'll go through with the wedding anyway. I've already found a wedding planner. The ceremony will be held at a 5-star hotel downtown. You and Sylvia will be my best man and bridesmaid. To arrange everything within these few short hours? Alger was stunned speechless. Paula loves flowers. After we marry, I'll open a flower shop for her just for fun. She'll certainly enjoy tending to those flowers every day. Talking about Paula, Zack's face softened into one of tenderness. This man seemed to have everything figured out, too dependable, almost. Has Aunt Paula agreed to this yet? Zack sighed softly. She's still hesitant, but I won't give her a chance to back out. We've already missed 18 years, and we can't afford to wait any longer. Director Shin, have you been waiting for Aunt Paula all these 18 years without marrying anyone else? Zack shook his head. I only love Paula. Even if she had married, I couldn't forget her. I've been waiting for her all along. Someone like Alec doesn't deserve her at all. Mentioning Alec stirred a hint of anger in Zack's eyes. Back then, he and Paula had planned everything out. They intended to attend the same university. If not the same university, at least in the same city. But Alec destroyed everything by ruining Paula. Due to that incident, Zack also gave up on attending university and chose to enlist in the military instead. He tried to forget Paula, but never could. He retired last year and secretly inquired about Paula's situation. However, Paula rarely went out, making it hard for him to see her. He always felt that Paula wouldn't be happy with Alec. After Alec's downfall, Zack learned how terrible this man truly was and realized how difficult Paula's life had been all these years. He should have appeared earlier. When school ended, Zack took Alger and Sylvia to their home. Paula was cooking in the kitchen and looked flustered when she saw them come in. Zack walked into the kitchen and said gently, Paula, go entertain our guests. I'll take care of the cooking. Paula nodded slightly, her face blushing slightly. Alger, is your arm seriously injured? They say food heals. I made rib soup which will be good for your recovery. Paula anxiously examined Alger's cast-covered arm. Noelle, it's nothing serious. Please don't worry too much. Alger smiled. Paula gave a slight smile, looking tenderly at Sylvia, and asked them to have some fruit first. Sylvia peeled an orange and fed pieces of it to Alger one by one. It's so sweet. Natalie, have some too. Alger took a piece from her hand and fed it to her mouth. Sylvia blushed and glanced shyly at Paula. Paula smiled faintly and went back to the kitchen. Looking at the two of them, she saw glimpses of her past self and Zach. During dinner, Sylvia kept serving dishes to Alger. Alger wasn't shy about what he wanted to eat either. Paula watched them with a smiling face. Seeing her happiness, Zach felt delighted too. The news of Zach and Paula's upcoming wedding spread quickly across the campus. Everyone sincerely wished the former lovers well, and because Alger had saved Paula, he became a hero once again, earning even more admiration from everyone. Alger's injured arm was already mostly healed. He came to the Benny family residence to remove his cast and sling and cooked a meal. Cyan Benny nagged on, saying that Braden's cooking wasn't good. Those days when Alger didn't come over, Cyan Benny ate Braden's meals and criticized them mercilessly. Cyan Benny told Alger to cook more dishes and store them in the freezer so he could heat them up when Alger wasn't around, rather than eating Braden's swine feed. Soon enough, the wedding day for Paula and Zach arrived. Coincidentally, the hotel they booked was the Jiang family's 5-star hotel. Due to Alger's connections, ATN gave Zach the biggest discount and arranged the best venue for him. Alger and Sylvia's formal wear were personally picked out by Paula and Zach in the city with both of them. And Paula and Zach's wedding attire, Alger and Sylvia also accompanied them to try on. Even their wedding rings were chosen with help from the two. Their honeymoon suite was also decorated with Alger and Sylvia's participation. Alger was particularly proactive throughout the process. This way, when it came time for his own wedding with Sylvia, he wouldn't be flustered. On the day of the wedding, all the teachers from Xuanhuan High School attended, along with many students. Zach also invited his former high school classmates. After so many years, it was both shocking and delightful to see Zach reunite with Paula. Zach wore a perfectly tailored suit, while Paula wore a pristine white wedding dress. The perfect couple, with their stunning appearances, made quite an eye-catching pair. The second most eye-catching pair was the best man and bridesmaid. This was Alger's first time wearing a suit. With his long hair, he finally didn't look like a street thug. He had always been ruggedly handsome, but now in a suit, he exuded cool sophistication. Sylvia wore a tight pink evening gown that accentuated her well-proportioned figure, showing off her slender and straight legs. She looked slim but actually had a curvaceous figure. With better meals and no more late nights, she had put on weight in all the right places, no longer resembling the frail bean sprout she used to be. Alger felt immensely satisfied. Sylvia's hairstyle remained the same. If she tied her hair up, revealing her entire face, she might overshadow the bride. So it was better to let the heavy bangs conceal her beauty. The petite Sylvia standing next to the tall Alger looked like a little bird relying on its mate. This pair was also very eye-catching. It was Sylvia's first time wearing an evening gown, exposing her arms and legs, which made her quite uncomfortable. She clung tightly to Alger, trying to minimize her presence. Alger looked down at Sylvia, gazing at her rosy face, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as he yearned to kiss her. Chapter 205. Natalie was corrupted by Alger. The wedding ceremony began. Paula was moved to tears by Zach's heartfelt declaration of love. Sylvia also wiped away tears secretly. Zach waited for Paula for 18 years. Such deep affection couldn't fail to move people. How many 18-year periods are there in one's life? After the newlyweds exchanged rings and shared a passionate kiss, hugging tightly, applause and cheers filled the venue. It was time for the bouquet toss. Paula held the bouquet, smiling at everyone. Alger glanced at Sylvia and saw that she had her eyes fixed on the bouquet, knowing she wanted it too. Paula turned her back to the crowd and lifted the bouquet, preparing to throw it backward. Unmarried men and women behind her stood anxiously, waiting for Paula to toss the bouquet. Those students also joined the crowd for fun. Alger stared intently at the bouquet, determined to catch it for Sylvia. Paula raised the bouquet and threw it backward with force. Wow! The crowd clamored as everyone tried to catch the bouquet. Alger jumped up and successfully caught the bouquet. Wow, Alger got it. Alger must want to get married now. The students laughed and joked. Ignoring them, Alger walked over to Sylvia with the bouquet, grinning. Natalie, this is for you. So it was for Sylvia all along. You can't just have flowers without a ring. The students teased again. Embarrassed, Sylvia hesitated to take the bouquet. Alger finally thrust the bouquet into her hands. With a blush, Sylvia clutched the bouquet close. The bright red roses made her face appear even more charming, truly making her more beautiful than the flowers. Alger couldn't help but stare. Demetrius slapped him hard on the shoulder, snapping him out of it. Hang, you really disappointed me. Why didn't you confess just now? But didn't you pass the top 3 in your class? Alger glanced at him. You're going to make me angry. Demetrius clenched his teeth. Zach also came over, patting Alger on the shoulder with a smile. Alger, since you caught the bouquet, you'll be the next to get married. Come on, Alger. He glanced at Sylvia, having already figured out Alger's feelings for her. Alger smiled foolishly. I'll definitely get married before any of my classmates. As soon as he reaches the legal age, he would marry Sylvia immediately. After the wedding, Sylvia changed out of her small dress into everyday clothes. Alger still wore his suit. Sylvia kept sneaking glances at him. He looked so handsome. How could he be this handsome? More handsome each time she looked. She bit her lip shyly. How did she become such a lovesick fool? But Alger was really too handsome. Those girls were looking at him too, covering their mouths and whispering among themselves, more lovesick than she was. On the way back, Paula and Zach, as well as Alger and Sylvia, rode in one car. Alger and Sylvia sat in the back seat. Sylvia held the bouquet, using it to hide her face while glancing at Alger from time to time. Alger noticed. Inwardly happy, he sat up straighter, pretending to look out the window so Sylvia could see him better. She thought his side profile was handsome too, with chiseled features, perfect from every angle. Suddenly, Alger turned to look at her, catching her gaze and making her panic. She turned away, blushing and looking out the window. Alger chuckled lightly. His Natalie was so adorable. Everything in the backseat didn't escape Zach and Paula's notice. They exchanged a knowing smile. Zach freed his right hand and held Paula's hand tightly. Their hearts were as sweet as honey. The flower shop location was chosen next to Jace's cake store, named Paula Florist. Zach didn't aim to make money. He only wanted to please Paula. Opening day saw a lot of guests showing support. Teachers from the school came too. Even Zhang family members showed up, sending over a flower basket specially. Alger found some time to visit the neighboring Jace's cake store. Jace's store had many customers. Jace nodded at Alger as a greeting, too busy to entertain him. Seeing he was occupied, Alger didn't disturb him, handing over a few bread recipes he prepared in advance. To thank everyone for their support, Zach invited everyone to eat at Zhang family restaurant. Ronnie served the best dishes, hosting grandly. Of course, this was also due to Alger's presence. Alger had once saved Abby's life, always welcome at the Zhang household. His friends were also friends of the Zhang family, who wouldn't slight them. Once Zach and Paula finished their wedding preparations and the flower shop officially opened, everything settled into a routine. Alger put a cast on his right arm again, wearing a sling, asking for leave from Zach. Alger, wasn't your arm already healed? Zach asked in surprise. A few days ago at his wedding, Alger's cast on his arm had already been removed. Alger chuckled and said, Director Shun, the doctor said my arm needs 3 to 4 weeks to heal. I need to go for a follow-up check, hope you'll approve my leave. In fact, he put the cast back on so that Zach wouldn't be put in an awkward position. If he asked for leave due to illness, others couldn't accuse Zach of favoritism. Zach glanced at the leave application, frowned, and asked, why is Sylvia's name also on here? Alger raised an eyebrow. Director Shun, I just need someone to accompany me. Is that too much? Zach sighed softly, and could only approve it. Alger took the leave slip, brought Sylvia along, and strutted out of the school gate with his bicycle. It was not easy to get out once. The moment they were out of the school gate, Alger removed the sling and the cast. He brought Sylvia to Jace's cake shop to buy some sweets, then went to visit Paula's flower shop. Paula looked radiant, always smiling, truly different when nurtured by love. She finally found her own happiness. Finally, the two of them went to the market to buy groceries and didn't go to the hospital. Every day, Alger used going to the hospital for checkups as an excuse to take Sylvia out to play. Alger, the midterm exam is coming up. You two should know your limits. Don't let it affect your studies. Zach worried about their studies. Playing every day and not attending classes, how could they do well in the midterm exam? Don't worry, Director Shin. It won't affect us. Alger gave Zach another meaningful look. Sylvia had already finished studying all her courses ahead of time. She was the real study ace. She was corrupted by Alger and also loved to go out to play. Sometimes, when they encountered teachers outside the school, Alger would calmly wear the sling and say he was taking leave to get his arm treated at the hospital. With Zach's approval, other teachers couldn't say anything. Even Zach turned a blind eye. The students could only envy them. Who could blame Alger and Sylvia for being so good at their studies? This day, there was a soccer match between high schools in the county. Each high school sent a team to participate. Alger remembered from his past life that Harmon suffered greatly after this match. Chapter 206. Each time she appears more beautiful. Actually, Harmon is quite a good person and very loyal. Moreover, he is Gilbert's grandson. Gilbert had a reason to watch his match and cheer him on. The venue for the competition was still at Experimental Secondary School. For such an important game, of course it wouldn't be short of Reporter Magnus. Gilbert brought Sylvia to Experimental Secondary School and saw Reporter Magnus' car. The two asked the security guard for help to call out Reporter Magnus. The security guard turned out to be friendly and did just that. Reporter Magnus then led the two inside. Why are you still in plaster? It must be a lie. Reporter Magnus' reaction was the same as Ronnie's. Back then, they witnessed Gilbert reconnecting his broken leg and walking around normally afterwards as if nothing happened. If his arm was broken, he would definitely treat it as well. The doctor said that it needs 3 to 4 weeks to heal. Reporter Magnus gave a meaningful look at Gilbert, but did not expose his lie. Hongwon Middle School has a new principal who is especially strict. He knows this. Gilbert must have used his treatment as an excuse to leave. When his arm recovers, let's see what other excuses he will come up with. Hang, quickly look. Director Shun. Sylvia suddenly grabbed onto Gilbert's arm tightly and hid behind him. Gilbert looked up and indeed saw Zach. He was leading another teacher and the school's soccer team there to participate. Zach saw the two of them too, and immediately walked over. Are you Director Shin? I'm Reporter Magnus Dong. Nice to meet you. Reporter Magnus stood between the two and greeted Zach with a smile. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gilbert pulled Sylvia up the stands and sat among the crowd together with everyone else. Gilbert, you came to watch the game too. Adele wove through the crowd and approached the two. He sized up Sylvia beside him. He had met this girl several times before. How could she appear more beautiful each time? Yes, is there a problem? Gilbert switched seats with Sylvia so that he blocked Adele's view from her. He glared unhappily at Adele, who stared brazenly at Rachel. Adele is a student from Experimental Secondary School. Being an excellent student, the teachers approved for him to attend the match. I seem to always encounter you with this girl. Gilbert, that tall ponytail girl from the provincial capital. Gilbert coldly interrupted him. The game is about to start. Shut your mouth. Adele glanced at his plastered arm and didn't ask further. If it were in the past, he would have been angry by now hearing Gilbert speak to him like that. However, he dared not underestimate Gilbert anymore after winning the Super Brain Championship. Adele wouldn't have been able to solve any of the questions on the show. Yet, he remained curious and tried to look at Sylvia. From the left, Gilbert blocked the view with his body tilting left. When looking from the right, the view was still blocked as he tilted right. No matter which direction Adele looked from, Gilbert's body would always block the view, preventing him from seeing Sylvia. Adele found himself speechless. Fortunately, the match had already started, drawing everyone's attention to the field. The elimination matches had concluded a few days ago. Today's game was the finals. Now there were 3 teams on the field. Xuanhuan Secondary School, Experimental Secondary School, and Alan Soxiang Secondary School soccer teams. Each year's finals are mainly contested between Experimental Secondary School and Alan Soxiang Secondary School. Other schools only participated as fillers. This year, Xuanhuan Secondary School made it to the top 3, yet no one expected much from them either. During the draw, Xuanhuan Secondary School drew against Alan Soxiang Secondary School, who also got the first ball possession. Xuanhuan Secondary School cursed their bad luck for drawing against Alan Soxiang Secondary School. Alan Soxiang Secondary School did not play fairly. Last year, they injured a student from Experimental Secondary School, forcing him to stay in the hospital for half a year and subsequently taking a leave of absence from school. Unsurprisingly, Alan Soxiang Secondary School would likely win and compete against Experimental Secondary School in the afternoon. Before the match, the soccer players from both Xuanhuan Secondary School and Alan Soxiang Secondary School were making preparations. The coach from Xuanhuan Secondary School was sternly instructing his team members. Harmon and Carlos were in the soccer team as well. Both felt as nervous as other teammates. In contrast, the players from Alan Soxiang Secondary School did not take Xuanhuan Secondary School's team seriously at all. They aimlessly stretched their arms and kicked their legs. Their coach chatted with nearby teachers, treating the upcoming match as nothing serious. As the game began, Alan Soxiang Secondary School took the initiative and scored the first goal. This goal boosted their morale while crushing their opponents. Next, Alan Soxiang Secondary School scored again. Maintaining this momentum, Xuanhuan Secondary School would certainly lose. Gilbert frowned deeply as he watched the match. He did not watch this match in his previous life and was unaware of exactly when Harmon had the incident. He only heard that something happened to him during this game. At that time, he had already been expelled from school and learned about it when he came back to find Marta. 45 minutes passed, and the first half of the game ended with a score of 4-0, leading to halftime. The players from Xuanhuan Middle School were all breathing heavily. Gilbert brought Sylvia down from the stands and went to Harmon's side. When Harmon saw him, his expression darkened. They had agreed that upon seeing Gilbert, he would call him grandfather. He immediately turned around, pretending not to see Gilbert. With so many students from other schools watching, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maybe you shouldn't participate in the second half of the game? Before Gilbert finished his sentence, Harmon got angry instantly. What do you mean? You think I won't play if you tell me not to? Do you really treat me as your grandson? He thought Gilbert was here to humiliate him. Why are you getting so worked up? Gilbert glared at him. Buman de Dungjata. What ungratefulness. However, he indeed couldn't find any reason to stop him from playing. Claiming he had a foresight ability, knowing Harmon would get hurt next? Who would believe that? Forget it. Whether you play or not is none of my business. Gilbert then pulled Sylvia away again. The players from Alan Soxiang Middle School watched them with interest. Last time at the county sports meet, Gilbert made quite a name for himself. So many people recognized him. Some of them knew him from Alan Soxiang Middle School as well. Seeing his plastered arm, they felt quite satisfied. If only he had broken his leg, it would be even better. However, seeing him always with a cute girl, this made them uncomfortable. That cute little girl always looked at Gilbert with admiration, making them even more uncomfortable. She must have been deceived by this small rogue, Gilbert. The second half of the game began. Chapter 207. With Alger around, there's no way to lose. Alan Soxiang High School scored 2 more goals, and Xuanhuan High School was still at a disadvantage, not having scored any goals. The score was 6-0. There were 20 minutes left in the game, and it seemed there wasn't much else to watch. The outcome had been decided. Alan Soxiang High School also believed they would win for sure, passing the ball back and forth without actively trying to score. Taking advantage of their complacency, Xuanhuan High School adjusted its tactics positively. Harmon and Carlos cooperated seamlessly, bypassing the opposing team's players, and Harmon managed to score a goal. The score became 6-1. There was a wave of cheers on the field. That goal was too brilliant, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Alan Soxiang High School did not dare to be lax anymore and started playing with full spirit. Harmon grabbed another ball and kicked it towards the goal. Unfortunately, the ball was caught by the opposing goalkeeper, resulting in a failed attempt. Alan Soxiang High School did not dare to be careless again, with players closely marking Harmon. They looked like they intended to lock down Harmon directly. Harmon discreetly gave Carlos a look. Carlos understood, wiped the sweat off his forehead, clenched his teeth, and quickly dribbled forward. 2 opposing players immediately ran over to intercept Carlos, who had just run past Harmon. At that moment, Carlos took the opportunity and suddenly kicked the ball to Harmon. Harmon controlled the ball and swiftly dribbled forward. Opposing players rushed up, with one player sliding to tackle the ball and viciously kicking Harmon's knee. Harmon screamed in pain, fell to the ground immediately, and held his knee while groaning loudly. The referee urgently called a halt to the match. Everyone stood up from the stands. Alger also stood up with concern etched on his face as he looked at Harmon. Harmon seems seriously injured. Hang. The players from Alan Soxiang High School are really overboard, Sylvia said angrily, clenching her fists tightly. Every year students get hurt by Alan Soxiang High School's players. It's your school's turn to be unlucky this year. Alonso went house-side beside them. Harmon was carried aside, but continued to cry out in pain. The doctor on the field immediately examined him and recommended sending him to the hospital immediately. The player from Alan Soxiang High School apologized to Harmon, saying he didn't mean to, but showed no sincerity. While injuries during matches were common, Alger did not believe him when he said it was unintentional. Harmon, drenched in sweat from the pain, couldn't utter a word. Wangqiren, what bullshit are you talking about? You did that on purpose. Carlos shouted at the player, almost lunging at him if not for being held back by teammates. Harmon was his good friend, and he wanted to stand up for him. Wangqiren grinned insincerely. I indeed didn't do it on purpose, believe it or not. He provocatively looked at Xuanhuan High School's players. There are 10 minutes left. Why don't you admit defeat now since you have no substitutes anyway? Originally, you were going to lose. The outcome is determined, yet you insisted on challenging us. Hongwen High School originally had substitutes, but they were injured in the elimination rounds and couldn't come. Carlos was furious, eyes bloodshot. Carlos, we need to take Harmon to the hospital. Zach held Carlos back, shaking his head. If he attacked Wang Qiren, it would be intentional harm. Director Shin, our apologies. We've won since you have no substitutes. Remember to watch our match this afternoon? Yanluo High School's coach laughed heartily and was ready to lead his team to rest. Who said Hongwen High School has no substitutes? At this moment, Alger stood up coldly, staring at Yanluo High School's people. Seeing his plastered arm, Wang Qiren chuckled. Alger, don't joke around. Your broken arm is in no condition to join. Go stroll with your little girlfriend. Sylvia blushed furiously, filled with anger. I'm joining today. What can you do? Alger tore off the sling around his neck, removed the plaster from his arm, and threw it on Su. Bong you. When Wang Qiren opened his mouth, he found that the gap between his front teeth was noticeable, so he awkwardly covered his mouth again. He glared at Alger with intense hatred, his face flushed red like liver color. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Alger curled his lips into a cold smile, daring to provoke his Natalie really asked for it. Alger, isn't that too much? How can you hit people? The coach from Yanluo High School angrily questioned Alger. Alger, we'll testify for you. You indeed didn't do it on purpose. It was clearly the soccer ball that accidentally hit Wang Qiren. Zach glanced around. Apart from the people from Yanluo High School, everyone else nodded. Well done. Harmon endured his pain and applauded for Alger. Harmon, let's send you to the hospital first. Zach looked at him worriedly. Harmon shook his head repeatedly. I won't go to the hospital. I want to watch the match. I want to see us win. He stared intently at Alger. Just from that kick, he knew Alger had extraordinary strength. With him here, Hongwen High School would definitely defeat Yanluo High School. Alger, take revenge for me. He conveyed this message to Alger with his eyes. Alger gave a firm nod in response, his eyes filled with determination. There were still 10 minutes left in the game, so Zach did not insist on sending Harmon to the hospital. He also wanted to witness Alger's triumph over Yanluo High School and diminish their arrogance. Yanluo High School had indeed been excessively bullying others. Hongwen High School, cheer up. Zach shouted loudly to boost everyone's morale. Hongwen High School will surely win. Alger also shouted loudly. Sylvia and the team members excitedly joined in, shouting, Hongwen High School will surely win. Their voices echoed across the vast field. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling that the match would continue. Sylvia walked up to Alger and whispered encouragement. Hang, I'll always cheer for you. Natalie, just wait and see. I will definitely beat Wang Qiren until he loses his teeth and get revenge for you. Alger gently patted her head, then stepped onto the field. Chapter 208, beaten to the ground. Before going on the field, Alger quickly took off his coat and put on his shorts and short-sleeve football uniform. His muscular limbs were very well proportioned and good-looking. The players of football weren't all that tall. Tall as he was, Alger stood out among the players, looking like a crane among chickens. His high looks, great physique, and cool gaze caused the cheerleading girls to scream with raised arms. Seemed like girls turned into admirers instantly upon seeing a handsome man. The match continued, with 10 minutes left. At first, Yanluo High School's team didn't take Alger seriously. They started panicking only when Alger scored 2 goals in a row. The score became 6-3, then 6-4, then 6-5, and there were still 5 minutes left. Yanluo High School's team completely panicked. Cheers erupted from the audience like mushroom clouds. Alger scoring 4 goals within 5 minutes. What kind of talent is this? Alger, you're truly my pride, my god. Harmon disregarded the pain and, under Zach's support, stood up with sheer willpower. How can Alger be so amazing? Zach could hardly believe his eyes. So impressive. Go Alger. You're the best. Sylvia shouted excitedly too. Alger turned his head, giving Sylvia a slight smile and making a heart gesture towards her. Ah, I love you, Alger. The cheerleading girls went crazy. Though it wasn't for them, his heart gesture was too cool not to go wild over. They envied Sylvia to death. Yanluo High School's players were panting heavily. These 5 minutes felt harder than playing 2 halves. They had no idea how Alger got the ball in. They blocked him tightly without a single gap. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that during those 5 minutes, they hadn't even touched the edge of the football. Too unbelievable. Was Alger just too powerful, or were they just too weak? During their heavy breathing breaks, Alger casually kicked another goal. Unruffled, he gave a calm look at Yanluo High School's people. Scores tied now. 1 more goal from Alger and the game would be won. The coach of Yanluo High School demanded a pause in the match. You fools, over a dozen of you couldn't beat one Alger. Why are you all wheezing like that? Did you skip breakfast this morning? The match has 4 minutes left. You must score 1 goal for us to win. Did you hear me, idiots? The coach cursed at these players viciously, wishing he could kick them away. Players drooped heads in silence, gritting their teeth and glaring fiercely at Alger. On Alger's side, other players were handing him water, fanning him, rubbing his back, treating him like royalty. In those few minutes, it was like Alger's personal performance. The others only watched. Even Carlos, who always had grievances against Alger, became a fanboy rubbing his legs. Alger, you played so well. You should have been on the field earlier. Harmon was both moved and thankful, cold sweat pouring down due to his injuries. Now sitting on a chair, he clutched his injured knee tightly, that leg trembling slightly. Harmon, you should go to the hospital. Alger couldn't help but advise. No, I have to see you win. Harmon shook his head firmly. Rest time ended, the match resumed. Alger handed the unfinished mineral water to Sylvia with a slight smile. Rachel, I will definitely win. He walked onto the field effortlessly. The players from Yanluo High School, having been berated by their coach, looked sullen now. Alger, you die today. Wang Qiren yelled, dribbling the ball towards the goalpost while other players protected him from Xuanhuan High School players, striving to get this goal in. But Alger barged into their circle and successfully snatched the ball. How is this possible? Unbelievable! Everyone exclaimed in amazement. None of the numerous eyes saw clearly how Alger managed to snatch the ball. Alger kicked the ball towards the goalpost. The ball hit the goalpost and bounced back, smashing Wang Qiren's face once again. Wang Qiren screamed in agony, clutching his mouth and falling down, spitting out blood along with 2 teeth. Just like what happened a few minutes ago. The ball was then under Alger's foot again. What are you doing, Wang Qiren? Get up and seize the ball. The match is about to end. Stop Alger from scoring. Xuanhuan High School's coach gesticulated wildly, shouting loudly. Wang Qiren could only struggle to stand up. However, before he could steady himself, the ball hit his face again. He fell once more, losing 2 more teeth. What's happening? Before he could react, the soccer ball came back and knocked out 2 more of his teeth. This repeated until all of Wang Qiren's teeth were gone. Meanwhile, other players from Xuanhuan High School also suffered the same fate of losing their teeth. It was as if the soccer ball had been enchanted, targeting only Xuanhuan High School's players. Alger kept kicking the ball towards the goal. Each time it bounced off the post and struck those players instead. Alger bore no responsibility. He never kicked the ball at those players. It was as if the ball hit them on its own. See, even the soccer ball can't stand Xuanhuan High School's actions. It's not the soccer ball, it must be heaven. Heaven is watching and punishing the evildoers with the soccer ball. The audience found great satisfaction in this. During the county sports meet, Greg from Xuanhuan High School cheated and harmed Carlos. With a bit of Alger's scheming, Greg got expelled from school. Now, seeing Xuanhuan High School's players utterly defeated by Alger was incredibly satisfying. Indeed, Alger was the one they needed. These last few minutes were a fiery moment of retribution for Xuanhuan High School. They lay on the ground wailing, blood trickling from their mouths, unmoving despite the coach's shouts and curses. The coach's face contorted with anger. There were 5 seconds left, and the match would end. Alger lightly curved his lips, kicked the ball into the goal. It went in. The score became 7-6. Xuanhuan High School won. Yay, we won. Xuanhuan High School's players excitedly lifted Alger, tossing him high into the air and catching him again. The crowd on the stands cheered too. What a relief. Xuanhuan High School couldn't act so arrogantly anymore. Only then did Xuanhuan High School's players dare to get up. They clutched their bleeding mouths. Blood spattered everywhere, here and there, along with scattered teeth. Every Xuanhuan High School player was missing teeth. Wang Qiren ended up toothless, looking utterly miserable. Get lost. Isn't that embarrassing enough for you? The coach angrily shouted at his players. They followed him dejectedly. Chapter 209. Seeking justice for Harmon. Alger, you're amazing. Can you sign for me? Alger, you are my idol. The cheerleading girls ran over one by one, surrounding Alger with excitement. Sylvia was pushed to the side by them. She still held the bottle of mineral water that Alger had given her. Alger pushed his way through these girls and walked straight toward Sylvia. He took her to Harmon. All the girls screamed out loud, envying Sylvia. After the game, Harmon finally agreed to go to the hospital, but he would definitely not be able to participate in the afternoon match against Experimental Middle School. Alger, Sylvia, Zach, and Carlos escorted Harmon to the hospital. Other team members returned to school with another teacher, waiting to come back for the competition in the afternoon. Harmon was seriously injured. The diagnosis was a torn cruciate ligament. This kind of injury is hard to recover from. Moreover, the surgery cost is extremely high, and the success rate is low. Many football stars have retired due to injuries like this. In his previous life, Harmon should have been injured this way as well. His family could not afford the surgery. Unwilling to admit defeat, he went back to training before he was fully recovered, which eventually led to lifelong disability. Coupled with the poor economic situation at home, and both his parents being ill, he could only make a living by selling fruits at a stall, exposed to the wind and sun, yet the money earned was not enough for his parents' medicine. As for what ultimately happened to him, Alger had no idea. With him around in this lifetime, Harmon's fate from his previous life would be changed. The doctor explained Harmon's injuries in detail to everyone. From now on, he couldn't do strenuous exercise, meaning he couldn't take the physical education exam anymore. For Harmon, this was devastating news. Without taking the sports route, he didn't know what else he could do. He definitely couldn't get into a non-sports university. The most critical thing was that he loved running. The doctor also mentioned that this surgery cannot be performed in the county hospital, and they need to go to the city to do it. He advised them to be hospitalized as soon as possible and prepare tens of thousands of RMB for surgery costs. Harmon smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking even if the surgery was done, he still couldn't run. So why bother? Zach advised him to follow the doctor's advice, saying he would help find a way to pay the surgical fees. Harmon was grateful, but he was so dispirited that he couldn't hear anyone. Zach arranged for him to stay at the county hospital to reduce swelling and relieve pain for the time being. There was still an afternoon match, so Zach bought some food and persuaded Harmon to eat something. Then, he brought Alger, Sylvia, and Carlos to have some food first and rushed to Experimental Middle School. Carlos felt sad and regretful about Harmon's injury. Harmon was talented in sprinting. This accident was unacceptable for everyone. Wang Qiren deliberately hurt Brother Fong. He ruined Brother Fong. Carlos roared angrily. He just couldn't swallow this. Alger also wanted to seek justice for Harmon. How could the students of Xuanhuan Middle School be bullied at will? Wang Qiren can bully Harmon and make him call him grandpa, but who does Xuanhuan Middle School think they are to bully Harmon? Even if all of Wang Qiren's teeth were knocked out, Alger wasn't appeased. Wang Qiren only lost some teeth, while Harmon, his entire life was destroyed. Upon arriving at Experimental Middle School, Alger immediately found reporter Magnus, told him about Harmon's situation and his thoughts. When hearing Harmon's injuries were severe, reporter Magnus looked serious and also decided to help. The match in the afternoon began. Experimental Middle School didn't dare to underestimate them and became highly alert. However, with Alger around, even if they put 200% effort, it wouldn't work. When Alger kicked the The players of experimental middle school immediately covered their heads and fell down, fearing the soccer ball would hit them in the face. That moment, the spirit that was previously 12 points dropped to 0. They did not want to suffer the same fate as Alan Soxiang Middle School and were like startled birds. Audience members were helpless and amused. Reporter Magnus smiled helplessly and asked his colleague to put away the camera. There was nothing worth filming since experimental middle school's players weren't defending, let alone attacking, already expecting to lose. One player screamed when hit in the back of the head by the soccer ball and scrambled to leave the field. Seeing this, his teammates also quickly fled. Due to insufficient players, experimental middle school conceded automatically. Audience members all laughed and shook their heads, considering this match a joke. Alger also sighed helplessly. He originally intended to compete seriously with experimental middle school, but they were too sensitive and timid, directly conceding to protect themselves. The match only lasted 3 minutes, truly boring. Moreover, winning this way would be dishonorable. If you don't want to lose your front teeth, then play properly. Show your strength. Alger roared and kicked the ball forcefully against the goalpost. The soccer ball bounced back, frightening the experimental middle school players into immediately covering their heads. The ball rebounded toward Alger, and he promptly stepped on it with his foot. Did you hear me? Get up. Alger shouted again. Afraid of enraging him, the players of experimental middle school hurriedly got to their feet. The 2 players who had run away earlier also returned, obediently resuming the match. Alger nodded in satisfaction. Now they were acting like proper athletes. Whenever the players slacked off, Alger would frown, terrifying them into giving their all for fear of losing their front teeth. Knowing that Alger truly wanted a real game, they had no choice but to put their lives on the line to accompany him, even pulling out all the stops to please him. The match between the 2 teams was very intense, but neither side resorted to dirty tricks. Both played with their genuine skills. Magnus reporter's colleague quickly brought out the video camera again to capture this thrilling moment. It couldn't be missed. The audience watched with rising excitement. It was fantastic. This was what a true competition should be. Experimental middle school indeed showed strong capabilities, and Alger played to his heart's content. However, Alger didn't unleash his full potential, as it wouldn't have been fun otherwise. He deliberately allowed experimental middle school to score. The first half ended with a score of 3-1, with experimental middle school scoring 1 goal. Giving them a goal gave them hope of winning, making the second half more exciting. In the second half, they indeed fought with heightened spirits, playing even harder than before. Apart from Alger, all the players were panting heavily, their jerseys drenched in sweat, their hair soaked, even their eyelashes dripping. Neither team scored any more goals. When the whistle blew to signal the end of the match, the players bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath, so exhausted that their legs trembled. The stadium erupted in enthusiastic applause, cheering for the splendid performance of both teams. Xuanhuan Middle School became the champion. Alger gave the medal to Sylvia. Sylvia beamed, revealing her white and perfectly aligned teeth. Alger felt that this trip was worth it. Zach led Carlos and the other players back to school first. Alger and Sylvia got into Magnus Reporter's car. Magnus Reporter showed them the footage of the Alan Soxiang Middle School match. Chapter 210. The Truth, Long Overdue. The camera had captured Wang Qiren's vicious kick towards Harmon clearly. Even his expression was unmistakable in the footage. If it were a tackle, he should have been focusing on the soccer ball. However, he was glaring intently at Harmon's knee, gritting his teeth, a deliberate act. Alger watched this part of the recording and smacked his thigh. Great. With this video, we can press charges for intentional assault against Wang Qiren. He'll be behind bars for a few years. Journalist Magnus also nodded. We can get Ardell's help with this matter. He sighed. It's just that Harmon is too unfortunate. His sports career is likely ruined. Hang, your medical skills are exceptional. Do you want to treat Harmon? Sylvia suddenly asked. Alger hadn't expected Sylvia to have so much confidence in him. He smiled lightly. Since Rachel has asked, I will certainly give it a try. But we need to wait until after Wang Qiren is sentenced. The sentencing depends on the severity of the injury. If Harmon is healed now, Wang Qiren's sentence won't be too long. Hang, I knew you would agree. You're the best. Sylvia's eyes twinkled, and she unconsciously hugged Alger's arm, shaking it affectionately as if coaxing. Alger felt lighthearted, deeply enjoying her affection. Actually, even if Sylvia hadn't asked, he would have helped Harmon anyway. Journalist Magnus cleared his throat. I'll call Ardell right now. This was too much for him. He didn't want to watch such sweetness, but rather wanted a meal. Journalist Magnus called Ardell and told him about Harmon's situation. Since Harmon was Alger's classmate, Ardell readily agreed to help. Ardell was very capable. Later, he found 2 witnesses who testified that Wang Qiren had deliberately injured Harmon. These 2 were Wang Qiren's classmates. They confirmed that before the match, Wang Qiren had told them he intended to cripple Harmon and Carlos. Greg, expelled from school, was Wang Qiren's good friend, and Wang Qiren wanted to take revenge for him. After injuring Harmon, he planned to go after Carlos next, but Alger showed up, preventing him from doing so. With the video evidence and human testimony, Wang Qiren's fate in prison was sealed. Alger and Sylvia visited Harmon at the hospital. Harmon's parents were there, along with Carlos and Qiren C. Upon learning that the boy in front of them was Alger, Harmon's parents were overwhelmingly grateful. Thank you so much, classmate Alger. Thank you for helping us. Harmon's father gripped Alger's hands tightly. Working on construction sites had tanned his skin dark, making his hands rough and calloused. We originally wanted to thank Lawyer Zhang properly, but Lawyer Zhang said we should thank you instead. We know that Lawyer Zhang offered free assistance only because of you. Classmate Alger, how can we ever repay you? Harmon's mother shed tears of gratitude. Lawyer Zhang had fought their legal battle without charging a cent. Winning the case, Wang Qiren was sentenced to 3 years in prison and had to pay Harmon tens of thousands of dollars in compensation. Originally, they never dared to think about filing a lawsuit. For Harmon's injury, they could only accept their misfortune. Alger, I used to mess around. I'm really sorry. Please don't hold it against me. Carlos was extremely grateful to Alger. He had previously treated Alger poorly, thinking he was too arrogant. Siren told did he expect that Alger would unconditionally help Harmon despite past grievances. That anyone could say. Alger intentionally drew out his words, raising an eyebrow at Carlos. Then I'll kneel and beg your forgiveness. Hearing the implied meaning, Carlos immediately moved to kneel but was stopped by Alger. Looks like you're sincere. There's no real feud between us. What you owe me, let Harmon repay. In front of Harmon's parents, Alger didn't address him disrespectfully. But this guy. Alger glanced at Kieran C., visibly displeased. He still remembered Kieran C. pushing him the last time. Everyone in the ward looked at Kieran C. Kieran C. was nervous, sweating on his forehead. Alger, I've wronged you. Kieran C. pretended to kneel. He thought Alger would lift him up like he did with Carlos. Instead, Alger just stared coldly as Kieran C. knelt down. Wow, what a bow. Even if you call me ancestor, I won't give you a red envelope. Alger smirked. Finally willing to tell the truth, huh? He narrowed his eyes at Kieran C. Now, Kieran C. dared not hide anything from Alger anymore. Alger was formidable, someone he couldn't provoke. And Alec was dead. He had nothing left to fear. Alger, last time. It was indeed me who pushed you, Kieran C. admitted, gritting his teeth. What? Kieran C., you? Harmon and Carlos couldn't believe it. You always said it wasn't intentional. So, you were lying to us all along. Neither of them could accept this truth. At that time, I had no choice. I didn't want to miss the game. It was Director Ma who told me to do this. As long as Alger was injured and unable to go, I could continue to participate in the competition. Kieran C. spoke the truth, but Harmon and Carlos didn't believe him. Kieran C., now that Director Ma is dead, you're pushing the blame onto him? With no one left to verify it, who knows if what you say is true or false? Sylvia also glared angrily at Kieran C. Kieran C., you are so bad and selfish, wanting to hurt Alger to achieve your goals. It's despicable. If you had almost killed Alger, even apologizing 10,000 times wouldn't be enough for him to forgive you. Everyone looked at her in shock. The little girl's face was flushed red, her cheeks puffing out. It seemed like she became especially agitated whenever it involved Alger. Rachel is right, Kieran C., I will never forgive you. Kneeling for a long time won't help. Alger also firmly stated. He felt excited inside. His Rachel was defending him again. Alger, I was just blinded by greed at that moment. Kieran C. hurriedly defended himself. Enough, saying more won't help. Shut up. Alger coldly interrupted him. Kieran C., get out first. Harmon suddenly spoke in a low voice, filled with disappointment towards Kieran C. Kieran C. moved his lips but finally said nothing, standing up and leaving the ward, looking very dejected. He knew he was about to be abandoned by Harmon and the others. Harmon looked seriously at Alger. Alger, I used to be too immature, especially those provocative behaviors towards you. Recalling past events, Harmon felt ashamed. After this accident, he seemed to have grown up suddenly, his eyes becoming more profound. Alger, thank you. He sincerely thanked Alger, his eyes moist as he looked at him. Why so emotional? That doesn't sound like you at all. Alger smiled. Harmon also smiled in return. Their feud seemed to be buried with that smile. Alger came to visit Harmon intending to treat his injuries, bringing silver needles with him. Upon learning his intention, Harmon's parents, not knowing of his abilities, naturally didn't believe he could cure Harmon. Chapter 2:11 Cotton Candy to calm the nerves. Actually, they had decided not to operate on Harmon. Since surgery wouldn't help anyway, it would be better to use the money for business ventures. They also shared their thoughts with Alger. Alger is really amazing. Dr. Benny's leg has been crippled for decades, and it was Alger who cured him. You don't know this yet, but Alger is Dr. Benny's last disciple, to whom the old master passed on all his knowledge. Sylvia said excitedly and proudly. Dr. Benny? Not Dr. Benny Xuanhuan? Harmon's father asked. Sylvia nodded vigorously. Yes, everyone in Binzhou County knows him. Everyone looked at Alger in surprise once more, never expecting him to have this identity as well. Now you should believe that Alger has the capability, right? If you still don't believe, you can call Dr. Benny and ask. Sylvia was really worried. How could they doubt Alger's abilities? Seeing her argue passionately, Alger couldn't help but laugh. How could this little girl be so adorable? Finally, Harmon's parents believed in Alger's capabilities and agreed to let him treat Harmon with acupuncture. Alger took out his silver needles and began the procedure. Except for Sylvia, everyone watched tensely. Sylvia had seen it many times and knew of Alger's abilities, so naturally, she wasn't concerned. Son, does it hurt? Harmon's mother anxiously asked him. Harmon gently shook his head, signaling his mother not to talk so as not to disturb Alger. Alger focused intensely, channeling his spiritual power through his fingertips into Harmon's knee. Not only did Harmon not feel any pain, he even felt warm and comfortable in his knee. After finishing the acupuncture, Alger left the needles in for some time before finally pulling them out one by one. He exhaled lightly. Done. Tomorrow you'll be able to get out of bed. You can hop, jump, or run as you like. Carlos stared wide-eyed in shock. It's over just like that? But didn't the doctor say that even with surgery, he won't be able to do strenuous activities anymore? Sylvia frowned. That's what the doctor said, not Alger. No one could question her hang-hang. Alger patted Sylvia's head and smiled. The next day, Harmon was discharged from the hospital. He returned to school with a happy stride. It was recess time, and students were stepping out of classrooms for a breather. From the teaching building, they saw Harmon walking briskly and jumping occasionally to touch branches along the way. Wasn't Harmon unable to run or jump, considered disabled? Right, how did he suddenly get better? I visited him in the hospital a few days ago. He looked terrible. Everyone was amazed. Wang Qiren from Experimental Middle School had been sentenced for intentionally harming Harmon. Because Harmon's injury was serious and untreatable, Wang Qiren received several years in prison. But how could Harmon be completely fine now? Everyone was puzzled. Harmon walked straight to Alger's classroom. As he passed through the corridor, people asked him about what happened, but he ignored them. Alger was feeding Sylvia cotton candy while they chatted on the desk. Sylvia giggled, and Alger gazed at her adoringly. Alger, thank you. You are my savior. In the future, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. I'm willing to serve you faithfully. With that, Harmon knelt before Alger, startling Sylvia and causing her to drop the cotton candy from her mouth. What are you doing? Alger glared at Harmon irritably, worried about Sylvia biting her tongue. It would have been better if he remained disabled. Rachel, you're scared, right? Eat some cotton candy to calm down. Alger quickly fed another piece of cotton candy to Sylvia, ignoring the kneeling Harmon. Everyone was astonished. Weren't Harmon and Alger supposed to be on bad terms? How did Harmon seem to be under Alger's command now? What happened between them? Harmon, your injury is healed, right? Didn't I say Hang Hang could cure you? Now you believe how awesome Hang Hang is, right? Sylvia asked with a smile. Harmon nodded vigorously. Believed it. I can hop, jump, and run just like before. Alger, thank you. He sincerely bowed his head. Only then did everyone realize that Harmon's injuries had been treated by Alger. He was not only academically brilliant, but also skilled in medicine. How come he seemed to excel at everything? Classes are starting. You should leave now. Alger glared at Harmon again. Annoyed at the interruption during his secret talks with Rachel, Harmon obediently stood up and left the classroom. News of Alger's ability to cure diseases quickly spread throughout the entire school. And the fact that he was the last disciple of Dr. Benny could no longer be kept a secret. Everyone envied Alger. There were also those who envied Sylvia. Every week, Clark and Jolene would each carry a large bag of snacks to visit Sylvia at school. During night self-study, Paula would personally make late-night snacks and send them to the classroom for Sylvia. Sometimes it was rib soup, sometimes chicken soup, sometimes pigeon soup. The aroma made everyone's mouths water, making them swallow saliva repeatedly. Paula loved Sylvia so much that she adopted her as her goddaughter. Sylvia now had two godmothers. Both godmothers treated her very well. The snacks bought by Jolene were delicious, the soups stewed by Paula were tasty, and the meals cooked by Alger were appetizing. Fed by them, Sylvia visibly grew plumper. Her baby fat became even more prominent on her small face, looking so adorable that it tempted Alger to pinch and kiss her constantly. Even with thick winter coats on, she couldn't hide the excellent development in front of her chest. When she bounced around, her chest jiggled, making Alger want to look but not dare to, his eyes darting about. Spending more time together, their physical contact increased too. Alger would naturally hold Sylvia's hand. Sylvia would also naturally link arms with Alger. They were already recognized as a couple in the school. However, Alger still hadn't confessed to Sylvia. He began to put enormous pressure on Demetrius, forcing him to strive harder. Demetrius was under tremendous stress. His performance in this monthly exam directly affected his best friend's happiness. Determined, he vowed to get into the top 3 of the class. Influenced by him, other classmates also studied frantically. Chapter 2:12. Achieving financial freedom early. While the classmates were studying hard, Alger had already become a little billboard for Hope Food Factory, with money in his pocket and no worries about food and clothing. With Alger's food recipes, the factory's performance was very good. Orders came like snowflakes, and there was absolutely no worry about sales. Workers were working overtime, busy as could be. Thomas and Sue Eddy lived and ate at the factory, so busy they barely touched the ground. Although busy, Thomas couldn't stop smiling. This time, they really hit the jackpot. Alger provided new food recipes from time to time and would visit the factory as well. There were too many orders, and the factory's production capacity simply couldn't keep up. Clark and Thomas discussed with Alger whether they should expand their operations. They had even turned down orders from other regions, feeling regretful. Even though it was agreed that Clark and Thomas would make decisions regarding the factory, in practice, Alger was still the final decision maker. Only if he agreed, would they dare to proceed without hesitation. Alger, I've surveyed the situation. The factories on both sides are not doing very well. We can easily acquire these 2 factories. We can absorb all the original staff from these 2 factories. They're all in food processing, so we won't need to hire more people or spend on training. Clark and Thomas said. For now, let's remain steady. The factory has only been open for a month, and expanding will require a lot of funds. Alger wasn't in a hurry to expand. Rushing this would be unwise. Hope Food Factory hadn't yet gained full recognition. He wanted everyone in the county to know about this factory. The neighboring 2 factories still had orders, indicating some people didn't know about Hope Food Factory yet. Thomas had never seen so many orders before and felt quite elated. Clark also found it hard to contain his excitement. Although Alger disagreed with expanding, they were slightly disappointed but didn't say anything. Randall, West and Joe, we need to turn Hope Food into a household brand, making it bigger and stronger. Alger shared his thoughts with them. By ensuring quality while expanding Hope Food's reputation through advertising, both nodded in agreement, saying they would follow Alger's lead. Hope Food Factory needed a brand spokesperson. Alger wanted Sylvia to be this spokesperson. Her image was perfect for the role. She had chubby cheeks and was incredibly cute. When Alger asked, Sylvia naturally agreed. Alger hired an advertising company to shoot the ad. The makeup artist did Sylvia's styling. This girl's skin is too good. Sirank a boiled egg. Not a single pimple. How does she maintain it? The makeup artist was a woman in her 30s. Despite heavy foundation, she couldn't hide her acne. Sylvia remained silent, pursing her lips. Alger calmly replied, Rachel has natural beauty, no maintenance required. Yes, indeed. The makeup artist laughed, admiring Sylvia's flawless skin. Sylvia smiled softly. When Sylvia tied her hair back and styled it into a high ponytail, revealing her delicate features, the makeup artist was stunned by her beauty. How could anyone be so beautiful? Just changing her hairstyle made her look like a completely different person. Absolutely stunning. Alger gazed at Sylvia in admiration. The young girl didn't realize how beautiful she truly was. Once styled, Sylvia wore a pink-purple dress and bit into a tomato-flavored popcorn ball, savoring it. She smiled into the camera lens. Hope Food, my favorite snack? The ad video played on TV and images were plastered across various public places. At bus stops, taxi doors, everywhere you looked. Soon, All of Panjo County knew about Hope Food. Sylvia's sweet portrait was printed on product packaging. However, no one recognized her. Even Clark failed to recognize her. They had watched Super Brain, and the beautiful woman in the ad looked just like the one from the show. Alger, where did you find this girl? I'm warning you, don't do anything to hurt Rachel. I won't forgive you if you do. Even Sue Eddie advised Alger to distance himself from the beauty, telling him to focus solely on Sylvia. Alger listened silently. If they knew the beautiful woman was Sylvia, they'd be astonished. Now wasn't the right time to reveal it. After he confesses to Sylvia, he'll tell them. Hope Food's unique taste and variety set it apart from other brands on the market. Food wholesalers would rather pay breach penalties than miss out on ordering Hope Food products. The two neighboring factories, losing orders to Hope Food, struggled to survive. In order to save themselves, they had no choice but to seek help from Hope Food Factory, voluntarily proposing a merger application. When asking for help, they had to lower their status. Slade and Thomas finally understood why Alger had not agreed to the merger of these two factories initially. It was just not the right time then. It turns out he was waiting for this moment. Once these two factories came to them for help, they would be in a passive position. The two of them sighed that they were indeed inferior to a high school student. With the expansion plan settled, Alger would only wait to count his money in the future. He didn't have to worry about university fees anymore, having achieved financial freedom early. During the monthly exam, the weather was very cold. Students rubbed their hands and stomped their feet as they entered their respective examination rooms. After the monthly exam, New Year's Day was approaching. Each class had its own New Year's celebration. According to TV news, there would be a meteor shower on New Year's Eve night, specifically from the Taurus constellation. Everyone was excited. It was a meteor shower that hadn't occurred in 200 years, and they would witness it. What an incredible stroke of luck. At that moment, they definitely wanted to make a wish. After each exam, Demetrius anxiously compared answers with classmates beside him. However, he chose the wrong people. Those students who took the exam with him usually scored average or below. When his answers were different from theirs, he assumed he made mistakes. But when the results came out, he could hardly believe it. Chapter 213 finally going to confess. Demetrius really made it into the top 3 of the class. Alger and Sylvia both topped the grade, acing every subject with scores far ahead of the second place by 20 points. Demetrius ranked 3rd in the class, just over 20 points behind Augustin, who was 2nd. He was excited beyond measure. He actually managed to get into the top 3 of the class. When checking answers with classmates, they were all different, which scared him half to death. But now everything was fine. His good brother's happiness was secured. Hongzi, as you wished, I made it into the top 3. Shouldn't you confess to Sylvia this time? I've been waiting for this day until my hair turned white. In the toilet, Demetrius eagerly pulled Alger, pointing at a few strands of white hair on his head. Looking at those strands of white hair, and then at his heavy dark circles, Alger felt heartache. Demetrius had been under tremendous stress lately, studying late nights that had whitened his hair. For his happiness, Demetrius truly gave his all in studies. However, he indeed gained much from it. His academic performance improved drastically, and following this momentum, getting into college would be no problem. Tomorrow is the commendation ceremony. I'm going to confess in front of the whole school. Are you happy now? Alger smiled and looked at him. Really? If I lie, may I become a dog? Demetrius jumped with joy. Great. My buddy is finally going to confess. Sure, keep your voice down. It must be kept a secret. Alger glanced worriedly at the toilet entrance. I know. Is there anything I can help with? Demetrius covered his mouth and whispered. What a great day tomorrow is. It's New Year's Day. Alger initially planned to confess after the college entrance exams, mainly worried that dating might affect her studies and cause her trouble. Now it seems these worries are unnecessary. So why not confess earlier and enjoy the sweet taste of love sooner? If he waits until after the college entrance exams, it will take half a year. Wasting this half year means fewer kisses, fewer hugs, and fewer I love yous. Not cost effective. Walking around the campus, Alger and Sylvia caused a stir among everyone. These two perfect scorers are like an official couple, so impressive. How do they manage to score perfectly while dating? This must be the benefit of dual cultivation. Hang, they're treating us as a couple again. Sylvia sighed helplessly. Maybe we look too much like a couple. At least people won't chase after you if they think we're a couple. Alger smiled and looked at the girl beside him gently. No one has chased after me. Sylvia blushed slightly. Alger didn't tell her that several boys wrote love letters to her, all of which he intercepted and shredded. Actually, there's a boy who's always liked you and wants to pursue you. Sylvia raised her eyes curiously. Who? How come I don't know? Alger chuckled softly. You'll find out soon enough. He stroked her hair, his fingertips brushing against her pale face, wanting to pinch it. Oh right, hang. What does dual cultivation mean? Sylvia asked suddenly. As an obedient girl, she hadn't read any random novels, so she didn't know what dual cultivation meant. Just, as the literal meaning suggests. Sylvia tilted her head. Sirantral meaning? Two people cultivating together, literally. Alger scratched his head awkwardly. Sylvia nodded, seeming to understand but still a bit confused. Arriving at Benny Gia's home, the two went into the kitchen together. Their teamwork in cooking had become quite excellent. Hearing about their perfect scores, old man Benny wanted to have a drink to celebrate. Braden had classes in the afternoon and joined them with tea instead of alcohol. After dinner, Alger and Sylvia went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Alger told the Benny family men about his plans while wiping the table. Do you want to confess to Rachel? Great. Both hands and feet up for it. Old man Benny burped and said excitedly. Braden glanced at the kitchen, signaling old man Benny to lower his voice. He thought highly of this couple and naturally hoped they would be together. But wouldn't confessing at the commendation ceremony violate school rules openly? It would make Principal Eddie and Director Shin very difficult. Braden whispered. It's fine. I'll talk to Director Shin later. Alger wasn't worried. Even if Zach disagrees, there's still May. She loves Sylvia so much. She would never allow her overprotective husband to say no. When Sylvia came out of the kitchen, she saw 3 round heads huddled together, chatting away. Curiously, she also leaned in, startling the 3. What are you talking about? Alger patted his chest and said, this is a secret among men. The father and son Benny exchanged amused glances. After that, Sylvia went to the classroom, and Alger went to find Zach. What? You want to confess to Sylvia in front of the whole school? Zach was taken aback. Do you want to openly violate school rules and get expelled? Husband, you can't expel Alger. Paula frowned. Zach immediately softened his tone. With such excellence, of course he can't be expelled. Paula's frown smoothed out immediately. Rachel likes Alger so much. If you expel Alger, Rachel will hate you forever. Zach asked in surprise, has Rachel told you she likes Alger? Paula smiled gently. Does this need to be said? It's obvious at first glance. Besides Alger, Rachel hasn't even glanced at any other boys. Alger grinned broadly, loving what Paula had said. Really? How come I didn't notice? Zach muttered. Forget it, husband. Will you help or not? Paula asked with anticipation. Of course I'll help. How could he not help when his wife agreed? Paula smiled happily. But this matter couldn't be decided by Zach alone. He needed to seek help from the principal. Principal Eddie was originally quite conflicted. When Zach told him Alger's plan, Eddie agreed as well. After all, these two excelled academically. If it were someone else, not only would he not agree, but he'd also give them a scolding. But Alger was different. Geniuses like him were the hope and benchmark of Xuanhuan High School, needing gentle coaxing and pampering. After the monthly exam results were released, many parents called to express their gratitude. The improvements were too remarkable, something unimaginable before. Alger's class did exceptionally well, with Demetrius being the best example. He used to rank at the bottom. Several parents from other classes even requested to transfer their children to Alger's class. Such was the power of a top student. Maintaining this momentum, Xuanhuan High School had a chance to become a dark horse in the final unified exam. The next day was New Year's Day, so there were no classes. In the morning was the commendation ceremony, followed by New Year's parties in each classroom, after which the holidays began. It was still cold in the morning, with white frost covering the campus. Alger and Sylvia walked to the playground together. Sylvia's small face was rosy from the cold, her hands red when she pulled them out of her pockets. Alger felt an overwhelming urge to hold her in his arms and warm her up. But this wish was about to come true soon. Rachel, wait for me. Your dear childhood friend's warm embrace is coming. Chapter 2:14 I rank you. It's so cold, so cold. Cold enough to freeze me into an immortal. The students gathered on the playground, stomping their feet and exhaling white breaths, laughing and playing together. Arwen. As soon as Demetrius saw Alger, he ran over excitedly. Whoever changes their mind today will be a little dog. He looked meaningfully at his good friend, then glanced at Sylvia standing beside him. Alger didn't say anything. He just smiled and gave him a wink. Sylvia was busy exhaling white breaths and hadn't noticed their interaction. Alger looked at her affectionately. The teachers were already bustling on the stage. Wow, what a huge bouquet of roses. This commendation ceremony seems a bit special. Everyone turned curiously toward the stage. That bouquet of roses placed on the stage was quite eye-catching. Unnoticed by everyone, 2 more people had joined the back of the lineup, Braxton and Paula. They were there to witness this important moment when Alger would confess his feelings to Sylvia. Hey. Zach was testing the microphone. Immediately, it became quiet below. Students, the commendation ceremony is about to begin. Let's welcome Principal Eddie to say a few words. After Zach spoke, thunderous applause erupted from below. Principal Eddie stood at the front, excitedly discussing the results of the recent exam and encouraging everyone to keep working hard to achieve even better results in the final exams. Another round of thunderous applause followed. For this award ceremony, we'll add a twist. First, we thank Director Shun for sponsoring these roses. Before he finished, another round of applause broke out. Zach waved to everyone with a smile. Once it quieted down, Principal Eddie continued. While we study together, we are both friends and rivals. Especially among those ranking at the top, competition is fierce. While competing, we must also learn to appreciate each other. So, for this award ceremony, students will present awards to each other in pairs, and they must say something appreciative. For example, student so-and-so, you're amazing, I like you. And they need to give each other a hug. Laughter erupted from below, everyone finding it very amusing. If it involved one boy and one girl, wouldn't saying I like you amount to a confession? Teachers who were unaware exchanged puzzled looks. Was this a last-minute decision? How come they knew nothing about it? How bizarre. The award ceremony officially began. Principal Eddie personally picked 2 roses from the bouquet and stood smiling beside the 2 boys who stepped onto the stage. Congratulations, Kiran Jun, for your excellent performance in the exam. You're doing great, and I really like you. One boy received the award from the other, taking the rose from Principal Eddie and handing it over. Below, laughter immediately erupted, but the audience still applauded. The boy blushed as he accepted the rose and presented the award to the other boy, saying similar words. Then, the 2 boys hugged briefly before quickly separating, feeling rather awkward. The applause below grew even louder. So much fun. Sylvia clapped vigorously, her face full of smiles. Alger glanced at her quietly, his palms sweating nervously. Next up was a boy and a girl on stage. Even before reaching the stage, the girl's face was bright red. The students below whistled and cheered them on. The boy couldn't stop smiling. He liked this girl. Kiran, you're so beautiful. I really like you. He handed her the rose confidently. Blushing, the girl replied shyly, you are also great. But she couldn't bring herself to say, I like you. Finally, the boy embraced the girl tightly. Whistles and cheers rang out below, everyone getting excited and staring wide-eyed. The teachers covered their eyes, thinking it was too much to bear. What was Principal Eddie trying to accomplish? Poor Principal Eddie couldn't voice his thoughts either, but he was doing this for Alger. Awards were distributed from grade 1 to grade 3, starting from 10th place to 1st place in reverse order. 4th place in grade 3 went to Augustin. Standing on the stage were the two most outstanding students in the entire school. Principal Eddie looked at the two with an ant-like smile. Everything that happened earlier was just to set the stage for these two people. Student Alger, Student Sylvia, who would like to present the award first? Principal Eddie asked with a gentle voice. Alger's tension was evident. So Sylvia said she would go first. She handed over the certificate and prize to Alger first, then held a rose. Chapter 2 1599 Roses. The audience immediately quieted down, waiting for the two to continue. Sylvia held the roses, her face turning slightly red. Although she knew this was just part of the award ceremony, confessing her liking for Alger in front of the entire school still made her feel embarrassed. Alger stared at her in a daze, his breathing becoming rapid. Finally, Sylvia summoned the courage to speak. Classmate Alger, you are excellent, and I really like you. Wow, so sweet. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Alger took the roses, feeling overjoyed. His yaki was really bold. Seeing his nervousness, she had confessed first. There were still many roses left in the bouquet. Principal Eddie adjusted the bouquet and handed it to Alger. 99 roses. He whispered softly in Alger's ear. Alger felt touched. This must have been arranged by May. Alger, go for it. Demetrius shouted from the audience, his voice filled with encouragement and urgency. What is he still hesitating about? Just confess already. Yaki, I like you. Alger finally confessed, holding the bouquet of roses and presenting it to Sylvia. He gently gazed at the girl before him. Sylvia, accept it quickly. Demetrius shouted again, truly worried. Sylvia froze momentarily, staring into Alger's sincere eyes. She had the illusion that he was really confessing to her. She was overthinking it. This was just part of the award ceremony. Despite that, her heart was still filled with sweetness as she slowly accepted the roses. Alger raised his hand and slowly embraced her. Yaki, I really like you. He kissed the top of her head and whispered softly. Sylvia's body stiffened slightly. Was there also an embrace in the ceremony? It seemed Alger had added this himself. Good, good, good. Principal Eddie led the applause, smiling broadly. The students in the audience also clapped wildly. The applause lasted for a long time. Tears streamed down Demetrius's face, moved by the moment. Finally, this day had come. Except for Principal Eddie, Zach, and Braden, the other teachers also clapped absent-mindedly. It seemed, almost as if Alger was confessing to Sylvia. The two on stage embraced, while students who liked each other took the opportunity to confess and hug. Looking at the embracing pairs below, the teachers widened their eyes. At this moment, catching students in love would be too easy. Forget it. Today is New Year's Day. Let them enjoy. The commendation ceremony ended, and Alger tightly held Sylvia's cold little hand. Once this hand warmed up, he switched to warming the other. Sylvia's face was flushed, her heart warm. The confession earlier, though fake, felt real. On the way back to the classroom, Sophie walked over and gently patted Sylvia's shoulder. Sylvia, Alger really went to great lengths. You should cherish each other. I'm waiting to eat your wedding candy. She smiled and waved at the two. No, that's not. Sylvia wanted to explain, but Sophie had already walked away. Students passing by also looked at them enviously. 99 roses. Alger is so romantic. It can only be Alger. Even Principal Eddie cooperated with his confession. What 99 roses? Sylvia was confused. She counted the roses in her arms and indeed found 99. Eternal love? Her heart raced. Did Alger really take advantage of this opportunity to confess? Alger, you really have it impressive. Demetrius and a few boys came over. They all gave Alger a thumbs up. Demetrius winked at Alger. Alger instantly understood. Demetrius had told everyone everything. Now everyone knew Alger was really confessing to Sylvia, except for Sylvia herself. The New Year's Day party began, with Demetrius as the host. His jokes made everyone laugh. Braden sat on the side, smiling at everyone. He marveled inwardly at how fast time had passed. For months had flown by. He observed the changes in the students, especially Alger, whose transformation was most remarkable. From a lickspit to a super scholar admired by all. Everyone ate snacks, watched performances, and enjoyed themselves. The New Year's Day party ended, and everyone returned home, with instructions to come back to school the next afternoon. Going home now, they could just make it for lunch. Alger wore pink gloves knitted by Sylvia and cycled home with her. Passing a shop, Alger bought a thick 3-in-1 hat with long ears. It served as a hat, scarf, and gloves. Sylvia loved it very much. Alger personally put the hat on her, tying it securely, looking incredibly cute. Yaki, this goes perfectly with my gloves. He shook his gloved hand. The gloves were pink, and Sylvia's hat was also pink. Sylvia lowered her eyelashes without speaking, feeling her face burning hot. The bouquet of roses had originally been placed in the basket of the bike. Sylvia took the flowers from the basket. Alger smiled and continued cycling. Sylvia held the bouquet, leaned in close to the flowers, and took a gentle sniff, her eyes crinkling with joy. The flowers smelled so good. Heather had prepared a table full of delicious food. She was overjoyed as both Sylvia and Alger ranked first in their grade this month, with perfect scores in every subject, bringing home a pile of certificates. These two children were truly outstanding. Xiang, would you like to go see your Weston? Do you want to bring him some food? Heather asked. Halston, due to a second stroke, was paralyzed on one side of his body and was serving his sentence outside prison. His wife and son were both in jail, and the relatives who caused trouble had been sentenced to criminal penalties. Halston still lived in his house, but the house had been dismantled by Alger, leaving no doors, no windows, and even no roof. Alger nodded and said he would go see Halston. Arriving at Halston's house, the sound of coughing came from inside. The yard looked desolate. Halston lived in a small shack, the roof made of straw. Windows were covered with plastic sheets, which were already broken, allowing the wind to whistle through. A half-broken door panel hung in front of the doorway. Inside, it smelled strongly of excrement. Alger stood at the doorway without entering. Without going in, he knew how miserable Halston's life was. With paralysis on one side of his body, no one took care of him. Heather had mentioned that when extremely hungry, Halston would crawl out of his house to find food outside. Sometimes he would beg villagers for food, but villagers avoided him, and he even competed with stray dogs and cats for food. If not for his functional hands, he would have starved to death long ago. Alger didn't feel any pity for him. When Alger's grandfather was bedridden, Halston didn't visit or take care of him. What goes around comes around. Halston's current state was entirely self-inflicted. Alger placed the brought food beside the doorframe and left without a word. He knew Halston wouldn't survive this winter. In the evening, Alger prepared a lot of dishes. During dinner, he naturally served food to Sylvia as usual. His cooking was the best, and Sylvia never picky. She ate whatever he served. Heather chuckled. Xiang. Look at Janie, you've fed her until she's chubby. Grandma. Sylvia's cheeks were puffed up, mumbling unclearly. It's not about being fat, just right now. She used to be too skinny. Heather affectionately stroked her granddaughter's head. Heather, there will be a Taurus meteor shower tonight after 10 o'clock. Let's watch together. It happens once every 200 years. Alger laughed and asked. Heather also laughed and replied, I've heard about it, so we'll watch together. But by 8 o'clock, Heather couldn't hold out and went asleep. Alger and Sylvia sat in the house reading books. They occasionally glanced at each other. That layer of unspoken tension between them hadn't been fully addressed. Time passed slowly, and Alger became increasingly excited and nervous. The old wall clock chimed. Ding ding, it was 10 o'clock. Alger suddenly reached out and held Sylvia's hand. Chapter 2:16 Forever Together. Sylvia's body trembled, and she lifted her bright eyes to look at Alger. Rachel, let's go out and watch the meteor shower. Alger gave her a gentle smile and, without waiting for her agreement, pulled her outside. It was cold outside. As soon as Sylvia stepped out, she shivered. Alger quickly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Hang. Sylvia wanted to refuse. He was only wearing a thin layer underneath. Rachel, I'm not cold. Don't believe me? Feel my face. He grabbed her small hand and pressed it against his face. His face was warm, not cold at all. His palms were also warm. Their eyes met, and she shyly lowered her eyelashes, her fair face beginning to blush. Rachel, we haven't had a proper conversation all day, but every word I said today is true, including what I said on the platform. Sylvia's face grew even hotter. She could guess what Alger was about to say next. This was something she had always longed for. The boy she had secretly loved since childhood actually liked her too. Rachel, look quickly, the meteor shower. Alger suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Sylvia hurriedly looked up at the sky. A dazzling streak of light crossed the horizon, leaving a beautiful arc in its wake. This was the Taurid meteor shower. I want to be with Sylvia forever. Before the meteor shower vanished, Alger hastily made a wish, and Sylvia quickly clasped her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and made a sincere wish. When she opened her eyes again, tears shimmered in her eyes. Rachel, what did you wish for? Is it the same as mine? He gazed gently into her tear-filled eyes. How do you know? The girl asked, choked with emotion. Because I know that you have me in your heart, and I have you in mine. Rachel, I like you. I can't wait until after the college entrance exam. I want to confess to you now. Rachel, you like me too, right? He held her hand tightly. Yes, I've always liked you. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him. Don't cry, Rachel. It hurts me to see you sad. He bent down and gently kissed away the hot tears streaming down her face, holding her tightly in his arms. For this lifetime, I will love you and protect you. He held her as if she were his entire world. She felt deeply moved, wishing time would stand still at this moment. Heather, through the window, saw the two embracing in the courtyard. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and sincerely blessed them. Love that receives family blessings is truly blissful. That night, neither Alger nor Sylvia could sleep. Thinking about what happened in the yard, they couldn't help but laugh out loud from time to time. As Alger left the courtyard to return home to sleep, he gently kissed Sylvia's lips. Though it was just a brief kiss, it left both of them excited and unable to sleep. Sylvia stared blankly at the ceiling, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. A bouquet of roses lay by her bedside. From time to time, she got up to smell them, her face full of happiness. Alger hugged his quilt and rolled back and forth on the bed, too excited to sleep. Finally, he had confessed to the girl he loved, and from then on, he could proudly tell others that Sylvia was his girlfriend. Every day from now on would be sweet. He stayed up all night, yet was energized when dawn broke. Alger jumped out of bed, got dressed, and went to the Chung household to prepare breakfast. Although he hadn't slept all night, he felt invigorated. The door to the main room was still closed. Sylvia and Heather were still sleeping. Alger tiptoed into the kitchen, afraid to disturb their rest. Just as he lit the fire to make porridge, Sylvia came in. Rachel, you woke up so early. Go back to sleep for a bit. He hurried over and gently held Sylvia's small hand. Sylvia blushed like a newlywed bride, lowering her head shyly, unwilling to meet Alger's gaze. Alger stared at her rosy lips, remembering their softness from last night. He quickly kissed her face. Good morning, Rachel. This unexpected kiss made her heart race wildly. I'll stoke the fire. She gently slipped her hand from his and went to the hearth. Alger smiled, added rice and water, and started cooking the porridge. Gradually, she would get used to his kisses and his affectionate touches. Heather got up but did not go to the kitchen to interrupt them. After breakfast was ready, the three sat together to eat, enjoying a warm and cozy meal. Alger mentioned buying a house in the county town to the two of them. He had already bought a small 3-bedroom apartment there, fully furnished and beautifully renovated, ready to move in. Winter is very cold here, but the county town has heating. Once school breaks, we can move there to live and come back when it gets warmer, Alger said with a smile. There was nothing to do in the fields during winter, so Heather agreed. She felt reassured that Alger was now a promising young man at the food factory and could afford a small 3-bedroom apartment without difficulty. To be so impressive in high school, how outstanding would he be in the future? Sylvia lowered her head and drank her porridge, her face slightly flushed. Siramving in the same apartment would be like cohabiting, wouldn't it? After breakfast, Heather took out the sweater she had knitted and let Alger try it on. It was a sky blue sweater that suited him well and looked good on him. In the afternoon, Alger and Sylvia went to school. They held hands as they entered the classroom. At first, Sylvia felt embarrassed, but seeing Alger's carefree demeanor, she became less hesitant. Their relationship had already been made public. It was normal for couples to hold hands. Even Principal Eddie and Zach turned a blind eye to this, and the other teachers had no choice but to pretend not to see it. Being top students came with certain privileges. Everyone envied them greatly. Alger and Sylvia behaved themselves in class, listening attentively. During lunchtime, they found various excuses to go out. Sometimes they even asked Paula for cover. This made Zach have to give them leave. The school rules were strict, requiring even day students to eat lunch on campus and not allowed to go out. Yet these two strolled around freely. Holding hands, they walked along the road when a police car stopped beside them. Alger, long time no see. The window rolled down, and Fergus greeted them with a smile, his gaze landing on their intertwined hands. Sylvia felt a bit nervous, but Alger was very composed. What was wrong with holding his girlfriend's hand? It wasn't illegal. Fergus, are you here on duty? Alger asked with a smile. I'm going to visit Gary and bring some rice and flour to the elderly couple. Gary was the scavenger elder. Things had been busy lately, and Alger had neglected Gary's affairs. He had promised to treat Bryn's leg. Alger and Sylvia got into the police car. The elderly couple lived in an old courtyard. Their adopted son and daughter-in-law used to live there too. One of the rooms had been renovated, looking much newer compared to the rest of the place. Their adopted son and daughter-in-law were sentenced for abusing the elderly. Fergus, you've brought things again. How can we possibly accept this? Gary came out of the house, feeling uncomfortable seeing the rice and flour in Fergus's hands. Fergus had done so much for them. It's nothing, Gary. This is just my little token of appreciation. Fergus smiled and carried the supplies into the house. Alger and Sylvia also greeted Gary. He welcomed them warmly, looking at the two affectionately and invited them inside. Bryn sat on the bed, looking pale. Despite her poor condition, she forced herself to greet the guests. Chapter 217 What to Restrain. This room doesn't get any sunlight. It's quite cold even at noon, and will be even colder at night. Alger took out a bag of silver needles from his backpack. He has developed the habit of carrying the bag of silver needles whenever he goes out so that he can provide help anytime. Fergus explained to the two elderly people that Alger was skilled in medical techniques and was also Dr. Benny's last disciple. He could cure Bryn's leg. Naturally, the two elders trusted Fergus and agreed to let Alger treat Bryn's leg. Alger skillfully inserted the needles for Bryn. Taking advantage of the time the needles stayed in place, he led Sylvia outside the house. The sun in the courtyard was perfect, making them feel warm all over. The two sat on a stool, with Sylvia leaning on Alger's shoulder, clinging tightly to him. Alger looked at her tenderly, gently rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Rachel, Hang. They both spoke at the same time, each wanting to say something to the other. Alger smiled softly. Rachel, you go first. Hang. Cyan Yang and Alessandra are so pitiful. Why don't we lend them our apartment in the county town? The two elders were old and had no one to take care of them. It would be hard for them during such a cold winter. Rachel, you and I are really on the same wavelength. Alger didn't expect Sylvia to have the same idea. His Rachel was always so kind-hearted. Really? Hang, you're too good. Sylvia kissed his cheek happily, blushing fiercely. Alger laughed foolishly, hugging Sylvia into his arms. Back inside, Alger told the two elders about their plan. When they heard that Alger owned a 3-bedroom apartment, both Fergus and the elders were astonished. Alger explained further. They were even more surprised, not expecting Alger to be Xiao Gordy banned from Hope Food Factory. Mentioning Hope Food, almost everyone in Panzhou County knew about it. Originally, Alger hadn't wanted to reveal this identity, but there was no need to lie to them, especially since Fergus was a police officer who wouldn't tolerate lies. However, the two elders disagreed with moving in. Gary looked at Alger and Sylvia's intertwined hands gratefully and said, "You kids are so good. We appreciate your kindness. But we can't live in the house you're preparing for marriage." No way. Sylvia couldn't help blushing. Why did this conversation turn to marriage and bridal chambers? Alger held Sylvia's hand tighter and laughed. Cyan, please rest assured. That isn't our intended wedding house. That house was too small. When he married Sylvia in the future, they would definitely buy a bigger one, or else it wouldn't be enough for a family. Sylvia's face turned even redder, but she started feeling hopeful inwardly. Good children. How can we live in your new house for nothing? To see us old folks is already a great comfort to us. Bryn looked at Alger and Sylvia kindly. No matter how much they tried to persuade the elders, they still refused to move. In the end, they settled on a compromise. They would renovate the old house and install a heater. With the work decided upon, Fergus contacted the village committee and immediately sent workers over. The weather was fine, and Bryn moved into the yard to bask in the sun. Many hands make light work. With clinking sounds, the room where the elderly lived was soon renovated. The heater installer also arrived. Alger called the coal factory and had a pile of coal balls delivered, enough for the whole winter. Alger had already bought a mobile phone. Everything was arranged, and all the expenses were paid by Alger. The elderly couple was deeply grateful, unsure how to repay him. Alger reassured them, saying that he was accumulating good karma for future generations and asking them not to feel burdened. Sylvia felt her cheeks heat up again. They weren't even married yet, and he was already thinking about future generations. It was dark by the time everything was done. Winter nights fall early. It was barely past 6. Alger and Sylvia had missed an afternoon of classes. Fergus, could you do us a favor and tell Director Shun that Hang and I were doing good deeds, not skipping class without reason? Without waiting for Fergus's agreement, Alger dialed Zach's number. He handed the phone to Fergus. Fergus smiled wryly and accepted the phone, explaining to Zach on the other end. Zach promptly promised not to punish them and asked him to relax. Your director Shen is quite easygoing, but he said you two must attend evening study sessions. I'll drive you back to school first. I have a lot of things to deal with at the station. Fergus glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Sylvia thought how kind-hearted Fergus was. What a good police officer. As they passed Young Family Restaurant, Alger asked Fergus to stop the car for a moment. Fergus stopped the car but called Alger aside. Alger, how old are you two? I know you're at that age when youth and impulsiveness come together. But you should at least restrain yourselves a bit. He looked at Alger seriously. However, the smart Alger couldn't understand Fergus's meaning for a moment. He just wanted to take Sylvia to have dinner at the restaurant. How could that be considered impulsive, and what did he need to restrain? Seeing Alger's innocent expression, Fergus pointed at the hotel next to Jiang Family Restaurant and said helplessly, you two are still young. Opening a room. Wait until you're older to talk about this kind of thing. Alger, caught between laughter and tears, pointed at Jiang Family Restaurant. Fergus, what are you thinking? I just wanted to take Rachel to have dinner at the restaurant. Now it was Fergus's turn to be embarrassed. He scratched his head sheepishly. I overthought it. It's fine. I know you mean well for us. Alger also felt a little awkward. Fergus drove away. Hang, what were you talking about? It seemed like Fergus's face was a bit red. Sylvia asked curiously. Nothing much. Fergus hopes we will be good to each other. Alger smiled as he hugged her and kissed her forehead gently. His gaze moved down to her rosy lips. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he slowly leaned in. Chapter 218. Is it really that hard to kiss? Sylvia nervously tightened her grip on Alger's clothes. Both of them were breathing rapidly. Just as their lips were about to touch, Ronnie emerged from the restaurant. Hey, you two are going to kiss, aren't you? They were startled. Sylvia hurriedly pushed Alger away, her face turning bright red. Alger, however, pulled her into his arms. She bit her lip, shyly burying her face in his chest. Wow, you two are really dating. At this time, shouldn't you be at school? Ronnie looked at Alger and chuckled. Alger, you're corrupting Sylvia. What's the big deal? Have you never seen people dating before? Alger glared at him and walked into the restaurant with Sylvia. Ronnie felt a little annoyed. He had seen people dating, but he had never dated. He was so old and still didn't have a girlfriend, not even as good as a high school student. The two of them went straight to a private room upstairs. After settling Sylvia down, Alger came out and closed the door, blocking Ronnie who was trying to barge in. Hey, did you just make it official? I always thought there was something between you two, and now it's true. Ronnie smiled and sized up Alger. We haven't had any water all afternoon. Bring us some hot water first? Without saying more, Alger opened the door and went back inside, slamming it shut again, keeping Ronnie out. Ronnie chuckled at the tightly closed door and hurried off. Sylvia's face was still flushed. Just now, she almost kissed Alger right there on the street. So embarrassing. Uncontrollable emotions. Rachel, you look so cute when you're shy. Alger propped his head up with one hand, tilting his head and smiling at her. No more like that. No kissing on the street. Sylvia was slightly annoyed. What can't you do on the street? Alger raised an eyebrow. Rachel, show me. Sylvia was both embarrassed and angry, raising her fists to hit him. You're so naughty. Alger exaggeratedly cried out. Ouch, that hurts. Rachel, are you trying to murder your husband? Sylvia became even more annoyed. And you talk? Alger scooped her up and laughed, pressing her against his chest. Okay, I'll listen to you. No kissing on the street. We'll do it secretly in the room. He gently pinched her chin and lifted her head. Her hair was slightly messy, her cheeks flushed, and her lips like a blooming flower. His Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned down toward her lips. Knock knock. Startled, Sylvia pushed Alger away again. Here's the hot water you asked for. Ronnie entered with a tray, his face full of curiosity. Seeing Sylvia's disheveled hair and panicked expression, he instantly imagined a scene. Not interrupting anymore. Under Alger's glare, he bowed and slowly backed out. Alger was also annoyed. Was it really that hard to kiss his girlfriend? Looking at the shy girl beside him, Alger's gaze softened. He brushed the strands of hair from her face and pulled her back into his arms. Sylvia blushed and leaned into his chest. Alger lifted her chin again and kissed her red lips. She buried her face in his chest, feeling sweet inside despite her embarrassment. By the time they finished dinner and returned to school, it was quite late. An evening study session had already ended. They spent a long time together in the private room. Walking hand in hand on the campus path, the couple was blissfully close. Unnoticed, someone stood ahead, watching them approach with a helpless look. When they finally saw him, they stopped. Sylvia hastily let go of Alger's hand, bowing her head and not daring to look at the person. Director Sean, what a coincidence. Alger greeted Director Zach cheerfully. You two should be more discreet. Try not to leave campus and set a good example for other students. Sighed Zach helplessly. These two were the school's treasures. They couldn't be punished or scolded, only cajoled. He was at his wit's end. Understood, Director Shin. We're leaving now. Alger chuckled and pulled Sylvia away. However, Alger soon found a good excuse to leave school, to do good deeds. Since it wouldn't take up class time, he and Sylvia went out to volunteer during lunchtime. It set a good example for the classmates. Wearing red vests, they visited elderly people's homes. They helped cook meals, clean the yard, chat with them, or buy things for them. Alger, with his medical skills, could also treat them. There was a retired worker whose lungs were in bad shape, always coughing. After drinking traditional Chinese medicine for over a month and spending tens of thousands, his condition hadn't improved. Alger gave him an acupuncture treatment, and by that night, the man wasn't coughing anymore. When Alger visited again, the elderly worker praised him extensively. Young man, you truly live up to being Dr. Benny's apprentice. You're much better than that old Rhett's disciple. I feel like Sun Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is a scam. I've taken so many herbs, and they did nothing at all. The Sun Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital the elderly worker referred to was the one opened by Galen. He had advertised himself as the successor of the Feng family, attracting many people to seek treatment there. If you wanted to get well, you should see Dr. Binney. However, Dr. Binney had retired and stopped practicing, so people could only turn to Rhett. Initially, Galen's master-apprentice banquet was held grandly, causing quite a stir and even making headlines in the news. Almost everyone in Binzhou County knew that Galen was Rhett's disciple. This elderly worker had come seeking treatment because of Rhett, but neither Rhett nor Galen treated him. Instead, it was some little-known chief physician. Rhett sat at home enjoying a peaceful life, while Galen, being the hospital director, had no time to treat patients. I know traditional Chinese medicine can take time, but it shouldn't have no effect at all, right? It's been over a month, and my cough has gotten worse. My lungs are almost coughing out. They keep saying it's fine, just a few more doses of medicine and I'll be better. The elderly worker grumbled unhappily. Alger couldn't say much about it. He just said it might not be treating the right symptoms. After leaving the elderly worker's house, Alger and Sylvia went for a walk in a nearby park. They sat on a park bench, hand in hand. Not far away, a child, about 2 or 3 years old, was playing with a woman nearby. Hang, if we do good deeds now, will our descendants really be blessed? Sylvia rested against Alger and asked softly. Of course, I believe that if we die, and our descendants continue to do good, they will accumulate merit for us, perhaps even giving us a chance to be reborn. Sylvia giggled lightly. Is it really that magical? To be reborn after death? Alger hugged her tightly, moved, and said, I believe that after death, one can indeed be reborn. In his previous life, Sylvia used his name to donate money, help the poor students, and do good deeds, accumulating merit for him, which gave him a second chance at life and bestowed him with a golden finger. That's what gave him the opportunity to be reborn in this life. Rachel, thank you, he said hoarsely. Sylvia chuckled. Why so emotional? I haven't done anything special for you. In the future, when we get married and have children, Rachel will bear the pain of childbirth. I want to thank you in advance. Oh, thinking that far ahead? Sylvia blushed again. Of course we should think ahead, Rachel. What do you plan to do in the future? Alger asked gently. Originally, I didn't have a clear plan. After getting into college, I'd choose a popular major, find a job after graduation, and just work there. But after these past few days, I've seriously thought about it. I've decided to become a doctor. Those sick elderly people are in so much pain. When you cure them, they are so grateful. I also want to be like you, save lives and bring blessings to our descendants. Sylvia looked up at Alger admiringly. Moved by her words, Alger gently cupped her face. Okay, let's both become doctors and save lives together. Upon returning to school, they found Reporter Magnus' car parked at the school gate. Reporter Magnus was waiting in the security office. Seeing them return, he hurried out, clearly with something urgent. Alger, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 219. This is my girlfriend Sylvia. Journalist Magnus brought Alger and Sylvia to Gary's house. Previously, journalist Magnus had registered Gary's information on a reunion website, and finally, someone wanted to reunite with Gary. Through DNA parentage testing, it was confirmed that the man and Gary were indeed father and son. That man had already come to Binzhou County to meet with Gary and his wife. The man knew that Alger had helped Gary a lot, and wanted to meet him. So, journalist Magnus came to find Alger. Journalist Magnus was involved in helping with the reunion process, and he also took the man to Gary's home. You must be Alger, thank you. Gary's son, Gray, expressed deep gratitude and tightly shook Alger's hand. His Mandarin wasn't very fluent. On the way there, journalist Magnus had told Alger that Gray was the president of a listed company, with assets worth several billion. In his 40s, he exuded an aura of authority that couldn't be ignored. No need to be so formal. I have a good connection with Cyan and Alessandra, Alger said with a light smile. He didn't feel uneasy just because the other party was a CEO. This made Gray look at him with renewed respect. When journalist Magnus learned of Gray's identity as a CEO, he became flustered and even stuttered when speaking. When they shook hands, he seemed overwhelmed. But Alger remained calm. Mr. Wong, this is my girlfriend Sylvia. Alger introduced Sylvia to Gray without forgetting. Gray smiled and nodded at Sylvia. Sylvia also gave him a gentle smile. Inside the house, a stove was burning, making it warm. Alessandra pulled Sylvia to sit on the bed. Her leg, which Alger had healed, was much better now. With her son found, her spirits were high. Gary also wore a smile constantly, no longer frowning. Gray was indeed kidnapped by human traffickers at the age of 3 and taken far away to Province A. He was sold to a middle-aged couple and lived with them for several years. Later, Gray fell seriously ill, and the couple did not want to spend money treating him, abandoning him at the hospital. After he recovered, he was sent to an orphanage and eventually adopted by a foreign couple. They took Gray abroad. Since he was young when he was kidnapped, Gray could not remember where his home was. The foreign couple knew his background and encouraged him to search for his biological parents after he turned 18. It wasn't until recently, when they opened a branch in China, that Gray returned to the country and began looking for his biological parents. And he succeeded. Knowing that their son was living well abroad, Weston and Alessandra felt comforted. They didn't care about his career. They just wanted him to be safe. Alger, according to my parents, you are now running a food factory. That's really impressive. Gray genuinely praised Alger. For a high school graduate to achieve this was indeed remarkable. It's nothing, just a small venture. Of course, it can't compare to your multinational company. Alger remained unperturbed. I heard from journalist Magnus that your company is expanding. To repay you, I plan to invest in your company. Could you tell me more about your business? Gray spoke frankly, and his intention to invest was purely to repay. The sudden talk of investment during their first meeting surprised Alger. At the same time, he was delighted. With Gray's investment, the scale of the company could expand several times over. A few million would be like a drop in the ocean for someone with assets worth billions. Alger didn't say anything polite in return. This was mutually beneficial. In that warm little house, Alger and Gray reached a cooperation agreement. What surprised Alger even more was that Gray directly invested 100 million yuan. Gray saw great potential in the food factory and shared Alger's vision of turning it into a household name and eventually listing it on the stock market. Even journalist Magnus and others were astonished. 100 million. Some people might never earn that much in their lifetime. The expansion of the food factory would benefit the entire Banjo County, providing more job opportunities and supporting countless families. Upon hearing the news, Clark and Thomas were so excited they couldn't sleep all night. Indeed, Alger had chosen the right person to rely on. Gray's huge investment as a foreign businessman in a local enterprise caught the attention of the county government. However, Gray declined the government's invitation for a reception. Alger also kept a low profile regarding his role in the food factory. His life didn't change much due to Gray's appearance. While doing volunteer work, Alger went on dates with Sylvia off campus. Sylvia's birthday was coming up. Alger booked the entire Jiang family restaurant. Ronnie decorated the restaurant thoroughly according to Alger's requirements. Alger went to Jace's cake shop to order a super large cake. Now, the fruit cakes from the shop were selling very well, always in high demand. Jace couldn't manage everything alone and hired an assistant. Each month, Jace would give Alger his share of the profits without fail. At this rate, Alger believed it wouldn't be long before Jace opened another branch. Alger also went to Paula's flower shop to order a bouquet of 999 roses. He also ordered a necklace engraved with Sylvia's name from a jewelry store. Everything was set, just waiting for her birthday to arrive. Sylvia didn't know about these preparations. They were all surprises Alger had planned for her. However, on her birthday, something unpleasant happened. Chapter 220. Getting married as soon as one reaches the marriageable age. The day of final exams was also Sylvia's birthday. After the afternoon exam, all the classmates went to Jiang family restaurant. Classmates from other classes who were close to Sylvia and Alger also came. Sirenk Sophie, Harmon, and others. In addition to students, there were teachers as well. Principal Eddie, the Benny family father and son, Zach and Paula, along with the class subject teachers, even Jesse came. Ever since Alec died, Jesse had been on tenterhooks, fearing that he might anger Alger. The entire Jiang family, the Sue family of 4, reporter Magnus, Jace, police officer Kieran, and others came. Sue Eddie even brought Elspeth over. She had already moved into her new house in the county town, so it was convenient to bring her. The elderly xuanhuan couple from the provincial capital specially rushed over for Sylvia's birthday. They originally planned to stay and play for a few days anyway. Jesse finally seized this opportunity to meet xuanhuan. He led Ezra, and with great excitement, approached xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I have long admired your name. Today I finally get to see you. His face flushed red with excitement, but he faltered after the opening words, unable to continue after saying, indeed, feeling incredibly awkward. Ezra was even too timid to speak anything. He instinctively touched his own head. The classmates knew he wore a wig. For some reason, ever since that time when he shaved his head bald, his hair never grew back. He could only wear a wig. Xuanhuan looked at the father and son curiously. Do you have something? If it weren't for the fact that he was Alger's teacher, he wouldn't have bothered talking to them. Xuanhuan, my son Patricia, Ezra wants to be your disciple. Jesse pulled Ezra forward excitedly. He was so nervous he started stuttering. Ezra cowered, keeping his head low, not daring to look at xuanhuan. Sorry, but I don't take on disciples anymore. Xuanhuan managed to smile reluctantly. Master, let's go outside to watch fireworks. Alger waved at xuanhuan. Good boy, I'm coming right away. Xuanhuan went happily. Master? Good boy? Did xuanhuan really accept Alger as a disciple? Jesse's expression turned ugly. Why did Alger get all the good things? Xuanhuan's old wife Vanessa was already outside the restaurant waiting to watch fireworks. Xuanhuan walked to Vanessa's side, putting an arm around her, and the elderly couple smiled at each other. Hongzi, when will they start? Let me light them up. Demetrius asked Alger excitedly, holding a lighter. Just wait a bit more. A few more guests are about to arrive. We'll start as soon as they get here. While talking to Demetrius, Alger kept glancing at Sylvia beside him. Because it was her birthday today, she had put on a bright red down jacket. Jolene had made it for her. It was warm and festive. The vibrant red color made her fair complexion appear even more lovely. So, she looks this beautiful wearing such bright colored clothes too. Alger held Sylvia's hand tightly, as if afraid she might run away. Even Elspeth and the two godmothers couldn't get close to her. Sirental Hang, Manager Wong has arrived. Slade reminded Alger. A luxury car parked next to the restaurant. Gray, Gary, and Bryn got out of the car. Isn't this car worth over 1 million yuan? So rich, what relation are they to Alger? Several classmates who liked cars whispered among themselves. They knew the price range of the luxury car and guessed the relationship between the Gray family and Alger. Without waiting for Alger to greet them, Gray quickly walked over, smiling and shook his hand. The two interacted like friends, Alger remaining neither humble nor arrogant in front of the big boss. Another white sedan drove up, with a red flower hanging on the hood, a brand new car. And the price of this car was definitely higher than the one Gray was in. Everyone watched curiously. The driver got out and handed the keys to Gray. Gray handed the keys to Sylvia with a smile. Yaki, this is a birthday gift for you. I hope you don't mind. Everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. Such an expensive luxury car. Actually a birthday gift for Sylvia. Even xuanhuan and Braden were stunned. Sylvia hesitated, unsure whether to accept such a valuable gift. Janie, just accept it. It's Manager Wong's heartfelt gesture. Alger took the keys on behalf of Sylvia with a smile, expressing thanks to Gray. Seeing him accept it, Gary and Bryn smiled happily. Shocked beyond belief, Jesse's expression darkened further. Who exactly is Alger? He can befriend police officers and lawyers. Fine, but why can he also befriend such wealthy people? What the hell? Isn't that Jalen the scavenger we saw before? I remember now. Didn't Ezra refuse to return the 200 yuan he found? That time, Alger even called on us to donate money for the Jalen. Some classmates recognized Gary. He was no longer wearing ragged clothes. The casual suit he wore now looked of good quality and expensive. Hearing the classmates' discussion, Jesse was so angry that he wanted to beat Ezra flat. If Ezra had helped the Jalen back then, their father and son would be in a favorable position now. Fireworks are about to start. Everyone moved to the side. Demetrius shouted loudly, holding a lighter to light the fireworks. The fireworks bloomed in the sky, beautiful and splendid. Sylvia's smile was as radiant as the fireworks. Rachel, when we get married, it will definitely be even more lively than now. Alger whispered in her ear. Oh. Sylvia shyly bit her lip. Alger smiled and pulled her into his arms. Rachel, time flies. Once we reach the marriageable age, we'll get married. Sylvia blushed even more. Oh, you're still saying it. She pinched Alger's waist slightly out of annoyance. Alger took the opportunity to hold her slightly cold little hand, pressing it tightly against his waist. Watching this affectionate young couple, the elders blessed them in their hearts. Alger bought a lot of fireworks, which lasted for nearly half an hour. Everyone orderly entered the restaurant, taking their seats under the guidance of the Jiang family. Alger held Sylvia and expressed his gratitude to everyone. I hope that when we get married, our relatives and friends can continue to come and bless us. Everyone clapped happily. We will definitely come. Not only for your wedding, but also for your child's full moon celebration. We will come. We will come for the coming of age ceremony too. The restaurant was filled with laughter and joy. Sylvia was so happy she felt like she was going to faint. Chapter 221. Take fighting seriously. The restaurant was bustling with lively activity. A giant cake adorned with 18 candles sat in the center, which Alger lit personally. Sylvia stood in front of the cake, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Everyone sang the birthday song to wish her a happy birthday. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and started making wishes. Then she opened her eyes and blew out the candles. Everyone clapped happily. Alger held Sylvia's hand and cut the cake with her. Afterwards, they divided the cake and served it to every table. Once finished, Alger put an arm around Sylvia and returned to their seats to eat. Look at you two being all lovey-dovey, just like newlyweds. Demetrius teased them with a smile. Everyone at the table laughed at the pair. Sylvia blushed shyly, her cheeks as red as ripe persimmons, making her incredibly adorable. Gordizi, if you envy us so much, why don't you find yourself a girlfriend too? Alger surprisingly did not glare at Demetrius. Sure, then introduce one to me. Demetrius laughed and continued chatting with him, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. After the birthday party ended, everyone decided to go to a KTV for singing. The teachers and elders declined, so that the students could relax and enjoy themselves without feeling restrained. Many of the classmates were visiting a KTV for the first time, finding it quite fresh. This was Sylvia's first visit as well. Alger booked a large private room, ordering plenty of drinks and fruits. Alger sang many songs for Sylvia, and the melodies were so beautiful that they almost felt intoxicating. It wasn't until midnight that everyone finally dispersed. Alger thoughtfully called taxis for everyone. Demetrius hadn't had enough fun, so Alger invited him to play cards at the new house, along with Harmon and Carlos. They invited only these three, perfect for a table of 4. Having more people would disturb Heather and Sylvia's rest. The new house wasn't far from there, so they walked over. Not long after they set off, a group of people suddenly appeared, blocking their way. They held sticks in their hands. Clearly, they were no friends. Alger hurriedly shielded Sylvia. Demetrius and the other two immediately became vigilant. What do you want? Alger asked in a stern voice. Why? Ha, Alger, I never expected you to forget me so quickly. The leader of the group was a boy with green hair and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Seeing his green hair, Alger couldn't help but chuckle. You're laughing at what? We're here to fight. Take it seriously. The green-haired boy spat out his cigarette, took a few steps forward, and glared at him angrily. You're Greg. Carlos recognized him. He stared at Greg in surprise. How did you become a delinquent? Himph, all thanks to you guys. I had a bright future ahead of me, and it was all because of you guys. You ruined me. Greg screamed, his eyes bloodshot. We won't take the blame for this. Clearly, you've destroyed your own future. Alger remarked calmly. If Greg hadn't messed with Carlos, how could he have been expelled from school? However, objectively speaking, the school did expel Greg partly to make a statement to Alger. Don't give me any crap. My becoming a delinquent is all because of you. And my good buddy Wang Qiren, I need to avenge him. Alger, you knocked out all his teeth. Today, I'm going to cripple you. Greg waved his stick angrily. Bingu, why waste words on them? Let's just fight. A boy beside him said impatiently. Alger surveyed the group, noticing they were all quite young, except Greg who seemed slightly older. Apparently, they used to be small-time delinquents at school and followed Greg into society. Alger discreetly slipped his phone to Sylvia, instructing her to send a message to Fergus to call the police. Fergus had left the party early to return to the station for duty. Sending a text message to him was appropriate. Greg, think carefully about the consequences if you harm us even a bit. At least consider your future. Alger advised him kindly, but Greg didn't appreciate it. What future do I have? If I don't take you down today, I'll never get this frustration out of my system, even in death. Greg roared angrily. Alger smiled faintly. Your breath stinks so badly that I should have worn a mask today. Otherwise, your stench might knock me out, and you'll be responsible. Demetrius and the others chuckled softly. Don't laugh. Brothers, attack? Greg commanded, leading his gang towards them. Hongzi, you protect your wife. We'll deal with these delinquents. Demetrius charged forward. Harmon and Carlos also rushed over, leaving Demetrius behind. Being sportsmen, they were fast and strong, capable of handling several small-time delinquents. After a few exchanges, Greg stepped back and let the thugs behind him tangle with them. Demetrius was also entangled by several small-time delinquents. Though he was not good at fighting, to protect Alger and Sylvia, he transformed into a warrior, roaring and fighting with the thugs. Greg, however, took the opportunity to go after Alger. He wielded a stick, sneering at Alger. Alger, aren't you always bragging about your speed? Why don't you run now? Did you realize it's useless to run? Today, I'm going to crack your head open, or I'll be your grandson. Greg raised his stick, roared, and swung it towards Alger's head. Crystal, Xiaoxi. Sylvia screamed in fright. but then saw Harmon flying over to knock Greg down. Let me go. I need to crack Alger's head open. Greg struggled fiercely on the ground. Bingo, I'm here. A thug rushed over, raising his stick to smash Harmon's head. Alger immediately dashed forward and kicked the thug away. The thug stumbled back and crashed into others, like dominoes, causing a chain reaction of thugs falling over. Alger's kick was impressive. Demetrius, Harmon, and Carlos were stunned. Sylvia looked at Alger with admiration. Taking advantage of Harmon's momentary daze, Greg flipped him off the ground, got up, picked up his stick, and aimed for Harmon again. But Alger kicked him in the face. There were several thuds as Greg spat out blood, losing several teeth that clattered on the ground. Greg, aren't you very tough? Wanting to crack my head open? Come on. Alger glanced at Greg indifferently, slapped him, spinning him around several times before crashing him to the ground. Hearing this, the other thugs ran in terror. This guy can't be messed with. Humph, none of you will escape today. Alger chased after the thugs. Smack, smack. Ah, ah. Continuous slaps and screams filled the air, shocking Demetrius and the others. Spare our lives, we were wrong. Please stop, we'll be crippled if you keep hitting us, please. The thugs lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Alger coldly walked toward Greg. Don't hit your grandson anymore, Grandpa. Greg pleaded on his knees, his missing front tooth causing him to speak indistinctly. Demetrius and the others exchanged looks. If they had known Alger could fight so well, they wouldn't have joined in. Crystal, you're amazing. Sylvia cheered for Alger. Alger casually flicked his hair and smiled at her, making Demetrius and the others feel awkward. This guy was still showing off. Just then, sirens sounded, and Fergus arrived with two colleagues. Alger calmly walked to Demetrius and suddenly stepped on his foot. Ouch! Demetrius yelped in pain, sitting down and clutching his foot. Chapter 222, Demetrius's home. Alger winked at Demetrius and gestured to Harmon and Carlos. They got the hint and immediately fell to the ground, pretending to be in agony while groaning ouch repeatedly. Alger also clutched his stomach, brows furrowed tightly as Sylvia hurriedly supported him. What happened? Fergus and his two colleagues asked with concern, looking over Alger and the others. Fergus, we were intercepted by these people. They were seeking revenge on us and beat us up. We only fought back in self-defense. Alger briefly explained the situation. Cameron, it's not like that. Greg tried to argue, but his speech was slurred due to missing teeth. Noticing Alger's warning glance, he dared not say more. But clearly, they were the ones who were injured. They were the victims here. Alger and his group didn't have a scratch on them. However, since they had offended Alger, they could only accept their misfortune. The police took the group away. Alger and his friends went to the hospital first. After examination, the others only had minor injuries, but Demetrius suffered the worst injury, a comminuted fracture of his foot. Even during the x-ray, he was shocked. How could it be so serious? The injured area didn't actually hurt that much. Alger hired Ardell as a lawyer for Demetrius. He filed charges against Greg and others using Demetrius's injury report. In the end, the group was punished for provoking trouble. Greg, being over 18, was sentenced to 2 years in prison for criminal responsibility. A 16-year-old received a lighter sentence of 1 year. Others under 16, though not held criminally responsible, were thoroughly lectured and still had to pay medical expenses. They would also face strict discipline from their parents at home. Demetrius stayed in the hospital for several days, during which time Alger accompanied him. Demetrius did not complain too much about Alger's kick. After all, someone had to sacrifice themselves, so why not him? Getting Greg and those thugs punished made him feel that getting kicked was worth it. They must have harmed others too. This was justice for society. When Demetrius was discharged, Alger personally sent him home. Harmon, Carlos, and Sylvia also came along. The taxi couldn't drive any further once they reached the village entrance due to the narrow road. The few of them had to get out and walk. Alger, Harmon, and Carlos took turns carrying Demetrius. The village where Demetrius lived wasn't poor, but many residents had moved out for work, settling elsewhere. Only the elderly and children remained in the village. Gradually, the village was almost abandoned. The roads were unattended, and weeds grew wildly, making it look desolate. Arriving at Demetrius's home, a dilapidated courtyard, the gate was rusted beyond repair. His family used to be quite wealthy, evidenced by the iron gate. Demetrius hadn't locked the door when he last left, not needing to as there was nothing valuable inside. The yard was full of dry, dead grass, as if it had been neglected for years. I plan to leave after graduating high school, so I haven't bothered cleaning up, Demetrius said with a bitter smile. Alger carried him into the house. Inside, there was a strong musty smell. They quickly opened the windows. Demetrius, I remember you mentioned having a sister? Carlos asked curiously. Mentioning his sister darkened Demetrius's expression. It's been a long time since I've seen her. Seeing him saddened, Alger changed the topic quickly. Gordizi, it's almost noon. Let's make some lunch. Saying this, he walked toward the kitchen. Hongzi, wait. I'll do the cooking. Demetrius rushed to stop him, but saw the others giving him strange looks. Ha, so your foot is fine now? You can walk. Yet you had us carry you. Carlos glared at him slightly annoyed. Hey, it's true. I can walk now. Demetrius happily hopped around in place. He didn't know when his foot healed either. Himph, you're just faking it. Carlos kept glaring. Sylvia smiled faintly. Alger had healed Demetrius's foot while he was asleep. Demetrius himself didn't realize it. Harmon also guessed that Alger had healed him. It was comforting to have Alger around. In the end, despite Demetrius's protests, the group still toured his kitchen. The mess inside took them aback. No wonder Demetrius tried to stop them. Pots and pans cluttered the countertop, filled with leftover food of various ages. The floor was littered with trash, rotten vegetable leaves, packaging, used tissues. Damn, what's in this bowl, fossils? Carlos pointed at a bowl on the counter, eyes wide. That was something burnt black and unrecognizable. What made it worse? It had been bitten into. Demetrius scratched his head sheepishly. I think this was cooked either the year before last or last year. I've forgotten what it was. Alger couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother, I admire you. The others also shook their heads inwardly. Together, they tidied up Demetrius's house thoroughly. Winter vacation was about to start. Demetrius told Alger and the rest that he wanted to work part-time at Hope Food Factory. Hope Food Factory is hiring winter break workers. I want to work through the winter break and earn some living expenses. Do you guys want to go together? He asked them. Hongzi, you better not come. You still have to date. Anyway, with President Wang's support, you don't lack money at all. Demetrius thought Alger's money came from President Wang's sponsorship. Alger did not tell him that he was Sirental Gordyban of Hope Food Factory. He felt it was better to keep a low profile. The fewer people who knew, the better. Sylvia, who knew the inside story, just smiled faintly. They didn't know how powerful Alger really was. Harmon and Carlos also said they wanted to go, since there was nothing much to do during winter vacation anyway. If you guys want to go, I can tell Suedi. He is my good buddy working at Hope Food Factory and can pull some strings. Alger said indifferently. He glanced at Sylvia and winked at her. Sylvia smiled with her lips pursed. Oh, Hongzi, I didn't expect you to have such connections. So you better make sure your good buddy takes good care of us. Demetrius half-jokingly said. Alger joked back, don't worry, I'll definitely assign you the heaviest tasks. You jerk. Demetrius pretended to be angry and tried to hit Alger. Harmon and Carlos joined in the fun too. Sylvia watched the four boys smilingly. Soon after, Alger arranged for Demetrius, Harmon, and Carlos to work part-time at Hope Food Factory. Alger rarely went to the factory. When he did go, he used the excuse of finding Suedi to tour around the factory. The workers did not know that Alger was the factory's Sirental Gordyban. All they knew was that he excelled academically and was the top student in the county's unified examination for senior high school 3rd grade. Chapter 223, Knock on the Door. This time, Xuanhuan High School achieved commendable results in the unified examination and was no longer at the bottom of the list. Furthermore, 2 students emerged as joint top scorers with perfect scores in every subject. It was enough to stir up quite a splash within the entire education bureau. It caused quite a stir in the county. The questions for the countywide exam were indeed challenging. In previous years, it was always the students from Experimental High School who secured the first place, while none of the students from Xuanhuan High School even made it into the top 20. This time they surprised everyone by scoring 2 first places in the county. Overall, their rankings rose from last to 3rd. Truly an undeniably dark horse. Headmaster Eddie couldn't be happier. To reward Alger and Sylvia, and to encourage other students, Headmaster Eddie, out of his own pocket, gave each of them a 2,000 yuan scholarship. At that time, this amount was really significant. However, both of them quietly returned the scholarship money to Headmaster Eddie, asking him to sponsor underprivileged students at the school. At the same time, Alger also had Slade and Thomas donate money to the school. This money was mainly used to support underprivileged students. Headmaster Eddie was both shocked and delighted, thinking Thomas was donating because Augustin studied there. Corporate donations to schools brought good reputations which benefited the companies. Supporting underprivileged students also benefited the school's development. For the underprivileged students at the school, it meant they no longer needed to worry about earning tuition fees, benefiting them as well. Students like Demetrius benefited from this assistance. Although the village provided subsidies for poor households, that sum of money was barely enough to cover both living expenses and tuition fees. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of working during winter vacation. With the school's reputation boosted, there was no worry about enrollment. Already, many parents called to transfer their children to Xuanhuan High School. Even parents of high grade 3 students wanted to switch schools, regardless of whether it was just half a year before the college entrance examination and whether the students could adapt to a new environment. Alger and Sylvia became famous for achieving full marks. Not only did schools in the county want to poach them, but schools in the city were eyeing them too. But the two ignored all offers. They neither lacked money nor talent. No one could sway them. As the spring festival approached, Alger took Sylvia shopping for clothes. Since he didn't lack money, anything Sylvia liked, he bought without hesitation. During her birthday, Sylvia received numerous gifts that were still piled in the living room, not yet unpacked. The car given by Gray also remained parked in the garage. Alger took Sylvia to get her driver's license. With a license, the two could go on spontaneous road trips wherever and whenever they pleased. Just before the Laba festival, Alger and Sylvia visited the Benny family. The Benny family father and son weren't staying at the teacher's apartment over the new year. They planned to celebrate at the daughter's home. Cyan Benny asked Alger to prepare a few more dishes to freeze and take for his granddaughter. This left Cyan Benny laughing helplessly. Xiaohang, a few of my former patients found me and asked me to treat them, but I told them I no longer practice medicine, so they should seek you. When they heard I wasn't treating anymore, several patients were very disappointed. They are now seeing doctors at Sun Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, but despite spending money, their conditions aren't improving, so they found me again. Cyan Benny sighed. This reminded Alger and Sylvia of what some elderly workers said when they were volunteering. Sun Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital was expensive yet ineffective. Don't worry, master. I'll make sure to treat those patients for you. It was a small favor, so Alger agreed immediately. However, he hadn't anticipated causing himself trouble later. After leaving the Benny family, Alger took Sylvia to the market to buy a lot of vegetables. The two held hands, smiling happily. If not for their youthful faces, people would have suspected they were newlyweds. Their affection was incredibly sweet, especially how Alger looked at Sylvia with adoration. And indeed, he doted on her endlessly. No matter what she wanted to eat, he would buy it for her, regardless of its price. On the way, Alger bought while Sylvia ate. Candy apples, grilled skewers, whatever she fancied, they bought right away. Their residence was nearby, so they came by bike. Alger loaded the groceries into the bike basket and rode back home with Sylvia. Sylvia was no longer shy. She hugged Alger around the waist, resting her face against his back. Upon arriving home, Elspeth warmly greeted them and relieved Alger of the groceries, telling them to rest. Taking advantage of Elspeth's absence in the kitchen, Alger scooped Sylvia into his arms, twirled her twice, and carried her to his room. He then gently closed the door. Flipping around once more, Alger pinned Sylvia against the door. Rachel, why are your cheeks so red? He lowered his gaze, staring intently at her, a slight curl at the corner of his lips. Am I? Where? You're lying to me again. Sylvia bit her lip, her face slightly flushed, speaking in a soft voice. Her heart was pounding. Here we go again. He's going to kiss her. Ever since they started cohabiting, they kissed every day. And right under Heather's nose too. At first, Sylvia was hesitant, but after a few kisses, she realized she was getting addicted. It felt uncomfortable if they didn't kiss for a day. When entering the door just now, she had been looking forward to it. Why can't she get enough of kissing? Your forehead is red. Alger chuckled and kissed her forehead. And here's even redder. He leaned closer to her ear, lightly kissing her earlobe. His warm breath tickled her neck, making Sylvia shyly shrink her neck. And this place too. Alger kissed her blushing cheek again. Sylvia closed her eyes shyly, her heart racing. Seeing her nervous appearance, Alger laughed softly. We've been kissing for so long. Why are you still so shy? Just like a young bride. Oh, annoying. Who's a young bride? Sylvia pouted, her face redder, playfully punching his chest with her tiny fists. Alger caught her restless hands, holding them above her head while laughing. Sylvia bit her lip, her heart nearly jumping out of her throat from nervousness. You are my young bride. Rachel, you're so cute when you blush. I love it. Alger gazed at her rosy lips, his voice husky. She raised her eyes slightly, catching sight of his rolling Adam's apple, impossibly sexy. Her eyes moved up. His chiseled chin, perfect lips, straight nose, loving eyes. Every detail made her heart flutter. How could anyone be so handsome? I was about to tell you. This is the reddest spot. Alger parted his lips slightly, pressing his lips to hers. Chapter 224. Daring to kidnap Natalie. The two clung tightly to each other, breathing heavily, lost in a passionate kiss. It wasn't until Sylvia had difficulty breathing that Alger reluctantly let her go. Foreheads touching, their bodies pressed together tightly, both were panting. Sylvia's face was flushed. Even after so many kisses, she still felt somewhat reserved and remained passive each time. But the sensation of kissing was too beautiful, making her unable to resist. Now that the kiss had ended, it left her wanting more. Natalie's face is like a ripe red apple. I just want to take a bite. Alger looked at her and smiled gently. Ah. Sylvia bit her numb lips from the kiss, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. My little Chi-Chi, how can you be so adorable? Alger tenderly held her close, kissing her hair. The two stayed entangled inside for a long time, undisturbed by Heather. She understood the feelings of lovers in heat, who wanted to be together every moment. However, she carefully listened to any unusual sounds inside. If anything went wrong, she would rush in immediately. But she trusted Alger and believed he wouldn't cross the line before marriage. Upon hearing the door open, Heather quickly returned to the kitchen. Alger came out of the room alone. Hang, the vegetables are washed. You cook them. Your cooking is delicious. Heather smiled. Alger hurried over, insisting Heather rest. After lunch, several former patients of Dr. Benny visited Alger, seeking his help for treatment. Alger spent the entire afternoon curing their ailments. Later on, more and more people sought Alger's medical expertise, mostly retired workers. Their new home almost turned into a clinic. Alger couldn't refuse these desperate pleas for help. However, this unexpectedly infringed upon certain interests. One day, Galen came knocking. Alger was taken aback. Alger, long time no see. Didn't expect you to become everyone's miracle doctor. Others couldn't treat, but with a few acupuncture sessions from you, they're cured. If that's not a miracle doctor, what is it? Galen said with a mocking smile. What do you want? Are you crazy, needing some needles? Alger asked rudely. You? Stop showing off. You're just Dr. Benny's apprentice, scamming old workers' money? Galen glared at him angrily. Get your facts straight. I never charge for treating people. If you have nothing else to say, please leave immediately. Our house isn't welcome to you. Alger replied coldly. Our house? Is this your house? Don't know how you got Gray to sponsor you, even letting you live here. Galen sneered. He assumed the house belonged to Gray. Everyone knew Gray was supporting Alger. Alger didn't bother explaining. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Leave. Alger repeated coldly, issuing another eviction. Alger, I warn you, practicing medicine without a license is illegal. If you keep treating those people, I'll report you for illegal practice and get you locked up. Galen finally revealed his true intentions. Alger only smirked. Then go ahead and report me. I'm waiting. He pulled the door open and escorted Galen out. Galen could only leave angrily. Alger wasn't intimidated by him. At that time, unlicensed practice wasn't considered illegal unless there was a major medical incident. Alger continued treating patients who sought his help, paying no heed to Galen's threats. However, he hadn't expected Galen to be so devious, kidnapping Sylvia to threaten him. Alger and Sylvia were usually inseparable. That night, after dinner, Alger and Heather were cleaning up. Sylvia said she would take out the trash. They lived on the second floor. Alger thought she'd be back quickly, but after a long wait, she didn't return. Alger and Heather panicked and rushed downstairs to look for her. Searching the entire neighborhood yielded no results. Heather cried in distress. Alger was about to call the police when a strange phone call came in. Alger, Sylvia is in our hands. If you dare call the police, I'll kill her. It was Galen's voice. Who would have thought he'd dare kidnap Sylvia? What do you want? I warn you, if you harm a single hair on Sylvia's head, I'll make you pay with your life. Alger restrained his anger. Come to the small forest near XX alone right now. If you dare call the police, I'll kill Sylvia immediately. Galen warned and hung up. Heather anxiously asked what happened and where Sylvia was. Don't worry, Heather. Natalie is fine. Alger comforted Heather and had her go back to wait for news. There was no time to explain further. He hurried out of the neighborhood, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the place Galen mentioned. Just before reaching XX, Alger sent a text message to Fergus to report the incident. Then he got out of the car and walked toward the small forest. Simultaneously, he activated the recording function on his phone. The bright moonlight illuminated everything clearly around him. Inside the small forest stood an abandoned house with lights on inside. Alger rushed over, fearing that Sylvia might be harmed if he were late. Those people were truly bold. The door to the house was slightly ajar. Galen was waiting inside with 2 men for Alger. He spotted Alger through the crack in the door. As soon as Alger approached, Galen immediately ordered his men to rush over and drag Alger inside. I knew you wouldn't dare call the police, huh? Alger, you're not as stupid as I thought. Even if you did call the police, I'm not afraid. My uncle has connections and can fix everything. What good are your connections? What use is having someone like Gray? Money can't beat power. Galen sneered triumphantly. Alger inwardly laughed at his stupidity. Did he think that having an uncle who worked at the Education Bureau allowed him to do whatever he wanted? How amusing. The moment he saw Sylvia, his expression darkened. Sylvia's hands were bound, and her mouth was covered with transparent tape. Her terrified face filled Alger with immense pain. Let Sylvia go now. He growled deeply. Chapter 225 Only bad to you alone. Don't worry, I haven't done anything to your girlfriend yet. I can let her go easily. Just cut the tendons of your right hand in front of me, Galen said with a curled lip corner and threw a dagger in front of Alger. As soon as Sylvia heard this, she immediately struggled. She shook her head, and muffled sounds came out of her throat, begging Alger not to do it. If Alger severed the tendons of his right hand, how could he still use needles or write with it? Hurry up, don't procrastinate. I've been merciful enough by not asking you to sever both hands' tendons. Galen urged Alger impatiently. Alger glared at him with hatred and bent down to pick up the dagger. Seeing this, Sylvia struggled even harder and kicked Galen hard out of agitation. Galen, in pain, flew into a rage and slapped her face. He shouted angrily, "One more move and you'll be dead." A crimson handprint was left on Sylvia's fair cheek, which was shocking to see. Tears welled up in her eyes, dropping down one by one. Alger's heart twisted, almost dying from agony. Enough, I'll do it. He hardened his resolve, used the dagger to cut the tendons of his right hand, gritting his teeth due to unbearable pain. Blood splattered everywhere, with some drops landing on Galen's face. Galen wiped the blood off his face and looked at Alger's drooping right hand approvingly. Sylvia cried harder, shivering all over in pain. How foolish Alger was to sever his tendons for her. What would become of his future? She wasn't worth that much to him. You promised to keep your word. Let Sylvia go now. Alger screamed through his pain. Hee hee. So this girl weighs heavily in your heart, huh? Now that your right hand tendons are cut, you're already half crippled. How are you going to treat patients with needles in the future? I'll leave your left hand for now, but if you dare defy me again, I'll make you completely useless, Galen said, and then pushed Sylvia roughly in front of Alger. Sylvia stumbled and nearly fell but was caught by Alger. He gently peeled off the tape on her mouth with his left hand and untied the ropes binding her. Hang. Sylvia sobbed into his embrace. What will happen? What will happen to you in the future? I'm not worth such sacrifice. Alger comforted her by patting her back lightly. Why wouldn't you be worth it? For you, I'd give my life away. No, I won't allow you to say things like that. She looked at his hanging, bleeding right hand, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and tied it around his wound. Tears flowed out once more, incessantly. Her whole heart quivered in anguish. Rachel, don't worry, I'm fine. He embraced her and whispered in her ear. Why don't you two continue being mushy? We'll be leaving. Alger, remember, you better not defy me anymore, or I won't forgive you. I have my uncle protecting me. You can't do anything to me. Galen sneered and walked toward the door. The 2 men hurried after him. Galen had just opened the door when someone pointed a gun at his head. Police, no moving. Fergus shouted loudly. 7 or 8 policemen stood outside, unknown when they arrived. The 2 men were frightened into hugging their heads and squatting down. Alger, you scoundrel. You actually called the police. I'll kill you. Galen roared furiously, turning around to confront Alger. But 2 policemen grabbed him firmly by the arms. Let me go. My uncle is the party secretary of the Education Bureau. You can't arrest me. Even if you arrest me, my uncle will get me out. Didn't you hear me? Galen shouted and struggled. Holding Sylvia close, Alger coldly said, not only a county-level secretary, even a provincial secretary couldn't help you. Galen, you're going to jail. How could he forgive Galen for kidnapping and hitting Rachel? Alger, what happened to your hand? And Sylvia, are you okay? Fergus scrutinized them anxiously. Alger shook his head slightly. I'm fine, Fergus. Just that Rachel? Galen hit Rachel. Seeing the palm print on her face, his heart hurt again. Alger, you cripple. If I knew you were so treacherous, I'd sever all your tendons. And rape that little girl of yours. Galen yelled madly. Shut up. Alger, infuriated, kicked him fiercely, causing a bone-cracking sound. Galen lay on the ground, continuously crying out in pain. Ouch, my ribs are broken. It hurts to death. You police officers just stand there watching. Quickly take this cripple away. Fergus and his colleagues only watched coldly, letting him howl in pain non-stop. Finally, Galen and the 2 men were taken to the police station. Fergus escorted Alger and Sylvia to the hospital. On the way, Alger called Heather to report that they were safe. Upon arriving at the hospital, Alger immediately called Ardell and told him what had happened. After hearing this, Ardell became extremely angry. Alger was a great benefactor to the Jiang family. Was Galen tired of living to dare treat Alger like this? Lawyer Jiang, can a secretary of the Education Bureau have such power to protect a kidnapper? Alger asked. Humph, regardless of his position, falling into my hands, I'll make sure he won't be able to bounce back. Ardell said fiercely. Alger, rest assured, I will certainly avenge you and Sylvia. With Ardell's promise, Alger felt relieved. After a medical examination for injury assessment, Alger treated his own injuries. With his spiritual power, such minor injuries were nothing significant. Seeing that Alger's right hand no longer hung limply and could hold things again, Sylvia felt relieved. It seemed Alger's medical skills had reached another level, becoming more powerful. I'm sorry, Rachel. I didn't protect you well, making you scared. Alger blamed himself endlessly. How could he make such mistakes again? When Sylvia was kidnapped by Halston last time, he promised to protect her. And now it happened again. If something happened to her, what would he do? She had only been downstairs for a few minutes and was kidnapped by Galen. He also regretted buying the apartment in this neighborhood. The security was really terrible. Chapter 226. What a messy relationship. Crystal, how are you injured? At that moment, Heather entered with a thermos. Sylvia, startled, quickly pushed Alger away and stood with her back to Heather, her face bright red. Her actions were so swift that Heather didn't see them hugging. Seeing her embarrassed look, Alger couldn't help but laugh. This made Sylvia pout and glare at him with her big eyes. Alger, what's so funny? Heather put down the thermos, relieved to see Alger was fine. Nothing, Heather. I just remembered something amusing. Alger slowly stopped laughing and gave Sylvia a meaningful glance. Sylvia blushed even more and bit her lower lip. Heather didn't notice their small gestures. She had brought homemade chicken soup for them, poured it into bowls, and told them to drink while it was hot. Sylvia slowly turned around, and only then did Heather notice her flushed face, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. It seemed these two had been cozying up again before she came in. After staying in the hospital for 2 days, Alger was discharged. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. During those 2 days, many people visited him. His classmates crowded his room. Gray, the Jiang family, Slade, and others all came to visit. The ward was piled high with gifts they bought, various health supplements. Most absurdly, Demetrius and Harmon even pooled money to buy Deer Antler. Oh my, he only hurt his hand. What did they think Deer Antler would do? Demetrius and company were truly mischievous. Fortunately, Sylvia didn't know what it was for. When they presented it, they winked and smirked at Alger, making him quite embarrassed. While he was in the hospital, the Benny family also visited Alger. Old Dr. Benny told him that old Rhett was hospitalized too, sick from anger. Reed's traditional Chinese medicine clinic had been reported. The clinic sold substandard herbs, passing off boiled and dry dregs as quality medicines. Later investigations revealed an entire black market supply chain. They sent people to collect used herbs from various places. There was even a large drying facility for processing these recycled herbs. Investigators found that the doctors working there had no real medical skills and prescribed medicines randomly since the herbs weren't lethal. But the prices were sky high. Many patients came specifically to see old Rhett. When Feng wasn't available, seeing Reed, his disciple, was fine. However, Reed, as the hospital director, didn't treat patients. Of course, many patients also came to support Alancesef, who was known to be Reed's uncle by marriage and often sought favors from him. Who would have thought this was actually a malicious operation? Old Rhett was innocent, unaware of the conspiracy orchestrated by Reed. Upon learning about it, Feng fell ill from anger. If old Dr. Benny had accepted Reed as a disciple in his previous life, Benny would have ended up in the hospital instead. In that life, old Dr. Benny felt guilty toward his patients and passed away shortly after falling ill from anger. Fortunately, with Alger in this life, old Dr. Benny never took Reed as a disciple, preventing the tragedy. Ardell faced some obstacles while investigating these issues. Alancesef personally approached him, trying both soft and hard tactics, urging him not to investigate the hospital. But Ardell remained steadfast, determined to get to the bottom of things. With the help of Police Fergus, the investigation became easier. Eventually, they traced the issue back to Alancesef, revealing him as the true mastermind behind the hospital, with Reed merely carrying out his orders. Ardell and Police Fergus continued their investigation. A strange woman came to see Alger, which surprised him. She was quite beautiful, despite her age, retaining her charm. She claimed to be Reed's mother. This shocked Alger even more. Alancesef said everything happened because of you, and lawyer Ardell is close to you. The woman suddenly knelt before Alger, startling everyone present. Sylvia held on to Heather, eyeing the woman warily. Noelle, if you have something to say, just speak. Why kneel? Alger frowned deeply. Given Reed's behavior, his mother likely wouldn't be much better. What puzzled Alger was that Reed's mother should be Alex's second sister, whom he met at the discipleship banquet and didn't match the woman in front of him. Alger, please, don't make things difficult for Xiao Cyanang. He is my only son, and he can't go to jail. The woman began to cry. Kidnapping carries a minimum 10-year sentence. Noelle, you're not Reed's mother, are you? What do you really want? Alger asked sternly, not helping her up. I am Xiao Cyanang's biological mother. If you spare Xiao Cyanang and don't press charges, I'll do anything you ask. The woman begged piteously. Sylvia felt something was odd about her words. What did it mean that Alger could ask her to do anything? What would Alger need from her? Alger, let me be honest with you. Xiao Cyanang is actually Alancesef's biological son. If you spare Xiao Cyanang, whatever you do in the county, Alancesef will support you. With Alancesef backing you, protecting you. To save Reed, the woman gritted her teeth and revealed the truth. It left Alger and his companions utterly astonished. The relationship between this woman and Alancesef seemed quite complicated. Even someone as smart as Alger couldn't make sense of this messy web of relationships. What on earth was going on here? Alec had 2 older sisters. The eldest sister's husband was Alancesef. The second sister's child was Reed. But how did Reed become Alancesef's biological son? And this woman was Reed's biological mother. That meant Reed's biological parents were Alancesef and this woman. What about Alex's elder sister, Alancesef's wife? Such a confusing relationship. They were completely baffled. Sylvia and Heather exchanged puzzled looks. Noelle, you've made us all confused. Can you explain more clearly? Alger patiently asked the woman. Chapter 227 The Truth. The woman plopped down on the ground, covering her face and wailing. As she cried, she explained intermittently. In fact, she was Alancesef's mistress, and Galen was her child with Alancesef. Back then, Alancesef and his wife had a daughter. Afterwards, his wife could no longer bear children. Alonzasef started an affair with this woman, who soon gave birth to Galen. But because of Alonzasef's position, he couldn't acknowledge Galen publicly. Instead, he let Alek's sister and brother-in-law raise him. Naturally, these two wouldn't raise Galen for free. Alonzasef showered them with many favors. And Alonzasef's wife also knew about and tacitly agreed to this arrangement, all for personal gain. Over the years, Alonzasef doted on Galen. Whenever he got into trouble, Alonzasef always smoothed things over for him. Even when Galen once caused someone's death due to medical malpractice, it was Alonzasef who handled the situation. Galen was thus spoiled. This was why he dared to kidnap Sylvia and threaten Alger, acting so recklessly. He arrogantly believed that Alonzasef could still bail him out of this mess. He even boasted in front of the police, "My uncle-in-law is the secretary of the County Education Bureau. Who dares touch me?" However, after several days passed without Alonzasef coming to rescue him, he became even more agitated and ended up injuring a policeman. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been abandoned by Alonzasef. For self-preservation, Alonzasef had no choice but to do so. This woman naturally couldn't stand by and watch Galen go to prison, which was why she came to find Alger, hoping he wouldn't press charges against Galen. It was clear this woman was far too presumptuous. Upon hearing what the woman said, Alger and his companions could hardly believe it. What kind of people were the Ma family? Alek assaulted the top student in school. Alonzasef kept a mistress. The elder sister tacitly accepted it, while the second sister and brother-in-law raised the child from the mistress. Truly bizarre, shaking their core beliefs. To save Galen, the woman revealed secrets hidden for many years. "As long as you don't sue my son, we will definitely repay you well. Alger, please help Noel. I only have Xiaoyang." The woman beseeched with a pitiful look. Sylvia shook her head repeatedly. This woman had been a mistress for decades, willingly following Alonzasef without status or name. What did she hope to gain? Money? Power? Was the allure really so great? Surely not for love. Whatever the reason, one shouldn't be a mistress. Moreover, criminals should be punished by law. Yet this woman was trying to persuade Alger to exonerate Galen. Was that even possible? Alger glanced at the woman and spoke solemnly. "Galen will not escape legal punishment. You can leave now and don't come back here again." The woman suddenly lifted her head, stood up, wiped away her tears, and glared angrily at Alger. "I've been begging you for so long, and this is how you treat me? Then don't blame me for being impolite." Alger coldly snorted. "Trying to use the same old tricks again? Kidnapping and threats? Feel free to try." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Alger walked to the door and opened it. Another woman entered. He recognized her as Alonzasef's original wife. She stormed up to the woman and slapped her several times. "You wicked woman, what kind of evil spawn did you bear, wanting to ruin Hong Tao? Galen has been spoiled by you. If he wants to die, he shouldn't drag Hong Tao along. If Hong Tao falls, we'll all be finished." The woman wasn't easy prey either. She immediately fought back, grabbing the hair of the original wife, causing her to scream in pain. "Who do you think you are, beating me? You've been squatting on the toilet seat for years doing nothing. You should have left long ago." The two women wrestled fiercely. Alger quickly pulled Sylvia and Heather aside, afraid they might get hurt. This fight was quite a spectacle. Neither woman was willing to back down. The original wife lost several tufts of hair, while the mistress had several bloody scratches on her face. They struggled intensely. "You stupid chicken, you just exposed the secret that Hong Tao worked so hard to keep. Are you brainwashed? That ungrateful son of yours will only spend a few years in jail. If Hong Tao can't save him, why are you running around here causing trouble? You're good for nothing." The original wife scolded. "You're just jealous that I bore a son. You disgusting old woman. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Nobody gets off easy," Pamela yelled. Alger frowned, watching the scene unfold. It was entertaining, but it made his head hurt. The house turned into a battlefield for these two. Heather watched the two women fight with displeasure but didn't interfere. She didn't want to dirty her hands. At this moment, there was another series of urgent knocks on the door. Alger had no choice but to go and open it again. His home was certainly lively today. To his surprise, it was Alonzasef who stood outside. "Oh, the secretary of the County Education Bureau has come." Alger merely looked at him without a word, but his gaze towards Alonzasef spoke volumes. Alonzasef glanced at Alger, frowned without uttering a sound, and with a grim face, quickly walked towards the two women fighting. "You two have gone too far. Are you not ashamed enough? Causing a scene in someone else's house, now get out of here." Alonzasef angrily rebuked the two women. Today, he was utterly embarrassed. Seeing the two women fighting, he knew all his dirty laundry was exposed. They had agreed to live peacefully, yet every time they met, they would insult and fight each other, neither giving an inch. Using the nastiest words and delivering the fiercest blows, they caused him endless headaches. The son he risked his future for turned out to be an incompetent fool, disappointing him completely. This time, with such a huge mess, he feared there would be no way to fix it. With Alonzasef's arrival, the two women finally stopped. Looking at their battle scars, Alonzasef sighed bitterly, shaking his head, and told them to leave first. The two women shot nasty glares at each other before departing one after another. "Alger, can I talk to you properly?" Alonzasef looked at Alger, his eyes filled with pleading. Alger did not refuse, but led him outside to talk. His home did not welcome people like them who destroyed moral values. "Alger, those two women must have revealed most of our family situation to you?" Alonzasef gauged Alger's expression. "What should be known, and what shouldn't, I know now. Secretary Addison, your family situation is quite complicated," Alger remarked solemnly. Alonzasef originally intended to probe Alger, seeing how much he knew. Hearing this, his heart turned cold. "Those troublesome women, make a demand. As long as it's within my power, I will help you fulfill it. Galen deserves his punishment, and I won't beg you for him. I only hope you give us a chance to become friends." The mischief Galen caused, I was not involved in it. Your girlfriend being kidnapped was his own doing, unrelated to me. If I had known about this, I definitely wouldn't have let him do it. Alger heard it clearly. Alonsisef was trying to sacrifice Galen to protect himself. He wanted to abandon Galen to save himself. Alger slightly curled his lips, shook his head. Secretary Addison, don't you know the saying, what goes around comes around? Now, it's time for you to pay the price. Surrender to the police obediently. Alonsisef raised his eyes and immediately paled when he saw several policemen in front of him. Chapter 228, Demetrius's younger sister. I called the police, Alger said gravely. When Alonsisef's wife came over, Alger had already made the call to the police. He shook his mobile phone in hand. Party Secretary Addison, every word you've spoken has been recorded. Alonsisef's face darkened. Alger, I didn't expect you to be such a scheming person. He never imagined that Alger would have this move up his sleeve. He had underestimated Alger and misjudged him. Alonsisef thought that since Alger accepted Gray's sponsorship, including accommodation and transportation, he would also accept the generous offer he proposed. But not only did Alger refuse, but he also secretly called the police and recorded everything. In fact, even without Alger's recording as evidence, the police would eventually uncover the truth. For someone like Alonsisef who maintained a mistress, it was inevitable that disciplinary action would follow. It was highly possible that he would be dismissed from his post. Alger lightly curled his lips. Party Secretary Addison, when it comes to schemes, I definitely can't compare to you. Having sailed smoothly for so many years, his depth of character and scheming were far beyond what an ordinary person could match. You. Alonsisef hung his shoulders in dejection as he was taken away by the police. Ultimately, it was found out that Alonsisef was involved in bribery, illegal profiteering, collusion with other government officials, and even had a murder case on him. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Other relevant personnel were also punished. To find such a big rat in Pigeot County truly left people shocked. No wonder Galen acted so arrogantly. Galen's hospital was shut down. Just before the new year, patients still came to seek medical treatment from Alger. Alger treated those who needed it as usual. The Hope Food Factory also took a holiday. The workers all went home for the spring festival. Alger invited Demetrius to stay at the new house. If Demetrius stayed alone in his hometown during the new year, he'd be lonely. After the new year, he would go back to work at the factory until school reopened. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Fergus called Alger, asking if he knew where Demetrius was. Alger's heart tightened as he quickly asked what Fergus needed Demetrius for. When the police call to inquire about someone, one would instinctively think something bad happened. Alger, don't worry. We just received a report from the hospital that a 10-year-old girl was abandoned there. We rushed to the hospital right away. The girl said her name is Dottie, her brother is Demetrius, and that her brother attends xuanhuan Middle School. We immediately checked, and the Demetrius she mentioned is your good friend Demetrius, Fergus explained. Dottie. Alger furrowed his brows. Hearing his sister's name, Demetrius, standing nearby, anxiously asked, Hongzi, what happened to my sister? This Dottie was indeed Demetrius's younger sister. Demetrius's father drove large trucks. When Demetrius and his sister grew a bit older, their mother accompanied his father on trips. It was easier for the couple to take care of each other, especially during long-distance drives. So initially, the Yin family was quite wealthy. But 3 years ago, Demetrius's parents died in a car accident. Since they had insurance, the insurance company compensated with several 100,000 yuan. Demetrius also had an uncle who handled the funeral arrangements for his parents. However, he only did so for the compensation money. He collected the money but didn't give it to Demetrius. He claimed he would keep it safe for Demetrius until he became of age. Originally, Demetrius wanted to reclaim the compensation money, but the uncle said he would take care of the younger sister, so Demetrius let it go. The uncle had children too, and his wife was not easy to get along with, so Dottie's life at her uncle's place was difficult. A month ago, Dottie was diagnosed with a serious illness, which required substantial money for treatment. Her uncle's family didn't want to pay for her treatment and abandoned her at the hospital, fleeing with the entire family. Demetrius was furious, unable to believe his uncle would abandon Dottie. His uncle was able to live in the county town thanks to the support of Demetrius's parents. They paid for a house for his uncle, but this was how he repaid them, taking away the compensation money and selling the house, leaving Dottie lying half dead on the hospital bed. Alger, Sylvia, and Demetrius rushed to the hospital. Initially, Demetrius didn't recognize his sister. She was emaciated beyond recognition, pale-faced, her lips colorless and cracked. Xuanhuan. Demetrius cried and ran over, tightly embracing his sister. Brother. Dottie also cried uncontrollably. Seeing the siblings sobbing together, Sylvia felt distressed and shed silent tears. Alger comfortingly held her, gently patting her back. Dottie was very sick. After crying for a while, she began to struggle for breath. Frightened, Demetrius quickly released her, wiping away tears. Xuanhuan. How did you get so ill? The last time I saw you, you were fine? Having not seen each other for months, Dottie looked almost unrecognizable due to her illness. Dottie was in tears. Brother, I'm going to die. I miss Dad so much and Mom. Brother, I feel so bad. Everything hurts. Xuanhuan, it's all my fault. I didn't take care of you well. Demetrius cried even harder than his sister. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly pulled Alger over. Hongzi, aren't you a great doctor? Quick, look at my sister. Xuanhuan, I won't let you die. I want you to live well. Demetrius stroked his sister's hair, which looked like withered grass. Alger felt Dottie's pulse. Everyone watched him tensely. Only after Alger removed his fingers from Dottie's wrist did Demetrius ask how it was. It's nothing serious. She can be cured. Alger said confidently. Xuanhuan, did you hear that? Hongzi says your illness can be cured. He's really amazing, a miracle doctor. Finally, Demetrius smiled through his tears. Dottie nodded vigorously. She believed whatever her brother said. Unable to bear seeing Dottie in such pain, Alger immediately started acupuncture on her. Dottie was very ill, and Alger needed to expend a lot of spiritual energy to help her heal. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead as he performed the acupuncture. This was the first time he felt so exhausted after performing acupuncture so many times. Sylvia looked at him worriedly, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Alger glanced at her, smiled faintly, and gave her a reassuring look. Then he continued the acupuncture, infusing spiritual energy into Dottie's body through his fingertips continuously. Dottie felt her pain lessen. Her originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Due to excessive use of spiritual energy, Alger's fingertips began to tremble uncontrollably, and his vision started to blur. Hang. Sylvia quickly supported him, extremely worried. Rachel, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. Alger said weakly. Hongzi, take a rest. Seeing you like this makes me very worried. Demetrius also panicked, afraid that Alger would get sick trying to cure his sister. Chapter 229. Happy New Year, I love you. Alger gently waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and continued to apply acupuncture to Dottie. Sylvia noticed that this time he took an unusually long time to insert the needles. It was different from before. This time, the duration of needle retention was also shorter than usual. By the time Alger finished applying the acupuncture, he could barely hold on any longer. After leaving the needles in for a while, he pulled them out quickly with all his remaining strength. He let out a long sigh of relief. His body staggered a couple of steps. If it weren't for Sylvia supporting him, he would have fallen down. Rachel. He barely managed to keep himself upright and gave Sylvia a faint smile. Sylvia and Demetrius hurriedly helped him sit down on a chair. The next moment, Alger closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Alger didn't wake up until the next evening. Hang, you're finally awake. Sylvia, sitting by his side, looked at him happily, her eyes brimming with tears. I was so worried about you. I thought you might never wake up again. She tightly held his hand and began to cry. Although the doctor said Alger was just sleeping, she was still very worried. Alger has woken up. That's great. Seeing Alger awake, many people gathered around. You've finally come back to us. Demetrius, with wet eyes, looked at Alger. Just like when Alger was injured last time, the hospital room was filled with visitors once again. Even the Benny family father and son, who were planning to return home for the new year, came over. Everyone was concerned about Alger. Looking at everyone, Alger felt deeply moved. Thank you all. I'm fine now. Right then, firecrackers started popping outside, one after another, making quite a lively scene. We'll celebrate the new year right here in the hospital. The New Year's Eve dinner has been ordered and will be delivered shortly. Demetrius pushed over a mobile bed to place the New Year's Eve dinner on it. On the large 2-meter-long bed, dishes were laid out. Everyone sat around the mobile bed, sharing the New Year's Eve dinner. Though they were celebrating in the hospital, it was meaningful. After finishing the dinner, they went downstairs to set off fireworks. The colorful fireworks blooming in the sky made everyone cheer excitedly. Alger held Sylvia tightly, gazing at her affectionately. Having Trinity by his side was truly wonderful. After the fireworks ended, everyone returned home. Alger went back with Sylvia, Heather, Demetrius, and Dottie. The 5 of them watched the Spring Festival Gala in front of the TV. Heather also gave each of them red envelopes with lucky money. In the future, I'll give you red envelopes every year. She smiled at them mischievously. Really, Heather? What if we get married? Demetrius asked with a smile. Even when you have children, I will still give you red envelopes. Heather looked at them lovingly. In my eyes, no matter how old you grow, you're always my children. Heather, you are truly the best. Dottie joyfully wrapped her arm around Heather playfully. Heather smiled and stroked her thin hair, examining her frail figure with deep care. That child had suffered so much at her uncle's house. Under Alger's treatment, Dottie's illness miraculously improved. Though she recovered, Alger fell ill, which frightened everyone. As the clock approached midnight, the host of the gala began the countdown, and the sound of the New Year's bell rang. Happy New Year. They all jumped happily in the room. Rachel, Happy New Year. I love you. Alger hugged Sylvia and whispered softly into her ear. Hang, Happy New Year. I love you too. Sylvia blushed shyly. Taking advantage of others not noticing, Alger quickly kissed her lips. Heather smilingly took out 4 pairs of red socks for them to wear the next morning. Demetrius and Alger shared a room, as did Dottie and Sylvia. The 2 girls chatted in bed. Sister Shichi, I'm so happy. Do you know, this is the happiest new year I've had in years. Dottie hugged the pair of red socks, her face glowing with happiness. Actually, me too. Sylvia smiled at her. Sister Shichi, you're so beautiful. With the addition of the siblings Demetrius and Dottie, the house became livelier. The 2 were very lively and playful. Heather was the happiest. Elderly people loved having more children around. Alger and Sylvia were always together. Even when studying, they stayed close. Initially, Demetrius and Dottie found it unusual, but they soon got used to it. Starting from the 2nd day of the lunar calendar, Alger and the 3 others began visiting relatives. The Benny family, Zach's family, Clark's family, Thomas's family, Gray's family, Zhang's family, Police Fergus's family, Reporter Magnus' family, Harmon's family. Finally, they visited Xiaranagong in the provincial capital. This year was unusually busy, either visiting relatives and friends or on the way to visit them. However, there were also plenty of rewards. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. Now hand over the red envelope. After visiting so many relatives, even tuition fees for college were covered. These generous big bosses gave increasingly larger red envelopes. Once the bank reopened, Demetrius saved all this lucky money, intending to keep it for his sister's education. In the future, he must study hard, get into a good university, find a good job, and support his sister well. The new semester began with many new faces at school. These new students seemed to have coordinated. On the first day of school, they all came to class 9 of senior 3. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the 2 top students. Wow, so Alger looks like this. He's so handsome. The one sitting next to him must be Sylvia. She's so beautiful. Hey, new students, go back to your respective classes for registration. Zach shouted at them. just standing there. His imposing demeanor scared the students into scurrying away. Many students from other classes wanted to transfer to Class 9 this semester. But Braden didn't agree to any transfers and refused to accept any new Senior 3 students. To avoid trouble for the principal from parents, he simply denied everyone. There were still more than 100 days until the college entrance exam. Senior 3 students were busy solving practice problems, memorizing books, and getting burnt out. Everyone wanted to make a final push in these last few months, except for Alger and Sylvia. These two were the most relaxed. During breaks, they used their textbooks as shields in front of them. What they did behind those books could easily be guessed. Despite looking like they were always playing around, they always topped every exam, scoring perfect marks in every subject. No one knew how they studied. Demetrius had made significant progress, staying within the top 3 in the class, with his total scores gradually improving. Indeed, pressure creates motivation. Thinking about supporting his sister, he dared not slack off but strived harder and harder. Those new students initially planned to send love letters to Alger and Sylvia, but after a few tests, they dropped the idea. Perfect score top students, such outstanding individuals, were far beyond their reach. Moreover, the two were already a couple, so it was best not to meddle and risk being despised. Soon, it was the day of the college entrance exam. Chapter 230, an unfortunate misunderstanding. Early in the morning, the sun was already scorching the earth, making people sweat incessantly. Alger had prepared some cool tea according to a recipe, which could clear heat and relieve summer heat. Drinking it would keep one fresh and alert all day long without getting annoyed by the heat. Sylvia and Demetrius both brought the cool tea. Gordizi, don't be nervous, just do your best. Believe in yourself, you can make it. Just before entering the examination room, Alger cheered Demetrius on. Hongzi, don't worry, I must get into a good university. Demetrius summoned his courage and stepped into the examination room. Rachel, let's hand in our papers early and go play by the lake after the exam. Alger gently held Sylvia's hand and said tenderly. Sylvia smiled at him sweetly, sure. They walked into the examination room, glancing back at the crowd of parents waiting outside. The 2-day college entrance exam ended quickly. Everyone sought out Alger and Sylvia to compare answers. Their answers were like the standard ones. After comparing the answers, Demetrius was overjoyed as he scored quite high. Alger decided to sponsor a class graduation party at a 5-star hotel in Jiangxia City. Of course, there was another motive for holding this party. Before the party, Alger took Sylvia to buy an elegant evening gown. On the day of the party, Alger again took Sylvia to get her makeup done, then they went straight to the hotel. Alger had already obtained a driver's license. On the way to the hotel with Sylvia, they encountered Demetrius. At that time, Demetrius and Harmon were riding with reporter Magnus on the way to the hotel. When they saw Sylvia sitting in the front seat, they were stunned. What kind of heavenly beauty is this? How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? And this fairy, isn't she the girl Alger painted in Sirental Plum? Her slightly curly long hair, large bright eyes, high-nosed bridge, cherry-like small mouth. So beautiful. Alger was chatting with this beauty warmly, paying no attention to Demetrius and the others. This beauty was also fully focused on Alger, occasionally holding hands and hugging. It was so intimate. It left Demetrius and the others astonished. Hasn't Alger already had Sylvia? Why does he have this beautiful girl now? Is he trying to have 2 girlfriends at once? Reporter Magnus had seen this beauty before. Back in the provincial capital, Alger had been with this beauty. She even recorded a video to encourage him. But didn't Alger say at that time that he wouldn't do anything wrong to Sylvia? He thought this matter should be reported to the Benny family father and son so that they could think of a solution. Otherwise, if Sylvia found out about this, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Reporter Magnus immediately called Braden to tell him about this. What? This boy actually dares to do something wrong to Sylvia. I won't forgive him. Braden was enraged when he heard this. Alger was still having secret affairs with that beauty. Was he getting too arrogant? Although Sylvia wasn't as pretty as that beauty, she was kind and lovely, perfect match for Alger. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. None of them wanted to see Alger fall into decadence. Alger kept turning his head to look at the girl beside him, his eyes filled with gentle smiles. At a fork in the road, Alger drove towards a large shopping mall. Reporter Magnus drove towards the hotel. As there was still some time before the party started, Alger said he would take Sylvia to shop around in the mall first. Upon arrival at the mall, Sylvia's stunning looks amazed everyone. People turned their heads frequently, even bumping into someone in front of them, stepping on the other person's shoe and causing it to come off. Alger took Sylvia to browse through jewelry stores. Rachel, how do you find these? Which one is the prettiest? He pointed at the rings displayed in the glass case. Sylvia instantly liked a diamond ring among them. Hang, this one is the prettiest. Alger nodded, saying nothing, then continued browsing other jewelry with Sylvia, such as earrings and necklaces. Seeing that it was almost time, they headed to the hotel. Demetrius and the others were anxiously waiting at the hotel. They finally waited for Alger, only to see him bring the beauty instead. But Sylvia hadn't arrived yet. They couldn't help but wonder if Sylvia knew about this incident, so she did not come. As Alger entered the hotel with the beautiful girl smiling, Demetrius hurriedly pulled him aside. With a serious expression, he asked, Hongzi, did you do something wrong to Sylvia? Confused, Alger replied, Gordizi, what are you talking about? And her. Demetrius pointed to the beauty brought by Alger. Hongzi, you've really disappointed me. How could you do such things? Alger was even more confused. Other classmates also arrived. Seeing Sylvia, they all widened their eyes, thinking whether they were seeing things. Who is this pretty girl? She has an angel's face and a devil's figure. Moreover, the beauty was smiling at them, making them extremely excited. Some of the bold ones went up to chat with her. Seeing this, Alger hurriedly walked over and pulled Sylvia away. The classmates were momentarily stunned. What's going on? It felt like Alger had something going on with this beauty. What about Sylvia? Weren't they a couple? They couldn't imagine that Alger was so slick, managing to get such a beautiful girl. Alger was whispering in that beauty's ear, making her incredibly happy. Braden and his son were heartbroken when they saw this and told the students to find Sylvia. She might be hiding somewhere. Heartbroken. The classmates gradually arrived, and so did Alger's relatives and friends. Heather, Clark's family, Gray. This surprised the classmates. Wasn't this the graduation party? Why did Alger invite unrelated people? With so many adults around, they wouldn't be able to play freely. These relatives and friends were also shocked when they saw Sylvia. How could Alger have such a stunning beauty by his side? Where was Sylvia? Why hadn't she shown up? Sue Eddy flew into a rage. How dare Alger betray Sylvia? He would destroy him. Jolene and Wanda were also furious. What kind of person was Alger to toy with Sylvia's feelings like this? He would get what he deserved. Sue Eddy clenched his fists, wanting to fight Alger to the death, but was stopped by Clark. Let's wait until after the party to deal with it. He still thought about the bigger picture. The students had just finished their college entrance exam. Let them enjoy some relaxation. Don't ruin their graduation party. But they didn't understand why Alger insisted on inviting them to the graduation party. Heather knew Sylvia's true looks. She wasn't particularly surprised. She just felt that Sylvia looked even better after dressing up. The graduation party began. Chapter 231. Proposal. Alger led Sylvia onto the stage. Alger delivered some graduation remarks. Sylvia watched Alger with a smile that never faded, her eyes full of admiration and reverence. Alger occasionally exchanged glances with her. Everyone below was dumbstruck. This beauty was too stunning. They didn't hear a word Alger said. Seeing his classmates drooling, Alger couldn't help but sneer. He had guessed how infatuated they would be when they saw Sylvia's divine beauty. That was why he never let her style her hair in bangs. Once her true beauty is revealed, who would have the heart to study? Not just the boys. Even the girls were mesmerized by her charm. They all stared at Sylvia with starry eyes. None of them had ever seen such a beautiful girl before. They felt only admiration, not an ounce of jealousy. Sylvia was truly adored by everyone. Alger continued speaking, thanking many people, including Sylvia. I am very grateful to my girlfriend Sylvia. We've always encouraged each other and grown together. Our college entrance exam is over, and we're about to step into our ideal universities, embarking on a new chapter in life. And it's time for our relationship to change and elevate. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Sylvia. He took out a ring box from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to Sylvia. Yaki, will you marry me? I'm proposing to you right now, hoping you'll become my fiancé. In 2 years, when we reach the legal age, we'll get married, and you'll be my wife. He held up the ring box excitedly. He had practiced these words countless times in his mind. Today, he finally got to say them. Sylvia was momentarily speechless. How could he propose so suddenly? She wasn't prepared at all. And this ring, wasn't it the one they had seen in the mall? Back then, Alger asked her which one she liked. When did he buy it? She had no idea. Actually, while Sylvia was browsing other jewelry counters, Alger quickly gestured to the salesperson, asking them to wrap the ring. He paid the money without asking for change or a receipt, afraid Sylvia might find out, and hid the ring box in his pocket. It was a surprise for her. Yaki, will you marry me? Alger grew nervous. Would Yaki refuse him? There was a moment of silence in the crowd. Everyone was still stunned. This beauty on stage is Sylvia? Could it be true? The difference in appearance between having her forehead exposed and covered with bangs is huge. One looks like a fairy, the other a cute girl. Turns out, it was all a misunderstanding. Alger had never changed his heart. Sylvia, quickly accept Alger. Sylvia, marry Alger. Realizing what was happening, the audience started cheering loudly. Alger looked at Sylvia expectantly. Sylvia shyly nodded. This was exactly what she had always dreamed of. Alger stood up and tightly embraced the love of his life. From now on, Sylvia would be his fiancée. Today was not only a graduation party, but also their engagement ceremony. That's why he invited so many relatives and friends to witness this moment of happiness. Kiss, kiss. The crowd began egging them on. Demetrius whistled. Wanda teared up. These two kids are perfect for each other, and now they're engaged. Chapter 232. Enrollment. Even without the crowd's urging, Alger was going to kiss Sylvia. Amidst everyone's cheers, Alger bent down and slowly pressed his lips to Sylvia's soft ones. This passionate kiss lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the kiss ended, people still shouted that it wasn't enough and asked for another. Sylvia leaned shyly against Alger's chest, her face full of sweetness. Wait until the wedding night celebration to watch. Alger tightened his hold on the person in his arms, his face also filled with happiness. These words made Sylvia even more bashful. Alger took out the ring from the jewelry box and put it on Sylvia's finger by hand. Yaki, this is just an engagement ring. When we get married, I'll buy you a diamond as big as a pigeon's egg. He bent down and kissed Sylvia's cheek. This one is already very nice. Sylvia's voice was tiny and gentle. Seeing her coy expression, Alger's heart almost melted. After the party, Demetrius secretly pulled Alger aside. Hongzi, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't expect Sylvia to be so beautiful. You knew this all along, right? That painting Sirental green plum you drew, it's her, right? Do you really plan to marry after 2 years? Alger glanced softly at Sylvia. Of course. Wow, how much will I have to prepare as a gift? Demetrius exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Gordizi, you need to work hard. Alger smiled and hugged Demetrius's shoulders. When filling in their college preferences for the Gaokao college entrance exam, Alger and Sylvia casually chose the same university, J Province Medical University. Other students were still deliberating and discussing. When the Gaokao scores came out, as expected, Alger and Sylvia became the co-top scorers in the province. No, the country, because they both scored perfectly. Back then, the scores would only come out after the preferences were filled. With such scores, both naturally got admitted into the medical university. The TV station even specially reported this event, causing county-wide jubilation. Principal Eddie was overjoyed and hadn't slept for days, receiving congratulatory calls one after another, which left him overwhelmed. The registration hotline for new students was flooded with calls. Hongwen Middle School became widely renowned. Parents from other regions even sent their children long distances to study there. Hongwen Middle School quickly rose to become the top high school in the county, completely surpassing Experimental Middle School. Alger and Sylvia's photos were posted on the honor roll and appeared on television. Adele, who had always been thinking about the high ponytail beauty, finally realized that the girl in the photo was the plain-looking Sylvia. He regretted it bitterly. How did he miss her? Bernard felt both happy for them and reluctant to see them go. Future meals at home wouldn't be as lively anymore, and they wouldn't be able to eat Alger's cooking anymore. In fact, Alger had already thought about this. He took Kai, the chef from Jiang family restaurant, as his disciple and gave him a recipe book. With the recipes, Kai could cook meals as delicious as Alger's. In the future, Bernard could dine at Jiang family restaurant. Kai had wanted to apprentice under Alger before, but Alger never agreed. Later, when he learned that Kai was Sophie's father, and that Sophie was a good friend of Sylvia, because of this connection, Alger took Kai as his disciple. Demetrius also got into a first-tier university, which was already very impressive. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. He thanked Alger. It was Alger who changed him. His life trajectory had changed, and he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Demetrius also applied to a university in Jie province. In the future, when starting or leaving school, the three of them could travel together. Briar and Carlos also got into their ideal sports universities. Sophie also got into a key university, and Augustin got into a prestigious university. After summer vacation, they would all embark on brand new journeys in their lives. When the university started, Alger and Sylvia went to report to their new school. As usual, senior students greeted the newcomers at the school gate. Senior boys helped carry luggage for the freshman girls. Their luggage was too much, like moving house. When Sylvia got out of the car, everyone's gaze was drawn to her. Is this a fairy descending from heaven? She was simply too beautiful. Her every move had its own charm. The senior boys reacted and rushed over. Freshman girl, where's your luggage? Let the seniors help you carry it. Freshman girl, let me take you to the girls' dormitory. They called her freshman girl, long and short, surrounding Sylvia in a circle. Other freshman girls who needed help were ignored. But they all looked at Sylvia dazedly, not out of envy but admiration. This girl was too beautiful. Knowing they couldn't compare, but admiring was fine. You foul boys, step aside and don't scare our little freshman sister. A group of senior girls bustled over, shoving the boys aside. The senior boys dared not speak up. Freshman girl, are you okay? Didn't we scare you? Let us take you to the girls' dormitory, all right? The senior girls looked at Sylvia and asked gently. Sylvia smiled lightly. Thank you, seniors. Please help other freshman girls. That smile could charm any heart. Everyone was entranced. Rachel. Alger also got out of the car, carrying bags in both hands and a lady's bag slung over his shoulder. Wow, so handsome. The girls couldn't help but scream, all captivated by Alger's good looks. Hang. Sylvia happily walked over and affectionately held his arm. Tired? Alger asked softly. Not at all. Sylvia beamed with a smile. That's great. Alger smiled tenderly, moving all the bags to one hand and slinging them over his back. He then held Sylvia's delicate hand with the other. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were shattered. It turned out Sylvia was already taken. It turned out Alger was already spoken for. Alger first accompanied Sylvia to register as new students, then went to the girls' dormitory. Sylvia's assigned dorm room was on the ground floor. Alger carried the luggage inside. Then he accompanied Sylvia to buy some daily necessities. Finally, they toured the campus. Ronnie had said that his university had 2 dining halls. This school also had 2 dining halls, one in the south and one in the north. Before getting married, they would have to eat at the dining hall for some time. Alger didn't dare to live together with Sylvia, fearing he wouldn't be able to control himself. Without Heather watching over, he truly worried he might. In his past life, he hadn't even touched a woman's hand. Including this life's 18 years, he had been celibate for over 40 years. Walking through the campus, the two of them formed a beautiful scenery. On the first day of class, when they entered the classroom holding hands, it shocked all their classmates. Aren't they the perfect score couple from the national exam? They're here. What a match made in heaven. Why can they be in love and still study so well? Chapter 233, May's illness. Alger and Sylvia's photos were on the news and in newspapers, attracting much attention from freshmen. Almost no one didn't know about them. Who would have thought that this pair of academic gods would be assigned to their class? What kind of fate was this? The late-blooming Sylvia only realized now that the painting Alger drew, titled Sirental Plum, was actually her. Turns out, he had always liked her too. A senior, unaware of the situation between Alger and Sylvia, tried to pursue Sylvia without knowing their relationship. Alger was elected as the class president unanimously. That senior approached him to pass a love letter to Sylvia. Alger merely chuckled lightly and shredded the letter in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you tear up my love letter? The senior asked angrily. Just because I'm Sylvia's fiancé. Alger curled his lips slightly and tossed the shreds into the air. The fragments fell like snowflakes, floating down gently. The senior was speechless. You're engaged. How old are you even? We have a childhood betrothal. Alger didn't want to talk further with him. These words were enough to make the senior back off. With someone like Alger around, the senior was just an ignorant little fool. No, a clown. University life was incredibly pleasant. Alger and Sylvia were happy with each other's company. They went to the school library together, wandered around the artificial hills on campus, and kissed there. On weekends, they would go shopping together. Sylvia often returned to the dormitory with a big bag of snacks. Her roommates certainly enjoyed it. Both Alger and Sylvia were majoring in traditional Chinese medicine. Alger was especially skilled in acupuncture. If any classmate had an emergency illness, he could treat it with just one needle. He was known as One Needle Divine Doctor. Sylvia excelled at pulse diagnosis. Her slender fingers would rest on your pulse, diagnose briefly, and immediately tell what illness you had. While it was said that traditional Chinese medicine took effect slowly, Sylvia was adept at prescribing potent medicines. 3 doses could cure your illness. Every summer vacation, they returned to Binjo County. Heather moved back to the hometown to farm and raise chickens and ducks. During cold weather, she would go back to the county for winter. The Benny family father and son still lived in the teacher apartments. Zach and May were also living there. May couldn't have children anymore due to a miscarriage in the past, but after Sylvia examined her pulse, she found there was hope for change. Chapter 234, Hamilton appears. Neither Paula nor Zach thought it was possible. After all, not only had Paula miscarried, but her uterus had also been removed. Sylvia merely smiled faintly. My godmother actually has a double uterus. One was removed, leaving the other. It's just that the other uterus didn't develop well. Paula was astonished. Rachel, you're amazing. You could even diagnose this. That's right. I indeed have a double uterus. But it's useless. I can't get pregnant. She glanced at Zach sadly. She had always wanted to have a child with Zach, but she never got pregnant. They had even considered adopting a child after some time. Godmother, don't worry. I'll prescribe some medicine to adjust your body, and I promise you'll give birth to a beautiful daughter, Sylvia said with a smile. Paula had always wanted a daughter, but some herbs are hard to find, and they are rare. Thinking of this, she felt a bit worried again. Paula and Zach couldn't believe their ears. Zach asked excitedly, Rachel, as long as we find the herbs, your godmother's condition can really be cured? Sylvia nodded firmly. Of course. Don't your godparents trust me? Of course we trust you. Write the prescription then. Paula and Zach held each other's hands tightly, filled with excitement. Zach, having served in the military, knew a few influential people. He asked them for help to find those rare herbs. After much searching, Zach managed to gather all the herbs. Paula took the medicine and adjusted her body. 1 month later, she really became pregnant. The couple was overjoyed. When Sylvia took Paula's pulse, she smiled and said, Congratulations, godmother. Your wish came true. You're carrying a baby girl. Paula asked excitedly, Rachel, can you tell if it's a boy or a girl by taking the pulse? Sylvia nodded confidently. Of course, the pulse patterns for boys and girls are different. Actually, she hadn't told Paula that it was partly due to her medication that she could conceive a girl. It was a secret known only to her and Alger. Alger genuinely admired Sylvia. She truly had talent in medicine, and Alger had relied on the system, which didn't count as real ability. When Sylvia explained the secret of determining the baby's gender, he was extremely shocked. This little girl had figured out this secret. Rachel, do you prefer boys or girls? We should prepare accordingly. Alger hugged Sylvia and asked gently. Sylvia answered shyly, I like both boys and girls. Then let's have twins. Alger kissed her smooth forehead and gently lifted her chin, gazing at her affectionately. The late-blooming young lady had fully grown up. Her features were more striking now. Every smile and frown were so charming, captivating anyone who saw her. She had grown taller, and her figure had become fuller. As Alger looked at the softness before her chest, his gaze darkened slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Ah, there's someone here. Sylvia suddenly pushed him away lightly, her face blushing red, and ran off like she was escaping. Alger looked around, but there was no one on the whole rockery except for them. She must have been embarrassed by his gaze on her softness. Alger curled his lips and chased after her. In their senior year, Alger and Cheng Yachi got married. Their wedding was held at the Jiang family 5-star hotel in the city. All relatives and friends came to celebrate, no matter how far the distance. Classmates from high school across the country also attended, without any missing. Everyone who attended their engagement ceremony 4 years ago came too. They were fulfilling their promises made back then, to attend their wedding and the full moon party for their child. Demetrius was the best man, and Sophie was the bridesmaid. They were the best friends of Alger and Sylvia. To their surprise, Hamilton also came to their wedding. He had been out of prison for a year. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, dressed rather shabbily, he almost got kicked out by security. On such an important day, Alger certainly couldn't let anything go wrong at the wedding. If it weren't for Hamilton revealing himself, no one would have recognized him. He looked around nervously, eager to enter the hotel, but the security guard wouldn't let him in. When informed, Alger came out of the hotel and sized up Hamilton suspiciously. Alger, it's me, Hamilton. Seeing Alger, Hamilton quickly took off his hat and mask. His appearance startled Alger and the other classmates. His face was covered in numerous scars, as if deliberately slashed, horrifying to behold. Hamilton, your face? Alger stared at him in disbelief. Hamilton still nervously looked around. Alger, let me in first. We can talk inside. Hamilton, actually we weren't that close, and I didn't invite you to my wedding. Leave, I don't welcome you. Alger said without any courtesy. How could he possibly allow Hamilton to attend the wedding? In his previous life, Hamilton had been an accomplice of Marta, killing him with his own hands. In this life, Alger did not want anything to go wrong at his wedding again. Alger, are you still resentful about what happened in high school? Be magnanimous and forgive me. Isn't it enough that I apologize? I will kneel if I have to. The once proud class president was now willing to kneel before Alger. Years in prison had changed him. Whether you kneel or not, I won't let you attend my wedding. Leave, Hamilton. Alger turned to walk away, not giving him a chance. Alger, listen to me. Hamilton tried to stop him. Hamilton, how ungrateful you are. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see a woman carrying a 3 or 4-year-old child running towards them quickly. The woman had a dark complexion, hair like a tangled bush, and wore very dirty clothes. Her cloth shoes had holes exposing her toes. The child in her arms was skinny and covered in dirt, licking thick snot hanging from its nose with relish. Chapter 235, Tragic Scene. Hamilton, at the sight of the woman, hurriedly scrambled up and hid behind Alger. Hamilton, what kind of man hides behind another? So cowardly. Don't you dare touch me if you can't take responsibility? The woman shrieked furiously, lunging forward before being held back by 2 security guards. What are you doing? Let me go. Someone help. Sexual harassment. The woman screamed, while the child in her arms laughed instead of crying. Shut up. Security, remove her. Alger said coldly. You're Alger. It's me, Marta, the school's beauty queen whom you liked for 2 years. The woman was extremely agitated. She stared eagerly at Alger, regret filling her heart. This boy she once looked down upon had become a successful person. Dressed formally, he could command so many security guards. Wasn't he just the head of the security team? Far better than Hamilton. A reformed convict like him couldn't find decent work. Their classmates were astonished. The 2 famous figures from their school, one a top student, the other the beauty queen. How did they end up like this? One in prison, the other married to Ignacio from the village. They guessed things wouldn't be too good for them, but not this bad. I never liked you. Not only that, but I also detested you. Alger glanced at her coldly. Security, get rid of both of them. 2 more security guards rushed over, dragging out Hamilton. Alger, please help me for old time's sake. Hamilton pleaded, but Alger was unmoved. You ungrateful dog. Marta broke free from the security guards and lunged toward Hamilton with the child. Your child, you can't abandon him. No, he's not my child. I have no such child. Hamilton dodged desperately but was held back by the security guards. He refused to take the child. The child, passed around, continued to smile foolishly. Stinking bitch, got you now, see where you run. And you adulterer, today none of you will escape. A hideously ugly man suddenly appeared, with only a few gray hairs on his head. Seeing him, Marta and Hamilton's faces turned pale. The man lunged viciously at them, wielding a rusty kitchen knife. Hamilton and Marta screamed and broke free from the security guards, running away. Saving their lives was paramount. Actually, the security guards had intentionally loosened their grip when the man approached, as Alger had signaled. He instructed them not to interfere in the affair between those 3. If his guess was right, this hideous man was Ignacio. Though he'd heard Ignacio was ugly, this monstrous appearance took everyone by surprise. Help! Murder! Hamilton and Marta ran ahead, pursued by Ignacio. Carrying the child, Marta managed to run quite fast, clearly from practice. You dogs stop there! Ignacio yelled in rage. After running for a while, Marta couldn't keep up and dropped the child to flee faster. Stinking woman, stop right there! Ignacio roared, sprinting forward and slashing at Marta with the knife. Marta screamed and fell to the ground. Ignacio quickly pulled out the knife and continued chasing Hamilton. Seeing Marta lying in a pool of blood, Hamilton was terrified and ran for dear life. Don't think you can escape? Ignacio raised the knife and threw it with all his strength. Despite his small stature, he was surprisingly strong. The knife struck Hamilton's back directly. He screamed in pain, collapsing but not dying immediately. Ignacio rushed over, pulled out the knife, and stabbed him twice more. Damn you for running. Shameless dogs. Pa. Still unsatisfied, he slashed Hamilton several more times. Hamilton lay bloody and mangled, a terrifying sight. Everyone watched in horror at the tragic scene. Ignacio walked towards the still smiling child with cold eyes, holding the knife. Chapter 236, The End. Alger signaled a few security guards to stop Germain. No matter what, he couldn't just watch him kill that child. After all, the child was innocent. The security guards rushed over and took away his cleaver, subduing Germain. In front of professional security personnel, Germain seemed like nothing more than a helpless chick. At this moment, the police arrived and took Germain away. Once the police left, Alger immediately ordered the scene to be cleaned up. He returned to the wedding hall with a composed expression. The wedding officially began. Sylvia, dressed in a white wedding dress, looked like a celestial fairy descended from heaven. She walked slowly towards Alger, arm in arm with Clark and Zack, her 2 godfathers. Alger took a deep breath nervously as he prepared to welcome his bride. When he reached her, he gazed deeply into her eyes, his own sparkling with happiness. He gently held her hand, and for that moment, it felt as if time had stood still. Their gazes intertwined, filled with boundless love and commitment. At this moment, they became the most important people in each other's lives, destined to walk through every phase of life together. They put rings on each other's fingers. Alger kept his promise by placing a diamond ring as big as a pigeon's egg on Sylvia's ring finger. Rachel, I love you. Hang Hang, I love you too. The couple kissed passionately. Guests stood up one after another, clapping loudly, sending their sincerest blessings for their happiness. Alger held his bride's hand tightly, smiling at everyone, his heart brimming with beautiful hopes for the future. At this moment, they were the happiest people in the world, and their story would forever be etched in the memories of this beautiful time. Alger bought a villa in the city, which would be his and Sylvia's new home. Although some classmates wanted to cause a ruckus in the bridal chamber, everyone knew that a night of passion was priceless, so they did not stay long before leaving. Heather went back to Banjo County with Clark. Everyone left tactfully, leaving space for the newlyweds. After the guests left, only the newlywed couple remained in the entire villa. Sylvia sat on the new bed, having changed out of her wedding gown into a bright red fitted cheapao that highlighted her delicate figure. Honey, do you want to take a shower first? Finally, the bathroom door opened. His bride stepped out slowly, her rosy cheeks flushed, revealing her long and slender legs under the bathrobe, and her delicate feet were fair and soft. Honey. Alger hurriedly ran over and hugged her tightly, kissing her lips. The next morning, when the sun was high, the newlyweds finally woke up, hungry. The newlywed Sylvia wore a shy expression, covering half her face with the blanket, only showing her beautiful eyes. Honey, good morning. How many times last night? Alger kissed Sylvia's forehead. Alger gently looked at Sylvia. Gordizi, wait until you get married, and you'll understand. Hee hee, I already know without getting married. Haha, just kidding. Demetrius gave Alger's shoulder a hard pat. The 3 separated at the entrance of the train station. On their way back, Alger finally mentioned Hamilton and Marta's situation to Sylvia. Later on, he learned from a police friend what had happened to these 2 people over the past few years. After Marta married Germain, she soon found out he wanted to leave her but was desperately held back by her. So, they were entangled like this for over a year. Hearing that Alger was getting married, the cornered Hamilton boldly sought him out. only to be caught by Marta and Germain. Both of them died under Germain's knife. Germain would also face legal punishment. The child was sent to an orphanage, as Marta's parents refused to raise him. Alger never expected that at the last moment, Hamilton had an epiphany. Unlike in his previous life, where he loved Marta until death. In this lifetime, Marta was thoroughly worn out by Germain. In his previous life, Marta continuously emotionally manipulated and tormented Hamilton, driving him into mental instability, making him more and more entangled. Though they became a couple, Marta disliked his poverty and forced him to make money. They broke up and reconciled many times over the years. When Marta saw Alger prosper, she dumped Hamilton. Hamilton kept clinging to her. Ultimately, Marta tricked him into killing Alger, but Sylvia retaliated. Sylvia felt no sympathy for Marta and Hamilton. Their fate was their own doing. After graduation, Alger started working at the hospital, while Sylvia didn't rush to work. They had agreed that she would focus on having children first before dedicating themselves to their careers. 1 month after marriage, Sylvia discovered she was pregnant with quadruplets. Initially, they planned for 2 boys and 2 girls, as discussed before marriage. Both had taken medication to regulate their bodies. Everything went according to plan. As expected, Sylvia indeed gave birth to 2 boys and 2 girls. They didn't need to hire a nanny because Heather, Jolene, and Paula all helped care for the 4 children. Paula's child was already in kindergarten, so Zach, the doting father, took care of her. Alger named the 4 children Su Youngji, Su Youngxiang, Su Youngru, and Su Youngyi. For the baby's first month feast and the grab week ceremony, the banquet was still held at Zhang family's 5-star hotel. Most of the celebrators were still those who had come previously, with quite a few additions. Couples and parents brought their families along for the festivities. Demetrius also brought his girlfriend. She was his university classmate. During college, they had mutual admiration, but only declared their feelings after graduating and working. Demetrius's tragic fate from his previous life did not repeat. Let's talk about Alger's 4 little treasures. At the grabbing ceremony, the elder siblings grabbed a lot of things, except for the youngest, Su Youngyi, who ignored everything and tried to snatch the host's microphone, babbling incomprehensibly. Looking at these 4 chubby-cheeked little babies, the guests' hearts melted. They were just too cute. Everyone wanted to kiss and hug them. Although all 4 children were treasures to their parents, Alger couldn't help but favor his 2 daughters. He held Su Youngru in one arm and Su Youngyi in the other, with wrinkles of happiness forming on his face from smiling. Though the quadruplets looked different from each other, this was part of Alger and Sylvia's plan. Seeing Alger so blissfully holding their daughters, Sylvia smiled helplessly as well. She could only hold Su Youngji with one hand, and Su Youngxiang with the other. Come on, let's get a bit closer. Okay, smile for the camera, cheese. The photographer pressed the button to capture the family portrait of the 6 of them. In the photograph, they were beaming like blooming flowers. End of story.